I was worth billions but was raised poor for 18 years. Everyone laughed at me for being poor. Even my girlfriend of 3 years left me for a big brother. It wasn't until my coming-of-age ceremony that I suddenly realized that my family is actually a big player in the dark forces. The leaders of the top 3 gangs in the country are just dogs of the family. The top 50 terrorist organizations in the world are all nurtured by the family. Even our maid is a retired military king. The strict education was just to keep me grounded. However, today, to celebrate my birthday, my father arranged 2 top female assassins, Feng Wang and Bai Ha, as bodyguards for me. My sister casually gave me 300 billion pocket money, and my mother gave me a list with contact information for over 200 high-ranking officials in the country. With just one phone call, they would obediently do things for me. I happily accepted it and suddenly remembered that today was the graduation ceremony at school. I called the butler and said I wanted to go to Ivy League Academy. Lou, the butler, was surprised and said, "Young master, you're willing to go? I thought you didn't want to go back to Ivy League Academy. It seems you've moved on from your heartbreak." I was taken aback and remembered that I had pursued a girl at Ivy League Academy not long ago, only to be rejected and humiliated publicly by her. Feeling low, I hadn't been attending classes at the academy recently. I shook my head and smiled, realizing that things were different now. Shortly after, a stretched Bentley slowly stopped at the entrance of Ivy League Academy. I walked towards the teaching building with Bai Ha, and people passing by couldn't help but envy us. When we reached the classroom door, I said to Bai Ha, "Wait for me at the door. I'll go get my graduation certificate and come out soon." I then leaned down and pecked Bai Ha on the forehead before walking into the classroom. As soon as I entered the classroom, I saw a beautiful woman with a ponytail standing at the lectern. She had a slender figure and an elite aura, dressed in a school uniform rarely seen at Ivy League Academy. When I saw her, a faint memory stirred within me. She was the true legend of Ivy League Academy, Hee-Charan. She was not only a goddess in the eyes of many rich second-generation individuals but also the city's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Her looks and figure were top-notch at Ivy League Academy, and she had been praised by many since childhood, making her proud and arrogant. I had once confessed my feelings to her, only to be publicly rejected and humiliated. Although I felt a bit annoyed by her presence, I didn't cause any trouble and sat down at my seat. The graduation ceremony was about to begin, and Hee-Charan stood at the lectern, frowning, saying, "I don't require you to wear the school uniform, but at least don't be late or leave early. Today is an important moment for Sister Jiang Lingyu to return to her alma mater to give a speech. I don't want our classmates to embarrass themselves. Understand?" I listened with great interest, couldn't help but show a smile. Didn't expect Feng Wan to be quite impressive. On the stage, Hee-Charan continued to speak. "The most admirable person is Sister Jiang Lingyu, who comes from a poor family and is not as well off as any of us, yet has such brilliant achievements. This is the true genius." Hee-Charan glanced at the boys in the classroom and coldly snorted, "Do you still want to pursue me? Let me make it clear to you. My criteria for choosing a partner are the same as Sister Jiang Lingyu's. As long as any of you are better than me, I will not refuse." The group of boys in the class were speechless. If it were someone else, this group of arrogant second generation would have rushed up to slap them long ago. But Hee-Charan's background is among the best in the entire Ivy League Academy, and she is extremely outstanding personally. She has always been the one to confront others. Who dares to talk back? "Charan," I suddenly spoke, smiling at Hee-Charan, "you just said that your criteria for choosing a partner are the same as Jiang Lingyu's. What kind of man is hers? You should find someone like that." Hee-Charan gave me a cold glance. "So what? It has nothing to do with you. A useless spendthrift, right?" I smiled. She couldn't be bothered, and directly patted a stack of certificates piled on the podium, saying, "Now, classmates whose names I call, come over to sign and receive our graduation certificates." One by one, students kept signing and receiving certificates. When it was my turn, I walked up to Hee-Charan, registering information on the list while casually saying, "Hee-Charan, have you ever been a maid?" Hee-Charan frowned, coldly saying, "What did you say? I am quite looking forward to how you, so aloof, will look like in a maid outfit." I showed her a smile full of meaning. Hee-Charan's pretty face turned cold, calling me an idiot. I sneered, "Just because of this insult, you will suffer a lot in the future." Hee-Charan sneered disdainfully, "Just based on you, do you think a toad can eat swan meat?" I smiled faintly, casually picked up my diploma, and asked unintentionally, "I remember you have connections in both the political and business circles, right?" Hee-Charan, with a cold face, didn't want to talk at all. I didn't mind either, turned around, took my diploma and walked out of the classroom, then went to the hall with Bai Ha. Just as I entered the hall, I saw Jiang Lingyu's speech about to begin. "Quiet down. Today is our senior sister Jiang Lingyu's speech." As soon as the words were spoken, A person could be seen stepping out from the stage, dressed in a black gown with a neckline that looked formal yet stylish. Lin Lang reached out and stroked his chin, looking at the chest of the phoenix on the stage. Today he had long realized that the material there was sufficient, but he had not expected that it could be so sufficient. Subconsciously gulping, he sat down in his seat, taking advantage of the light and gloom to reach out and squeeze Lily's chest. A dash after hearing Lily make a suppressed yet pleasant sound, Lin Lang's bottom couldn't help but react. If he hadn't wanted to see how awesome his big maid looked on stage, he would have wanted to just carry Lily right now, towards the hotel, and put her on the floor for a hard rub. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Longyu, I'm your school sister. The reason why I came back to give a speech today is that I want to tell everyone that I, Jiang Longyu, can also become a dragon and phoenix among people. Hearing Phoenix's words from above, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and smiled, not saying anything, just listening to the side Hee-charan said over there. Look guys, this is the schoolmate I admire. I want to live like her in the future. This is my life goal. Hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but step forward and speak. What? You want to be my woman too? Hee-charan, who was talking vigorously, was inevitably in a bad mood when he saw Lin Lang coming over, glancing at him with a face full of disgust. Just by you? This was followed by a scoff. What do you mean by that? Is that school sister is your woman? Then you're taking yourself too seriously. Before Hee-charan could finish his words, he could hear the people on the side following suit, nothing more than to win her favor. That's right, you're afraid you're not out of your mind, are you? Just because your family has a few stinking dollars, you're starting to think nonsense? A toad trying to eat a swan. No, no, no. If you can really make school sister be your woman, then I can kneel down and kowtow to you and call you father. Now the person who said this, Lin Lang, had the impression that it was the sole heir of a family that was still bullish, but in Lin Lang's eyes it was as weak as a mole cricket. Hee-shan, likewise, it was one of Lin Lang's biggest love rivals when he was chasing Hee-charan. In that case, I'll collect all the debts I need to collect, Lin Lang thought in his heart, then looked at Hee-charan who was on the side and whistled. But you said it, what kind of man Jiang Longyu was with? What kind of man are you with? Oh? Hee-charan seemed to be a bit unconvinced, raising her head towards Lin Lang and humming. That's right, if senior sister Jiang Longyu is such an outstanding person, of course I have to look up to her. Yes, with that, Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers, standing straight up from his seat after hearing Phoenix finish his last sentence and was about to leave the stage. Wait, it was so loud that everyone inside the synagogue could hear it clearly. Lily looked at Lin Lang with a smile, knowing at a guess what she was going to do. The people on the sidelines were indeed filled with disbelief, and some of them even hadn't come out of their mirth for the phoenix, and their eyes were mesmerized as they looked at Lin Lang. Hee-charan's entire eyes froze, completely unaware of what was going on, and just opened her mouth to say, "Don't be ashamed. Lin Lang, you come back here." And although the phoenix heard Lin Lang's words, although it was a bit resistant, on the surface it was still cold and beautiful, without the slightest trace of abnormal emotions leaking out. Looking at Lin Lang who was walking towards him, he was slightly nervous. Jiang Longyu, I think your speech just now was very wonderful. If it's possible, can I confess my love to you and let you be my girlfriend? Lin Lang emphasized the word girlfriend, telling her that it was girlfriend and not maid. Boom! It was like a missile that hit all the boys on stage right in the heart. How can that be? Don't be ridiculous. Schoolgirls are sacrosanct. That's right. Not to mention that your family is not very rich. Even if it is rich, then it's a dream to make schoolmate be your girlfriend. That's right. Don't take a look at you. If you can really make schoolmate your girlfriend, we'll collectively kneel down and call you daddy. Yes, get down on your collective knees and call your father. Lin Lang was satisfied with this deal and slowly approached Phoenix, whispering in her ear, "Hear that? Be my girlfriend." After saying that, he didn't forget to breathe softly in her ear, and Phoenix's face immediately reddened. Looking at Lin Lang, who was standing in front of him, his eyes were full of wondering. You're given two choices, either reveal your maid's identity or... Before Lin Lang could finish his words, Phoenix immediately spoke. Okay, I'll be your girlfriend. What? I can't hear you. I'll be your girlfriend. The originally chaotic stage instantly quieted down, and in a trance, they thought they had misheard or were dreaming, but it was only when pinching his face and feeling the pain that he had to believe this. Sister Jiang Longyu had actually agreed to be Lin Lang's girlfriend. This matter had already exploded off the stage. However, it was knocked back to reality in minutes by Lin Lang's words. Come on sons, get down on your knees and kowtow to your father. After hearing these words, the group of people under the stage, looking at Lin Lang standing on the stage, couldn't ghostly resist wanting to kneel down and call their father, but they eventually refrained. Looking at Lin Lang, he was currently reaching out and wrapping his arms around the phoenix, his face full of arrogance, showing his pleasant mood in every way. looking at Phoenix again. Even though her face was still cold, she had already acquiesced to this by not resisting Lin Lang's touch. They also had to accept that the high and mighty Jiang Lengyu's senior sister had now become Lin Lang's woman. Hecharan was in complete disbelief as he looked at Jiang Lengyu, who was full of indifference, and stumbled onto the stage, reaching out to grab Jiang Lengyu's hand. Her eyes were full of expectations. Sister, are you joking with me, isn't it? Phoenix did not expect Hecharan's behavior and glanced at Lin Lang in dismay. Seeing that the latter only nodded slightly, she also just nodded after gaining insight into Lin Lang's eyes. I'm Lin Lang's girlfriend. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue. Hecharan's legs couldn't help but soften a bit, but he was still supported by Phoenix reaching out. It shouldn't be. Senior sister, you're so good. How could you possibly be with this kind of trash who only wastes money? Hecharan's tone had a questioning tone to it, much to Phoenix's annoyance. Lin Lang frowned, and when he heard this, his arm around Phoenix tightened even more. Oh, I'm a loser? As Lin Lang thought of this, he let go of the Phoenix and took a step closer to Hecharan. As he walked in front of Hecharan, his eyes all became disdainful, reaching out to pinch her jaw. Listen, a while ago it was me who was blind and looked at you, but today, don't forget what you said. 3 days? I'll give you 3 days to learn how to serve people, and then you won't be able to hide even if you want to. Lin Lang, you're shameless. When the time comes, I'll show you how shameless I really am. Lin Langshe said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arm around the Phoenix and took a step forward, as if he had thought of something, and then he paused. By the way, people on the stage, I've remembered that I'll make you all kowtow willingly and call your father one day. When he finished, his eyes glanced at the stage. Lily, let's go. The three of them just left the synagogue, and after seeing all three of Lin Lang leave, the synagogue then exploded. WOC? What the hell just happened here? Lin Lang is actually with senior sister Jiang Lengyu. This is too unbelievable. Alright. What a goddess sister is. What does she see in Lin Lang? Phoenix couldn't look at Lin Lang at all, because as of now, her favorability towards Lin Lang was still 0. Seeing this, Lin Lang didn't care, and just as he sat in the car, he heard a beep from the system. Dropping. The system now releases the second task. Spend all 100 million within 3 days. 100 million? For Lin Lang, this matter was a trivial matter. Thinking of this, he instead reached out and snapped his fingers, opening his mouth to the driver and commanding, go to the largest sports car store in the capital. Young master, you're going to the sports car store, are you? Butler Lu looked at Lin Lang in disbelief. Although Lin Lang's cars were not a lot, there were not 20, there were 15, and each of them was in the tens of millions of dollars class. Now why the sudden trip to the sports car store? Butler Lu, you don't need to care about this. I naturally have my purpose. I was being nosy. After saying that, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, reaching out to touch Lily's legs, and from time to time, he also leaned on Lily's 2 soft places, causing Lily to be daintily chuan the whole way, causing Lin Lang to be a hot mess down there. If it wasn't inconvenient in the car, Lin Lang would really like to just pin Lily down right here and rub her good. But soon, they arrived at the sports car sales center, and Lin Lang had just gotten out of the car, so he could clearly see the rows of sports cars in front of him, which looked particularly spectacular. If it were the Lin Lang of his previous life, he would not dare to come here for any reason. But now, Lin Lang hooked his lips and directly wrapped his arms around Lily and Phoenix left and right, and walked inside the store. As they watched Lin Lang walk over, there were some people with eyesight who immediately greeted them. Looking at the 4 extremely well-built beauties in front of him, Lin Lang instead reached out and stroked his chin. This chest is a little too small. This ass is not round. This eyes are too small. This one, the mouth is too big. This is just right. Lin Lang's eyes stopped on a very innocent-looking woman in the distance. What kind of feeling was that? Just like the feeling of a pure junior high school student, and the evil young Fu blending with each other. It made Lin Lang's heart very satisfied. The face and body are not as good as Lily and Phoenix, but they are much more mediocre in front of these rouges. What's the name? Lin Lang walked up to the woman and opened his mouth to inquire. Ko Nehu. The woman replied just as faintly, giving him a polite glance the whole time as well. Ko Naishin? Good name. In that case, you'll be the one to introduce me to some cars. Ko Naishin looked at Lin Lang with disdain in her eyes as if she had heard some joke. Sir, I'm not a salesman. I'm the owner of this store. Introducing vehicles is not part of my job description. Sorry. After saying that, as if he was afraid that Lin Lang would be unhappy, he instead directly brought Lin Lang to the 4 beauties just now. You guys received this gentleman well. After saying that, when he was about to leave, his soft and boneless hand was directly grabbed by Lin Lang. Frightened, Ko Naishin took a violent step back, her eyes looking at Lin Lang in dismay. What are you doing? Lin Lang, who was asked, only laughed lightly and hooked his lips towards Ko Naishin. The fireworks of conquest in the middle of her eyes were captured by Ko Naishin, and with a bit of trepidation in her heart, she glanced around. Sir, please behave yourself. If you're here to buy a car, you're welcome. If not, please get out. Lin Lang's face, which was originally full of smiles, instantly froze, staring coldly at Ko Naishin, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Lily, on the other hand, was a bit unable to look away. Hey, our young master came to buy a car from you guys. That's for your face. Don't all give your face away. Lily, shut up. Lin Lang frowned and reprimanded Lily. Then shifting his gaze, he looked at Ko Naishin. You said you're the owner of the store and can't sell, so what if I buy this store? Will you be able to introduce me to it? Hearing these words, everyone present, including the two phoenixes and Lily, looked at Lin Lang with a stunned look. Ko Naishin was obviously a bit unconvinced of her own ears, looking at Lin Lang in front of her and opening her mouth to inquire. Sir, what did you say? I said, I'm going to buy this store of yours and make you my personal salesman. Do you hear me? Gosh, Ko Naishin thought that there must be something wrong with her ears. Otherwise, how could she have heard such a ridiculous request? Let's not even talk about how much it would cost to buy this store, but let's just talk about how many cars are in this store. If we calculated $10 million per car, then there are at least 5 top luxury cars here, plus the rest of the cars in the millions. Just to generalize it, that's at least 100 million renminbi. The person in front of him was young, and at first glance, he was a typical dude rich kid, and those gentlemen in the capital. Ko Naishin does not dare to say that all no, but 80%, that is not bad. But the person in front of her, she had no idea what the hell was going on. Ha, if the gentleman has come to joke with me for fun, see him off. It was then that Ko Naishin realized that the person in front of her was obviously teasing herself, with absolutely no bit of skill to speak of. The 4 sales on the sidelines also stepped forward and started to kick people out after hearing this. Sir, you can't stop here. Please leave. Now. Even the 4 of them had a look of stupidity in their eyes. Lin Lang, who was being rushed, however, did not care at all and reached out to stop Lily, who was planning to get her hands on her. Be at ease. A gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. With that, Lin Lang directly reached out and pulled out his wallet, taking out a supreme black card from it and slamming it on the ground. Nah, if I'm kidding, then this, what the hell? The corners of Lin Lang's lips hooked up in a large arc, and his eyes were full of teasing as he waited to see Ko Naishin's reaction. However, right after the crowd saw the black card on the ground, the entire crowd's mouths were so big that they could just about stuff down an egg. Ko Naishin, on the other hand, appeared to be more calm, just breathing a little and looking at the black card on the ground. Reach out and pick it up. Lin Lang's tone was provocative. This is what happens when they don't believe in themselves. Of course, Ko Naishin knew that people with black cards were either rich or noble, so she immediately squatted down and picked up the black card. Looking at Lin Lang, he opened his mouth, but still gritted his teeth and lowered his head. I'm sorry, sir, it's because I have no eyes. Sorry, sir. The 4 sales next to him followed suit and lowered their heads. In the capital, a place that eats people without spitting out bones, of course, it's all about who has more money. As long as there is money, then everything is not a problem. Ko Naishin was obviously a smart person, and looking at her current well-behaved appearance, Lin Lang was in an extremely good mood as he raised his eyebrows, walked forward, and reached out to touch her smooth and delicate face. His eyes narrowed, and a large virtual screen that only he could see appeared before him. Name, Ko Naishin. Personality, indifferent. Favorability, 35. Specialty, intelligence LV4. Rating, 91. After seeing this rating, Lin Lang let out a light laugh instead. Ko Naishin, look, I'm already planning to buy this store of yours. Why don't you just obey me? With that, Lin Lang's mouth was already in motion, printing towards Ko Naishin's mouth. No. Ko Naishin took a violent step back and looked at Lin Lang with fear and trepidation. I can't submit to you. Lin Lang caught the panic in her eyes as well as several strands of inexplicable emotions. Some excitement, some anticipation, and even some regret. When he saw this, it made Lin Lang feel a little sorry for her. If only she had the eye of true sight, she wouldn't be unable to know what was really going on in her mind. However, soon, an answer came to Lin Lang's mind. The kagome in front of her was good-looking and smart, knew what was going on. Single-handedly, there were many such women nowadays, and if I really had to say, it would be with a backstage. When he thought of this, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed as he looked behind him at the Phoenix who hadn't said anything. I'll give you a task. Guess what it is? Got it. Phoenix nodded and looked to the side at Ko Naishin, her eyes still cold. Lin Lang nodded. still recognizing the phoenix's ability. In that case, I'll come back tomorrow day. Saying that, he saw that Ko Naishin then sighed in relief and handed over Lin Lang's black card with both hands. Lily had the good sense to reach out and take the black card and follow Lin Lang. Wait, I'm going to give you a big surprise tomorrow. After following Lin Lang out and getting in the car, he saw that Butler Lu had already left, leaving a note on the car. Young master, I have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Lang didn't pay too much attention, and Lily in his arms duly stuck out her little head, looking at Lin Lang with a face full of curiosity. Young master, what did you just ask Sister Phoenix to do? Lily's big eyes were blinking, very soulful, making Lin Lang's mood even more soothing. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out if Phoenix did the right thing or not. Young master, just tell me, come closer and I'll tell you. Well, the three of them returned home. Lin Lang directly laid down on the sofa. It was already dark, and when he thought that he hadn't even eaten much today, he looked at Phoenix and Lily who were on the side. Who can cook? The two of them, Phoenix and Lily, looked at each other and both shook their heads. It was also true that neither of them had a cooking description within their skills. Luckily, there was a cook left behind by Butler Lu in the villa. Otherwise Lin Lang would still have to go outside to eat. Not long after, when Lin Lang had eaten his fill, he then looked at the two people on the side. The saying that you can drink and eat and think about lust is not true at all. Lin Lang's body had already reacted a little bit. In his last life he died before he could feel a good orgasm. In this life there were two extremely talented people beside him. If he didn't feel it properly then he was too much of a man. Lin Lang thought in his heart and looked at the two of them with even more naked eyes. Lily, come to my room tonight. Lin Lang stood up and looked at the phoenix who deliberately missed his line of sight with him, but he hooked his lips and stood in front of the phoenix. I can give you a few days to ease up, provided you do what I tell you to do. And, I hope you're clear about who you are. After saying this, Lin Lang looked at Lily and gave her a look, and Lily immediately smiled sheepishly. After watching Lin Lang walk up to his room on the second floor, Lily then looked at Phoenix. Reaching out, he took Phoenix's hand. Sister Phoenix, since it's already like this, why don't you adapt as early as possible? The young master is also very good. The phoenix looked at Lily and didn't say anything, just a little ripple in her icy eyes. Lin Lang returned to his room, and just as he walked up to the room, he saw that the inside of the large room simply had everything. It's not a room, it's heaven. I have to say, the original owner of this body is quite good at enjoying himself. After Lin Lang walked around inside the room, he couldn't help but open his mouth and sigh. It's great to be rich. Just after Lin Lang had finished washing up and had just laid down on the bed, he heard a knock on the door. Enter. Immediately afterward, Lily's little head was seen slowly peeking in, looking especially cute. And Lily's face instantly turned red when she walked in and saw Lin Lang, who had already taken off his clothes and was only using a bath towel to block his vital parts. The naked body in front of her looked extra shy at the moment for a Lily who had been undergoing special training in the Lin family and had no contact with other men. Lin Lang looked at Lily's adorable appearance, but laughed softly, reached out and waved her hand, and Lily, no matter how shy she was, walked to him, then took off her shoes and got under the covers. The man's unique body heat and breath prompted Lily's heart to beat, and at this moment, she didn't dare to say a word, because her face was already in a condition that was so red that it was about to drip blood. Lin Lang liked Lily's current pitying appearance from the bottom of his heart, and directly reached out to touch her face and kissed it. The two of them fought through the night until the next day dawned. And only then did Lin Lang bypass Lily and let her lie down on the bed to sleep. Lin Lang also followed Lily's lead and slept enough in bed before getting up and going downstairs. Just as he arrived downstairs, he saw Phoenix already sitting on the couch tapping away at the keyboard on the computer. Lin Lang frowned and stood condescendingly in front of her. Didn't sleep last night? Phoenix's hand tapping on the code lurched, looked to Lin Lang, and stood up. Slept. Just woke up. Lin Lang reached out and gestured for Phoenix to sit down, while also sitting beside her. The mission that was explained to you, how is it going? Hearing this, Phoenix fell back and turned his computer screen directly onto Lin Lang, allowing him to see it clearly. It turns out that the gold master behind Ko Naishin is one of the 4 young men in the capital, Wan Yangming, whose father is the founder of the Redjin Group, which drives the entire chain of economic development in the capital. It's also a veritable rich kid, but compared to Lin Lang, that was simply no comparison. Most importantly, Wan Yangming is a playboy with countless women around him. And Ko Naishin is just one of them. After receiving this news, Lin Lang looked at Phoenix with great satisfaction and reached out to pat her on the shoulder. Upon seeing the slight hint of resistance in her eyes, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed, reaching out and violently pulling over her waist, and whispering close to his ear, I'm warning you, if you let me see resistance in your eyes again in the future, then you'll have to bear the due consequences. After saying that, Lin Lang looked at the phoenix whose demeanor had softened a little, and his mood was only slightly better. Young master, you're awake. Lily reached out and rubbed her sleepy wakefulness as she walked down, and upon seeing Lin Lang throwing a tantrum over here, she sat down directly beside him and reached out to put her arm around Lin Lang's. Young master, my legs are so sore. Lily beamed with an aggrieved look. Lin Lang reached out and rubbed Lily's face. Be good. Let the maid rub you for a while. The servants inside the villa were still somewhat useful, and after about half an hour or so of rubbing, Lily's legs had stopped hurting. After simply cleaning up and having a breakfast, Lin Lang then reached out and pointed at the two. You guys, come shopping with me, and then, I'll show you a good show. After saying that, he walked straight to the side and started to get dressed. His goal of 100 million has not yet begun to do. Now while the time is still early, simply spend on his 10 million first. Thinking of this, Lin Lang suddenly thought of one thing he hadn't done. Dial Wang Yangming's contact information for me. Phoenix was obedient, and when he got straight to the phone, he was able to hear cursing coming from the other side. Looking for death in the morning, what a call. Lin Lang frowned at the tone of the person across from him. Today at 11 o'clock noon, go to the sales center of Cornish. If you come 1 minute late, then your woman and your store may not belong to you. Saying that, Lin Lang hooked his lips wickedly. His eyes flashed with a glint, a look of sophistication that no one seemed to be able to match. What the fuck do you mean? Don't you dare. Drip drip dash. Before Wang Yangming could finish his words, Lin Lang directly hung up the phone, reached over and threw the phone, reached out and wrapped his arms around Phoenix and Lily, and walked towards the door. However, because of Lily's leg ground, it caused Lin Lang to deliberately slow down his pace a little bit. The car stopped in front of the busiest mall, and just the moment it braked, it had drawn a crowd of spectators. Wow, the latest Rolls-Royce. My god, it's not just the latest model, it's obviously a limited edition. Yes, there are only 2 cars in the world. This is really showing off your wealth. Hearing the murmurings of the bystanders, Lin Lang didn't say anything and directly wrapped his arm around the waist of the two and walked towards the mall. The action stunned the onlookers. Not to mention how much the car cost. Limited edition or not, they couldn't afford it. Let's just start with the 2 women who are also discouraged by them. This perfect body, finely sculpted face, is simply their dream girl. Not to mention 2 extremely beautiful women at once. Luxury cars with beautiful women. Straight to the top of life. Hello ladies and gentlemen. What do you need? I can help you shop. Immediately afterward, a crisp voice could be heard. Lin Lang led the 2 of them to the SKLL specialty store. And just as he walked in, he directly spoke. Choose whatever you want. Really, cosmetics is a woman's favorite thing. Not to mention the top cosmetics as well as the top beauty. In front of seeing this row of exquisite bottles and jars, has long been the eyes glowing. Of course, Lin Lang nodded and looked over at the Phoenix. Only the normally cold-eyed Phoenix could be seen with a subtle glint in her eyes even when she saw these cosmetics. Even though it was fleeting, it was captured by Lin Lang. Walking over to Phoenix, he whispered in her ear, "Dress up nice, my maid. You can't lose in the face value department." Saying that, he directly stopped the salesman who was planning to go forward to introduce the products with his hand. These things, 2 copies of each. Send them to No. 46 Shallow Water Bay. Boom! Instantly, the scene, which was already a bit manic, became even more frenzied. What? 2 for 1? Sent home? Lily felt her mind go a little bit crazy. She originally thought she was just coming to take a look and pick out a few at random, but she didn't expect to take them straight home. The Phoenix, on the other hand, looked at Lin Lang with wide eyes. For the reaction of the 2 people, Lin Lang was quite satisfied, and walked directly to reach out and snapped his fingers, then led the 2 people out. Seeing that it was also already time for the appointment with Wang Yangming, Lin Lang was still kind of looking forward to what would happen next. Sitting in the car, Lin Lang narrowed his eyes and looked at the favorability of both Phoenix and Lily towards himself. Lily had been upgraded to 90, and Phoenix, while not growing much, that was already a good 10. Young master, thank you for buying us so many goodies, Lily said, directly lying on Lin Lang's body. Looking at Lin Lang's face, her eyes were full of adoration. Lin Lang, on the other hand, now, cared more about the Phoenix's attitude towards himself. After all, men are hunting creatures. The Phoenix noticed the look Lin Lang was giving him regarding himself, and this time, he didn't dodge and directly met him. Thank you, young master. Although the tone was flat, it was much better than the other day, but Lin Lang was not satisfied at all. Just thanks? Looking at the Phoenix, a dangerous light emanated from among his eyes, causing the Phoenix's body to resist trembling slightly. For some reason, the Phoenix felt afraid of this look from Lin Lang. because she had absolutely no idea what purpose was hidden behind this look from Lin Lang. Thinking of this, the phoenix clenched its hands and its eyes changed several times before it sat beside Lin Lang and leaned on his shoulder. Thank you, young master. Lin Lang naturally saw Phoenix's fist and hooked his lips in a light smile. Oh, you have to make a fist when you thank me? Hearing that, Phoenix's body shuddered violently and loosened its originally clenched fists. Lin Lang was quite satisfied after seeing this action. It seemed that as long as one had the heart, the Phoenix's attitude towards himself could always be like Lily's. He was looking forward to the way Phoenix would look when she was just like Lily, lying in his arms and pampering herself, and he was sure that the wait would not be long. Soon, the sports car sales center arrived, and Lin Lang had just stepped out of the car when he saw a car parked in front of the sales center. The red Porsche. Worthy of being an arrogant young man, Lin Lang had just walked in, and he could see that Ko Naixin was carrying tea and standing in front of Wang Yangming, and the rest of the sales inside the store are going nowhere. Looking at Ko Naixin's obedient appearance, it made Lin Lang's heart itch a little. How can such a good-looking and excellent woman serve tea to other men? It's a waste. It's a total waste. TSK, 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 XINR, I'm coming. Lin Lang spoke loudly, directly interrupting Wang Yangming who was drinking tea, causing him to be scalded by the hot water so fiercely that he immediately spat out the tea. Seeing this scene, Lin Lang and Lily both laughed, while Ko Naixin looked flustered and reached out to help Wang Yangming wipe it off, but was directly pushed away by him. You fucking pugilist. Which wild man did you pick up outside? Ha! When Wang Yangming heard Lin Lang's name for Ko Naixin, he directly exploded, and in a very bad temper, he immediately stood up and looked at Lin Lang, and just as Wang Yangming was scrutinizing Lin Lang had already taken advantage of the system and looked Wang Yangming over. The whole body does not have a little bit of ability, even his own money, all his father gave, 100 useless rich second generation, can be really excellent at. Lin Lang snorted and sat directly on the sofa to the side, looking towards Ko Naixin who stood in place for a moment, not knowing what to do, and reached out to beckon. XINR, come here. Not allowed to go. Wang Yangming clenched his teeth. Ko Naixin was on pins and needles, looking at Lin Lang with great difficulty. She was the one who had a gold master, and according to normal rules, she could not go against his wishes. However, the Lin Lang in front of her, his ability was really too great, and in every aspect, he was better than Wang Yangming. She would never dare to mess with him. Wang Yangming naturally noticed that Lin Lang was not a light. However, according to Wang Yangming's eyesight that had stayed in the capital for 22 years, the person in front of him was just a little bit rich. As for the two women beside him, it made Wang Yangming drool a bit. Looking at Wang Yangming's eyes, Lin Lang this was not happy. Young Master Wang, I'm the one who came here to steal your woman today, not for you to admire mine. With that, his eyes became ruthless for a few moments, and he looked to the Phoenix and Lily on the side and said, what are you standing around for? This situation, don't you know what to do? Lily smiled and responded, of course I know. Saying that, he walked directly to Wang Yangming's face. Wang Yangming's eyes shot up as he watched the beautiful woman approach. His face full of philandering made Lily feel irritated, because other than Lin Lang, no one was qualified to look at himself with such eyes. Snap! 5 slaps, just like this, hit Wang Yangming's face so hard that the originally flowery Wang Yangming's entire body froze in place. Just as he was about to reach out to curse, his hand was already outstretched when he was directly grabbed by the Phoenix who came from behind and grabbed his fingertips. Immediately following a high single knee lift, a fractured bone could be heard coming from it. There was nothing that could make Wang Yangming kneel down, except for the egg pain. Listening to Wang Yangming's heart-rending voice, Lin Lang looked like he was watching a good show. He hadn't expected Phoenix to hit so hard at all, but it was certainly a relief. After about 20 minutes or so, Wang Yangming slowed down, directly reaching out and pointing at Lin Lang, cursing, you fucking wait for me. Do you have the courage to report your name? Lin Lang. Lin Lang lethargically leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the comfortable feeling of Ko Naixin squeezing his legs. Wang Yangming's breathing became rapid. If he didn't have pain down there right now, he definitely wanted to stand up and give Lin Lang a few hard hits, but the pain down there left him completely helpless. Just after hearing Lin Lang's reply, he spoke. Lin Lang? I haven't even heard of this name. It can't be a small person from some small business, said Wang Yangming slowly stood up and looked at Lin Lang, since it is a small business. Then give me a good tail between my legs. But I did not expect that you are now not only robbing the old man's woman, but also beat the old man. Then this matter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yangming immediately reached out and clapped his hands, a flash of ruthlessness flashing among his eyes. Just now, Wang Yangming didn't dare to act rashly. That was because he didn't know Lin Lang's identity. but now that it was already known to be a minor character, there was naturally no need to be scrupulous. Seeing that there were 5 bodyguards standing in front of him, Wang Yangming's tone of voice became more confident. Lin Lang, I'd like to show you what women in face are snatched by. Saying that, Wang Yangming reached out with one hand, and the 5 particularly strong ground bodyguards in front of him ran towards Lin Lang's direction in a confident manner. Stop! Calling for a stop in the middle of a fight was an operation that would make people blow up, but Lin Lang didn't care so much at all. Still sitting on the couch, he looked at the 5 people in front of him. Are you guys sure you want to fight? No regrets? Lin Lang looked at the few people in front of him and gave them one last chance. Wang Yangming's face was full of tightness, his eyes ruthless with a hint of determination. Yes, fight. He believed that his 5 bodyguards would definitely press Lin Lang to the ground and rub him hard in minutes. Go! With a command, 5 men in black attacked towards Lin Lang. When Lily saw this scene, her feet ran wildly at an astonishing speed, coming one step ahead of them to stand 1 meter away from Lin Lang. Our young master is not someone you're qualified to make a move on. Beat me first. Saying that, without waiting for them to react, they directly staggered on their feet, and immediately afterward, a burst of wailing could be heard. Left hook, right hook, punch, cross kicks, side kicks, whip kicks. Within 6 moves, the 5 men had fallen to the ground, not getting up for half a day. After Lily finished moving her hands, she looked at Lin Lang. Young master, I did well, didn't I? Not bad. Oh, come and kiss. With that, he kissed Lily on the mouth. And Wang Yangming was close to spitting out a mouthful of old blood after seeing this scene. How can this be possible? These 5 bodyguards of mine, all of them are experts. How can they be knocked down by someone whose hair hasn't even grown? But he was only briefly surprised for a moment before he directly raised his head and looked at Lin Lang, his eyes all full of mockery. Why? At least you're a man, being sheltered by a woman like that. But you're really a man. The agitation method. Lin Lang was not stupid and naturally knew what Wang Yangming wanted to do. Even though Lin Lang really didn't know any moves yet, he did stand up directly after hearing those words. System, can you give an ability? Lin Lang inquired in his heart. Now it would be a real shame if he didn't have anything to show for it. No. After receiving a negative answer from the system, Lin Lang could only resign himself to his fate. But in terms of momentum, there is absolutely no way to lose. Slowly walking in front of Wang Yangming, directly suppressed by his height of 1.85 meters, he lowered his head to look at him and hooked his lips in a smile. Oh, looking forward to my strike that much? For some reason, Wang Yangming's legs instantly became much softer, and when he looked at Lin Lang, his mouth opened but closed again. Seeing this scene, Ko Naishin directly walked over, reached out and grabbed Lin Lang. Her eyes had a pitiful look, full of pleading. Sir, can you let Wang Yangming go? Wang Yangming had already been abashed, and after hearing Ko Naishin's words, he immediately exploded. What do you mean by fucking Diaozi? Do I still need you to save me? With that, he directly walked towards Lin Lang, his eyes furious. I'm telling you, I'm letting you off the hook today, but one day, I'll make you taste all the bitterness. Saying that, seeing that Wang Yangming was about to leave, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and smiled. Stop. Here's $100 million for this store of yours. When Wang Yangming saw the black card on the ground, the whole person then froze in place. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, his eyes were full of disbelief. How is that possible? How could he have a black card? Wang Yangming thought in his heart, but he still didn't forget to look at Lin Lang once again. He understood that people who could have a black card in the capital, that status was definitely not covered. But how can the person in front of you? Just as Wang Yangming was staggered, Lin Lang no longer had much interest in continuing to say anything more to this kind of defeated general, but just looked at Ko Naishin in front of him and reached out to take her hand. Why? Can you come with me now? Ko Naishin glanced at Wang Yangming. Her eyes were full of guilt and helplessness, but in the end, she still nodded to Lin Lang. It can't be helped. Ko Naishin is just a woman. She doesn't have that much choice. Ha ha ha, let's go. The 3 beauties followed behind Lin Lang and sat together in the car. Immediately afterward, a system beep was heard in his head. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the second mission. The host will receive a random reward given by the system. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Muay Thai LV4 level. After hearing the voice coming from the system, Lin Lang's body subconsciously trembled for a moment, and immediately afterward, a slight change could be felt in his fists. It seemed to be a little harder, and the brain had so many more moves about Muay Thai that it was just awesome. Lin Lang was in a good mood and looked at Ko Naishin in front of him, and immediately afterward, a transparent report appeared in front of his eyes. So far, Ko Naishin's favorability towards him had risen from the original 35 to the current 45, a full 10% increase in favorability. This made Lin Lang instead cross his legs in a good mood, looking at the three beauties sitting in the car and hooking his lips in a smile. Tomorrow is the deadline he gave Hee-charan, and he, too, will have 4 extremely beautiful women. Thinking of this, Lin Lang did have a wish. He wanted to build the biggest house in the world, filled with extremely beautiful women of all colors and sizes for his daily pleasure. As for Hee-charan, Lin Lang already had a better solution, and that was to give the most powerful crush in terms of strength. Still, right now, Lin Lang was more interested in getting a taste of his newest maid. So as soon as he got home, Lin Lang looked at Ko Naishin in front of him and reached up to put his hand on his chin to ponder a question. Unfortunately, the question was eventually asked. Is the first blood still there? Ko Naishin's expression was getting a bit out of whack, her eyes wandering, not knowing where to look. His face was a little smoky, making Lin Lang's eyes burn even more. Hearing this reply, Lin Lang nodded instead. What's his status? How can he want second-hand goods? In that case, he was relieved. Reaching out and touching Ko Naishin's head, he began to brainwash her. Listen, since I bought you back, then from today onwards, you're my maid, and if you dare to have the slightest bit of dissent, then I'll let you know how you're going to die. Lin Lang's eyes were icy cold, and his chilling look caused Ko Naishin's body to tremble. Got it. Ko Naishin didn't dare to look Lin Lang in the eyes, but still nodded her head in reply. Hearing this answer, Lin Lang nodded in satisfaction and looked towards Phoenix and Lily, who hadn't said anything beside him. You too, as valets, hopefully understand your own responsibilities. Yes, got it. Afterwards, Lin Lang once again shifted his sight to Ko Naishin. Can you cook? Will. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Lang reached out and patted her ass, and the soft elasticity bounced right back into his hand. Go cook. When Ko Naishin heard this order, she didn't say much and went straight to the kitchen. Cooking. The two of them, Phoenix and Lily, were sitting on the sofa with Lin Lang, discussing things. Young master, I'm afraid that these maids brought back from outside will do something unfavorable to young master. Phoenix looked at Lin Lang and said in a serious manner. However, Lin Lang pressed on. What? As my maid, are you so disapproving of your young master's abilities? If it had been yesterday's Lin Lang, he would still have had to deliberate a few times when he heard those words. But now, he is learning Muay Thai. Although it was said that the level wasn't very high, but that was still considered a self-defense ability, and it was enough to deal with a weak woman like Ko Naishin. In response to Lin Lang's questioning, Phoenix didn't know what to say for a moment and could only lower his head and stop talking. Lily, on the other hand, was obediently rubbing Lin Lang's legs. After Ko Naishin had made the meal, they then went to eat. You too, come to my room at night and Lily will have a good night's rest. What? Phoenix froze in place, kind of in disbelief. Even if she went to Lin Lang's room, I didn't expect it to be with Ko Naishin. For a moment she thought she had heard wrong, but after seeing Lin Lang's somewhat angry face, she knew she hadn't heard wrong. But she was still the world's #1 hacker in the end, and it was fine to share a husband with someone else. But now how could she share a husband with someone else at the same time? Ko Naishin naturally didn't quite understand Lin Lang's maneuvering, and looked at Lin Lang with a bit of embarrassment. However, Ko Naishin knew how to read words better than Phoenix, and despite being repulsed in her heart, she didn't say it outright like Phoenix did. Young master, I refuse to have 3 people together. The latter words were too much for Phoenix to say. Oh, why did you refuse? Lin Lang sat on the sofa, observing Phoenix's ironic face with good humor. Lily pinched for Phoenix instead, but she still didn't dare say anything more. Because, Phoenix thought for half a second, but still didn't know what to say. When Phoenix looked at Lin Lang's determined eyes, intending to probe a little bit from it that could be otherwise possible, he saw Lin Lang directly let out a light laugh. Since you can't find any excuses, follow me upstairs. Just after these words were said, Lin Lang's eyes had all but stood up when he heard Phoenix's following words. I'm on my period. After the hysterical roar, Phoenix's face was embarrassed, and the scene was so quiet for a moment that she could be heard breathing heavily. Lin Lang was surprised. He didn't expect Phoenix to be able to say it directly, but looking at Phoenix's current appearance, Lin Lang walked forward and reached out to pat her shoulder. Oh, in that case, then I still hope that next time, your aunt will still be able to save you. And, you better expect that you'll only have an aunt once a month. After saying this, Lin Lang directly hooked his hand, and Ko Naishin directly followed him upstairs. Seeing Lin Lang walk upstairs, Phoenix then dropped onto the sofa, his face full of fear. Her hands were trembling. Not that she was noble and proud, but she had been brought up in a way that would not allow her to do such a thing. Lily looked to Phoenix and reached out to take her hand. Sister Phoenix, I can only wish you good luck. With that, Lily returned to the room as well. Phoenix was left alone downstairs, sitting on the couch, eyes fixed on one spot. not moving, and upstairs. After Ko Naishin went upstairs with Lin Lang, she just laid down on the bed and waited for Lin Lang to pamper her. Yo, nice. Lin Lang was satisfied with this reaction from Ko Naishin. After all, a woman who knew so much hadn't been encountered by Lin Lang so far. Lin Lang walked straight to the bed and pressed down on Ko Naishin's body, reaching out to pick up her jaw. Why are you so obedient? Only to see Ko Naishin smile faintly and look at him as she replied in a charming voice. Since young master has already bought me, then I naturally have to share young master's worries. Ha ha ha. Yes. Lin Lang immediately summoned up all his energy and properly pampered this well-behaved lovely person underneath him. Ah, young master is great. These words echoed in Lin Lang's ears for a long time, until he couldn't help but kiss Ko Naishin when he woke up the next morning and thought about them. Soon, however, the system's voice sounded again, dropping. It has been detected that the host has conquered 2 women with ratings of over 90 or more, and is now adding 2,000 points to the host. Hearing this, Lin Lang had a question. Why didn't you warn me last time? Because I forgot. Hearing this answer, Lin Lang didn't know what to say, and could only open his mouth to remind. Did you forget to release the mission? Yes. Dropping. A quest is now issued requiring the host to conquer 3. Within 3 days. 3 beauties with 90 or more ratings? Lin Lang opened his mouth to snatch a reply. Yes. Lin Lang nodded and reached up to snap his fingers. Okays. As he watched Ko Naishin leisurely turn around and woke up. Seeing how cute she looked when she first woke up, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and touch her face, followed by kissing her on the mouth. Afterwards, a taste of her. By the time Lin Lang officially got up for dinner, it was already around 12 o'clock. The 2 of them, Phoenix and Lily, had already eaten breakfast and were now waiting for Lin Lang to come for lunch. But Lin Lang had just come downstairs and swept Phoenix with his eyes. Phoenix was made to feel weak by the look, but still didn't run away from that look, because she knew that once she escaped, there was no telling what would be waiting for her. Phoenix, go find me 10 extremely beautiful women. Phoenix stared at first when he heard this, but then relented. Following such a young master, what else can't be done? Yes, I'm going to see it in the morning. After saying this, Lin Lang didn't do any more explanation. His mind was all about Hecharan's arrogant appearance. It seems that today, it's going to be interesting to see how wonderful Hecharan's well-behaved appearance will be in reverse. After the 4 of them finished breakfast, Lin Lang instead reached out and touched Ko Naishin's face, looked at her and spoke. Xinr, be good at home and wait for me to come back. Good. Ko Naishin didn't ask anything more and directly nodded her head. Seeing that the meal was almost over, Lin Lang stood up and reached out to touch his stomach with a contented face. This kind of life could be really good. Still, the addition of Hecharan is missing. Come on, Phoenix Lily, come with me to pick up the next maid and take her home. Yeah, Lin Lang knew that Lily's lively and playful personality naturally wanted the more people to join the better. But Phoenix? Lin Lang didn't need to think much to know what Phoenix had in mind. Young master, is the one we're going to pick up today the schoolgirl from your school, Hecharan? Hearing Lily's question, Lin Lang was filled with surprise. How did you know? He's never been exposed before. Lily smiled and spoke. That's because when I went to school with young master, I heard young master say this, so Lily memorized it. Lin Lang was in a better mood as he reached out and stroked Lily's chin, his mouth coming close as he exhaled hot breath on her face. Lily is so good. Or you know what you're doing. He's sidestepping Phoenix's lack of understanding by making a series of excuses instead of letting him on. This was because he didn't want to get into it with Phoenix. Otherwise, according to Lin Lang's character. So what if he ran a red light? Thinking of this, Lin Lang thought of the still disobedient Hecharan again. He wanted to see if Hecharan had learned how to take care of people now. Hecharan's family is very well off, or else she wouldn't be in school as the school flower, but no one would dare to chase after her. It is understood that her family is not only better off in business, but even in politics. That knows a lot of people. But there's a saying, if you know a lot of people, then the water must be deep. Lin Lang knows in her heart whether her father, He Shen, is clean or not. Because of the He family's large family, Lin Lang's car was already blocked by the doorman when he entered his villa. This neighborhood was populated by large families, so the doorman was responsible, worried about letting a stranger in and causing an irreparable catastrophe. Sir, may I ask who you're looking for? Do you have an appointment? As soon as the doorman saw Lin Lang's car, he immediately walked up and hurriedly bent over, full of dog legs. An appointment? I need an appointment to enter one of your trashy neighborhoods? Are you kidding me? Lin Lang didn't need an appointment no matter where he went since he knew his true identity. I didn't expect to get here and make myself an appointment? That's hilarious. I've come for my maid. Lin Lang said this sentence carelessly, with a grandpa look, but made the doorman not know what to do. After glancing at the people inside the car and the tone of Lin Lang's speech, the entire person immediately scratched his head. This was something he had never encountered before. The villa is full of dignitaries, so how could there be a maid for him? Sir, are you remembering the wrong address? In response to the doorman's words, Lin Lang no longer wanted to say anything more to him, and after giving Lily a look, Lily could be seen stepping down from the car. After a miserable scream, Lily got in the car and clapped her hands, looking at Lin Lang with a smile. Hey, young master, Lily has solved it. Good boy. Lin Lang gave Lily a peck on the mouth, and the car continued to start immediately afterward. Only when he walked to the door of Hee-Churan's house did Lin Lang get out of the car. Looking at the looming building in front of him, he hooked his lips instead. Lily had the good sense to reach out and ring the doorbell, and after seeing a maid come out, she spoke directly. I'm here to find Hee-Churan. Looking for our young lady? The maid was obviously a bit surprised, but still looked at the few people in front of her, who looked like characters that couldn't be offended, before smiling. Come in, I'll call our lady. It had to be said that Hee-Churan's home still had a different kind of scenery. Looking at the lofty decorations, Lin Lang then probably guessed how Hee-Churan's character was caused. Someone's looking for me? Who is it? Hee-Churan's curious voice came out, and when she saw the back of the person sitting on the sofa downstairs, her entire body trembled. She thought of what Lin Lang had said to her before she left. Learn how to take care of people. I'll come pick you up in 3 days. These words were like ghosts haunting her ears for 3 days. Originally thinking that it was just a joke from Lin Lang, but unexpectedly, it was true. The line of sight shifted a little more, and he saw the phoenix standing beside Lin Lang. Sister Jiang Longyu. Hee-Churan had indeed reacted to the matter of Phoenix agreeing to be Lin Lang's girlfriend, but had never expected that her schoolmate would be there today. Why? My maid. Seeing that the young master is here, why don't you come down quickly to greet him? Hearing Lin Lang's beaten voice, Hee-Churan immediately stopped his mental activities and quickly walked downstairs, almost reaching out to cover Lin Lang's mouth. Will you stop talking nonsense? I have nothing to do with you. Hee-Churan's eyes widened and he looked at Lin Lang with a serious face, his face cold and arrogant. Lin Lang liked this untamed temperament of hers, and now he was watching her freak out, but it was also a very cool thing. Oh, what? This is what you said before. What kind of man your senior sister Jianglongyu was with? What kind of man you are also with? Isn't this what you said? Lin Lang had remembered her words perfectly, and it was the perfect time to use them. However, looking at Hee-Churan's indignant appearance, he instead sat lazily on the sofa, propping his head on his hand and waiting for her next reaction. Lin Lang, I want you to get out of my house immediately, or else you'll be solely responsible for any consequences that happen next. Hee-Churan glanced at the time, then looked at Lin Lang with more than a little panic in his eyes. The tone of her speech was also a little stronger, and that delicate face was restraining her anger. Yes, she can't just freak out. She's a famous girl, but Lin Lang didn't care about any of this and raised his eyebrows. Oh, consequences? Fine. Since my little maid asked me to bear it, then I will definitely bear it. As he said that, his hand even went to Hee-Churan's ass and lightly patted it. You. Hee-Churan gritted her teeth and had the urge to eat him alive. Lin Lang, you put your hands clean, said the man with a slap. Seeing that the slap is about to hit Lin Lang's face, the door of the house suddenly opened. Because of the door being opened, everyone's eyes were all on the visitor. When she saw clearly who the person who came in was, Hee-Churan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Shit! Hee-Churan looked towards Lin Lang with a hurried expression, and was about to say something when he saw the person at the door had already spoken. Ranchan, what are you doing? The voice was thick and powerful, and Hee-Churan immediately lowered the hand that was about to hit Lin Lang after hearing these words. Dad, I didn't do anything. Hee-Churan's tone was still filled with anger. Next to Hee-Churan stood a rich, well-mannered-looking man, Hee-Churan's father, He Zhang. Just as Lin Lang was scrutinizing He Zhang, He Zhang had also looked him over, looking at He Zhang's slightly proud, but in reality a bit repulsed look. Lin Lang knew that he was treating himself as Hee-Churan's object of pursuit. That's not wrong. He's courting Hee-Churan to come home with him now. Father-in-law, I've come to take Ranner home. The moment Lin Lang's words were spoken, not only Hee-Churan, but even He Zhang, couldn't believe his ears. Father-in-law? Ranner, what the hell is going on? He Zhang's face turned blue as he looked at Lin Lang in front of him. Dad, let me explain. That's not what happened. Hee-Churan looked at He Zhang with a face full of anxiety, but his eyes glared fiercely at Lin Lang, warning him not to say another word. That's right, father-in-law. Ranner has already promised to be my daughter-in-law, so let me take Ranner home. Lin Lang looked at Hee-Churan smugly, as if to tell her, I've already told you that I'm a daughter-in-law, and I've given you face by not telling you that I'm a maid. Don't give me face. You. Hee-Churan reached out and pointed at Lin Lang's nose, and she felt that her temper, which was on the verge of exploding. He Zhang, on the other hand, sat down on the sofa, his face full of seriousness. His face poor to the extreme. It's best if you can explain to me what's going on here. Spinning around, he looked at Hee-churan. Otherwise, you know my temper. Hearing these words, Hee-churan's body subconsciously shivered, which happened to be seen by Lin Lang. Lin Lang hooked his lips, walked up and wrapped his arms around Hee-churan's waist, changing his usual playful and amusing appearance. I just like Hee-churan. I'm going to take her home. Of course, if you don't agree then I'll make you agree. With that, he gave Lily a look, who immediately understood and took out a black card from his wallet and threw it on the table. Here's a card that counts as the money I paid for your daughter. He was trembling slightly when he saw the black card on the table. His lips trembled a little at the corners, and he looked at the man in front of him with a look of incredulity. He didn't see anything fishy from Lin Lang's body at first, but he didn't expect that the man in front of him was someone with a black card. Seeing this, the tone in which He Zhang spoke to Lin Lang became different. State who you are and maybe I'll think about it. He Zhang crossed his arms and his eyes turned greedy as he looked at Lin Lang. Dad, how could Hee-churan not have thought that his own father would be able to say such words? Lin Lang reached out and gently squeezed her waist, signaling her to calm down. Then he looked at He Zhang and hooked his lips into a smile. If you have some knowledge, the overseas Lin family, I wonder if I've heard of them. Overseas Lin family? Lin Lang didn't say exactly which Lin family it was, because he believed that as soon as he said the 4 words overseas Lin family, that would definitely make people voluntarily bow down. That's not just a business giant, that's a political giant, a powerful family that can make itself king in this world. Even Hee-churan had heard of this family and looked at Lin Lang with a little more bewilderment. You're from the Lin family overseas. The words weren't finished, but Lin Lang knew what Hee-churan wanted to ask. The hand around her waist tightened a few degrees, and leaning close to her ear, he replied softly, Soul heir. Boom! Even though it was just a whisper, everyone in the room heard it. He Zhang's body had begun to tremble violently, and the eyes that looked at Lin Lang were filled with nothing but respect, but more than anything else, fear. His legs went limp and he directly fell to his knees. Lin Xiao, it's because I have eyes that I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. Dad, you get up, Hee-churan said, breaking away from Lin Lang's restraints and running to He Zhang's side, intending to help him up, but it was rejected outright by him. Young Lin, you said you came to take my daughter home. I wonder if that's true. He Zhang's eyes were filled with anticipation, waiting with bated breath for Lin Longdi to answer. Yes, I just don't know if you agree. Lin Lang reached out and picked at his ears, asking with an air of carelessness. In fact, the answer is already obvious. Lin Lang's identity is placed here. He Zhang is eager for him to take away his daughter. Agreed. Of course. He Zhang nodded his head like pounding garlic and replied in a hurry, as if he was afraid that Lin Lang would back out. Dad, I'm your daughter. Ignoring Hee-churan's words, Lin Lang once again opened his mouth and inquired, what if I asked your daughter to be my maid? Lin Lang emphasized the word maid, just to remind He Zhang. At the same time, it also allows this arrogant and cocky Hee-churan to properly recognize her position in her father's heart. Obviously, after hearing the word maid, He Zhang wasn't a little bit surprised and just nodded his head vigorously. Of course. Saying that, and seemingly afraid that Lin Lang would not be satisfied, he reached out and tugged on Hee-churan's clothes, and opened his mouth to command. Ranner, from now on, you're Lin Xiao's person. Follow Lin Xiao to live a good life. Got it. Hee-churan's heart was so cold that he no longer knew what words to say in response to He Zhang's words, could only look with dismay at her father, whom she had adored for 20 years. It was conceivable that she could not even compare to Lin Lang, a youngest member of the Lin family, in her father's heart. It's ridiculous. Hee-churan couldn't speak anymore. Just 2 tears slowly flowed from her eyes, and she was taken to the car by Lin Lang. She also heard her father nodding his head and saying to Lin Lang, Lin Xiao, come as a guest often when you have time. If Fruer doesn't serve you properly, feel free to beat and scold you. It's fine. Feel free to scold. Alright, that's good. Even Lin Lang felt that this He Zhang was a ruthless man, and just nodded and got in his car and left. Looking at Hee-churan, who was sitting in the car, not a single tear coming out again. For a moment he pitied this child a little. Now Lin Lang also counted to understand the reason why Hee-churan is high and proud. That is because she came across such a father. If she is not high and proud again, then it is humble to the bone. Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arm around Hee-churan's waist, placing it on her shoulder and patting her twice. Don't think about it, since I'm taking you out of your misery. Live the rest of your life. After saying these words, Hee-churan looked at Lin Lang, his eyes no longer angry as they were just now, converting to full of despair. Oh, live the next days? Well, what days? Maid days? Hee-churan roared hysterically, and when Lin Lang saw this scene, he gave Phoenix a direct look. Con Long Yu, come and talk to your schoolmate. The words were talking about chatting. which was nothing more than helping Hecharan to ease his current low mood. Phoenix stepped forward and reached out to pat Hecharan's shoulder, squeezing out a little smile. Schoolgirl, there's nothing wrong with that. On the contrary, it's great. Hecharan liked Phoenix to the point of that state of brain-dead star chaser frenzy. So when he heard Phoenix's words, he was rather filled with doubt. What? Think about it. Your father didn't treat you well in that home of yours, did he? It didn't need Hecharan to nod. Phoenix was able to see that if he was really good to her, he wouldn't have sent his daughter straight to someone else's bed. Hecharan didn't answer. The mention of He Zhang made her heart bitter. But now that you are, in the end, a young master's person, your value has naturally risen quite a bit, and from now on, only the young master will be able to scold you, and the rest of the people will not be qualified to scold you, because you belong to the youngest member of the Lin family. And there are still many benefits to becoming a young master's person. After hearing Phoenix finish those words, Lin Lang couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect the cold Phoenix to be able to come up with so many words inside, but it made Lin Lang hook his lips and smile. There are so many words to psychologize others, but when it comes to yourself, there are no words at all? That's why Lin Lang thought it was time to use a little bit of method to make Phoenix climb into his bed willingly. Back at home, Hecharan's mood was already much better. Looking at Lin Lang's home in front of him, his eyes were full of surprise. It's so beautiful. Hecharan couldn't help but open his mouth to sigh. Lin Lang came closer to her and smiled. That wasn't necessary. If you like it, this is all your home from now on. Hecharan's heart was inexplicably hit for a moment, but then, it shattered into pieces because of Lin Lang's actions. Come on, I'll show you your room. With that, Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arm around Hecharan's waist and followed her up to the second floor. The second floor was full of rooms. The master bedroom was Lin Lang's room, and the rest had a dozen more rooms, which was currently enough for these guests. However, Hecharan still disliked Lin Lang's arm around her waist, but just as she was about to refuse, she was led to the second floor by Lin Lang. Reaching out, he gave her a gesture. Come on, there are rooms here, all at your disposal. It's becoming his maid. The first job. A girl, naturally, can't resist such a beautiful room. When Hecharan opened a room, he was completely captivated by the scene in front of him. This room, by far, was several times more luxurious than her room at home, not to mention the decorations inside. The size of the room and the bed alone could totally be as big as 3 of her rooms. Not to mention that these pink decorations are totally full of girly goodness. Add to that these adorable figurines that make little hearts go pitter-patter. And it's just plain awesome. Hecharan's originally somewhat sad mood was immediately eased greatly. Instead of moping, accept the moment for what it is. This was the attitude that Hecharan had always abided by since he had grown up. Lin Lang of course noticed the change in Hecharan's mood, and after seeing some light emanating from her eyes, he knew that his move had worked. How's that? Do you like it? Lin Lang came up to Hecharan's face and reached out to put an arm around Hecharan's waist. Hecharan's face immediately reddened, looking at Lin Lang in front of her, wanting to dodge, but still didn't speak again, because Lin Lang had asked Phoenix to find out 10 top-notch beauties. Phoenix had been working on this matter this afternoon, after returning from going to Hecharan's house with Lin Lang. That's how Lin Lang woke up the next morning and saw 10 beautiful women. Lin Lang initially thought that he had misread the situation, but just as he reached out and rubbed his eyes, that's when he realized that it was true. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Lang counted. No more, no less. Exactly 10. Looking at this one's plump breasts and fat ass made Lin Lang feel much more relaxed for a moment. Good morning, young master. What was the feeling of 10 top-notch beauties greeting Lin Lang together? Lin Lang had finally experienced it today. Lin Lang sat down on the sofa, his eyes roaming over the crowd. I stuttered at the sight of a beautiful woman. What's the name? This beautiful woman was very innocent looking and looked as if she was a recent college graduate who had not yet been tainted by the dike of society. Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing opened her mouth to reply. There was no impurity in any of her voice, and Lin Lang nodded with satisfaction after hearing that. Yes, that's a good name. Immediately afterward, his eyes narrowed and a transparent page was revealed to him. Name Mu Qingqing. Personality, innocent. Skill, clean LV3. Rating, 91. Can cleanliness even be considered a skill these days? But Lin Lang likes it. Anything is okay. The main thing was that Mu Qingqing's rating had actually gone up to 90 points. Not bad. Here, sit next to me. Lin Lang reached out and patted the seat next to him, and he saw Mu Qingqing walking over in a very well-behaved manner, then sitting down in a regular manner. In an instant, a fresh fragrance flooded Lin Lang's nostrils, a fragrance that was pure yet not dull, the kind of fragrance that was very soulful, making him very satisfied. Reaching around her ample waist, the scent entered even more strongly inside his nose. Do you know what you're here for? Lin Lang looked at the 10 beautiful women in front of him and opened his mouth to inquire. I don't know. What? I can't believe you don't even know what you're here for. When Lin Lang heard this reply, he cast his eyes on Phoenix, who was standing on the side. Phoenix reached up and rubbed his head in embarrassment. I don't know what I'm looking for them for. Fine, then I'll tell you that you're here to be my maids. If you have a problem with that, you can leave. As soon as Lin Lang's words were spoken, the 10 people present, including Mu Qingqing who had already sat beside Lin Lang, all looked surprised, looking at him with a face full of surprise. His mouth opened and closed, not knowing what to say. Lin Lang naturally observed the expressions on each of their faces, seeing them go from being proud at first to being visibly dismayed upon hearing his words, and the pangs after observing their houses, all of which were reflected in their faces. However, Lin Lang found someone who didn't have the slightest bit of entanglement or fear on her face. She just looked at him, her eyes full of doubt and seemingly puzzled. What's the problem? Lin Lang crossed his legs, propped his head on his hand, and looked at Mu Qingqing in a good way. Well, there is. Probably because she was too embarrassed. Her teeth were gently biting her lip, which looked extremely tantalizing in this moment's state. Lin Lang subconsciously gulped. He could no longer hold down his inner flame a bit. What is a maid supposed to do and what is a maid? Not only Lin Lang, but the people at the scene, couldn't help but feel surprised by Mu Qingqing's question. They could understand that she was just out of school and didn't know anything, but it would be too pure to not even understand something so simple and shallow. Lin Lang glanced at Ko Naixin, who immediately understood, looked at Mu Qingqing, and opened her mouth to explain. Oh little sister, a maid is equivalent to the young master's personal belongings, fulfilling all his desires when he needs them. It's not bad to be out in the community and so wonderful on top of answering questions. If someone else had answered it, they wouldn't necessarily have answered it so well. However, even though Mu Qingqing's face remained unchanged after hearing the reply, I do. Lin Lang was in a good mood. Reaching out and wrapping his arms around Mu Qingqing, he directly imprinted a mark on her mouth. You give me you and I'll give you everything. After Lin Lang said these words, the eyes of the remaining 9 people all lit up and looked at Lin Lang with a wolf-like look. I do. Young master, I'm willing to. Young master, I agree. Young master, I. If they had made a decision instantly before Lin Lang said that, he would have definitely chosen them. Now, however, that's when he picked someone. Lin Lang hooked his lips into a smile and wrapped his arm around Mu Qingqing's waist, looking at each of them with scrutinizing eyes. This one, the mouth is too big. This one, the face is too small. This one, the hair is too long. This one, too fat. This. Lin Lang reached out and pointed at them while talking about each of their shortcomings, and upon hearing this comment, each of their faces turned ironic. One of them wanted to fight a little more when he thought of Lin Lang's words, I'll give you everything. Young master, a big mouth is good. A big mouth to eat in all directions, and it can also wrap all around you. Young master, wouldn't it be great? Saying that, the beautiful woman also deliberately colorfully raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Lang, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, a bit of fun. You're it then. Lin Lang finally reached out and pointed at another beautiful woman. Then spoke, just these 3, the rest of you can leave. Young master, we'd love to. Yes young master. Lin Lang didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards these gold-worshipping women, and just looked towards the 3 left in front of him, and opened his mouth indifferently. Of the 3 of you, I'll only end up leaving one behind, and it's Mu Qingqing. Mouth Big Sister's mouth dropped open as she heard these words, looking full of aggravation, but it was still interrupted by Lin Lang's next words. But trust me, one night with me and the benefits will not be lost on you. After saying that, Lin Lang didn't even ask for the names of the remaining 2 people before walking straight upstairs. Seeing Lin Lang go upstairs, only 7 beauties were left below, just in time to gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Divine Dragon. Che, philandering man, Charon opened his mouth to spit without a good mood, and when he thought of Lin Lang's appearance just now, he couldn't help but press him to the ground and give him a good beating. Not at all. Young master is very good to us. Lily opened her mouth, trying her best to salvage Lin Lang's image. Alright, don't argue, we're not qualified to say whether the young master is good or not. Ko Naixin laughed lightly. Only Mu Qingqing, at the sight of the phoenix, lit up. Hello sister, my name is Mu Qingqing. What is your name? As soon as the always high and cold Phoenix encountered this kind of cute as hell little girl, his heart instantly melted. Phoenix, despite his cold expression, Heartland had actually taken a liking to this little girl, because there was a time when she was so innocent, but it was just a slip of the tongue and a fall into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. So for the lovely and simple Mu Qingqing in front of her, her heart would be a little different. And Lily was simple, but were people who had been carefully trained by the Lin family really simple? Phoenix couldn't believe for a second that it was possible to come out of the Lin family. out of a mere character. Sister, when did you come here? Will the young master be stressed? When Lily heard this, she immediately replied, of course not. Young master is very good to us. Lin Lang, who had already gone upstairs, had not imagined at all that the people below had chatted and still looked relatively pleasant. He cleaned up on top of the table when he heard a call from Butler Lu. Butler Lu had disappeared for several days and didn't know exactly where he had gone. And now that he called, it surprised Lin Lang. Young master, I've been busy with something for the past few days and may not be able to return. So don't forget about the family gathering in 3 days. Young master. Hearing about the family gathering, Lin Lang immediately thought that it was an unwritten rule of their family. Because of the size of the family, it's rare for everyone to even have a chance to eat dinner together as a family. So there will be a regular family gathering. However, when it was said to be a family gathering, it was actually a time to indirectly display their respective strengths, which was an open and shut war. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed as he thought of this. 3 days later, there was very little time left to prepare. However, he also just hooked his lips, having the confidence that he should have for this kind of thing. Got it. Lin Lang hung up the phone and walked straight to the restroom, taking a brief shower before heading downstairs. Young master. A few of the ones who were chatting their hearts out immediately stood up after seeing Lin Lang come down and nodded at him. With a gesture from Lin Lang, they sat down and looked at the young master in front of them. Tonight, you 3 come with me to the room. These are the 3 people that have just been chosen. A shudder ran through his heart at the words, but he nodded without moving. The night came a little earlier than usual tonight. It seemed to be quietly anticipating something. Lin Lang finished his meal and returned to his room early, and after playing a game for a while, he heard voices coming from outside the door of his room. Enter. As the words fell, 3 women were seen, walking in, one by one. They stood in front of him, and he dropped his glasses to the floor in amazement. Are all 3 of these women this wild? Surprisingly, he was straight up naked. But fortunately, Mu Qingqing at least had a little bit of clothes on. But that was just the last covering on her body. Lin Lang gulped, screwing 3 at once, not to mention not having any money. Even when he had money, he wasn't this prodigal. So tonight, let's say, was his first attempt. Looking at all 3 blazed at the thought. Lie down, greenie, and take off your clothes. The tone of his voice remained flat as he looked toward the 3, and only when he saw that they were all sitting down did he then stand up directly. The main force tonight. But Mu Qingqing. Qingqing's shy face immediately turned red when she heard these words, and with small steps she ran to Lin Lang, reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, and jumped into his arms. I don't want to. I'm shy. The whiny voice came from Lin Lang, making Lin Lang's entire body completely defenseless when he saw such a disobedient, but really cute Mu Qingqing. The body has reacted down there. Good boy. Behave. Lin Lang's voice was already a bit off as he spoke, and the way he looked at Mu Qingqing's eyes, he became even more mesmerized. Don't. Young master. Mu Qingqing was still pouting, but Lin Lang couldn't hold back any longer and directly pounced on Mu Qingqing, pressing her onto the bed. Young master. The sudden movement startled Mu Qingqing, but she suppressed her voice and tried her best to match Lin Lang's movements. However, just when Lin Lang happened to be planning to take off his pants and give vent to his deepest desires, he heard the sound of the door opening. Instantly, Lin Lang's fire rose, snapping up from Mu Qingqing's body. He quickly walked in front of the arrival, reaching out and pointing directly at her nose. Hecharan, you'd better have something important going on, or else if you disrupt my good deed, I'll be able to give you a taste of the consequences. Hecharan, who came in rashly, completely didn't expect such a light inside the room, and upon seeing the situation over here, the whole person froze. What the hell is going on here? One naked. She was a little afraid to accept it, but she looked at the angry Lin Lang. I just came to ask if you want soup. Why are you being so mean? Hecharan also got energized and looked at Lin Lang and directly yelled. Confined to the corner by Lin Lang, Hecharan's eyes wandered, feeling Lin Lang's breath hitting his face, but Lack dared not make any movement. Looking at Hecharan, who was as scared as a white rabbit in his arms, it made Lin Lang hook his lips in an evil smile. What? Where's the aura of pushing the door directly when you just entered? After saying that, before Hecharan could speak, he directly reached out, picked up Hecharan's chin and looked at her. I'm warning you, no matter how honorable your previous status was, as long as once you become my maid, you have to follow my rules. As he said that, he didn't forget to come closer to Hecharan and lightly bit her lips. Only after Hecharan was in pain did this release her. Got it. Hecharan bowed his head, a little bit of a glint in his eyes. However, Lin Lang didn't have much time to say anything more to her right now and directly coldly said, "Get out." As he watched the door of the room being closed, Lin Lang's sight then shifted to Mu Qingqing and the 3 of them once again. Because of Hecharan's disturbance, The atmosphere just now all disappeared. Lin Lang directly reached out and hammered the wall. Damn it, tomorrow night I'll make sure he Churin knows what it means to be a rule. As the night passed, Mu Qingqing was satisfied with Lin Lang from her original youthfulness until her final skillfulness. Only when he saw that Mu Qingqing and the rest of the two were exhausted did he reach out his hand and ask the rest of the two to back off. With his own arms around Mu Qingqing, he fell asleep inside the room. Early the next morning, Mu Qingqing got up very early, and after looking at Lin Lang who was still asleep, she let out a light laugh and reached out to pinch Lin Lang's nose. Seemingly sensing the movement on his nose, Lin Lang opened his eyes and looked at the mischievous Mu Qingqing in front of him, hooking his lips into a smile. This was followed by a roll that pinned her down. What? Didn't you get enough last night? Nasty. Mu Qingqing's face instantly reddened. Upon hearing this, Lin Lang had already begun his big morning plowing. It wasn't until Mu Qingqing was so tired that she fell asleep again that he got up and went downstairs to eat. The remaining two people who served last night had packed up and left early in the morning because they had gotten the news about Lin Lang. However, Lin Lang naturally did not treat the ground poorly and gave them $500,000 each, which was not a loss. $500,000 a night, and it's worthy of their beautiful name. Just after going downstairs and sitting on the sofa, Lin Lang heard the system's voice ringing in his head. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering 3 beauties above 90 points, now gaining 3,000 points. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, this time rewarding the host with an egg. Lin Lang then saw an additional colored egg in his hand, and right after prying it open, he saw that inside was a card that emitted a golden glow. Top Lucky Charms. What is this? In answer to the host, the top lucky charm is the most powerful of all the lucky charms. He can allow the host to have a super lucky physique for a short period of time, and almost achieve the state of having his heart's desire come true. Hearing this introduction, Lin Lang did light up. How long is the brief time? I don't know. Almost mind-blowing, meaning maybe not mind-blowing? Probably. For the system's answer, Lin Lang really wanted to give a bad review, but after thinking about it, he still didn't get angry with the system and directly put the talisman inside his backpack. Young master, Lin Lang had just returned to his senses when he heard Lily's voice. I've called you several times, but young master ignores me. I'm so angry. Looking at Lily's current pampered appearance, it made Lin Lang reach out and pinch her cheeks in a good mood. Good girl, I was just thinking about something. With that, he looked to the Phoenix on the side. Phoenix, find out for me who is going to the family gathering the day after tomorrow. I need a complete list of people. Good. As soon as Lin Lang's words on his side were finished, heartbreaking yells could be heard from inside the bathroom. Lin Lang immediately ran in the direction of the restroom after hearing the sound. Because he heard it, it was Ko Naishin's voice. Just walking inside the room was a surprise to Lin Lang. Ko Naishin was currently collapsed on the ground, a bloody mess that looked particularly horrible. The body was still squirming from time to time, making Lin Lang's brain foggy for a moment, and he had no idea what was going on with this matter anymore. The few people who came in behind them, except for Lily and Phoenix, were screaming at the top of their lungs. Hearing this voice made Lin Lang frown. Shut up. Then, pressing down the slight fear in his heart, he walked forward and reached out to help Ko Naishin up. Xiner, what's wrong with you? What happened? Why is it that inside the bathroom, after a good wash, you just collapsed so directly to the ground? And what the hell is going on? After seeing Lin Lang arrive, Ko Naishin barely opened her eyes, reached out and grabbed Lin Lang's hand. Looking at him, young master, me, I might not make it. Lin Lang had already lost a bit of his sense of proportion, and after hearing these words, he directly spoke. What's going on? My body was drugged by Wang Yangming. Once I betrayed him, his side would use a ruthless means to make me die in a short period of time. Ko Naishin's speech had broken. That's why Wang Yangming was so forgetful in the first place. Upon hearing these words, Lin Lang's hands had clenched. His chest was full of indignation. How did this happen? How? Why didn't you say so ahead of time? Because I don't know, Ko Naishin said. Her eyes had slowly closed. Courtney. She couldn't open her eyes anymore, no matter how much the others screamed. Lin Lang hugged Ko Naishin and sat on the ground for a while. All of this, it was all because of him. But the culprit, Wang Yangming, will never be spared. Young master, the ground is cold. Get up. Only after hearing these words did Lin Lang slowly stand up and look at Ko Naishin in front of him. The voice became breathless. Well, bury Xiner properly. Phoenix, you do it. After saying that, it seemed that he could no longer bear to look at Ko Naishin, and directly left the living room and walked out of the house. A red Rolls-Royce sped through the streets, regardless of the honking of others. Lin Lang now just wanted to vent his anger. Yes, it's amazing that Courtney just walked away. The more Lin Lang thought about it in his heart, the more angry he became. But right now, he could have gone straight to Wang Yangming and given him a good lesson, but now is not the time, and it is far better to break down mentally than to be crushed physically. It was already the next morning when Lin Lang returned home. Because they didn't come back all night, both Phoenix and Lily were mad with anxiety. After all, they were specifically sent by the Lin family to protect Lin Lang, but last night they let it go, letting Lin Lang go out alone, and they weren't around. They couldn't afford it if anything really happened. Young master, you're finally back. Lily jumped straight into Lin Lang's arms upon seeing him return. What's wrong? After a night of settling down, Lin Lang was now much better and seemed to have forgotten yesterday's events. For he knew that this matter must not bring too much emotional levity to him. He is the backbone of the family and must never collapse. Thinking of this, Lin Lang tried to look as normal as possible and simply spoke directly. Don't worry, I'm fine. With that, looking to Mu Qingqing to the side, he instead walked forward and reached out to pinch her nose. Does the leg still hurt? After hearing these words, Mu Qingqing instead shyly lowered her head, smiled, and directly shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Even though the sound was small, it was still loud and clear inside this very quiet room. It made everyone in the room sound a little awkward. Lily reached up and touched her nose, a little unsure of what to say. He Charon, on the other hand, gave an angry look, then turned around directly. Humph, rascal. Lin Lang frowned slightly when he heard these words. Oh, I'm rogue? That's because you haven't seen my rogue side yet. If you really want to know, I can show you in a few days. After saying that, without waiting for Charon to scold him, Lin Lang directly twisted his head and left. But before he left, he didn't forget to look at Phoenix. Remember the list I asked for, and, don't forget, mess up Wang Yangming's house for me. After that, he went straight back to his room. Ko Naixin's sudden departure felt empty in Lin Lang's heart, and his lack of sleep for the night caused his mind to be a bit confused. When I got back to my room, I just covered myself with the covers and went straight to sleep. It wasn't until the day of the family gathering that Lin Lang got in the spirit of things, dressed in a suit and tie. He looked off to the side and watched Phoenix and Lily's eyes go straight after they both wore a black and white tuxedo. She had known that these two were extremely beautiful, but she hadn't realized how beautiful they had become after eschewing those tacky clothes. If it wasn't too late, Lin Lang really wanted to have a go here. But soon enough, Butler Lu came to hurry. Young master, it's time, we should go. Butler Lu didn't know what he was doing in the past few days and hadn't appeared until today, which was in front of Lin Lang. However, Lin Lang wasn't curious at all. His mind was all about the two Phoenix and Lily in bed. Since it was a family gathering, he definitely couldn't bring Charon and Mu Qingqing with him. So when the two knew that they would have to stay at home, the resigned look on their faces made Lin Lang's heart feel a little intolerant. Young master, do I look good to you? Just as Lin Lang was lost in thought, he saw Lily walk directly over and open her mouth with an expectant face to inquire. Good looking, Lin Lang answered truthfully. The hands weren't at all restless, though, and reached right up and groped Lily's ass, causing her to gasp. Butler Lu couldn't help but sigh as he saw the scene, and when he opened his mouth, intending to say something, he closed it again. Lin Lang, on the other hand, shifted his sight to the Phoenix, who was going for a darker style today. Phoenix was already depressed by not speaking, but now that she was wearing a black dress with makeup, the whole thing looked very dark. However, Lin Lang loved it. It was this unattainable feeling that stirred the desire to conquer in Lin Lang's heart. Phoenix, how's it going? Are you happy? You'll get to meet Master Lin today, also known as Lin Lang's father, the man who sponsored Phoenix to finish school much. The Phoenix's body trembled lightly after hearing those words. Lin Lang naturally noticed that something was wrong with the Phoenix, and he felt that there must be some secret he didn't know about. However, he knew that he couldn't ask Phoenix anything, so he simply looked at Butler Lu. How could the shrewd Butler Lu not know that Lin Lang had doubts in his heart? But that matter, he really couldn't say. Young master, is something wrong? This look as if nothing had happened caused Lin Lang to shake his head, and for a split second, he didn't know what to say. Since the banquet started at 6 o'clock in the evening, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Lang had already departed from his home. Considering the fact that there were more family descendants who had developed in China, this time, the ground party was in the capital city. This was also indirectly giving Lin Lang a chance so that he could show off. After all, Lin Lang would be an adult this year, and it was time to let everyone know one thing. Lin Lang soon arrived at the place of the party, a secluded place on the outskirts of the capital, and from the outside, all that could be seen were white wooden boards. The true colors inside were blocked from seeing anything. Lin Lang had been here before, so he was already familiar with the environment. Lin's was a family business, and as Lin Lang had just walked to the living room, he had already seen a large group of people sitting on the sofa, talking and laughing, one suited and booted, but each eye, watching, seeing Lin Lang walk into the room. All of them, except for the one who was still sitting on the sofa, all stood up and greeted Lin Lang. Lin Lang, I haven't seen you in a few years. I didn't expect you to look so handsome now. Lin Lang, what have you been busy with in the capital recently? Are you interested in sharing with your uncles? Lin Lang, have you found a girlfriend lately? Lin Lang, do you want us to have dinner together after our party? Seeing the people in front of him all surrounding themselves one by one with a face full of currying favor, Lin Lang only felt a pang of hypocrisy, but still the surface was full of smiles. This is a good deal. Wait, I still have some things to do. When he finished speaking, he directly bypassed the few people in front of him and walked over to the only one who hadn't stood up. This person Lin Lang knew. If he remembered correctly, the person in front of him should be his father's own brother, his own uncle. Although he had strongly opposed his own succession to his father's position in the business world, after all these years of opposition, nothing much came of it in the end, holding a grudge against Lin Lang, that's for sure. But Lin Lang, as a junior, no matter what, he still had to go up and greet him. After all, this uncle of his had not explicitly expressed any dissatisfaction with himself. Uncle, Lin Huai nodded and gestured for Lin Lang to sit down. What have you been up to lately? Then, his eyes went to the phoenix and lily standing behind Lin Lang, and his brows furrowed. His face, which was not much better, was now even more grim. Is that all you do at home all day? Saying that, he looked at Phoenix and Lily and said in a good-natured manner, you two go to the side. I'm going to have a few words with Lin Lang. However, after Lin Huai finished saying this, the two people, Phoenix and Lily, were still standing still. Lin Huai's face immediately darkened. What I said doesn't work. When Lin Lang saw this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. You guys go play by yourselves. Yes, young master. After seeing Phoenix and Lily leave, Lin Huai's eyes were out of place when he looked at Lin Lang. It's ironic that he, an uncle, doesn't even work as well as what his nephew says. However, he soon looked at Lin Lang. What have you been doing lately? And have you thought about what your father told you? Lin Lang was slightly stunned, and then he thought of the words his father Lin Shu had given him last year. It was nothing more than a kind of long-winded words to tell him about his future responsibilities, and to make him learn well about the management of the company so that he could take over his position in the future. Lin Lang rubbed his head. This kind of thing was completely dumbfounded for him right now. Okay? He doesn't know anything about running a company. But still, Thurston nodded. Well, I've been reading a little bit, and I've been feeling my way around a little bit lately. You can't do this. You're still pretty bad at this now in any way. Hearing Lin Huai's words, Lin Lang actually wanted to say something in particular. What? I'm bad. So you think you can take over the company? But before Lin Lang could finish his words, he saw the two of them, his father and sister, follow behind his grandfather and walk out together. At least it was a big family. After seeing the family head come out, they all stood up, including Lin Huai. Lin Huai's eyes radiated for a moment when he saw Elder Lin, but it was fleeting and was just covered up by himself. Lin Lang, on the other hand, saw it all clearly, but just didn't say anything more. Sit down. Hearing Elder Lin's words, they then sat down at the table, a particularly large one, and everyone would sit at the appropriate seat according to their status. Lin Lang had just planned to sit in his seat when he heard Lin Lao's voice. Lin Lang, come here, sit next to Grandpa. Good. Lin Lang sat directly next to Elder Lin, and directly across from him was Lin Shu. Lin Shu's eyes twinkled for a moment after seeing what seemed like a slight change in his son. Luang did something happen recently? It looks like you've gotten a lot steadier. Elder Lin naturally also found out that if it was according to the previous Lin Lang, then he would definitely not be willing to sit down. But this time, one call was accurate, making even Lin Lao curious. Lin Lang's heart paused. It really was a case of fear of what would come. What he was most afraid of this time around was that they would recognize that his true identity was not actually their son. However, Lin Lang only froze, then looked at them, her eyes blinking. Isn't this already adulthood? I don't think it's time to be as unintelligent as before, and to share a little for the family. The way he said this, Lin Lang wanted to applaud himself. It was simply brilliantly said. Elder Lin looked at Lin Lang and said with a smile, so the two people I gave you, are they still satisfied? Satisfied, as long as it's from Grandpa. Ha ha ha, you kid, you can talk. As he said that, Lin Lang also laughed lightly, but he always felt that this sentence was a bit off. But watching them change the subject, he didn't think much of it. Come on, let's have a family gathering once every 3 months. It's not easy for everyone to fight outside. Let's toast. Lin Shu raised his glass and took a drink. Seeing this situation, Lin Lang then picked up his wine glass and drank it down. The scene only then seemed less awkward and quickly came alive. Where there are people, however, there is naturally no shortage of bragging and climbing. Those who have sons show their sons and those who don't show their daughters. Daughters go to college show school. Join the workforce show work. Those who are married show their grandchildren and those who aren't show their dates. Listening to Lin Lang's ears are going to be cocooned. Completely all nutrient-less things. Still able to be taken out by them to show. Feeling bored. Lin Lang reached up and rubbed his ears. Yet with just that one action, the group noticed his impatience. They came to ask, what has Lin Lang been busy with lately? What can I do as a fresh graduate? Before Lin Lang could say these words, he saw Butler Lu speak up and reply, our young master has been busy with his new company recently and has wasted too much of his words, so why don't you just let me answer for the young master? Lin Lang was a bit confused by the sudden interjection. New company? What new company? What the hell is going on here? Not only was Lin Lang in a daze, even the people present were puzzled. It would be plausible to say that Lin Lang lost a new company. After all, Lin Lang's defeatist character was here to stay. But opening a new company made them feel unbelievable. Sometimes the truth is just the way it is and you have to believe it. I don't know if you've heard of the recent newcomer to the scene, Lance? Not to mention them, even Lin Lang himself knew that it was one of the latest trendy brands, and it was also one of those upscale brands. But what does this have to do with himself? It's hard not to. Lance has certainly heard of it. It's all the rage these days. Yeah, the Lance stuff is especially good. Not to mention the stuff inside. I really wish Lance would put out more stuff. There's so little stuff. That's all fine. Can't have more. But what does Rangs have to do with Lin Lang? After listening to these people's chatter, Lin Lang couldn't help but look forward to what Butler Lu's next words would be. The brand of Langs. The founder is our young master. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear this news. Those who had originally praised Lin Lang just now couldn't help but give themselves a few slaps. Really? I didn't expect to compliment Lin Lang. However, seeing the look on each of their faces as if they had eaten shit made Lin Lang's heart happy. Looking at them, he hooked his lips. A lazy look. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. All of you put forward your opinions. I will adopt them. When the time comes, I also hope that all of your relatives will support. Good. Definitely support. Support. Ever seen that kind of gnashing of teeth and congratulations? Lin Lang had now seen it with his own eyes. However, Lin Lang didn't care about any of this, because he had noticed that there was a gaze that had been on his body, never stopping to observe. That's his grandfather. Lin Lang was a bit scared in his heart, so he didn't say much afterward, but just listened to what the others were saying. When everyone had pretty much said their piece, Lin Shu then stood up and pressed his hands vainly in the air, signaling everyone to be quiet. While we're all here today, let me make an announcement. Immediately afterward, everyone waited with bated breath for Lin Shu's next words. I'd like to make a formal announcement about my son Lin Lang inheriting the Lin clan. Boom! As soon as this was said, the scene exploded. Looking at Lin Lang, they all seemed like hungry tigers pouncing on him, wanting to press him to the ground and give him a good beating. It seemed like the only way Lin Lang wouldn't become Lin's heir. This line, though, is too pedestrian to be done at all by the people present. Brother, I object. Lin Huai, Lin Lang's good uncle, directly objected to his face, not giving Lin Lang any face at all. Well, at least it was Lin Shu's decision. No matter how much opposition, it had to be after letting Lin Shu finish this matter. Lin Shu subconsciously frowned when he saw Lin Huai, who stood up. Are you that ignorant? Lin Huai didn't care about the angry Lin Shu at all. He just spoke one after another. It's not that I'm ignorant, brother, but this matter, it really shouldn't be nah. Saying that, he looked at Lin Lang with a look of hatred. Brother, look at Lin Lang. What kind of skills can he have to take over Lin's? And, Lin Lang is only 18 years old now, so I don't think we should just hand Lin's over to an 18-year-old. Saying that, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and sneered, which happened to be heard by Lin Huai. What are you laughing at? Me? Of course I'm laughing at your stupidity and ignorance. You. Lin Huai had an iron face. He completely did not expect Lin Lang to be able to say this. Although the previous Lin Lang was a playboy, he still had some respect for his uncle. But now it made Lin Huai not even know what to say. I don't have the ability. That's what you don't see. Lance will hold off on that for now. Just tell me what I need to be able to do. Luanger, Lin Shu opened his mouth to remind him, and Lin Lang directly gave him a reassuring look. Lin Huai was riding a tiger at the moment. It seemed like he had to say something or else he really couldn't get off the stage. First, let me ask you if you understand what finance is. And second, do you know what profit means? Before Lin Lang had a chance to speak, he heard Lin Huai spilling out a bunch of questions. If it were the other way around, you probably wouldn't even be able to remember the question. Lin Lang, however, remembered it clearly, because he had just a second ago used the top luck charm he had acquired yesterday. Therefore, the current Lin Lang, with regard to Lin Huai's question, it was simply a matter of convenience. For now though, there was no talking yet, just observing the expressions on the faces of everyone sitting there. The main thing was that Lin Lang was actually able to see exactly what was going on in everyone's mind right now. This top lucky charm is really powerful. This time I'd like to see if Lin Lang can answer it or not. It's over and done with. Looks like Lin Lang won't be able to inherit the Lin clan. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and answer. I'd like to see how much skill you have. That's right. Lin Lang can't answer it at all. If he can answer it, I'll eat shit. Lin Lang hooked his lips in a mocking smile and then looked at Lin Huai. Humph. I don't believe you can answer it. No matter what this time, we can't let Lin Lang have his way. After just seeing what Lin Huai had in mind, Lin Lang felt that he must satisfy his uncle, or else he would be too sorry for this uncle of his. Lin Lang hooked his lips and directly answered out Lin Huai's question. Not just answered it, but answered it correctly. Even the order in which the questions were asked was remembered. However, it was impossible for Lin Lang to answer the question in such a straightforward and step-by-step manner. Hey, uncle, what was the next question you asked? Commonalities between businesses. Lin Huai froze and opened his mouth to reply, but he was directly shot back by Lin Lang. Looks like you don't remember it very well either, uncle. That's the next question. Lin Huai was instantly embarrassed when he heard this, but he waited for Lin Lang to finish answering the question before speaking again. What does Lin Lang do at home? Have you read all these books? No. Lin Lang shook his head. But uncle, haven't you heard of an idiom called self-taught? Upon hearing these words, the people who were drinking water couldn't help but spray it out, looking at Lin Lang with a face full of shock. Who gave him the courage to say such shameless things? And, even if it really is self-taught, doesn't that know how to keep a low profile? Lin Lang, however, didn't care in the slightest, only changing the jocular undertone he had just used, his eyes staring at Lin Huai with a deadly stare. Well, uncle, I am now capable of inheriting the position. Lin Huai didn't know what to say for a moment, but the way he looked at him all changed radically. Lin Lang could naturally see what was going on in Lin Huai's mind, and in the heart of every person here. That's what they're thinking. The scene was quiet for a while, and after about 5 minutes, Lin Huai seemed to have figured out exactly how to compromise on this matter. Well, in that case, then I will agree to inherit the Lin clan. However, my father means to want me to inherit the Lin clan after the consummation of the marriage, so I will follow my father's choice. Hearing this, the crowd was relieved. As long as they didn't inherit now, then everything was fine. What Lin Huai had originally intended to say was also directly blocked because of Lin Lang's words. However, the way he looked at Lin Lang had changed from looking at a brat to looking at a capable person. What Lin Lang wanted was this change. Since he, Lin Lang, was no longer Lin Lang, he had to make everyone change their minds about him. Let them know that Lin Lang was not just the youngest Lin of the overseas Lin family, but was likewise a truly capable person. A party that just ended in a war full of no smoke. Just as the last bite of the meal was eaten, Lin Lao suddenly stood up and looked at Lin Lang. Go to my room in a minute. Lin Lang was puzzled in his heart, but he still followed. Lin Shu reached out and grabbed Lin Lang, with a strange look in his eyes that Lin Lang couldn't understand. And despite being aided by the system, it's a confusing mess, with absolutely no idea what Lin actually means. Just as Lin Lang was about to open his mouth to inquire, he saw Lin Shu release his hand. Go up. Walking straight up, he reached out and knocked on the door, and after hearing a heavy voice, reached out and pushed the door in. He only saw Lin Lao turning his back to Lin Lang. His back was depressed. Much older than when he was just downstairs. Lin Lang frowned. The current Lin Lao was completely different from the one who was down there, and this made Lin Lang feel terrified in his heart. For some reason, the moment he saw Lin Lao's back, Lin Lang couldn't help but want to escape from this place. To be honest, he was scared. He didn't know why. He just subconsciously wanted to escape. Just when Lin Lang was searching in his heart for a plan to open his mouth to ease the current atmosphere, he saw Lin Lao directly turn around and look at Lin Lang on the opposite side of the room. His eyes were full of loss. Lin Lang was puzzled. He didn't understand. He was so good. Why was Lin Lao's eyes still full of loss when he looked at himself? However, just when Lin Lang heard Elder Lin's next sentence, his entire body lightly trembled for a few moments. Where's Lin Lang? What does Lin Lao mean? Isn't he standing right in front of him? Lin Lang was dismayed in his heart, but remained expressionless. His heart was full of surprise, and his heart, which was already a bit nervous, was now beating even faster. Often, only those who were closest to each other at this distance were able to see that something was wrong with Lin Lang. However, Lin Lang couldn't see what was going on in Elder Lin's mind at all. Could it be that the top lucky charms were out of order? I know you're not my grandson, and you're much better than my grandson, but I still want you to be kind. In the first half of the sentence, Lin Lang's heart was still calm, but just as he heard the last sentence, his heart began to tremble. What the hell does that mean? Being born a human being, I expect you to be kind. Otherwise, then you don't deserve to be human? At this moment, Lin Lang had already thought of several tricks to escape, but this was the third floor. Jumping from the window would only leave him half dead, but to go out through the door of the room would have been to throw yourself into the net. Lin Lang calmed his mind for a bit, looked at Lin Lao in front of him, and hooked his lips into a smile. Grandpa, I'm Lin Lang, your grandson. It's just that, Grandpa, you told me during my bar mitzvah that my family lineage is so strong, so naturally, I have to return the favor to Grandpa for my own abilities. Saying that, Lin Lang walked over to Lin Lao and squatted in front of him. I still remember when I was greedy and wanted to steal the candy my dad had hidden. I kept looking inside my room and ended up spilling the wine my grandpa had been saving for a long time, because Grandpa saw me as little and didn't hit me. After Lin Lang finished his sentence, after seeing the movement in Elder Lin's eyes, he raised his eyebrows in an extremely good mood and continued. And then there was the time when I didn't want to go to school, and I secretly skipped school without letting anyone know, and Grandpa took me to the playground. It was something but none of them knew about, a little secret between the two of them. Elder Lin had completely trusted the Lin Lang in front of him after hearing about this matter. Hurriedly reaching out to help Lin Lang up, he looked at him with tears glistening in his eyes. Child, come get up quickly. Only then did Lin Lao take a good look at Lin Lang, and only after seeing that everything was fine with him and making sure that he was his grandson did he reach out and pat Lin Lang's shoulder. Good, that's a good boy. Good for Grandpa. Elder Lin was naturally talking about what had just happened down there. When Lin Lang heard this, he reached out and touched his head and smiled. Those were just random things I read, and I didn't expect Uncle to just happen to ask me those questions. Lin Lang was playing the big tail here, but in fact, he couldn't be happier in his heart. If it wasn't bad to get excited in that situation, he would have jumped 3 feet high and used it to express his happy feelings. Lin Lao was very satisfied with Lin Lang's current appearance. Reaching out and taking his hand, he spoke in a serious tone. Since you're so capable now, then Grandpa will also tell you something. I hope that you can deal with it as soon as possible. What? Looking at Lin Lao's serious expression, Lin Lang knew that this matter was not simple. Lin Lao looked at Lin Lang and said in all seriousness, "There's a situation on your sister's side." He then sighed, full of the vicissitudes of life. "Your sister hasn't been in a very good mood these past 2 days. I heard that she's having trouble in her relationship, so if you can, come home with me and have a good talk with your sister." Lin Lang knew from his memories that he had been close to his sister Lin Mu since he was a child, and the two could be said to have played together since they were young. Now that he heard that Lin Mu's side was not in a very good mood, he immediately promised Lin Lao, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll go home in a few days after my side of things are taken care of." The grandparents and grandchildren then chatted for a long time inside the room, all about something or other. It can be said that Lin Lang also benefited greatly. Know a lot of things. Lin Lang used to love talking to older people, and he still did, because then he could learn a lot. The party ended quickly, and by the time Lin Lang returned home, it was already after 10 o'clock in the evening. He was paralyzed with exhaustion and lay directly on the sofa, and Mu Qingqing directly pounced on Lin Lang when she saw him come back. Seeing that Lin Lang's heart was not high, he simply reached out directly and helped Lin Lang massage his body. "Young master, what did you do today? Why are you so tired?" Mu Qingqing opened her mouth as she rubbed it, her mouth beaming and looking very cute. Lin Lang laughed lightly. "I've been thinking about you all day today. Do you think I'm tired? Nasty. Nah, water." He Charan handed Lin Lang a cup of water without any good humor. Lin Lang didn't say anything more and didn't care about He Charan's attitude. He directly drank it all in one go. Immediately after that, looked to Phoenix and Lily. "Well, what do you think of my performance today?" Hearing Lin Lang's words, Lily, who had been holding her breath for a long time, seemed to have opened the valve and directly spat it all out. "Young master, you don't know. You're that handsome today. That's simply too handsome. You know, even I was shocked when you said those words." Lily had also learned about finance when she came to Lin Lang's side, but Lily couldn't answer many of today's questions. Originally, he had intended to remind Lin Lang and sweat for him, but he didn't expect that Lin Lang would answer it. God knows how excited Lily was at that moment. Still restrained myself at the time. "Young master, in a word, handsome, handsome, handsome." Hearing Lily's praise, Lin Lang just smiled, looking like he deserved it. It seemed as if that in itself should have been the honor he received. Immediately after that, Lin Lang's sight turned and he saw the Phoenix to the side. "Phoenix, come and tell." Phoenix couldn't help but feel a slight warmth cross her heart even as she thought about how things had been at the party today. According to her first impression of Lin Lang, it was nothing more than the image of a playboy with no other merits. However, just today, after seeing Lin Lang's performance, inexplicably, he felt that his young master wasn't that bad. But despite that, Phoenix just said faintly. Very well. No, Lin Lang was still waiting for the following. No more. Lin Lang was dissatisfied with Phoenix's answer, but Mu Qingqing would pick up on it, reaching out and pulling Lin Lang's arm, shaking it around. Young master, I also want to hear about your handsome side today. I want to hear it too. Seeing Mu Qingqing's little head bobbing around, Lin Lang's mood was slightly soothed. With that, a transparent panel appeared in front of him. Here's the info sheet for Phoenix. Every time when one of them changed, it would automatically be shown to Lin Lang. This time, Lin Lang could clearly see that the Phoenix's favorability towards himself had actually increased by 10 points. It went from being a 0 to being a 10. Lin Lang looked at the serious Phoenix, but hooked his lips. I did not expect the appearance looks so calm. In fact, the inner has long been waves. Right. Thinking of this, Lin Lang was in a good mood and didn't bother with the Phoenix, who was such a character in itself anyway. If she was going to love her willingly, she would have to take her time. Lin Lang understood all of this, so he didn't force it anymore. You let your Phoenix sister tell you about it. Lin Lang reached out and touched Mu Qingqing's head, smiled, and directly walked upstairs to his room to rest, because she was tired after a long day. Lin Lang didn't get anyone to come up and sleep with her tonight, and she fell asleep just after touching the pillow. It wasn't until the next morning that Lin Lang woke up leisurely. It was only after seeing the bare ceiling that he reached up and rubbed his eyes. Sitting up. Young master, what you explained is done. Wang is now a mess. Having such good news so early in the morning made Lin Lang very happy. Straight out from under the covers. When Phoenix saw Lin Lang, who was wearing nothing, he immediately shrieked in shock, turned around and twisted his head, no longer looking at him. Lin Lang was quite satisfied with this reaction of hers. Laughing softly, he put on the only covering underneath before he opened his mouth to command, "Help me get dressed." The tone was flat, but it was full of commanding words. After hearing these words, Phoenix's body was stunned when she heard these words, originally thinking that she had heard wrong. But just when Lin Lang repeated it a second time, she couldn't find any excuse. Young master, Phoenix thought for a moment and immediately spoke. I'll go get you a replacement. Saying that, just as he was about to leave, he was directly called by Lin Lang. Stop, did I tell you to go? Phoenix didn't say anything, just blushed and lowered his head, not knowing what to say. She wanted to run away, but didn't dare. I say again, come over here and dress me. Impatience had already appeared among Lin Lang's tone, and Phoenix could naturally hear it. Phoenix's feet slowly moved a few times, looking at Lin Lang's feet. Yes, she didn't dare to look up into Lin Lang's eyes. She was afraid. However, looking at Lin Lang's current appearance, there was no escape for her. Since this was the case, the Phoenix dwelled on it for a long time, worrying that Lin Lang was a bit unable to wait, before extending his trembling hand, picked up Lin Lang's clothes and put a top on him. But when it came to his pants, Phoenix just couldn't find a position where he couldn't touch the thing, no matter how much he changed positions. Anxiously, Phoenix's hands were full of trouble, and all of this was seen by Lin Lang, but he didn't say anything more. He just reached out and grabbed Phoenix's hand, eyes full of questions. Don't dare? The Phoenix nodded slightly, its eyes dodging, not daring to look at Lin Lang. Lin Lang no longer asked more questions this time, directly grabbed the Phoenix's hand and touched it toward his own that place. When for a split second he touched the bulge, Phoenix's hand subconsciously retracted. Gosh, that's just horrible. Never in her life did she think she'd ever run into that thing. I didn't realize that this time, I would just run into it. Even though it was through something, the touch was still very noticeable. Lin Lang was particularly curious about the Phoenix's reaction. He wanted to know whether this always cold and arrogant beauty was afraid or remained calm when it came to such things. The results, however, are in now. Seeing an embarrassed and scared Phoenix, Lin Lang directly reached out and picked her chin, mouth close. Phoenix, you're high and mighty, but there's someone else who's even more mighty than you, and fucks you. For sure. Without giving Phoenix a moment's leeway, he slammed his lips on hers, soft and sweet. Phoenix clenched her fists, wanting to resist, but she couldn't. The current her had to follow Lin Lang's command. Satisfied with Phoenix's docility at the moment, Lin Lang left her lips and reached up to cupping his jaw. Tell me, what is the dark secret between you and my father? Upon hearing these words, Phoenix's eyes averted and a split-second shake of her head had revealed her horror. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. She was afraid. The more Phoenix did, the more he wanted to know what was going on here. There was silence in the air for about 3 minutes before Phoenix raised his head again and looked at Lin Lang. If Lin Lang hadn't been mistaken, the Phoenix's eyes should have been filled with tears in them, but it was wiped right off by her reaching out. Young master, please, I was originally the world's #1 hacker, admired by all. But I've come to be your maid now, so please can you leave me alone? Lin Lang's body trembled slightly after hearing those words, probably because it was too much of a shock. The phoenix is so high and mighty that no matter what happens, she won't even cry out to someone who puts a gun to her head on the first day they meet. And now it's such a little thing that causes her to cry? Lin Lang's heart inexplicably softened, reaching out to touch her slowly sliding tears and opened his mouth to promise. Okay, I promise you. The phoenix was pleasantly surprised for a moment, and snapped its head up to look at Lin Lang. This was something that Phoenix was far from expecting. In her impression, Lin Lang had always been a brash character. It was impossible for him to agree to himself so easily. The phoenix had guessed correctly, and Lin Lang certainly couldn't agree so easily, because what Lin Lang wanted was the fall of her heart step by step. Lin Lang went downstairs and stopped talking about that incident. After a quiet breakfast, I knew it was time for me to get to work. After all, there are some vendettas that should be avenged. Phoenix, Lily, come with me to find our Grand Duke Wang. Yes. Charon had just stepped out from inside the room when he saw that Lin Lang was planning to leave. She walked directly in front of Lin Lang and opened her mouth to block. Wait. For Charon's disturbance that night, Lin Lang had yet to settle the score with her, and he didn't expect that he would directly block his way now. Where are you going and can you take me with you? I want to go out too. Charon's eyes flickered if anything, looking at Lin Lang with anticipation. Lin Lang then noticed that he did seem to have neglected this, not giving them enough money and freedom. Take it. Lin Lang then got right into the car, while a black card was added to the table. When Charon saw it, his mouth opened so wide that he could stuff an egg in it. It was actually a black card. She just wanted to go out and buy something, but she didn't expect Lin Lang to be so generous. Loser. With that, instead, he reached for his card and walked out. When Lin Lang arrived at Wang Yangming's doorstep, he could see that their home was already in a state of disrepair. There were even a lot of people pelting their doors with eggs. Having become such a street rat, Lin Lang was really a bit tense. She was curious as to what exactly Phoenix had done to be able to make the Wang family, which used to be quite impressive, fall to such a state. But none of that mattered. Lin Lang walked straight up and didn't even ring the doorbell, directly reaching out and knocking on the door. After about 3 minutes, the door was finally opened. When Wang Yangming saw that it was Lin Lang, his entire body froze slightly. What are you doing here? Wang Yangming was very resistant to Lin Lang. After all, if Lin Lang's words were true, he wouldn't have been such a loser that day, and he would have been directly knocked to the ground. Me? Of course I'm here to take your life. As the saying goes, one life pays for another. Since Ko Naishin has been taken away by Wang Yangming, then he, Lin Lang, naturally wants to help Ko Naishin to get this life back. Wang Yangming was first stunned, then he looked at him and laughed. Just by you? You're also too rampant. Saying that, he looked at Lin Lang with a face full of mockery. This is my turf, so if I really have to say anything, it can't be me who suffers, can it? Wang Yangming lit a cigarette, and from the smoke, it could be seen that he was now very pleased with himself. Lin Lang hooked his lips. It seems that Wang Yangming's heart is still quite big. The family had fallen into such a state that it was about to decline, but I didn't think that it would still be able to be arrogant now. He, Lin Lang, would like to see how arrogant the person in front of him was. Lin Lang reached up and touched his nose, then looked at him immediately afterward. His eyes glazed over. At least he knew some boxing skills. It was easy to deal with Wang Yangming. However, when Wang Yangming saw that Lin Lang was planning to make a move, he directly shouted, "You guys come out." Right in front of them came out 4 tall, lanky men, and it looked like these were the last of their family's bodyguards. "You guys, get on me." "Yes, young master, this person in front of us is no match for us at all." "Don't worry, young master. Brothers, charge." Seeing that the 4 men were about to rush towards Lin Lang, Lily's eyes were already full of tension. These people were a piece of cake for Lily to deal with, but Lily was worried about Lin Lang. After all, in the training Lily had received, Lin Lang didn't know any kung fu. "Don't move." Lin Lang spoke calmly, blocking Lily who was planning to go forward. The phoenix had a grim look on its face and seemed to be waiting for an opportunity as well. Lin Lang reached out and clenched his fist, his fingers making a crisp sound. Bang! Duong! Lin Lang threw a direct left hook, and instantly the 2 men fell to the ground, screaming in death. "Ah! It hurts! My leg! WOC, dare to hit my brother! Go! Humph! You've got a lot of nerve!" Lin Lang was laid back the entire time, as if he could easily knock them to the ground by just casually dodging. "Ah! Young master, help!" In less than 5 minutes, the 4 tall bodyguards had collapsed to the ground. Each one of them wailed and screamed, as if they were afraid that others would not know that they had been beaten. When Wang Yangming saw this situation, his entire face was ugly, full of darkness. looking as if he had been holding it in for a long time. What? Don't you have anyone in your family who can fight? Lin Lang was still standing leisurely, but at this time, a woman appeared in his arms. That's Lily. Lily ran over with excitement in her eyes after Lin Lang's fight and reached out to hug him. Young master is so awesome. Hearing Lily's words, Lin Lang instead happily reached out and scratched Lily's nose. So good. Seeing that Lin Lang was even flirting there, Wang Yangming's original somewhat fearful mood was immediately replaced by anger. You're good. You've got guts. Don't you dare report your identity. Lin Lang snorted. Just by you. You want to know my identity? Before Wang Yangming could speak, Lin Lang's next words had already come out. If you really want to know who I am, beat me first. However, what I feel I need to tell you is that I'm the reason why Wang is the way he is. You. Wang Yangming was furious to the extreme, reaching out and pointing at Lin Lang's nose, half unable to speak. He had originally been under the impression that the company's problems were due to his dad's mismanagement of the business and that's why it went under. But I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to be the person in front of me. Why? Why should I? Wang Yangming was puzzled, but Lin Lang didn't need to make him understand. Since you touched my people, you must bear the consequences. Saying that, with a blistering wind under his feet, he quickly ran to Wang Yangming's front and reached out to give a forceful blow towards Wang Yangming. Without waiting for Wang Yangming to react, he heard a muffled grunt. Wang Yangming just fell to the ground, never getting up again, and in the future, will not wake up. When Lin Lang saw this, the burden in his heart finally dropped. Young master, one of the bodyguard's entire body was in a panic after seeing Wang Yangming fall to the ground. This is their young master. Once anything goes wrong with the young master, how can he explain to the master? Tell your head honcho that his son, who was killed by Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family, can come to me if there's anything wrong. After saying this, Lin Lang directly left with his arms around Phoenix and Lily. Only one person was left, the bodyguard, kneeling on the ground, shaking Wang Yangming to death. When Wang Yanhong came back, he was so scared that he almost had a heart attack when he saw that his son was just out of breath, directly lying on Wang Yangming's body. Son, what's going on with you? Why are you so thoughtless? Your lordship. The bouncer paused, unsure of what to say. Wang Yanhong looked at the bodyguard and gritted his teeth. Who is it? Who did this? The bodyguard shivered and knelt in front of Wang Yangming, howling with snot and tears. Yes, it was Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family who killed him. What? When Wang Yanhong heard this name, he also all forgot to think. His mind went blank for a moment, and it was as if the whole person had lost his soul. Overseas Lin family. Lin Lang. The name, he'd heard it before. However, although the overseas Lin family was a big name, they had always been hanging out abroad. So why would they come to China? Wang Yanhong felt that his brain was a bit unable to react for a moment. The amount of information was too powerful. The next day, everyone knew that Lin Lang from the overseas Lin family had come to China. Have you heard? Lin Lang has come to China. What? Are you sure? The Lin family, that's a character that can reign supreme. Really? I'm not lying. You believe me. Have you heard? Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family not only came to the capital, but also directly screwed Wang. What? So awesome. Wow. This is too much. Lin Lang woke up from his sleep early in the morning and saw the overwhelming news, all talking about the return of Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family to the capital, which had caused a storm of bloodshed in the capital. Lin Lang just laughed lightly when he saw this message and reached out to turn off the TV. Boring. Immediately after that, he looked at Icharan, who was sitting on the sofa on one side, to catch up on the drama. Just after walking up to Icharan, he directly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist. What are you doing? Icharan looked at Lin Lang with an uncomfortable look. When Lin Lang heard this, he immediately looked at Icharan in surprise. What am I doing? You're my maid. Why? Can't I do something? Saying that, Lin Lang directly reached out and tore open Icharan's clothes. Stab dash. A piercing sound rang in Icharan's ears, and she suddenly felt a coldness on her chest, and saw Lin Lang's hand directly covering it. Lin Lang, don't. Lin Lang pretended he didn't hear and sidled his ear over Icharan's mouth. What? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Icharan reached out and pushed Lin Lang, but with Lin Lang's current strength, even if there were two Icharans, they wouldn't be able to push. Looking towards Icharan's side of the situation, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and smiled, speaking directly. Right. Don't waste your efforts. I can tell you a good idea. Icharan's hand paused for a moment and looked at Lin Lang. Why don't you match my movements so you can get more comfortable? Saying that, Lin Lang's hand had already begun rubbing it unheeded. Icharan was already a bit unable to bear it, and the way her face was smoldering red made it seem even more sensual to Lin Lang. Lin Lang directly reached out and hugged Icharan, and the two of them walked to the room and started moving. This was Icharan's first time, so no matter what, It still hurt a little. Inside the room was tearing up the room with movement, while outside the three women were sitting on the couch, doing their own thing. After a few days of just being so uneventful, it was time for Lin Lang to go out and go home. It's back to the home with his grandfather, father and sister. This time, Lin Lang still only brought Phoenix and Lily without Mu Qingqing and He Churen. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Immediately after throwing them a wink, after seeing the two's reluctant expressions, Lin Lang spoke. If you want it, remember to call me O. The two of them were first stunned, and when they heard Lin Lang's words, the entire group lowered their heads in embarrassment and stopped speaking. After Lin Lang saw that there was nothing to explain over here, he directly gave Mu Qingqing and He Churen a kiss each and just left the house. Before leaving, he didn't forget to hear Mu Qingqing say, "Young master, come back soon. I'll miss you." Yes, Lin Lang nodded and replied. Lin Lang followed the two phoenixes and Lily on the airplane, and Butler Lu still didn't know where he had gone. Lin Lang didn't care about any of this and slept on the airplane the entire time. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever been on an airplane, and at first he thought it was a bit of fun, but the more it went on, the more bored he got, so he just went to sleep. When it was time to arrive at Eyebrow, there was already a pickup. "Young master, the master sent me to fetch you." Lin Lang nodded and glanced at the foreign surroundings. I don't think it's too far off from the Chinese ones, except that the chicks are a little more open than the Chinese ones look. Drop. A system voice sounded in Lin Lang's mind. System mission, the host is required to spend all the money he has on him within a week's time. Hearing this, Lin Lang's entire body froze. Not to mention Lin Lang, even the system, probably didn't know how much money he had. Lin Lang took out all his cards. 1, 2, 3. There were so many cards in total that if they really wanted to count a specific amount of money, without a tens of billions of dollars, it would still be a loss of face for Lin Lang. The system's out for blood this time. Nothing wrong with it at all. After Lin Lang finished speaking, he directly followed the person who came to pick him up and returned home. Just after arriving home, he saw Elder Lin sitting on the sofa, reading a newspaper. Upon seeing Lin Lang come back, he put down the newspaper in his hands and looked at Lin Lang, his eyes pouring with a sense of full relief. "Grandpa was just mentioning it to you in passing at the time, and I didn't think you'd come home." Lin Lang laughed lightly, glanced at Phoenix and Lily, and said, "You two go and stay in the guest room." "Yes, young master." After seeing that he and Lin Lao were the only ones in the living room, he then walked over to Lin Lao's side and sat down, crossing his arms. His mind was as clear as a mirror. "Because I know that Grandpa definitely came to me for more than just my sister." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" A glint flickered in Elder Lin's eyes, and after hearing Lin Lang finish his sentence, the glint intensified even more. Lin Lang was very sure of himself and looked at Lin Lao and spoke directly. "Because I saw the way Grandpa looked at me that day, I made a guess and I didn't expect that I really guessed right. Ha ha ha, Luonger is humble. With that, he looked to a file on the table, reached for it, and handed it to Lin Lang. "You weren't able to do it in the first place, but your father and I still wanted to give you enough capital in case you didn't have anyone to look after you in 100 years. But last time, I've seen what you can do with the basics, and this time, I've called you in to see what you can do with the practical side." With that, Lin Lang reached out and took the document. Upon seeing a few large letters on it, it was pretty much clear what this whole thing was all about. Micro Alliance Corporate Acquisition Planner. Micro Alliance Enterprises, that's a big business, especially in the fashion world, with a big position. Their company, too, has lots and lots of earthy, expensive cosmetics, and is. But why did you choose to acquire Micromanager Enterprises? After Lin Lang voiced his doubts, Elder Lin explained to him the powerful relationship. In the end, it's just one word. Look at him. He's holding Lin back. And Lin Lang was kinda surprised to hear this explanation. Lin's is so awesome now. How can there still be roadblocks on the way to development? However, Lin Lang quickly figured it out. Despite the fact that the Micro Alliance Enterprise is just a small minion compared to the Lin clan, it will never allow a person to steal the limelight from them. However, the Lin clan would never allow a person to steal the limelight from them. Competition above them all has always been like this. And there was another reason that Lin Lao hadn't said. That is, his sister, Lin Mu, fell in love with Chen Ziqing, the young proprietor of Micro Alliance Enterprises. According to Lin Lang's understanding, Lin Mu didn't tell Chen Ziqi his identity when he liked him, and although Chen Ziqi was also with Lin Mu, the rotten peach blossoms outside were indeed one more than the other. In the end, Lin Mu was overly sad and almost didn't make it. After Lin Lang knew about this matter, he simply walked upstairs, to the door of Lin Mu's room. Reaching out, he knocked on the door. "Sister, enter." Lin Mu leaned on the bed, his face looking terrible, but when he saw that it was Lin Lang, his eyes were overjoyed and he quickly spoke. "Luonger, why have you come back?" then getting out of bed. The two sat on the couch and talked. Lin Mu was good looking, even better looking than Lin Lang remembered. Round face, big eyes, very agile, looks especially cute. Because she was at home, she was wearing a pink nightgown that made her skin even pinker. Must be a sweet little princess type if pampered carefully. Lin Lang was a little unsure of what to say for a moment, but on the contrary, Lin Mu was not at all raw and directly reached out to take Lin Lang's hand. How's it going? How's it going in China? Lin Lang thought about a series of recent events and did tell some interesting things to say. Lin Mu, on the other hand, was listening in a serious manner, saying a few words every now and then, making the two of them laugh, which seemed to be very harmonious. Still, there are things that need to be said. Sis, I heard you've been hurt in love. Lin Mu's entire body paused when she heard these words, reaching out to run her hand through her hair and forcing herself to be calm. Grandpa told you? Lin Lang nodded and answered truthfully. Originally thought Lin Mu would be sad for a little while, but I didn't expect. But she directly laughed softly. It's nothing, the big deal is that I'm no longer in contact with him. However, Lin Lang could still see the loss and bitterness in Lin Mu's eyes. The heart had already secretly decided that this time, it must account for the task given by Grandpa. That would make them all feel a little better inside. After chatting with Lin Mu for a while longer, Lin Mu went straight back to his room. I had just laid down on my bed when my cell phone rang. Young master, when are you coming back? It was Mu Qingqing's sweet voice, and Lin Lang's mind roughly thought about the situation over here after hearing this question. Half a month in short, a month in long. The task that Lin Lao had given him wasn't very difficult, and Mighty Enterprises was just a small role for them, for Lin Lang to practice on, so Lin Lang wasn't worried about things being difficult at all. However, once Mu Qingqing heard that it was going to take so long, she was suddenly very aggravated in her heart. Young master, are you going to be that long? Qingqing will miss you. Good boy. Young master misses you too. When young master goes back he'll buy you a whole lot of fun. Okay? Mu Qingqing immediately shook her head. No, I just want young master to come back earlier. Lin Lang's heart warmed up after hearing Mu Qingqing's words. After talking to Mu Qingqing for some time, he hung up. Early the next morning, Lin Lang got up, greeted Lin Lao who was exercising, and left the house with Phoenix and Lily. Young master, where are we going? Lily was familiar with this side of the world, and it was just one of the training tasks within the training she was receiving. Memorize the basic conditions of each street. I'm going to the biggest casino. According to Lin Lang's investigation, Chen Zixia's favorite thing was gambling. But then, Lin Lang changed his mind. He's going to go to the biggest mall in the city for a bit first to have a look around. Maybe he'll find some pretty young lady. However, just as he was about to get into a cab and leave, he saw a large group of people arguing across the street. Are you guys still being reasonable? I saw this parking space first, and you guys are so good. You're going straight here like a rocket. An extremely decent looking girl with a particularly positive point was full of anger and cursed towards the inside of the car window. A long red dress is as flamboyant as it gets and looks hot. That perfect melon face looks rather cute in this catty moment. It doesn't matter why we're going straight here. What matters is that right now, above the parking space, it's my car. The one who answered back was a scoundrel, and one look at him showed that he was a pro at this. Lin Lang looked at it and was just about to leave when he heard the following from the sister. I don't care. You have to give up this parking spot for me today, or I'll let you go back where you came from. Hearing this tone of voice, Lin Lang couldn't help but be curious. What kind of ruthless character was it that was able to say these words? Come on, let's check it out. Lin Lang hooked his lips, not expecting an interesting thing to happen just after arriving here. Just across the street, the beautiful woman was on the phone, and you could vaguely hear the two conversing. Now, bring the men. What? There's no one. Where did all the people go? The beautiful woman was full of surprise and glanced at the scoundrel next to her with a headache. If it had been any other day, she would have just done it. But today, it was inconvenient. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could see her embarrassment. Little sister, since you can't call anyone then hurry up and leave. Don't affect what I'm doing down there. The man opened his mouth sarcastically, which the beautiful woman couldn't hold back any longer and simply reached around her chest. You come out. I'll pay if you let me. However, in the next second, Lin Lang stood in front of the man. I'll give you 3 seconds to come out, or you'll die an ugly death. The man's heart snapped a little when he saw the sudden appearance of a man and heard the sound of Lin Lang's fingers snapping. Just come out. I'm not afraid of you. Luckily, Lin Lang's English was not in vain. Not only did he listen to them without any pressure, but now he still had no problem talking to them as well. Hello, my name is Lin Lang. Lin Lang opened his mouth to the beautiful woman, who in turn scrutinized him up and down, and said without a trace of humor, Soyu, but if you don't have much ability, please don't make trouble. You're not needed here. After saying that, he originally thought that Lin Lang would leave, but unexpectedly, Lin Lang got closer to Soyu. Stepping straight forward, he leaned in close to Soseki and said, "How do you know if I'm capable or not?" Soyu skimmed over Lin Lang's clothing. This time Lin Lang had specifically changed into a more common ground outfit in order to keep a low profile. But he didn't expect to be directly joked at because of this. "Just buy your clothes. I know which class you're from there. And I don't suppose you're with him." The man also got excited when he heard this. "Buddy, with me? You?" Soseki was immediately embarrassed and regretted saying that. However, Lin Lang didn't pay any attention to the man, and just continued in front of Soyu, "If I help you out of trouble, you'll sleep with me for one night. You're shameless." Soyu was about to reach out and hit Lin Lang, but he was directly blocked. "If you want to beat me, you have to be able to do it. I'll take that as a yes." After saying that, no longer paying attention to Soyu's irrationality, he walked directly to the man's front, and with a gangly look, reached out and grabbed him by the collar. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, move your car over to me." The man heard the provocation and didn't take it seriously at all. "You're just a small character and you want to order me around. If you know what's good for you, you're on my side, and I'll spare you. But if you're against me, why don't you ask around on the road? I'm not changing my name. Tiger Zhao. Pua. Hearing this, not only Lin Lang, even Lily couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking toward Tiger Zhao, he almost didn't fall down laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Tiger Zhao. Brother, you're a big fan of the Chinese, aren't you?" "That's for sure. Even though I'm from this country, I still like Huaxia the most." Hearing these words, Lin Lang couldn't help but nod in agreement. "Seeing as you like Huaxia and are so discerning, little master will give you two choices. Either that or move the car and apologize for 3 minutes. Either that, or get your ass kicked by me." "Ha, brother, you don't seem to know the rules very well. This is my place." Tiger Zhao's words were said in a much harder tone, which made Lin Lang feel that this was what a local snake should look like. "Alright, since you've given your word, I'll let you taste my fist." Saying that, Lin Lang reached out and slapped Soya's butt. "Don't forget my conditions." Without waiting for her to speak, Lin Lang's people were already a good distance away. Stretching out his fist, he slammed his feet into the air. With just one move, Tiger Zhao directly knelt. Before falling to his knees, Lin Lang violently kicked Tiger Zhao's ass, causing him to come straight to the face break. There's a saying in China. It's called, "A tiger's ass can't be touched." Now I kicked it. What can you do to me? Lin Lang proudly reached out and threw a wink towards Soyu, as if to say, "Tonight, you're mine." However, when it was too late, Lin Lang sensed a killing intent behind himself. "Young master." Lin Lang quickly turned around. At the sight of Tiger Zhao rushing over with a knife in his hand, his entire heart trembled, but his feet took a step back and quickly bent over. Can't get past Tiger Zhao's back. Never turn your back on your enemy or the results will be disastrous. The next one, Tiger Zhao, did just that. Dang! With a sound, Tiger Zhao fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and didn't get up. Lin Lang hooked his lips in a smile. "Continue? You, tell me your name. I must get back. I'm not changing my name in line. I'm not changing my name. Lin Lang." Boom! Almost instantly, the scene fell silent. Lin Lang, the name, they know. There was no one abroad who didn't know Lin Lang's name, because the media had announced that the new heir to the Lin clan was Lin Lang. Shock instantly spread throughout his body as Tiger Zhao stretched out his trembling hand and pointed at Lin Lang in front of him. "You are actually Lin Lang." Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. "I didn't say I wasn't Lin Lang. By the way, if you need to find me, you should know where my house is. Anytime." Lin Lang stopped looking at Tiger Zhao and instead walked directly to Soyu. Soya had obviously been shocked and looked at Lin Lang, not knowing what to say, but just wrongly reaching out and pointing at him. Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his hand around Soyu's hand, smiling evilly. "Don't worry, even though I'm Lin Lang, I won't come on strong. After all, you're not as good as my two maids." After saying that, Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers. "Phoenix, Lily, let's go." "Yes, young master." Soya looked at the three people who turned around and left. Reaching out her hand and opening her mouth, she was planning to stay, but she didn't know what to say and could only close her mouth. A quick glance at the parking space next to him was not of interest. Drove straight away and left the spot. She was not expecting the person who had just been there to be Lin Lang, and if she had known one step ahead of time, it definitely wouldn't have been this kind of reaction. Reaching up, he rubbed his temples, which simply sucked, while Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arms around Phoenix and Lily. The three of them formed a beautiful sight, drawing sideways glances from the pedestrians on the road. It's now that time of day, just when the dudes are getting up. Just in time, to take a trip to the biggest bar in the area. Refreshing. The name of this bar is, well, chic. I thought it was the level of a small clear bar, but what I didn't expect was to just walk in and hear the sounds of manic activity inside. Deafening. As soon as I entered, I smelled a good burst of fragrance. The scent is not one of those fragrances where multiple perfumes are mixed together, but one that is clear and very uniform. Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arms around Phoenix and Lily, making his way to the waiter. I wanted to ask what compartment you have here for Ehrenreich. I'm a friend of his and thought I'd come and look for him. Iriki does have this person, but they are not friends. The reason Lin Lang had come to find Iriki was simply to ask about a few things. Hello, Mr. Ehrenreich is in box 5. Just as Lin Lang walked up to box number 5 and pushed the door open to enter, that's when he directly reached out and knocked on the door and pushed it in. Iriki was a popular person inside the local noble circle. All of this had been investigated clearly before Lin Lang arrived, because he was a stranger. Lin Lang had just walked inside the box, and there was already a group of people looking over, each with eyes full of temptation, and looked at each other to inquire if they recognized this person. There was, however, a large portion of the crowd that was looking towards Phoenix and Lily. Lily was fine with it, but Phoenix frowned in annoyance as she faced these wolf-like eyes. That's disgusting. As soon as Lin Lang entered, he caught a glimpse of Iriki, the one sitting in the very center, with a hot girl in his arms. He looked rather laid back. Who are you and who let you in? Iriki simply yelled when she saw that no one had come out to claim it. However, Lin Lang didn't answer his question and just laughed softly, walking over to him and sitting on the table. It's not important who I am. What's important is that I'm here today to ask you a few questions, and you're just going to answer truthfully. Hearing this, Iriki's temper immediately flared. Hey, I say, who gave you this confidence? Do I have to answer if you tell me to? Immediately, he looked at the crowd to the side. Are you sure no one recognizes this retard? Right? If no one does, get the hell out of here. Iriki's family's strength was just in the top 10 of the local rankings, but within this group, the family status was the highest. Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. In fact, not to mention that no one knew Lin Lang. Even if someone did know him, they wouldn't dare to come forward now. After all, Lin Lang was the one who had already provoked Iriki, and they wanted to live for a few more days. Men, get rid of the people in front of you. As soon as the words fell, a very tall and sturdy person stood out from behind them. That could be described as a tall man, and Lin Lang froze for a moment at the sight of him. Who the hell is this guy from Africa? But these didn't matter. Lin Lang slightly hooked his lips and looked at Lily behind him. Young master, don't worry. Lily nodded and gave him a reassuring gesture. After hearing these words, Lin Lang, who was also relieved, looked at Iriki in front of him and spoke. I can instead give you one last chance. Sure you want to kick me out? Ha! You're still threatening me here? Do you know what kind of status I have? How dare you threaten me? Why wouldn't I dare to kick you out? Look at you in your poor clothes. How can you threaten me? Ha 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 ha. The people on the sidelines laughed out loud after hearing Iriki finish her sentence. Iriki, this man is just out of his mind. Get him out of here. That's right. The nerve to spill your guts in front of Iriki. Get the hell out of here, before Iriki really gets on it. Yeah, well then, I'd like to show my appreciation for the fact that Iriki hasn't gotten her hands on it yet. Lily, Lin Lang's eyes were ruthless and his face was grim. Since they didn't give face and were arrogant and cocky, he would let them know what it meant to be outside of people. Lin Lang was so relieved Lily didn't even look at the situation behind her. She just counted silently in her mind. 1, 2, 3, pang. The sound of a person landing on the ground was so clear that it reached Lin Lang's ears. Judging by the size of the landing sound, it's a black man landing. Lin Lang hooked his lips, and then he heard Lily's soft voice. Young master, I'm done. Speaking softly, as if Lily wasn't the one who had just desperately beaten up the black man. Those who were there were stunned. Okay? They were in complete disbelief that a girl who looked particularly cute and still very young could beat Iriki's bodyguard? This bodyguard had never lost so badly, but this time, he was completely surprised to be knocked to the ground by a 16 or 17-year-old little sister. Iriki's face had darkened to the bottom, looking at Lin Lang and gritting her teeth. What the hell do you want? No, why? I'm still the same. Asking questions. Lin Lang replied with a raised eyebrow. Hearing Lin Lang answer so lightly, the people present however could not help but speak up long ago. What the hell kind of path is this? How did you just knock the bodyguard to the ground? I don't know. That little girl looks pretty awesome. Since the little girl is so powerful, then the master shouldn't be far behind. Makes sense. Looks like Iriki is really in for a treat this time. Hearing their discussion, Iriki, who had already lost face, became even more irritated and directly yelled. All of you shut the fuck up. The scene immediately quieted down, and the girls who were originally here for their pleasure left the room in droves. Iriki stared at Lin Lang as if she wanted to see through him. Lin Lang similarly looked at Iriki, and a transparent panel appeared in front of him. Name, Iriki. Personality, irritable. Skills, rich LV4, arrogant LV5. These days, arrogance can be a sufficient skill for anyone with money. Lin Lang hooked his lips, and he was considered to have almost all the information about Iriki. Go ahead. What questions do you want to ask? Iriki for a moment felt curious as to what kind of question the Lin Lang in front of her wanted to ask. However, just as Lin Lang was about to open his mouth to inquire, he was instead directly interrupted by Iriki in what he was about to say. Wait, since you want to ask questions at my place, are you so unintelligent as to come here empty-handed? What do you want? Iriki was smart enough to not even think about it, and reached out and pointed directly at Lily. Lin Lang reached up and placed his hand on his jaw for a moment of deliberation before reaching out and snapping his fingers. Yes, a deal, of sorts, was struck, but for some reason, right after Iriki heard Lin Lang's reply, her eyes subconsciously jumped a little. However, he didn't care too much and just waited for Lin Lang's next words. Chen Ziqing knows him, right? I want all his information. Chen Ziqing? Hearing this name, not to mention the other people on the scene, even Iriki couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. Chen Ziqi, that is a real male son, although he is also considered to be the local ranking of the top 10 male son. Right, but because of Lin's control, resulting in each of them between the ranking of the difference is particularly large, so for Chen Ziqi and Iriki, the two of them were simply one heaven and one earth. However, Lin Lang didn't care about this at all and directly opened his mouth to inquire. His women? Who are they? A woman? They never expected Lin Lang to ask about women. He has many women, but I don't know many of them, but there's one I do know. This woman is the one he announced. Has Sumu heard of her? Heard that. If he hadn't guessed correctly, Sumu would have been his sister's pseudonym. Lin Lang replied blandly, knowing from Iriki's face and answer that nothing good could be asked from here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he did see that all the way in the corner, there was a person who looked like he couldn't help but touch Lin Lang's heart. But in just a moment, the man disappeared. It just disappeared into thin air? For a moment, Lin Lang thought that his eyes were bad and he had misread the situation. Sol reached up and rubbed his eyes and walked out. Stop. Just as she was about to leave, Iriki fell right back on her heels and said, You're not aren't forgetting something? Lin Lang froze, glanced at Lily beside him, and let out a light laugh. If you really want my people, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll be waiting for you at the Lin family's old mansion. After saying that, he directly turned around and left without looking back. But the few people present were instantly petrified. The old Lin house? The Lin family? Lin Lang? How is this possible? Was that man just now Lin Lang? It shouldn't be. Isn't Lin Lang in China? But if it's not Lin Lang, then who is it? Lin Lang. Walking out of the bar, Lin Lang reached out to glance at his cell phone and received a message from Mu Qingqing goodnight. It was now nighttime on the Chinese side, and Lin Lang's mouth curled up slightly as he returned a good night. Young master, what are we going to do next? To the casino. Lin Lang's eyes shifted from the cell phone screen to Phoenix and Lily's faces as he replied indifferently. Even though it says it's a casino, it actually looks like it from the outside and no one would know it was a casino if they didn't say so. Outside is a tea house, which looks particularly light and elegant. A good place to cultivate your mind. And the women who come here are more of the elegant and sensual kind. And all there are some men, on the contrary, who can come here to find their next prey. Lin Lang knew all these little tricks and was used to seeing this kind of stuff, but was still a bit disdainful. Walking directly to the counter, he looked at the waiter and spoke. Bet. It was the rule of their house that if you wanted to come, all you had to do was say the word outside and you could go in as you pleased. Of course, the premise still has to be checked for identity. This kind of stuff isn't checked very strictly abroad, but it's not like no one is. Just the moment Lin Lang took out his ID card, the waiter saw the name on it. Lin Lang. Lin Lang's name was a familiar one in the local area, so just the moment he saw the name, the waiter immediately opened his mouth, but was directly stopped by Lin Lang. Shoo! The waiter gulped and nodded dumbly. Lin Lang was not someone he could afford to offend, and the most important thing to do if you wanted to be clear here was to shut up. Lin Lang took the chips and walked inside the room. Unlike the outside environment, the outside is walled with bamboo. Inside, on the other hand, it was made of gold, and it looked so golden that it was really going to blind Lin Lang's dog's eyes. Lin Lang was met with a lot of stares when he entered with his arm around both Phoenix and Lily's waists. New faces are always a crowd pleaser in this. However, within so many people, Lin Lang saw Chen Ziqi at a glance. Chen Zishan was wearing a casual sportswear. His silver eyes and deep features looked like they gave people a particularly soothing feeling. The corners of his mouth unconsciously showed a faint smile, and he was full of gentleman among his words and actions. it really looks like that. But inside, it's a scumbag. The transparent panel in front of you appeared in due course. Name Chen Ziqing. Personality, arrogant. Skill, gambling LV5. Seeing the level, I have to say, it's pretty big, but Lin Lang used to be, in the past, a good hand at this. He's a nationally known playboy, so of course he's handy with these things. Dude, where's that from? Wanna play? Chen Zier first walked up and looked over Lin Lang's entire body, followed by opening his mouth to inquire. Lin Lang pretended to be thinking, but in fact, he had been waiting for Chen Ziqi's initiative in his heart. After all, that's what makes it fun. Thinking of this, he hooked his lips and smiled. Young mister, Chen is too kind to refuse. Please. Oh, you actually know me? Chen Ziqi looked at Lin Lang in dismay. If he remembered correctly, they should have met for the first time, but Lin Lang wasn't stupid, and said smilingly, I still know about young Master Chen's reputation. The two of them just sat down on the table, looking at the cards and dice on it. Chen Ziqi said critically, seeing as it's your first time here, brother, you'll be the first to choose. Solitaire. Then, Lin Lang was very casual. He wasn't picky about these things. However, when he thought of the task given by the system, Lin Lang smiled slightly. Fine. Solitaire then. Chen Ziqi nodded his head, full of concern. Watching Chen Ziqing shuffle and deal the cards in a series of coherent and skillful movements, it made Lin Lang look forward to the next duel. Because there are fewer people during the day, you'll know exactly where a new matchup is coming out. Chen Ziqing is also the gambling saint here, so they naturally want to come over to take a look. Come on, let's place a bet. Guess how many rounds our Qin Dishao will be able to make this kid lose all his money? Seeing how this little brother is dressed, he shouldn't be a rich man, right? So 3 innings, must light. No chance of an inning, just a straight lie down. Ha ha ha, we still need to have some faith in our little brother. Well, in that case, I'll plug 2 games. Lin Lang didn't care about the gossip of the bystanders. He just watched as Chen Ziqi finished dealing the cards, and then the two of them took 3 cards straight away. Started a contest. Chen Ziqi was high and mighty the entire time, looking confident, which made the people on one side wonder what good cards he had in his hand, and compare that to Lin Lang, who is a bit more casual. Instead of being spontaneous, it's just stupid. How can a novice, who stays out of the way the whole time and knows nothing, understand the power of this? You first. Chen Ziqing let Lin Lang go, and naturally Lin Lang was not polite. The two began to guess each other's cards as you and I did. When their respective land turns have been used up, open the deck. The onlookers momentarily held their breath, and after seeing the size on top of the cards, they instantly ha-ha'd the size. You see what I'm saying? This young man simply won't do. Yeah, this press won't play. Hey, it's a waste of time. Hearing their words, Chen Ziqi instead glanced at Lin Lang. How's it going, brother? But if a brother doesn't know how to play, I can show a little mercy, and we'll start in earnest when you do. Hearing those words, Lin Lang already knew about Chen Ziqing's arrogance and hubris. It was only the first round, and Chen Ziqi was able to say this, and he didn't know who gave him the courage. However, Lin Lang didn't feel any pain at all and directly took out a few chips and threw them on the table. Then it will be up to young Master Chen to teach us more. Seeing the chips on the table, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That's a lot more chips than the last game. There was no way they could have expected Lin Lang to have so much guts, and from Lin Lang's appearance, it looked like he was a poor man. Humph. Puff up your face and cry as hard as you lose when the time comes. They had seen this kind of thing many times, and at first glance, Lin Lang was this kind of person. Watching the session continue, Lin Lang didn't win a single game. The bureau lost, and had more chips, in each game, than in the other. Just when 3 hours had passed, and it had even gotten to the point where it was $1 billion a game, they could no longer calm down. WOC? What the fuck is this operation? How can it be so awesome? It's an invisible rich kid. This man can't be a fool, and a good pitiful one at that. Seeing this, the amount was that Chen Ziqi was a bit unsettled, looking at Lin Lang in front of him and opening his mouth to inquire. This is a $1 billion bet. It's not too late if you regret it now. The bystanders on the side didn't even dare to breathe, just waiting for Lin Lang's answer. After all, it's $1 billion a game bet. They've never seen one play so big. I'm not sorry. Hearing these words, the hearts of those present didn't know whether to feel sorry or secretly pleased. I regret that Lin Lang is really stupid and doesn't know when to stop. On top of it, he keeps losing and yet he still agrees to the bet. The secret is that they have been gambling for such a long time, but for the first time in their lives, they see playing so big, and they are still a little excited inside. When Chen Ziqi heard this news, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and his face was full of confidence. Let's get started then. Lin Lang nodded, his hand a little more discreetly. because this billion is the last money he has in his hands. In those 3 hours, he had unknowingly lost tens of billions, but since it all went out in installments, it didn't feel like much. This time, the last of the money. To play big, open the cards. Ha! Lin Lang looked at the cards in front of him and took it as a sign that he saw an answer he was satisfied with before nodding in relief. But this action, to the casual observer, is the godlike SB of SBs, because this time, it was still Lin Lang who lost. WOC, Chen Dishao has triumphed again. Congratulations to Mr. Chen for winning this SB. Yeah, congratulations. Wow, this guy is so stupid to have so much money, but I didn't expect to lose it all in 3 hours. Did you win the lottery and become a boomer? That's a sad thug. 2. Ha 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 ha. The scene was filled with laughter. Even the two people behind them, Phoenix and Lily, who had been standing, couldn't help but look at Lin Lang. What's wrong with their young master? How come the young master, who is usually so smart, seems to have turned into a fool now? Even if one is a fool, it's impossible for the bureau to lose all the time. It's just a stupidity specially created by the heavens. However, just as they scoffed, the system's voice rang in Lin Lang's ears. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining an egg. Lin Lang opened the egg without the crowd even seeing it. However, in a split second, the surrounding area was instantly shrouded in golden light, which slowly rose around Lin Lang. The feeling of being enveloped in golden light made it seem very sacred. Lin Lang was still the only one who could see it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to replenish his points and get the Eye of True Sight. May I ask if the host has obtained it? Then, by clearing your points, you can obtain the Eye of True Sight in advance. The system opened its mouth to explain. Lin Lang's heart rejoiced. Finally he could have the Eye of True Sight almost impatiently. He answered immediately. Yes, drop. Congratulations on clearing the quality points and obtaining the Eye of True Sight. At this moment, the system's beeps all seemed extraordinarily melodious. For a moment, Lin Lang closed his eyes tightly and felt that his eyes were being enveloped in a layer of golden light. An intense warmth coursed through his eyes. At times the pain was great. At times the warmth was abundant. And only after about a minute did Lin Lang open his eyes. For a while, everyone's naked bodies were visible to Lin Lang, including the thoughts in their hearts and the deepest recesses of their minds, all of which were presented to him without disguise. Wonderful! Lin Lang immediately opened his mouth to praise him, and the bystanders who heard this, looked at Lin Lang with sympathy instead. It's over. It can't be crazy. I'd say 80%. Otherwise why do you look so smitten? Ah, but what a pity. Not pathetic at all if you ask me. Or stupid. With money to burn bags. Surely you must be poor. Little brother. Don't be too sad. Casinos. It's normal to win or lose. But seeing as how you've played with me for so long today, we could be friends and still have money later. Lin Lang felt his eyes clear for a few moments, directly interrupting Chen Ziqi's words, and said blandly, let's play another round. Ha! Chen Ziqi was stunned, and for a split second, he thought he had heard wrong. However, just when Lin Lang was heard repeating it again, he thought in his heart, it's over. This person is crazy. Lin Lang could be said to know exactly what Chen Ziqi was thinking, but he still hooked his lips and waited for Chen Ziqi's next words. Okay, last game then. After saying that, Chen Ziqi pondered. But you don't have any chips left. What are you going to bet with me? Hearing these words, Lin Lang shifted his sight to the Phoenix and Lily behind him. Both of them. As you can see, my two beauties are superb, and they serve people well. Lin Lang had spoken very subtly, but Chen Ziqi understood what he meant. When Phoenix heard this, his face immediately darkened, and Lily looked at Lin Lang with an aggrieved face. When Chen Ziqi saw this scene, his heart was tickled. He had noticed both Phoenix and Lily from the moment they came in, but what was never expected was that Lin Lang would use them as bargaining chips. Now, Chen Ziqi's heart instantly came up. This time, it's a lot more fun than the billion-dollar bet that was just made, and those who watched on the sidelines shook their heads. Really? Bereft. Yeah, you can gamble on your own woman. Definitely lose this round. Yeah. If he wins, I'll absolutely eat shit live. I make love to the show live. When Lin Lang heard this, it wasn't just for his own sake. It was likewise for the sake of watching a good show. Young Chen, let's make a deal. If I win this round, you'll return all my money to me and add $10 billion to it. If I lose, you can have my two women. How? It didn't sound like a good deal at first glance, but based on Lin Lang's performance in the first 3 hours, Chen Ziqing almost didn't even have to think about it and immediately agreed. Yes, after all, how can, and won't, someone who keeps losing win? The final round to determine the winner. Each one of them was nervous inside, and the people watching from the side were even more nervous than Lin Lang. But looking at Lin Lang, sitting lazily in a chair, crossing his legs and flinging them around. He didn't look like he was seriously betting at all. Both Phoenix and Lily, who were standing behind them, looked at each other with sheepish eyes. Why would they have such a cruel young master who would directly use them as a bet? It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Chen Ziqing observed Lin Lang's facial expression, which was also a technique of gambling. But from Lin Lang's eyes, he couldn't see anything at all. Open the cards. The voice rang out, and for a moment, everyone's goosebumps rose. Boom! The scene was quiet. One shook inwardly, and the blood flowed faster. Nervous, and besides being nervous, excited, shocked and full of disbelief. How is that possible? How is this possible? Chen Ziqi didn't believe it either, and reached for the card to look around. But in the end, he saw nothing. No way. That's totally impossible. Yes, those present didn't believe it. Didn't believe for a second that the ultimate victor would be Lin Lang after losing all afternoon. But the truth was right in front of them, and they had to believe it. My God, am I blind? What's going on? I think there's something wrong with my eyes. Ah, what's going on? Why is this happening? Surprisingly, this little brother won. The atmosphere of the scene was uncontrollable for a while, and even Chen Ziqi sat paralyzed in place, completely unable to believe the current situation. The two of them, Phoenix and Lily, looked at each other once again, their eyes full of laughter. The hanging heart finally dropped. You cheated. Chen Ziqi could never believe that he, a gambling saint, could lose to a novice. Cheating? The cards are yours. Someone else shuffled them. How do you expect me to cheat? Chen Dazhou, if you can't afford to play, $10 billion can be given without me. I'll spare you. Lin Lang's face was full of snickers, looking at Chen Ziqi with a jealous and mocking look. How could the facetious Chen Ziqi agree? Looking at Lin Lang immediately spoke. What's not to play with? Here are your original chips. It's $10 billion. With that, he placed it directly in front of Lin Lang. However, according to Lin Lang's understanding, Chen Ziqing only had this $10 billion. This is still to maintain the running capital of the micro-alliance enterprise. Once lost, the consequences can be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lin Lang hooked his lips and laughed softly. Since the account with Chen Dishao has been settled, then our account should also be settled. He looked over to all of you who had been watching him all afternoon and hooked his lips in a smile. I just heard that if someone says I'm going to win, there's going to be shit-eating and live lovemaking, so why don't we fulfill the promise now? This, little brother, a win is a win, so don't get carried away. That's right, there are so many of us here, but we're not afraid of you at all. As he said that, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw a person coming from the distance. An acquaintance. Young Chen, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up. Soyu, what brings you here? I heard you were betting with someone here, so I thought I'd stop by. Spinning around, Soseki's eyes looked around. How's it going? It's over. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lin Lang sitting on a chair, and, judging by looking at where Lin Lang was sitting with Chen Ziqi, if she wasn't wrong, the person who had just gambled with Chen Ziqi was him. And, most likely, Chen Zai lost. Soyu's heart moved several times, and in about less than 20 seconds, she walked directly to Lin Lang's side, with a smile on her face and her steps. Young Lin, what a coincidence. How did I meet you here? Saying that, he directly used a pair of hands to draw circles in front of Lin Lang's chest, with a soft and charming look among his eyes, causing Lin Lang to hook his lips and smile. When Chen Ziqi saw this situation, his eyes snapped ferociously. You, Shu Yu, do you know your own identity? Soyu snorted. What kind of status do I have? The person I like is Lin Xiao. Don't flatter yourself. After saying that, Chen Zier was just about to say something when he captured an important piece of information. Lin Xiao. For a moment his breath quickened, a little in disbelief of his own thoughts, for he feared he could not afford any consequences of his own. Yes, Lin Xiao, the young master of the Lin family. Lin Xiao. Soya replied with a face full of pride, as if Lin Lang was already her husband, and very consciously sat in Lin Lang's arms, and the crowd beside them. After knowing this news and then thinking about all the things that happened this afternoon, all instantly seemed petrified in place. No one said a word, but one was surging inside. What to do? He's actually Lin Xiao. That's Lin Xiao. What should I do? What should I do? I've messed with Mr. Lin. Aha, I can't possibly be dying. That's Lin Xiao. I actually talked about him this afternoon. My goodness, how could it be Lin Xiao? It can't be, but what if it is? Chen Ziqi shook his head frantically. No, you're not Lin Xiao. As he said this, he stood up. You say you're Lin Xiao, you're Lin Xiao. I even said I'm your grandfather. Hearing these words, Lin Lang raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of teasing. Are you sure? What makes me unsure? Okay, Then I'll call my grandfather and see if your cell phone rings. Saying that, Lin Lang directly took out his cell phone and dialed the number. An old but mellow voice came from over there. Luanara, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? After hearing these words, the people at the scene had to believe it even if they didn't. Because when he heard this voice, he already knew that it was Elder Lin's voice. Shenziki almost pissed himself in fear, and his body couldn't help but tremble a little. Oh grandpa, here is a man who says. Unexpectedly, before the words were finished, he saw Shenziki directly come up and snatched the cell phone. Hello, Elder Lin, hello, I'm with Lin Lang, said I missed you so I called you. I don't know if I'm disturbing you. Hearing this doggy and leggy passage, Lin Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Watching Soseki light a fire in his own body, he didn't stop it. It wasn't until Shenziki finished his call that this saw him immediately hand over his cell phone with both hands. Lin Xiao, just now it was my eyes that didn't recognize him. Tai, please forgive me and don't be so general with a little person like me. Lin Lang's mouth was full of sarcasm as he looked at the person in front of him and said in a conspiratorial manner, who said he's my grandfather again? No, don't dare. You are my grandfather. You are my grandfather. I'm not related to the likes of you. After hearing these words, Shenziki immediately doggedly said, yes. What young Lin said, seeing that he was so sincere. Then after losing 10 billion to himself, Lin Lang was in a good mood and no longer bothered with him. Instead, he looked at the eating crowd to one side. How about it? Shit eating and lovemaking? Are you guys going to do it yourselves or am I going to force you to do it? Inexplicably, by such a sweep of Lin Lang's eyes, their bodies trembled. Some of them didn't even dare to affirm Lin Lang's eyes, fearing that if they made a mistake, they would be directly killed by him. In their perception, rich people can do anything they want. About 3 minutes passed, and Lin Lang just watched them for 3 minutes. By the time the 4th minute rolled around, Lin Lang was a little less interested. Tentatively, he reached up and rubbed his head. Okay, since you guys are not true to your word and just treated what you said as a fart, there's nothing I can do about it. But, Lin Lang looked at everyone present. Take the consequences. After these words, everyone at the scene believed that Lin Lang would do what he said. Lin Lang now remembered the worst words they had ever called him in the afternoon, and he was able to remember exactly who had called him stupid. None of the people in front of us can escape. As he was about to continue talking, he heard a man speak directly. I'll eat. Immediately afterward, he got himself ready and started eating. For a moment, the whole room smelled, well, not so good. Lin Lang reached out to cover his nose, and in his heart, he had to admire the man in front of him as a man. However, Lin Lang's line of sight swept towards another person once again, and that person's body trembled for a moment as he hurriedly said, I'll do it too. The man pulled over a woman straight out of nowhere. Soon there was something strange going on in the house. One person gulps down shit and one person makes love. TSK. Lin Lang couldn't help but speak. In the future, meals can be eaten indiscriminately. But what about words? They can't be spoken indiscriminately. So I'll spare you today. In fact, it wasn't even that Lin Lang was being merciful at all, but because he simply couldn't watch it anymore. Hearing these words, the two were immediately relieved. Immediately fainted upon seeing Lin Lang leave the place. Young Lin, take me with you. Seeing Lin Lang leave, Sawyer hurriedly chased after him. Reaching for Lin Lang's arm, he brushed against him with his chest if anything. Young Lin, just take me. I'm better at serving people than your two maids. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Lang frowned. Have less sex in the future. After saying that, he directly reached out and wrapped his arms around both Phoenix and Lily and left. And Sawyer stood in place for a moment, her face red and green. Simply as bad as it could be. Lin Lang was naturally in an extremely good mood today. Not only had he completed the system's mission, but he had also earned an extra $10 billion. Thinking of this, Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers, touching the Phoenix's butt. How about it? Was your little master handsome just now? Cool. The Phoenix now finally understood what Lin Lang had just done that for. For the purpose of first routing the enemy's psychological defenses against himself, followed by a single blow that is simply brilliant. Lin Lang of course saw the ripples in Phoenix's heart. He just acted calmly on the surface. Young master, Lily realized that you are getting more and more handsome. Lily really likes you to death. Hearing this, Lin Lang gave Lily a kiss on the side of her mouth. Go, I'll take you guys to the next place. The next good show is even more exciting. Lin Lang's next step was to use media exposure. However, this exposure is not just about exposing Chun Zicheng in gambling. After all, he loved to gamble, and most people in his circle knew it. But no one knows about the racy photos. The very moment the three men stood at the window, Lily couldn't help but move the corners of her mouth. Young master, Is it hard to believe that you said you were taking us to the next place just to spy on people? Phoenix was also helpless in his heart. He originally thought that there would be some big action next, but he didn't expect that it would be a peeping Tom. And Lin Lang still talks about voyeurism in such a refreshing way. No, we're here to investigate. The press know. Traveling with us. Lily spoke quietly. That's doggy. As soon as the words left her mouth, she saw that Lin Lang was already glaring at her, and she immediately reached out to cover her mouth, pretending that she hadn't said anything. But the eyes that looked at Lin Lang were full of admiration, because Chen Ziqing had now brought a woman home. And it was the same woman who had come to flatter Lin Lang today, Soyu. Seeing this, Lin Lang's entire body looked excited. It seemed that the material this time would be even more fierce. From the outside, he could clearly see everything inside the room, and Lin Lang reached out and took out his cell phone, focusing and shooting. The entire time the two were in a meticulous situation. It was all captured inside Lin Lang's cell phone. Just as he finished watching Chen Ziqi's last bit, it was only then that he smiled with joy. Reaching out, he clapped his hands. Great job. Now, it's all about the final step. That's uploading the network. Taking out his cell phone, Lin Lang got the whole thing in 3 tries. Immediately afterward, he took a deep breath of fresh air and headed home with both Phoenix and Lily in tow. I just got home, sat on the couch and played with my phone for a while before it was time for dinner. The 3 who ate together today were Lin Lao, Lin Shu and Lin Mu. Luang what were you doing out today? I haven't seen you in person all day. Lin Shu opened his mouth to ask Lin Lang after he had given Lin Lao a dish. Looking at Lin Lang's eyes, there was nothing but favor in them but only love. This is his only son, the future successor. He didn't train him properly in the past because he didn't think Lin Lang was the right material. But when he saw Lin Lang's appearance during the family gathering, Lin Shu then felt that he was the one who had misjudged him. Dad, I went out to run some errands today and then just hung out. Saying that, Lin Lang looked to the side at Lin Lao, and after thinking for a while, he still said it. Grandfather, I've done everything you've asked me to do, and you'll be waiting for your good news first thing in the morning. Lin Shu saw the grandparents and grandchildren playing dumb riddles here, but he didn't ask anything more, just lowered his head to eat. Early the next morning, Lin Lang opened his cell phone and turned on the internet, and the overwhelming news began with message alerts. Shocking, the famous Micro Alliance Enterprises young proprietor, Chen Ziqing, actually gambles. Chen Ziqing abuses women in the middle of the night. Is it a moral degradation or an injustice of the law? The young proprietor of Micro Alliance Enterprises has caused trouble, and now the company's stock has plummeted. Micro Alliance Enterprises is in disarray within the group. Seeing these messages, Lin Lang hooked his lips. These were just the beginning. After all, the one who could really mess them up, that could still only come from his sister. Lin Lang reached out and knocked on Lin Mu's room, and just as he walked in, Lin Mu directly held his cell phone out to him. You did this? For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether Lin Mu's expression was angry or happy. However, Lin Lang already had the eye of true vision, so he naturally saw Lin Mu's heart clearly. His sister, it seems, hasn't quite let go of the relationship yet, but none of that matters. The whole relationship thing will always be put down slowly, and right now, it's about getting his sister right on top of the board to make an announcement. Sis, come with me, trust your little old me. Lin Mu looked at Lin Lang with eyes full of doubt, and Lin Lang could tell that his sister thought she was crazy. How can this be? Lin Lang would never allow it. Sis, I'm not crazy. I came here today to bring you to whip that little bastard Chen Ziqi to death. Believe me, you're capable. Lin Mu looked at Lin Lang with a look of a retard, and after thinking for about a minute, they slowly sat down in front of the dressing table to put on her makeup. That's right, that's the way to do it. Dress up beautifully and make that girl regret it. Lin Mu was already very beautiful looking, and despite her unpowdered face, she couldn't see any flaws. Lin Lang just watched her apply her makeup for more than half an hour, and by the time she was all done, Lin Lang's heartbeat sped up quite a bit for a moment. Wow, sis, you're so beautiful. Lin Lang unconsciously uttered these words. When Lin Mu heard this, he also smiled and didn't say anything else. After walking inside the closet and taking out the clothes, he looked at Lin Lang who was still standing aside. Lin Lang was stunned and filled with doubt. What's wrong, sis? Are you unsure of which dress to wear? No. Just as Lin Lang was about to ask Lin Mu what he wanted to do, he heard Lin Mu's following words. I was trying to get you out because I'm going to change and come. Oh, good. Lin Lang was embarrassed for a moment, reached up and touched his head, and hurriedly left the room. When Lin Mu walked out, he subconsciously sucked in his mouth. It would be really embarrassing if the drool did come out. It's beautiful. At the shareholders' meeting of Micro Alliance Enterprises, Chen Ziqi's father, Chen Xiuzhong, sat directly in the chairman's seat and glared fiercely at Chen Ziqi with his eyes. Only then did he look to his seat on the stage and frowned. What's going on here? Wasn't the meeting announced? Where are all the people? Seeing Chen Xiaozhong get so angry, Chen Ziki instead opened his mouth to mediate. Dad, let's just ignore them for now. Let's have the meeting first. Humph, count yourself sensible. With that, he looked over to the directors present, who originally numbered 8, but now only 3 remained, and sighed. As we all know, Micro Alliance Enterprises was built by all of us, and now that our business has encountered difficulties, it is wanting everyone to work together to think of a solution. Saying that, Chen Xiaozhong seemed to have aged a lot in a moment and directly stood up, bowing to everyone. Regardless of what we all end up discussing, let me first apologize. I was the one who failed to teach my son, and that's what led to this situation with our Micro Alliance business. I'm sorry. The 3 know-it-alls were silent, as if waiting for something. Soon, however, a rush of voices rushed inside their ears. Coming. Sorry we're late. With that, the door to the conference room was opened. Chen Xiaozhong still had his head down. However, right after he saw the red high heels and black leather shoes, he immediately raised his head. Yo, Mr. Chen, I've just arrived here and you're bowing to me. I really can't afford it. I can't afford it. The people who came were none other than Lin Lang and Lin Mu. The 3 directors present immediately stood up to show their respect upon seeing Lin Lang arrive, and only Chen Ziki, alone, stood in place in a daze, dumbfounded, thinking that he had misread something. His own ex-girlfriend, surprisingly, stood with Lin Lang of the Lin family. What exactly is their relationship? Could it be a lover? So what exactly is the purpose of Lin Lang's visit today? Are you here for revenge? Chen Ziki felt it was a little difficult to breathe for a moment, and he was a little afraid to accept this fact. However, all that could be heard was Lin Lang humming softly. You're asking so many questions, so I'll answer them one by one. What's the problem? The people present were a bit confused, looking at Chen Ziki along with Lin Lang's line of sight. Could it be that Chen Ziki had spoken? Chen Xiaozhong was completely at a loss as to what was going on right now, and could only wait and see what happened. First of all, let me introduce myself. Of course everyone here except for Mr. Chen should know about it. Lin Lang. Boom. Chen Xiaozhong's mind was confused for a moment. Lin? Surprisingly, it was Lin. Why is it that today's board meeting has Lin's meddling in it? Lin Lang seemed to be completely oblivious to Chen Xiaozhong's surprise and just spoke to himself. And this beautiful beauty beside me is my sister, Lin Mu. What? Chen Ziki didn't hold back for a moment, so scared that he directly bit his tongue and crouched on the ground alone, screaming. How could he not have thought that his ex-girlfriend would be Lin Mu? Lin's palimpsest. If he had known Lin Mu's identity in advance, he would have treated her like a treasure. As long as they are married. Once they are married, are they afraid of not having a foothold in their micro-alliance business? Lin Mu took it all in, and for some reason, for a split second at the sight of Chen Ziki's reaction, she felt that her own feelings could be really funny. It's ironic as hell. Lin Lang reached out and took Lin Mu's hand, and the two of them smiled at each other. Since he, Chen Zishi, had failed his sister, then today, he would bring his sister and trample Chen Zishi under his feet, rubbing them hard. Bullying him was fine, but bullying his sister, absolutely not. Now that you all know who the two of us are, let me tell you about our new identities. 45% of Micro Alliance Enterprises is in my sister's hands. Boom! Chen Xiaozhong's brain was once again traumatized. 45% of Micro Alliance Enterprises. That's 45%. You know, even he, himself, only has 40% of the shares. That's all. That's what you've worked so hard for. And the Lin Lang in front of him had actually obtained 45% of the shares in a short period of time directly. He also finally realized why none of the directors were coming today. It seems that everything today is all thanks to Lin Lang. Sit down everyone. You're welcome. Saying that, Lin Lang directly pulled Lin Mu and sat next to Chen Xiaozhong, which was Chen Ziqing's original position. But now, Chen Ziqing had been squeezed to the back. Let me make a few brief points today. Firstly, the company, now, is facing a dying situation. Only I can save you, so the chairman of the company must be replaced. What? Change? For a moment, Chen Xiaozhong thought that he had heard wrongly, but when he saw Lin Lang nodding his head affirmatively, the entire person immediately opened his mouth to retort. No way. Switching is an impossible thing. Micro Alliance Enterprises is something I've built up single-handedly. There's no way I'll let you guys have it, no matter what I say. Hearing these words, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and snorted. In that case, don't blame me for using coercive means. The company's shareholders contract clearly states that when there is a share equal to or higher than the chairman's share, there is an option to replace it, provided, however, that it has the consent of more than half of the directors. which is the contract you drew up in the first place. I don't know if you remember. Chen Xiaozhong opened his mouth with difficulty. Oh, there's no need for you to remember. Now that I've read it out for you, then let's raise our hands now. Those who agree that Lin Mu should become the new company chairman, please raise your hands. Soon, all three directors present raised their hands, and seeing this state of affairs, Chen Xiaozhong's cheeks turned red with anger. You, guys, chairman, we also chose based on your ability. One of the directors opened his mouth to explain. Yes, Mr. Chen, our company is already like this now, so it's better to get a new chairman. Mr. Chen, step aside. Hearing the way the three of them were talking to each other, Chen Ziki directly stood up in anger. What do you three know? If it wasn't for my father, would you have the property you have today? Would you be in such a high position without my father? Would you have had such a good life without my dad? In the face of Chen Ziki's bellowing question, Lin Mu came silently. But, without you, Weimeng Enterprise would not be in the current situation. You, Chen Ziki reached out and pointed at Lin Mu, but was half speechless, because he saw that Lin Mu's eyes were no longer so pure and full of love. The heart stung inexplicably. Seeing this state of affairs, Lin Lang was quick to speak up. Alright, since the vote was unanimous, I announced that Lin Mu has officially become the chairman of Micro Alliance Enterprises. After speaking, he looked at Chen Xiaozhong and spoke quietly. Mr. Chen, step aside. Lin Mu sat in his seat, looked down and spoke. Micro Alliance Enterprises will be renamed Greenwood Group starting today. I'll specifically say one thing. The Aoki Group doesn't belong to Lin's enterprise. The two don't have any relationship. So if someone wants to sell their shares, I'll naturally buy them at a high price. What about the high price? Yes, there is no such intention. No, I'm willing to follow Mr. Lin. After discussing it a bit below, several people came up with an answer. Not for sale. Lin Mu hooked her lips. For this answer, she had thought of it. So continue to speak. And, the Greenwood Group from today, replace the commercial development field. Specific. I will as soon as possible out of a plan. You directly according to the plan to do things on the line. After speaking, his eyes glanced coldly. Does everyone have any more comments? I have an opinion. Chen Ziki stood up directly and looked at Lin Mu. There was anger in his eyes, but he tried his best to suppress it. What if I don't agree with you becoming the chairman of Micro Alliance Enterprises? After saying this, Lin Mu instead reached out and wisped his hair. His words as cold as ice, without a trace of earthly flavor. The Aoki Group is not a subsidiary of the Lin clan. However, I am also the jewel of the Lin clan. The words, too, had been a naked threat. No matter what, no one can fight Lin, so they have to agree even if they don't. Chen Ziki hard blocked a word. Just looked at the face of Chen Xiaozhong. He knew that his future days will not be good. Mu, wait for me. Both Lin Lang and Lin Mu had almost walked out of the company, but they were directly stopped by Chen Ziki reaching out. Lin Xiao, I'll just talk to Mu for a few minutes. Just a few minutes. The tone was full of pleading. Luang wait for me in the car. Good. Lin Lang nodded and replied. Lin Mu and Chen Ziqing both walked to the side of the street across from the company. She directly sat on a bench and looked at Chen Ziqing in front of her. In the past, when she looked at Chen Ziki, she thought that Chen Ziki was a humorous and witty person. But now, it's just full of disgust and irony. And she was simply blind in the beginning. If you have something to say, you can hurry up and say it. Lin Mu now didn't want to have any more interactions with the person in front of her at all, much less say another word to him. If it wasn't for the previous love, there was no way she would have come here alone with him. Mu, I know I was wrong. I was just confused at the time. I had no idea what the hell I was doing at the time. As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened and he reached out to desperately grab Lin Mu's coat corner. His tone urgent. I was set up that night. Can you spare me? I know I'm wrong now. Please. Saying that, Chen Ziqing looked like he was about to kneel down for Lin Mu, but he was directly stopped by Lin Mu. Ha, I saw it with my own eyes. What's the point of you saying that now? No, it's not like that. I actually love you. It's always been you that I love. You have to believe me. Hearing this, Lin Mu already didn't want to waste time here with the person in front of him. I'm leaving, so take care of yourself. Saying that, Lin Mu directly shook off Chen Ziki and left without looking back. She knew that if she had revealed her identity and fallen in love with Chen Ziki, then nothing would be the way it was now. However, in the beginning it was only because she kept a low profile and didn't use her real name for her relationship. Otherwise, there was no telling what kind of person Chen Ziqing really was. Thinking about it, I can't help but feel grateful. Thankfully, things came to a screeching halt here. Back in the car, Lin Lang glanced at Lin Mu, and just when he saw that there was no longer a slight misery in her eyes, he then reached out to rub her head. That's my oldest sister. It's just not worth it for a broken man. Lin Mu glared at Lin Lang. Messed up my hair. Lin Mu didn't want an image at all in front of Lin Lang, let alone a hairstyle. Lin Lang of course knew that, and after reaching out and rubbing his hand a few times, he instead opened his mouth and said, "Old sister Chen Ziqing is a person you need to keep an eye on in the future. What if he chases you by all means when the time comes, and you don't hold back for a moment and just get back together with him again?" Thinking of this, Lin Lang simply shook his head, filled with helplessness. "You think I'd be that stupid, do I?" Lin Mu pretended to be angry and looked at Lin Lang. Lin Lang, on the other hand, let out a light laugh and immediately conceded. No, my old sister is so smart. How could she possibly take the bait again?" Hearing these words, Lin Mu then nodded happily. Then looking at him, "But how do you manage to do all these things? You used to be an uneducated person." Hearing this, Lin Lang instead looked at Lin Mu. "Wow, your old brother I used to be a deep concealer. Now this is not for your sake to show it. Ha ha." The two of them chatted like this all the way, and after they returned home, Lin Lang walked to Lin Lao's room instead. After reporting this matter, Elder Lin looked at Lin Lang. His eyes were full of relief. "Well, not bad. Originally thought that you would need 10 days and half a month to finish it, but I didn't expect that in just 2 days. You did it straight away and it was done very well too." After seeing Mr. Lin's compliments, Lin Lang was all low-key. No, it's all because Grandpa taught me well. If I didn't have my grandfather's teachings at that time, if he wouldn't have given me this opportunity, then I wouldn't have made it to where I am now," Lin Lang said with a smile, and Lin Lao reached out and pointed at his head. You're the only one who can talk. Well, you're pretty much done with things over here, so if you want to go back to your country, then you should go back to your country." Lin Lao thought for a moment and then continued. "Everything is fine over here. There's your father and I holding it up over here for the time being. Once you've had enough fun, come back as soon as you can to inherit Lin's." "Alright, then thanks a lot Grandpa." Lin Lang had long wanted to go back to his country. Speaking a foreign language over here was simply not comfortable at all, not as smooth as speaking in Mandarin. So after the side got Lin Lao's approval, he spoke to both Lin Mu and Lin Shu, and then directly brought Phoenix and Lily, and took the airplane back to China. "Phoenix, how's it going? Do you have any thoughts about this trip abroad?" Phoenix didn't expect Lin Lang to ask this question directly, and after thinking for a long time, she didn't know how to answer. Soul simply shook his head. "No. What about Lily?" Lin Lang knew that Phoenix would be this answer, so he didn't give her a hard time for now. "Wow, young master, you are simply handsome." "Really? My young master is super handsome." Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could see that Lily's favorability towards herself had reached 100%. That's a really fast rate of progress. "Stop." A loud roar directly made Lin Lang forget what he was going to say next, and the whole man frowned as he looked ahead. He could see a man in rags, running desperately ahead of him, and behind him a woman in a police uniform, chasing after him one by one. The policeman in the back was surprisingly a female policeman. Looks very outstanding looks. That small body, and also wearing a police uniform, let Lin Lang below a burst of warm current flow through. At this moment, Lin Lang only had one song lyric in mind. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction. Chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Stop. Lin Lang was thinking about the lyrics when he saw the man in front of him running directly in his direction. I class a big grass. Lin Lang was planning to dodge, but based on the current situation, no matter how much he dodged, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Get out of the way. Lin Lang was just about to get on and help the little policewoman when he heard her voice ring out. What? Get out of the way? How dare you think Lin Lang is in the way? Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the moment the man ran towards him, he violently reached out and grabbed him. Let go of me. Do you want to die? As the man said that, a dagger was already pulled out and he looked at Lin Lang menacingly. Lin Lang wasn't scared at all, reaching out to block the dagger that was about to come down. He spoke, brothers, for the men, earn some face. With that, he reached straight out and gave the man a push, giving him a helping hand. WOC, dude, thanks. The man ran desperately again, with more and more police chasing after him. The little policewoman stopped and stood in front of Lin Lang, her face full of hatred, as if Lin Lang had robbed her of $2 million. What are you doing you? Why let go when you've caught it? I could have convicted you of fornication. Don't you know that? The little policewoman said, rolling up her sleeves with the intention of arresting Lin Lang, but seeing Lily on the side, she went straight up to block it. Girl, words can't be said like that. Lily's eyes were no longer innocent and cute for a moment, but instead became vicious and bloodthirsty, and when she locked eyes with the little policewoman's eyes, there seemed to be fire like jets of light in both of them. Seeing this scene, Lin Lang was not slow to open his mouth to explain. Right, how can you police do this? You're slandering, you know. Hearing Lin Lang's words, the little policewoman was immediately unsettled, looking at him, chest out and head up, directly opening her mouth to question. That's fine. I'm asking you, how did I slander you? Lin Lang was full of grievances. I was going to help you catch the murderer, but when I heard you say that you told me to get out of the way, I assumed that you were role-playing, so I let go and let the little murderer go flying. You, the little policewoman's entire body was about to explode with anger. However, seeing Lin Lang's aggrieved as it really is expression on her face, it made her wonder what the hell to do. What's wrong with me? Come back to the station with me. With that, he pulled Lin Lang and left. But once again, Lily reached out and grabbed her hand. The police can just take anyone they want. AI. Lily let go. Young master, I'm a good citizen. As long as this little policewoman doesn't regret it when the time comes. Lin Lang would like to see how this little policewoman begged herself to get out of the police station when the time came. With that thought, he unconsciously hooked his lips and looked at the little policewoman with a slight twinkle in his eye. You betcha. Humph. First of all, I won't regret it. Secondly, my name is Walnut, not Little Miss Police. And lastly, come back to the station with me. Where's all this nonsense? Walnut finished with a serious face, and seemed to be afraid that Lily would block the way, and opened her mouth to add, obstructing the police office. We'll be arrested into the police station together. Lin Lang looked at Lily and spoke. There's no need to follow me. You guys go home. I'll go get a cup of tea and come back. Available. Behave yourself. Good boy. After that, he followed Walnut. Lin Lang didn't forget to throw a wink at both Phoenix and Lily before he left. When Walnut saw this scene, he directly shoved Lin Lang into the car, not allowing him to say another word. In the car, Lin Lang looked at Walnut, who hadn't said anything, and was able to roughly guess what she was worried about. Don't worry, the killer will be caught. Catch you. Yes, with your help. It's a sure thing. Hearing this, it made Lin Lang feel unusually cute. Just as he was about to reach out and pet Walnut's head, he was stopped directly by her. Stop your hands. I am able to sue you for sexual harassment. Threats? He, Lin Lang, was the least afraid of threats, said the man, moving his hips a little closer to Walnut. This time, he didn't reach out to touch his head, but directly reached out and wrapped his arms around the slender waist, which wasn't very soft, but was very elastic, making Lin Lang couldn't help but let out a low hum. Ah! Lin Lang screamed his heart out this time. I'm warning you, if you make too many moves again, I'll make sure you don't get out of the police station. Walnut's cheeks reddened, but looked at Lin Lang still in a serious threatening manner. Lin Lang squinted his eyes, but he couldn't see what he wanted to see. That was strange to him. And when Walnut saw Lin Lang settle down for a moment, that's when she let go of him. System, why can't I use my perspective anymore? Ever since he had the eye of true sight, his perspective had only been used once, and surprisingly it didn't work at the back. What kind of pitiful trick is this, host? Because your points are really pitiful. You can only obtain the skill of the eye of true sight. As for how far the skill can perform, that still requires a subsequent investment of points. Hearing this, Lin Lang was so angry that he wanted to beat this system to death, tricking himself into spending so many points, and now he could only detect people's hearts? Host, you can beat the system to death, but please think twice. The survival of the system determines the life and death of the host's soul. Threats. Naked threats. Fine. Lin Lang doesn't get on his bad side. It was hard to get to the police station. Lin Lang just walked in and sat directly on the sofa. Walnut looked at Lin Lang and instead opened his mouth to mock. You're a diligent enough ass to let you do it. After this question, Lin Lang instead crossed his legs. No, but I'm tired. I just need to sit, or else you'll kick me out of the police station. You. Hearing this, Walnut was furious, but managed to hold down the anger that filled him. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the man who had come in through the door, holding the murderer who had just been there. The two men's eyes locked for a moment, and the murderer walked directly to Lin Lang, his face full of guilt. Brother, I'm sorry I didn't earn our man's honor. A group of police officers looked at the two of them with dismay in their eyes. What kind of relationship is this and why are they a little confused by what they're watching? Not to mention them, Lin Lang was also confused. This little murderer is totally pushing himself into the fire with us right now. Now he says he doesn't know the little murderer. Does anyone believe him? Anyone else? No. Is it catching an accomplice? The police began to speculate, reached out and pulled the killer away. However, the murderer was so dead that he even apologized to Lin Lang again before leaving. Brother, I'm sorry, I can fuck you up. Lin Lang instantly lost his temper. What kind of operation is this? Naked slander. On one side, Walnut originally didn't think they were accomplices, but now that she saw the situation, it made her wonder if this was an accomplice or not. Walnut looked at Lin Lang, his face serious. "You, come with me, under investigation." Lin Lang just followed Walnut to the inquiry room, and just as he walked in, he did observe the surroundings of the circle. Well, good. Walnut's head was just shy of 2 black lines. Was this an interrogation or a visit? She reached out and slapped the table. "Quiet. This is an interrogation." "Oh, good." Lin Lang just sat down on the chair across from her. "Name, Lin Lang." Hearing this name, Walnut's hand holding the pen suddenly paused, and her eyes glanced at him with suspicion and surprise, but then he whirled around and laughed softly, continuing to inquire. "Age, 18. Home address. Why, little policewoman, are you coming to my house in the middle of the night? Welcome. Get a grip. Why did you show up at the airport?" Walnut simply stopped asking for the address and went straight to the next question. "Back home. Of course. Where did it go?" "Eyebrow country." "What for?" "Go home." From here, Lin Lang didn't seem to have any problems, but Walnut was still very uneasy and looked at Lin Lang with a defensive look in his eyes. What's the connection to the killer? Hearing this question, Lin Lang was really dumbfounded. "I had nothing to do with him, as I explained to you at the time. By the way, if you don't believe me, I am allowed to explain it to you again." Saying that, Lin Lang looked like he was about to continue saying it again before he was directly stopped by Walnut. "You stop. Just tell us how you can prove that you didn't know the killer." Hearing this question, Lin Lang was helpless. "Then prove how you don't know me?" If it were possible, Walnut really wanted to beat the person in front of him to death. After coming out of the questioning room, Walnut was really pissed off when he saw Lin Lang's current appearance of not taking the police department seriously. As a rule, without evidence, she could only hold him here for 24 hours. Instead of being here 24 hours a day pissing himself off, it would be better to let Lin Lang go before it was too late. Thinking of this, Walnut looked at Lin Lang and said without any good humor, "Alright, you can leave now. It's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away." He, Lin Lang, will not leave today. "What? Why don't you leave? What do you want to stay here for?" Walnut now felt a bit incredulous that the person in front of him was sick. The first time she saw that there was actually someone who came to the police station and didn't want to leave, she was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back and just go for it. However, I didn't expect to see Lin Lang go first before Walnut could get his hands on him. Lin Lang directly reached out and took Walnut's hand. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something, maybe you won't be angry anymore." Walnut reached out to avoid it, but was still caught by Lin Lang. "What the hell do you want?" "Lin Lang, just tell me. I'll try to fulfill you as much as I can. Mainly what you ask for. Why should I be satisfied? Is it satisfying in that way too?" "What?" Walnut was stunned, and after realizing exactly what Lin Lang meant by that, it was only then that he reacted to what exactly he meant by that. Walnut's whole body was about to explode with anger. She hadn't encountered such a difficult person in all the years she had been a police officer. "What the hell do you want to get out of here?" Her tone was on the verge of breaking down as she looked at Lin Lang, who was sitting on the couch again, clenching her fists. Lin Lang picked up a cup of tea from the table and sipped it. Westlake Longjing, it's quite superior." Then he observed Walnut's face, which was going black with anger, before speaking directly. "Want me to leave? It's simple." With that he reached out and snapped his fingers. "Just let me have a kiss. Just one, and I'll leave immediately." What a joke. She, Walnut, is a police officer, not a lady. How could she agree to such an unreasonable request? Looking to Lin Lang, he directly denied it. And naturally, Lin Lang knew Walnut's answer. He had originally planned to make Walnut his maid, but after looking at the system score, he cancelled his idea. She could, however, get the little maids to do a little role-playing. Thinking of this, Lin Lang's mood was all the better. Instead he looked at the Walnut in front of him, his eyes all full of teasing. There aren't many people who can get him into the police department, and since Walnut got him in, he's going to be good enough to send him out. Otherwise, this is not to be blamed on him for being unsympathetic. Saying that, he saw that Walnut's entire body was angry and looked at Lin Lang with a helpless look. "Fine, since you don't want to leave, you can stay here." Okay. In this way, Lin Lang directly stayed here for a day, ordering takeout when he was hungry, and lying on the sofa to sleep after eating, which was a particularly pleasant day. Walnut looked furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Are you leaving or not?" Walnut really couldn't help himself and walked over towards Lin Lang and yelled directly. "Not going, but I need to have my butler come over and have him send me a dress." With that, he stretched out, looking particularly enjoyable. "Okay, then you wait." Butler Lou was particularly fast. Once he heard that Lin Lang had entered the police station, he was in a great hurry and rushed over directly. "My young master, How did you get in here? Butler Lu looked at Lin Lang and realized that there was no condition on Lin Lang's body. Then he was slightly relieved a little bit. But still, looking around, there wasn't a single police officer, which made him feel curious. I was wrongly accused. Lin Lang only said this, and then directly took off the clothes on his body and changed into new clothes. Seeing that Lin Lang had just changed, Butler Lu was about to ask about the situation when he saw the person appearing at the door. A handful of the police department. Ma Tao. When Ma Tao saw Butler Lu, his tiger body shook, and he immediately opened his mouth to greet him. Lu Lao, why are you here? Which gust of wind blew you here? Walnut followed Ma Tao's side, and it was a bit uncomfortable to see Ma Tao so dogged. However, just when seeing the so-called elder Lu standing beside Lin Lang, and thinking of what Lin Lang just said to himself, if she hadn't guessed wrongly, this Lu Lao was Lin Lang's housekeeper, and according to the level of respect that Ma Tao has for elder Lu, then Lin Lang's identity. Thinking of this, Walnut's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She couldn't possibly be so unlucky. Ma Bureau. Butler Lu saw Ma Tao, but nodded slightly. No, my young master was brought in, so I came to ask for specifics. Hearing this, Ma Tao's entire body was scared. Butler Lu was well known in the capital city, and it was known that he was a member of the Lin family, but what he didn't expect was that the young master of the Lin family was here. What? Young Lin is here? Ma Tao's eyes caught a glimpse of Lin Lang, who was sitting on the sofa, and was immediately startled. With that, he saw Lin Lang sitting on the sofa, who was currently greeting him. Hello Ma. Hello Lin Xiao, how are you? How did you get in here? You give me the word. I'll see which little brat is being ungrateful. Hearing these words, Lin Lang smiled and looked at Walnut, who was standing to the side, but he couldn't help but hook his lips. It's that cute little beauty behind you then. Hearing this, Ma Tao immediately looked at Walnut, his eyes hard. What's going on? Walnut looked at Lin Lang and immediately explained what happened at that time again. Ma Tao's expression literally changed from white to black and eventually to green, pasting a B-face to look at Lin Lang. Lin Xiao, I'm really sorry. This policewoman of ours might be a bit rigid in the head. I hope you don't take offense. Now, I'll let Walnut apologize to you. This police station is quite uncomfortable to live in. You see. Seeing that Ma Tao's attitude was quite good, Lin Lang then considered for a moment and reached out to point at Hu Tao. I told her, but your little policewoman doesn't agree. Ma Tao immediately looked at Walnut. What's going on here? Given the opportunity to apologize? You don't even know how to apologize. Seeing that Ma Tao was about to get angry, the Walnut, who was holding back his blush, opened his mouth to explain. Ma Bureau, Lin Xiao is letting me kiss him before I can do it. Fortunately, Ma Tao is still here. If Ma Tao is not here, Hu Tao would have run away shyly. And how could she be here explaining something? The air was silent for a moment, and Ma Tao looked at Butler Lu with a bit of embarrassment. Meaning, you see what to do about this. Butler Lu's heart froze slightly when he heard these words, but then after thinking about Lin Lang's character and his style of dealing with things in recent times, he felt that a kiss was already considered lenient. This is Lin Xiao. What? You don't want to? Seeing that Butler Lu didn't say anything, Ma Tao knew what their attitude was. Looking to Walnut, he chided directly. Walnut was looking at Lin Lang at the moment with a look of resignation, as if she was about to cry out in aggravation. Lin Lang crossed his legs and spoke directly. Alright, I'll forgive you for your faults this time, but since you've offended me, then in the future, you'll have to eat your words. Lin Lang didn't have much interest in continuing to ink with Walnut anymore, and directly stood up and walked over to Butler Lu's side. Butler Lu, the matter here, I'll leave it to you. With that, he just strutted right out, but who knew that just as he reached the door, he would hear Walnut's voice calling out to him. Lin Xiao. Well, then Lin Lang was just kissed by Walnut. Looking at her with a look of death, Lin Lang felt bored. Reaching for a tissue, he wiped his mouth. Next time, don't let me see you. Lin Lang did ask her to give him a kiss, but if kissing him became a burden, then Lin Lang would rather she didn't. Butler Lu, let's go. Upon returning home, he saw a figure pounce directly on him. Lin Lang opened his arms and directly hugged Mu Qingqing. Boo dash. Young master, did you miss me? Of course I want to. Most of all I want you. He. Qingqing misses you too. She's been waiting for you every day with Sister Churin. Humph. I didn't. Churin shook her head with a haughty face and opened her mouth to deny it. Lin Lang instead hummed lightly and walked over to Churin, reaching out to pick up her jaw. Churin, little master, I'm back. Next, your good days will come to an end. What do you mean by that? As soon as the words fell, Churin was already unable to speak, her small mouth already blocked by Lin Lang. It wasn't until Churin couldn't breathe that Lin Lang reluctantly released her. This was Hee-Charan's first kiss in the true sense of the word. Now it was just taken away from Lin Lang. Hee-Charan's face was red, full of anger but shy as she looked at Lin Lang, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lin Lang was naturally upset after being a little bit angry inside the police station, and now he was inflicting all of his temper on Hee-Charan. So the kiss was very hard. Lin Lang reached out and touched Hee-Charan's head and spoke, "Be good. There's a better one waiting for you." With that, he took a few people with him to dinner. Since Lin Lang hadn't had dinner with them for a long time, this dinner was kind of a happy one. The whole time it was the two of them, Lily and Mu Qingqing, who kept talking about the events of the past few days, and the time passed quickly. Lin Lang was also full of food and drink, and the saying that wine is enough to make you want to lust is not true at all. He looked directly at Hee-Charan, reached out and snapped his fingers. "I'll give you half an hour. Within half an hour, come to my room." When he finished, he walked straight up the stairs. Hee-Charan, on the other hand, was petrified in place, and if it wasn't for her blinking eyes, they were all still wondering if she was alive. "What's wrong with you, Sister Charan?" Mu Qingqing looks at Hee-Charan, a little confused as to why she is reacting this way. Phoenix ate a good meal, naturally, not bothering that much, walked straight upstairs and went to bed. Lily instead sat directly beside Hee-Charan. "It's fine. As a maid, this is all something we have to go through, but I don't want to." Hee-Charan's eyes reddened, looking at the two people present. Her tone was full of aggression, but this they could not empathize with, so they opened their mouths to comfort, and could not say anything practical. The time soon arrived. Hee-Charan walked to the door of Lin Lang's room and stretched out her hand, but she couldn't knock down this door. There was probably about 3 minutes of silence before this reached out and knocked on the door. "Enter." Just as he went in, he saw Lin Lang lying on the bed playing with his cell phone, and after seeing Hee-Charan come in, he skimmed a glance and frowned. Hee-Charan was still wearing the same clothes she had just eaten in, and now she looked as pathetic as a wounded white rabbit. Lin Lang let out a light laugh and reached out to pat his bed. "Come up." Looking at him now, he's in a pretty good mood. After all, Hee-Charan was the first person he had ever laid eyes on, and now that it was finally right in his hands, how could he not be happy? However, seeing Hee-Charan still standing still made Lin Lang raise an eyebrow. "What, not willing?" Hee-Charan nodded, his eyes reddened. "Young master, can you spare me?" Hearing these words, Lin Lang's fire immediately came up, and his eyes were filled with anger when he looked at Hee-Charan. "Oh, spare you? You're my maid and you're asking me to spare you? Do you know yourself?" Hee-Charan's heart inexplicably grew fearful at Lin Lang's approach. The man in front of her was simply too powerful and had a treacherous and changeable personality that she simply didn't know what to use to deal with. No. Hee-Charan knew that if it wasn't for Lin Lang, it was estimated that she would still be at home now, continuing to live a life that was glamorous on the surface, but was actually very pathetic in the interior. But Hee-Charan she didn't want to do this kind of thing, and Lin Lang wanted more than just an answer. He walked to Hee-Charan's front, looking at her in front of him whose tears had slowly flowed down, and hooked his lips in a smile. "Oh, crying? Do you think your tears can solve the problem in my place?" Hee-Charan she didn't know. She just shook her head. She didn't know what she should do. She just wanted to escape from here. There was an inexplicable trepidation in her mind about the matter. "Don't even think about it. You can't escape," Lin Lang said, his eyes suddenly widening as he reached out and hugged her to the bed. "Now that you've become my maid, enjoy what you deserve." Ah! The sound of tearing hearts and lungs spread throughout the Lin family, and a few people next door thought something had happened after hearing the sound. Frightened, Lily directly didn't even put on her clothes and immediately came to the door of Lin Lang's room with quick steps. However, just the moment she intended to push the door to enter, her face immediately flushed red after hearing the burst of suppressed sounds coming from inside the room. Immediately afterward, with a movement imperceptible to ordinary people, he immediately returned to his room, lay down, and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Lang looked at Hee-Charan who was lying beside him sleeping, and looking at her face full of tiredness, he instead reached out and rubbed her head. As he was about to get up, he realized that Hee-Charan's hand was still tightly gripping his arm, looking as if he was an abandoned child who couldn't find his way home. Lin Lang's heart ached for a moment, and seeing the current situation, he didn't know what to do for a moment, but still looked at Hee-Charan who was sleeping on the bed, and followed her to sleep a little more. Around the time Hee-Charan woke up, it was already around 11 o'clock at noon. Opening his eyes, feeling the aches and pains all over his body, and then glancing at Lin Lang next to him, his mind instantly went blank when he thought about what happened last night. Still, he sat straight up and was about to get dressed and leave when he heard a soft laugh from behind him. There was a pause in the hasty dressing of his hands, but it was soon gone. She thought she had misheard him, and was about to continue getting dressed when she felt a pair of large hands above her waist, directly wrapping around her waist and carrying him into her arms. Falling into a warm and generous embrace, Hee-charan was startled, but smelling the manly scent of Lin Lang's body and associating it with what happened last night, her face instantly reddened. What, awake? Lin Lang had just woken up from a nap and his voice was hoarse, but such a crispy voice was something Hee-charan couldn't resist. Aha! Replied softly. What did you say? Lin Lang fiercely pressed down on Hee-charan's body and looked at her. My class master? Hee-charan had been the class president who was a tiger inside the class some time ago, but now he had been crushed by Lin Lang. That's a quick change. Hee-charan couldn't stand this ambiguous aura right now, so he immediately stood up and left the room, dropping. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering a female and gaining 1,000 points. Hee-charan hadn't left for a while when the system's voice sounded. It was then that Lin Lang snapped to the thought that his eyes of true sight hadn't fully recovered yet. Host, don't be in a hurry. Host, you only need to acquire 10,000 points to successfully open all the functions of the Eye of True Vision. 10,000 points. If $10,000 is 1 point, wouldn't he have to spend 100 million? Well, it's only 100 million. It's okay. No. Having just heard Lin Lang's self-congratulation, the system instead immediately poured cold water. The host must spend the money as the system requires. What? I spend my own money and I have to do what you want? Lin Lang really wanted to beat up this so-called system so that he could vent his anger. Yes, the host must spend money, but that money cannot be spent on themselves, nor can there be a spent money that is still producing funds after the money is spent. Hearing this method of spending money, Lin Lang's entire body froze in place. He wanted to curse. Yes, wanted to curse. If he can't spend money on himself, why doesn't he spend it on someone else? There can't be any gain at the end of the day. Thinking of this, Lin Lang quickly had an idea. That's nothing more than eating, drinking, and having fun. And at the end of the hour, empty-handed, with no money whatsoever left behind. Thinking of this, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips into a smile and walked downstairs, calling up a few of his little maids. Let's go, little master. I'll show you what it means to live a good life these days. In the capital, there is a luxurious place called Infinity. Lin Lang hadn't been here yet because all the meals here were too expensive. And it's very hard to get a seat in here because everyone who comes here to eat is rich. Rich people want face most of all. That package is for sure. Moreover, there are more politicians here, and it is common to discuss some matters and whatnot here. After Lin Lang walked in with the 4 people, not only the 4 of them, but even Lin Lang, expressed his shock. Just walking in, you can see the gold inside. This kind of gold, not the plastic kind of gold. This kind of gold, the kind of glittering gold. It looks like a sight for sore eyes. Thinking about this, Lin Lang couldn't help but feel that he should also have such a golden castle of his own. If it wasn't for the broken system not agreeing, Lin Lang would have started building by now. Okay? But for now, just bear with someone else's for now. Wow, young master, it's so beautiful here. These little girls just love all this bling. So at the first sight of this hotel, they have fallen in love. Yes, young master, it costs a lot of money to eat here, doesn't it? Lily, as Lin Lang's personal maid, these were also taken into consideration. And if it was too expensive, it would be fine to eat at another place. Beautiful, really beautiful. Hee-charan also couldn't help but be attracted by the decorations of the place, and the eyes that looked at the place were filled with delight. Hello sir, we're already booked here, so we'd better ask you to go somewhere else. And yet, just when everyone's eyes were glowing with the idea that this was the place to eat, they were directly hindered by a man walking up to them? Can this Lin Lang endure? Absolutely not. Lin Lang sized up the person in front of him, dressed in a butler's outfit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking particularly svelte. However, a dog-eyed look made Lin Lang taunt him. What? Do you have so many empty seats here that your relatives are sitting in them? You're joking. Sir, there's a big official here. He's wrapped up. This sentence is the truth. But looking at the tone of the manager's speech, Lin Lang body how so unpleasant. He grunted lightly. In that case, call out this so-called great official. I'd like to have a chat with him. After saying that, the manager awkwardly glanced at Lin Lang, an undetectable hint of mockery spreading from his lips. Oops, sorry. This big official is rather low-key, so I guess it's not convenient to see you. The words were well spoken, and Lin Lang naturally heard the meaning in the manager's words. It's just that you're so lowly that the big officials don't have time to see you. In that case, I'll wrap it up too. Say, how much? Looking at Lin Lang as he was about to take out his wallet, the manager instead reached out and stopped it first. Sir, you don't need to make a big deal out of it. This big official can be even more powerful than you think, so it's better if you don't make too many comparisons. Alas, Lin Lang, a violent temper, heard this and his entire body instantly exploded. I'm telling you, even if the Jade Emperor comes today, He'll have to make room for me. Gee, I say, who is this? What a big mouth. Lin Lang's words had just been uttered when he saw a man walk out from the back, looking like he had a big belly, which caused Lin Lang to let out a light laugh. Who did he think it was? But it was just Zhao Bin, a hand in the capital. And this official still has to hide it? Phoenix naturally recognized the man when he saw him, because she was the one who got her hands on all the personnel information and photos that Lin Lang was looking at in the first place. So now, upon seeing that it was Zhao Bin, he instead opened his mouth to remind something, but still didn't speak. Yo, Lord Zhao, I thought it was some big official in there. I didn't expect it to be you. Zhao Bin narrowed his eyes at Lin Lang, and after looking at him a few times before determining that he didn't recognize him, he instead let out a light hum. You know me? Indirectly. I'm a minor official? Are you kidding me? Already a hand in the capital. This official position. It's not small. Lin Lang directly took a chair and sat down. Well, I don't recognize it. The official is too small. You. This sentence angry Zhao Bin instantly spit out a mouthful of old blood. Since he did not recognize, how did he know his name at the first sight? It's obviously a lie. However, Zhao Bin didn't intend to bother too much with Lin Lang. He was just a kid who didn't know anything and only knew how to act in front of these women, so he couldn't afford to get angry with him. I heard that you want to charter a venue? How about this? I'll introduce you to a hotel with guaranteed attentive service and a 20% discount. What do you think? The three words 20% off sounded really harsh in Lin Lang's ears. He snorted and learned Zhao Bin's tone. Let's do it this way. I'll introduce you to a hotel. Not only the service, the view is very thoughtful in all aspects. Don't pay for it. You can eat whatever you want. It's my treat. Zhao Bin's face was all a bit off, and when he was looking at Lin Lang, his eyes were filled with anger. Lin Lang clearly didn't care, reaching out to prop his head and crossing his legs in a leisurely manner, looking like he was here to pick a fight. Tell you what, young man, since you want to pack the place, that's fine. I'll let you have half of it, but you can't drive up to where I'm at. What do you think of that? Hearing this, Lin Lang considered it for a moment. It sounded good. However, Lin Lang had originally planned to pack the venue at first, but now that he hadn't, it made him feel bad. No, I'll tell you what, I'll pay you. You leave, and I'll take this field. Zhao Bin's entire body didn't want to continue talking to Lin Lang anymore and instead reached out and slapped his hand on the table. Well then, since you want to pack the venue for $1 million a day, let me ask, this one, can you afford it? As soon as Zhao Bin looked at Lin Lang, he knew that he was a rich second generation from any family, and his family gave him some stinking money, so he brought a woman over to make waves. However, no matter which family is so awesome, they can't afford to pack $1 million a day. Even though there was someone, it wasn't someone that Zhao Bin didn't recognize in front of him. Tell you what, I'll give you $2 million, so hurry up and bring your stuff and get the hell out of here. Lin Lang saw that Zhao Bin didn't want to spend any more time with him, and his mood was naturally the same. He treats others as they treat him. You, which of your children? Why do you speak in such an arrogant tone? Hearing this, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and smiled. Don't care which family's kid I am. I'm afraid you can't afford to mess with me if I tell you. By the way, since the little master I also give you money to let you go. You hurry up with your tail between your legs, but don't wait for me to say what I shouldn't say before you go. At that time, it's not so good to go. Humph, what can you say? Little kid, it's better to speak in a less arrogant tone. It's easy to burn your mouth. Zhao Bin, on the other hand, was filled with arrogance, not believing at all that Lin Lang could say anything that would threaten him. But some people are like this. Give him a good face and let him go. He does not go. Then do not blame Lin Lang is not merciful. I'll ask one last time. Are you sure? Lin Lang's expression was serious, without the slightest hint of joking. The slightly ruthless look on his face caused both Lily and Mu Qingqing to become florid. Humph, what am I not sure about? 5 years ago, serial crashes all over the highway. 4 years ago, a family with the name Gua died in an accidental and bizarre death. 3 years ago, a handful of people in the capital suddenly and inexplicably suffered a heart attack. Lin Lang's words were spoken slowly and seemingly carelessly, but in fact, every word was like a pinprick for Zhao Bin. After seeing Zhao Bin's face change several colors, Lin Lang didn't have the intention of stopping and continued. 2 years ago, 15 missing 3-year-old baby girls. A year ago, shut up. Before Lin Lang could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Zhao Bin. Looking at Zhao Bin walking directly towards himself, Lin Lang wasn't afraid at all, and even had a little bit of anticipation. What are you babbling about that I can't understand? Lin Lang snorted. Since you don't understand, why are your fingers trembling? Since you don't understand, why is your reaction so big? Oh yeah, Your face is darker than the bottom of a pot right now. What the hell is that for? Looking at Lin Lang's pig-playing and tiger-eating appearance, it simply made Xiao Bin not know what to do. But he had only one thought, and that was that absolutely no one else should know about this. And the person in front of me must not live. Thinking of this, his eyes towards Lin Lang became even gentler. The corners of his eyes hooked slightly as he looked towards him and said, "Little brother, on the basis that I'm more in tune with you, this place today, I'll let you have it." With that said, Xiao Bin was about to leave with the others when Lin Lang spoke up instead. "Stop." Xiao Bin frowned, his fists clenched, and adjusted his facial expression. "I don't know if there's anything else little brother wants." "Of course there's something. I just said that you didn't leave on your own when I gave you the money, and now that I've finished my words, then I guess it's not that easy for you to leave." Lin Lang's tone was arrogant, causing Xiao Bin's heart to be oppressed. He had met a lot of people, hot people of all colors of personality, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant. "So what are you going to do, little brother?" Lin Lang reached out and rubbed his chin, thinking about how exactly to handle this matter. After all, the things that Xiao Bin did, those were some unconscionable things. "Tell you what, I'll spare you if you get on your knees, kowtow to me, call me daddy, and say you won't dare to do it again." Hearing those words, Xiao Bin's face was all the worse for wear. Fists clenched, nails set into the flesh. What did you say? He was at least a hand in the capital. How could he just kneel on the ground and have to call someone dad? It was like rubbing his face on the ground. Hard, unbridled. "Do you know what you are? How dare you say such things to the mayor?" A minion next to Xiao Bin couldn't listen anymore after hearing Lin Lang's words and directly yelled, "Oh, my identity? I certainly know what I own. I also know that if you, Xiao Bin, don't do what I say, then with one phone call from me, in less than half an hour, your position will be unloaded straight away." Ha 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 ha. Young man, nowadays these days, you have to have evidence to say big words. Do you have these evidences? Xiao Bin was originally a little bit scornful, but after hearing Lin Lang's words, he knew that this kid probably had some kind of brain problem, so he dared to make a scene here. "Oh, evidence? That's not something you have to worry about. I'll ask one last time. Just ask if you're kneeling. If you don't kneel, what can you do to me?" Xiao Bin's chest was puffed out and his head was raised, and this look of fearlessness already made Lin Lang think of the expression on his face next. Since Xiao Bin had already said that he wouldn't kneel, then Lin Lang naturally didn't force himself. After all, a twisted melon isn't sweet, and a father who is called by force isn't close. He understood all of this, and directly picked up his cell phone. "Butler Lu, Xiao Bin, know what I mean?" "Yes, young master. You have 15 minutes. Okay, we'll wait now." After Lin Lang finished making a series of phone calls, he sat down on top of the chair and reached around Lily's waist, sitting down with a smug look on his face. When Xiao Bin saw this scene, his heart was a bit terrified for a moment, because he couldn't pinpoint whether Lin Lang had this ability or not. "Manager, a bottle of wine." With that, he dumped a large pile of red bills on the floor. Instead of a huge pile, the red paper bills were almost piled up into a small mountain. After the manager saw the money on the ground, the whole person was stunned. He completely did not see when Lin Lang threw out the money, and with such a large pile of money, how did Lin Lang take it out? But the manager didn't have time to hesitate now, and directly walked to the front desk, took a bottle of wine, and placed it in front of Lin Lang, and all of this looked inside Xiao Bin's eyes, but it looked more like the image of a rich dude. Instantly, Xiao Bin's heart was much more at ease. "Humph, young man, you're wasting my time now, and if you don't remove me from my position in half an hour, you're going to have to compensate me for the time I've wasted." Hearing this, Lin Lang was full of concern. "Say it, how do you want me to pay for it?" Thinking of this, Xiao Bin poured out a good thought, and also totaled himself. "First of all, it's been a long time arguing with you, and that's enough time for me to do as much as I want. Secondly, you have spoken out against me and made threats. In the end, it's all this time you've wasted on me. So why don't you tell me what you're going to do with all this incriminating evidence? If I don't remove you from your position in half an hour, then I'm at your disposal, whatever you want." Good. He, Xiao Bin, wanted these words from Lin Lang. After all, Lin Lang was also someone who knew some of his secrets, and once those things were revealed, not to mention removal, he didn't even know if he could keep his old life. However, just when Xiao Bin was already confidently thinking about what to do with Lin Lang, he heard a call from his superiors. "Xiao Bin, you've been resigned." Just after answering the phone, Xiao Bin heard these words, and for a moment his jaw dropped in utter disbelief. "Wait, what did you say?" Xiao Bin looked towards Lin Lang, and when Lin Lang saw his expression, he already knew that Butler Lu's matter was done. "Removal? Can I ask you why you removed me, even though I'm in this position, without merit?" I've done my share of hard work. What? A murder case? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Bin's entire body panicked as he looked at Lin Lang in complete disbelief. His legs went limp and he slammed to his knees. Detention? No. However, without waiting for Zhao Bin to finish, the other side had already hung up. If Lin Lang wasn't wrong, the police should be here soon. Lin Lang walked in front of Zhao Bin and looked at him and smiled. How is it? Do you believe me now? Oh yeah, you just said you didn't believe me, and that you wanted me to compensate you for the time you lost. How about that? Do you still need to compensate now? I am ready to compensate at any time. Oh. Looking at Lin Lang's arrogant face, if he could, Zhao Bin really wanted to tear his face apart and make him arrogant in front of himself again. However, it was impossible for Zhao Bin to do so. Nonetheless, he had to keep his composure so that he wouldn't be defeated as much. Lin Lang naturally knew Zhao Bin's thoughts. He lowered his voice and said softly in his ear, "Don't worry. What should come will always come." After saying that, Zhao Bin looked at Lin Lang as if he had seen a demon, his eyes full of fear. Who are you? Lin Lang. In a short while, he saw a whole bunch of criminal police walk in and take away Zhao Bin. He didn't even forget to glance at Lin Lang before he left, and his eyes were filled with regret and loss. Seeing this look, Lin Lang didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at the manager again. Well, can I wrap it up now? The manager had already seen Lin Lang's ability a long time ago. Even a handful of people in the capital city could be pulled down by Lin Lang. Then he really couldn't believe that there was anything that Lin Lang couldn't do. The manager was very doggedly nodding his head towards Lin Lang at the moment, and this current appearance made Lin Lang feel a bit ironic. Still, nothing more was said. A good mood was not to be wasted on such people. Go on, bag me a venue. And, of all places here, I'll bag it for 10 days. 10 days, my god, what a lot of money this is. The manager was so happy that his teeth couldn't even close, looking at Lin Lang and saying one after another, fine, I'll give you a package for you, Mr. Lin. Right after Lin Lang handed over his card, the manager's entire body froze in place. Black card. He hadn't even seen it, but he had heard about it. This is the most honorable symbol of identity. The whole country does not know how many people can have, but I did not expect that the person in front of me is the one who owns the black card. His breathing was much more rapid and was accompanied by gusts of afterthought. Luckily he hadn't offended the person in front of him just now, or else he would really have to eat his words. Seeing that the manager had already gone to swipe his card, Lin Lang fell back to hearing the system's voice ringing out. Drop! Congratulations to the host, for accumulating enough points, and for opening the function of the Eye of True Vision. Hearing this voice, Lin Lang felt as if there was a burst of white light in front of his eyes, and in just a blink of an eye, Lin Lang's eyes immediately brightened up. And the sight of looking at the bystanders is much better than before, because it's not just the clothes, it's even the light inside that can be seen. Wonderful! Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth in admiration, and the way he looked at Mu Qingqing and the few of them turned into greed, as if to try to see if the feature worked or not. He also took a sideways glance at the manager who was walking towards him in front of him. Just when the tiny one was seen, the eyes became more than a little mocking. I don't know how, but the manager always felt like he was being looked at all over his body by Lin Lang now that he was standing in front of him. There was something about being all exposed to others that made him feel insecure. But still, he said stiffly, Young Lin, the room is ready for you. If you want to check in or eat, just order it at any time. Got it. After a series of tedious things were dealt with, Lin Lang directly lay down on a large bed with the 4 maids. The king-size bed was exceptionally large, big enough for 10 people to lie on without being too much. And now, Lin Lang was lying directly in the middle of the 4 of them. Smelling their nice perfumes instantly put them in a good mood. Ah, yes, young master. I've never been to such a luxurious place before. Mu Qingqing opened her mouth and said, lowering her head to hide her slightly just embarrassed look. Me too. As soon as Charan saw these gilded decorations, he immediately became dizzy, as if he was going to become one with them. I've been there, but it's better to be in a happy with the young master. When Lin Lang heard their words, he instead hooked his lips and smiled. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to come in the future. And I will also create a golden castle just for you. After saying that, but did not forget to open his mouth to add, of course, the premise is that you must be obedient. Hey, good. Wow, you're too good to be true. Young master, yes, I love you even more when you're like this. Young master, love me? Then come and give me a kiss. Instantly, the sound of male love came from inside the entire room, and it was a sound that sounded like a feast for the ears. Phoenix sat down on the couch just a bit sheepishly, embarrassed at the scene in front of her. It was only after about half an hour that Lin Lang came out from under the covers with a red face and reached for her cell phone. Young master. Butler Lu. What's the matter? We have guests at home, so if it's convenient, please come back. Although this person, Butler Lu, hadn't been showing up much, but now he suddenly asked Lin Lang to go home. It was thought that there should be something Lin Lang needed to do as well. Lin Lang had to abandon his beauty for the time being. I have something I need to go out, so you guys just stay here. And if you're hungry, ask the manager to serve you food. Whatever you want. Yes, young master. Eyes on Lin Lang walked out and drove alone in a red Lamborghini. Quickly returning home, opening the door, he saw a man sitting on the couch, looking around 30 years old, with side-parted hair, hard sideburns, and a stocky build. It was obvious at first glance that he was coming from a good place. However, without Butler Lu's introduction, Lin Lang already knew who this person was. An unassuming businessman in the capital city. If he wasn't wrong, he should still be some kind of high-ranking official. Two people whose identities were interchanged. It was a bit interesting. Should I call you Secretary Zhang or Mr. Zhang? Zhang Jiji's body was slightly stunned when he heard these words, but he quickly reacted. It was so fast that Lin Lang couldn't help but admire it. Ha ha, it's worthy of being young Lin. You really know what I am just by looking at me. Not only was Zhang Jiji surprised for a moment, even Butler Lu was surprised for a moment. He hadn't even introduced Zhang Jiji yet, but Lin Lang already knew? Ahem. Since you already know the identity of Mr. Zhang, young master, it's better to leave the next matter to the two of you to talk about. After saying that, he saw Butler Lu directly get up and leave the living room. For a while, there were only Lin Lang and Zhang Jiji in the living room, and Lin Lang wasn't too restrained, directly sitting on the sofa and crossing his legs. This is his home. To be restrained should also be Zhang Jiji restrained is right. Zhang Jiji, on the other hand, obviously, didn't have a hint of embarrassment, and looked at Lin Lang with an inexplicable brightness in his eyes instead. This made Lin Lang's eyes pause. Wait, let me guess what you came to see me for. After all, the eye of true sight couldn't be used more than once, and it was easy to deplete one's abilities. So Lin Lang could, for now, only make some guesses. If I'm not mistaken, you should be here to ask for my cooperation, right? Hearing these words, Zhang Jiji wasn't so shocked anymore, just a slight nod. After all, the person who was able to tell even Zhang Jiji's identity must not be simple either. Since Lin Xiao has already said this much, then I'll just open the door and not hide anything more. Lin Lang reached out and rubbed his chin, rather waiting to see what would happen. I know that Zhao Bin was gotten inside the police station by you. So what? After knowing about this matter, I came to find you at the first opportunity. Really want to give you a compliment. Really, Zhao Bin. This person is a corpse. Not to mention scheming, that's half a brain. Completely relying on the method of trickery to get to the top. Lin Lang did know that Zhao Bin didn't have any real skills, but the Zhang Jiji in front of him was indeed not to be underestimated. So what? Zhao Bin did it so covertly that you could see it. Then it proves that besides Zhao Bin, you know something about someone else. Hearing these words, Lin Lang instead raised an eyebrow. Tell you what, let's make a deal. For the seat of the new mayor of the capital city, I hope that you can help me out a bit. Young Lin. Oh, Lin Lang had already found Zhang Jiji's sudden visit very abrupt, but now he wanted to ask for his help? What can I get? As far as Lin Lang was concerned, he didn't lack anything. Ha ha, of course I know that you don't lack anything, but I do know that there's one thing that you lack. Young Lin. Woman. If Lin Xiao helps me to the top, then all the women in the country, and even abroad, I'll give them to you personally. And I can guarantee myself that after becoming mayor, I'll do Lin's humble bidding. After hearing Zhang Jiji speak so much, Lin Lang inexplicably felt that it was also a good plan. After all, it's kind of fun to personally train a mayor, because Lin Lang wouldn't admit that he was actually looking at the temptation of a large number of beautiful women in Zhang Jiji's mouth. Thinking of this, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and smiled. In that case, then I would like to ask what to do if you become the mayor and do something bad. Then I am at your disposal. Yes. Hearing this answer from Zhang Jiji, Lin Lang felt that there was no problem. After all, having Zhang Jiji as the next mayor would be just a matter of reporting a mouthful to the top. 3 days later, Lin Lang was lying down inside the Gilded Hotel making out with Mu Qingqing when he heard the news inside the TV. The new mayor of the capital city, Zhang Jiji, has officially taken office, and according to gossip reports, the appointment of the new mayor was made with the help of the overseas Lin family. Lin Lang. Hearing this, Lin Lang was a bit less than satisfied, frowning and not saying much, getting up from Mu Qingqing's body. For a moment he felt that life was boring, so he directly took the car keys, intending to go outside. Young master, where are you going? I'll follow you. Lily looked at Lin Lang and spoke. She was sent by Butler Lu to keep Lin Lang safe, but according to Lin Lang's current ability, not to mention other people, even those who would know a little bit of Kung Fu, Lin Lang could easily deal with them now. Who's Lin Lang? That's a Muay Thai 4th level. Thinking of this, he instead refused outright and walked out alone. I had just walked to the underground parking lot when I saw a large group of men surrounding a woman, looking like they were stepping in close, as if they were intimidating something, and the woman's face was horrified and scared, shaking her head repeatedly as if she was resisting something. Seeing this, Lin Lang frowned. In broad daylight, and in a gilded parking lot, this group of people were bold enough. You have to realize that the only reason why Infinity is able to establish itself in the city is entirely because he has someone behind him. How powerful the person was, Lin Lang didn't know. He only knew that the person's power was pretty strong in terms of the capital. So the people who came to Infinity to cause trouble were almost no one. But I didn't expect to find one for myself today. Just as he was about to go forward, to find out what was going on, he fell back to see one of the bald heads at the head of the group walk up to the front. In his hand was a 1-meter thick baseball bat, slapped around on top of his hand, and there seemed to be a few leek leaves stuffed in his mouth and teeth. Little sister, brother, I advise you to hand over your money before it's too late. In that case, you'll also suffer less. After saying that, the 3 people behind him instead looked at the beautiful woman with a strange look. Of course, if you really don't have any money, you can pay for it with meat, and seeing as you're so watery looking, brother, I can give you a discount. Right, big brother, we can do what Lao-san said. Seeing as the girl is so innocent, maybe we can even get a blood. Yes, big brother, let the brothers have a taste. The bald guy didn't say anything, just fixed the girl in front of him with his eyes. The girl was stared at with fear in her heart, shaking her head vigorously in fear. Please spare me. Give me a little more time. Give me a little more time. I can definitely pay back the money. After saying that, instead of softening his heart, the bald man became even more reckless. Oh, give you some time? Tell me how much time I've given you since I started borrowing money until now? That's right, our big brother gave you enough time. If it wasn't for your good looks, how could we give you so much time? Wake up, girl, either pay for the meat or pay it back. Your choice. Hearing their words, the sister reached out and clutched her soft torso, trembling. Don't. I'll pay it back. 3 days, give me 3 more days. I'll pay it back. Seemingly determined, the girl reached up and clenched her fists, already feeling a sense of desperation. However, the bald man didn't seem intent on giving her 3 days, just walked in front of the girl, reached out and pinched her cheeks hard. I said, either pay it back or pay for it with meat. Now choose. Smelling the stench from the bald man, the girl's body subconsciously trembled, probably because of fear. Tears flowed uncontrollably as well. Don't, please, if you give me 3 days, I will pay back the money. It's okay if the girl doesn't cry, but when she does, the bald man's heart is instantly tickled, and a kind of dry warmth slowly rises in his lower abdomen. Yo, don't tell me, Lin Qian, you're quite a sensation when you cry. Lin Qian. Lin Lang heard this name and realized that it was actually the same as his own last name. Inexplicably, the heart will have a lot more good feelings. Did not expect, actually have come across a person with the same surname as their own. But before Lin Lang could think more, he saw that the bald man had already reached out and touched Lin Qian's face. Yo, this smooth and delicate face. How good would it taste if you kissed it? The bald man's face was full of lewdness, and because of his smile, his face had many more creases. He didn't seem to realize it himself though, and even thought he looked good like that. The expression on his face got even brighter. However, the moment the bald man was about to kiss him, a scream was heard. Ah, it looked extremely gruesome in this silent parking lot. Big brother, what's wrong with you? WOC, big brother, are you okay? When the bald man stood up, he saw an extra needle in his face. Those tiny embroidery needles didn't result in bleeding because Lin Lang was so skilled, but by the bald man's violent pull, blood immediately gushed out. Ah, who the hell are you to come and badger me? Me, you don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that this woman, I bailed, and that's enough. When Lin Qian heard this voice, she suddenly raised her head to look at Lin Lang. That one look, just one look, must have defined her life. It wasn't until later that the shock brought about by Lin Lang's appearance in front of Lin Qian would be the white moonlight of her life. Of course, that's an afterthought. Lin Qian now only felt that Lin Lang's body was so magnificent and secure. It made it look like you had the urge to pounce on it and ask for help. She thought so and did likewise. Help me. Lin Lang looked towards Lin Qian, who was grasping his hand, and let out a light laugh, reaching out to touch her head. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Just 6 words were like a shot in the arm, making Lin Qian unable to worry anymore. And when the bald man saw the situation over here, He immediately reached out and scratched his non-existent hair. And Thrasher said, "You're acting in a fucking idol theater. This is a demand. Get it? A demand," the bald man said, afraid that Lin Lang wouldn't understand, and was just about to explain it all over again when he heard Lin Lang's voice, in that languid, careless tone. "Of course I know, no different from a beggar." Saying that, Lin Lang did open his mouth to remind, "However, I advise you to remember to brush your teeth after eating leek dumplings in the future." The bald man's face was red with anger as he looked at Lin Lang in front of him. "Say it again for fuck's sake. Say again your leek leaves are still on your teeth too." Lin Lang leaned against the pillar with a leisurely look, as if he was a theatergoer watching this wonderful show throughout. It was this attitude of his that directly angered the group in front of him. "Big brother, this kid is too arrogant." "Yeah, big brother. Fuck him. How dare you talk about our big brother like that? Do you know who our big brother is?" Without waiting for Lin Lang to reply, the little old man behind him instead opened his mouth again to answer. "Listen, our boss is nicknamed Lion. He's a famous big brother in this area. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around and see who dares to mess with our big brother." The little old brother in the back spoke condescendingly, as if their big brother was some kind of great person. However, after hearing this introduction, Lin Shan got a little scared and reached out to touch Lin Lang, whispering in his ear, "Or let's run. They're good." Hearing this, Lin Lang felt amused. When did he need to run to save a woman? Wouldn't people die of laughter if they found out? "Don't worry, it's fine." Afterward, Lin Lang snorted, "Yo, what a heck of a name, but I just haven't heard of it." Fuck. The bald man couldn't stand it anymore. Others could scold him, but they couldn't deny his hard work after fighting outside for the past few years. The four men ran directly towards Lin Lang, who was quite comfortable seeing the current situation. Slowly, he reached over and lit a cigarette and smoked it. "Look out." Seeing that the bald man had already reached Lin Lang, Lin Xian couldn't help but open her mouth to remind him. However, Lin Lang only hooked his lips and let out a light laugh, just as the bald man was less than a meter away from him. Snapping sideways, the bald man's fist just slammed hard into the pillar. Immediately after, Lin Lang hit a man in the face with a cross-kick whip. Another sharp turn and a prancing back lift sent both men straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian on the side couldn't believe it, not expecting Lin Lang to be so powerful. Now, the eyes that looked at Lin Lang added a kind of adoration, and the four men who had been knocked down to the ground used all their strength to get up and go back to propping up their big brother. "Big brother, what to do? It's a thorn." Fuck. The bald man's speech was no longer clear, but he still gave orders. The three men didn't dare to disobey, but just as they stepped out, they were directly tripped by Lin Lang's outstretched leg and fell to the ground. "Hey," Lin Lang spoke with a face full of surprise as he saw them fall to the ground. "What's going on here? I haven't even made a move yet. Why are you all on the ground?" The three men held their breath in their chests and exhaled hard, fainting. The bald man's legs went a little weak when he saw this current situation, but it was as if he was thinking about his big brother's status and trying to look so wretched. "Who the hell are you?" When Lin Lang heard this, he snorted, his tone full of mockery. "Me you don't even know?" Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family. There. The bald man sucked in a breath of cool air. How could he not have heard of Lin Lang? That was the most famous character in the capital recently. Thinking of this, the bald man immediately fell to his knees with weak legs and looked at Lin Lang, just short of kowtowing. Lin Xiao, it's all my fault. It's because I didn't know and didn't recognize you. Don't blame me. Looking at the bald man reacting so much back and forth, Lin Xian looked at Lin Lang with wide eyes. Who is Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family? Lin Xian thought in her heart, but after thinking for a long time, she still hadn't come up with a clue. Now, however, she was happy because she had finally been saved by Lin Lang from the clutches of this group of people. "Oh, you actually know that I'm Lin Lang, but I don't know your name. Am I too much of a loner?" Hearing this, how dare the bald man nod his head, he just hurriedly opened his mouth and replied, No, you are the high and mighty Lin Xiao. How could you know about these marketplace things of ours? We don't deserve to be in your ears." Lin Lang finally realized why the bald man was doing quite well. It was mainly because he had a smart mouth and could talk. Lin Lang leaned against the pillar and softly inquired, "How much does Lin Xian owe you?" 4,000. "What? It's only 4,000, and you're going after it so hard?" Lin Lang said with a face full of shock. He had originally thought there was as much money. After Lin Lang finished being surprised, he instead reached out directly, took out a large amount of money from his pocket, and violently threw it on the ground. What about the bald man's eyes straightening up at the sight of all that money? Hastily looking at the floor. So much money, it must be more than 4,000. "This money, take it away." Then get the hell out of here and don't pester Lin Xian in the future. Yes, that is. The bald man immediately bent down, picking up the money underneath. A look of greed that made Lin Lang not want to bother with it in the slightest. Looking towards Lin Xian, who had been hiding behind herself, she hooked her lips and smiled. What's the matter? Being handsome by me? Hearing these words, Lin Xian nodded and then shook her head. Lin Lang was thoroughly amused by the gesture and reached out to help wisp his hair. Why do you owe money? He knew the question he was asking was probably a bit inane, but he couldn't resist asking it anyway. After all, Lin Xian is now this way. Even $4,000 cannot come out. So guess what happened at home? Aha! Lin Xian nodded and began to talk about what had happened in recent times. My family has always been poor. And in recent times, because my family has lost a lot of money in business, it has resulted in my family not having a little bit of money coming in, but we need to survive. And I have to go and borrow money. Lin Lang also roughly knew what this matter was about. It was nothing more than a filial girl helping her parents to carry heavy burdens. But, to my surprise, the matter is not yet over. If it's just that, it's okay. The main thing is that my brother, he's been keeping women and taking money from the family. So, speaking of this, Lin Xian's entire body was helpless, looking much older in an instant. Reaching out to touch the tears on her face, she looked at Lin Lang, her eyes lighting up for a moment. But thank you for helping me. Although I know you're rich, but that money, I will definitely pay you back. Give me some time. Guh. Saying that, Lin Xian's stomach was out of place. Hearing this, it made Lin Lang hook his lips and smile. Let's go. I'll take you to dinner. No, I'm not hungry. How could Lin Lang not know what Lin Xian was really afraid of? It was nothing more than going out to eat with himself, and it would look awkward. It's okay, just think of it as your way of thanking me for doing you a favor. With that, Lin Xian was brought to the car by Lin Lang. Along the way, Lin Lang started chatting with Lin Xian one way or another. Your name is Lin Xian? Yeah. Coincidentally, my last name is also Lin. Lin Lang. Hearing this name, Lin Xian was a bit puzzled and reached out to scratch her head, looking to Lin Lang on the side. Is the name Lin Lang famous? Why did the bald man get scared when he heard your name? Lin Lang looked at Lin Xian, attracted by this innocent look of hers. Reaching out to touch her hair, he first looked at Lin Xian's personal information. Name Lin Xian. Personality, simple. Skill, virtuous LV3. Rating, 90. Favorability, 40. The favorability is surprisingly 40 points. And the rating is surprisingly on 90 points as well. Lin Lang murmured. The first time he encountered someone, his favorability level had pushed up to 40 points, which was also something he hadn't expected. What? It's fine. I was trying to say that Lin Lang is indeed famous, but the bald guy totally just recognized the wrong person. I'm not that Lin Lang, so you have to be quiet. Saying that, he also pretended to reach out and put his hand to his mouth, signaling Lin Xian to be quiet and not to be exposed. Looking at Lin Xian's current adorable appearance, Lin Lang had some thoughts about developing the person in front of him into his fifth maid. Still, the priority now was to solve the problem of eating for two people. Because of the fact that he had just made a move with the bald man, it resulted in Lin Lang's suit that originally didn't have a little bit of wrinkles on top of it was now covered in wrinkles, which looked like it caused people to furrow their brows. But he had come out in a hurry and hadn't brought a new suit at all, so he had to make do with what he had. I was surprised to see the doorman at the entrance to the hotel stop him just as he reached the front door of the restaurant. Hello sir, we are a high-class hotel over here. If you really want to spend money, you can dine across the street. Lin Lang looked along with the line of sight of the doorman and could see the condition of the opposite street. It was just a food court with a filthy environment. Nothing like what you get here. It wasn't that Lin Lang looked down on Snack Street, but because he felt that his dignity had been severely injured. I bring a girl to a 5-star and you tell me to eat across the street? Lin Lang was filled with suspicion that the person in front of him was blind, or that he simply didn't know how much the clothes he was wearing cost. He was just about to speak when he saw Zhang Jiji coming out from inside. When Zhang Jiji saw Lin Lang, it was as if he had seen a regenerated parent. His eyes were full of excitement. Lin Xiao, I didn't expect you to be here. Why don't you come in? Hearing this, it caused Lin Lang to snort coldly. This doorman sees that I'm dressed in rags and doesn't want to let me in. The janitor couldn't help but shudder as he was named and Lin Lang he could not recognize, but the mayor he certainly did. Mayor, I. The doorman was just about to explain when he heard Zhang Jiji's icy voice come through. What? Are all the doormen going to be dog-eared now? Hearing these words, not to mention the doorman, even Lin Lang was shocked by Zhang Jiji's voice. A while ago he was soft on himself, but he didn't expect to become so ruthless now. No, I didn't. Just looking at this gentleman. The doorman couldn't explain any reason at all, because he just looked at Lin Lang who looked like the kind of person who couldn't afford to spend money. so he went up to stop him. Zhang Jiji sneered. I'll give you one more chance. Be careful if you dog-eared again in the future. After he finished his words, he immediately looked at Lin Lang with a smile. Young Lin, please, I dare not. I dare not. How can I dare to labor the mayor? Young Lin is polite. Lin Xian followed right behind Lin Lang, not saying a word, just listening to the conversation between the two people in front. Lin Xiao is what happened today. Why this clothes? When Zhang Jiji saw the situation in front of him, he was a bit not very understanding for a moment. How come Lin Lang, who usually paid attention to his image, had turned into what he was now? However, Lin Lang smiled indifferently and opened his mouth to explain. I met a gangster on the road. So no, a hero saved a beauty. Hearing these words, Zhang Jiji firstly froze for a moment, and only secondly did he look at Lin Xian in the back to understand clearly the cause and effect of this matter. It's too licentious. I'll make sure to deal with the dryness in that area, Zhang Jiji said indignantly, then looked at Lin Xian behind Lin Lang, revealing a look that only two people could understand. In that case, then I won't bother Shaolin anymore. Okay. Lin Lang nodded his head, and only after seeing Zhang Jiji walk away did he reach out and put his arm around Lin Xian. Lin Xian's entire body was stunned, not to mention the fact that Lin Lang had rescued her, but the Lin Lang who had just said that he actually knew the mayor. This news alone had been able to surprise Lin Xian for quite some time, not to mention the mayor's attitude towards Lin Lang, which was definitely especially respectful. It's hard to believe that Lin Lang is really any particularly bullish character? When she thought of this, her eyes were filled with scrutiny when she looked at Lin Lang. Lin Lang naturally knew Lin Xian's thoughts, but looking at the way Lin Xian was thinking right now, he found it cute, so he didn't disturb her thinking anymore. So by the time Lin Xian reacted, it was as if Lin Lang had done a magic trick and the table was already full of food. And, looking at the style of the dish, she took one look at it and knew it was something she couldn't afford. Immediately, he awkwardly reached out and rubbed his hair. That, Lin Xiao, these dishes, halfway through her words, Lin Xian felt she couldn't go on. It was Lin Lang who had saved her, and now that Lin Lang wanted a meal, it would be too embarrassing if she said she couldn't afford it. However, she really couldn't afford it. When Lin Lang heard what Lin Xian was going to say, he immediately smiled, his eyes full of favor. However, another thought came to mind. In that case, you'll have to think of a new way to thank me. After saying that, Lin Xian's brows furrowed. What? Have you ever heard of something called human feast? The words just set out. Lin Lang is with colored eyes with a glance at Lin Xian. Good. The figure can be compared with the four little beauties at home, but it is this person. I do not know if I understand these. When he thought of the human body banquet to come, Lin Lang couldn't help but carry a few feelings of anticipation in his heart. The next answer, however, was a huge disappointment to Lin Lang. I don't know. Lin Xian directly shook her head. She had no idea about this kind of thing. Generically, Lin Lang nodded in understanding. Since you don't know, then I can explain it to you, said, looking at Lin Xian's eyes, then became a bit teasing. The so-called human body banquet is to take these dishes on the table and replace them with naked body beauties only. Lin Lang glanced at Lin Xian if he had a deep meaning, frightening her so much that she hurriedly stood up and immediately shook her head. No way. Seeing Lin Xian shoot rejection so much, Lin Lang then hid her mouth and smiled. Alright, just kidding. Seeing that Lin Xian still seemed to be a bit jittery, he opened his mouth and continued to add, I was just joking with you, bringing you to dinner, and not asking you to treat me. After hearing this explanation, inexplicably, Lin Xian had an empty feeling in her heart, but it was quickly and directly ignored by her. Here, taste it to see if it's good. Lin Lang's eyes were full of sincerity and his expression was gentle. For a while, Lin Xian fell back into this look in his eyes, and the two of them just looked at each other for a long time. However, Lin Xian still couldn't hold down the hunger coming from her stomach and sat directly on the chair to eat. How was it? Was it good? Lin Lang looked at Lin Xian's speed of eating and knew that this girl was starving. Otherwise how could she eat so wolfishly? But despite that, it still carried a slight cuteness that attracted Lin Lang's gaze. Lin Xian raised her head and nodded. Yummy. A meal down. Lin Lang the whole time are watching Lin Xian eat. Do not look at Lin Xian look small and delicate appearance. In fact, eat the meal then Lin Lang eat more. This was something that caused Lin Lang to be very dismayed. Just for a moment, Lin Xian raised her head and reached out to wipe her mouth with a tissue before smiling awkwardly. I'm really sorry. These meals were so good I couldn't hold back for a moment. But, hearing this, Lin Lang really couldn't hold back and laughed outright. How could anyone be so cute? So cute that he wanted to reach out and pinch her face. Lin Lang thought so, and likewise got on with it. Lin Xian was dumbfounded by his sudden action and immediately subconsciously took a step back. Nevertheless, she was still pinched by Lin Lang. Since the rice is good, would you like to eat it all the time in the future? Lin Xian's eyes darkened for a moment, and she looked at the floor in a self-deprecating manner. Her voice soft. No, this meal is too expensive. I can't afford it. An inexplicable heartache flowed through Lin Lang's heart. Reaching out, he touched Lin Xian's head. Fool, if you want to eat in the future, give me a call and I'll come and take you to eat. Saying that, he directly reached out and gave Lin Xian a contact information. In the future, if there is any need, just look for me. If I can help, I will definitely do it. Are you leaving? Lin Xian listened to Lin Lang's words as if he was saying what he would say at the time of parting, and for a while she was still a bit reluctant to give up. So now that you've said that, can you do me a favor now? Lin Xian grabbed all the time she could to spend with Lin Lang. This feeling in her heart was so strong that even she didn't know why. Lin Lang was naturally happy to serve a beautiful woman and slowly approached her ear. If there's anything you have to say, why don't you just say it? Warm heat flowed past Lin Xian's ears, and a certain part of her body seemed to be very sensitively hot. What was hotter, though, was her face. I want you to help teach my brother a lesson. The family really can't afford to keep a woman for him. Hearing these words, Lin Lang hooked his lips in a smile and reached out to snap his fingers. This little matter. Ah, simple. But how would you thank me if I did finish it for you? The words were said in a very ambiguous way, causing Lin Xian to be stunned at first, and then think of the human body banquet he had just said. After staring at Lin Lang for a few seconds, her face blushed and she lowered her head and said softly, Lin Xiao can do anything. Wanted that. Lin Lang reached out and called Phoenix directly. Find out for me where Lin Biao is now. Lin Biao is the indisputable brother of Lin Xian. Luxury International. Okay, keep an eye on him for me. Yes. Young master. After everything was done, Lin Lang went straight out to the front desk to settle the bill, and then led Lin Xian towards the Deluxe International, and the doorman at the entrance instantly wanted to slap himself twice after seeing the car driven by Lin Lang. It's really a dog's eye view. Not only did he offend the mayor, but he also offended this man who even the mayor had to give a few moments of his time. However, it has happened and it's too late to regret it now. On one side, Lin Xian was sitting in Lin Lang's car when she suddenly thought of something and started to take out her cell phone. Looking at the message on top of his cell phone, the whole thing was shocked to death. Lin Xian could no longer hold back and looked at Lin Lang and spoke directly. So you are Lin Lang. The voice was all full of shock, making Lin Lang wonder for a moment what had happened to this silly girl. You. Lin Xian was a bit speechless with excitement. Me? You're really that Lin Lang? Lin Xian couldn't think of that name for a while, and after glancing at the cell phone screen, it just suddenly came to her. So you're Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family. Lin Lang nodded his head and didn't deny it. What? Wow. But you told me you weren't that Lin Lang. Yeah, I didn't say I wasn't Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family either. There was nothing wrong with this sentence, and Lin Xian couldn't even find any reason to refute it for a moment. However, the eyes that looked at Lin Lang changed slightly. If just now she was looking forward to having a perfect relationship with Lin Lang, now, she was not even thinking about it, because the disparity between the two of them is just too great, so big that she couldn't even think about it. Why don't you say anything? Lin Lang looked at Lin Xian who was fuming. Of course he knew what she was thinking. Lin Xian hooked her lips and smiled. Nothing, just a moment of not knowing what to say. Yes, the original fantasy of everything, and what she imagined is really too much disparity. A moment a little difficult to accept, that is also very normal things, but there was no time for Lin Xian to think too much. They had already arrived at the entrance of the Deluxe International's hotel. From the outside, it looked like a relatively luxurious hotel, and one look at the decorations inside probably guessed the price of a night on the ground. Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips. Having such a brother, that could really be Lin Xian's sorrow. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was sickened but filled with a sense of loss when she realized that her brother was in one of the rooms. That mixture of good and evil overwhelmed her. Lin Lang subconsciously reached out and put his arm around her shoulders and asked the receptionist, "Hello, I would like to ask this person, what time did he open his room and what kind of room did he open? It's the middle of the afternoon and it's not even time to get a room. So, there's only one possibility. He's running a bellhop." The receptionist revealed a professional smile. "Hello sir, our hotel rules state that it is not allowed to disclose customers' privacy." Hearing these words, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed, and when he intended to activate his eyes of true vision, he realized that even the receptionist didn't know about it. It's not uncommon for them to have too many clients checking in one day. Thinking of this, Lin Lang simply took out his wallet directly and took out a collapse of money. Exactly how much he wasn't sure, but based on the thickness, it should be good for a month here. I'll ask again. When and what room? The receptionist's eyes twinkled at the sight of the huge pile of money in front of the table. Gulping, he spoke. First, sir, I'm sorry, our hotel rules. On the table, another collapse of money. Seeing this, the receptionist completely disregarded any hotel regulations and immediately smiled like a flower. Sir, wait a moment. I will help you inquire. With that, the receptionist was about to reach for the money on the table, but it was directly blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? You don't need to use so much money. I'll be over the moon. Good girl. It's okay. Saying that, Lin Lang reached out and pulled Lin Xian's soft little hand. Sir, the room was opened an hour ago for a bell room, and there is now an hour remaining. Having gotten the desired answer, Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers, his lips slightly hooked. Thank you, beautiful. A wink that mesmerized the receptionist. She doesn't even know when Lin Lang left. Back in the car, Lin Xian looked at Lin Lang with a complicated look in her eyes. Next, we'll wait for your brother to come out. Lin Xian didn't say anything, just sat on the car. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while because there were only two people in the car. Lin Lang's hand had unconsciously reached out and touched Lin Xian's leg, leaning on her shoulder and smelling her unique body odor. That smells good. Lin Xian shyly glanced at Lin Lang and realized that she didn't reject this closeness. Instead, there was a feeling of being filled in her heart. It made her ignore the deepest part of her heart that longed for it. The two of them just held the pose and waited until they appeared. Seeing that, Lin Lang directly got up from Lin Xian's body and spoke. Don't get out of the car. Watch the show in the car. With that, Lin Lang pressed a few buttons on the car and walked right out of it. Looking at the empty shoulder, Lin Xian felt as if something was missing for a moment. Her heart was empty, and Lin Lang walked out and looked. He had a few good looks, especially those peach blossom eyes, and he didn't know how many girls he had seduced. And the girl cradled in his arms was, at a glance, a fancy face, nothing more. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to come along to a bellhop like this. After getting the general personalities of the two, that's when Lin Lang went straight to the stage. Pretty girl, you're a good-looking girl. Lin Lang pretended to be praising from the bottom of his heart on the surface, but in fact, inwardly, he had already been a bit unable to accept it. The girl is okay looking, just the current Netflix face. Big eyes, pointy chin, small nose, netted bangs, not much character. Hearing someone complimenting her, the beauty glanced at Lin Lang and nodded her head in thanks. Thank you. Oh, this thank you is not a happy one. Hui, what are you thanking for? Do you recognize people? Just thank them. Your own woman gets flirted with by a man in the middle of the street, and instead of slapping him, your own woman smiles and says thank you? This makes the fire immediately came up. Pushed Lin Lang a hand. Brother Yuhua, did not see my girlfriend has a target? I'm still here. Are you blind? It was thanks to Lin Lang having a purpose. If he didn't have a purpose, he would have wasted this person a long time ago. According to Lin Lang's temperament, he really couldn't stand it. And sitting in the car, Lin Xian saw the situation outside clearly. Looking at her brother's current appearance, simply hate his teeth. But at the same time, she was also a bit scared that Lin Lang would get angry and get her brother killed. The thought made her sweat for the pinch. I was just complimenting your girlfriend on her good looks. Did I say anything? After saying that, Lin Lang also added, since you said so, brother, I'd like to ask your girlfriend a question. Pretty girl, between you don't mind a change. I won't take you to a hotel with bells and whistles or let you be molested by another man on the street. When Hui heard this, she didn't hastily deny it, but first scrutinized Lin Lang from top to bottom. He then looked at the car behind Lin Lang, his eyes glittering with a golden light. As if it was a little embarrassing, she looked to come again at the same time. That's totally incomparable. One has a successful career, is good-looking and drives a Lamborghini. The other has a poor family and is so good-looking that he can't even afford a bicycle. It doesn't need to be compared at all. The answer has been called out for a long time. Looking at Hui's eyes, the words of mockery on his mouth have been uttered. Don't look at some people who look like human devils and dogs. It is possible that their faces are plasticized, their cars are borrowed, and their hearts are still crippled. The irony of this statement could really make Lin Lang all scream, directly knocking down the perfect image he had portrayed. I said, that's all I'm asking, so take it easy. Lin Lang was just about to step forward to give a pat on the shoulder when he was directly dodged by him. I say you this person want a face cannot see I do not want to talk to you at all. Face how so big at you. His face was now full of impatience, and was looking at Lin Lang with an expression that had reached that point where he couldn't stand it anymore. Brother, I'm treating you like a human being, that's why I'm giving you so much to talk about here. How can you give your face away? As Lin Lang spoke, he pulled out a retractable iron rod from his pants pocket that was 3 meters thick. Looked at the car. Lin Xian cannot help but be shocked for a moment, afraid to give their brother to hit what good or bad, also subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Seeing the iron rod swaying around in Lin Lang's hand, His body subconsciously began to tremble, not knowing what to say. And Hui's 2 eyes were glowing when she saw Lin Lang's current appearance. Lin Lang hooked his lips and spoke. Hui, come with me. This man, he doesn't deserve you. Yes. Ha. With just one sentence, Hui directly reached out to release the arm that was released and walked beside Lin Lang, reaching out to take his hand. You, Hui, how could you? Originally, he had planned to scold Lin Lang, but when he saw the iron rod in his hand, he didn't dare to say anything for a while. Just looking at Hui with this look of dislike for the poor and the rich, it made the angry hate to give her a slap. Yet Hoshi was completely unimpressed, and instead of opening her mouth to apologize at the sight of the now angry look, she became even more aggressive. What's wrong with me? You don't even look at your poor ass. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a decent-looking guy who can say a few nice things, I wouldn't be with you. Humph. You don't spend half as much time in bed as my ex did, and you have the nerve to get a room with me? That's hilarious. After saying this, Hui fell back and looked at Lin Lang with a smile on her face. Honey, do you want to get a room with me? I have a good job. As he said it, he winked with a flirtatious look. Lin Qian, who was watching the car, frowned inexplicably, feeling blocked in her heart. Taking a dumb loss, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Nigel wanted to spit it out, but didn't dare. He could only reach out and point at Lin Lang. You fucking wait for me. After saying this, he just huffed and puffed away. Hui saw that after walking away, she stuck to Lin Lang's body like an octopus and had her hands still roaming around his body at will. Little brother, I still don't know your name. Lin Lang. Lin Lang? Hui froze for a moment, looking at Lin Lang with eyes that became a bit surprised, but then, laughed lightly. The words were full of temptation. It wouldn't be that Lin Lang from the Lin family, would it? What do you think? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth to inquire. Hui didn't say anything for a while because she didn't know if it was or not. She had, however, stopped moving her hands. As for me, let's talk about what I'm doing this for, Lin Lang said, looking towards his car and reaching out to snap his fingers. Lin Qian just walked out from inside the car and stood next to Lin Lang. What's going on here? Hui didn't quite understand the operation for a while, but still, they also looked at the duo. I'm the real sister that I am, and I know that my brother has a woman out there, and of course I'm telling you that you're not the only woman my brother has. Looking at Hui's wide eyes, he was able to imagine how skillful the means of coaxing a girl was. You know my family's financial situation, and I won't say anything more if my brother is in a good relationship, so I'm doing all this now to compulsively tell my brother that what he's doing is wrong. After hearing what Lin Qian said, Hui's mind was already in a daze. It took about a minute to react to the specifics of this power thing. So you're really Lin Lang of the Lin family? Lin Qian was deflated for a moment. She had said so much, but the woman in front of her even still focused her attention on Lin Lang. She shook her head helplessly and waited for Lin Lang's answer. Yes. After saying that, Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arm around Lin Qian's waist, no longer caring about the stunned Hui behind him, and the two of them got into the car. For some reason, Lin Qian felt very satisfied with Lin Lang's actions just now. The feeling of contentment was like nothing she had ever felt before, and it made her feel like her heart was being filled to overflowing. The next woman, we'll continue to break up tomorrow. After all, according to Lin Qian, there were still quite a lot of women, or else he wouldn't have been the least bit overly angry after losing a woman. Listening to Lin Lang's words, Lin Qian felt warm in her heart for a moment. Thanks. What's the point of being polite with me? You've said that after I do you a favor, I'll agree to do whatever I ask you to do. In case you're not satisfied with what I ask you to do when the time comes, wouldn't you have to hate me to death? After saying that, Lin Qian squirted a laugh. So don't thank me yet, Lin Lang said, reaching out to rub her head. After sending Lin Qian back home, Lin Lang then returned to Infinity. Just as I walked in, I saw the three maids playing happily there, each one chasing after the other in a really pleasant manner. Phoenix, on the other hand, was sitting alone on the couch, just looking at the three people in front of her with a bemused expression. So I guess she had gotten used to their appearance a long time ago. Lin Lang walked over and sat down next to Phoenix. Why don't you join them? Young master is joking. My character is not like that. Oh, your character doesn't allow you to be a maid, and now you're not my maid all the same? Lin Lang reached out and cupped the Phoenix's jaws as they looked at each other in all directions. Inexplicably, the knot in Lin Lang's throat moved. Slowly, he kissed towards the corner of Phoenix's mouth. The Phoenix subconsciously tried to dodge, but it was directly controlled by Lin Lang, unable to move a bit the entire time. Well, Phoenix whimpered softly, looking at a handsome face of Lin Lang that was magnified in front of her, her mind not knowing what to think for a moment. And it was because of this wandering movement that Lin Lang went even more haywire and started going up and down on her body. Before long, Phoenix had been teased to the point where her legs were weak. It was almost too much to control to lie down towards the bed. When Lin Lang saw this, he just slightly hooked his lips and smiled, directly reaching out and holding the Phoenix, walking towards the room. It wasn't until she was placed on the bed that Phoenix then reacted to the exact situation she was in. His mind cleared for a moment, and his jaw dropped as he looked at Lin Lang. Young master, I. With that, he ducked towards the innermost part of the bed. When Lin Lang saw this action, he laughed lightly. What? You can't wait to want it so soon? Hearing these words, Phoenix's face immediately turned red. Only after about a minute did it look at Lin Lang. Young master, I. Before Phoenix could finish his words, he was directly intercepted by Lin Lang. What? Your relatives are here again? Scenery was first stunned, then suddenly seemed to think of something and blushed in embarrassment. And it was this awkward moment that Lin Lang found the right opportunity to walk directly in front of the Phoenix, and almost with one force, he directly pressed the Phoenix underneath him. A dash. With a muffled grunt, she looked at Lin Lang on top of her, and for a moment, she began to fight back desperately, and Lin Lang fell back to smelling that cool fragrance of the Phoenix. Phoenix naturally felt it, and for a while the atmosphere was awkward, and she didn't dare to move around for fear that Lin Lang would do something bad. However, tonight it was all on the line. If Lin Lang still didn't send it, it would be too damn cowardly. Lin Lang reached straight up and raised Phoenix's arms above her head, imprisoning her first. Young master, Phoenix, I've given you many chances, and I've let you get used to it for so long. It's time for you to fulfill your own responsibilities. Saying that, Lin Lang didn't care what Phoenix said anymore, directly lying on her neck and started sucking. A dash. Because of the comfort, Phoenix couldn't help but make a slight sound. Just when the last layer of equipment was removed from the Phoenix's body, the whole person then reacted to the fact that he was already naked under Lin Lang's body. Young master, don't. A dash. Ha, all that and don't? Saying that, Lin Lang disregarded Phoenix's words. Early the next morning, Lin Lang was surprised to see that Phoenix was no longer around. Everyone else was exhausted the next morning after banging themselves. But Phoenix, unlike the others, had not only gotten up earlier than the others, but had disappeared. Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. No matter what, finally he had sort of solved the arrogance of this little maid of Phoenix. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering a female with more than 90 points, increasing his points by 1,000. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Lang instead opened his mouth and inquired. System, did you forget to send out a quest again? Yes, host. Your next task is to earn enough to make $100 million within a week. What? Make $100 million? Lin Lang seemed as if he had heard some kind of funny joke. It's okay to let him spend $100 million, but to earn $100 million, how in the world is this going to be earned? Thinking of this, Lin Lang had no good ideas for half a day, so he simply went straight downstairs and looked at the people downstairs who were all busy with their own business there. Phoenix was the only one sitting alone on the couch with his arms wrapped around his chest, wondering what he was thinking. Lin Lang walked over and sat directly beside Phoenix, throwing a wink towards her. Young master. The Phoenix's face immediately smoldered and greeted Lin Lang. It really was a contrary Phoenix. Lin Lang fixed his eyes and realized that the Phoenix had actually increased its favorability towards him to 60 points. This discovery made Lin Lang gloat for a while. According to a person as high and cold as Phoenix, not to mention the favorability, it would be difficult to just talk about hitchhiking. And Lin Lang was now actually directly causing her favorability towards herself to soar to 60. It's really not easy. Did you sleep well last night? Upon hearing the slightly ambiguous question, Phoenix nodded. Aha. The answer was still the same few words, but Lin Lang knew that Phoenix's heart was already on fire. It just lacked an opportunity. Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Lang was about to say something else, he was directly interrupted by the manager. Young Lin, your charter will expire starting tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, Lin Lang didn't have much of a reaction, but instead waved his hand, indicating that he knew. Then looking to the remaining 3 maids, he said, you have 1 hour to pack up your things and we're going home. Even though I stayed here for 10 days, the place was gilded and had no home-like feeling at all. A few of them had wanted to go back a long time ago, but now that they heard Lin Lang's words, they were excited and immediately went back to their rooms to clean up. Phoenix was the only one sitting alone on the couch, looking unconcerned. Why don't you clean up? Young master, I can leave any time. Hearing this answer, Lin Lang was satisfied. That's an excellent example of being a valet. After the 5 people returned home, the 4 maids immediately went back to their own rooms, first lying on the bed for a period of time before they came out one after another. Mu Qingqing instead sat directly on Lin Lang's lap, her face full of happiness. Young master, it's still good to be home. Everything smells familiar. Mu Qingqing's hair was slightly disheveled due to her frantic rundown. Lin Lang reached out to help with the organizing when he heard Lily's voice coming. No, I think it's fine to live anywhere with the young master around. Choran, what about you? Me, I'm casual. Charan had a condescending look. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything more. Thinking that he still had things to do, he put down Mu Qingqing. Well, now that you're back, you guys should clean up your rooms, he said, handing Phoenix a black card. You guys can have Phoenix take you out for a bit later and do some shopping. However, the Phoenix must be obeyed the entire time. Yeah, it's finally time to go out and play. Ha 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 ha. Love you, young master. Once Lin Lang had finished his instructions, he reached out and patted Phoenix on the shoulder and walked out of the house. Lin Lang drove a more low-key car this time, and when he first looked at this car, it was purely because his brain had been jerked around. A red BMW. For ordinary people it might be a lifelong pursuit, but for Lin Lang, it would be just a car discarded in the nooks and crannies. Today, Lin Lang drove him out to his appointment with Lin Xian. Right after Lin Xian saw the car Lin Lang drove today, she was a bit surprised. So you have another car? Lin Lang smiled. Originally he thought Lin Xian would be curious as to why he was driving such a low car, but it was not expected that Lin Xian cared about the number of his cars. Thinking of this, Lin Lang reached out and touched Lin Xian's face. I still have a lot of cars at home, so if you're willing to do so, you can switch to drive them in the future. For a while, the ambiguous atmosphere in the car suddenly rose. Lin Xian looked at Lin Lang with a smoldering blush, her eyes full of happiness and shyness. With a tentative tone, he inquired, "Are you confessing to me?" Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. "Of course, you're so beautiful. If I don't confess to you, who else can I confess to?" Just as Lin Lang intended to get on his mouth, he was dodged by Lin Xian. Lin Lang was about to ask why when Lin Xian just awkwardly took out her cell phone that was vibrating. Embarrassed, he reached out and pointed to his cell phone. Lin Lang found it funny and nodded, signaling that she could answer. Unexpectedly, just after answering the phone, Lin Lang could hear the angry roar coming from the opposite side. "Lin Xian, what the hell is wrong with you? Why hasn't the money been sent to me yet?" It was Lin Biao's voice, and he could hear that Lin Biao was now very angry. If he had heard correctly, it would be Lin Biao who was in a hurry for money. After Lin Xian hung up the phone, she looked at Lin Lang with a crying face. "My brother asked me to send him money." Che dash. Lin Lang spat, then reached out and touched Lin Xian's head. "It's fine. I'll take you to your brother and send him some money." "No, I know you have a lot of money, but my brother is like a bottomless pit that can't be filled no matter what." When Lin Xian heard that Lin Lang wanted to send money to Lin Biao, she immediately opened her mouth to retort. "Don't worry." Lin Lang didn't react much, and drove straight to the place Lin Biao had mentioned. Lin Biao's appointment was at a park, and Lin Lang had just pulled aside when he saw Lin Biao with a woman in his arms. This woman looks, but is quite mean. It seems to be the kind of woman who mixes in society, and still experienced a lot of men. Lin Lang hooked his lips in a smile and got out of the car with Lin Xian. And Lin Biao frowned tightly when he saw that Lin Lang had actually followed him over. Why did you bring him along? He still hated Lin Lang for robbing his woman yesterday, but he didn't expect to see it again. Lin Xian said without any good humor. "Why? Does it have anything to do with you what I bring here?" Unexpectedly, Lin Biao did not answer Lin Xian's question, but looked at Lin Lang's car. Opening his mouth, he said sarcastically, "Yo, what? No more Lamborghini. You switched to BMW today? What? You borrowed yesterday's car and then were in a hurry to return it, weren't you?" Hearing this, Lin Lang didn't get angry, but instead directly leaned on the car and opened his mouth to laugh. "But no, my family is poor, so I really can't afford a good car." Hearing Lin Lang say this, Lin Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes. If Lin Lang's family was poor, then there really weren't many rich and noble families in the world. However, when Lin Biao heard this, he hooked his lips and sneered. "It's okay, poverty doesn't scare me. I'm afraid of being poor, and sir, as long as you realize your mistakes later, you can still hang out with me." Hearing this, Lin Lang almost laughed out loud. "Are you kidding me? Letting Lin Lang hang out with him? Where do you hang out? Drop this woman who doesn't know how many hand-me-downs she is?" Lin Lang thought of this and immediately shook his head, having played with more than one blood of women. Now when he thought of these multiple handfuls, he couldn't help but feel disgusted in his heart. Now, Lin Lang instead shifted his sight to the woman in Lin Biao's arms. "Miss looks good. Are you interested in being friends?" Almost as soon as Lin Lang's words came out, Lin Biao's foot came straight up. If Lin Lang hadn't ducked early, he would have been kicked by Lin Biao. For a moment, Lin Lang's eyes radiated a hidden anger. Looking at Lin Biao's heart trembled. Just when Lin Biao looked over again, Lin Lang had returned to normal. Lin Biao thought he had misread the situation, and now he spoke much more boldly. You fucking bastard. I gave you face and let you hang out with me. But you're good. You dare to hit on my woman? When a woman runs off with someone else, the general heartache is not that her woman is gone. Rather, it's a loss of dignity. It's a matter of a man's dignity. And it's natural for Lin Biao to do the same. The woman who was accosted, after hearing Lin Lang's question, said in the same despised attitude, how about it? Are you rich? I want to be friends with you? The woman's name is Lu Baofeng and she is a lady. Right after hearing this, Lin Lang actually wanted to say, the last thing I need is money. But that would be a bit pretentious, and very inconsistent with the low-profile character he had always had. Thinking of this, he fell back to look at Lu Baofeng. I don't have much money, so I can only afford a BMW. After saying that, still impatient to speak, he added, of course, if you really are friends with me, I'll definitely treat you well. If you could be lovers with me, I would absolutely steal a battery car to support you. I can fuck you. Lin Biao was completely pissed off and directly scolded Lin Lang. Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. What, can't poor people dig their way out? Dig your ass up. This is my woman. If she goes with you, I'll kneel down and call you daddy. Beautiful. Lin Lang wanted these words, and his eyes towards Lu Baofeng instantly changed a godly color. That sense of full confidence made Lu Baofeng think for a moment that Lin Lang had changed like a different person. Just now, although Lin Lang's eyes were confident, it was more like Pan Jun, and now it was different. In addition to Lin Lang's eyes being full of confidence, there was more of a teasing. That kind of unintentionally revealing Cockney temperament made Lu Baofeng a bit stunned. Tell you what, Missy, I'll pay you until you think you're worth it, and then you'll be with me. Fong, don't believe him, he can't get the money, trust me. You mustn't. Lin Biao opened his mouth and spoke, his tone full of certainty. However, to Lin Lang's ears, it sounded ridiculous. Often, most of the things you judge with your own intuition are inaccurate, because there is no basis for it at all. Including now. Since he was going out, Lin Lang didn't have that much money on him for the time being, but the check was with him. 100,000. This was Lin Lang's starting price, and after hearing this price, Lu Baofeng's body trembled slightly. Keeps telling her he has money and money and money, but in the end, he hasn't seen any of the so-called money. But I didn't expect the person in front of me to come up with 100,000 directly. Seeing this, Lu Baofeng's eyes were filled with greed. It was almost a bit unbelievable. He didn't expect Lin Lang to be so rich, for a woman he didn't know, to give 100,000 at the beginning. Instead, it made his breath catch slightly. Soon, however, it fell back to its normal demeanor. Humph, I'd like to see just how much you can come up with. As he said that, he saw Lin Lang continue to raise the price. 200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. I'm coming with you. Lu Baofeng couldn't bear the temptation any longer. Even though she knew that Lin Lang might still continue to raise the price, but if she insisted on losing everything in the end, she would be more pathetic than anyone else. So now she just knows to take what she can get. Lin Lang has always been quite fond of smart women, and without too much difficulty, he gave Lu Baofeng $500,000. You can actually come up with $500,000? Filled with dismay, he looked at Lin Lang. I don't want you to follow me. I just need you to leave. Hey, what the hell do you people mean? Do you think it's fun to break people up? It was very hard to understand Lin Lang's behavior. Froze and spent $500,000, but to make his woman leave him, and he doesn't want anything? What kind of operation is this? He didn't quite understand for a moment, and then he whirled around to hear Lu Baofeng's following. Good. I actually wanted to leave him a long time ago. If he hadn't lied to me that he had money, I wouldn't be with him. Thank you. I'm off. Took $500,000 for nothing and dumped it? Pan knocked the school? Don't mention how happy she was. Yet utterly enraged. WOC? You're fucking sick, aren't you? What do you want? What's wrong with you or what? Hearing these words, Lin Lang fell into a leisurely and comfortable manner, stretching his arms around his chest as he looked at the one who was in the midst of his anger. Leisurely? Anyway, you have a multitude of women, so you can't just change another one. Not to mention Lin Lang, even he found it ironic. Reaching out, he swung his fist, intending to whack Lin Lang, but Lin Lang dodged it with a dodge. Moved so fast that not a single person saw it and showed the kind of laziness the whole time that made it feel like they were being discriminated against. What the hell do you want? Tell us what you're up to. Not wanting to waste any more time with the person in front of him, he simply asked directly. Lin Lang thought for a moment and glanced at Lin Qian. Some emotions could be seen in her eyes. Is it not clear to you now what I do? Yet looking at the look of confusion, it was clear that he must not be sure, but Lin Lang wasn't in a hurry to explain. He just looked at him and said nicely, Who was it who just said that as long as Lu Baofeng comes with me, you'll kneel down and call me father? The face was suffocatingly red, and opened her mouth. But, Fangfang isn't with you either. You're wrong. It's not that Lu Baofeng won't follow me. It's that I don't want this kind of woman with several hands. Seeing that no words were spoken, Lin Lang instead spoke directly. Kneel down and call your father. Father, I can tell you exactly why I've been hindering you from flirting with girls. Teeth clenched, glancing at Lin Qian, who had been standing by the side without saying anything. The fire immediately came up. You loser. You don't know how to say a word when you see your brother being bullied. When Lin Qian heard this, her eyes fell full of sarcasm. How do you usually treat me? Don't you have any points in your heart? You. No longer saying anything more because he knew he was at a disadvantage. He simply looked directly at Lin Lang, his eyes red. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then. The sound that was heard from the bones of the hand. Lin Lang fell back and let out a light laugh. Ha, remember, reasons, not explanations. I don't need to explain anything I do to anyone. Arrogant, just too arrogant. But there was absolutely no qualification to refute Lin Lang's remark, because what Lin Lang said was completely true. There was a thud, the sound of a knee hitting the ground. Kneeling on the ground like this, his mouth opened, as if he wanted to say something, but it was difficult to speak for half a day. Ha, what? Is there something a man can say that he doesn't dare to do? Hearing Lin Lang's words, he closed his eyes and screamed violently. Dad, what an obedient son. Lin Lang looked on in amusement. It looks like he's still trying to save face. Now can you tell me exactly why you're trying to steal my woman? He said in a good-natured manner, but the way he looked at Lin Lang had become much better than just now. However, seeing this, Lin Lang still shook his head inside. AI, just look at all the things you've done. Lin Qian stepped forward and reached out to grab Lin Lang's arm, signaling her to speak. Don't you realize why? Lin Qian's emotions had slowly begun to spiral out of control, but Lin Lang didn't step forward to stop them, because Lin Qian had been holding it in for a long time, and this was a good opportunity to vent it out. And since Lin Lang had done what he was supposed to do, then what came next was left for Lin Qian to do. Don't you know what has become of the family? What's going on at home? Don't you dare say you don't even know? But look at what you're doing now. What do you call this? Raising women outside? I won't say anything about you if you're in a serious relationship, but you're wasting other girls' youth, you know? After saying these words, Lin Qian sighed deeply, and her tone seemed to carry a slight plea. Can you go home to see mom and dad? I'm just asking if you can. Lin Qian's tone was close to a growl at this point. The heart moved a little, skimmed me, not knowing if it was out of scruples or true repentance of conscience, and nodded directly. Brother, Lin Lang spoke, don't let me see you looking for those immodest women again, or else, when the time comes, you won't be such a good talker. Lin Lang's tone was serious, and Jean's breathing picked up speed a bit. After re-examining Lin Lang up and down, a sudden thought occurred to him. Who the hell are you? Inexplicably, he felt that his sister might have actually hooked up with a big spender. Lin Lang looked at Lin Qian and let out a light laugh. Originally he had planned to keep a low profile, so that he could be considered not exposing Lin Qian, but after seeing Lin Qian's firm eyes, Lin Lang understood what she meant. Lin Lang? What? Lin Lang? The name Lin Lang has been very hot in the capital in recent times, and almost every major TV will have Lin Lang's name on it. However, he was a bit unsure whether the Lin Lang in front of him was the Lin Lang on TV or not. The man in question, naturally, saw the confusion and laughed softly. If you think so, that is an understatement. That wasn't an ordinary person. That was Lin Lang, the heir to the overseas Lin family who owned what could be described as untold wealth. But now, it was skimmed over so lightly by Lin Lang, it was simply too low-key, too low-key. After finishing these thoughts in his mind, when he raised his head again, he could no longer see Lin Lang's figure, including his own sister. He reached up and rubbed his hair, thinking about all that had just happened, sighed, and took a cab home. Lin Qian got a call from her dad telling her to come home. After knowing this news, Lin Qian felt very happy in her heart, and the first person she thanked was Lin Lang. What? Do you need to be polite with me? Lin Lang stretched out and leaned against the window, one hand gently gripping the steering wheel with countless windy movements, looking at Lin Qian's body in a daze. It was simply too handsome, but still, he quickly regained his senses and looked at Lin Lang and continued. Of course I have to be thankful. If all this wasn't because of you, that person, my brother, still doesn't know when he'll be able to think that he still has a family. Seeing the mold of darkness in Lin Qian's eyes, Lin Lang instead reached out and patted her hand, immediately changing the topic. You don't have to thank me. Have you forgotten that you said you'd be at my disposal for as long as I could help you? Remember this, right? Lin Lang opened his mouth to confirm, and upon seeing Lin Qian's face smoldering as she nodded her head, He knew that this silly girl was probably thinking of a human banquet. It's not a human body banquet. Lin Lang opened his mouth to explain. I'm not that heavy-handed yet, oh. With that, he parked his car on the side of the road and looked at Lin Qian in front of him, revealing a smile if nothing else. Even though what he was about to say now was very serious, Lin Lang still wanted to laugh a little, because looking at Lin Qian's look of defense against bad guys, her heart was already wondering if she was a bad guy who did nothing wrong. The car was just quiet for more than 10 seconds before Lin Lang spoke in a serious manner. I want you to be my maid. What? Lin Qian thought for a moment that she had misheard, but looking at Lin Lang's serious demeanor, she knew it was the truth. After hearing these words, Lin Qian felt her mind buzzing for a moment, and seemed to have lost the ability to think on her own. The mind went blank, unable to do any thinking at all. After about 3 minutes or so of easing himself up, he then looked at Lin Lang. Why the maid? Actually, Lin Qian wanted to ask, why not girlfriend? But Lin Qian thought about it and probably knew her identity, so she didn't daydream anymore. This was the first time Lin Lang had encountered this question. He had 4 maids but no one had asked this question. He thought in his head about how exactly to answer that question. Spinning around, he reached up and snapped his fingers. Because I have 4 maids. Hearing these words, Lin Qian's mind was confused again. Secondly, you know who I am. So, that's my answer. The answer was simple. Nothing more than that he had so many maids that it was impossible for him to consider a girlfriend. The second reason is kind of simple and crude. I'm rich, so I want the maid. In fact, Lin Qian had a moment to say, I don't mind, but when the words reached his mouth, he held them all back. Lin Lang knew that probably a woman like Lin Qian would not be able to accept this kind of play for a while. With that in mind, he fell back on his casualness and said, I can give you time to think about it. After all, it's the kind of thing where your feelings are important. So, I do. Before Lin Lang could finish his words, he heard Lin Qian's reply, I do. If her first answer was out of impulse, this one was the result of deep thought. Why? Am I the one with something on my face? Seeing that Lin Lang kept looking at herself, Lin Qian reached out and touched her face a little uncertainly. Only after seeing that there wasn't anything, did he look at Lin Lang again? But who knew that just after raising his head, he would meet Lin Lang's eyes. For a moment, eyes flickered between the two. Lin Lang replied, no, it's just that it's so beautiful the way you make choices with such certainty. Hearing these words of love, for a moment Lin Qian's face was big and shyly red. Lin Lang realized that he had become more and more fond of this kind of girl who couldn't move without blushing in recent times. It looks innocent without being sultry. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but savor his new maid. The two then kissed so recklessly in the car. It was only after about 10 minutes or so that the two of them reluctantly parted. Lin Lang tastefully stuck out his tongue and licked his own lips, as if he was savoring the delicacies of the earth. That's how he brought Lin Qian back home. Having just returned home, the original 4 maids were watching TV and probably figured out what the hell was going on when they saw him suddenly bring back a girl. Lily was the first to react and walked directly to Lin Lang's side, reaching out and holding Lin Lang's arm as if she was swearing sovereignty. Young master, is this young lady you brought back as a maid? Although Lily did not deliberately say the word maid, but after all, it is contact with this word not a few hours. Lin Qian here in the ears inside is still slightly harsh, but after all, he was new, and with a softer character, he didn't think too much of it. Lin Lang planted a kiss on Lily's small mouth before answering, yes, new here. After finishing, he looked at the 3 people, Phoenix, Hecharan and Mu Qingqing, and opened his mouth to introduce them. Lin Qian, with my last name, you guys don't bully the new ones in the future. Lin Lang just said it jokingly, and the 4 of them nodded as if they were pounding garlic. Don't worry young master, we're not that careful. Lin Qian looked at the 4 people present and smiled a little awkwardly. It seemed to her that the 4 people in front of her were much better than herself in every way. She was now beginning to wonder why on earth Lin Lang had brought himself home. But without letting Lin Qian think too much, he heard Lin Lang command, Phoenix, go and take Lin Qian to choose a room. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he continued to open his mouth and added, by the way, give Lin Qian $1 million, so that she can settle things at home first. $1 million? Lin Qian was simply horrified when she heard this amount. That's all it takes to say $1 million and then just give it away? Seeing Lin Qian so surprised, Mu Qingqing smiled and opened her mouth to explain. Qian, don't be surprised. Young master is very good to us. This money is nothing here in young master. Young master. Well, young master. After finishing with them, Lin Lang simply walked out, not knowing what else to be busy with. It was just that Lin Qian looked at Lin Lang's back, and for a moment there was an inexplicable sentiment in her heart. Qian, what's wrong? Are you unable to let go of the young master? Mu Qingqing opened her mouth to flirt, but was directly denied by Lin Qian. No. Then he chatted with them. How did you all start working as Lin's young master's maids? Mu Qingqing smiled and spoke. Let me introduce them to you first. These two, Phoenix and Lily, are the earliest maids among us, and are likewise personal maids. He Charon, a college classmate of our young master, was forcibly jacked in as a maid. As for me, I was chosen out of the 10 girls of the young master. Of course, by choice. What about you? How did you get here? After Mu Qingqing finished her introduction, she was rather curious about how Lin Qian came to be. I, too, sort of volunteered. Come on, tell me specifically. As soon as she saw that there was a story to listen to, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but get a little excited. After Lin Lang left his home, he began to think about how he could earn enough money to make $100 million within a week. It was now the next day, but he still hadn't come up with a good idea. He reached for his cell phone and went to make a call to Butler Lu. Young master, are you experiencing any problems? Butler Lu was well aware of his young master's character. Usually unless he encountered something, he would not call himself. I'd like to ask you, how do you make enough for $100 million in a week? Butler Lu froze for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Young master, are you short of money? However, it was in this instant that Lin Lang suddenly thought of a good way on how to earn $1 billion a week out of it. Butler Lu, I know. Hang up. Just after hanging up the phone, Lin Lang's mind already had a rough prototype. In that case, then he can screw all three together. First, he could start an assassination team, and with Lily around, there's no one who can't be assassinated. Secondly, he could build an entertainment venue, and with Phoenix running it, it would definitely be a booming business. Thirdly, he could instead open a law firm, and with his own eyes of true sight, what case wouldn't be solved? Thinking of this, Lin Lang's heart probably already had a direction. However, the entertainment place was still a bit difficult at the moment. After all, it would take a month to build a place, not to mention the fact that he only had a week now. Thinking of this, Lin Lang called Phoenix. Now, I'm going to go to each of the tops of your websites to publicize the grand opening of Lin's law firm and Lily's assassination. What? The Phoenix over there clearly didn't understand what Lin Lang meant, but he didn't explain too much, and just thought about what would happen next. When he got home, he saw Phoenix tapping away on top of the computer's keyboard, and only stood up when he saw he was back. Young master, the things you ordered have been done. The cell phone number left is yours, but I did the processing. Others can't check the information of the phone number. Upon hearing these words, Lin Lang's mouth had just opened and he was about to say something when he heard the ringing of his cell phone. Hello, is this Lily assassination? Yes. I need to ask you to assassinate someone for me. I wonder if that's possible. Tell me about the man's identity. It's our vice mayor of the capital, Li Zhanghong. Upon hearing this news, Lin Lang couldn't help but guess if the person who called him was Zhang Jiji. But then, the idea was dispelled. Yes, the price is 1 million ahead. Money in the account. $500,000 deposit. Lin Lang's voice was cold, and he spoke in a serious manner. And the man over there, upon hearing this, made an unreasonable request. I want to see you in person. Hearing this, Lin Lang hesitated slightly. People don't see. Kill them or not, as you wish. After saying that, just as he was about to hang up the phone, he heard the voice from the other side continue to come. Sorry. I'm just a little worried. I'll kill the man, and I'll credit your account with the money later. After hanging up the phone, the 5 maids present all looked at Lin Lang, and the kind of dismay and surprise in their eyes caused Lin Lang to let out a light laugh. Why? What's on your mind? Young master, how did you start this business? Yes, young master, this is murder. Aren't you afraid that the police will arrest you? Hecharan said without a trace of anger. Lin Lang walked directly in front of Hecharan and reached out to pinch her jaw. What? Do you want your man to be caught by the police that much? Hearing this, Hecharan didn't reply in a good-natured manner. Lin Lang glanced at Lily and said with a straight face, listen, I need to make $100 million a week, so the current law firm and Lily's assassination are my means to an end. Of course, if I could, I would set up my own commercial power. That's a grand enterprise that monopolizes the entire capital, and it's also a money empire. After hearing Lin Lang's words, some people's eyes were filled with longing. Alright, Lily, I'll leave the assassination of Li Zhanghong to you. Lin Lang saw the bank message received on his cell phone. And when he saw that the money had been called in, he added again, it's best to act tonight. I need to see the news early tomorrow morning. Yes, young master, tonight was destined to be a restless night. However, that's only for others. Lily is carrying out an assassination, while Lin Lang is lying on the bed with Lin Qian, doing something reminiscent of Fifi. Early the next morning, Lin Lang woke up very early. Just as I sat up, a system voice came into my head. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering a woman with a rating of 90 or more. The points will automatically increase by 1,000 points. A warm reminder that there are 5 days left until the host's mission time. Lin Lang didn't care too much. Just went downstairs and turned on the TV. Just after turning on the TV, he saw Lily in her pajamas similarly sitting next to Lin Lang. Good morning, young master. Morning. Are you here to see the news? Young master, about last night's assassination? Yes. After all, this was the first business Lin Lang had ever done on his own, so he still had to pay attention. But while the news inside the TV hadn't started yet, Lily did ask Lin Lang a question. Young master, do you know that when I went to assassinate last night, I saw that Li Zhanghong was using force on a woman? Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. Of course I know that Li Zhanghong is this kind of person. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you kill him. Using force on a woman is shameful for many men. Since you don't have the skills, don't go on. Using force will only make others laugh. Lin Lang's mind hadn't been thinking about it for long before he saw it on the news. In the middle of 5 this morning, the body of Vice Mayor Li Zhanghong was found in his room next to a woman, but passed out on the floor. The police ruled the incident a homicide, and the murderer placed a lily next to the body. So what was the point of that? I hope you'll stay tuned to. The two of them were no longer going to listen to the next words. Lin Lang looked at Lily and hooked his lips in a smile. Not bad. Great job on the mission. With that, Lin Lang kissed directly towards the corner of Lily's lips. As a reward for her, drop. Lin Lang's cell phone beeped. Taking out his cell phone, it was a transfer message from the bank. Last night's final payment of $500,000 had arrived. It's now in $1 million. And it's so far from $100 million. However, because of Lily's first successful assassination and the fact that she had put a lily by her bedside, it had been made clear to all the bigwigs what it really meant. Immediately after that, Lin Lang's phone had begun to ring continuously. This rhythm made Lin Lang a little out of control for a while. Could it be that the assassination industry was so vacant? Nevertheless, he answered the calls one by one. In no time at all, Lin Lang had already picked 5 and gave them to Lily. 5 people are spread out in different provinces and cities, and one by one, they are in high positions, so the price is twice as high as it was yesterday. How many days will it take to complete a mission totaling $10 million? I'll have news for you tomorrow at 12 noon. Sharp. With that said, Lily was already packing up and getting ready to go one assassination at a time. Because Lily was very busy these days, Lin Lang didn't have much time to stay at home. The result is that what was once a lively home is now all but deserted. However, one day, Lin Lang received a case, and coincidentally, it happened to be a call from Zhang Jiji. The two agreed on a time to meet in person. When Zhang Jiji saw Lin Lang, he still immediately stood up and shook Lin Lang's hand. Lin Xiao, long time no see. When Lin Lang heard this, he instead spoke directly. We only met the day before yesterday. Zhang Jiji paused, then joked. This is not a day without seeing, like 3 autumns apart. But I wouldn't dare to be like this with you. Lin Lang spoke with a smile on his face. For Zhang Jiji, after all, he is the one who helped himself up. In the end, he is more assured. Lin Lang, on the other hand, didn't care about this and looked at Zhang Jiji and directly said, since there's something, then you might as well say it. It seems that it's still young Lin who's smart. Without me having to say anything, young Lin knows that I'm up to something. Zhang Jiji glanced at Lin Lang, thought for a moment, but still spoke directly. I'm here to inquire about that matter of Li Zhanghong with young Lin. Zhang Jiji said while observing Lin Lang's reaction and expression. However, upon seeing that Lin Lang didn't make any reaction, Zhang Jiji's heart then wondered for a moment. Could it be that he was overthinking it? But immediately afterward, he shook his head. No, I don't think so. He looked at Lin Lang and spoke cautiously. I wonder if this matter, is it something that young Lin did? Lin Lang crossed his legs, arrived at a glass of wine, and drank it up. After drinking a cup of wine, he then looked at Zhang Jiji. What would you do if I said I did it? Lin Lang's face was straight and his eyes were cold, completely lacking the usual joking tone. Looking at Zhang Jiji's heart, he was terrified, but on the surface, he still didn't move. Ha ha ha, you're joking. I'm just joking with you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Lin Lang shook his head slightly and laughed softly. What? After being a mayor, now you don't even dare to continue tracking down the murderer? Zhang Jiji was now in a complete dilemma. If he continued to pursue the matter, then it would inevitably lead to Lin Lang's head. However, if he gave up on pursuing the matter, then he would have failed Lin Lang's hard work in helping himself to the throne. However, upon hearing Lin Lang's words, Zhang Jiji already knew that this matter was the work of the young Lin in front of him, so he also spoke without moving. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Lin Xiao, I will definitely continue to pursue this matter. After all, I can't let down your hard work. Lin Xiao. Lin Lang's hand tapped on the desktop one by one, looking especially crisp inside this quiet room at the moment. And the sound, for Zhang Jiji, was kind of a torture. He was completely unable to guess what was going on in Lin Lang's mind, so he couldn't make a good judgment. Ha ha ha, Zhang Jiji, you don't have to be nervous. I'm just talking to you for fun. Only after hearing Lin Lang say this did Zhang Jiji take a deep breath of fresh air and reached out to wipe the drops of sweat from his forehead. Young Lin, you really know how to joke. Lin Lang reached out and poured a glass of wine and drank it leisurely by himself. And the main purpose of Zhang Jiji's visit today was to see if his thoughts coincided with the truth of the matter. After understanding all of this now, it seems a lot more relaxing. The two of them chatted for a long time during the period, and then when Lin Lang's cell phone rang, Zhang Jiji had the sense to leave. Young master, I'm done with my mission. Hearing Lily's words, Lin Lang unconsciously nodded in his heart. Worthy of being one's personal maid. Ah, her performance was outstanding in every aspect, making Lin Lang's heart very pleased. Okay, I'll be right back. Come back and reward Lily properly. Lin Lang looked at his income. He was already earning $10 million, and now he was still $90 million short of $100 million. It's usually very easy to spend $1 billion, but now it's simply difficult to earn $1 billion. But Lin Lang didn't think much about it now. Instead he went straight back to the house and looked at Lily, who was sitting on the couch, and gave her a big kiss. Lin Lang could see that dark circles had appeared under Lily's eyes, and looking at the face full of labor, his heart was inevitably a little intolerant. Phoenix, pull all the online ads. Hearing these words, Lily was stunned. Young master, what's wrong? Did I do a bad job? No, but you're doing so well. Lin Lang is a man. Since it's a task given by the system, then Lin Lang he has to earn it himself. It's not Lin Lang's character to completely rely on a woman. Thinking of this, Lin Lang instead reached out and touched Lily's head. Don't think too much. It's just that looking at how tired you've been these past few days, it seems to be an oversight on my part. So take a good rest at home, and leave the next thing to me. Lily looked at Lin Lang, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. After Lin Lang finished his orders on his side, he looked at Lily and said, "Tell you what, as a treat, I'll take you to the bar to play." With that, Lin Lang looked at the remaining four. Let's go. Together. When Lin Qian first heard about the bar, her heart was actually a bit rejected, but seeing that everyone was so happy, she didn't spoil the fun and followed them to a very high bar. Lin Lang parked his car and just walked to the door when he saw the barman walking over. "Hello sir, how many of you? Do I need to get you a room?" Kidding aside, Lin Lang brought a girl over, so of course he needed a room. How else is this going to be fun? 6 of you. Give me the best box you have here. Lin Lang was generous and spoke directly. Seeing the waiter's embarrassed expression, however, was a bit of a puzzle, but it was only a moment of confusion, and Lin Lang had already guessed exactly why the waiter's expression was there. What? Someone has already taken box number 1? Lin Lang hadn't been here before, but knew that the best box here was box number 1. The service point immediately nodded his head and reached out to touch his chin. "Tell you what sir, I'll take you to the VIP box. The environment there is also very good." Lin Lang glanced at Lily, who immediately nodded. "Yes young master." Just when the waiter thought that Lin Lang would agree as well and was about to lead them there, he heard Lin Lang's following words. "Tell you what, you go and call the people in box 1 to come out and switch them to the VIP box. I'll cover their money tonight." Lin Lang was already very polite, but he still saw the waiter's face full of embarrassment. "Sir, you're making things difficult for me. I don't dare to go up and talk to the person inside box number 1. Seeing this worried look on the waiter's face, Lin Lang knew that there was probably a big character inside. However, despite the biggest role, in Lin Lang's eyes, was that a role? Pressing doesn't count. Lin Lang reached out and lit a heel of cigarettes and sat down on the sofa with the 5 beauties, crossing his legs as if he was thinking about what to do about this matter. But really, Lin Lang was wondering what they were going to drink next. Go get your manager. Since the waiter in front of him didn't have the ability to meet Lin Lang's requirements, he had the right to replace him, but the waiter obviously didn't want the manager to be called. Still trying. "Sir, you believe me, our VIP box is still very good. If you're told to go call the manager you go do it. Where's all the talk?" Hecharan spoke with a bit of impatience. She hated people like that. Lin Lang looked at Hecharan with complex emotions in his eyes, but the way Hecharan looked at him, there was only arrogance, with a slight hint of fondness in it. But it was directly ignored by Lin Lang. Before long, the manager came over. Seeing such a big row and so many women around Lin Lang, it was clear that Lin Lang was also a person who could not be messed with. At that moment, he nodded his head and said, "Hello sir, I'm the manager here. I don't know if sir is in need of anything?" Lin Lang was patient and continued, Go ask the people in your number 1 box to come out and switch to inside the VIP box. By the way, tell them that tonight's money, I'll cover it. Once he heard Lin Lang speak and raise his hands and feet in an atmospheric manner, it made it a little difficult for the manager. Looking towards Lin Lang, he smiled awkwardly. Sir, you see, it's not that our bar doesn't respect you, but it's because I really can't afford to mess with the character inside box number 1, and there's a first come, first served for everything, don't you think? The manager was brainwashing Lin Lang. However, what kind of character was Lin Lang? How could he possibly give up? He held up his hand, signaling the manager to stop talking. Either way, you've got 15 minutes to take care of this. Either you take care of it yourself or take me with you and go to box 1 and I'll go talk to myself. When the manager heard this, he probably knew that there was nothing to say on Lin Lang's side. Suwaji glanced at Lin Lang, forced to compromise. How about this? I'll go ask for you, sir, first, and see if they're willing to change. Saying that, the manager went directly to box number 1 after seeing Lin Lang nod his head. Lin Lang, on the other hand, is sitting here, watching the hot song and dance of the beautiful women on the stage, and his unblinking eyes look in Hecharan's eyes, but it becomes color. Poof. What? Upon hearing Hecharan's voice, Lin Lang knew which one of Hecharan's tendons was wrong again. The eyes looked straight at her with scrutiny. It's fine, young master, you'd better continue to look at the beauties on the stage. Hearing this, Lin Lang knew that Hecharan was jealous. Reaching out and pinching her small face, he spoke in a doting manner. You, day in and day out. Why do you like to be jealous so much? With that, he reached straight up and took her in his arms, looking like he loved it. Hecharan on the other hand is still not in a good mood. Wow, what do you mean I like to be jealous? I'm not jealous, you're Lin Xiao, how can I dare to just be jealous? Originally, he thought Lin Lang would be angry. After all, Hecharan had called him names, but I didn't expect that instead of getting angry. He continued, eat, how can I not eat? What family has this condition? Vinegar can be eaten at will. Ha ha. Lily didn't hold back and laughed outright. Hecharan's face got a little hung up, glancing at Lily and giving a blank stare. What's so funny about laughing? Ah. As soon as Lily's words were out of her mouth, she was able to clearly feel the choking sensation coming from her neck. Looking down, it turned out that Lily's hand was stuck exactly where she wanted it to be, around her neck. Young master, look at her bullying me. Lin Lang frowned. Lily, let go. Lily then beamed and let go of her hand. However, the eyes that looked at Hecharan were still unfriendly. Lin Lang sighed helplessly when he saw the war between these two women. Now he finally understood why those ancient emperors were all annoying one by one. It was all because of these pussies. But Lin Lang definitely couldn't say the kind of words that would make them get along, and could only stop them slightly when they were about to fight. The rest is up to them. After all, as one's maid, one should have the ability to do so. Just after a little bit of silence over here, the manager was seen walking straight over. At a glance, he knew that he had bumped his nose into the dust, and his eyes were full of helplessness when he looked at Lin Lang. Sir, it's really not that we can't do it at the bar, but the guests in box number 1 really don't want to, said. Seems to be afraid Lin Lang angry. This also opened his mouth to add, but the guests of the first box said, Sir, as long as you do not look for them things, tonight in this bar consumption, I'll buy them to bear. Hey, Lin Lang reached out and pulled out his ears, and after hearing those words, he couldn't help but feel ridiculous. That's the offer I made them, so how come it's backfiring on me now as is? How can he tolerate this? It absolutely cannot be tolerated. Lin Lang directly stood up and leisurely said, I'd like to see which big shot has such a big mouth. Manager, lead the way. How afraid the manager was of making a scene, and how fast he was walking away now. Just as Lin Lang walked to the door of box number 1 and was about to push open the door of the box, he was instead stopped by the manager. With one look from Lin Lang, the manager's legs went weak in fear. Only then did he open his mouth to explain. Sir, otherwise forget it. The people inside really can't be messed with. Lin Lang already didn't want to say anything more to the manager and directly glanced at Lily, who immediately understood and got the manager aside. Phoenix stepped forward and reached out to open the door to the compartment. Just as he opened the door, he was able to smell a large amount of alcohol and a variety of women's perfumes. It made Lin Lang choke several times before he barely reacted. The mixture of these flavors is just awful. Ha 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 ha. However, seeing Lin Lang's reaction, several people inside the box laughed out loud. Looking at Lin Lang's comical appearance, they all couldn't help but open their mouths to mock him. One look at a small-time character like that and he's never been to a bar. What? Are the parents too strict to let you come? Or is it that you don't even know what this place is? Little brother? Just like you still want to come and grab box number 1 from us. You're simply too arrogant. When Lily heard those words, she intended to make a move. However, she was stopped by Lin Lang. Yo, what? Is the little bitch still mad? Good girl, don't be angry. Come and let your brother pamper you. With that, he intended to come straight up and reach out to pull Lily over, but Lin Lang grabbed his wrist with one hand. The two of them looked at each other, and Lin Lang's eyes flashed with killing intent for a split second. Captured by the person in front of him, his legs went weak with fear. The look in his eyes, something he had never seen before, gave way to a deep sense of despair. My woman, keep your hands clean. As soon as the words fell, Lin Lang's hand fiercely pushed forward, and the man's footsteps were unsteady, and he directly fell to the ground. A dash. A muffled grunt came from the manager, who saw the state of affairs, and the whole lot of them cried out and walked in. Oh my gentlemen, don't make a scene, just for the sake of my little brother. Spare. However, before the manager could finish his words, he was directly thrown out of the door by Lily and reached out to close the compartment door. For a while, only Lin Lang's group and the group from the opposite side were left inside the box. There was a man in the opposite group who had been sitting on the couch drinking wine since Lin Lang came in and hadn't stood up. Lin Lang naturally noticed the situation over there. Hooking his lips in a smile, he also sat directly on the sofa. Woody poured the wine on the table and had just put it to his lips when he was interrupted by a gravity. Fortunately, Lin Lang's quick hands caused the wineglass not to fall to the ground, but just as Lin Lang was about to relax, he felt another force that struck towards him. Lin Lang frowned and managed to stabilize the wineglass in his hand, but because of the repeated interruptions from the person across the street, he was no longer going to drink the wine, and with a violent force in his hand, he threw it directly towards the face of the person in front of him. Boss, look out! Bang! The glass just fell to the floor and shattered. When Lin Lang saw this scene, he was inexplicably curious about the information of the person in front of him. This was a person who was on par with himself. He squinted his eyes and saw a transparent panel flash out before him. Name, Nia Shan. Personality, indifferent. Skills, Taekwondo LV4. When he saw this, Lin Lang probably knew the identity of the other party. Nia Jia. That's a martial arts family, and it's considered a well-known family in the capital, because every member of their family was a Taekwondo expert. So for them, they were all not to be messed with if they could, so as not to get into trouble with killing people, and when the time came, they didn't even know how they died. Seeing this, Lin Lang didn't care at all. He even had a desire to fight this so-called Taekwondo master with Muay Thai. Let's see which country has the better moves. Of course, that's just to talk about one person's thoughts. Speak your purpose. Nia Shan suddenly spoke. His voice was very thick, sounding completely different from the fresh meat on TV. This very magnetic voice had caused Lin Lang to have a few moments of appreciation. Change the box. Lin Lang's answer was concise and clear, as he believed that the manager had just discussed it with them. Despite the refusal, Lin Lang was the kind of person who, since he couldn't get it, would strike out on his own. No exchange. Nia Shan refused outright without a hint of hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Lang instead opened his mouth to laugh. Since we both like this box, why don't we do this? Let's fight. Whoever wins will stay in this box, and the loser will take the initiative to get out. Nia Shan's eyebrows raised, as if he didn't expect Lin Lang to be so unafraid of death that he dared to make a move against himself. But at the same time, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Every move is full of confidence. Boss, don't agree to him. When you fight this kind of person, victory and defeat are already divided. Yeah boss, you definitely won. Yeah boss, why waste the effort for nothing? Boss, no fight. Nia Shan wasn't affected by them. Instead he looked at Lin Lang and replied with hooked lips. Good, boss. They were about to say something else when they were directly stopped by Nia Shan. Lily's heart was on edge as she heard the words. Young master. No, you're anything but. Lily was immediately silenced when she first said this. Are you kidding me? This is her young master. She's indirectly demeaning by saying that. It was also fortunate that Lin Lang didn't count on it, just that his mind was all about Nia Shan, but Lily was still worried in her mind, and had even begun to contact someone who would be able to get to the hospital in time in case a situation arose later on. If Lin Lang had known that Lily was doing this, he probably would have died from her cuteness a long time ago. However, he didn't have the time to think about it much right now. He just looked at the Nia Shan in front of him and let out a light laugh. Begin! The two came to an open space and began to duel. Presumably all duels between masters begin with a stare down, so the two began with a few minutes of stare downs first. Lin Lang's eyes were ruthless, and what he saw in his eyes at this moment was no longer teasing or carelessness. Instead, it was full of murder and seriousness. For a while, neither of them would let the other go. They both watched so slowly. The four people on Nia Shan's side were instead on the side as a crowd, discussing the situation over here. Look at this man, a serious look. It looks like he's pretending. Yeah, If he wants to fight our boss without knowing how much he weighs, then we have to see if he has the skills. It's okay, it's good to let our boss teach him a lesson and buy a lesson. Hey, it really is a kick in the brain. Hearing the words over there, Lily and a few of the girls were unconvinced, and simply opened their mouths and disliked them directly. How can you say that? Don't look down on people. Don't talk too much. It's not certain who will lose or win. Wow. You guys stare and light up your doggy eyes. Don't know not to talk when you're watching the battle. The Phoenix, on the other hand, looked at Lin Lang the entire time, not saying a word. Despite the fact that they spoke with such confidence, each of them was very uncertain in their hearts. It's on. I don't know who shouted, and only then did they look at the two of them. Niashan drinking Lin Lang, only to see Niashan attack first. A side kick that went over Lin Lang's head. Lin Lang dodged it easily with a sidestep. Niashan was uncomfortable and fiercely made a double fly. The leg strength was so strong that Lin Lang was a bit bad at dodging. It's now. Lin Lang directly reached out and held Niashan's leg, started attacking left and right, hitting Niashan with a furrowed brow, but he couldn't move his legs in any way. He could only use his remaining leg to do an airborne high horizontal kick, which barely dodged Lin Lang's move. Yes, Lin Lang opened his mouth in admiration. You're not bad either, Niashan said lightly, and the strength of his feet was once again exerted. When she saw this, Lily's eyes had widened, and looking at Lin Lang's current look of triumph, she almost couldn't believe that this was his young master. It's a fast and furious strike, and it's just awesome. Taekwondo and Muay Thai too are actually completely incomparable. One uses legs and the other uses fists. If it were anyone else, it might be a bit of a struggle, but for Lin Lang, it would be a piece of cake. After about 15 minutes, the two still hadn't competed. However, right at the last moment, when Niashan made a prancing triple kick, he saw Lin Lang make a wrong turn and strike towards Niashan's stomach. Pang! With a sound, Niashan directly fell to the ground in a horizontal fork position. The sound of bones tearing apart just reached inside everyone's ears. Whoa! Of course, Lin Lang wasn't much better, because his footing ground was unsteady. He was able to retreat several steps before stabilizing his stance. Boss, how are you doing? Oh my god, it won't move. Seeing the situation on Niashan's side, Lin Lang instead took the tissue handed over by Lily and reached out to wipe his sweat. Niashan was helped up by them and managed to stand. Count yourself as a bully. Niashan looked at Lin Lang. His eyes weren't as unbeatable as they were just now, but now there were a few more points of admiration instead. Seeing this, Lin Lang humbly said, "You're welcome, it's just fancy boxing." Niashan coughed even harder as he heard those words. However, he still looked at Lin Lang and did not say anything more. Here, let's give it to you. After saying that, he left, but then as if he thought of something, he spoke again and added, "I'll cover the money tonight." After watching Niashan disappear into thin air, Lin Lang sat down on the sofa to rest. Wow, aren't you fantastic, young master? Yes, young master. You just looked so handsome. Damn handsome. Young master, I have to say, you're really great. Outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Lily took one look and knew that the competition that had just taken place that all belonged to a duel between masters. She had never expected Lin Lang to be able to win. Hearing their compliments, Lin Lang instead hooked her lips in a smile. Piece of cake, piece of cake. When he finished, he reached out and snapped his fingers. Manager, can we have the box now? Hearing this, the manager immediately ran to Lin Lang's face, his head even lower. Sir, the box is yours now. Of course, I'll have someone come and clean it for you. Although the manager said that he didn't see what exactly happened inside just now, he knew who had lost and who had won when he watched Niashan being assisted out and giving the box to Lin Lang. The manager, who was used to seeing this kind of scene, naturally understood the reasoning behind it, and he immediately called the cleaner over to clean it up. After seeing that it was clean and ready all the way through Lin Lang's commanded ground, he then looked at Lin Lang and continued, "Sir, this place is all cleaned up, so if you need anything, feel free to call me," the manager said, and retreated slowly. After the competition just now, Lin Lang had long been thirsty, and directly took a bottle of red wine and drank it. Wow, young master is great. Seeing Lin Lang smothered in one mouthful, they all showed flamboyant expressions. Ha ha ha, Phoenix, come have a drink. Lin Lang looked at the Phoenix colorfully, and the Phoenix could only obey. Grabbing a glass of wine from the table, he drank straight from it. Yes, just like that, the atmosphere inside the box became more and more active, and the six people soon got high, completely forgetting about the unpleasant things they had just done. When Lin Lang got up the next morning, his head was all stuffy, and when he shook it, it still hurt a little. Sitting up and observing the room, it was in his room, and the person lying beside him was Lin Xian. Seemingly noticing Lin Lang's movements, Lin Xian then opened her eyes and smiled towards Lin Lang. "Good morning, young master. You're up?" Lin Lang nodded in confusion and looked over at the state of the bed, which wasn't as messy as it had been after the big fight. "What happened last night?" "Young master was too happy last night and drank too much. I didn't drink too much, so I brought you back with Sister Phoenix." Looking at Lin Xian's current appearance, Lin Lang shook his head. He couldn't recall what happened last night. However, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he still reached out and patted Lin Xian. "Hard work." Lin Xian reached out to hold Lin Lang's arm and leaned on it. "Young master, what are you talking about? I'm your woman. This is what I should do." Saying that, she instead reached out and touched Lin Lang's face in an affectionate manner, causing Lin Lang to kiss her forehead. "Good boy." Lin Lang went downstairs and saw them all there watching TV, but he let out a light laugh. "How was it? Did you have fun last night?" "As long as there's a young master around, I'm happy." Lily immediately grabbed the first reply, and Lin Lang reached out and pointed at Lily, praising, "You can talk." But soon, Lin Lang thought of something. 3 days to go until we make enough for $100 million. Only 3 days. That's a lot of time. Thinking of this, Lin Lang did think of a place where he might be able to give it a try. That's the boxing club. This isn't just any boxing club. It's a boxing club where you can make money. Everyone in there is a master boxer, and there's even a domestic sparring champion. Of course, don't look at the bull in there. It's a lot of money to be made if you win a game. Thinking of this, Lin Lang immediately set off. "Where are you going, young master? Do you want me to accompany you?" Hearing Lily's words, Lin Lang immediately refused. Sitting in the car, Lin Lang thought of his idle points and said, "System, spend all of my points to increase my Muay Thai rank." Dropping. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 6 in Muay Thai. Hearing that rank is actually a bit inadequate specifically, but come to think of it, it's the only way to go. Through the ability of the eyes of true vision, one could see what move the opponent was planning to make next, and the next step was to quickly make a counterattack against it. Lin Lang couldn't help but feel excited that he was able to come up with such a good idea, because this fight is, after all, something unseen. Most of it will be in more remote places, and the boxing ring Lin Lang was going to was in the suburbs. Just after parking the car and getting out of it, he saw a large group of people heading inside, each with a look of excitement on their faces. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed, and after using the eye of true vision to look at it, he realized that a big shot had come to compete today. "Hello, if you need to sign up for the tournament, you can fill out a packet first." A girl spoke to Lin Lang and then handed him a form. Lin Lang reached out to take it and was just about to get on with filling out the form when he was met by a black Ikimoku bed's coffin times forgiveness. "Alice, why do you give tables to everyone? Our tables don't cost anything to print out." "Supervisor Zhang, I'm sorry." Alice was scolded and just spat out her tongue helplessly, and looking at Lin Lang, he smiled shyly. Supervisor Zhang looked at Lin Lang, and the mockery in his eyes became even more obvious. "I say, how can you possibly beat our domestic sparring champion? With your little body?" Just as Supervisor Zhang scrutinized Lin Lang similarly scrutinized him. "Nothing but a fat body is outstanding, especially a belly that looked like it was 8 months pregnant." It looked like it made Lin Lang couldn't help but sigh. "TSK, TSK, TSK. What do you mean?" Sensing that he was being mocked, Supervisor Zhang was very unhappy in his heart and immediately clenched his fist, about to hit Lin Lang. "I know I may not be able to beat this, but you, definitely not." Hearing this tone of understatement from Lin Lang made Supervisor Zhang even more angry in his heart. Looking at Lin Lang, he said in a good-natured manner, "So I'm reminding you of this, so just get the hell out of here. As for whether or not I can beat this, that's not for you to worry about." When he finished, he reached straight up and jerked the information back, shoving it inside the drawer. As he looked to turn around and leave, he was directly met by Lin Lang with a quick step and walked in front of him. The eyes were stern, and a sense of suffocation forced itself on Supervisor Zhang's body. "What if I said I was partial to participating?" Zhang's supervisor breathing began to accelerate. A time of oppression makes him feel very nervous. His eyes do not know where to look, full of the feeling of helplessness all over the body. Supervisor Zhang looked at Lin Lang and didn't dare to do anything else. He just reached out and took out the form and placed it on the table. "The prize money for this tournament is $3 million, and if you can beat this to the word, it's $5 million. It's none of our business if anything happens to your body during the game." "What? Only $5 million? Lin Lang had initially thought that there was lots and lots of money, but he hadn't realized that it was only $5 million. He regretted it a little for a moment, but thought that people were coming here, so he might as well have some fun. Supervisor Zhang, on the other hand, looked at Lin Lang with a look of contempt. "You can't even get $3 million, let alone 5. Don't worry, what are you going to do if I get the $5 million? Lin Lang finished filling out the form and looked up at Supervisor Zhang to open his mouth to inquire. What? Supervisor Zhang was terrified in his heart. The words were what he had thought in his own mind. Why would he know what he was thinking? This is too weird for me. I asked you a question. Lin Lang was a bit impatient. His eyes fixed on Supervisor Zhang and opened his mouth to inquire. If you get $5 million, I'll eat these ashes in front of you. Supervisor Zhang reached out and pointed to the ashtray on the side and spoke. Lin Lang thought about it and it seemed feasible. Okay, I'll remember what you said. Holding the competition pass, Lin Lang walked into the arena. It's more of an open field than a racetrack. On the outside is a circle of seating, and underneath, most importantly, the playing field, which is surrounded by a guardrail. Not much different than a concert venue, but much smaller. Lin Lang walked into the tournament locker room, intending to change his clothes. Just as he walked in, he saw a group of people's eyes on him. All of them were well-built and powerful, with even stronger tendons on their bodies. In comparison with Lin Lang, there wasn't much muscle on his body. Instead he had a little bit of abs, that didn't stand out as much as they did. For a while, Lin Lang seemed like an alien. In between them, however, Lin Lang didn't care. If there were many muscles, that didn't mean that he would definitely win. And it was because of this mentality of Lin Lang's that led to his words and actions being indifferent. This has caused a few people to be upset. Walking directly to Lin Lang, who was in the process of changing his clothes, he opened his mouth and taunted. Kid, you're very mad. Oh. Lin Lang raised his head and saw none other than three very muscular men standing in front of him with disdainful faces. Lin Lang wasn't afraid of this situation, and just hooked his lips and let out a light smile. It's not crazy to be crazy, but of course, if the three of you think I'm crazy, then I'll be a little crazy. After Lin Lang finished speaking, he had already changed his clothes and stood up, and was about to walk the competition field when he was stopped by those three men. Stop, did I let you go? Lin Lang examined the few people in front of him with his eyes and was silent. The people on the side rushed over to see what was going on over here. For a while, it caused a lot of people to gather around Lin Lang, each pointing at him. Look at he's so skinny, how can he win? That's right, that size, that's a joke? People are so crazy, it looks like they're going to get beat up early. Lin Lang didn't take their words seriously in the slightest, just reaching out and stroking his chin as he looked at the three people in front of him. It doesn't seem like it's up to you to let go. With that, in a straight stagger, he just missed the three men and started walking forward. Those three men immediately flamed up when they saw the situation. WOC, kid, who the hell let you go? As he said that, his hand was already on Lin Lang's shoulder, clasping him hard. Lin Lang naturally felt the pain and reached out to directly break the man's hand. Bones rattled crisply between the blows of the two. That person's hand was actually broken open. Everyone was looking at Lin Lang with dismay. How could this be broken open? Good for you. To think you can break my hand. Then I'd like to try out what your ability really is. With that, he directly reached out and rubbed the bones of his hand before running towards Lin Lang. However, before he could touch Lin Lang, he made a wrong turn and hit him directly on top of the stone pillar. Hey, I didn't mean it. Lin Lang pretended to be completely unaware of the situation and looked at the person in front of him. His hand was already mostly red and swollen, but he felt amused. Immediately afterward, the sound of a whistle was heard. This was blown before the race assembly to get them on stage and assembled as quickly as possible. Lin Lang didn't want to mess with them much longer, and directly reached out and grabbed the man's already gradually swollen hand that had been punched into the pillar, and spoke. Brother, take your time to recuperate from your injuries. Ha ha ha. The crowd looked at his back, and each of them shook their heads. This is Tiger. He's going to be in for it if he offends him. Tiger, tell me exactly what's going on. Tiger, you don't even know. He's the constant winner here now. Almost every match he wins. Imagine how powerful the strength is. Yes, let's just wait and see what happens. Lin Lang naturally heard their discussion and felt amused in his heart. Brother Tiger, the ever-victorious general, is that all you got? Lin Lang snorted. Looks like today's match is not much fun. Lin Lang had just entered the arena and could see a large crowd of spectators who looked like they were all here for Dis. But after looking around, there was no sign of Dis, probably hiding somewhere secretly watching this match. Listening to the host's passionate flight above the stage, Lin Lang fell a seat and waited for the next match. The competition is rather random. As long as there are people on the stage, anyone who wants to get up there and compete can do so. So the smart Lin Lang, naturally, waited until the end, because the good ones are always crushed. When the match was almost at the end, Lin Lang then walked up. On the opposite side was a big man with a stout figure, and after the people on the stage saw the disparity between the two, they couldn't help but murmur, "My God, what kind of brain is this? That's a huge gap. Aren't you afraid of being killed?" Come on down. You can't beat it. Ha, sit back and watch the fun. It's going to be exciting to see blood and flesh flying around in a while. Lin Lang wasn't interrupted by these murmurs at all. He just looked at the person in front of him, and after using the eye of true vision, he already knew the other party's ability. He hooked his lips very confidently, and the person in front of him didn't say much, and directly preceded him. Rushing up, Lin Lang was unhurriedly staggered. Then his middle finger protruded from his fist and directly struck towards the man's solar plexus. The whole action was fast and accurate, without a little bit of procrastination at all. Pang! The sound of hitting the ground. One move, just one move, and it's a straight-up knockout. Whoa! The people watching were a bit in disbelief. It was obvious that there was such a disparity in strength, but why had only one move been used? It must have been a mistake on that one's part, or there's no way the lad could have won. Yes, it was a mistake. I'll do it. When Tiger saw Lin Lang go up, he had long wanted to go up, and he hadn't gotten his revenge for what he had just done. Now on the stage, it was a duel between true masters. The two men's eyes locked, one serious and earnest, filled with anger, a good-natured, teasing look in his eyes. Lin Lang wanted to see what kind of strength this tiger had. Begin! Hearing the slogan, Tiger almost couldn't wait until he was about to strike. His moves were severe, and it looked like he wanted to put Lin Lang to death. Lin Lang didn't panic and began to make moves in response. It was worthy of being called Tiger, but the title of ever victorious general was a bit of an exaggeration. Lin Lang's hand increased in strength, and with just a wrong wrist, Tiger's wailing was heard. Shit, I'll fuck you up. Tiger felt the pain coming from his wrist. The whole person who cared about that. The whole person's eyes were red. It looked like if he didn't get Lin Lang killed, there was no way he could stop today. Lin Lang felt better about dealing with Tiger when he saw how he looked now. Once a person is irrational in a game, then anything can be solved. Playing the game is not just about brute strength, it's about intelligence. Ah! A heartbreaking roar came out from Tiger's mouth, and his arm, at the moment, was in Lin Lang's hands. It's already nearing a fracture. Pang! Tiger had fallen to his knees at the moment and could no longer get up. When the audience under the stage saw this, each of them had their jaws dropped, and the entire crowd couldn't believe the situation in front of them. They were all regular guests here, so they naturally knew what Tiger's role was. However, their ever-victorious general was defeated by a scrawny brat. It's not justifiable in any way. Wow! Bully bully bully! There were immediate cheers, though a few discordant voices still came from the scene. Che, so bullish now. I'll see how I can fight Dis later. That's just it. Disco is so much better than Tiger. That's just it. The person in front of us is obviously just happy too soon. Hey, wait for him to die. The first two times that was a fluke. The host also appeared at this time at the right time and opened his mouth to inquire about Lin Lang. May I ask if you would like to continue the challenge, Dis? Yes. Although there wasn't much money, Lin Lang had a great time. How could this keep him from continuing? Being bragged by the crowd that Dis was bullish. He was curious to know just how bullish. Hear that? Our new champion is going to challenge Dis. He's actually going to challenge Dis. Hearing the host's pompous hosting style, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and pull out his ears. Let's give a round of applause to Dis for coming out. However, right after seeing the so-called Dis, even Lin Lang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This is not a human being. It's a gorilla. This figure, it could no longer be described simply as fat or strong. That's just fat and strong. Lin Lang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he looked at the person in front of him and opened his mouth to marvel. My god, Dis was much more polite than the first two, and just got on stage and shook Lin Lang's hand instead. But it wasn't just a handshake, it was a test. Yes, he was testing how strong Lin Lang was, simply comparing strength. Lin Lang was of course unable to compete, as his hands were controlled and completely unable to exert any strength, causing Lin Lang's entire human body to become a twisted state. The people on the side couldn't help but be staggered one by one after seeing Lin Lang's current condition. Really, just one handshake has been broken. So what's the point? Hey, it's no fun anymore. The winner is already decided. Get off the stage before it's too late. You originally thought that Lin Lang would be embarrassed. Who would have thought that Lin Lang, after being shaken hands, instead even flirted at Dis? The hand is quite strong. I just don't know how much force will be in the race later. This sentence was, to put it nicely, just a thoughtless remark. However, to put it harshly, it was full of provocation. Hearing this, Dis didn't say anything more than a slight shrug and stopped talking. Prepare. Begin. After the referee's words had just been spoken, Dis didn't take the initiative straight away this time, instead waiting for Lin Lang. Lin Lang provocatively hooked his lips and spoke. Since you don't understand, then don't blame me. After speaking, Lin Lang directly generated wind under his feet and ran towards Dis, so fast that people didn't even react at all. Lin Lang arrived directly in front of Dis. For this kind of person, what Lin Lang wanted was physical agility, performance and speed. About thinking that his speed was a bit slow, Lin Lang also specialized in contracting his muscles all over his body, forcing his mobility to be able to move more quickly. There was no delay between punches, aiming a fierce blow at Dis's face. Duong! A deafening sound was heard, yet despite that, it was thunderous. To this move, Dis felt as if he was scratching an itch through a boot, with no offense at all. Seeing this, Dis reached out and picked his hand, signaling for Lin Lang to continue. Lin Lang's side wasn't the least bit weak either, and seeing that Dis didn't have any reaction, he didn't rush to make a move, but instead observed the situation. Everyone has weaknesses, and the person in front of me naturally has one, but where exactly is the weakness? Lin Lang will only know if he tries. Immediately after that, Lin Lang could be seen directly throwing several punches in a row towards Dis' body as fast as he could. The people on stage couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this scene, knowing that there's a tiger on the mountain. You're really stupid. Save your strength. Maybe you should be able to run later. Yeah, one look at you and you can't be beaten. Lin Lang was overjoyed in his heart, because he knew the vulnerability on Dis now. Once hit, Naughty's absolutely fell down and never got up again. That's down there. It's the most important part of every man's body, and equally the most vulnerable. One hit was bound to bring Dis to his knees. If he didn't have no choice, Lin Lang naturally wouldn't be like this, because he still hadn't found the so-called weak point after hitting Dis several times in succession. He had no choice but to resort to this. Often, however, the worst policy can be the best policy. Lin Lang hooked his lips in a smile and charged towards Dis once more. But I didn't expect that Dis would no longer stand guard this time, but would go straight to the attack. WOC? How did the stance change? Lin Lang had no choice but to go on the defensive for a while. Yet despite this, it was still hit in the chest, and for a split second it burned and hurt. Yes, Dis is the best. Bull. A cheer started to go up from the stage when they saw Dis punch Lin Lang. When Lin Lang saw this, he didn't say anything more, but just reached out and touched his nose, hooking his lips in a smile. Come on. A real duel. Lin Lang's eyes flashed red as he desperately charged forward. Between the two of them running, Lin Lang suddenly lost his footing, only to see Dis running wildly towards himself. With that, he made a stoop and slammed in Deed's crotch. Hands back and pull out. Ah! A heartbreaking sound pierced through Dice's mouth and traveled throughout the arena. Deeds is on his knees, and he knelt in front of Lin Lang. No one had seen clearly how exactly Lin Lang had struck, but yet, each and every one of them had their jaws dropped in utter disbelief. 3, 2, 1. Lin Lang wins. The referee's announcement was what brought the people under the stage back to reality, and each of them stared at Lin Lang with wide eyes. Quick, reach out and slap me if I'm dreaming. Pop. Ah, that hurts. Looks like it's real. Next, let's let our winner claim today's $5 million prize. Lin Lang took $5 million, and just as he was getting off the stage, he heard Dice's ghostly voice in a trance. Deceit. If he had said that Lin Lang's skills were inferior, Lin Lang wouldn't have been able to ignore him. Yet it was said that he had committed fraud, and this he could not endure. Moving to Dice's ear, he whispered, "How am I cheating? You might as well tell me what I'm up to." Looking at him dejectedly, Dice clenched her teeth and said from her throat, "Get out." Lin Lang reached out and patted Dis on the face. To be a man, sometimes you have to be able to talk. With that, he skimmed him. "I was going to teach you how to speak, but thinking that you must not be in much of a mood after losing today, so it's better to do it some other time." After saying that, Lin Lang directly walked out of the arena with a happy face. But who knew that just after walking down, he saw Supervisor Zhang standing in front of Lin Lang with a doggy face. Something's wrong? Lin Lang looked at Supervisor Zhang and asked with a raised eyebrow. Supervisor Zhang nodded his head. Hey, something's up. Looking at Supervisor Zhang like this, Lin Lang despised him from the bottom of his heart. But fortunately, I was in a better mood after winning today, so it was okay to waste some time with him. Say something. Why are you looking at me? Lin Lang stretched his leg and kicked Supervisor Zhang. Supervisor Zhang didn't dare to reach out and slap his pants. He could only say with a frustrated face, "It's like this, Lin Lang. I just didn't know that you were so powerful, so that's why this is more of an offense. So you're a big man and forgive me. Ha, so you're here to apologize." Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and snorted. "Do you think you can offend me with just your appearance? Taking yourself too seriously." Hearing these words, Supervisor Zhang's face was a shade of red and a shade of green. That's that. Seeing that Supervisor Zhang had nothing more to say, Lin Lang then gave him a blank stare and walked away. Today this time out, the harvest that is also not bad, but from 100 million, there is still 85 million short. Thinking about this, Lin Lang felt a headache. completely at a loss as to what to do. System, what happens if you don't finish the mission? No bonus points. No eggs. Hearing this, Lin Lang was stunned. Hey, no punishment? Lin Lang had originally thought that there was a punishment, which was why he had gone to such lengths to earn money, almost had to be beaten to death. But now I'm surprised to hear the system say that not completing the mission is no big deal? He found the system's words a bit untrustworthy. However, the system laughed, then continued to speak. Originally, there was a punishment, but seeing that the host's ability to earn money was too trashy, he simply gave up on this mission. Lin Lang wanted to whack the system to death when he heard it. How could there be such a stupid system? However, just when Lin Lang's anger was sensed, the system then continued to speak. Of course, if the host wants me to fulfill the punishment, that's also possible. If it wasn't for this undulating voice of the system, Lin Lang would have to wonder for a moment if this damn system was specifically targeting himself. What punishment? Your lifeblood is 2 centimeters shorter. Hearing this punishment, frightened Lin Lang reached out and hurriedly covered his things, immediately opening his mouth to warn. I'm telling you, if you really dare to shorten it, I'll make you look good. At this time, the system stopped talking, and Lin Lang was relieved when he felt that his stuff really hadn't shortened in time. After a busy day, Lin Lang returned home and saw 5 people. Surprisingly, none of them were in the living room. Lin Lang's heart was full of doubts, and after he opened his mouth and called out to them, he then saw the 5 beauties coming over in a fishbowl. You're back, young master. Where have you been today? Young master. Wow, you're sweating a lot. Young master, going to flirt with girls again, are you? Hearing this, Lin Lang was really wronged, but without making too much of an explanation, he directly reached out and pulled Lin Qian, and the 2 of them returned to the room. Here, rub my arms and squeeze my legs. Hearing this, Lin Qian didn't react too much and walked straight to the bed, doing as she was told. What are you doing home all day today? Lin Lang chatted with Lin Qian, and for some reason, chatting with Lin Qian had the illusion of being like an old married couple. So every time when Lin Lang was very tired, he would look for Lin Qian to chat and soothe his emotions. I just read a bit inside my room, played with my cell phone in the meantime, and laid down on my bed to sleep when I was bored. Lin Qian's days are really boring. However, after hearing these words, she only laughed lightly and spoke. That's because the days without young master are a lot less fun. Yo, can talk. How about a sweet little mouth? Come on, I'll taste how sweet it is. Said, directly kissed Lin Qian's mouth. The 2 began another mingling. Lin Lang just slept until early the next morning, and just after waking up, he saw that Lin Qian beside him had already gone somewhere. He was about to go downstairs when he heard the system ground sound again. Dropping. The host abandons the mission. The next mission is now announced. Spend $2 billion in a month. Once he heard about this mission, Lin Lang was relieved. As long as he wasn't earning money, then everything was fine. However, in order to prevent this crappy system from handing out this kind of money-earning quest again, Lin Lang had to save for a rainy day this time. Thinking of this, Lin Lang's first thought was to call Phoenix. However, just as he called out, he saw a stunning beauty come out in front of him. This beauty, so stunningly beautiful that it startled Lin Lang. But if you look at it more closely, there is another kind of stunning beauty. Standard goose egg face with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. Small cherry mouth makes people want to kiss. Even more manly is a bit of vermilion under the eyes that is simply seductive. For a moment, Lin Lang seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. The so-called scourge of the country's demoness is just like that, isn't it? Thinking of this, Lin Lang looked at the beauty in front of him and instead opened his mouth to inquire. Who are you and why are you here? He doesn't remember ordering a pretty girl to serve him. However, just as Lin Lang was about to call Phoenix again, he heard the beauty introduce herself. Hello Lin Xiao. I'm Su Mayor. The Lord Mayor asked me to serve you. Hearing this, Lin Lang did understand Zhang Jiji's meaning. It's about keeping promises. After all, back then, Zhang Jiji had promised to give Lin Lang a large number of beautiful women when he rose to power. When he thought of this, he heard Zhang Jiji's phone call. Lin Xiao, how is it? Is this beauty satisfactory? Without waiting for Lin Lang to reply, Zhang Jiji's voice came again. The beauty this time, it took me a lot of effort to find it. I've been searching since I became mayor, and I've been searching until now, and I've finally found a qualified beauty, and I'd like to ask Lin Xiao to smile. Hearing these words, Lin Lang was in a good mood and hooked her lips. Very much. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lang instead examined the beauty in front of him. Name Su Mayer. Personality, evil. Skill, soul hooking LV5. Rating, 94. Favorability, 40. After seeing this series of data, Lin Lang felt that it was still very good, so he nodded and walked forward to reach out and pick up her jaw. Know who I am? Su Mayer smiled seductively. Overseas Lin families. Well, Before Su Meier could finish her sentence, she was directly gagged by Lin Lang. Only when Su Meier couldn't breathe did he release her lips. However, because Su Meier's face was flushed from the passionate kiss, she looked even more attractive. Answer to incorrectly and rephrase. Originally, I thought Su Meier would have to think for a while, but to my surprise, she answered directly. My master. Young master. Lin Lang was satisfied with this answer from Su Meier, planting another kiss on the corner of her mouth. So good. Su Meier saw that Lin Lang's clothes were not yet on, and directly reached forward and helped him button up his clothes one by one. From time to time, the fingers crossed Lin Lang's skin, and that kind of iffy touch and seductive eyes made Lin Lang's lower abdomen already dry and impatient. He gulped and was about to reach out and carry Su Meier straight to his room when she stopped him. Young master, take it easy, Su Meier said, but she directly reached out and pushed Lin Lang on the sofa. Where had the always passive Lin Lang been treated like this? That inexplicable subjugated oblivion slowly rose in his heart. Young master, I'm new here. I think young master still needs to spend a few more days with me so that I know if I can stay by your side, don't you? Saying that, Su Meier even directly took Lin Lang's hand and touched it towards her private parts. And, it's not good to run red lights. Lin Lang's hand moved, and his eyes went cold as he felt the fortress. How dare Zhang Jiji send me a bleeding woman? Su Meier's eyes immediately panicked and her face paled. But it was only for a moment before she returned to normal. With a beaming smile, he looked at Lin Lang and replied, Lord Mayor was planning to wait until my health was ready before sending me here. But I couldn't wait to see you, young master, so that's why I came when my health wasn't very good. After saying that, he also said with an apologetic face, so, I still hope that you don't mind. Young Lin. This wave of explanation was so perfect that Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth in admiration in his heart. However, it's always possible to find fault when you want to. Oh, then, Su Meier, have you ever forgotten your identity when you said that? Not giving Su Meier the slightest chance to catch her breath, she directly spoke. I'll tell you, since Zhang Jiji he sent you over and I agreed to have you, then you are my person. But you're now defending Zhang Jiji at every turn. How many hearts do you have? Lin Lang's tone was serious and his face full of seriousness really scared Su Meier this time. She was shocked in her heart, looked at Lin Lang in front of her, and directly opened her mouth to explain. Young master, I don't have 2 hearts. I'm just saying a fact. Su Meier looked at Lin Lang with a bemused expression. This action did make Lin Lang smile. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my Su Meier to panic. I thought you were 10 out of 10 in everything you did. Lin Lang opened his mouth and reached out to gently pat her face. This face is really good looking. Well, it's considered to be a beauty class. Thank you young master for the compliment. Su Meier was in a cold sweat from fright. And only after hearing Lin Lang finish his sentence did her accelerated heart slowly regain its stability. What kind of character was Lin Lang? How could he not see how many hearts Su Meier really had? And his eye of true sight was not meant to be used to lay down food. He was doing nothing more than teasing Su Meier. Phoenix, what's going on here this morning? Why can't any of it be called up? Lin Lang thought to himself, but he didn't expect to ask the answer in Su Meier's body. Young master, those sisters are the ones I told to sleep a little longer. What? Lin Lang kind of doubted his ears, thinking that these people were that obedient? If you let them sleep more, they'll sleep more? Young master, it's not what you think. Hearing Su Meier spilling her guts, Lin Lang felt his bones crumble. I was the one who used a kind of hoodoo. That's why they slept a little longer. Su Meier's voice was getting smaller and smaller as she felt a pair of eyes right on top of her body, looking at her if anything, and it looked like it made her subconsciously shiver. In that case, how did you get in? Lin Lang had long since dismissed all the servants in the villa, and since those 5 beauties were all sleeping, how did Su Meier get in? I can pick locks. Lin Lang no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings, frowning slightly and re-examining the person in front of him. You have a beautiful face, but I didn't realize that you have so much heart. I think you're afraid you don't have a clear understanding of who and what you really are, and what this place really is. There's no room for you to act as you please here. Lin Lang directly stood up and coldly looked at Su Meier, who had been punched to the ground by himself, looking at her with a dainty and pitiful look. Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and clench his fist. Everything Su Meier did was undoubtedly challenging her bottom line. His villa, how could it be Su Meier's turn to be reckless? Lin Lang was about to go upstairs when his hand was grabbed by Su Meier reaching out. Young master, I know I'm wrong. The attitude was sincere, although the tone wasn't all that convincing, making Lin Lang not know what to do for a moment. He could only look at the people in front of him with cold eyes and commanded in a verbal voice. Wake them up for me. Yes, young master. About 10 minutes later, 5 beautiful women in pajamas stood in front of Lin Lang, none other than his 5 maids. At the moment, he was looking at himself and Su Meier next to him with a confused expression. completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but shake his head, really not knowing what to do with these idiots. Do you guys know what's going on? All five shook their heads at the same time. Lin Lang sighed. You've all been blinded with sweat medicine. The person who reacted the most to hearing that was Lily. Impossible. With my stature, how could I be able to go unnoticed when someone else enters my room? Hearing this, Lin Lang fell back and looked at Lily in a good way. In that case, tell me why you get up so late in the morning. For a moment, Lily was voiceless, because she didn't know what to say in response. Thinking of this, Lily looked at Lin Lang in dismay. Lin Lang, on the other hand, shifted his sight to Su Meier, and it was only then that Lily noticed Su Meier's presence. Sorry, I messed up. Su Meier smiled awkwardly and apologetically explained the specifics. I didn't go into your room, and as for the exact operation, I keep it a secret. Hearing this, the always calm Phoenix spoke up. Che, if you don't want to say it, then you don't want to say it. What's the point of pretending to be a big man? Are you kidding me? It's usually hard to hear Phoenix speak, let alone dislike someone you just met out right now. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth curiously and inquire. Phoenix, did you know her before? Phoenix directly shook his head. Don't recognize. But the eyes looking at Su Meier were full of disdain. Now, the one who was puzzled could be Lin Lang. If the two didn't know each other, then why did Phoenix dislike Su Meier? According to the usual basic operation, shouldn't the one who dislikes people be He Churen? Even if Mu Qingqing disliked someone, Lin Lang wasn't surprised. But what I didn't expect was a Phoenix. Since the Phoenix wouldn't say anything, then don't blame Lin Lang. He narrowed his eyes and quickly realized the answer. As it turned out, the two had met once before, and that once, when their own father, Lin Shu, chose to cultivate talents. At that time, Lin Shu had been in a difficult position between the two of Phoenix and Su Meier for a long time, and had originally been more favorable towards Su Meier. But I didn't expect that Su Meier would go straight to Lin Shu's bed for the sake of fame and fortune. One must know that the Su Meier at that time could only be the size of a teenager. Knowing about this matter, Lin Shu was furious, and directly drove Su Meier out of the house, focusing on cultivating the Phoenix. Lin Lang's entire body was actually very surprised when he received this news. She knew that Su Meier was more open, but she didn't expect that there would be such an openness. But as you can see from the eye of true vision, the first blood is still there. That was why Lin Lang had kept her. However, Lin Lang also knew that Phoenix disliked Su Meier, not because they had competed together at the time, but because Su Meier had utilized dirty tricks. Although it allowed Phoenix to gain the focus of cultivation at the time, it ultimately pushed her into the abyss as her own handmaiden by her own hand. After figuring this out, Lin Lang instead reached out and tightly pinched Su Meier's chin, and only after hearing her voice of pain did he open his mouth. I warn you, your past, if I want to know about it, then I will. Since you've become my maid, be at peace, or else you'll end up in a situation you can't imagine. Yes, young master. Su Meier's face was red with pain, but she didn't dare to open her mouth and yell. And after hearing these words, Phoenix fell into a panic and took a step forward. Young master, we can't let her stay. Lin Lang walked forward and spoke. Be clear about your identity. Don't mess around. If the previous sentence was a reminder, the next sentence was a warning. According to the Phoenix's character, once an enemy appeared, then it would definitely be the point of no return. And if Lin Lang was there, then he would never allow that to happen. The Phoenix's body paused for a moment before he heard Lin Lang's next words continue to come. Find me someone. I want to build one of the most luxurious entertainment clubs in the capital. Stopping at those words, Phoenix had no questions at all and simply nodded in understanding. Seeing that Lin Lang had already gone up the stairs, the situation below was still awkward. Su Meier was sitting alone on the sofa. Her chin had just been pinched raw by Lin Lang. Phoenix, on the other hand, lowered her head and looked at Su Meier with cold eyes. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lin Xian reached out and ran her hand through her hair. Mu Qingqing, on the other hand, stepped forward and took Phoenix's arm to make her position clear. When He Churen saw this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and didn't follow through. Lily similarly scrutinized Su Meier. Although the two of them, Lily and Phoenix, didn't have a very good relationship, but they were also as personal maids, so they still had to ensure the utmost security for Lin Lang's safety. So as long as it's a character that Phoenix finds dangerous, then Lily will be on the same page as Phoenix. Su Meier, I'm warning you not to mess around, or else, I won't let you go, the Phoenix said in a cold voice, and without waiting for Su Meier to speak, it directly turned around and left. Mu Qingqing naturally followed Phoenix and left together. Su Meier blankly glanced at Phoenix and couldn't help but open her mouth to spit. Bullshit, what? Really? Don't take yourself too seriously. When Lily heard these words, She was originally still thinking if Phoenix had gotten it wrong, maybe Sue Mayer wasn't bad by nature. But now, it was that there was no good feeling towards Sue Mayer at all. Be well. Lily threw down a word and left as well. Lin Qian went up and reached out to pat Sue Mayer's shoulder and turned to walk away. Hee-charan was the only one left, and she sat down on the sofa instead, watching the TV. Sue Mayer glanced at Hee-charan and opened her mouth to strike up a conversation. They've all left. Aren't you leaving? Hee-charan picked up a bag of fries on the table and opened his mouth to ask rhetorically. If they leave, do I have to leave too? After Lin Lang had finished ordering what he had to order, he went straight upstairs and began to think about how to spend the $2 billion. Give Phoenix $1 billion to build an entertainment club, and the rest of the money, that's for. Lin Lang thought for a moment, and an idea for a donation immediately came to his mind. Right after the Phoenix heard this thought from Lin Lang, his body was obediently stunned. Donation? Lin Lang narrowed his eyes and looked at the Phoenix in front of him and opened his mouth to explain. Don't worry, this donation is not the way you donated at that time, but to the orphanage. Even though Lin Lang explained it clearly, he still wanted to know a little bit about why Phoenix was so sensitive about this matter. The only explanation would be that something happened with Lin Shu in the first place. He squinted, but couldn't see anything at all. What's going on? Could it be that the eye of true sight isn't working? Lin Lang murmured in disbelief, but still looked at Lin Lang. It shouldn't be. You can see all over your body, even your underwear. Not realizing that there were things that the eye of true sight couldn't see, Lin Lang got a little excited, but still didn't show it too obviously. Just tell Phoenix to get in touch with this and subsequently get these things done. Yes. In this way, Lin Lang's $2 billion were considered all spent. For some reason, he had a small sense of relaxation for a moment, probably because he wasn't very comfortable with having something still weighing on his mind. By the evening, Lin Lang, who had just gone downstairs, saw a strange phenomenon. The two of them, Hee-charan and Sue Mayer, were sitting on the sofa, saying a word every now and then, not looking awkward, but rather having a feeling of being in a happy place. Lin Lang was puzzled in his heart. He didn't expect these two to be able to sit together anymore at all. About the reason why Hee-charan often disliked himself, Lin Lang didn't ask too many questions and sat directly in front of the dining table. After the crowd saw Lin Lang sitting on a chair, they then walked to their seats and sat down. However, there is also a problem occurring above the practice of location. The two of them, Phoenix and Sue Mayer, stood in place at the same time, the way you wouldn't let me and I wouldn't let you, causing Lin Lang to frown. What? Young master, I want to sit next to you. Hearing Sue Mayer's whiny voice caused their goosebumps to fall all over the place. Young master, I don't care, I'm going to sit here, Sue Mayer said, directly raising her head high, looking as if it didn't matter who spoke. Lin Lang looked at the two people in front of him, opened his mouth, and for a moment, he still didn't know what would be better to say. The four maids he used to have were not on good terms with each other, but they never quarreled. But now this, how can you just come and start making a scene? According to the basic operation, Phoenix, as a personal maid, should have sat beside Lin Lang with Lily on one side. But now, Sue Mayer had snatched Phoenix's seat, which made Phoenix naturally feel angry. If it were a regular person, Phoenix wouldn't have been able to just sit somewhere else. But it was precisely because it was Sue Mayer that she was being catty. Sue Mayer, Phoenix is the personal maid. The meaning of Lin Lang's words is very obvious. The Phoenix status is higher than you, so you get out of the way. But when Sue Mayer heard this, she instead walked forward, reached out and grabbed Lin Lang's arm, and started shaking it left and right. Young master, I want to sit next to you. I want to. Lin Lang was shaken a bit, but then again, it was impossible to be biased with a newcomer. Good boy. Sit in the back. Lin Lang spoke indifferently, with a look of complete impatience, causing Sue Mayer to pout and return to her original seat in a downcast mood. Before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Phoenix. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but frown and opened his mouth to remind. Since you're here, if you're here, you can leave at any time if you don't want to stay. Facing a group of women, Lin Lang felt that his head was going to be too big. He had been lying at home for several days, and if he kept on lying, he felt that he was going to go moldy. He has to go out and play. Thinking of this, Lin Lang began searching his mind for fun places to go. However, the cheesiest and most popular place, Sanya. When Lin Lang thought of this, he simply walked straight downstairs and yelled, "Gather up!" As if they were ancient pimps. The girls heard the voice and all came out and sat on top of the sofa. Seeing the 5 people in front of him, Lin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Well, not bad. Take 5 big beauties to Sanya, and in the process see if the bikini babes in Sanya are as big as your own girls. Thinking of this, Lin Lang's mood was very excited. Directly hooked his lips and said, "Recently, I've been idle and bored. This is not You guys came here, and did not take you guys out to play much, so I decided to take you guys to Sanya. Hearing these words, it rather agitated the hearts of those present. Mu Qingqing directly said with a face full of happiness, "Wow, really? I can finally go out and play. Wow. Happy, young master is still the best to us." Although Icharan didn't show it too obviously, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth still revealed her mood at the moment. The phoenix had a flat face, but Lin Lang caught it, and after he said this, the phoenix's eyes flashed with a glint. Su Meier was a bit more obvious. Looking at Lin Lang in front of her, she went forward and reached out to put her arms around him. "Young master, you're so good to me. You took me out just after I arrived." It had to be said that Su Meier's emotional intelligence was really low, and now in this situation, everyone was at the happy stage. But then she came with this, as if Lin Lang was taking them for her sake. "Don't talk so confidently. What exactly is the young master because of? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Su Meier completely didn't expect Lily to dislike herself as well, and for a moment she was stuck in her throat, not knowing what words to say to retort. However, the look of defiance inside his eyes was clearly visible to all of them. When Lin Lang saw the scene of gunpowder, he couldn't help but begin to wonder if he should continue to let Su Meier stay or not. It wasn't that he lacked the food, but he was afraid of a fire in his backyard. Thinking about it and seeing Su Meier, it's better to forget about it. We leave tomorrow. With that, looking to Phoenix, the entertainment club was still under construction, so it had to be watched over. "Phoenix, book a flight, and I'll leave the entertainment club to Zhang Jiji." "Yes, young master." Lin Lang once again met Zhang Jiji, who was sitting on the sofa of his home, looking in a good mood, and opened his mouth with an excited face to inquire, "How is it? Is Lin Xiao still satisfied with Su Meier?" The various hints in his eyes Lin Lang understood. He hooked his lips and nodded his head and replied, "It's not bad. I'm afraid that this girl is strong in nature and won't be able to stay with me for long." "Don't worry, Lin Xiao. This is absolutely..." When Zhang Jiji was about to say something else, he was directly stopped by Lin Lang. "That's not why I called you here today. Oh, wash your ears. As for me, I'm going to be traveling to Sanya for a little while I'm building an entertainment club." Lin Lang paused when he said this and glanced at Zhang Jiji's reaction. "So what? I'd like you to help out by coming to see and just supervising them." Hearing about this matter, Zhang Jiji looked very interested and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Oh, young Lin wants to build an entertainment club? Yes. Then I have to take a good look at Lin Xiao's industry. That is absolutely red hot. At that time if it is prosperous, then please Lin Xiao more care. Good deal. You come back later. It's free." Free? This was a particularly big favor. Knowing that the entertainment club built by Lin Lang was an entertainment club that only high-end people could enter, it's absolutely impossible to spend anything less than 18,000 at a time. For Zhang Jiji free, this is certainly a very good care. Zhang Jiji's eyes reddened when he heard this condition. Good. Thank you, Shaolin. Then, don't worry. What you've explained to me will be done. Lin Lang is still very confident in Zhang Jiji's ability to handle things. After seeing that there was nothing else to order, he chatted with Zhang Jiji for a while longer, and Su Meier walked down. The two of them glanced at each other and saw Su Meier directly hook her lips and smile. "Lord Mayor, Su Meier, since you're here, you can serve young Lin. It's your responsibility." Hearing Zhang Jiji's words, Su Meier laughed softly and evilly. "That's of course." Saying that, he walked directly to Lin Xiao's front and knelt on the ground, rubbing Lin Lang's legs. After seeing this move, Zhang Jiji was relieved. Immediately, he stood up. "Since Shaolin has finished ordering what he should order, then I won't bother Shaolin anymore." Seeing Zhang Jiji leave, Lin Lang then hooked his lips. It must be said that Zhang Jiji is still doing a very good job in the area of flattering people's hearts. Lin Lang glanced at Su Meier, who was rubbing her legs, and reached out to touch her head. "Young master, is it okay to have a good hand?" Aha! The next morning, Lin Lang saw that all 5 girls had packed their bags, and one by one they were standing downstairs where they were happily chatting. Seeing this, Lin Lang understood. It seemed that in the future, he had to take them out more often to play. Otherwise they would be suffocated if they were kept at home all the time. "Good morning, young master." Morning. The 6 of them arrived at the airport after breakfast. It took less than a couple of hours to get on the plane and already be at our destination. "Sonia, Phoenix is very careful. She has booked a hotel, a 5-star hotel, 1 person to a room. The arrangement is very reasonable. Put your stuff away and when you're done packing, let's go eat." Lin Lang opened his mouth to command. After sitting on the airplane for a few hours, he thought that everyone was hungry, so it wasn't too late to have a meal together before going to bed. However, what was supposed to be a happy event was not expected to be provoked just after arriving. Lin Lang walked past a man, But unexpectedly, the other man deliberately touched the porcelain, reached out and pointed at Lin Lang's nose and started cursing. "You're fucking blind. Can't you see there's someone next to you?" Lin Lang frowned. Was the original good mood going to be ruined by the scumbag in front of him? It's not cool to think about it at all. But still holding down his temper, he looked at Lily and walked straight out to open his mouth to retort. "Are you blind? Where did our young master bump into you?" It was fine if Lily didn't open her mouth, but as soon as she did, the other girl saw the 5 girls standing next to her. Instantly the eyes all looked straight over, just about drooling in public. However, the other party obviously knows what he is doing now, but directly opened his mouth. "You a little girl will not speak properly. If you cannot speak, brother, I can teach you." With that, his hand was about to grab towards Lily. Are you kidding me? What kind of tactic was Lily? How could she tolerate the other party touching all of her body for a moment, without waiting for her opponent's hand to come over? Lily went straight for a sideways kick towards her opponent's fingertips. Ah! There was a heartbreaking sound from the restaurant, which drew onlookers over to watch. Isn't this Bai Jingting, the son of the Bai family? Yeah, it's Bai Jingting, but how could Bai Xiao be beaten up? Yeah, Bai Xiao is one of our 4 young men in Sanya, and he was kicked by a woman. TSK, this woman doesn't want to live. That's right, I've heard about it. Last year there was a woman who didn't obey Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao directly ordered people to arrest all of that woman's family members, just to see if that woman never obeyed. Ah, this woman is quite pretty, but she's just with the wrong person. Hearing the discussion from the sidelines, for some reason, all 6 of them were tempted to laugh. Bai Xiao is bullish, but is their young master that dry vinegar? Their young master was Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family. That's the Lin family, an existence that can be called a king. How could one be afraid of such a person? TSK, it's not certain who will die or live at the end of the day. Bai Jingting naturally also heard the people next to the ground discussion. Very confidently raised his chin. How about it? No, my awesome. No to the words on the apology before it is too late. The little master, I'm in a good mood. Can spare you. But, saying that, Bai Jingting's line of sight shifted to Lily's body. This woman, however, will have to lend me a few days to play with. Looking into Lily's eyes, Bai Jingting looked like a hungry wolf catching its prey, looking extraordinarily ferocious. It looks like once Lily is in Bai Jingting's hands, then Lily might not be able to survive. Humph, don't even think about it. First of all, there's no way our young master will apologize. And secondly, there's no way our sister Lily will go with you. Hecharan directly opened her mouth and mocked. For this kind of person who didn't know how to die, she had always been disgusted. It was absolutely impossible to even want Lin Lang to apologize now. When Lin Lang saw that these few people had all started talking here, he hooked his lips instead and sat down on the chair next to him, watching them talk next to him. Yo, don't tell me, these women are better looking than one another. This sex is strong. I like it, Bai Jingting said, walking directly towards Hecharan's direction. Hecharan wasn't like Lily who knew martial arts. Lily simply directly stopped Bai Jingting who was going to go forward, hooked her lips, and directly opened her mouth. Our young master's women don't ask for more, only more. And people like you probably won't be able to experience this feeling in this lifetime. I can fuck you, old bitch. You go outside and ask around. What is the status of lousy? Your young master can be compared to me? Lily hooked her lips. In that case, you don't need to inquire. Our young master's name. No need to inquire. What? Is this because you're afraid that people won't know your young master's name and be embarrassed? Ha 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 ha. Bai Jingting laughed as he spoke, his smile all full of sarcasm. Lily was naturally not angry. And when Su Meier saw this scene, she instead walked straight towards Bai Jingting. Sir, you're so handsome. Bai Jingting's eyes went straight when he saw that there was actually a beautiful woman coming towards him. Straight away, he hooked his lips and smiled. Hey, little beauty, you still have a vision. Su Meier, you. Lily saw this scene, her eyes were not calm. How is this still eaten? And Phoenix just narrowed her eyes, knowing that this matter would never be that simple. Sir, do you think I look good? Su Meier said, but also ruffled her hair. A kind of mature woman's charm. So untraceable exhibition in front of Bai Jingting R. Bai Jingting reached out and wiped his saliva. Looking at the jutting of Su Meier's chest, he hastily nodded his head. Good looking. Especially good looking. Seeing this, Su Meier smiled even more happily. It seemed like a poppy. Very seductive. But for just a moment, one could see a flash of ruthlessness in her eyes. Lift your leg and kick hard. Aha! The heartbreaking sound came, and Bai Jingting fell straight to his knees, reaching out to cover the file. Su Meier smiled even more happily at this time. Her entire body seemed to be bathed in sunlight. Sir, thank you for complimenting me on my beauty. but no matter how beautiful I look, I'm still my young master's woman, and you'll never get me. That's the biggest difference between you and my young master. Ha ha ha. Su Mayer's bright laughter made people listen and couldn't help but shiver. It was simply the most poisonous woman's heart. Sister Lily, there's no need to go through so much verbiage when dealing with a man. Lin Lang, who had been sitting on the side, saw this treatment and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Not bad. It's his favorite dish. Bai Jingting's entire face crumpled into a ball as he reached out and pointed at Lin Lang. Just you wait. I'll make you kneel down for me. Seeing Bai Jingting fleeing in a hurry, the people watching the show on the side thought of the words that had just been said, and for a while they didn't dare to stay here any longer, so they could only leave as soon as possible. The identity of the person that even Bai Jingting dared to mess with could really be something they didn't dare to imagine. And taking a look at these 5 women, each one of them was a great beauty, so I thought that they were not ordinary characters. The waiter, after seeing that the war over here was finally over, then reached for the menu and walked over. Sir, may I take your order now? Lin Lang nodded and gave the menu to the 5 of them. Order whatever you want to eat. Soon, a large pile of delicious food appeared on the table. They were used to following Lin Lang, so they naturally knew how delicious these things were. One by one, they couldn't resist the urge of their stomachs and began to feast. Lin Lang fell back in his seat, playing with his phone and eating his meal. If he remembered correctly, the Bai Jingting just now was the son of old ancestor Bai, and this elder white ancestor, with their Lin family, that was a bit of a connection. 20 years ago, when the Lin family was still down and out, they wanted to ask old ancestor Bai to borrow some money, but the white ancestor, who held himself to be honorable and disdainful of having anything to do with the likes of the Lin family, refused to lend the money. This is even so. Lin Lang will not hold a grudge because of this little thing. Borrowing money is a favor. Not borrowing is a principle. There is no mistake. However, the most wrong thing that old man Bai had done was that he shouldn't have spit on old man Lin's head. This matter was also seen by Lin Lang through the system. Otherwise he wouldn't have known so much about it. Since his son had come up and provoked himself, Lin Lang might as well take advantage of the tour and take them, the Bai family, to the cleaners. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Lang's mouth collapsed into a smile, inexplicably similar to Su Mayer's smile just now. Seeing that everyone in front of him had finished eating, Lin Lang spoke directly. Since everyone has eaten well, let's go back to bed, and at night I'll bring you guys to see the night view of Sanya. Yes. Lin Lang didn't return to his room as soon as possible, but instead went outside and took a few turns before he returned to his room to take a nap. In a blur, he felt that his lips were being kissed. Soft, sweet-smelling lips with a really special taste. Just the moment Lin Lang opened his eyes, he saw Su Mayer lying on top of his body, her eyes mesmerized. Young master, you're awake. Lin Lang nodded and glanced at the sky outside. It was already night. He reached around Su Mayer's waist and looked at her. How did you get in? Young master, you are bad. Have you forgotten that I can pick locks? Lin Lang gave a beat. I thought you would only pick the locks on our house. Saying that, Lin Lang instead directly pressed Su Mayer underneath her body, reaching out to roam all over her body, quickly finding the sensitive spots on her body. With every slide of his hand, he could feel Su Mayer's body trembling slightly. Lin Lang was already having a hard time down there, directly lying on Su Mayer's ear and softly inquiring, "How is it? Is it gone?" Hearing this, Su Mayer then nodded shyly, and directly reached out and hooked her hand around Lin Lang's neck. Young master, this call Lin Lang is simply all crispy. Soft and charming is just like that. Lin Lang quickly took out his guy thing and was about to enter when he heard a voice outside. Young master, it's time to eat. Lin Lang's mood immediately became irritated when he heard this voice. Shit, the thing I hate most about doing this kind of thing is being disturbed. But for now, it's still being disturbed. Lin Lang's entire body angrily got up from Su Mayer's body, put on his clothes, and said, "Let's go. Let's eat." A hint of darkness flashed in Su Mayer's eyes, but she didn't say anything more, just followed Lin Lang and walked outside, because Lin Lang wasn't in a very good mood. The meal he ate was also very small, and after eating, a group of 6 people just walked out. The handsome man was too handsome and the beautiful woman was too beautiful, drawing envious glances from passers-by one by one. If this is the time of the year when you don't go for a bar wave, it would be too much of a shame for them to make this visit. The biggest and busiest place here is naturally the Jade Bamboo Residence, which is not far from the hotel. Listening to the name called very light, but in fact, Jade Bamboo House. This is a special wine in this. Just walking in, I smelled a scent of wine, light and fresh. It really smelled great. In a moment, Lin Lang directly walked to the front desk, opened a VIP box, and walked in. Just after walking in, Lin Lang ordered several bottles of wine and drank with 5 people. About the time he had reached the end of his fun, he heard voices coming from the door. "You bitch, I treated you so well. I didn't expect you to cheat on me. What the hell do you want? Immediately after that there seemed to be the sound of popping kicks and popping punches, which made Lin Lang frown when he heard them. Young master, do you want me to go out and see what's going on? Lily opened her mouth to inquire. Su Mayer's sneering voice was then heard. Didn't you hear the other side say that the woman cheated on them? In that case, why should we care about their deaths? It didn't seem to carry much weight to say, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. When Lily saw this, she was unable to hold back any longer, and directly stepped forward, and was about to strangle Su Mayer's neck when she heard the sound from outside continue to come. Young Su, I really didn't cheat. Lu Xiao just asked me some questions. There's really nothing between us. The woman was crying her eyes out and opened her mouth one by one to explain. Lily seemed to have heard the words and looked at Su Mayer with a face full of triumph. Hear that? Women aren't cheating. It's the wrong blame. You. Su Mayer was instantly speechless, and Lily pleaded once again. Young master, let me go out and take a look. If the woman continues to be beaten like this, there's no telling what will become of her. The voices outside became more intense, and Lin Lang frowned, but still nodded. The moment Lily reached out to open the door, Su Xiao, who had been kicking the woman, braced himself. Looking inside the box, he said in a bad mood, "What are you looking at? Haven't seen one cleaning up after his own woman." Hecharan fell angry and spoke directly and sarcastically. A man hitting a woman. How bad that man must be. I'm really sorry, but I've been in contact with high-level social figures, but they all have a tacit understanding that they don't hit women. Hecharan is obviously changing his mind to say that Su Xiao is deep in the underclass and that he's not a man. Hearing these words, Su Xiao simply didn't care about the woman on the ground and directly walked inside Lin Lang's box. Reaching out, he pointed at Hecharan. If you have the guts, say the words to me again. Hecharan looked at the Su Xiao in front of him without even a little bit of fear in his eyes. Just a sneer with a hooked lip. What's wrong with me saying it again? I'll say it again. Or that. Incompetence is incompetence. Do I have to say it more than once to make you not incompetent? Hecharan said sarcastically. Su Xiao saw that he was on the verge of an outbreak, but still pushed through and sat directly on top of the sofa, crossing his legs. In passing, he reached for a glass from the table and poured the wine. Looking at this look of leisure and contentment, Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. Here, it seems like it's not your territory, right? Hearing these words, Su Xiao instead hooked his lips and smiled. I know. Although this is not my territory. But then, your woman has messed with me. Shouldn't I ask for a statement? Hearing this good, Hecharan's eyes darkened for a moment, but then he stood straight up again and spoke. What? Are you going to act like a child to your parents if I talk about you? Without waiting for Su Xiao to reply, Hecharan continued. Then I'm really sorry. Our young master doesn't lack a son like you. You disliked so much that he couldn't say a word. Su Xiao reached up, tilted his head, and took a drink. After a glass of wine, this felt much more comfortable. Looking at the several people in front of him, he opened his mouth. What? Is it that inside Noda's box? There isn't even a steward. And when the family dog bites someone, isn't there a master who comes out to speak? After these words were said, it caused Lin Lang to hook his lips in a smile. If you compare my woman to a dog, then what do you think you are? When Mu Qingqing heard this, she replied directly. Young master, I know. It's a cat. Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers. Yeah, cats. The nature of cats is that they are heartless and cold-blooded. Well, it's no wonder that people who even beat up their own women are probably no better. Lin Lang stretched out his hand and slowly sipped his wine. This look was not at all like cursing. Instead it was more like chatting with an old friend. The leisurely and comfortable look made Su Xiao's teeth itch to look at him. Directly taking out his cell phone, he edited a message and sent it. Come on, bring the men. With just 4 words, Lin Lang was already seeing things clearly, hooking his lips in a smile. It would be a bit unfair to bring someone to the word, wouldn't it? After all, I'm the only man here and I don't know how to fight. Hearing these words, Su Xiao's heart felt as if it had a bottom, and he immediately laughed out loud. Now that you've seen my message, I won't beat around the bush. I've called someone over, so if you've got some eyes, apologize to me. Lin Lang frowned. What? Do all of you Sanya 4 young men like to make others apologize? Hearing this, Su Xiao froze for a moment. You know me? Lin Lang immediately nodded. Of course I know. One of the 4 young men of Sanya. How could I not know? When he finished speaking, he saw that Su Xiao's eyes were already glittering. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Xiao's true inner thoughts. Since they know my identity, wouldn't it be just right to let them know how powerful I am? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. So crazy? However, Lin Lang didn't mind at all and just waited for Su Xiao to call someone over. In this situation now, It's all about the 4 youngest Sanyas coming to fight 1 and 2 to fight a pair anyway. He, Lin Lang, was famous, so he didn't need to be afraid of these minions. Young Su, I'm coming. However, just as the person who came froze in place the moment he saw Lin Lang, his entire body froze in place. Nya Shan. Lin Lang still remembered this person. I didn't expect. This time Lin Lang didn't grab the box, but he was still here. It's really a case of it not being an enemy. Thinking of this, Lin Lang fell back and smiled. This world could really be small. Lin Xiao, Nya Shan, long time no see. When Su Xiao saw the two people greet each other, he was unexpectedly frozen for a moment, completely missing Nya Shan's address to Lin Lang. You, actually know each other? Su Xiao was dumbfounded this time. Originally called for help in the fight, but he didn't expect that the two people actually knew each other. Now, Su Xiao began to wonder just how deep these two knew each other. Did Nya Shan have a grudge against the person in front of him? And was their relationship good? Just when a whole lot of thought had gone into it, that's when he examined the two men with his eyes, and for a moment his mind was boggled. And seeing Su Xiao's current appearance, Lin Lang couldn't help but want to laugh. Why could such a headcase be one of the 4 young men? Seeing Lin Lang sigh, Su Xiao wanted to follow suit, but after thinking about it, he stopped. Nya Shan, help me fuck him. Nya Shan just shook his head when he heard these words, and then answered truthfully. Xiao Su, I can't beat him. What? How do you know you can't beat him? Are you making excuses because you don't want to help me? Thinking of this, Su Xiao fell back and opened his mouth to threaten. Nya Shan, don't forget who helped you when your Nya family fell. Hearing these words, Nya Shan couldn't help but frown as he looked at the Su Xiao in front of him, still nodding his head politely. Young Su, I really haven't forgotten about this matter, and since you helped me, then I'm naturally not the kind of person who is heartless. But, before Nya Shan could finish his words, he heard Su Xiao's following. And but? Nya Shan nodded his head. But, I had a little bit of a small conflict with Lin Xiao before, and we had already fought, and I lost. When Nya Shan finished speaking, he lowered his head. Lin Lang naturally knew what state of mind Nya Shan was in right now. He's such a proud man. He's always used his martial arts skills to get by in the world, but now it was making him admit that he was weak in front of others. That was undoubtedly worse than letting him die. Lin Lang let out a light laugh. Young Su, do you still want me to apologize? Su Xiao's entire body froze, glancing at Nya Shan and then Lin Lang, shaking his head. No. Then get lost. Watching Su Xiao leave the box, Lin Lang then glanced at Nya Shan and said, Are you from Sanya? Yes. How could you have such a stupid young master in Sanya, and still one of the 4 young masters of Sanya? Lin Lang really couldn't believe it, but he still couldn't help but open his mouth and spit something out. There's money in the family. Interested in a drink? Lin Lang looked at Nya Shan, knowing that Nya Shan wasn't the flowery type, so it was good to make a friend. Nya Shan also had a glint in his eyes when he heard those words, but he quickly hid it well from himself. Lin Lang let out a light laugh and looked at Nya Shan as he replied, Of course. Lily, pour the wine. Lin Lang and Nya Shan had just had a few drinks before Nya Shan looked at him, looking like he had something to say. Is there something going on with young Lin coming to Sanya this time? Looking at the panic in the middle of Nya Shan's eyes, even though it was quite imperceptible, one could still sense the meaning. When Lin Lang saw this, he couldn't help but hook his lips and let out a light laugh. What? Is Nya Shan afraid that I'll come here and make some big waves? Upon hearing these words, Nya Shan's body clearly trembled, crossed his fingers, and smiled awkwardly. Of course not. Really? Only after Nya Shan stared at Lin Lang's eyes for a long time did he tell the truth. Yes. I just want to ask Lin Xiao, can you bypass Su Xiao? He helped me. Nya Shan was actually in absolutely no position to request Lin Lang, but since he was now able to drink with Lin Lang, it proved that Lin Lang didn't hate him either, so he could only be bold enough to ask for a favor. Lin Lang's eyelids fluttered when he heard these words, and he looked at Nya Shan and opened his mouth to inquire. Oh, letting Su Xiao go? Yes. No problem. Lin Lang answered dryly, but after all, there was no free lunch under the sky. He had demands. Serve me. After Lin Lang's words came out, Nya Shan froze slightly. This was because Nya Shan didn't know which aspect of service Lin Lang was referring to. Just as Nya Shan reacted, that's when he hurriedly spoke. It's my honor to serve young Lin. Ha ha, good. Since that's the case, then I'll also promise you to spare young Su. Lin Lang originally didn't have half a penny to do with Su Xiao, and Su Xiao hadn't messed with Lin him, so there was still nothing wrong with agreeing to such a little thing. Seeing that the time was approaching the early hours of the morning, Lin Lang then stood up and left the bar. After returning to the hotel and resting for the night, this is when I felt strong. After standing up and taking a look at the day's weather, a sudden desire to go out on the yacht popped into my mind. With that in mind, He also went straight to the door of each of the girls' rooms to wake them up. As young masters, they were usually the ones who called Lin Lang to wake up, and this time, it was Lin Lang who called them to wake up, so it was flattering for them. The first thing Lin Lang called was the door to Phoenix's room, as the two had the closest rooms. Reaching out and knocking on the door of his room a few times, he saw it open straight away, and Phoenix was already washed and dressed. When he saw that it was Lin Lang at the door, he was still a bit stunned for a moment, looking like he couldn't believe that it was Lin Lang who had called himself up. Young master. Phoenix opened his mouth to greet. Lin Lang nodded. Since you're up, it's fine. With that, Lin Lang headed straight to the door of the next room. The next one is Lily. Before Lin Lang had the chance to extend his hand, he saw that the door to the room had been opened, and a small head sprang out from it, looking at him with a smile on its face. Young master, I'm getting up. Oh. Lin Lang dropped his hand, which was intended to knock on the door, and reached out to pet Lily's head. The next room was Su Meier's room, and just as Lin Lang knocked on the door, he saw a hand reach out from the doorway and violently yank Lin Lang inside. A dash. With a muffled grunt, Lin Lang laid down on the bed. Looking at Su Meier who was lying on top of him, Lin Lang fell back and hooked his lips evilly. Lin Lang's hands had already begun to roam over Su Meier's body, and as he watched Su Meier's body getting softer and softer, he began to unleash his offense. Su Meier gave a hearty cry, and immediately afterward, she joined Lin Lang and began to work on the. It was only after about an hour or so that Lin Lang got his appetite and got dressed. Su Meier leaned on Lin Lang's back and opened her mouth to praise Lin Lang. Lin Lang, on the other hand, returned a meaningful smile to Su Meier. Su Meier first froze, then seemed to have thought of something, her entire face smoldering red, looking particularly moving. Lin Lang kissed Su Meier on the forehead and led her straight to the restaurant. Originally, he had intended to wake everyone up, but now he ran straight to Su Meier's bed, making the others very upset. But after all, it was Lin Lang, and none of them dared to say anything, so they could only shift all of their hateful sights to Su Meier's body. Yo, how our young master went to wake you up and got tossed around. Su Meier, how hard you are to call. That's right, Su Meier, talk about you. You've exhausted our young master. When Su Meier heard these words, she didn't say much, directly reaching out to wisp her hair, full of condescension. Why? You guys can follow my example if you can, but who made you guys incapable? Upon hearing this, the tempers of several people on the scene exploded. Lin Lang was worried that they would argue again and could only speak quickly to stop them. Well, order whatever you want to eat. After hearing these words, the argument that had already begun stopped. It was because Su Meier had made this mess this morning, causing everyone's every face to be very unhappy. Instead, looking at Su Meier, with her face full of spring, she was really as happy as she could be. Lin Lang didn't talk to them, but instead heard the voice of the system ground, dropping. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering a female with more than 90 points, increasing his points by 1,000. Only after hearing these words did Lin Lang nod in satisfaction. For this breakfast, it was estimated that the only ones who were happy were Su Meier and Lin Lang. Su Meier was even ignoring the fact that she was giving food to Lin Lang, and incidentally reached out to help Lin Lang wipe his mouth. The two people looked very loving, and naturally, Lin Lang could sense that the remaining few people were full of displeasure, and he was already starting to speed up the process of this breakfast. When breakfast was well and truly over, Lin Lang opened his mouth and proposed, "I'll take everyone out on the yacht for a bit of fun today." Yes, it was only when they heard this that their faces looked less unhappy. After all, going out had been everyone's dream for a long time, especially when you can also enjoy the view of the sea from the yacht. It's fun to think about. After discussing these things, the six of them headed towards the beach in Sanya. Because Lin Lang came over without a car, they had to take a cab. Su Meier, Lin Lang, Lily, and Phoenix were 4 people in one car, and the rest were a few people in one car. The destination was soon reached, and after getting off the bus, everyone had a cozy smile on their face. Ah, the sea, here I come. Lily happily ran towards the front, followed by a couple of girls. Looking at how happy they were here, Lin Lang couldn't help but put a faint smile on the corners of his mouth as well. Lin Lang walked straight to the place where the yacht was for rent and went over to talk to the owner about the price of the yacht. However, just as Lin Lang had opened his mouth to inquire, he heard the boss make a preemptive strike. "Sir, do you want a regular yacht or a VIP yacht?" Hearing these words, Lin Lang couldn't help but frown. Looking at the person in front of him who didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, he directly opened his mouth and asked back, "Do you think I'm someone who can't afford to pay?" Hearing this, the boss naturally shook his head in a hurry and looked at Lin Lang with a smile on his face and said, "This is certainly not the case. I can tell from your dress and the number of women you have, sir, that you are definitely not rich." It was only the boss's words that were still slightly human. But Lin Lang was still dissatisfied. Looking at the owner, he said directly, "Bring me a luxury yacht." The boss was now in a difficult situation. Looking at the person in front of him, directly said, "Sir, is really sorry we are here on one or two luxury yachts, but this," looking at the boss's embarrassed look, Lin Lang probably knew what the reason was. Nothing more than someone chartered that yacht, resulting in no other yachts. There is also a solution for this matter. Lin Lang directly hooked his lips and let out a light smile, looking at the boss and taking out a bank card from his wallet, throwing it on the table. "The luxury yacht packages me for 3 days, and the 5 million in the card. You take it." 5 million. Hearing this figure, the boss could not believe his ears a little, but still looked at Lin Lang in front of him, the light reflecting from his eyes all full of gold color. It really is a love of money. After the boss greedily glanced at the bank card, he instantly wailed and continued, "Ah, sir, it's really not that I won't give it, but I just don't have a choice." At this time Lily came over, and after understanding the situation over here, she directly opened her mouth to inquire, "What do you mean there's no way? Just say if you want to continue working or not." "Ah, what do you mean?" Lily's words directly dried the boss blind, looking at the boss full of confused look when Lily continued, "Do not think that we are not Sonia's, just bully us. What is our identity? Say it to scare you to death. If you know what's good for you, give us the yacht as soon as possible. Take the money and don't regret it then." Don't look at Lily, who usually looks like a stupid kid who doesn't know anything, but now threatening people. Don't mention how smooth it is. The boss knew that Lin Lang was not a simple character, and now that he was so frightened by Lily, he was even more afraid. Immediately looking at the several people in front of him, he opened his mouth and begged for forgiveness. "The yacht can be given to you, but you must testify for me when the time comes. I'm also afraid of getting into trouble." Hearing the boss agree to give the yacht, Lily then looked at Lin Lang, who after all was the one who mainly made the decision. "Seeing as how you still know what you're doing, no problem." After getting the yacht and the 6 of them had boarded it, they began to cozy up. The yacht is equipped with literally everything: TV, computer, game room. The service needed was spot on, and the housekeeper's handiwork, too, was very okay. Lin Lang was currently lying leisurely on the sofa, basking in the sun and looking at the scenery of the sea. From time to time, he was fed a few grapes by Su Meier, sticking out his tongue and licking between her fingers with a tease if nothing else, making Lin Lang feel very comfortable. Lin Qian, on the other hand, was sitting alone, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. Mu Qingqing pestered Phoenix, and the two were discussing the interesting things that had happened in the past. The two of them, Lily and He Charan, were sitting on the sofa, watching the TV together. It had to be said that the two of them really did like watching TV in particular, and almost every time they returned home, Lin Lang was able to see the two of them watching TV. "I didn't realize that when I came out to play, they were still watching TV." Thinking about this, Lin Lang couldn't help but feel a little amused. "What is young master laughing at?" Su Meier's brow bone voice rang in Lin Lang's ears. Lin Lang let out a light laugh and looked at Su Meier in front of him, reaching out and hooking his finger. Su Meier naturally moved directly to Lin Lang's side and heard Lin Lang's words in her ear. "I was thinking about you in bed this morning." After saying that, Su Meier didn't blush like other girls, but instead was very happy. Reaching out, he drew circles on Lin Lang's body. "Then does young master still want to see a better me than this morning tonight?" Seemingly afraid that Lin Lang would not agree, he simply spoke again and added, "Incidentally, let Meier take a look at the young master who was even better than this morning." "Ha ha, yes." Lin Lang smiled happily, and just as the two were about to say something, they saw a yacht next to them, heading in their direction. He narrowed his eyes, and when he saw that the person on top of the yacht was Bai Jingting, he had already roughly understood what was going on. Seeing Bai Jingting's yacht getting closer and closer, Lin Lang was looking forward to what happened next. "Hey, this is my yacht. You guys get off." Bai Jingting didn't even see Lin Lang's person before he just opened his mouth and yelled. Hearing this, Lin Lang didn't care and began to leisurely bask in the sun. The rest of them had understood Lin Lang's intentions when they saw that he didn't speak. Since Bai Jingting likes to roar, let him roar, but let's see how long he can roar. Bai Jingting's mind instantly collapsed when he heard that no one was paying attention to him after he had been screaming for such a long time. Have his men speed up and travel quickly to Lin Lang's side. I'll damn well see who the hell it is that dares to rob a yacht from me, and doesn't know better than to be the least bit afraid after hearing my voice. Bai Jingting was alone. However, just as the yacht was driven to the side of Lin Lang, at the sight of the condition of the yacht, the whole person froze for a moment. He had seen Lin Lang before, not to mention having seen him, even if he had turned into ashes, he would still recognize him. "I can't believe it's you." Seeing Bai Jingting's stunned look, Lin Lang couldn't help but snort. "Yeah, it's your dad me. How about that?" Does that feel particularly shocking? Hearing Lin Lang address Bai Jingting in front of him, Bai Jingting exploded. WOC? How dare you call yourself dad? I'm your dad alright. Saying that, he actually managed to get a plank between Lin Lang's yacht and his own that could go up to each other. Upon seeing Bai Jingting arrive on Lin Lang's yacht, Lin Lang was actually a bit bothered, but didn't say anything more, just looked at the man in front of him. He wanted to see what he was trying to get up to. I told you, this is my yacht, please get off. Bai Jingting looked at Lin Lang's serious expression and said this in a serious manner. Yet it was this very look that made everyone on the yacht laugh. Looking at the yacht full of people laughing, for a while Bai Jingting's face was a bit hanging. What are you all laughing at? Oh, I'm telling you to get off my yacht. It's my yacht. Don't you understand human language? After Bai Jingting said this, he saw Su Meier stand up, causing Bai Jingting's legs to go weak for a moment. The last time he was attacked in the crotch by Su Meier, it made Bai Jingting was completely scared, causing him to be terrified when he saw Su Meier standing up now. But it was also because of this damned woman, Su Meier, that caused him to be high for 3 days without touching a woman, which made it really hard for him for 3 whole days. As soon as he thought of this, he looked at Su Meier as if he had torn her apart. Su Meier noticed Bai Jingting's eyes and threw a wink towards him in passing. For a moment, Bai Jingting wanted to clasp his eyes off, absolutely not to be seduced by this damned woman. But despite that, he couldn't help but drool after seeing Su Meier's eyes. Young Bai, since you said that this is your yacht, then tell me, what is your ability to prove that this is your yacht? Su Meier's question was difficult for Bai Jingting for a while. Bai Jingting was stunned and quickly answered. Everyone here knows that I chartered the yacht. Didn't the boss tell you? Well, that's what I was told. But since you chartered it, then our young master can charter it too, can't he? The yacht isn't an exclusive item for you alone either. At Su Mei's words, Bai Jingting didn't know what to reply for a moment. The eyes that looked at Su Meier turned into hatred. But what goes around comes around. And when you hate it so much, you don't care. Bai Jingting closed his eyes to ease his temper, which had recently flared up at the sight of a woman. He sat alone on top of the inflatable sofa, reached out and put his hand to his mouth and coughed, and said with a deadpan expression, "Fine, since you guys won't return the yacht to me, then I'll just rely on the yacht and not leave. Whatever." Lin Lang didn't care how many people were actually on the yacht, and it didn't have any effect on his actions. He continued to eat and drink as he should, and flirt with girls as he should. Getting White Jingle is very horny. It was even if there was no food or drink. Right, not even a woman. Which made him already a little bit unable to resist. Straight away, he walked over to Lin Lang's side and sat down, reaching out to eat Lin Lang's food and drink Lin Lang's wine. Lin Lang skimmed a glance at Bai Jingting and acted as if there was no such person, still kissing Su Meier passionately on the side. Lin Lang believed that Bai Jingting didn't have the guts to touch his woman, and Lin Lang was also confident enough that those women wouldn't get involved with Bai Jingting. Seeing that it was getting later and later, the wind and waves on the sea were getting bigger and bigger, freezing Bai Jingting to shiver. But there was not a single piece of clothing to wear. Lin Lang, on the other hand, was dressed very thickly, sitting alone on top of the inflatable couch, eating dinner with the remaining 5 people. "Young master, I'm very happy that we can come to Sanya. It's really beautiful here." Lin Qian opened her mouth and spoke. She had never been out of the capital before, so she had quite a lot of emotions this time when she came out to play. "That's right, young master. It was quite fun this time. Just a bit of rat shit." Mu Qingqing opened her mouth and spoke, looking at Bai Jingting to the side as she spoke. Bai Jingting couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't be called a rat turd anymore. Straight away, he stood up and walked towards Mu Qingqing. "How do you talk you? Can you talk or not?" Startled by the sudden Bai Jingting, Mu Qingqing was first stunned for a moment, then looked at Bai Jingting. "What's wrong with me? Aren't you a rat turd? And if you're not, why are you staying dead center?" Disliked by Mu Qingqing's sentence, Bai Jingting didn't have the slightest bit of room to fight back at all, but still looked at Mu Qingqing in front of him, his eyes especially wide. "Hey, if you want to leave, just go. Don't interfere with our dinner." Bai Jingting couldn't calm down a bit and looked at Mu Qingqing in front of him. "How dare you say that I'm a rat turd? Okay, you're good. When I call someone over, none of you will be able to run." With that, he picked up his cell phone intending to make a call. "Is it called Nishan?" Hearing this, Bai Jingting, who was holding the cell phone, froze for a moment. "How did you know it was Nishan?" Lin Lang hooked his lips. "I'm really sorry. Nishan is already my man. If you can call him, count me out." "Che, just you. Still want to control Nishan? Let me tell you, Nishan is a man with a backbone. It was hard for me to gain Nishan's support. How can you just come and call for the conquest of Nishan?" With a face full of contempt and looking completely disbelieving, Bai Jingting called straight through. "Nishan, come over here and help me fight someone." because Bai Jingting was on speakerphone. Lin Lang could hear all of what Niashan said. Is the man you want me to beat up Lin Xiao? Upon hearing the word Lin Xiao, Bai Jingting froze slightly as he didn't seem to know what Lin Lang's name was, but Lin Lang didn't mind at all, walking straight over and reaching out to take away Bai Jingting's cell phone. Joking. What? Am I that easy to beat in your mind? Niashan sighed, laughed lightly and immediately explained. No, of course not, but rather I guess that the only one who can mess with young Bai is you. Young Lin. Okay, nothing more. Drop. Watching Lin Lang hang up the phone directly, Bai Jingting couldn't believe it for a moment, reaching for his cell phone and looking at Lin Lang. Why are you hanging up on me when I haven't even finished my call? Oh, you heard me. Niashan doesn't want to help at all, so if you're not afraid of losing face, feel free, fight back. Bai Jingting probably considered for a few minutes before he walked up to Lin Lang and opened his mouth to inquire. What exactly is your identity? If Bai Jingting had asked this question earlier, then he wouldn't have humiliated himself so much later. But he, Bai Jingting, was wrong in that he hadn't asked in advance exactly what Lin Lang's identity was. Hearing this question, Lin Lang hooked his lips, looking in a good mood. Has Lin Lang ever heard of it? Lin Lang. Bai Jingting was thinking about this name of Lin Lang in his head. However, just as he thought about it for a while, a word suddenly popped into his head. Overseas Lin family. Lin Lang reached out and pulled out his ears. No need to be so excited. Keep your voice down. For a moment, Bai Jingting was so scared that his legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground. It's really not an enemy. If Bai Jingting had known Lin Lang's identity earlier, he definitely wouldn't have come to this muddy water. Hey, why are you still kneeling down? Get up. Lin Lang opened his mouth to persuade. After hearing this, Bai Jingting immediately shook his head like garlic. No. I'm sorry. Saying that, he instead raised his head to look at Lin Lang. So you're Lin Xiao. I've always thought that you're an enemy of our family's business world. That's why I treated you that way. Please don't be offended. Lin Xiao. Lin Lang narrowed his eyes, and after seeing what was really going on inside Bai Jingting's mind, he instead hooked his lips in a smile. Well, I know how you feel. Come on, get up. After seeing Lin Lang help Bai Jingting up, the 5 women present were puzzled as to why their young master had become so nice. Just a little kneeling and what happened before is written off. What they didn't think about, however, was that more ruthlessness was yet to come. Right after Bai Jingting sat down with Lin Lang personally gave Bai Jingting a piece of meat. Bai Jingting was now so hungry that he was on the verge of throwing up from nausea, and he was polite at first, and then the whole thing was urgent at the sight of the delicious-looking meat on the table. Make yourself at home and eat. Only after hearing Lin Lang's words did Bai Jingting directly extend his hand, pick up his chopsticks, and eat. However, not long after he had eaten, he could be seen throwing down his chopsticks with a wrinkled face and a pained expression. Then it was time to start desperately searching for a paper towel and spit the meat in his mouth onto the paper. Lin Lang, what do you want? When Bai Jingting yelled this, Lily immediately came to her side. She completely didn't understand what was going on with the 2 young masters and Bai Jingting. Didn't they both make up and leave their differences behind? Why, after eating a piece of meat, did it become what it is now? Lin Lang, I've apologized to you, but you even put your hands on the meat. It's simply too despicable. When Bai Jingting finished speaking, he immediately stood up and looked at Lin Lang like a wolf. I'm telling you, Lin Lang, I'm not afraid of you. I've studied Taekwondo. At Bai Jingting's current already fighting style appearance, it made Lin Lang snort with laughter. Are you kidding me? Taekwondo can beat Muay Thai? It's totally impossible. Thinking of this, Lin Lang instead spoke slowly. Oh, how dare you say that I'm despicable? Fine. Since you said so, then I might as well continue to be despicable. Saying that, Lin Lang directly stood up, and the height difference between the two was immediately generated. Bai Jingting tilted his head and looked at Lin Lang. His eyes were still a bit scornful, but yet he couldn't tell any fear at all from his movements. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Lang's words hadn't been spoken yet, so how could he go straight for it? That's a little too violent. Duong. Immediately after that, Bai Jingting's voice was heard tearing his heart out. Lin Lang could not help it a little bit. Violence is violence. For this kind of person, without violence, there is no way to solve the problem. You actually. The action just now was so fast that it was staggering, and some people didn't even see Lin Lang's specific movements before they saw that Bai Jingting was already lying on the ground. A wailing look like a dog that had played tricks on him. Who the hell is overdoing it? Why don't I run it by you? Your grandfather. Who spit on my grandfather when he came to the door in the first place? Yes, although my grandfather didn't take it personally at the time. That was my grandfather's generosity. But I have a small heart, and I'm still inclined to take it personally with you, seeing as your grandfather is dead. It's up to you to pay the debt. Then, saying that, Lin Lang made several more consecutive movements, kicking directly towards the part of Bai Jingting that hurt the most, but wouldn't cause any life safety. For a while, the entire yacht above was filled with Bai Jingting's wailing, which sounded like killing a pig. The people on the side couldn't help but open their mouths and spit after hearing Bai Jingting's voice. That's a hell of a scream. That's right. I've never heard a man scream so badly. Hey, what a disgrace to their manhood. Bai Jingting, who was already in pain and couldn't stand it, immediately lost his temper when he heard these words, shouting directly at the girls who were talking. Do you have to ask yourselves to keep smiling when you're being beaten up? Oh, still have the strength to talk? Seeing his woman being yelled at, Lin Lang's heart was very upset, and he walked directly to Bai Jingting's face, hooking his lips to reveal a bad smile. Seeing this smile, Bai Jingting's body couldn't help but tremble. No, no. As soon as the words fell, Lin Lang's sultry voice could be heard coming out. In that case, let's go curse in the water. After saying that, he directly kicked Bai Jingting into the water. Immediately afterward, speaking towards Phoenix, he said, notify the rescue brigade and save the people. Seeing that there were no rat droppings on the yacht, they happily continued eating. It didn't affect their mood at all because of the hiccup they just had, and their mood was even better than it was just now. Wow, young master, you were just fantastic. Lin Xian couldn't help but open her mouth to praise Lin Lang's excellence. She had always seen it in her eyes, but it's only because she doesn't usually talk much and has a low presence that she doesn't show off her little fangirl traits. Good boy. After watching Bai Jingting being rescued, Lin Lang felt that what he should have done seemed to have been accomplished. Think about the mood. Looking again at the way Su Meier had already pulled herself back into the room and was casually picking at him, Lin Lang's lower body was already having a very obvious reaction. Young master, you are so big. Well, Lin Lang couldn't wait to cover Su Meier's mouth with his, and the two of them began a series of movements. It wasn't until the sun was on his but the next morning that Lin Lang gradually turned awake. The whole thing felt good as he stretched. Looking at Su Meier on one side, who was still sleeping, he reached out and pinched her nose. A whiny voice entered inside Lin Lang's ears, and originally, because he had just woken up from a nap, Lin Lang had already felt it a little bit. Now that he heard Su Meier's voice again, for a moment, he didn't have the idea of continuing to let her go back to sleep. Directly lifting the quilt, he pressed towards Su Meier's body. Young master, let's eat. An hour later, Lin Lang was disturbed by this discordant voice. Luckily they had just finished, otherwise Lin Lang would have had to get angry again. The two of them were fully dressed before they stepped out of the room, and it felt really nice to see the waves floating lightly. This made Lin Lang couldn't help but think of a song. Wake up early in the morning and open the window. You're in a beautiful mood. Even though it's not a big morning, the mood is great. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young master. Good morning, beauties. Lin Lang hooked his lips in a smile, and right after that, his cell phone rang. Lin Lang glanced at it, and it turned out to be a call from Zhang Jiji. Just the moment Lin Lang answered, he heard Zhang Jiji's voice coming from him. Young Lin, may I ask when you'll be back? What? Miss me? Lin Lang said gangly, and then heard Zhang Jiji's soft laughter. That's true. Lin Xiao has been gone for 4 days. I've missed you so much. After joking, Zhang Jiji began to say seriously, the basic shape of the entertainment club has been created. Next, is the name. I would like to ask Lin Yun what name you want to use? Name. When it came to names, Lin Lang couldn't come up with any good names for a while. Sighting away, thinking for a moment, Dolce Vita. The word suddenly appeared in Lin Lang's mind, and for a moment it was satisfying. Duri residence? Zhang Jiji followed suit and read it, then immediately opened his mouth to marvel. That name? Good. Then I'll have someone get to work on it. Good. After hanging up with Zhang Jiji, Lin Lang continued to eat breakfast with the girls, and seeing that this side of life was pretty much played out, they ate, packed up, and planned to go home. However, who would have thought that just as they were leaving, the two of them, Su Xiao and Bai Jingting, appeared in front of Lin Lang at the same time. One man had a baseball bat in his hand, and that was an arrogant look. There were also 5 brothers standing behind them, all of them tall and powerful, which made Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh a little. You guys are really lifting me up. Even to find fault, you can bring so many people here? Afterward, Lin Lang couldn't help but tremble. I'm so scared. It was this action that caused Bai Jingting to stifle a cold shiver. Lin Lang, don't pretend. I still know what you're capable of. The way you are now will only make me feel that you're even more hypocritical. Hypocrisy? How long had it been since anyone had used that word to describe Lin Lang, and I didn't expect Bai Jingting to say that. This made Lin Lang feel a little fresh, but at the same time, he looked at Su Xiao. This dude was running away in a hurry. How come now? He still dares to appear in front of him? You too, will you obediently make way? Or what? Hearing this, Su Xiao immediately snorted. That's really funny. Do you think we'll be afraid of you? There's a lot of you, but they're all pussies. Not as thick as us. One and all. After saying that, Su Xiao couldn't help but gloat a bit. Seeing him like this, Lin Lang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Hey, it's really arrogant and cocky. That's not true. This is our territory. What? Beat us up and want to leave? By Jingting, if I had been beaten up, I would never say it so openly. How humiliating. Lin Lang opened his mouth sarcastically in a bit of surprise. Hearing this, Bai Jingting seemed like he wasn't going to continue talking to Lin Lang and directly reached out and waved his hand as the people behind him walked up. Xiao Bai, give it to me. Yes, punch. Dash. Immediately after that, inside the entire space was the sound of bones breaking, sounding simply very tragic. After watching the 5 bodyguards present all get knocked down, Bai Jingting subconsciously gulped and took a step back. He was aware of Lin Lang's power, and he still remembered Lin Lang kicking him straight into the water last night. Now that he saw how powerful Lin Lang was, he was, for a moment, a bit scared. But since they started it, how can there be any chance of backing out now? Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. I've already let you off the hook, but since you're still so unaware of death, I'll just have to show no mercy with my hands. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Lang's figure had disappeared and then ran in the direction of Bai Jingting. Dash. With a muffled grunt, Bai Jingting's arm was broken. Su Xiao was so scared that he directly threw down his stick and ran without the slightest bit of hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Lang just hooked his lips and smiled. If it wasn't for him intentionally letting go, Su Xiao wouldn't have left. Bai Jingting's entire body was like a string off a string after his arm was broken, and he fell straight to the ground. Lin Lang then made a direct call. Butler Lu, the White family in Sanya. Destroyed. Yes, young master. Bai Jingting jerked his head up for a moment, looking at Lin Lang in front of him with a face full of dismay. At this moment, his eyes were not only surprised, but more confused and helpless as well as full of remorse. But now it's too late for regrets. Lin Lang didn't care about Bai Jingting, who was lying on the ground, but directly reached out and wrapped his arm around Su Meier and left the spot. Bai Jingting didn't come to a violent repentance until Lin Lang left the hotel. By the time he chased out to look for Lin Lang, he had already lost sight of him. Sometimes things are like that. When you do something wrong, realize that it doesn't seem that simple, and want to hang on for dear life. But it's too late. Bai Jingting's heart clenched together for a moment, but there was no more room for regret. Lin Lang returned to the villa. Still a familiar place, but this time he didn't stay much longer. Instead going to the busiest part of downtown by far, the entertainment club he was building. Da La Chu. Yo, Lin Xiao, you're back. Zhang Jiji was there directing them on their errands, and upon seeing Lin Lang return, he walked straight forward to greet him. Lin Lang pressed his hand in the air falsely and looked at Zhang Jiji. Calm down, don't get excited. At least you're a mayor. Why are you so unstable in what you do? Ha ha, it's not that I can finally rest after seeing that you're back. Lin Xiao. After hearing these words, Lin Lang instead reached out and patted Zhang Jiji. Hard work. To have the mayor come over to personally supervise the work. I guess only Lin Lang has such a big face. Come on, let's go for a drink. Okay. It was only after Lin Lang and Zhang Jiji walked inside a tea house that Zhang Jiji looked at Lin Lang in front of him in a serious manner. Lin Xiao, what are your orders? You say. Seeing Zhang Jiji in this nervous state, Lin Lang was amused. I came just to have tea with you, nothing more anon. After saying that, Zhang Jiji released a smile. Then it seems that I am too ignorant of what you mean. Young Lin, when the time came, the two just talked for a long time about everything. Right after talking about this topic of Su Meier's, Zhang Jiji's eyes were somewhat interesting. Su Meier didn't cause you any trouble, did she? That's not true. Meier is quite well behaved and understanding. After saying that, Lin Lang reached out and stroked his chin, looking at Zhang Jiji in front of him. What? You miss Su Meier? Zhang Jiji's hand, which was sipping tea, suddenly froze. However, Zhang Jiji's reaction speed was still very fast, and his mind immediately thought of something to say. How can that be? That's for young Lin's woman. The only reason I'm asking is because I'm afraid that the woman I'm looking for won't listen to me and will cause trouble for Shaolin. I was just saying that off the top of my head. Kidding. Only when he heard Lin Lang say this did Zhang Jiji feel relieved, and his eyes turned defensive as he looked at Lin Lang. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Lang said goodbye to Zhang Jiji and returned home. Phoenix, now that we're back, you'll accept the construction of the clubhouse. Here's another $1,000,000. Remember to use it. Yes, young master. After saying that, just as he returned to his room, he heard the sound of the system coming through. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task given by the system. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the acting LV8 skill. Congratulations to the host force for turning on the change function. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the egg. Please ask if you want to open it. Yes. Congratulations to the host. One script has been awarded. Hearing so many congratulations. For a moment Lin Lang hadn't reacted to what exactly he was doing. One can only learn about them one by one. Obtaining the acting skill should be linked to the script, and the change skill, looking at the display above, should be tied to Lin Lang's existing change, allowing him to check his change balance at any time. As for the script, what the hell is this? Lin Lang directly reached out and flipped open the script, and saw the big words on it, the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. What? When he saw these 4 words, Lin Lang was inwardly very repulsed. What the hell is the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary? Oh, why or what is the script? That's when the system's voice rang out at the right time. The script, it's for the host to find the appropriate director to make a TV series based on what's on the script. It's kind of a hidden mission. Making a TV show? He, Lin Lang, is going to do a drama too? The director below is, surprisingly, the hottest director of the moment, Zhang Yimou. This made Lin Lang freeze, but still quickly accepted it. If it's really a TV series, then won't it have a lot of fans? And in that case, lots and lots of little fangirls too. Thinking about this, Lin Lang did feel that the feasibility was great. Glancing at the director's contact information below, he reached right down and dialed the number. Hello, may I ask if it's Director Zhang? Upon hearing this question, Director Zhang on the other side froze slightly and glanced at his cell phone, expressing doubt. Well, I am. I wonder if Director Zhang would be interested in having a meal with me. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yimou frowned in disgust. No time. There were plenty of people who wanted to have dinner with him, and there was no way he was going to be able to do everything he wanted. After hearing these words, it caused Lin Lang to be stunned. He never knew when Lin Lang didn't have time. But now there was even a time when Zhang Yimou didn't have time? Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. Then, Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family invites you to dinner. I wonder if you have the time. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yimou's side of the hand holding the cell phone trembled. He knew that Lin Lang, the heir of the overseas Lin family, had come to the capital. But he just didn't expect it at all, that Lin Lang would call him over. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, but he still said with a 360-degree turn in attitude, I don't know if there's something that young Lin is looking for me for? Lin Lang laughed lightly and reached out to touch his chin. Well, there is indeed something that I'm looking for you for, so I wonder if Director Zhang has the time to reward me? Well, definitely come. Hanging up the phone, Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers, all along the so-called no time. Not really no time, but depending on your status, is it worth on to let others spare time to see you? Lin Lang briefly cleaned up and looked at Phoenix, who was working, and directly reached out and took her hand. Phoenix looked up in dismay, only to drop his heart when he saw that it was Lin Lang. Young master, is something wrong? Drop what you're holding and follow me. However, seeing this scene, Su Meier's heart got upset and she went forward and reached out to grab Lin Lang's arm, her eyes full of reluctance. Young master, you're biased. You bring Phoenix and not me. Phoenix directly gave Su Meier a vicious look, looking at Su Meier subconsciously a bit scared, but when she thought that the other party was a Phoenix, she couldn't be so weak, so she just puffed out her chest and raised her head. Humph. What? Am I wrong? Lin Lang had no choice but to speak. We didn't go out to play. We had something to do. After saying that, it seemed that he was worried that Su Meier would continue to make trouble, so he directly cut off Su Meier's thoughts. Be good at home and wait for me to come back. Otherwise, you're just not good. Su Meier beamed. Lin Lang had already said so. If she still followed, she would be too unintelligent. So he could only watch the two Phoenix and Lin Lang leave the house. Phoenix sat in the car with Lin Lang, still playing with his phone. Lin Lang was upset and frowned as he looked over, and when he saw that it was a design, his heart felt a little better. Reaching for Phoenix's hand, he spoke. It's okay, there's no rush on this one. By the time they arrived at the place they had agreed upon, Lin Lang had stepped right in. Zhang Yimou's eyes staggered for a moment when he saw the Phoenix beside Lin Lang, but he still quickly averted his eyes. Usually this kind of rich kid's woman is not something you can just look at. Looking at Zhang Yimou's reaction, Lin Lang didn't say much, but directly spread out the subject, explaining the purpose of today's visit. This is, Director Zhang can take a look. When Zhang Yimou flipped through the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary, his eyes projected the kind of greed as well as infatuation when he saw a treasure. It's a very good script. After Zhang Yimou finished speaking, his eyes looked at Lin Lang with great urgency. Young Lin, I wonder where you got this script from. After saying this, Zhang Jimo felt that this sentence seemed a bit inappropriate, reached out and touched his nose, and continued, "Sorry. I'm just a little excited to see the script. I just want to know a little bit. What do you mean, Mr. Lin? Shooting TV?" Lin Lang answered succinctly and with a glance at Zhang Jimo. He continued to add, "I'm going to be the male lead and invest." "What? Invest?" Zhang Jimo amount is to have seen a big scene, but also have not seen such a big person's investment. So for a moment to hear this news, a little bit of excitement. But still, he pressed down his excitement and looked at Lin Lang in front of him and let out a light laugh. There's absolutely no problem with the male number one. As for the investment, I wonder how much young Lin intends to invest. Looking at Zhang Jimo's urgent appearance, Lin Lang already had a clue in his heart. However, Lin Lang had never understood anything about this kind of investment, so that's why he brought Phoenix with him. As for exactly how to invest, how much to invest and a host of other questions, you can ask my assistant. With that, Lin Lang reached out and patted Phoenix's shoulder. "You talk." Then he glanced at Zhang Jimo again and snorted, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Zhang Jimo immediately stood up, looked at Lin Lang in front of him, and nodded. Okay, take care, Lin Xiao." It was only when Lin Lang's figure disappeared from Zhang Jimo's line of sight that he sat down. Looking at the Phoenix in front of him, this was not so stressful. "What's the name, please?" "Phoenix." "Okay, MS. Phoenix. So let's talk about the investment now." "Good." Phoenix knew about these things kind of thoroughly, because when she was in college, her major was related to this area. It's kind of easy to talk about it now, but most importantly, it was the fact that Lin Lang had more than enough money to splurge on, and that was one of the big capitals that Phoenix felt good about talking about this time. After Lin Lang walked out of the coffee shop, he walked inside the park on one side alone and left his car with Phoenix. Not to mention, he hadn't taken a proper walk inside this big city after coming to this world for so long. "I happen to be bored now, so I just walk around and enjoy the beauty of the roadside. There happens to be a large park nearby, and it's not very crowded at this time of day." The park also seemed very quiet with a few sparse people inside. He had just walked over to the top of a bench and sat down when he heard the murmurings of the people on one side of the room. "Have you heard that there are a lot of thieves lately, specializing in stealing cell phones?" "Yeah, my cell phone was just stolen a while ago and by very low means." "Hey, still not careful." Just as they were talking, Lin Lang suddenly saw two men, dressed in full denim, walking separately, and on top of the bench sat a beautiful woman who looked especially beautiful from the back. "Hello beautiful, I'd like to ask how to get to the middle road." Just moments after the beautiful woman answered the question, the thief behind her, who happened to slit the bottom of the bag, stole the cell phone. No way. This side was just discussing it and the thieves came listening to the sound? Since Lin Lang saw it, and the person who was stolen was also a beautiful woman, then don't blame Lin Lang for seeing justice. Only to see Lin Lang run to the thief who stole the cell phone with a furious run on his feet and a shock in his eyes. The slightly raised corners of his mouth still seemed to flaunt his wise eyes, as if to say, "Keep stealing, I've caught you and made you steal again." However, the thief was not the least bit intimidated, and directly gave Lin Lang a provocative look. His eyes were full of rampancy. The beautiful woman whose phone was stolen also reacted to her phone being stolen and couldn't help but open her mouth and shout as she saw the phone in the hands of the thief. "Give me back my cell phone." However, this statement is undoubtedly a shot across the bow, and the thief simply won't compromise. Just a mocking look at the beautiful woman and no more words. Lin Lang instead got a good look at the beauty this time. Melon face, danfang eyes, arched eyebrows, small cherry mouth, especially fresh a beautiful woman. It's simply, in a word, beautiful. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth to tease. "Miss, if I help you recover your cell phone, can you treat me to a meal?" The beautiful woman glanced at Lin Lang, who was actually a bit distrustful of him at first, but there is no other way to agree now. "Okay, as long as you help me get my phone back, I'll agree to 3 meals, not to mention one." A crowd of onlookers was growing, and the thief was already getting a little worried, but on the surface, he still forced himself to be calm, looked at Lin Lang, gritted his teeth, and ran. "Quick, get him. Yeah, grab it, can't let him get away. Come on lad." Hearing these words, Lin Lang directly hooked his lips and smiled, fiercely stepping forward and grabbing the thief who was about to run. An over-the-shoulder drop saw the thief fall to the ground, while the beautiful woman's cell phone, coincidentally, fell into Lin Lang's hands. Reaching inside his shirt, he then looked over at the thief who was already lying on the ground. Seeing the thief's shocked face, he said, "Impossible. I've practiced martial arts. How could you have knocked me down in one move?" "That's because you're incompetent." With that, Lin Lang directly kicked the thief to the side. "Yes, Good, the young man is great. Wow. So handsome. Quick, call the police. Hearing the word alarm, Lin Lang instead walked straight to the beauty's side, reached out and pulled her to run. The beautiful woman was dumbfounded, but still ran after Lin Lang because her cell phone was still on Lin Lang's body. Only when the beautiful woman couldn't run anymore did Lin Lang stop, looked at her with a big gasp and smiled. What are you running for? They're going to call the police, Lin Lang said, pretending to be scared. At this time the beautiful woman rolled her eyes. Just call the police. What are you afraid of? You're not a thief. But I don't want to go to the police station to make a statement. The beautiful woman smiled now. I didn't expect you to have quite a personality. You dare to struggle with the thief. And you also dare to escape to the police station to make a statement. Then I'll take that as a compliment from you, young lady, and I'll reluctantly accept it. Looking at Lin Lang being so self-absorbed, the beautiful woman laughed lightly and extended her hand, saying, Hello, my name is Lu Yi. Thank you for just helping me recover my cell phone. Lin Lang immediately reached out and held Lu Yi's hand. Lin Lang, no need to thank you. Please eat. Why am I buying you dinner when you haven't given me your cell phone? Willow Leaf turned her head condescendingly, not looking at Lin Lang. Lin Lang, on the other hand, was amused by this action and directly reached out to touch her head. Be good. Please eat first, or I'm afraid you'll skip dinner. At Lin Lang's direct hand, Lu Yi hastily stepped back, and couldn't help but reach out and hit Lin Lang as he did so. Let's get your hands dirty. Lin Lang was beaten up for no reason, and at this moment, he was exactly full of aggression. Watching Willow Leaf splash around, she fell back and took a step closer to her. What are you doing? Lu Yi was a little flustered for a moment, gulping inexplicably as she looked at Lin Lang, who was stepping closer. What did you say I was doing? Ha! Lin Lang stopped when he was only one step away from Lu Yi, and the teasing in his eyes, if anything, scared Lu Yi a little, but began to use his eyes, scrutinizing one of Lin Lang's handsome faces. I'd say I don't just move my hands, I move my mouth. After saying that, Lin Lang directly approached Lu Yi. Willow was so startled that she didn't even dare to breathe. It was when Lin Lang took down a leaf with his mouth that Willow's entire body froze. She originally thought that Lin Lang was going to do that kind of thing, but didn't realize it was to help her get the leaves out of her hair. But, why are you using your mouth? Lu Yi's face smoldered, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment, looking at Lin Lang in front of her, not knowing what kind of attitude to use. Since you said all I do is move my hands, I'll give you one you haven't seen before, Lin Lang said with an air of entitlement, and hearing this made Lu Yi completely at a loss for a moment as to how to respond. Seeing the way Lu Yi was dumbfounded by her own gag, Lin Lang felt that the woman in front of him was really cute to the extreme. Subconsciously, she used the system to check her personal information. Name, Willow Leaf. Personality, irritable, changeable. Skills, interesting LV3. Rating, 85. Favorability, 20. Seeing this rating, for a moment Lin Lang thought that the system had made a mistake. However, just as Lin Lang used his eye of true vision to look at Lu Yi's body, he realized exactly what was going on. Turns out, not being a first blood can seriously affect the scoring. 2. Otherwise, according to a person like Willow Leaf, someone who wants skin and soul should be above 93 points anyhow. But seeing that it wasn't a blood, Lin Lang didn't mind. His purpose, too, wasn't just to collect maids. Watching Lin Lang keep staring at himself, Lu Yi simply reached out and covered his eyes directly. What are you doing? Lin Lang wondered. I'm embarrassed that you keep looking at me. Lin Lang dodged Lu Yi's hand and spoke. In that case, then you can take me to dinner. Seeing Lin Lang open his mouth to eat, Lu Yi thought that the boy was starving and could only open his mouth to compromise. Well, then you go eat. Saying that, the two of them, Lin Lang and Lu Yi, walked to a restaurant and Lin Lang ordered a lot of food. The moment was heartbreaking for Willow. Wow, you're just being mean, aren't you? You know, the meal that Lin Lang ordered was at least 1,000. With the money from this meal, Willow Leaf might as well have bought a new cell phone. Hearing this, Lin Lang opened his mouth to make up. What's wrong? I'm not doing this for your sake. You call that looking out for me? Lu Yi couldn't figure out what the hell was going on with Lin Lang's farcical thoughts at all, and just couldn't help it, giving him a blank stare. However, Lin Lang just continued to speak to himself. That's for sure. I usually eat a meal that can be more expensive than the price you pay for eating out here. Lin Lang said this sentence that was true and no problem, but in Lu Yi's eyes, it was showing off his wealth, and it was still very hypocritical to show off his wealth. But Willow Leaf didn't tear him down. For this kind of person, there was nothing to do but flatter him one way or another so that he could continue to live in his own world. Thinking of this, Lu Yi did not say anything more, right as spending money to buy a lesson. And as for the person in front of him, Willow Leaf said no more. The The two of them were eating quietly the entire time. Lin Lang eating quietly because he had been taught not to talk since he was a child. And the reason why Lu Yi didn't say anything was purely because she didn't want to talk to Lin Lang. When the meal was finished, Lu Yi then called the waiter over. "Check out." As soon as Lu Yi's words fell, the sound of Lin Lang slapping the table was heard. Lu Yi frowned, thinking that Lin Lang hadn't eaten enough and was going to continue ordering. He was about to say that Lin Lang had almost gotten it, but just when he saw all the black cards on the table, Lu Yi felt like he was breathing a little too hard. Willow Leaf looked at the black card on the table and smiled. "No matter how much of a scoundrel I am, I can't let a girl pay the bill, can I?" With that, he picked up his black card and gave it to the waiter. "Use this to settle the bill. There's no password." Hearing Lin Lang's words, Lu Yi struck again. "I can't believe the black card doesn't have a code." Lin Lang looked at Lu Yi's surprised face and smiled instead. He'd never been in the habit of putting a pin on his bank card, let alone the fact that it was a black card that not many people would dare steal. Lu Yi couldn't help but think about how she had just misunderstood Lin Lang, and for a moment she wanted to smack herself hard a few times. She smiled a little awkwardly, looked at Lin Lang and said, "How can this be a good idea? I was originally supposed to pay for it." After all, it was Lin Lang who helped her get her cell phone back. However, after hearing these words, Lin Lang said without a care in the world, "It's fine. It's just a meal. And it's rare for me to have such a beautiful beauty accompanying me at dinner. It's my honor." At this time, Willow Leaf beamed. "If you had just been that good at talking, you wouldn't have pissed me off." After paying the bill, the two of them walked out of the restaurant. Lin Lang stretched and glanced at the current time. It was still early. "Want to go for a walk? Take a walk? Good." Willow nodded. Inexplicably, she felt that the Lin Lang in front of her was not as simple as she thought. Or rather, Lin Lang's identity was not actually an ordinary person. For a while, the woman's gossipy heart as well as her overflowing curiosity was prompting her to have more contact with Lin Lang. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Yi didn't hold back from asking, but Lin Lang reached out and touched his head again. "Why are you so cute?" A little confused by Lin Lang's compliment, Lu Yi simply dodged it. "Can you not touch your head? Hey, I have a boyfriend." Hearing Lu Yi actively admit it, Lin Lang was actually a little surprised in his heart. If you go by a portion of women today, they would never volunteer the words after seeing their black cards. But I didn't expect that Willow Leaf would take the initiative to say it. This instantly made Lin Lang's favorability towards Lu Yi rise again. "Wow, touching your head is a sign that you're cute, yeah. And if your boyfriend doesn't agree or has a problem with it, it's totally okay for him to come to me and I'll talk to him." When Willow Leaf heard this, she inevitably wanted to laugh a little, but she cursed on her lips. "Nuts. Hey, how dare you call me a psychopath? You've got some guts. Humph. Just scold you." Watching Lu Yi walk inside a shopping mall, Lin Lang was about to go after him when he heard his cell phone ringing. He took out his cell phone and answered the call as he chased after them. "Young master, when are you coming home?" Su Mayor called. Lin Lang frowned. "What's wrong?" "I'm still outside. Something's up. Mayor misses you. Young master, you come back quickly." Lu Yi noticed Lin Lang on the phone and walked over to him, reaching out to cover his mouth. Well, Lin Lang looked at the mischievous Lu Yi and directly hung up the phone, walking menacingly towards Lu Yi. Seeing that Lin Lang had hung up the phone, Lu Yi then revealed a mischievous smile. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he hemmed and hawed and giggled for a while. "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't just cover your mouth." After saying that, without waiting for her to say the following, she saw Lin Lang directly reach out and pull her back, smiling evilly. "If you want to have contact with me so badly, that's just fine. Come with me." Saying that, and not caring what resistance Lu Yi had there, Lin Lang directly hooked his lips and smiled, reaching out to take her hand, and the two of them walked forward together. Seeing that he couldn't struggle with Lin Lang, Lu Yi could only follow him as he walked behind him, and even though he didn't say anything the whole time, Lu Yi inexplicably felt that Lin Lang was still in a very good mood. After about 5 minutes, Lin Lang led Lin Lang to a secluded place, and when she took a closer look, it turned out to be a particularly secluded park. Coincidentally, there was no one inside the park right now, and Willow inexplicably liked it here. Both sides of the strong fragrance of flowers. Walk over to see. Those flowers are blooming very beautiful. One by one, they all compete for color, so that Lu Yi is very like. Seeing Willow Leaf's face full of happiness, it made Lin Lang hook his lips and walk next to her. "I didn't expect that, but you like flowers too." After Lu Yi heard this, she gave Lin Lang a blank look. "Isn't this nonsense you're saying? How could I not like flowers?" With that, Lu Yi stopped looking at Lin Lang and instead walked towards another place. While walking deeper into the park, he seemed to see a cat in a trance. However, just as Yanajiba intended to go after it, he realized that the cat had long since disappeared. Lu Yi looked towards Lin Lang, and her look of resignation was such that Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. When will I give you one? Don't want you to send it. Lu Yi reached out and dodged Lin Lang's hand, looking at Lin Lang and grunting. Seeing that it was getting late, Willow Leaf opened her mouth to say goodbye. Anyway, thanks for today. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my cell phone. Willow Leaf spoke in a serious manner, talking as if they wouldn't see each other again in the future. Add a WeChat. Lin Lang opened his mouth to offer, and after thinking about it, Lu Yi reached out and took out his cell phone, adding his friend. Well, I'm off. Watching Lu Yi leave, Lin Lang then followed. When it was time to get home, it was after 7 o'clock in the evening. The moment Su Meier saw that Lin Lang had returned home, she stood up violently, walked over to Lin Lang, and reached out to wrap her arms around Lin Lang's waist. Young master, you're finally back. Hearing Su Meier's voice, Lin Lang frowned. He knew that Su Meier had a delicate voice, but in this delicate voice, there was a crying tone. What's wrong? Lin Lang frowned, looking at Su Meier in front of him, completely unaware of what had happened. Could it be because he hadn't been home for a day and Su Meier wanted to cry because she missed herself? But Lin Lang quickly denied his thoughts, because the way Su Meier looked at herself was more than just missing. It was more of a complaint. Humph. Young master, you hung up on me today. I'm really aggravated. Oh. When he heard hanging up the phone, Lin Lang first froze for a moment, as he had absolutely no recollection of when he had hung up Su Meier's phone. But then again, as if for a split second he hadn't even thought about it when Willow covered his mouth today. He just hung up the phone? Lin Lang was a little unsure of what to do for a moment. After all, he really did hang up first. Okay, Meier, good girl. I have something going on today. That's why I hung up the phone. Don't be sad, okay? Only after hearing Lin Lang compromise did Su Meier stop crying. But looking at Lin Lang, still teary-eyed, amused him so much that he couldn't help but laugh. You're annoying. You're laughing at people when they're so sad. Su Meier directly stretched out her small fists and pounded on Lin Lang's chest. Fine. I won't laugh. Lin Lang watched as Su Meier finally stopped crying. Then he sat on the sofa and looked at Phoenix on the side. How is it? Did you talk about things today? Phoenix nodded. Well, the initial investment agreed upon so far is 5 million. With an additional 10 million going in if it feels right in the middle of the day. Lin Lang thought about it and didn't think there was much of a problem, so he just nodded. When he was still planning to say something to Phoenix, he was directly pulled by the corner of his shirt by Su Meier's hand. Young master, Meier misses you so much. Listening to Su Meier's intentionally elongated tone, a disgusted expression immediately appeared on Phoenix's face, but she still didn't say anything more and directly rolled her eyes. Missed me? Yes. Then go. Lin Lang hugged Su Meier and walked straight upstairs, and the two of them returned to their room. Early the next morning, Lin Lang saw that Phoenix was already sitting on the couch, raised his hand to look at the current time, and froze his entire body. It's only 6:30 a.m. Why is Phoenix up so early? Because Director Zhang said that if it's convenient for you, young master, he would like to start the movie as soon as possible. As soon as possible? Yes. Try to get over there today if you can. Lin Lang was full of questions. What's the point of going over there now? Have you found all the actors? It's only been less than half a day. And if they say they've got all the actors, that's really fast to say the least. Phoenix, however, dismissed it outright. No, Director Zhang didn't ask you to go and start filming straight away. He just asked you to go and cast the movie. At least Lin Lang was a person of status, and Lin Lang had the ability to choose what kind of person to play with. Thinking about this, Lin Lang found it a bit interesting. I had only heard that filming TV casting was fun, and I had thought that I wouldn't be exposed to these things, but I didn't realize that I would have to actually experience it myself. Thinking about this, Lin Lang's mood was much more pleasant. Looking directly at the Phoenix in front of him, he hooked his finger. Let's go. Join me with little master. Phoenix nodded and didn't refuse, getting into the car with Lin Lang, but at the same time, he didn't forget to report. Young master, the construction of the entertainment clubhouse will be completed in about half a month or so, and then it's time for the decoration. Young master, do you have any opinions or views on this aspect of the decoration? Lin Lang thought about it and directly opened the door, directly to the atmosphere. How to look high, how to come. However, just after saying this, he backtracked. No, it's better not to be too rustic, just follow your aesthetic. I still believe in you. Saying that, Lin Lang patted the Phoenix on the shoulder, showing that he trusted the Phoenix. Yes, young master. Seeing that he was about to bring the crew, Lin Lang opened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the crew where people were coming and going. A lot of people. Lin Lang had just walked down and saw several beautiful women, but since the place was rather crowded, he didn't have time to take a closer look and walked straight down the hall. Phoenix walked over and gave a word to the receptionist, who politely pointed her in the right direction. Young master, this way. Lin Lang followed behind Phoenix, observing the pedestrians coming and going along the way. After all, some of the most genuine things can also be seen in the way these people behave under normal circumstances. Lin Lang walked to the third floor, and to his left was a conference hall with a relatively large venue. He walked in, and only then did he hear Phoenix's voice coming from behind him. Young master, it's wrong, it's not here. However, he didn't expect that Lin Lang had just planned to exit when he heard a voice from behind him. Hey, don't go away. Why did you go away? Lin Lang frowned, thinking for a moment that he wasn't talking about himself, and when a slightly painful touch came from his shoulder, he realized that he was the one who was talking about himself. Something? Lin Lang directly opened his mouth to inquire, only to have the man in front of him open his mouth to mock him. Yo, what? You don't recognize me, brother? Must I know you? These days, I didn't think there were still people who didn't recognize me. That person's tone was full of mockery. Hearing Lin Lang was very unpleasant. The Phoenix hadn't received Lin Lang's order, so naturally, it also stood still and was silent. Lin Lang carefully observed the person in front of him. His looks were indeed rather handsome. His angular face coupled with a pair of peach blossom eyes, completely the male lead of a modern idol drama. But it's the tone? It's a little big. Lin Lang was here for casting today anyway, so he might as well have a good time with him. Thinking of this, Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. I wonder what to call it. Listen carefully, brother's name is Kai Shuchang. Lin Lang frowned. The name Kai Shuchang hadn't really heard of it. Was it because he hadn't watched the drama for a long time? But thinking of this, Lin Lang didn't say much and just nodded. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? When you hear my name, you nod your head and that's it? Kai Shuchang looked at Lin Lang and became more and more irritated. His purpose today was to put down these small roles that were stealing the second male role from him, or else it would be bad if the role went to another family. But he did not expect that the person in front of him would not be suppressed at all, which made Kai Shuchang very upset. Do you know how all these people reacted when they heard my name? Lin Lang shook his head. I didn't see it. How would I know? Of course, this sentence was just a thought in Lin Lang's mind and was not uttered. These people hear my name and call me brother. That's a must. Got it. Lin Lang nodded again. This kid, Kai Shuchang, is a bit on fire. Hey, I say, are you a kid with a brain problem? Since you know all about it, are you dumb? Hearing these words, Lin Lang nodded once again. Seeing this, Kai Shuchang directly reached out, and was about to hit Lin Lang, when he directly heard the assistant's voice. Now, everyone be quiet. In a moment, Mr. Lin will come to participate in the casting, so everyone have an eye for it. Upon hearing these words, Kai Shuchang then reached out and pointed at Lin Lang. Count yourself lucky and let you go for now. After saying that, he directly walked over to the sofa and sat down, with the appearance of a big star, making Lin Lang unable to resist shaking his head. It seems that these recent fire up these small characters really poor. More and more will not do. Even Phoenix couldn't help but open his mouth to complain. Young master, just let him be that rampant? Yo, our ice beauty also knows to sympathize with your young master. Lin Lang reached out and picked Phoenix's chin. His eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. Don't worry, his future career in show business is considered to be broken in my hands. Saying that, Lin Lang directly walked inside a room and sat down, while Phoenix sat behind him. Lin Lang circled around the room, which was more of a performance hall than a room, and looked particularly large. When Zhang Jimo saw Lin Lang, his entire body stood up and greeted him. Lin Xiao, you're finally here. Originally I didn't want to bother you with such small things as casting, but after thinking about it, I think it's better to leave the decision to you, so that you'll be comfortable with you in the movie, right? Director Zhang is so thoughtful. Soon, the actors all walked from the conference hall to the performance hall, and just as Kai Shuchang was seeing Lin Lang sitting on the podium, his entire mouth dropped open, with an unbelievable look. It seemed as if he wanted to rub Lin Lang in his eyes. Zhang Jimo obviously didn't notice this and just opened his mouth to make polite remarks. However, just when he heard the last sentence, Kai Shuchang fell into his chair all of a sudden. Our casting today is still mainly decided by our Lin Xiao, so I hope everyone does well. First place, on stage. Lin Lang skimmed a glance at Kai Shuchang and never looked at him again. After all, Lin Lang already knew what would happen to this kind of person the moment he told Lin Lang to stand still. He shifted his eyes to the first beautiful woman on stage in front of him. Hello director. Hello Lin Xiao. My name is Lu Ruoshi. I'm a newcomer, and I'm here today because I've had a dream of being an actor since I was a child. Hearing Lu Ruoshi's introduction, Lin Lang looked at her time figure once more. It doesn't match her face at all. Lu Ruoshi's whole body is kind of especially small, giving people a feeling that they want to take care of it in their hands. but the body is just so very imperial that when you look at it, your nose bleeds. Maybe it's the legendary childlike giant are you? Seeing this, Lin Lang nodded. Audition for the movie based on the actor you want to try. It doesn't matter how good looking or fit you are. What you need, in the end, is strength. Sunflower is a modern day funny script, but it's very visceral. All people are after the point in their lives where they can shine. And what do you do when manually possessing a sunflower book to help you shine early? Lu Ruwashi quickly got into the mood for the role she wanted to try out. A supporting role in it. It's not a big part, but it's a big part. It is a freshly graduated female college student who started to reign as an elite woman in the workplace by obtaining the sunflower treasure tree. Now Daryl Liu is playing exactly what she was after she became an elite. Looking at this mature look, the pride and confidence in her eyes, if anything, was completely at odds with her somewhat shy and coy look when she introduced herself. So after watching Lu Ruwashi's entire performance, Lin Lang directly spoke. It's just you. Remember to stay later. What? Everyone was stunned alright. Doesn't casting usually involve watching everyone's performances and then combining their abilities and picking the best from among them? Why look directly at it and be able to set it right? The people on stage who also wanted to try out for the role immediately wilted when they saw that they had already been cast. It was also the first time Zhang Jimo had seen this kind of selection method, and his entire body was slightly stunned. Opened his mouth and closed it when he intended to say something. On the contrary, Lin Lang certainly had his own considerations in his heart. I'll start with my casting approach. The people on the stage thought that there was still a chance when they heard these words, and immediately silenced their voices, looking at Lin Lang in a serious manner. After I watch a person's performance, if I think it's okay, then you'll be inducted, and when you're done, you'll be in the fray again, killing each other, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Ah, my God, how can you be so mean? It's so intense. The people on the stage are starting to worry in droves, because they are nonetheless worrying about whether or not they'll pass, and whether or not they'll be able to keep the seat after they do. Thinking about this, the expression on one's face became even more grim. Originally, he was very nervous inside, but after hearing these words, the people under the stage were originally still chatting, but this time, they also had no idea of gossiping. Immediately after that, it's player number 2. I didn't expect that number 2 would be Kai Shu-chan. Right after Kai Shu-chan came up, he glanced at Lin Lang, and that expression was about to cry. In his heart, he must be regretting to death right now why he was so arrogant with Lin Lang in the first place. And now, well, this casting opportunity is directly lost. But, despite this, Kai Shu-chang is still trying to figure out a solution. Good day, Lin Xiao. Good day, Director Zhang. Lin Lang had a cold expression on his face and didn't react in any way. And seeing this, he didn't know whether it was because Kai Shu-chan's mental quality was strong enough or because he was a good enough actor as a person. Still licking his B-face now, he began. So you, sir, are Lin Xiao. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. Non-committal. If he's not young Master Lin, does anyone else present have a young master named Lin? Immediately afterward, Kai Shu-chang continued. When I saw you just now, I knew that your identity must be that of a big shot, so I put on a show for you in advance. And I hope that Lin Xiao will forgive me for not having time to tell you about it just now when the situation was so urgent. Looking at the way Kai Shu-chan was nodding his head right now, Lin Lang couldn't help but applaud directly. This is just awesome. This reason, this excuse, it's just a snap. It's completely unscripted. Zhang Jimo, on the other hand, was outside of the situation the entire time, as he had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Only to hear Lin Lang nod his head and say, since you've already performed, then next. Lin Lang said indifferently, as if it didn't matter whether he watched his performance or not. It didn't matter at all. When Kai Shu-chang heard this, he was going to regret it. Straight away, he spoke hastily. Don't, Lin Xiao. I think I still didn't play well just now. I hope you can give me another chance. Acting. What? Act? Kai Shu-chang was staggered for a moment. Could it be that big brothers were all so unforgiving? Kai Shu-chang thought for a moment that he had met Bull, and acted directly on the script. It had to be said that his acting skills were still very good. At the very least, he was able to make Lin Lang get into it. And for a while, Lin Lang wondered what would happen if he recruited Kai Shu-chang. Lin Lang thought so and did likewise. Straight away, he hooked his lips in a smile. You're in. What? I can't believe I made the cut. Kai Shu-chang knew that he had been right in thinking that he had indeed met Bull. The people on the stage were stunned for a moment after seeing the situation. Were they able to get a chance by tearing into the big man? How can that be? Is it a mistake to recognize? Yeah, just now Kai Shu-chang said that. How can Lin Xiao still recruit him? Could it be that young Lin is a generous man? Believe me, there's no way such a big brotherly figure can be forgiven so easily. the casting continued. And the people in the back were all relatively ordinary and didn't attract Lin Lang's attention. So let Zhang Jimo choose whatever he wants. It's just some minor unimportant roles anyway. The final female lead, however, is still undecided. I'm still in the process of talking about it if it's a female lead. Talk to who? Lin Lang was actually quite curious about the female lead's appearance. After all, there was a kissing scene in it. Currently it's talking to popular young flower Song Zhou. Song Zhou? Lin Lang thought about Song Zhu's appearance in his head, and was rather satisfied when he noticed that innocent and cute face. And, well, at least it's a newcomer who's just started out, so it should be a lot better than those who are veterans inside the showbiz industry. Okay, she's it. Whatever it takes. After saying that, Lin Lang seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth to add, by the way, if Song Zhu's schedule doesn't work out, you can negotiate with me and I'll help you out. Okay Lin Xiao. For some reason, Zhang Jimo's heart was particularly solid when he heard Lin Lang's words. After seeing Lin Lang leave, Kai Shuchang quickly chased after him, handed him a bottle of mineral water. Lin Xiao has worked hard. Come have a glass of water. Lin Lang glanced at the mineral water, followed by Kai Shuchang directly unscrewing the bottle and handing it to Lin Lang. Lin Xiao, I beg your pardon for having offended you more just now in the conference hall. After seeing the sincere attitude of Kai Shuchang admitting his mistake, Lin Lang then mockingly laughed. Maybe this is human nature. After knowing each other's identity, all the patterns of getting along will change. Thanks. Lin Lang kinda gave face to a sip of water, and when he saw Kai Shuchang's face full of smiles, he continued to speak. The acting skills are good, and if the character is good, it can be cultivated properly. Well, good character. For sure. Hearing this succession of assurances from Kai Shuchang, Lin Lang didn't say anything and directly laughed lightly and left the spot. Phoenix began questioning Lin Lang as soon as he sat down in the car. Does young master really want to properly train Kai Shuchang? When Lin Lang heard the Phoenix's question, he didn't answer directly and instead looked at the Phoenix in front of him with a smile on his face. Phoenix was a little frightened by this smile, and after mentally wondering if he had asked a question he shouldn't have, he saw Lin Lang directly reach out and gently pinch his jaw. Immediately after that, he came closer to her and whispered in her ear, "Why? Our Phoenix can really care more and more about me lately. Falling in love with me?" Phoenix's entire face smoldered at the question, and for a moment her eyes didn't know where to look. Young master. Phoenix's heart had begun to race, and her entire body was in a nervous session. Seeing Phoenix's appearance, Lin Lang stopped teasing him and directly laughed softly and spoke. It's good to fall in love with me, but one has to be brave enough to admit it. When he finished, Phoenix was the only one who began to think deeply. In love? No, right? In love? Phoenix pondered on the matter all the way until after he had returned home. However, she did not forget one important thing. Young master, tomorrow we're going to the ribbon cutting for the shoot. Got it. Lin Lang casually answered and returned to the bedroom. At this time, Su Meier quickly ran out and loudly inquired towards the living room. Where's the young master? Where's the young master? I clearly heard the young master's voice just now. Everyone in the living room, however, didn't bother with Su Meier. I don't know if it was because Su Meier was really annoying or because they were all busy with their own things. Seeing that no one answered, Su Meier could only go alone to look inside Lin Lang's bedroom. Just reaching out to knock on the door, Lin Lang opened it straight away. Something wrong? Reaching out and leaning on the door with a gangly look, he almost made Su Meier's two eyes peach blossom. Young master, I miss you. Su Meier opened his mouth to be pampered, but Lin Lang just reached out and touched his head and spoke. Be good. I have things to do. Hearing this, she tried to reach out and look her head inside, but was directly stopped by Lin Lang. Young master, do you not love me anymore? Looking at her pouting lips, Lin Lang just calmly spoke. Be good. Go play by yourself for a while. I'll come find you tomorrow night. No matter what. Having finally received a promise, Su Meier reluctantly returned to her room, and Lin Lang just lay on the bed, alone, with his eyes closed, asleep. When the next morning came, Lin Lang felt a sweet fragrance inside his room, which made him open his eyes and look at it. When he saw Phoenix organizing her clothes in front of him wearing only a black nightgown, Lin Lang felt a burning sensation all over his body for a moment. That feeling, it's been a long time. Lin Lang directly reached out with one hand and carried Phoenix to the bed. Phoenix, who was organizing her clothes, was not prepared at all, and for a moment the sky was spinning and the whole thing was scared to death. Hastily reaching out to hold Lin Lang's neck, this posture of the two people looked very ambiguous, and that just achieved the effect Lin Lang wanted. Hooking her lips in a light smile, she said, "Why, so wanting?" However, he didn't give Phoenix any chance to answer at all and went straight for it. Watching the always serious and cold Phoenix in his own hands, being aroused to the point where both his faces turned red, made Lin Lang feel a sense of fulfillment. Young master, I don't want it. Young master, we're going to cut the ribbon. Not going. An hour later, Lin Lang had just finished and gotten dressed when he heard his cell phone ringing. Young Lin, we need to cut the ribbon today. I wonder if I need to send a car to pick you up. No need. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lang took Phoenix with him and made it to the car. I never would have taken you if I hadn't been short of an assistant who could counsel. The Phoenix was filled with doubt, and after thinking that he had done something wrong, that was when he heard Lin Lang's following words. I didn't want anyone to see the ever-cool Phoenix at all, but it was so beautiful now that she was all red in the face. So saying, Phoenix's cheeks reddened even more. Finally arriving at the place where the ribbon cutting was to take place, Lin Lang got out of the car and saw that Lu Ruoshi was standing at the same spot, looking at herself. Lin Xiao. Lu Ruoshi greeted Lin Lang and then led him to the place where the ribbon cutting was taking place. On the way out, Lin Lang did open his mouth to inquire. Director Zhang asked you to pick me up? No, it was me who wanted to come. After Lu Ruoshi said this, she was shy. Seeing this, Lin Lang reached out and stroked his chin, looking at the person in front of him with good humor. I've always wanted to thank Xiao Lin for giving me this opportunity, because I've always been a runner in the crew, and I never thought I'd have the chance to be able to play a supporting role now, so I'm very happy. Thank you, Lin Xiao. As he said that, he saw the girl Lu Ruoshi actually bowed, making Lin Lang feel that he was cute for a moment. For a particularly simple little girl, Lin Lang could always generate a kind of forgetfulness that he wanted to protect. No need to thank you. Work hard, and in the next movie, I'll make you the female lead. Really? Lu Ruoshi's eyes were about to light up, but then, as if feeling a little overexcited, he awkwardly reached up and ran a hand through his hair. Thank you, Xiao Lin. Well, don't thank me. You've been saying thank you since you saw me. Oh, if you really want to thank me, come up with something real. After saying these words, Lu Ruoshi was petrified for a moment. Lin Lang, on the other hand, ignored her and walked over to the ribbon cutting. Young Lin, you're here. Zhang Jimo greeted Lin Lang. In fact, they had originally set the time at 8 in the morning, but now it was already 10:30. If it was mainly a newcomer, Zhang Jimo would have to scold them and cry, but for such a big name Lin Lang, not only could he not scold them, he could only lick his face and greet them. Lin Lang, on the other hand, nodded his head indifferently and looked at the things in front of him, which were quite well prepared. Once the series of processes were completed, it was time for the most important step, the ribbon cutting. Young Lin, please. Zhang Jimo and Lin Lang, one on each side, held a large pair of scissors and cut the colorful banner down the middle. After this step was done, the stage erupted in applause. Throughout the entire time, though, Lin Lang had noticed something that wasn't right. That is, he noticed that Lu Ruoshi was out of sorts the entire time, a condition that puzzled him. But it was just a small role, and Lin Lang didn't care too much about it, and just went about his business on his own. About the time he was about to leave, he was just about to leave when he saw Lu Ruoshi squirming over Lin Xiao. Lin Lang stood still and looked at Lu Ruoshi walking towards him. When he was still 3 steps away from Lin Lang, he stopped walking. Lu Ruoshi looked at Lin Lang in front of her and opened her mouth, but then closed it again. After repeating this several times, Lin Lang was getting a bit impatient, planning to just turn his head and walk away if Lu Ruoshi kept this up. However, at the last minute, Lu Ruoshi spoke up. Lin Xiao, I could use some actual thanks with you. Hearing these words, Lin Lang subconsciously staggered for a moment. He thought he had heard wrong. However, upon seeing Lu Ruoshi's current shy expression, he realized that this matter might be what he thought it was. Now, why turn down someone who offers to come to your door? This is not Lin Lang's style at all. Okay. After Lu Ruoshi heard these words, her face turned even redder. Embarrassed, she looked at her and spoke. Yes. Then, realizing that he might have said the wrong thing, he spoke up again in a hurry to add, no, it's not. Lin Lang looked at her with good humor, wanting to know what words could come out of her mouth for a moment. Soon, however, she was seen continuing to add, as long as you have the time, Lin Xiao, I can do it. When she finished, she looked down and smiled sheepishly. Lin Lang squinted his eyes and probably understood what this girl was thinking. Nowadays, in the entertainment industry, if you don't have some connections, or even if you don't accept the subterfuge, then basically it's very hard to climb up. Almost impossible to climb up. Though there were a few leaks, and before her eyes, Lu Ruoshi was totally looking at Lin Lang's status, seeing that Lin Lang was a big shot, so she might as well sleep with someone like Lin Lang. After seeing Lu Ruoshi's thoughts, Lin Lang hooked his lips in a smile and reached out to hand her a bank card. Pick the best star hotel presidential suite and wait for me tonight. After saying that, he didn't forget to throw a wink with Lu Ruoshi, looking as flirtatious as he could be. However, Lin Lang didn't care in the slightest and directly got into the car with Phoenix. Phoenix looked at Lin Lang a little less than right after he got in the car. Lin Lang naturally noticed it, but he favored not taking the initiative to ask, instead waiting for Phoenix to ask. What kind of character is Phoenix again? How can he not be able to hold down the gossip heart in his heart, wanting to know the truth of a matter? So, the two were just in a state of you don't ask, I don't ask the whole time. Until he returned home, the Phoenix still hadn't asked, and Lin Lang hadn't used his eye of true vision to probe. Lin Lang returned to his room and rested for a bit before he started rushing to the address that Lu Ruoshi had sent him. Lu Ruoshi chose a really good one. Room 701 of the Shangjing mansion. Seeing this room, Lin Lang's entire body was in a black question mark condition. Is this fucking bullying him for not understanding what's going on in the Grandview residence? Making do with a deluxe standard room? Is this how Daryl works? Lin Lang was very reluctant to go for a while, because Lu Ruoshi was completely going against her will. However, after thinking about it, Lin Lang still directly walked out of the room and drove to Shangjing mansion. When he reached the door, he saw Lu Ruoshi already waiting for him at the front desk. For a while, Lin Lang's heart was still a little warm. For the first time, he saw the opening of a room, but there was still a woman waiting for her outside. Lin Lang walked up, and before he had the chance to speak, he saw Lu Ruoshi's eyes reddened, like an aggrieved little white rabbit. What's wrong? Lin Lang's heart also softened as he looked at Lu Ruoshi in front of him. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, the front desk said that there's no way to open the presidential suite if you don't show your ID and prove your status. Hearing this, Lin Lang realized the pissiness of these hotels, which was completely looking at people. Lin Lang for a moment directly reached out and pulled Lu Ruoshi, walked to the front desk, reached out and slapped his ID card in front of the front desk. Open a room. Presidential suite. Hearing this arrogant voice, the receptionist lady was also very upset, frowning and looking at Lin Lang in front of her, looking like she was trying her best to restrain her anger. Sir, I'm sorry, for the presidential suite, we need to check your identity, based on your ID. Lin Lang mocked. What? Nowadays, people with money but no status can't even get a presidential suite. Hearing this, the front desk lady's face was a bit not very good, but still maintained an awkward and unobtrusive smile. Sir, I'm really sorry about that. It's a hotel rule. When Lin Lang heard this, he directly nodded his head. Okay, want an identity right? Lin Lang directly handed over his ID card and spoke. Lin Lang, check it. About a minute later, the front desk lady was seen with a sad face. About 3 minutes later, the receptionist was seen to be filled with embarrassment. Sir, I'm sorry, we can't check your status in the city on our end. Lin Lang gave a direct mocking smile. Just kidding, my identity is something you can inquire about just because you want to? Immediately afterward, Lin Lang spoke again. Go online and check. The young master of the overseas Lin family. What's his name? The receptionist's entire body was stunned when she heard this. Oh, good. Overseas Lin family? The receptionist started to brainstorm while checking. If it was really the young master of the overseas Lin family, then hadn't she offended a big shot? She couldn't help but shiver at the thought. After seeing that the identity on the top of the computer screen was indeed true, the seriousness on the whole face immediately hung on. But then a thought struck her. The man in front of him said he was an overseas Lin family. So was he really? Sir, may I ask what kind of identification proves that you are Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family? Then he awkwardly opened his mouth to add, after all, there are really quite a lot of people with the same name these days. Originally, he thought Lin Lang would get angry, but he didn't expect that instead of getting angry, he even reached out directly and took out a black card. When I say I am, overseas Lin family, no one dares to impersonate. Upon hearing Lin Lang's words, the receptionist was inexplicably shocked by this serious aura. What kind of aura was this? It simply made people resist the urge to kowtow and worship. The front desk lady managed to hold herself down and immediately nodded her head as if pounding garlic. Yes, sir, please wait a moment for trouble. By the way, sir just got a room already. Would you like to return it? You can still get a refund for a room you got? If Lin Lang remembered correctly, it should be non-refundable. The front desk lady smiled bashfully. Of course other people can't be refunded. But you, sir, are our hotel's distinguished VIP, you can be refunded. Just now, the presidential suite was not allowed. But now it's directly honored VIP members? How come Lin Lang didn't know about this? Did the hotel get a free membership for the room? Lin Lang directly raised his eyebrows and smiled. No more returns. It's for you and your boyfriend. Enjoy it while your period is just over. After saying that, he directly brought Lu Ruoshi up to the room. Only left the receptionist lady alone petrified in place. For a moment did not know how to handle themselves. just face full of burning feeling for a long time down. Lu Ruoshi followed behind Lin Lang, her entire body shocked and confused. Overseas Lin family she did know, and Lin Xiao she also knew well. Yet, she never made the connection between the two because it was simply quite implausible. And, it was unimaginable to all. The person next to you is the world's invisible rich man. Who can stand this? Nonetheless, Lu Ruoshi would have to follow Lin Lang to do a little bit of shy things in a while. That totally made her more nervous. Just walking into the room, Lu Ruoshi couldn't care less about how luxurious the room was. Her mind was full of this matter about Lin Lang's identity. So much so that he forgot to stop walking and accidentally bumped into Lin Lang's back. Immediately, Lu Ruoshi reached out and covered her head, picturing her name in her head in case she'd been knocked into a concussion. The whole thing was a relief at the thought that he was still able to remember what his name was. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, his eyes were red. She was beginning to wonder what Lin Lang's back was made of, and how it could be so hard. And Lin Lang's entire body was about to die of laughter when he saw Lu Ruoshi make this move. How can there be such a stupid woman? Does it hurt? It's okay. Lu Ruoshi pretended to be fine, but her reaction couldn't be fooled. And looking at her aggrieved face, she knew that something was definitely wrong. Lin Lang reached out and hugged Lu Ruoshi in his arms, reaching out to rub her head. Only after about a while did this look at Lu Ruoshi again. Now Lu Ruoshi's whole face is turning into a monkey's ass. That redness. It could be a red light when placed at an intersection. Lin Lang smiled and looked at Lu Ruoshi. His eyes were full of teasing. He wanted to see just how red Lu Ruoshi's face could get. However, Lu Ruoshi didn't do what Lin Lang thought she would do, but instead looked directly at Lin Lang and started to undress. Lin Lang was staggered for a moment, but watched with good humor. Watching her undress, Lu Ruoshi's face was still red, but when she looked at Lin Lang in front of her, there was more determination in her eyes. She was getting determined in her eyes for the sake of being famous, and she looked like she was completely ready. When he saw Lu Ruoshi standing naked in front of him, Lin Lang still couldn't help but gulp. From the outside, it looked like Lu Ruoshi was tiny, but I didn't expect that her body, unexpectedly, was so material. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva, then looked at Lu Ruoshi in front of him with a smile on his face. Thinking about it? Daryl nodded. Well, think about it. To make a price with her body for the sake of red, this is not just Lu Ruoshi's idea alone, but the idea of most people. Again, a cruel stereotype within this circle. In order to prove that she had really thought about it, Lu Ruoshi even walked directly to Lin Lang and reached out to take Lin Lang's hand. Feeling the soft hands rubbing against his palms, Lin Lang's heart itched. He couldn't wait to reach out and pick up Lu Ruoshi, then threw her onto the bed, reaching out to undress himself as he opened his mouth. You have to know that since you fucked with me, you won't have a chance to regret it later. After saying this, looking at Lu Ruoshi who had already closed her eyes, Lin Lang knew what he meant, pressed right up against her and began to move. Early the next morning, Lin Lang was woken up by the system beep in his head. Drop. Given that the host's successful female conquests have not reached 90 points, 100 points will now be deducted. As soon as he heard about the deduction of points, he was so frightened that Lin Lang sat up directly. What? Points? Deductions? Lin Lang hadn't thought at all that this system could even have deductions for points. This was a bit too much for Lin Lang to take in. Increase points. Can't add. He recognizes it, but, just as Lin Lang was about to theorize with the system, he heard the system's annoying voice ring out again. Dropping. Congratulations to Quality for completing the task given by the system. Points increased by 1,000. Now we get the egg. Please ask if you come to open it. A slap in the face and a candy bar? Fine. Lin Lang recognized it. He nodded, and saw that the egg in his hand was gleaming. It wasn't long before the eggs were smashed. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the egg and obtaining a dog beating stick. A dog fighting stick? What's it for? A dog fight? Hearing the question posed by Lin Lang, the system gave a reasonable explanation regarding the dog striking stick. The dog beating stick can only be used on one person, depending on the current number, and after using it, the person it is used on will be beaten one after another for 3 days, and even lose all his money and become a beggar. WOC? That's too bad. If this move was used on Lin Lang, he would be crippled if not dead. Tough. Really tough. Just as Lin Lang was lost in thought, Lu Ruoshi had already gotten up, sitting on the bed and looking at Lin Lang's back in a daze. Just when Lin Lang turned around and the moment their eyes met, Lu Ruoshi's face immediately turned red. Looking at Lin Lang, his eyes were evasive and he was even a little afraid to look at him. Lin Xiao, you woke up? Well, did you sleep well last night? Lin Lang looked at Lu Ruoshi if he had a point, and only after receiving an affirmative answer from her did he stand up and put on his clothes with the intention of leaving. Seeing this, Lu Ruoshi was a bit flustered in her heart and spoke directly. Are you leaving, young Lin? Lin Lang paused and twisted his head to look at Lu Ruoshi. What? Can't let me go? No. If young Lin has something to do, he should go first. After walking out of the room, Lin Lang went straight back home. Frowning, if speaking according to the usual operation, as soon as Lin Lang returned home, he would see Su Meier walking towards him, but in the past 2 days, why didn't he even see Su Meier's figure? Could it be because Su Meier was in a low mood and didn't have time to see herself? But on second thought, that can't be right. Lin Lang walked upstairs and reached out to knock on Su Meier's room. Meier, open the door. The door was quickly opened, and when he saw Su Meier's face full of unhappiness, Lin Lang's entire body fell in a daze, completely unaware of what exactly had happened. What's wrong? Humph. Has young master been busy lately? Su Meier said in a bad mood. In her heart she wanted to close the door, but there was no way to close it because Lin Lang was already standing at the door. All that could be done was to beep and walk straight back to the room. Looking at Su Meier's appearance, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips in a smile and followed Su Meier into the room, reaching out to close the door in the process. Meier, I've really been busy the past 2 days. Can't you see I didn't even come back last night? Che, that's not busy. That's clearly you've got another dog. Hearing these words, it had to be said that Su Meier was really well informed enough to know even where she went last night. However, when he thought of this, Lin Lang suddenly thought of something else in his heart. How did you know where I went last night? Su Meier froze in place awkwardly. If Lin Lang didn't remember wrongly, yesterday's matter, apart from Phoenix's words, there was no outsider who knew about it. And, according to Phoenix's relationship with Su Meier, there was no way that she would tell Su Meier about it. If it did leak, there was only one possibility, and that was the hotel last night. Thinking of this, Lin Lang's eyelids fluttered, eyes narrowed, falling back on the knowledge of the answer. Oh, would the Lord Mayor still tell you about me? Lin Lang's eyes narrowed. His eyes were glowing at the moment. He was actually mentally prepared when he saw this news. But I didn't expect it. But, why hadn't he seen the catfight between the two of them before? Lin Lang once again used his eye of true vision to look at it, and only then did he realize what was going on with this matter. Zhang Jiji originally didn't have that much in mind. However, just yesterday, after learning that he was planning to shoot a movie, that's when he made his plans. So, in collusion with Su Meier, he began to work inside and outside, observing his every move. Thinking of this, Lin Lang instead laughed coldly and looked at Su Meier in front of him. Calm down. It's a woman, he told himself. Not to be hit. Still, the fire in his heart was not held back. Step by step, he approached Su Meier, his feet making heavy footsteps. Young master, what's wrong? He could really pretend. If Lin Lang didn't have the eye of true sight, he would probably still be kept in the dark. At that time, not to mention their own whereabouts. It is estimated that even the family property are able to be cheated out of Su Meier. Lin Lang was very calm at the moment, just reaching out and cupping Su Meier's jaw, his eyes staring straight at her. Young master, it hurts. Su Meier's eyes are about to overflow with tears, looking at this pathetic look, when it can be by virtue of this look into the family. Just thinking about this, Lin Lang couldn't help but be angry. I thought I treated you well, but since you found a better underling, get lost. Lin Lang's tone was resolute, without any room for discussion, but Su Meier wanted to fight a little more. Young master, don't kick me out, please. When Su Meier heard those words, tears immediately slid down her face, filled with sadness and remorse. What did you do earlier? Lin Lang snorted. Oh, not kicking you out and keeping you at home to frame me for murder? You're really good. Even if you climbed into my bed, you're still planning to hoodwink me? This is impossible. After saying that, Lin Lang directly turned around with the intention of leaving. He felt disgusted wherever Su Meier was. However, to his surprise, he was grabbed by Su Meier's sleeve. Young master, I was wrong. Upon hearing the commotion over here, everyone walked out and looked over. Lin Lang didn't care about them. He just walked directly to Su Meier. Know your mistakes? With me, Lin Lang, there's never a chance to learn from one's mistakes. A dog can't change its ways. That's an unchanging truth. Saying that, Lin Lang continued to speak and added, By the way, tell that person in your family that since he did such a thing, he should bear the consequences. Lin Lang, can't be punked by just anyone. After saying that, Lin Lang never looked back at Su Meier again and directly returned to his room. After seeing Lin Lang leave, Phoenix then walked directly to Su Meier's face. Looking at her face now full of aggression, she directly reached out for a slap. Pop, crisp and loud. It haunted the room. Next to her, Lily was going to reach out and stop it, but thought better of it and held back. Lily's room was right next door to Su Meier's. and although the soundproofing in the house was very good, the training she had received since she was a child had caused her ear to be much better than normal people. So there's a clear understanding of what's going on over here. Phoenix, who the hell are you to hit me? Sue Mayer changed her just now soft and weak appearance, and now she was just looking at the Phoenix in front of her with a reddened face. She was inflicting all of her temper all over Phoenix. But despite this, Phoenix still had a serious expression. Eyes coldly staring at Sue Mayer. On what grounds? What do you mean by what? Based on the fact that you fucking moved someone you shouldn't have. Come down with me. Phoenix directly carried the back of Sue Mayer's head, lifted and walked downstairs, followed by a raw pull to the door. The back of the theater watchers followed them to the door. Don't look at the Phoenix, usually especially cold. Looks like she doesn't care about anything. In fact, when she starts a fire, basically no one can control it, except for Lin Lang. Of course. However, since Lin Lang had already given up on Sue Mayer, it meant that Sue Mayer was no longer important. Phoenix directly pushed Sue Mayer to the ground with a handful of anger in her eyes. Sue Mayer, now we'll settle new grudges and old grudges together. The young master is reluctant to make a move. That's because he sees you as a woman. But I, Phoenix, never show mercy. Immediately after that, there were various muffled grunts from Sue Mayer. At least it was someone who had gone through the training of the Lin family, although it didn't have the same killing ability as Lily's. Right, but basically the hands-on ability was all there. So this now heavy kicking on Sue May's body had overwhelmed Sue May long ago. Phoenix looked like he was furious to the extreme. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to lay his hands on him so lightly. Knowing that she was watching Phoenix dying, Lily then walked right over and reached out to stop her. Sister Phoenix, almost done. If you fight anymore you'll die. I'm going to beat her to death. Seeing that Sue Mayer was about to pass out, Phoenix felt a tug on his arm. I fucking told you. Young master? The Phoenix froze in place. She was in no way expecting Lin Lang to come out and stop himself. Lin Lang glanced down at Sue Mayer before he directly reached out and pulled Phoenix home. Incidentally glancing at the crowd watching from the side, he opened his mouth and commanded, "Call him and tell him to lead the people away." Immediately afterward, reached out and threw a business card to the floor. After hearing about this mission, Lily didn't dare to delay. Knowing that, she reached out and picked up the business card on the floor and called it. "Hello, is this Mayor Zhang Jiji?" "I am. What can I do for you?" "It's like this. I'm the maid of young Lin's family. Our young master asked you to come here." Lily's words were still relatively mild, and Hecharan was a little hard of hearing and reached straight for the phone. "I'm from Lin Xiao's family. Lin Xiao asked you to come over and take Sue Mayer away. You don't need to enter the home. I'll put the person at the door for you." After saying that, without waiting for an answer from the other side, he just hung up the phone. Ran, why are you like this? In case the young master. Before Lily could finish her words, she was directly blocked by Hecharan's words. "What about the young master? Do you think the young master would be afraid of such a character? Or do you think that with the young master's status, you can't speak to the mayor like that?" Lily couldn't answer in the face of Hecharan's bellowing question. Because what Hecharan said, every word of it made sense. Seeing this, Lily stopped arguing about anything and just looked upstairs a little worriedly. And after Phoenix followed Lin Lang upstairs, he was asked a question directly by Lin Lang. "Why so grumpy? The Phoenix I know isn't like that." Lin Lang stared into the Phoenix's eyes, waiting for an answer with good humor. With regards to Sue Mayer's matter, Lin Lang had long since stopped being angry. After all, it was just a woman. With Lin Lang's status, what kind of women can't he find? Would he still need her? It's simply not going to happen. In response to Lin Lang's question, Phoenix glanced at Lin Lang. His temper had gradually faded, and he directly opened his mouth to answer. "I have a grudge against her." This was something that everyone knew. Yet for this answer, it was something that could not be put off Lin Lang at all. Even though Phoenix had a grudge against Sue Mayer again, it wasn't so bad that he would directly carry someone out the door and beat them up. Lin Lang knew why, and he, for one, was going to make Phoenix say it himself. However, looking at Phoenix right now, it looked like he wasn't going to be able to answer the question properly. Then in that case, Lin Lang would have no choice but to use the killer weapon. He slowly approached Phoenix directly and whispered in Phoenix's ear. "Why? Are you going to answer? Or am I going to take you to bed and we'll answer properly?" Hearing those words, Phoenix's originally serious face immediately turned red, followed by watching her face rapidly turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In response to Lin Lang's further approach, Phoenix quickly surrendered. "Don't. I admit it. As your personal maid of young master, I think I should resist this kind of behavior. So in order to show those people, I just have to do this." Hearing this answer, Lin Lang was still not satisfied, but he didn't continue to press the issue. After all, Phoenix, the person, himself, was not the one who said that kind of thing. And only when Phoenix saw that Lin Lang didn't continue to pursue the matter did he catch his breath and look at him in front of him. "Young master, are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" "No." No sooner had the words of the two men's conversation fallen than they heard noisy voices coming from outside. Hearing this voice, Lin Lang knew that it seemed to be Zhang Jiji coming. Just when Zhang Jiji saw Su Meier being beaten to death and lying on the ground, his heart was shocked. Then he looked at the person in front of him and frowned. "What's going on? Lord Mayor?" Su Meier left behind 2 lines of clear tears. However, just the moment she cried out, Zhang Jiji probably knew what was happening. That man was always so smart to learn about them in the first place. It's really worthy of being the successor of the overseas Lin family. And he, Zhang Jiji, since he was able to make it to this position, then he is certainly not a vegetarian. After adjusting his facial expression, he reached right up and knocked on the door. "Is Lin Xiao in?" "I'm Zhang Jiji." The person inside the door naturally didn't open the door after hearing his voice. Instead, he Charan directly said at the door, "Lord Mayor, just go back and remember to bring Su Meier with you." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jiji did not hold his status as the mayor at all, but instead spoke in a gentle tone. "Let me in. I have something to explain to your young master." However, Charan did not give him the slightest chance and directly opened his mouth to refuse. "There is nothing to explain. Since you have done that kind of thing, you have to bear the corresponding consequences, our young master." Before Charan could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Lin Lang. "Open the door. Young master, how can you let him in?" However, Lin Lang didn't give too much of an explanation and directly watched Zhang Jiji walk in, followed by sitting on top of the sofa by himself. Zhang Jiji similarly followed and did the same, looking at Lin Lang in front of him, his mind having already thought of what to say. "Lin Xiao, I think you may have misunderstood me. I didn't consider Su Meier's character at the time. This is my fault. But what Su Meier did was also something I didn't expect at all." "Do you know what Su Meier did?" Lin Lang snapped. Zhang Jiji was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Lin Lang and awkwardly reached out and touched his nose. "I was unaware of it. But, based on Su Meier lying on the ground and looking at the injuries on top of her body, I can rather see that she should have made a big mistake. Worthy of a mayor, even when he speaks, he is able to guess all the way." This was something Lin Lang didn't want to get into with him. Instead he hooked his lips and smiled. "Since you've said so, then I can't say anything. It's just that I'm psychologically aware of what every person does, so it's better not to be too confident in front of me." Lin Lang knew that Zhang Jiji would understand, so he simply stood up directly and looked at the person in front of him. "Take Su Meier away, and don't come back later." When he finished, his eyes narrowed and he simply left the living room. "Lin Xiao." Zhang Jiji was still planning to say something, but Lin Lang no longer gave him the slightest chance. He opened his mouth and held back what he had wanted to say. Seeing that all 5 people present were looking at him, Zhang Jiji was also a bit embarrassed. Lowering his head to hide his humility, he stood up and took Su Meier away. The family was gone in a flash, and everyone couldn't have been happier. This would probably be a little harder on the heart if it were any other person walking, but the person who left was Su Meier, so there was not a single sad person in the press. Early the next morning, Lin Lang followed Phoenix to the filming location. If nothing else, it would have been possible to film today. However, Lin Lang's car had just arrived. When he saw a large number of reporters gathered around, it was simply more intimate than seeing his own father. The driver saw this situation, was going to turn around, but this front and back are people. The car does not dare to move a bit. If not careful, this is going to kill. Lin Lang also frowned when he saw this situation. Lin Lang looked at the Phoenix and directly opened his mouth to inquire, "What's going on here?" Phoenix was also dumbfounded. Looking at the situation outside, he quickly shook his head. "I don't know either." Down. This was the first time Lin Lang had faced so many reporters, and when the group of reporters saw Lin Lang walking down, each of them couldn't wait to walk towards Lin Lang. "Hello sir, may I ask if you're Lin Xiao, the investor of this sunflower bowl? According to some sources, it is claimed that you are Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family. May I ask if that is true? Why is the heir to the overseas Lin family coming to shoot a movie? Could this be a factor of examination for inheriting the overseas Lin family? Young Lin, may I ask what exactly is your status?" "Sorry, our young master doesn't accept interviews." As soon as Phoenix's words were spoken, a portion of the reporters were seen shifting their attention to Phoenix. "May I ask if you are the person who identifies as Lin Xiao? Is it a fiancé? Is it a girlfriend? Is it the maid? Why are you addressing Lin Xiao as young master?" Phoenix was helpless for a while. Dealing with such a group of people made her feel a little bit like she didn't know where to put her strength. That's why this shifted the look of help to Lin Lang. Lin Lang also did not expect Phoenix actually have a handful of times, but hooked his lips and smiled, directly opened his mouth. "Go to deal with it." Investigate these people's units and positions. Contact Butler Lu. All dismissed. And, if anyone dares to break the news at will, then let her starve to death. Lin Lang's eyes were ruthless when he said this. Not at all like he was when he was teasing and making fun of Phoenix. However, the Lin Lang at this moment was exceptionally handsome. Yes, most of the media at the scene heard the words and couldn't help but frown as they directly opened their mouths to provoke. Mister, can you really do whatever you want based on your status? Oh, why not? Then, since you feel up to it, please tell us who you are. Otherwise you are not qualified. When they heard what the person in front of them said, the people on the side couldn't help but cast sideways glances, because they also wanted to know if the person in front of them was the Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family or not. However, listening to the tone of the person in front of him, he felt that he was a big shot and didn't dare to mess around with him, so he could only open his mouth to ask Lin Lang. Lin Lang's face was fine when he heard this question. Then why don't you report your identity? I can give you a reasonable explanation. Rico from Capital Business News. Li Kuo was full of arrogance. Just because the Capital City Business News was a place that numerous people couldn't even enter if they wanted to, so every time people asked her where she was high up, she would answer proudly. Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. This was because he didn't beat up women. Otherwise, he would have kicked Li Kuo away long ago. How would he still give Li Kuo a chance to prove himself? The words had already been spoken. Lin Lang instead called Lu Butler directly. Capital City Business News, Li Kuo, 10 minutes to do it. Yes, young master. Lin Lang's temperament. Butler Lu still understood. So after hearing Lin Lang's words, he quickly called Capital City Business News and demanded that Li Kuo be fired. The wait was always boring, and a sidebar was started. Do you guys think the person in front of us is Lin Lang or not? I don't know, but whether it is or not, looking at him like that, he's really handsome. It does look handsome, and the woman next to him looks beautiful. How about that? Can you compare? Hey, but if it's really Lin Lang, then wouldn't we all be in trouble? Or let's run away, so we don't really get into trouble then. Goon what? Sit down. Just like that, Lin Lang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Kuo in front of him after getting the exact news from Butler Lu. Call your supervisor and ask if you've been fired from the company. Li Kuo obviously didn't believe it and directly said, Che, why would I call? Do you think I'm stupid? However, just as the words were finished, he heard his cell phone ringing. She picked up her cell phone and glanced at it, just in time for her boss to call. Hey, manager. What? Dismissal? Are you serious about this? Aha. After hanging up the phone, everyone present was silent, looking at Lin Lang without a word, with an expression as surprised as if they had seen a ghost. They could never believe that Lin Lang actually had this ability. So in that case, is he really Lin Lang, the heir to the overseas Lin family? At the thought of this, each one of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Overseas Lin family? Ah, what a powerful existence that was. As soon as they thought that all of them had offended Lin Lang, it was as if countless Chaonima flashed through their hearts. And now they, when they opened their mouths, intending to defend themselves, they had absolutely no idea what to say. Because in terms of their status, they were completely unable to talk to Lin Lang. Believe it now? Lin Lang looked at Li Kuo and said. Then he also didn't look at Li Kuo and spoke directly to the crowd. I can ignore today's matter, but once someone casually reports or says any gossip, you guys know my methods. After saying that, he no longer looked at the crowd, and directly led Phoenix into the studio. By the time he arrived at the shed, Zhang Jimo was already commanding there with his headphones, and it was only when he noticed someone standing behind him that he jerked to his feet. Lin Xiao. Zhang Jimo was filled with shock. What brings you here? Thinking about Zhang Jimo's shock, Lin Lang appeared much more bashful. I heard filming started today, so I came to check it out. Okay, come on, young Lin, have a seat. Saying that, Zhang Jimo was about to directly stand up and give up his director's position to Lin Lang. Lin Lang immediately waved his hand and stated, I'm just here to take a look. I don't know how to shoot TV. This one you just sit down. I'll just casually look around. Good. Immediately after that, Lin Lang saw Lu Ruoshi on stage. Lu Ruoshi obviously didn't anticipate that Lin Lang would actually come, so the moment she saw Lin Lang, her entire body was stunned for a moment. He then immediately threw himself into the role, and was able to quickly get into character in just a moment's time, something that Lin Lang appreciated. What's being filmed now is the first episode, and Lu Ruoshi is merely a supporting character, so she doesn't have a lot to do. At this time, Lin Lang instead looked at Zhang Jimo and opened his mouth to inquire, have you negotiated on Song Zhu's side? When he heard this, he saw the director's face filled with sadness, and Lin Lang knew that it was probably because Song Zhu didn't want to come. Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers. It's fine. I'll take care of it. Not to mention that Song Zhu didn't want to come, Another person probably wouldn't want to come either. Let's take a look at this side of the lineup first. All newcomers from start to finish. Even Lin Lang, who is an investor in his own right. But he's also starring in a TV series and is a brand new white guy. So Song Zhu's reluctance to come was expected by Lin Lang. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lin Lang was quite relieved to hand it over to Zhang Jimo, and then led Phoenix out of the studio. Phoenix, find out where Song Zhu's home is. Hearing this order, Phoenix looked at Lin Lang with a tearful expression. Young master, although I'm talented in this area, but if I don't have a computer, then I'm nothing. After Lin Lang heard this explanation, he then indicated that he knew, and looked at the Phoenix in front of him and let out a light laugh. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Lin Lang awkwardly reached out and rubbed his chin, then directly called Zhang Jimo. Where is Song Zhu's home? 64 Repulse Bay? Lin Lang froze, surprisingly in Repulse Bay. Mind you, his home, too, is in Repulse Bay. He had never known that his villa, as it turned out, was together with Song Zhu's home. Spinning around, he thought of another point, and he had to say that Song Zhu was still really rich. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers. Let's go. Shallow Water Bay. Phoenix also thought this whole thing was a coincidence. The person they were looking for just happened to be in the same neighborhood as them, which could be really nice. In less than a moment, Lin Lang drove directly to No. 64 Repulse Bay, walking up and reaching out to knock on the door. According to Song Zhu's schedule, then she should be free today. But for some reason, just a minute after Phoenix rang the doorbell, Song Zhu hadn't even opened the door yet. Seeing this, Lin Lang was actually a bit impatient, as Lin Lang wasn't a person who liked to wait for others, so he started to directly press the doorbell again. It was only after about 2 minutes that the voice came from inside the room again. Who is it? Who's there? Only after Lin Lang heard the sound from inside the room did he stop continuing to ring the doorbell. Then, the door in front of him was seen to be opened, followed by the appearance of the person in front of him. Lin Lang choked for a moment. So beautiful. One must know that Lin Lang had seen a lot of beautiful women, but the Song Zhu in front of him, that was truly beautiful. And at the moment, Song Zhu has a messy beauty, because at the moment she was wearing a long pink pajama dress. Her hair was messy but not unattractive, and her entire face was unpowdered, but it gave her a feeling of being stunning at first glance. Lin Lang followed the line of sight and continued downward. The erect crispy ferociousness, the slender long legs. After he was about to use the eye of true vision to take a look at the true appearance inside, he was directly interrupted by Song Zhu. Who are you and how did you know about my house? As far as Song Zhu could remember, he didn't recognize the two of them, and the sight of Lin Lang looking at her made her feel uncomfortable. But in her public persona, she just didn't say it. We're from the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary crew. I'm sure you've heard something about this script. Lin Lang didn't like to beat around the bush and say what he had to say. So after hearing Song Zhu's question, he opened his mouth and answered straight away. I was expecting Song Zhu to say that she had read it, but I didn't expect her to just shake her head. I don't know. My assistant usually handles these things for me. After hearing these words, Lin Lang knew why Song Zhu was reluctant to come to the theater. Can we go in? Lin Lang planned to have a good chat with Song Zhu about this script after he went inside. And in the meantime, let Song Zhu understand the script. Because Lin Lang he was confident enough that as long as Song Zhu saw the plot of this drama, she would definitely want to come and play the female lead in this drama. Because no matter which way you look at it, this drama will have a lot of potential. And if he can, he'll put Song Zhu's career on the back burner. Song Zhu was actually a bit torn because he had just woken up from a nap and the inside of his room and stuff was still a messy mess that he hadn't had a chance to clean up yet. And right now there was a man trying to get into his room. So that was a little hard for Song Zhu to accept. But the thought of discussing the script, and on top of that, her usual personality, she was also relatively gentle and not very good at rejecting people. After another glance at Phoenix who was also beside him, he thought better of it but opened his mouth and replied, well, come on in, but the inside of the room is a bit messy. I just got home and haven't had a chance to clean up yet, so don't mind if you guys do. The two of them, Lin Lang and Phoenix, had just walked inside the room when they smelled a particularly nice fragrance. It was a light jasmine scent that was very appealing and gave you the urge to stay in the room all the time. Feel free to sit down. Song Zhu looked over his room and was still dissatisfied because it was just too messy. She's a big star at least, and she wants to save face. The reason why the inside of the room was messy right now was because he hadn't had time to clean it up yet. But Lin Lang spoke up nicely to ease the awkward atmosphere right now. Song Zhu, since I'm already at your house, let's have a good discussion with you about this script. I think you'll be very interested in hearing about this script. After saying that, Lin Lang didn't continue to nag, and directly reached out and took out the script, handing it to Song Zhu. Song Zhu was cooperative enough to reach out and take the script, and after seeing it, realized that it was indeed of interest, and then nodded. I am indeed interested in this script, but as you know, as an artist, you have to listen to your assistant's opinion, and since the assistant didn't help me to take this script, then I think there should be his purpose as well. Hearing these words, Lin Lang instead gave a mocking smile. No, I know why. Phoenix was also staggered for a moment. She had been with Lin Lang all along. When did Lin Lang understand the reason? How did she not know? But on second thought, Lin Lang was at least his own young master, so he couldn't possibly report everything to himself, so he didn't find it strange. And Lin Lang didn't really know. He was guessing and plugging away. How would he know what Song Zhu's assistant was thinking? If Song Zhu's assistant was here, he could still use his eye of true vision to take a look. But the important thing was that Song Zhu's assistant wasn't here, so Lin Lang only had to rely on guesswork right now. Oh, what's the reason? Why don't you tell us? Song Zhou would love to know because of that. Even she didn't know. If I'm not mistaken, Song Zhou, you should have 2 movies in the works right now, right? Song Zhou nodded. Indeed, but really, despite that, she still has enough time to pick up another book, so there won't be any scheduling issues at all. This is also why Zhang Jimo took the initiative to go to Song Zhu in the first place. However, what exactly was it that made Song Zhu's assistant able to give up even Zhang Jimo's directorial script? At this point, Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers, hooking his lips. If I'm not mistaken, the company wants to snowball you. When those words came out, not only Song Zhu, but even Phoenix couldn't help but be surprised. The word hide can be very damaging to a celebrity, especially a newcomer like Song Zhu, who has not been on the scene for long and is having a great career. It's completely impossible. Even Phoenix's mind was thinking, it's over. It's over. This investigation is wrong. However, Lin Lang was filled with confidence as he looked at Song Zhu's expression in front of him. What? Don't believe it? Song Zhu directly nodded. Yes, I don't believe that my performance in the company, although I don't dare to say that it's the best, but I also feel that my words and actions are considered to be worthy of the company, and there's no way that the company will be able to hide me. Humph. Young people, they still don't understand the treachery of the entertainment industry. Since this was the case, then Lin Lang would give Song Zhu a good lesson so that she could understand what the entertainment industry was really like. If I'm guessing correctly, you should have offended some big-name celebrity, and sometimes it's not considered an offense until you deliberately offend her. There are also a lot of celebrities who are looking at you and then targeting you specifically, and that has nothing to do with you personally. So there's a good chance that Star is a big enough name and your company fears that Star and then listens to that Star and snowballs you. When he heard this, Song Zhu had stopped speaking, thinking that he should have already started thinking about the truthfulness of Lin Lang's words. However, it could be seen from among the eyes of true vision that Song Zhu had believed Lin Lang's words, but there's still a little bit of doubt. That is, which Star is actually targeting himself? This was something that even Lin Lang couldn't answer, so he could only continue to speak. What you need to do now is to terminate your contract with the company as soon as possible. When he said the word termination, Song Zhu's eyes became more resistant. No. Why? Lin Lang was puzzled as to why he continued to work for the company when he already knew that the company was going to hide him. Could it be that Song Zhou is too stupid? The company has treated me well, and I wouldn't be where I am today without the company I have now. So that's why it's them who raised me. There's no way I'm going to give up on the company when they haven't abandoned me. And right now there is no definitive proof that I'm someone who has been dropped by the company at this point. So there's no way I'm leaving the company. Once again, Song Zhu made its own thoughts clear. However, Lin Lang felt it was about time she should investigate and give the Song group the truth. By the way, let this stupid woman recognize the situation she's in now. Otherwise he'll continue to work for this company stupidly again. Phoenix, go home and investigate this matter. Song Zhu, dare to make a deal? You say, my man is a computer whiz. And if he calls the second best computer whiz in the world, then no one is allowed to call the first. The reason I'm telling you this is because I'm going to have him look into the matter next. So you should trust the specifics of his investigation. If once you know that the company is planning to snowball you, then you immediately terminate your contract with the company. The liquidated damages don't have to come out of your pocket. I'll pay for it. And subsequently, you'll sign a contract with me, and I'll give you triple the profit of your previous company. This was Lin Lang's ultimate goal. Lin Lang had been very fond of Song Zhu from the beginning, and now that he knew about this, then he wouldn't just let Song Zhu come over to shoot the movie. Good things are only good if you take possession of them. After hearing these words, Song Zhu's brows frowned slightly as Song Zhu felt that this matter was simply impossible and there would be no need to investigate. But in order to let Lin Lang die, Song Zhu nodded. Fine. If what you say is true, then I will agree to your conditions. But the prerequisite is that the results of your investigation must be guaranteed to be true. Yes. Phoenix, don't go yet. Yes, young master. Since the two homes were close enough, Phoenix legged it straight back to the house, now that only Lin Lang and Song Zhu were left inside the room. For a while, Song Zhu felt a little embarrassed by the exasperation. That, Mr. Lin, water? Could be. Just as Song Zhu handed Lin Lang water, Lin Lang intentionally reached out and touched Song Zhu's hand. Immediately afterward, Song Zhu's entire face was seen to turn red, and then he hurriedly sat on top of the sofa. Actually, Lin Lang originally thought it was nothing, but seeing Song Zhu so restrained, he couldn't help but want to molest her. I didn't realize she was so cute when she was shy. She's just adorable. Mr. Lin, may I ask your identity? Why, I've never heard of you before. At Song Zhu's question, Lin Lang was stunned, then let out a light laugh. Since you haven't heard of me, Song Zhu, that proves that you still don't pay enough attention to me. Just pay more attention to me in the future. Hearing that, Song Zhu's cheeks reddened again. Lin Lang took one look and realized that she must have misunderstood the meaning. Lin Lang was talking about paying more attention to the TV news, while Song Zhu was definitely thinking about Lin Lang as a person in his own right. However, since Song Zhu thought wrongly, then Lin Lang had no idea of explaining. Just looking at Song Zhu, he directly opened his mouth and inquired, "Are you usually at home alone? And what do you usually do when you're at home?" After all, the private lives of celebrities were also very intriguing, and even Lin Lang couldn't help but ask about it. "I usually sleep, read, and clean up the house if I'm not doing anything." Immediately afterward, Lin Lang glanced at the room's surroundings. Now that was embarrassing for Song Zhou, hurriedly stood up with the intention of cleaning up, and also opened his mouth to explain. "No, it's not. I came home last night and didn't clean up because I was too tired and planned to clean up today. Song Zhu then tripped over Lin Lang's feet that were placed on the ground, advanced, and lunged his entire body towards Lin Lang's. Aha! Lin Lang stifled a grunt and felt the soft touch coming from his body. Feeling that it was still very good, Lin Lang wrapped his hands around Song Zhu's waist, and with a push on his hands, he directly made Song Zhu sit on his lap. Seeing the situation, Song Zhu stood up almost immediately, but because of the greater strength in Lin Lang's hands, it caused her to be unsteady again, directly kissing towards the corner of Lin Lang's lips. For a while, the room was uncharacteristically quiet, and not a single person spoke. Even Song Zhu hadn't moved. It seems to be a situation that was not expected at all, or was never intended to happen. So for a moment, Song Zhu's eyes were full of dismay, because even she, herself, didn't know what to do. Lin Lang, on the other hand, looked like he was in control, and even stuck out his tongue and licked it. That's sweet. Song Zhu felt the wet sensation coming from his lips, and his entire body widened its eyes and immediately got up from Lin Lang, then sat down on the couch, never daring to move again. Ears are a big red. If this kind of celebrity kiss a mouth can blush, then shoot a kissing scene should do what is good. However, it occurred to Lin Lang that it seemed like Song Zhu had never done a kissing scene before. Thinking about this, Lin Lang inexplicably felt even more favorable towards Song Zhu. Yet, just as Lin Lang was thinking about how to conquer Song Zhu, he heard her voice coming. "I'm sorry just now. I didn't think that it would. Song Zhu would be half a day, but did not come up with an answer. Soli also stopped talking and just kept quiet. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh lightly when he saw this. "It's okay." Nonsense. Lin Lang was the one taking advantage. He even stuck out his tongue and licked Song Zhu. Of course it was fine. However, while Lin Lang was still planning to say something else to Song Zhu, he saw Phoenix directly reach out and knock on the door and walk in. Seeing Phoenix walk in, Song Zhu was directly stunned. She looked at Phoenix and opened her mouth with a face full of astonishment and inquired, "Where have you been? Didn't you go to investigate? How could it be so fast?" Phoenix glanced at Lin Lang, as she didn't know if this matter should be spoken or not, so she nodded as Lin Lang saw Phoenix's sight. "Ms. Song, truth be told, our family is actually in Repulse Bay as well." "What? Your family is actually in Repulse Bay as well?" Song Zhu couldn't believe that there was such a coincidence in the world, but looking at Phoenix's serious reply, Song Zhu was somehow already convinced. And the next most important thing is still to discuss the results of what Phoenix has investigated. After Phoenix saw Lin Lang, he directly handed the document to Lin Lang's hand. He opened it and glanced at it, for he wanted to know whether the matter was in accordance with his suspicions or not. However, right after Lin Lang saw the answer, the slight smile that curled up at the corners of his lips already proved that this matter was completely consistent with what he had guessed. "Ms. Song, don't forget the agreement you just made with me." Lin Lang was reminding Song Zhu that he couldn't forget what he had just told him. Song Zhu shrugged. "Non-committal. What she is, no matter what, is at least the status of a public figure. It is impossible to do anything out of the ordinary in front of these people. Despite the fact that Lin Lang's identity was potentially unfathomable, it was impossible for him to expose his own unpleasantness like those city slickers. But to be a person always still need to keep a heart. This is Song Zuer's assistant told her. Now Song Zuer use has been very skillful. When Song Zuer opened the folder after seeing the information on it, her whole body froze, because she couldn't believe the fact that what she saw was exactly the same as what Lin Lang had just told her. Thinking of this, Song Zu did produce a guess. She looked at Phoenix, her eyes filled with questions. Are you sure that the results of your investigation are really true? Phoenix frowned. No one would ever question their findings. Not even Lin Lang, but the person in front of him directly opened his mouth to question? This made Phoenix's heart skip a beat, but nodded with the same lack of humor. Of course it's true, but then, Phoenix then opened his mouth to add, if Ms. Song really doesn't believe in the results of my investigation, Ms. Song can go to the hackers outside to help participate in the investigation. Then the results of their investigations end up being the same as mine, and if they're not, then it proves that there's a real problem with their abilities. It had to be said that Phoenix's tone was still quite big, and after Song Zu heard Phoenix's words, he inexplicably already believed that every word Phoenix said was true. Song Zu glanced at the person in front of him and spoke directly. The situation is true. In fact, at the end of the day, Song, despite knowing that he has offended a major celebrity and has been given a snow job by his company. Either way, it was a little hard for her to think about it. How about that? Since you already know the outcome, you should fulfill what you just said. After hearing Lin Lang's words, Song Zu's eyes dimmed for a moment. Soon, though, the shrewdness returned. It can be honored, but I need to know who you are before I end the contract. At the end of the day, he was also someone who had worked his way up from inside the entertainment industry, and Song Zu now knew exactly what he was doing, because there was no way she was going to put her future in the hands of someone who didn't know what she was fighting for. As for Lin Lang, after hearing this question from Song Zu, the entire person raised an eyebrow instead. Not bad. Not too stupid. Since you've decided to fulfill your promise, I'm not afraid to tell you. With that, Lin Lang reached out and handed Song Zu a business card. Lin Lang, overseas Lin family. With the simple introduction, the whole person froze for a moment after Song Zu heard it. She thought at first that she had misheard, but when she saw the 4 big words on the top of the business card, the whole thing seemed to have understood something. The entire group looked at Lin Lang with jaws agape, their eyes full of dismay. On the contrary, it was Lin Lang, who was a bit more calm. Just looking at Song Jo, he hooked his lips slightly. Don't look at me like that. I'll take it as you're already infatuated with me and want to come home with me. When she heard those words, Song Zu's entire face flushed. However, he quickly returned to normal and asked Lin Lang a question. Why did you choose me over the other stars? After all, there are still a lot of stars out there. Ones who are better than Song Zu, ones who work harder than her, ones who act better than her, and ones who can talk better than her. But why? Then, had Lin Lang chosen himself? This was still a good question to answer, and Lin Lang looked directly at Song Zu. First of all, because you're good looking and my type. In fact, Lin Lang didn't have a specific type of person he liked. As long as he found it pleasing to the eye and looked good, then it was completely okay. However, as long as they didn't like it, then no matter what they did, it was impossible for Lin Lang to notice. So in this age of faces, face value is important. Secondly, it's your acting skills that suit the heroine persona of this drama. I think it would be very different if you were to play it. Right when Lin Lang had just gotten this script, the first person that came to mind when he saw the female lead persona was Song Zu. In the end, that's when you're new enough. Because it's new, it's pure, in mind, soul, and body. There was a lot less hooking up as well as that feeling of seeing through the world, which Lin Lang loved. Now, Song Zu's question, Lin Lang had sort of answered it in a clear and understandable way. And next, it was Song Zu's time to answer Lin Lang. Are you willing to terminate your contract with your old company? Song Zu didn't expect Lin Lang to just come up with such a direct question. Song Zu thought about it and didn't have any hesitation. I'm willing. Lin Lang and Song Zu were both staggered for a moment, not expecting this moment to be so much like a wedding at all. But those don't matter. Since you're willing, then you'll sign with me. Hearing these words, Song Zu looked at Lin Lang, and the two of them locked eyes. Even though Song Zu couldn't see what was really inside his eyes, a woman's sixth sense told her that Lin Lang wasn't a bad person. So upon hearing this question from Lin Lang, he instead nodded directly. Could be. This time she was smart enough to know to answer in a different way. Okay. Lin Lang snapped his fingers, looked at Song Zu in front of him, and directly stroked her head. Since you've agreed to be with me, I'm going to help you push off all the work on your end right now. And don't even think about anything or the consequences. I'll take the consequences. For some reason, Song Zhu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a little when he heard Lin Lang's phrase, "I'll bear the consequences," but it was simply ignored by her. And then the next thing you have on your schedule is only one, and that's to be in charge of filming Gua's Sunflower Bao Dian. I promised you before that your salary would be 3 times that of your original company. You are completely assured of this. I, Lin Lang, will definitely not go back on my word. After saying this, Lin Lang saw that the situation on this side was almost over. Then he looked at Phoenix and directly spoke. Take her to the theater group, and you can take care of the rest, because Lin Lang was, next, going to make a trip to see Song Zhu's company. Don't think that Song Zhu's company must be small because she can't even offend the big names, but her company is actually still the biggest within the entertainment industry. Yet it is precisely this that makes the influence of Song Zhou on them all the more evident. If Song Zhou has enough strength or backing, then I don't think their company would ever snowball Song Zhou. According to Song Zhu's current development trend, in less than a year, that would definitely be a bullish existence within the entertainment industry. However, they gave up. That's because they don't have the vision. In that case, don't blame Lin Lang for coming out to rob them. Lin Lang came directly to the downstairs of their company, walked up to the front desk, and spoke. I want to see the boss of your company. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? Hearing this, Lin Lang laughed instead. No. I'm sorry sir, you can't enter without an appointment. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed. Then he directly said, oh, your boss is really such a big shot. Then tell him that I'm Song Zhu's new boss. Song Zhu has already decided to sign a contract with me. It's up to him if he sees me or not. Saying that, Lin Lang was not in a hurry and directly sat on the side of the sofa, watching the receptionist make a call. When the receptionist hung up the phone, she fell back and said with a smile on her face, Sir, our boss invites you up. Lin Lang didn't waste any time and directly followed the receptionist to the door of their boss's office. The receptionist reached out and knocked on the door and spoke. Mr. Liu, I've brought the people up for you. Come in. Lin Lang walked in and glanced at the so-called general manager Liu. A transparent panel appeared right before your eyes. Name, Liu Yuanshan. Personality, intelligent. Skills, business acumen LV4. I have to say, the business acumen is still relatively awesome, but it seems like it's planted here in Song Zhu. Seeing Lin Lang sitting directly on the sofa, he didn't say much, but only frowned and spoke. I don't know what you call yourself. Sir, last name is Lin. Hello Mr. Lin. I'd like to ask what happened to your statement that you are the new owner of Song Zhu? Are you kidding me? Song Zhu was clearly an artist of their company. How could he have a new boss now? Even if they want to snow Song Zhou, then they can't change the owner. They have to wait until the contract expires. However, it is because of this unwritten rule in the entertainment industry that many celebrities can't get their hands on liquidated damages and just waste years of their youth for nothing. It led to his own acting career, and that was the end of it. Lin Lang was unwilling to see Song Zhu like this, which was why he directly stepped in to give a hand. If you're going to snowball, why can't I dig in? Mr. Lin, that's true, but do you know? Before Liu Yuanshan could finish his words, he was directly gagged by Lin Lang's following. Oh, what do I know? All I know is that you guys don't want Song Zhu anymore. Can't Song Zhu get a new boss? And, isn't it just a matter of liquidated damages? How much do you need? Just ask. Lin Lang wasn't the kind of person who was murky. Since the other party was planning to ask for money, then it would just quote a number, and as long as Lin Lang had it, then it would absolutely give it. And even though Lin Lang didn't, then his family must have. If he can't afford to pay this default payment Lin Lang, then no one in the world can afford to pay it. Are you sure? You want to snatch Song Zhou? Liu Yuanshan's eyes revealed a dangerous light, as if he was threatening Lin Lang. And Lin Lang was most unafraid of threats, directly crossing his legs and speaking, isn't it just an actress? What's so uncertain about it? It's marrying her that I can do without thinking about. Lin Lang said, directly reaching out and throwing a bank card onto the table. It's $10 million up there. If it's not enough, just ask. 10 million. That's $10 million. For a soon-to-be snowed-in actress. Liu Yuanshan's breath stuttered. He kind of couldn't believe that Lin Lang was actually willing to spend $10 million to have an actress. Of course, because of this, Liu Yuanshan was even more reluctant to give it. Looking at the person in front of him, he directly hooked his lips and smiled. Song Zhu was at least an employee of our company. You just snatched it away. Are you sure you can eat it? Lin Lang hooked his lips in mockery. Already not wanting to have too much interaction with the person in front of him, just took out a business card from his pocket and spoke. This is my business card. If you can't afford to eat, you can contact me. By the way, all the events that Song Zhou picked up at your company, all of them are cancelled. And I won't ask you for Song Zhou's paycheck this month. I can afford it. With that, Lin Lang didn't even look at Liu Yuanshan and directly turned around to leave, leaving Liu Yuanshan alone. He looked at Lin Lang's back as he left with a dumbfounded expression. Damn. So rampant. I'd like to see what kind of identity you have. However, just as Lu Yuanshan had used the pinch on himself the moment he saw Lin Lang's business card. Surprisingly, it's the overseas Lin family. Lu Yuanshan this time was offended by the wrong person. He had never expected that Lin Lang of the overseas Lin family would even look at Song Zhu. If he had known, then he would have given Song Zhu to Lin Lang even if it was a gift. How can you let Lin Lang directly pull out money to rob it? It's obvious that the nature is already different. But it was too late to regret now, because Lu Yuanshan had already said those words to Lin Lang. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanshan directly gave himself 2 slaps, telling himself that he had said the wrong thing. After Lin Lang left the company, he went straight back home. Today is also considered to be busy a whole lot of things. Just returned home. If in accordance with the past situation, it is Su Meier directly up to hold their own. But because of Su Meier's departure, Lin Lang was now just sitting on the sofa, reaching out to put his arm around Lily. Immediately afterward, the system opened its mouth and prompted, "Drop, host, your dog beating stick is about to expire. Please ask if you want to use it." WOC? Still expire? Lin Lang was a bit incredulous, and after thinking about it, he really hadn't used him yet. Yes, please select target. Zhang Jiji. Since Zhang Jiji had done that kind of thing to himself, it was time for him to taste the taste of being punished. It must be nice to go from mayor to being pulled to the bottom of the barrel. Lin Lang thought to himself, and that's when he heard Lily calling out to him. "Young master, Qian Qian is calling you." Only then did Lin Lang return to his senses and look at Lin Qian in front of him. Straight away, he reached out and wrapped his arms around. "What's wrong? Young master, I just wanted to ask you, are you coming tonight?" After Lin Qian said this, her entire body lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to look at Lin Lang. Lin Lang thought about it, but he himself hadn't rested with Lin Qian for a long time, and after thinking about it, he directly nodded. Good. Seeing that it was already nighttime, Lin Lang came to Lin Qian's room instead. Just as he walked into the room, he smelled the scent, which was different from the scent he smelled in Song Zhu, but that very light scent. Lin Lang wasn't sure what the scent was, just thought it still smelled really good. "Young master, you haven't accompanied me for a long time," Lin Qian said, and the flash of bloom in her eyes made Lin Lang's heart ache. Reaching out to touch Lin Qian's head, he spoke. "No, I've been a bit busy lately, and as you can see, I've been away from home." However, without waiting for Lin Lang to finish his words, he saw a smile gradually appear on Lin Qian's face. "But it's good too. At least you're by my side now, young master." With that, Lin Qian spoke her thoughts. "You know, young master, these past few days I've been thinking about what my days would be like right now if I hadn't met you at that time. Young master, I would have had an older brother who was still no good, and the family would still have been in a terrible situation. Working hard every day on my own to earn money to support my family. It's really hard to live like this. Fortunately God let me meet you, young master. I love you." Lin Lang had just gotten up when he received a message from Song Zhu. The two added WeChat yesterday, so it was easy to get in touch. Morning, Lin Lang. Lin Lang sent an angry emoji over. "Call the boss or have your wages docked." After Song Zhu over there saw this, the corners of his mouth fell into a smile. "Wow, so I got a new boss like that, docking my paycheck at the drop of a hat. So ruthless." Seeing this, Song Zhou continued to send a message. "Hey, it's a pity. If I had known I wouldn't have changed my boss. My previous boss, at least, didn't dock my paycheck." Upon hearing these words, Lin Lang sent a direct message. "Why don't you repeat what you just said?" The payroll deduction was a complete joke on Lin Lang. Would he be short of these jobs? Pressing is impossible. But fortunately, Song Zhou is smart enough to know how to exploit the situation. "Hey, did I just say something?" "I didn't say anything. I've been here quietly chatting with you, boss." After seeing this mischievous remark from Song Zhu, it made Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips in a smile. "A smart man. When you're done packing, remember to make breakfast. I'm going to eat at your house." Lin Lang spoke directly, seemingly not giving Song Zhu the slightest chance to choose. However, Song Zhu wasn't surprised at all after hearing this. Instead, he replied directly and quickly. "Okay, then I'll be sure to let my boss taste my handiwork. And if I can, I'd like you to give me a good compliment, boss." "No problem." After getting up and cleaning up, Lin Lang looked at Lin Qian next to him who had not yet woken up, and simply went straight downstairs. "Good morning, young master." Mu Qingqing was already sitting on the sofa watching TV, and greeted Lin Lang when she saw him coming downstairs. "Morning." He was still in a good mood today. First he had signed an artist, followed by the fact that he could now go to the artist's house for dinner, and now when he thought that he was going to eat Song Zhu's cooking in a while, Lin Lang couldn't help but look forward to it a little. Lin Lang is such a rich man. Is he going to make it to dinner? No, not at all. He mainly just wanted to taste Song Zhu's handiwork. After all, looking at Song Zhu's superficial sloppy appearance, he didn't expect that she would even cook, and he became more interested in Song Zhu. As Lin Lang walked up to Song Zhu's door, he directly reached out and knocked on the door, and saw Song Zhu come up to open the door. This time, when he entered Song Zhu's house, he did find that most of the changes had been made than before. First there's Zhou Song, no longer pimply-faced. The next thing is the layout of Song Zhou's house, which now looks pretty neat from here. It was a far cry from what Lin Lang saw yesterday. Well, that's a nice room. Song Zhu's face immediately reddened as she looked at Lin Lang and directly opened her mouth to explain. Wow, that's not true. My room is actually always clean. Yesterday was just an accident. Then I'm lucky to be able to see the great beauty's accident. Song Zhu hurriedly spoke. No, it's because I'm too lucky to be able to let you, young Lin, see my accident. Lin Lang was so comfortable by this ass-kissing that he couldn't help but reach out and pat Song Zhu's head instead. So good. Talking just sounds good. I cook better then. Song Zhu beamed, looked at Lin Lang in front of her, smiled, and turned around to go to the kitchen. Just wait, young Lin, I'll make a breakfast that will satisfy you. About half an hour later, Song Zhu's words were indeed not wrong, and after Lin Lang saw the colorful and flavorful meal on the table, his entire body nodded in satisfaction. Song Zhu, on the other hand, was all proud and complacent. Well, how did I do? Smells good. I'll take a taste. Saying that, Lin Lang added one of the eggs in the bowl and put it in his mouth to taste it. When Song Zhu saw this expression of enjoyment on Lin Lang's face, he knew that there was absolutely no problem with his cooking. After seeing this, Song Zhu also began to pick up chopsticks and eat. Not a single word was uttered by any of them during the entire breakfast. They were all enjoying their respective bowls of food. Right after a breakfast was finished, Lin Lang then reached out and patted his stomach and spoke. Ah, so full. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a delicious meal. Song Zhu's heart tasted even better after hearing this appreciation. Looking at Lin Lang, he spoke directly. That's because no one has ever said that my cooking was bad. After hearing these words, Lin Lang did catch a very important point. He looked directly at Song Zhu and opened his mouth to inquire. Oh, did you also make breakfast for another man? I don't know if it was Song Zhu's illusion, but in the midst of the words Song Zhu heard Lin Lang say, she detected a full of jealousy. But after thinking about it, Song Zhu felt that it was still a bit unlikely. After all, they were only superior and subordinate, and they had only known each other for a day. No, most of the people who eat my cooking are girlfriends. After hearing Song Zhu's reply, Lin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Then looking at Song Zhu in front of him, he directly opened his mouth and commanded, "Come with me to the theater," said after eating. Ah, Song Zhu's entire person wilted. His original smug stance now immediately gone, because she really didn't want to go to work, and being at home made her feel really comfortable. Can't you even give the last few days of vacation more? Song Zhu opened her mouth, and just as she was about to discuss this matter with Lin Lang, the same important point came to mind. She's a big star. If she doesn't get enough exposure, then can she continue to be hot? No, she's not sure. When she thought of this, it was as if she had been pumped up, and she immediately stood up and went back to her room to start packing her clothes. Just when she pulled a large suitcase out, Lin Lang froze for a moment. He had only asked Song Zhu to go with him to the theater for a bit, but why did Song Zhu look so exuberant? Even carrying out his suitcase? And such a big suitcase. Sen Lin Lang really want to know what this inside in the end is loaded with what things. Surprisingly able to load full of a big suitcase. I just told you to go to the set for a bit. I didn't tell you that you were going to start filming now. If after discussing with the director, you'll probably officially start filming the day after tomorrow, so you don't have to be nervous. I'm just taking you to the crew to meet the director. That's all. It was only after hearing Lin Lang's explanation that Song Zhu took a huge breath. Okay, boss, whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Good boy. The two of them just arrived at the theater together. And this time Lin Lang didn't bring Phoenix with him. Since the Daliko residence is nearing completion, she's busy with things over there right now. When Lin Lang and Song Zhu arrived at the crew, a large group of people's eyes were all on Song Zhu. Wow, I can't believe it's Zhou Song. Yeah. It's really Song Zhou. I didn't realize it was so pretty. The skin is really good. Oh, the handsome guy next to her is so handsome. Oh, wow, it's almost like a man and a woman. Song Zhu had seen this kind of scene a lot, but Lin Lang hadn't been talked about like this much because he disliked it. However, just as he was about to lash out, he saw Song Zhu sidling over to himself. How's it going? Young Lin, did you experience what it's like to be a star? Aha, how does it feel? Not how. This feeling of being treated like a monkey and being talked about. Lin Lang really didn't like it. If he could, he preferred to stay inside his room and just sit. After the two of them walked inside the studio, they saw that the actors inside were filming there. Lin Lang and Song Zhu didn't say anything and directly sat on the side, watching them film. It wasn't until after this one shot was finished that Lin Lang spoke. Director Zhang. Zhang Jimo turned back and glanced at Lin Lang, then looked at Song Zhu next to him, his eyes lighting up for a moment. Geez, Song Zhou. It's still Lin Xiao who has the ability. Since he was able to call Song Zhu between his schedule which is already full. Song Zhu's schedule isn't full at all and is scheduled to be empty. Her current schedule is just for the Sunflower Bowl shoot we're doing. Hearing this, Zhang Jimo was stunned for a moment. He originally suspected that he had heard it wrong, but just when he reacted, he then looked at Lin Lang with a face full of surprise. It can't be. When I first went to find Song Group's assistant, his assistant said that Song Zhu's schedule was already fully booked and there really wasn't any other schedule. That's why I couldn't hire MS Song Zhu this time. But now how? Zhang Jimo hadn't finished his words, but Lin Lang already knew. What exactly was the meaning Zhang Jimo wanted to express? It's true that Song Zhu's schedule was full before, but now since Song Zhu has become an artist of my company, she should have enough time to shoot the script I gave her. What? Zhang Jimo looked at Lin Lang in surprise, with a look of disbelief. But looking at Song Zhu's complete lack of the slightest rebuttal, it was clear what was going on. Still, he was a bit shocked, because Song Zhou is a very hard man to dig, not to mention how rich in resources Song Zhu herself was, but just herself, for their company's heart, was very solid, so it was impossible to jump ship. But now, Lin Lang actually told Zhang Jimo that Song Zhu had jumped ship and was still with him. How could this make Zhang Jimo not think that this matter was actually true? However, since it came from inside Lin Lang's mouth, it was naturally true. Looking at Lin Lang's current serious appearance, he instead directly laughed lightly and spoke. It seems that it's still young Lin who has good skills. Hearing this, Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. Song Zhu doesn't even know if my skills are good or not. How would you know? Hearing these words, Zhang Jimo's entire body was first stunned for a moment. Then looking at the person in front of him, he really couldn't believe what words he had just heard. Since I can't believe it, let's just pretend nothing happened. He smiled and looked directly at the crowd aside and spoke. Everyone stop what you're doing for a moment and let me introduce you all. Hearing this, everyone spoke up. Director Zhang, there's no need for an introduction. We all know. That's right, Zhou Song. Who doesn't know? Director Zhang, you've been brutal for too long. If you had told me that Song Zhu would be here, I would have had to change my underwear today. Just what are you thinking? Take care of Song Zhou in the future. Hearing everyone's words as you spoke, Song Zhu also nodded just a little. When she saw this, Lu Ruoshi also walked towards Song Zhu, looking like she was planning to greet her. Sister Song, hello, I'm Lu Ruoshi, the female co-star of this movie. Lin Lang could tell that Lu Ruoshi was actually a bit nervous in her heart, but she still patiently walked over. And it must be said that there are really no words to describe Song Zhu's charisma. Even a woman can be charmed by her. Hello. Song Zhou smiled sweetly and then didn't say anything more. Looking at the people in front of her, Lin Lang instead hooked her lips and smiled. Well, in that case, let's all get to work and wait for the rest until after work. Lin Lang had spoken, so how could the others dare to say anything more? And they all started the work at hand. It had to be said that Song Zhu's acting skills were really quite good, and at the very least, it was fascinating to look inside Lin Lang's eyes. It wasn't until Lin Lang was needed on stage that he stood up and walked onto the stage. For a moment, the feeling of the spotlight hitting him made him feel bad, in a very surreal way. But despite that, he got right into his act. When the whole show came down, Kai Shuchang did come over doggedly and handed him a bottle of water. By the way, he nodded and said, Young Lin, you drink water. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to praise him. Young Lin, your acting skills are really too good. I've seen many celebrities acting inside the acting circle, but none of them have the same feeling as the way you act. Young Lin. Hearing Kai Shuchang's ass-kissing, Lin Lang instead reached out and propped his hand behind his head, looking at the person in front of him. I have to say, that's a lot of ass-kissing, and he likes it. Finally waiting until the shooting was over. Even though it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Lang still walked over to Song Zhu, looked at her and spoke directly. Let's go. Let's have a meal together. Then I'll be respectful. Oh, Song Zhu winked mischievously, then followed Lin Lang out of the studio. However, when Lu Ruoshi in the back saw this scene, for a moment his eyes flashed with a faint heartbreak, but it was well hidden by him. When Song Zhu and Lin Lang both walked outside, blowing in the cold wind, Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang in front of him for a moment and had the feeling, it's still good to be outside in the air. Somehow, Lin Lang seemed to have captured important information from within these words. Looking at Song Zhu, Slow Chaos curiously opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong? Does the air inside suck? How come Lin Lang didn't feel it? Of course not. It's just that there are too many people inside who care about my status as a star. So it makes people feel a bit depressed. Every word and action is under other people's eyes, and they don't even have a chance to speak freely. Hearing this, he instead saw Song Zhu directly reaching out and patting Lin Lang's shoulder. It's still more painful to be with you, boss, and you can say whatever comes to mind. After saying that, Song Zhou could also be seen giggling a little. Seeing this, Lin Lang reached out and touched her head. Silly girl, no need to be formal in front of me. Almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth, Song Zhou hiccuped. Lin Lang reached out and touched her hand for a split second and froze, saying with a bit of a bitter smile, I've only just finished my words, and you're. Song Zhu directly stuck out her tongue and spat it out, opening her mouth a bit shyly to explain, I've been holding this inside for a long time, so it was hard to type it out. Wow, you burped in front of me. You have a point, don't you? Lin Lang said, but he didn't continue, because both of their stomachs were already hungry to the extreme. Soon the girls went out for a meal together. Because of Song Zhu's identity, she was wearing a mask the entire time, and she didn't even dare to casually look at other people on the road. She was worried that she could be recognized if she made any eye contact with others. It's not that Song Zhou is just too red and too popular, but because the fans, nowadays, are just so capable. It was not easy to walk inside a box before Song Zhu removed his mask, took a few deep breaths of fresh air before speaking. See, being a public figure is such an inconvenience. Just worrying about what happens if something happens. Hello sir, your food has been served. Okay, thanks. After watching the waiter leave, Song Zhu then felt a false alarm. Still intend to spit for a while, then saw the table on the meal. Looks really good. This is even words cannot even care about saying. Directly pick up chopsticks. Began to feast up. Eat slowly. Hiccup. Song Zhu hiccuped again. Hearing this, Lin Lang was already unable to laugh indirectly and quickly helped Song Zhu block the waiter's line of sight. Then came the waiter's voice. Hello sir, is there anything else you need? Hearing this, Lin Lang glanced at Song Zhu again and shook his head. No need, just check out. Upon handing the card to the waiter, Lin Lang then sat down on his seat and looked at Song Zhu on the side. Put your mask and sunglasses on. We're leaving. In order to encounter any unexpected situation in a while, Song Zhu was obedient enough to bring it on. Sometimes, however, it's just true that what you're afraid of comes back to haunt you. Just as Song Zhu and Lin Lang had just walked out, they saw that the entrance had already been surrounded. Upon seeing the duo come out, they immediately pounced forward in a surge. Sunjo, it's really you. Song Zhou, I'm super into you. Can you sign this for me? The two people, Song Zhu and Lin Lang, were confused throughout after seeing this situation, because none of them expected so many people to be waiting for them at the door anymore. And looking at the situation, there's the sense that there are more and more people. Lin Lang frowned a bit irritably, and was about to say something to make them disperse when the large group of people in front of him opened their mouths once more. Song Zhou, I love you so much. Goddess Song Zhou, goddess, Song Zhou do you have any plans to make a drama recently? Song Zhu, have you been on any variety programs? Song Zhu felt that his ears were a bit overwhelmed, and subconsciously reached out and rubbed his ears, opening his mouth to accompany the smile in the meantime. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm just out to eat today. I wonder if everyone can make way. Song Zhu spoke in a particularly polite tone and with a pleading undertone. Maybe that's what you have to do to be a star. However, it was fine if Song Zhu didn't say this, but as soon as he did, the fans in the room immediately gossiped. Song Zhou, who's that guy next to you? Yeah, Song Zhou, so handsome. Song Zhou, could it be your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? Hearing their increasingly far-fetched speculations, Song Zhu couldn't help but have a big head. This was great. Originally they were just blocking themselves from going out, but now they had completely shifted their attention to the identity of Lin Lang next to them. Even though she really didn't have anything with Lin Lang, would the fans listen? Pressing won't. Song Zhu could even imagine the news headlines early tomorrow morning. Shocking. Popular young flower girl Song Zhu meets her mysterious boyfriend secretly late at night. Song Zhu had dinner with a strange man in the middle of the night. Are they a couple? Or is it something else? Song Zhu was seen in a high-profile appearance at a restaurant with a handsome mystery man by her side. No. Her entire body couldn't help but shiver at the thought of those headlines. If these headlines do appear, then will she continue to be on fire? She doesn't want a bit of scandal. Lin Lang looked at Song Zhu's backtracking and probably knew exactly what Song Zhu was thinking in his heart right now. So he helped Song Zhu out since he himself was around. Rest easy everyone. I'm Song Zhu's boss and likewise a colleague of Song Zhu's new drama. After explaining this, Lin Lang seemed to feel that it was still a bit insufficient, so he continued to open his mouth to add more. Song Zhou is also a person who lives a normal life, so I hope that everyone will focus their attention sights more on her works and disturb her personal private life a little less, okay? Song Zhu couldn't help but feel a strong admiration for Lin Lang's words, which were said simply perfectly. Luckily, most of the fans at the scene were fans of the sender. After hearing Lin Lang's words, they appropriately made way for Song Zhu, but their chants still didn't stop. Song Zhou, I love you. Like a mouse loves rice. Song Zhou, I really like you. Song Zhou, I hope you can have a very good future. Then Song Zhu again. After hearing these words, he didn't forget to thank them one by one. Thanks, thank you all for supporting me. I will repay you all with my better works. Thank you all. I'm leaving now. Be safe on your way home. After hearing these warm words from Song Zhu, those fans almost cried with excitement. They had never met such a warm-hearted star before. After seeing this, they all waved their hands at Song Zhu as well. After squeezing out from the crowded place with great difficulty, Song Zhu immediately got inside Lin Lang's car, and only then did he take a big breath of fresh air. My God, it was so thrilling. Lin Lang looked at Song Zhu, who was sitting in the car, and hooked his lips into a smile, reaching over and handing over a bottle of water. Thanks. After Song Zhu finished drinking the water in his hand, he then turned his head to look at Lin Lang at the side and opened his mouth to marvel. Worthy of being my boss? Fast enough to react. The words you said just now were simply fantastic. If I didn't have to take into account the fans in the audience, I would have given you a big shout out to give you a proper commendation. Song Zhu said with a face full of excitement. She didn't even notice Lin Lang's doting eyes. However, Lin Lang didn't give her a chance to show her, and drove directly home. On the way, Song Zhu reached out and straightened her hair before she said afterward, scared me to death. Fortunately I didn't remove my makeup when I just came out of the studio, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. What? Lin Lang cast a puzzled look, then looked at Song Zhu. I am a big star. If I let those fans see my face, then I will not be a disgrace. Although I say that my face is also very good looking. But girls, do not make up out of the door. There is no self-confidence. In the final analysis, it is not as good as put on makeup to look good. Hearing these words, Lin Lang instead reached out and touched his nose. I really don't know where I found such a narcissistic guy. Even when he's worried and scared, he doesn't forget to give himself a good compliment. Yes, you look great veiled, Lin Lang said quite unobtrusively, and then drove down to the shallow bay. When it stopped in front of Song Zhu's house, that's when he looked at her and said directly, you've been filming all day today, so go to bed if you're tired. Don't forget to go on with the movie tomorrow. I'm going to take a nap at home tomorrow, so I won't be going with you. Wow, boss, how can you be like this? A boss who doesn't accompany his employees to shoot is not a good boss. So did your old boss accompany you on the shoot? Lin Lang's question stunned Song Zhu. Still, her reaction was very quick, and she directly hooked her lips and said, so yeah, I'm not kicking him out and replacing him with a new boss. These words made Lin Lang unable to refute, so he could only reach out and touch Song Zhu's head. Be good. I'll go later tomorrow. You go first. Seeing that Lin Lang had said so, Song Zhu had no choice but to compromise. Okay, good night boss. Good night. When Lin Lang returned home, Phoenix was still sitting on the couch, looking like she had something to tell him. Young master, the Duri residence has been built, and it's just waiting for you. Young master, to open for business. Good. Then we'll officially open tomorrow afternoon, and I have some errands to run in the morning. Counting the time, it had been 3 days since the dog beating stick was used on Zhang Jiji's body. On the third full day, Lin Lang woke up to the news pushed on his phone. Mayor of the capital, Zhang Jiji, walks off the job. Lin Lang was so much more awake in an instant, and right after that, he clicked on the news to see the exact situation. It turned out that because Zhang Jiji was inexplicably beaten up in the past few days, his entire mental state was very poor. After one brutal beating, the whole thing completely lost its cool and started fighting back. Have someone cripple the person who hit him? Honestly, the person who beat him up was just a mere hoodlum, and it was totally not worth it for such a person. However, it might be because Zhang Jiji was usually so high and mighty because of his status as the mayor that he just couldn't stand this kind of invisible provocation. But this beating was directly uploaded to the internet by a passerby who took a video of it, and soon someone recognized it as their new mayor, Zhang Jiji. Poor Zhang Jiji has already been unseated as mayor by his superiors and put on probation after only less than 2 months in office. When Lin Lang saw this news, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the bullishness of the dog fighting stick. But there was also a secret pleasure in my heart, and I have to say that this is what happens when you have the so-called intention to investigate yourself. Lin Lang hooked his lips, and soon, he heard the system's voice ringing out. Drop. After hearing this voice, Lin Lang still had a few moments of nostalgia, because within this period of time, the system hadn't moved a bit. It could even be said that Lin Lang had almost forgotten that he was a person with a system. Host, the mission is here. Ask the host to spend $100 million within 3 days. After hearing about this mission, Lin Lang felt that it was trivial. Reaching straight out and snapping his fingers, he said, "Got it. If the host's mission is completed well this time, the system will undergo a complete upgrade, ensuring that the host will have a refreshing feeling." After hearing these words from the system, Lin Lang already carried a great sense of anticipation. Good. Just when Lin Lang had already washed up and was about to go downstairs, he heard Phoenix's knock at the door. "Young master, Zhang Jiji is here." When he heard these words, Lin Lang's entire body was stunned for a moment, because he had just seen on top of the news that Zhang Jiji had already been put on probation. So how could he still come to himself now? But Lin Lang didn't think much about it. If Zhang Jiji didn't want to be put on party probation, then he still had a bit of a way out. After all, his mayor hadn't been a mayor for so long for nothing. Coming. After Lin Lang went downstairs, he saw Zhang Jiji already sitting on top of the sofa, with Lily standing beside him. She spat out her tongue a little awkwardly. "Young master, I'm sorry, I only heard someone knocking on the door, so I opened it. I didn't know the person who came was him." Seeing Lily's guilty look, Lin Lang walked up and reached out to pat her on the head, indicating that the matter wasn't much of a big deal. "What? Mayor Zhang is actually free to come to my place?" Lin Lang sat down on the couch and reached out to peel an orange for himself, then stuffed it into his mouth. Immediately after that, he ate the grapes Lily fed him, and his whole body looked languid, and Zhang Jiji's eyes stung as he saw this scene. Opening his mouth, he laughed to himself. "It seems that I'm the one who is incapable." Lin Lang continued to pretend. "What's wrong? Could it be that Mayor Zhang has encountered something? If you've encountered any difficulties, why don't Mayor Zhang tell me about it? Maybe I can help." Zhang Jiji's eyes twitched, and when he was about to say something, he thought of Su Mayor, but still spoke up. "Doesn't young Lin know that I've already been unseated as mayor by my superiors, so I'm not the mayor of the capital city right now. Young Lin can stop calling me Mayor Zhang and just call me Zhang Jiji, that way I'll still feel better in my heart." Only after hearing Zhang Jiji's words did Lin Lang pretend to look shocked, his voice rising several decibels. "How is this possible? This is completely impossible. I'm the one who brought up your seat in the first place. How can they just say it out? They're not giving me face at all. I have to say." Lin Lang thought that his acting skills were really full of points. Obviously he was the one who had greeted the top in advance to remove Zhang Jiji's position as mayor. But now, pretending to be unaware of the situation, pretending to know nothing, and looking at Zhang Jiji's various expressions of sadness, Lin Lang felt like a thief in his heart. Zhang Jiji narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe that Lin Lang didn't know anything. In any case, the top knew that they were Lin Lang's people, and if they wanted to touch Lin Lang's people, then in the end, they had to go through Lin Lang. That's why everything Lin Lang is doing right now is a pretense. Zhang Jiji didn't care and gave a mocking smile. "It's fine. This matter is really my fault. No matter what, I still have to apologize to you. Lin Xiao, I failed you in cultivating me. Do you think it's just wrong for you to apologize?" Lin Lang narrowed his eyes with a full warning. It had to be said that Lin Lang's ability to read people now was getting better and better. He knew that Zhang Jiji would surely give in. "Lin Xiao, I know that there are still a lot of things I've done that you're not happy with anymore, but I know that it must be too late for me to apologize now." Just when Lin Lang thought that Zhang Jiji was no longer going to apologize, he didn't expect Zhang Jiji to come back with, "But if Lin Xiao allows me to stay in your home and properly repent to you, I believe that Lin Xiao will one day forgive me for my behavior." After hearing these words, Lin Lang's entire face was filled with shock. "What? I can't believe you're staying at my house. I don't know why, but I always found this statement a bit funny. His house has always been a place that only accepts women, and only maids, so in what capacity does Zhang Jiji stay in his house?" Hearing Lin Lang's question, Zhang Jiji's face darkened, then quickly transformed. "Junior Lin is really good at joking. I'm a man, how can I be a maid?" Without waiting for Lin Lang to continue speaking, Zhang Jiji instead began to make a furtive recommendation. "I see that there is currently no housekeeper in young Lin's home. How can a home not have a housekeeper? Especially for someone with a season like you. Young Lin, why don't I become a housekeeper in young Lin's house? The mayor of the capital city is coming to Lin Lang's house to work as a housekeeper?" Lin Lang hooked his lips in mockery. "What? Did you come to my home to investigate me up close?" Obviously, Zhang Jiji's entire body was dismayed when he heard these words, but after thinking about it for a long time, he realized that it seemed that what he had done today looked futile to Lin Lang, because it was simply hilarious, and he, Zhang Jiji, was now a joke. Thinking of this, his face immediately darkened. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, his tone was no longer as good as it had been just now, but he was still restraining himself due to Lin Lang's status. Could it be that Lin Xiao was behind this matter? As soon as those words were spoken, those two men, despite their lack of hatred, were now seared with hatred. What's more, Zhang Jiji had always been envious and jealous of Lin Lang's heart. He hated Lin Lang's identity, he hated Lin Lang's playful attitude. In short, he wanted Lin Lang to lose everything he had, but now the battle looks like he's lost. Yes, not only did he fail, but he failed miserably, because he is now relieved of his position as mayor, and because Lin Lang is now even more pleased with himself. He is living a more colorful life than he ever thought he would. Zhang Jiji, you can't possibly be joking, right? I vouched for you to take office in one fell swoop. If I let them remove you from your position now, then what will the people above think of me? Won't they think I'm playing with their feelings for each other? So this thing, do you think it could have been me? Zhang Jiji was silent. Yes, he wondered if what Lin Lang said was right or not, and at first glance, it did seem to make a bit of sense. However, I didn't expect the following from Lin Lang to come from above my head. I might as well be straight with you. Lin Lang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes filled with playfulness among them. It is true that I did the deed in this case. I asked my superiors to make you mayor, the same way I asked my superiors to unseat you as mayor. Lin Lang paused and then said, because I realized that you don't deserve to be this mayor at all. And as for why, then I think you'll know it very well. For some reason, looking at Zhang Jiji's dismayed expression, Lin Lang's heart was soothed for a moment. And I don't need to say more. Your character doesn't deserve my affirmation nor my support. So, since you've been unseated as mayor, you'll be well on your way back to your home, on probation. After Zhang Jiji heard these words, he stood up directly in excitement, looking at Lin Lang in front of him, and when he was about to say something, his mouth opened but closed again, because he didn't know what to say to salvage Lin Lang's thoughts, because he knew that although Lin Lang was a person who seemed to be careless, but if he was sorry for Lin Lang's people, then in the end, none of them would have a good ending. Lin Lang looked at Zhang Jiji, pondered for a while, and continued, as for what comes next, I think it's already in no way related to you. Don't be obsessed with this seat of the mayor. He stepped closer to Zhang Jiji and looked him in the eye, speaking verbatim, because he can't belong to you in the future. As long as I, Lin Lang, am around, you won't be fucking brilliant for a day. For reasons that I think you should have a little bit of B count in your own mind. After hearing Lin Lang's words, Zhang Jiji's entire body fell onto the sofa, his eyes full of despair. If Zhang Jiji is given another chance, then he will definitely not make the decision he made in the first place. With Lin Lang's support, Zhang Jiji, it is the glittering mayor of the capital, but without Lin Lang's support, Zhang Jiji is nothing. Even now it's worse than a street rat. Lin Lang looked at Zhang Jiji in front of him, and for a moment, he had no desire to continue talking to him. Looking directly at the person in front of him, he hooked his lips and said, leave my house. Lily, send the guests away. When Zhang Jiji left, Lin Lang then simply packed up, walked to the parking lot, drove his Lamborghini, took the Phoenix with him, and walked straight out of Repulse Bay. Lily's entire body was a bit upset after seeing the two go, beaming, her eyes full of loss. On his mouth, he couldn't help but spit out, "Humph, young master, you're biased, taking Phoenix's sister with you and not even bringing me." Lily saw that Lin Lang wouldn't be coming back, so she simply went straight back to the villa. Lin Lang, who had left with the Phoenix, was full of happiness, having finally removed a major scourge. However, the scourge will last for 1,000 years. This point Lin Lang was not worried at all. As long as Zhang Jiji had the guts, he could accompany Zhang Jiji to have some fun. However, Zhang Jiji's tactics had to be in the stream, or else he probably wouldn't be able to get into Lin Lang's eyes. Lin Lang sped up the entire time and arrived directly at the set in about less than 20 minutes. When Lin Lang walked to the studio, a scene was still being filmed inside. At the moment it just so happens that Song Jo is standing on stage and is performing the second episode there. After Lin Lang saw this, he brought the two phoenixes to sit silently on top of the audience. Because it was a theater group, audience seating was set up on stage. In this way, if someone comes to visit, or if a big boss comes to invest, they can also have something to take to the stage. But people who shine wherever they go. Because, just within less than 5 minutes of Lin Lang, someone had already recognized Lin Lang, and that person was Kai Shuchan. He looked as if he was very idle right now, and after seeing Lin Lang come, he directly reached out and took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the ground to the side and walked over. Lin Xiao, you drink water. Pretty girl, you drink water. Kai Shuchan glanced at the phoenix with red hearts coming out of his eyes. Although he had seen the phoenix before, he hadn't even had the time to properly observe it before. Now that he'd finally gotten a chance to see it up close, He felt like his whole world was going to fall for it. Because the phoenix was really too beautiful. The kind of noble beauty. It made Kai Shuchang a little hard to control. However, the thought of the phoenix attending Lin Lang's class immediately made him much more honest. He didn't think he could steal a woman from Lin Lang. He knew he didn't have that capital. How long has this play been going on? Lin Lang could vaguely see the exhaustion on Song Zhu's face. And just thinking about it made Lin Lang a little intolerant. However, before Kai Shuchang could answer Lin Lang's question, Lin Lang walked directly to the director's side. Shoot me. I'm behind on a lot of my scenes. Let Song Zhou rest for a while. Lin Lang's tone was completely unquestionable. And Zhang Jimo didn't dare to resist, directly waving his hand, signaling the staff to prepare, and took Lin Lang to get a light makeup. At first Lin Lang disagreed, but after hearing Song Zhu's words, he had to compromise. Right at the moment Lin Lang walked out, the entire crew was shocked, because Lin Lang himself was a very handsome kind of man. Now after putting on makeup, it felt like Lin Lang was the only place in the world that had light. Wow, you're too handsome, young Lin. That's right, I've never seen anyone so handsome. Totally crushing some of the top-tier big-name stars in minutes. That's right, I'm a guy. I can't help but be infatuated with young Lin. Watching these people's reactions, Lin Lang instead glanced at Song Zhu, and upon seeing the flash of amazement among her eyes, the whole thing smiled with satisfaction. It seems that women are nymphomaniacs, even Song Zhou. Just when she saw Song Zhu's flamboyant look, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach forward and knock her on the head. Think of nothing. However, by the time Song Zhu reacted, Jia saw that Lin Lang was already filming. After filming for an entire day, Lin Lang's entire body was super tired. Luckily, there was nothing tomorrow. Lin Lang looked at Song Zhu and spoke. Remember to come out with me tomorrow. I'll take you to a place. At this time, Song Zhu's entire miserable face could be heard looking at Lin Lang with a face full of displeasure. Boss, I'm your employee. I'm not your squeeze. Tomorrow is Saturday, and you're still letting me out. Aren't you saving yourself? It's hard for me to have a vacation. How can you? Now, before Song Zhu could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Lin Lang. Come to see you or not, but if you don't come you might miss a heavenly surprise. Well, that's all I have to say. Go back to rest. Good night. Seeing that Lin Lang had left, Song Zhu then stood alone, thinking about what Lin Lang had just said. If she remembered correctly, Lin Lang was just supposed to say that he was going to give her a big surprise tomorrow, and if she didn't go, then that surprise would be gone. That's what the meaning seems to be. After thinking of this, Song Zhu directly inserted his waist, looked at the direction Lin Lang left, and said with a face full of displeasure, "Humph, that surprise, you are obliged to give it to me. You mustn't give it to anyone else. I'm going to go for it." Needless to say, Song Zhou's curiosity is still very much alive. Early the next morning, she had already put on her makeup and clothes, and was looking forward to that surprise Lin Lang had given her. Soon it was time for the appointment. Lin Lang made it to the sofa in the house, looked at the 5 girls across from him, and spoke. Go out with me today. It's been a long time since I've taken you guys out to play. Lin Lang's real point wasn't to take them out to have fun, but to take them to defeat. After all, the process of defeat without a woman is soulless, and Lin Lang had the pocket money that his family had just given him, so in that case, he would have a good time. And after the 5 people heard these words from Lin Lang, except for Phoenix, the rest of them immediately became excited. Although they went out a lot during this period of time, they always felt that life without Lin Lang was without a backbone, so everyone was depressed and not happy at all. This time Lin Lang finally had the time to hang out with them, and happy smiles bloomed on everyone's faces. However, just as Lin Lang was planning to leave, the Phoenix suddenly opened his mouth and mentioned, "Young master, the Duri residents forgot to go there yesterday." It suddenly occurred to Lin Lang that he had originally agreed to go there yesterday afternoon, but because he had shot a day's worth of scenes yesterday, it caused him to forget about it. "We have just the time today, so let's go together." Lin Lang drove a car, Phoenix drove a car, and Lily drove a car. Lin Lang drove Song Zhu, Phoenix drove Mu Qingqing, and Lily drove He Charan and Lin Xian. The group just drove the limousine and left Repulse Bay. On the road, it draws a lot of sideways glances. Wow, what's going on here? A huge row of luxury cars that just light up my eyes. Simply, Lamborghinis, Cadillacs, Ferraris, truly a heavenly show. Holy shit, I've only seen these cars on Baidu. How can 3 cars appear together? It's like big money. Along the way, they heard so many words of envy. However, none of the people sitting in the car were proud of it, because the tails had heard these words far too much, especially following Lin Lang. Every time Lin Lang made an appearance, it would be a center of attention. So all these envious tones, they had long since gotten tired of hearing. But the good thing was that they didn't say anything. They just followed Lin Lang's Lamborghini car all the way to the sports car sales center. At the moment of stopping the car, all of them then walked down. When Song Zhu saw the scene, his entire body was shocked. She had originally thought that it was just the two of them who had gone out this time, but she had not expected at all that there were 5 people following behind her. And all of them, were women. One is better looking than the other, and one is in better shape than the other. And just as Song Zhu looked at them, they similarly looked at Song Zhu. Despite the fact that Song Zhu's entire body was wrapped up nicely, a few people who were regular followers of the show recognized Song Zhu's identity right away. Reaching out, he pointed at Song Zhou, his mouth wide open in surprise. Seeing this, Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang with eyes full of questions, but Lin Lang didn't say anything more because he didn't need to explain that much to Song Zhu. Just walked to the sales center with one arm around the other. Lin Lang has bought cars for women, but not at this store, but another. This time, Lin Lang wanted to check out a different store. Just as their group walked in, the salesman froze. How could so many people come in at once? You have to know that they are sports cars here, which very few people can afford. So it can be said that it takes a few days for a customer to come inside. But this time, I didn't expect so many people to come in at once. Let the salesman welcome them one by one. However, those salesmen were also people who knew how to read people's words, and they could clearly see that these women were completely centered on Lin Lang. So they instead walked directly to Lin Lang and said politely to him, "Hello sir, may I ask what you need?" "Sir?" Hearing this, Lin Lang gave a bad smile instead, and came up to the ear of a good-looking salesman with a huge body, whose towering parts were right next to Lin Lang's chest. "Is it possible to serve anything?" The salesman was stunned, but quickly responded. Looking at Lin Lang, he spoke with confidence. "That's of course, only if you can say it." "Sir, then we can do it." When she heard the salesman say these words, Lin Lang instead gently hooked her lips in a smile. "Then get me the best cars you have here. 6 of them." Lin Lang said these words in a salty manner, yet in the eyes of others, it was simply an inconceivable existence. What? 6? The salespeople froze. They kind of couldn't believe what they were hearing. According to their experience here, 6 top cars a year would be good enough. But they didn't expect the customer to ask for 6 luxury cars. Don't say if there are so many luxury cars. This is a sports car sales center. Although it is said that there are not a lot of luxury cars, but if there are 6 luxury cars, then there are also. Selling a car, the commission is in the range of $700,000 to $800,000, and if we are now going to sell 6 cars, the commission is directly as high as $3 to $6 million. The salesman's heart is simply beautiful when he thinks of this number. The salesman immediately looked at Lin Lang with a smile in his eyes as if he was looking at a hero. "Sir, the luxury cars we have here, they are all 10 million standard." "I don't know. In fact, to be honest, the salesman didn't believe that Lin Lang would have so much money if he looked at it from the surface alone. After all, one car sale is $10 million upwards, and if you need 6 cars, that's $60 million, if not much more than $60 million. She was kind of in disbelief that she was able to stumble upon such a big client. And, in regards to a vehicle of such a large amount, the salesman felt it was better to ask, "Oh, so you think I can't afford it?" Lin Lang had never been questioned about whether or not he had this much money. So when he heard these words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows upwards, his eyes looking at the salesman in front of him with a serious look. The salesman was a little frightened in his heart by this look and unconsciously took a step backward, followed by a compensatory smile on his face. Looking at Lin Lang, he opened his mouth and said, "That's not the case, sir. Rather, I need to determine the price point you have in mind from you first, and then I'll introduce you to the vehicle that best matches your status based on your price point." Listening to this explanation, which was perfectly fine, Lin Lang nodded and glanced at the 6 beauties next to him, then spoke, "Bring me the 6 most expensive cars in your store." Even though the salesman was already prepared in his heart, when he heard Lin Lang's command, his heart was inevitably still a bit shocked. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he spoke directly, "Sir, please wait." However, the salesman on the side was originally thinking in his heart that he had just not been picked by Lin Lang. Could he be a bit lost? But they were also shocked just as Lin Lang said the car he needed, because that's totally a big deal. If they had known that Lin Lang was really so rich, then they would have come up to serve even if they had to squeeze their heads out. Despite the fact that the flesh of their hearts was starting to ache, they still composed themselves and looked at Lin Lang in front of them. When the salesman brought the list over, he walked over to Lin Lang, looked at him and spoke, "Sir, please come with me. I'll show you the car." Hearing this, Lin Lang took the 6 girls and followed them inside. However, just as Song Zhu brushed past a few salesmen, he clearly noticed the change of expression on their faces. For a moment, it made Song Zhu's heart inexplicably a little nervous. Reaching out, he patted Lin Lang, his eyes filled with panic. However, Upon seeing this look in her eyes, Lin Lang probably knew exactly what was going on in this matter. Reaching out, he patted Song Jo on the shoulder, signaling that she didn't need to care. Kidding aside, with Lin Lang around, all problems were not problems. As for the remaining 5 maids, a few of them were excited in their hearts when they heard that Lin Lang was going to buy himself a car. Although it was said that they didn't really need a car, but, buying a car, it was Lin Lang's way of pampering them, of loving them. The same indicated their position in Lin Lang's mind. As they walked to the back, they saw 6 luxury cars parked there that were really exceptionally handsome. Although they don't know anything about cars, one look at such a good-looking car would make anyone's heart flutter. For a moment, they couldn't take their eyes off the car. Just looking at the car in front of them made their eyes glow. Seeing their eyes, Lin Lang let out a light laugh and looked at them and directly said, "Go and choose. One for each person." Wow. Young master. Really, young master, you are simply wonderful. I love you. Young master. Hearing the bragging of these maids, Lin Lang instead glanced at Song Zhu and realized that compared to those maids, Song Zhu was much more calm. Just looking at Lin Lang in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. Why do you want to give the car away? Song Jo, he was dumped by his former company, but that doesn't mean Song Jo he's stupid. A boss can't just give an employee a car for no reason. If that's true, then there are only 2 possibilities. The first one is trying to pick herself up, and the second one is just pumped full of money. However, Lin Lang he happened to fall into the latter category. However, Song Zhu he now still didn't fully understand this behavior of Lin Lang's right now. Lin Lang didn't seem to intend to explain too much to her. He just reached out and gently patted her head, and spoke, "Hurry up and go choose a car. In a moment the favorite cars are going to be picked out by them. Don't cry with me then." After hearing Lin Lang's words, Song Zhu then took a breath of fresh air and walked directly in front of a red Ferrari, gently patted the body and looked at Lin Lang with a face full of pride. "That's it then. This one still looks better." Lin Lang nodded. Looking at Song Zhu directly and without mincing words, he opened his mouth and complimented. Not bad. Have a vision. The car is a couple's model with the Ferrari that Lin Lang has, but Song Zhu probably doesn't know that yet. "Young master, we've chosen." Lin Lang saw that everyone had already picked out their favorite cars, and then looked at the salesman standing by. He could tell the salesman's eyes were glowing, but Lin Lang didn't say anything and walked directly to the salesman, hooking his lips in a smile. "Do the paperwork. When can I pick up the car?" "Ha, just pick up the car?" Obviously, the salesman hadn't reacted from his own days, and looked at Lin Lang with eyes full of surprise as he opened his mouth to inquire. Lin Lang didn't say anything, just nodded, not commenting. The salesman's head was quite bright, and after seeing Lin Lang nodding, he directly opened his mouth to reply. 1 hour. If you follow the normal basics, it should take 3 hours to pick up the car. However, Lin Lang had bought 6 cars in one breath, so of course he didn't dare to slack off in any way. So just about 40 minutes later, Lin Lang saw the salesman directly holding the already completed formalities and looking at Lin Lang as he walked over. Reaching out, he handed it to him. "Sir, here's the open invoice, car keys, insurance, and all sorts of information." After hearing the salesman's one-by-one introduction, this only looked at the person in front of him, directly hooked his lips and smiled. "This time you also have to thank me. The seat of the sales manager should get the hand, right?" The salesman didn't react at first, but when he calculated his profit, he immediately nodded. "Yes, the sales manager's seat. It should be secure." This was followed by looking at Lin Lang with a smile on his face. "Anyway, this time, I still have to thank you, Mr. Lin. If it wasn't for Mr. Lin, I don't know how many years I would have had to fight to be able to sit in this position." Used to hearing flattering words, Lin Lang directly reached out and patted the salesman's shoulder, hooking his lips and smiling. "Do a good job." With that said, the girls were born with the intention of leaving the store when they heard the rest of the salesmen behind them catching up. Looking towards Song Zhu, his eyes were full of anticipation. "Song Zhu, I know it's you. I've always been a fan of yours. I wonder if you could sign an autograph for me." Song Zhu froze. She knew she was recognized, but she didn't expect a fan to walk right up and ask for an autograph. Luckily, Song Zhu wasn't very petty and directly reached out to take the pen the other party gave him and wrote his name. "Thank you, thank you." Song Zhu also smiled bashfully when he heard the others' thanks and spoke. "You're welcome." They then walked out of the sales center with a group of 6 people, because there were too many cars, causing Lin Lang to speak directly. "Let's leave these cars here for now. One of you can drive a car and go. We're going to take a look at our Duri residence next." Because the entertainment clubhouse had been built 3 days ago, and Lin Lang only went to see it now, it had to be said that Lin Lang was really busy these days and really didn't have the time to go see it. Just as his car pulled up, he had seen the doorway filled with bodyguards. When Lin Lang saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh lightly in his heart. Phoenix, it seems like you're still doing things calmly, knowing that this kind of place is prone to being attacked by some prodigal son. That's why you've found so many bodyguards. But it pays to get these bodyguards. Good for you. Well done. Although this was Lin Lang's territory, there shouldn't be many people coming over to cause trouble because they didn't have the guts, but there would still inevitably be a few drunken troublemakers. So Lin Lang was still satisfied in his heart. When Lin Lang got out of the car, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart as he looked at the decoration in front of him. Because of the style, Phoenix did not build according to the idea of gold and splendor this time. Instead, the whole time, it was leaning towards the Dolomite residence. A fresh and light feeling immediately came into being. Lin Lang was satisfied in his heart as he saw this scene. Song Zhu stared at the place for a long time before he pronounced the name. Durishu. Nice. For a while, it was as if the Dalzu residence had a magic power that was attracting onlookers to come in and watch. And the bodyguards standing at the entrance all lowered their heads when they saw Lin Lang walking over. Good day, young master. The sound is deafening and imposing, making it very soothing to listen to. The group walked inside. Although it was a paper-drunk entertainment club, but despite that, it looked more than a little immortal. And for a while, Lin Lang felt as if he was intoxicated. Wow, it's so beautiful here too. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but open her mouth and sigh. This slightly ancient style but with modern decorations made the two blend together. Yet there was no mismatch at all. It really does look exceptionally well coordinated. Just as they walked in, they could see the bar in front of them. And if they weren't mistaken, this would be the place to settle the bill. However, a large empty space was left on site for a group of people to get high. How big this place is. He can hold a full 1,000 people. And that's 1,000 people who can still dance with abandon in the center of the dance floor. Next, there are some sofas for lounging next to each other. All made of genuine leather. Each piece of leather, giving a silky smooth feeling. Further inside, there are large and small boxes. These boxes, not just boxes. Inside the singing and dancing everything. The box with a distinct identity made Lin Lang feel downright satisfied. Wow, boss, what a surprise. You have a casino. Song Zhu, a star, couldn't help but follow them in the center of the dance floor at the sight of it. Because of the decor of the place, every part of the place was mesmerizing to Song Zhou. It was as if there was a magic force here that was deeply seducing Song Zhu. But Song Zhou quickly took into account his status again. Right, she was a big star. How could she give a hot dance on the dance floor here with a bunch of ordinary people? If once she was found out, then what would be the headline on top of the next day's headlines? Thinking of this, Song Zhu didn't dare to continue thinking about it. His body shivered coldly and immediately shook his head to negate his thoughts. How about it? Interested in playing along? When Charon saw this, that passion within him was quickly aroused, so he immediately opened his mouth to propose. Yeah, it works here. It's definitely much better than outside. Exactly. The decor is just my favorite style. Hearing their admiration from the sidelines, Lin Lang reached out and touched the Phoenix's cheeks and spoke directly. Phoenix, well done. I didn't realize you had a talent for computer hacking, but you also have a talent for renovating houses. In response to Lin Lang's praise, the Phoenix remained nonchalant and just looked at him and continued. All of this is also thanks to the young master. If young master doesn't give me this opportunity, I guess I'll only be a hacker for the rest of my life. The hint in Phoenix's words was obvious, but since it was a hint, it was only known to Lin Lang and Phoenix. Lin Lang inexplicably felt happy in his heart when he heard Phoenix's words. The Phoenix, who had always been like an ice cube in his heart, finally managed to open his heart. But Lin Lang was still serious on the surface as he reached out and touched the Phoenix's head. That's very good. Keep up the good work. I'm watching you. Yes, young master, as long as young master likes it. Immediately afterward, the women continued to begin their tour. It was only after about visiting all of these things that Lin Lang reached out and clapped his hands in a very good mood. Looking at them, he spoke directly. Since we're opening the Daurish residence today, let's play something meaningful. After the crowd heard these words, they also felt curiosity in their hearts. Once there was Lin Lang after he said these words, then the next thing would definitely be very exciting, because they still believed in their young master's ability. Not long after, Lin Lang directly reached out and snapped his fingers, looking at them and opened his mouth. Now you guys call all the people inside your own respective circles and all the friends you know inside the group over. Today we're opening up the Du Regio, and all of it is all free of charge. After hearing this, the whole scene boiled over. For free? How can it be free? Just one bottle of liquor in here costs tens of thousands of dollars. So if it's really going to be free, then how much money is Lin Lang going to lose? Thinking of this, Phoenix frowned and looked at Lin Lang and spoke. Young master, it really can't be free. If it is once it is free, then our loss today won't just be a few $100,000. A few million this way and that. There's no chance it's likely to be tens of millions. Song Zhu, who was on the side, also hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade, "Boss, it really can't be free. What you have here is worth a lot at first glance. If you make it free, then how are you going to live in the future?" After Lin Lang heard this sentence, as if he had heard some funny joke, he directly hooked his lips and spoke. "Do you think that I really just rely on these tens of millions of dollars to live? No way. This is a way of doing business. I think the next business of Duryeju will definitely be very prosperous." Since Lin Lang had already said so, they naturally did not say anything more. To put it bluntly, if there was really no profit at the end of the day, then the money lost would be Lin Lang's money, and it wouldn't have anything to do with them. After thinking about it, one by one, they picked up the phone and directly called their friends in the neighborhood. Everyone is a person who has a circle, so the matter of Durich residents being free today quickly spread inside their ears, and in a short while, a large wave of people were seen walking over. "Is it really free here today?" a few people asked cautiously. They had only heard that this place was free, but from the outside, such a luxurious store looked nothing like it was free. However, when they heard the affirmative answer, they immediately walked in. "Wow, the decor here is just wonderful. Yes, this is a dream paradise. A residence for a day? Let's not talk about spending days. I'd stay here for a year. It's just perfect." Their voices of admiration kept coming from their ears, and because Song Zhu was inconvenient, it caused her to be brought directly inside a private room by Lin Lang. After walking in, Song Zhu then took off his mask and said with a false alarm, "Ah, finally, it's just so sad that I have to be fully armed everywhere I go." In fact, Song Zhu also wanted to follow them inside the dance floor, but because of his status, he could only walk to the box and sit alone on the sofa, watching the TV. Lin Lang, on the other hand, went outside to take care of business, and didn't really need to see anything, as most of the alcohol and drinks were kept at the bar, and they could just go and get whatever they needed. So even though there wasn't a single waiter, they could still have fun. In less than half an hour, there were 800 people on the stage instead of 1,000, and the whole scene looked very rowdy. Lin Lang walked directly to the stage and picked up the microphone. "Everyone, I'm the owner of the Dolce Vita. Tonight, all drinks consumed. On me. Wow, Dojiju, Dojiju." Only after hearing their loud shouts one after another did Lin Lang walk off the stage. It was right up against Phoenix's smile-filled expression. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. "What are you laughing at? It's still young master who is smart. The drinks are free, but the box is not." Hearing this, Lin Lang reached out and picked Phoenix's chin, looking at her and opening his mouth to praise her. "You're not bad either. There's no way some big, established names are going to come and get hot on the dance floor with them. And they come, looking for more than just free." So this free event of Lin Lang's was a complete publicity in disguise. In fact, there was another reason that Phoenix didn't know about, and that was that Lin Lang was going to lose his fortune. Otherwise the system's mission, he couldn't complete it. It was about 3 hours later, into the early morning hours, that the people thinned out a good portion. The rest of us, naturally, want to keep getting high. At this time, Lin Lang continued onto the stage again. "Everyone, it's early morning, it's a new day. I hope you can all be at the Dolce Vita. Eat well and drink well." The meaning contained in Lin Lang's words was deep, because Lin Lang only said that yesterday was free, but didn't say anything at all about today being equally free. If one still intends to stay, then one still needs to pay the bill. Thinking of this, the Phoenix was completely convinced of Lin Lang's methods. She had always known that Lin Lang had a good brain, but she hadn't realized that Lin Lang was so awesome in the aspect of earning money. At that thought, Phoenix hooked her lips and looked at the person in front of her with a slight smile. Early in the morning of the next day, Lin Lang then returned home and did the math, and was still $20 million short of spending enough for $100 million. And last night, it made $3 million. Although the amount was small, $3 million a night for an entertainment club was already very impressive. It wasn't until Lin Lang picked up his cell phone that he saw the report about the Degree Residence. The Degree Day Residence Entertainment Club made a profit of $3 million in one night. Who is the person behind the scenes? And what kind of power does he have? The Degree Day Residence is decorated in a very refreshing style, giving it a mesmerizing feel. Degree Day Residence. Why don't we change the name to Bony Roding Building? Seeing these reports, Lin Lang didn't bother, but he hadn't slept all night, and now it was time to get a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, after Lin Lang woke up from his sleep, the system prompted, "Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission." Lin Lang was dumbfounded. What had he accomplished? The money was still $20 million short of being spent. What the hell is going on here? Lin Lang reached up and rubbed his head, still looking confused, then walked downstairs and looked at the huge pile of cosmetics and clothes on the table. "What is it?" Phoenix watched Lin Lang walk down before he opened his mouth to explain. Young master, we went out for a stroll today. These are the 10 sets of clothes customized for you. I went to get them back. And then we stopped by the mall for a little bit of makeup. Lin Lang nodded appreciatively when he heard this. Not bad. Well done. We have money in our family, so we go out and spend a little bit of money when we have something to do. So it's worthy of your status, La said, falling back into the room again, because his reward hasn't been claimed yet. And, if he remembered correctly, the system, this time, would undergo a brand new upgrading and remodeling, causing him to inexplicably still look forward to it in his heart. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the egg, and the host's own physical ability values, all of which have increased by 1 point. All increase. Lin Lang couldn't be happier when he heard this. Immediately after, it was seen that there was already an egg in the hand. When Lin Lang saw the multicolored light flickering on it, it rather brightened his eyes. My goodness, how can it look so good? Soon, Lin Lang directly reached out and opened this so-called egg. With that, the system's voice was heard again, dropping. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a face makeover. May I ask if the host will use it? Yes. Face value makeover in progress. Dropping. Face makeover complete. Hearing these words, Lin Lang knew that the face makeover had probably succeeded and walked straight to the restroom to take a look at his face. In an instant, the amount was that Lin Lang was a man, and he was also attracted by his own face value. Although the previous Lin Lang looked good, however, there was just a little bit less of the so-called temperament. Nonetheless, Lin Lang was still handsome in the past and could have the attention of millions wherever he went. However, after the system's transformation, Lin Lang's so-called face value had increased by a full 3 times compared to before. Lin Lang's side profile is also very defined now and has improved his entire figure a bit as a result, with abs already on his stomach. If Lin Lang hadn't felt it wrong, that thing of his had also changed by leaps and bounds. Seeing this, Lin Lang's eyes lit up. Didn't the system only remodel the face? Why did the body also change? Lin Lang opened his mouth inquiring with doubt. Could it be that the figure was included in the change of face value? But why isn't this called a full body change instead of a face value change? Because the host completed a very good task this time, the system decided to change the face change to a body change. Wow! Handsome! Lin Lang's whole body was a big happy. I didn't think that this could come with a bonus. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's really good. It was only after about 5 minutes had arrived that Lin Lang heard the system's voice reminding him again. Dropping. The system is undergoing a brand new upgrade. System upgrade successful. Lin Lang was completely dumbfounded because he had no idea where the system had changed from. So, right after Lin Lang said this, he fell back and heard the system explain. Host, Lin Lang. Health, 32. Reaction, 41. Sexuality, 53. Experience value, 1805. Note, health, response and sexuality out of 100. Upon seeing this, Lin Lang's entire body was dissatisfied. Directly looking at the data in front of him, he opened his mouth and said, "What kind of a fucking joke is this? Why is health only 32? Doesn't that just prove that I die easily?" Lin Lang was a bit puzzled for a moment. His body had been quite good lately, but why was he only 32? Host, don't worry, even though health is only 32 right now, it's possible for health to rise to 100 points if the host makes an effort, but it requires experience value redemption. 1000 experience value can be exchanged for 1 point. Now the host has 1000 experience value. May I ask if the host exchanges it? Yes. If he doesn't redeem it, he's afraid he's going to die. Drop. Congratulations to the host. The health index has reached 33 points. Lin Lang already didn't want to say anything more, and directly gave the system a blank stare, then directly walked downstairs. The moment he descended the stairs, all 5 of them shifted their sights to his face, and immediately afterward, each of them revealed an expression full of shock. My goodness, young master, why have you suddenly become so much more handsome? Yes, young master, you were already handsome enough before. I didn't expect you to be even more handsome now. Young master, how can you be so handsome? Young master, did you get a facelift? When Lin Lang heard their words, he couldn't help but let out a light laugh, the corners of his lips rising as he spoke. In that case, maybe I really did have a facelift. Looking at these 5 women with a look of disbelief, Lin Lang knew that they probably believed it, and directly walked up and reached out to touch their heads. Well, I earned money and my heart was happy. I became handsome naturally. It's a small thing. Is it so easy to be handsome these days? The 5 people didn't comment on it, but once they saw how handsome Lin Lang looked, they couldn't help but come forward. Young master, you're so handsome. Lily directly reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin Lang, touching Lin Lang's face in the process. This touch, the skin was practically glowing, much better than hers. Originally, Lily already had the best skin among the few of them, but now that she looked at Lin Lang, she didn't realize that Lin Lang had even better skin than her. Watching Lily's one hand make a mess of her face, Lin Lang directly reached out to stop it. "If you move again, I can't guarantee I'll punish you properly," Lin Lang directly whispered in Lily's ear, causing her face, immediately, to blush. Seeing this, Lin Lang instead glanced at Phoenix and said, "The Degree Day residents should be recruiting employees and waiters, as well as escorts. The first batch of people, let me pick." After finishing and thinking about it, he spoke directly, "Let's do it this afternoon, and let them meet inside the Unity Dolce residence. Young master, in fact, there are already a lot of applicants that are already waiting at the entrance of the Dewey residence. Not to mention how high the class of the Dolce Vita is, just by virtue of last night's splendor alone. It's definitely able to make all the youths want to come and work in droves." Hearing this, Lin Lang didn't feel surprised at all and just nodded. "Then let them stand. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, a unified interview." After saying that, Lin Lang fell back and walked straight to the studio. Lin Lang's recent affairs, either filming TV or arranging for the Dolce Vita, were really a bit hectic, I have to say. However, just as Lin Lang walked onto the set, he couldn't help but be praised vigorously by a large wave of people. Nothing more than saying how Lin Lang had become so handsome and how Lin Lang looked now. Lin Lang had long since gotten tired of hearing these words, so he just casually listened to their ass-kissing. However, when Lin Lang sat down next to Song Zhu, he did see that Song Zhu's eyes had frozen as he looked at himself. "Wow, it's too handsome." Song Zhu couldn't help but open her mouth in admiration. Looking at Song Zhu's eyes full of blossom, Lin Lang didn't care about the eyes of the people on the scene and directly came to her ear. "What? Are you going to be handsome by me?" When Song Zhu heard this, her face immediately turned red. Immediately after looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he reached out and shoved. "Boss, there's no anon like you, making fun of your employees in public." "Oh, who saw that? Would you look around here and see who saw it?" After Lin Lang finished speaking, he directly raised his head and surrounded the surroundings. Song Zhu followed Lin Lang's line of sight and looked around. The person next to him was originally looking over towards the side, but when he met Lin Lang's eyes, the entire person became abashed and his eyes directly shifted their gaze. They didn't want to be caught by Lin Lang at all. They knew Lin Lang's methods, so once they offended Lin Lang, they didn't know what the result would be, and they were very unclear about Lin Lang's identity. If I knew that, it would still be a bit of an undercurrent to open up and dislike a few things. If he didn't know the identity, but he saw that Zhang Jimo was so respectful to Lin Lang, so they all knew that Lin Lang's identity was bullish, but they didn't know exactly how bullish. As Song Zhu watched their reaction, he reached out helplessly and hit Lin Lang. "It's not like you scared them." Lin Lang was instantly wronged. "But I didn't do anything. How can you accuse someone so wrongly?" Saying that, he also reached out and gently pinched Song Zhu's ear. Looking at her and speaking directly, "I'll tell you, you must remember, my identity is not something that such a minor character can just override." Without waiting for Song Zhu to speak, Lin Lang simply returned directly to the topic he had just discussed. "How about it? Did my level of handsomeness today cause you to lose control a bit, so the little heart is fluttering around?" "Humph. No, I've at least seen many beautiful men." "Okay, it's also true that the last thing that's lacking inside the entertainment industry is beautiful men. But can Lin Lang's handsomeness be compared to those demonic bitches? It's simply not possible." But Lin Lang didn't bother too much with Song Zhu, and after filming the morning scene, he went directly to the Dewey residence in the afternoon. There was still a whole bunch of bodyguards standing at the door. At the sight of Lin Lang, some people opened their mouths, but as if they thought of something else, they quickly closed their mouths. Lin Lang couldn't help but let out a light laugh after seeing this scene. Walking up and reaching out, he tapped one of the men on the shoulder. "Spirit." He then walked inside the clubhouse, leaving a group of bodyguards each looking at each other. "Was that our young master just now? If I'm not mistaken, it sounds like it. Wow, so much more handsome. Shut up and work." Lin Lang walked over to the Dewey residence, and after the people inside saw Lin Lang, one by one, they all walked up and looked at him with anticipation in their eyes. "Lin Xiao. Hello, young Lin. Young Lin is really getting more and more handsome. Does Lin Xiao have a girlfriend? Young Lin, how many people are you planning to recruit this time?" Lin Lang did a rough count of the number of people here. There were about 50 people in total. There were those who wore meticulous suits, those who wore beautiful dresses, and likewise, those who were dressed in average attire. Lin Lang probably knew what position they were all applying for with a glance. Coincidentally, at this time, Phoenix walked out and reached out to hand Lin Lang a list of names. "Young master, on this is the personal information of the several people in front of us." Lin Lang casually flipped through the pages, and immediately afterward, he was seen directly looking up and opening his mouth to command. Bring those who applied for the cleaning job to one side, and then check their identity information, and if there's nothing wrong with it, then notify them to go to work tomorrow. Yes, young master. Afterward, Lin Lang glanced at Hee-charan again and spoke. Charan, take all of these who are waiters to the side. Just the same. How could Hee-charan not expect Lin Lang to assign him this task? But after thinking about it, he still nodded directly. Good. The rest of them stood to the side, looking at the remaining 25 beautiful girls in front of them. Not bad looking, I must say. Lin Lang took the remaining 4 maids and sat down, then looked at the 5 people in front of him and opened his mouth to command. We need to recruit escorts for the Duri residence. But, as he spoke, his eyes swept over everyone present, scrutinizing the expressions on their faces. You are not allowed to have any dealings inside the Dolce Vita. It is not expressly forbidden for you to have dealings in private, but please don't have anything to do with the Dolce Vita. Of course, during the time period when you take on private work, any situation that arises will not be the responsibility of everything in the doji residence, because this is your own behavior, and not from the starting point of the doji residence to consider things. So now if you have any questions or any disagreement with my rules, you come forward and you can leave now. After saying this, Lin Lang instead crossed his legs, reached out and opened a bottle of wine from the table, poured it open and drank it, and also gave a glass of wine to each of the 4 maids in passing. At this moment, the 5 of them were like the job application officers inside a large company, each with a serious face, not at all like the way an entertainment club recruits people. After about 3 minutes, not a single person at the scene had moved. You're not moving here now because you all agree with my way of doing things? The girls in front of him nodded one by one, looking at Lin Lang with urgent eyes. Yes, we agree with your management style, Mr. Lin. Yes, we don't object. Mr. Lin has a point. Since they all already had no objections, Lin Lang continued. The work hours at the dojitsu are 2 shifts, 9 to 5, as well as 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock the next morning, and that shift time, exactly, will be divided when the time comes. The next thing is everyone's concern about the salary, 10,000 a month, commission on top of that, and 1,000 full-time. Upon hearing these words, those present were immediately shocked. 10,000, and the commission, 1,000 full-time. The amount is that this is the capital city. Then working in an entertainment club with such a high salary is indeed good. There are a lot of girls who used to work in other entertainment clubs, but they only get 6 or 7,000 a month. But I didn't expect Lin Lang to directly raise it to 10,000, and there is also full attendance and commission. This benefit is to make every one of them very happy in their hearts. Thinking of this salary, there are many girls who have secretly made up their minds, intending to do a good job here in the future. So that 15,000 a month, that is absolutely no problem. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed. Of course he knew what they were all excited about. There was really nothing wrong with high wages. Well, at least the class he had here was not something the average person could afford. And, if you don't pay higher wages, how can you sidestep the upscale nature of their daytime residence? After talking about the basic situation, Lin Lang put down his wine glass and hooked his lips. Now come up one by one and introduce yourself. The girls below are all looking at me, looking like they don't have much courage to be the first to go up and introduce themselves. Lin Lang frowned, as a chaperone, so unable to let go. Can this work ability be good? In fact, it's because they see such handsome dudes and have such an aura that it just scares them a little bit psychologically. But fear be damned. There were still people who came up and offered to introduce themselves. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Lu Zichang. I'm 23 years old this year, a local, and I used to work as a girl manager at a luxury club. They say they're girl managers, but they're really just pimps. According to what Lin Lang knew, the water inside the luxury clubhouse was deep enough to be able to stand out as a manager in a luxury club. Then this work ability, or the ability to kiss ass, that cannot be underestimated. That's when Lin Lang's question came up. If you're the manager of the deluxe, why did you come to the Dolce Vita? You have to realize that coming to Dalichu is the same as giving up everything you had in the first place. Do you understand what I mean? In the luxury club Lu Zichang can be the manager, is the supervisor, but here, she said hard to hear, just a drink accompaniment. There is no outstanding point where. Lu Zichang the girl did understand. Her white face was full of determination. I know, and as stupid as this may seem to me on the face of it, a change of scenery is more than enough, isn't it? When did Lin Lang notice Lu Zichang's face? A look is in these wind and moon place to stay more people. A face of wind and dust, but the face did not see the slightest sense of evil. Nice, youthful and flavorful. Lin Lang reached out and snapped his fingers. Go over there and fill out the form. Lin Qian, take her. Yes, young master. Thank you Mr. Lin for being willing to give me this opportunity. Next, It was probably because of Lu Zichang that caused them all to let go, walking directly to Lin Lang and smiling at him. However, when Lin Lang saw the face, he was slightly stunned. What? Zhang Jiji can't protect you anymore, so you come to accompany the drinks? Lin Lang's mouth was full of mockery. If it wasn't for the sight of Su Meier, I guess she would have long forgotten what happened in the first place. But now at the sight of Su Meier, the entire person's interest was raised quite a bit. What are you talking about? Young Lin, in the end it's still our destiny. Otherwise how could we possibly get in again? Saying that, Su Meier directly walked to Lin Lang's front and sat next to him, smoothly taking Lin Lang's arm and leaning on his shoulder. Young master, why don't you just take me? In fact, after I was with Zhang Jiqi, between me and him, there was never any contact. Su Meier's words meant something. Of course Lin Lang knew what she was talking about. He just raised his eyebrows and reached out to pinch her jaw. Oh, sure there's nothing? Su Meier nodded bashfully. Of course, nothing. Hearing this, Lin Lang laughed instead. Lily approached Lin Lang's ear at the right time and opened her mouth to remind him. Young master, she's Su Meier. Of course Lin Lang knew about this Su Meier. The reason Lily said this was to remind Lin Lang of what Su Meier had done in the first place. Sister Lily, I say you don't have to be so vindictive. The young master doesn't even say anything anymore. Why are you still talking about this? Oh, I'm not saying anything? In that case, go ahead and fill out the form. And I'm sure you should be able to accompany a drink better than anyone else. Su Meier didn't seem to believe that Lin Lang had made this decision. Looking at Lin Lang in front of her, she directly said with a face full of consternation. Young master, you didn't used to be like this. You used to favor Meier. Su Meier was using the memories between them to make Lin Lang change his decision. But sometimes it was just so counterproductive. The more Su Meier said this, the more unlikely Lin Lang would agree. Instead it backfired. Su Meier looked at Lin Lang without the slightest room for discussion, and could only rush resentfully to fill out the form in front of Lin Qian. At the sight of Lin Qian, he instead hooked his lips and let out a scoff. I didn't realize a stuffy guy like you was still here. With that, he grabbed Lin Qian's pen and wrote on the paper. Lin Qian's face immediately turned red, and looking at Su Meier, who was writing, she directly reached out and snatched the pen. Since your mouth is not clean, don't write. Lin Qian's eyes were filled with anger. She had looked at Su Meier with displeasure a long time ago, but she didn't expect to be able to see her here again. Su Meier froze, not expecting the former stuffy gourd to turn so arrogant in an instant, and her entire body froze. But soon, she directly slapped Lin Qian and looked at her and directly said, "What kind of character are you that you dare to talk about me like that?" Lin Qian reached out to cover her face and looked at her with scarlet eyes. What role am I, and what are you? Pop. The air fell silent for a moment, and Su Meier's mouth was wide open as she looked at Lin Lang, who had just finished beating himself up. Young master, you. Without waiting for Su Meier to finish her words, Lin Lang directly hooked his lips and sneered. Lin Qian is my person, no matter how excessive she is. It's not your turn to clean up after her. And, this is to teach you a lesson that no one dares to touch my people. Su Meier, be clear about yourself. If you don't want to do it, get the hell out. I beat women, so don't make me move a second time, or it won't be so light. After saying that, Lin Lang directly reached out and pulled Lin Qian, walking over to the sofa and sitting down. Lily received Lin Lang's look and walked straight to the front desk chair and sat down. Looking at the form in front of him, he then glanced at Su Meier without a good look. What? To write or not to write? Lily's ability was known to Su Meier, so after hearing Lily's question, she reached out directly and filled out the form obediently, not daring to put in a single fart in the meantime. And after Lin Lang pulled Lin Qian to sit on the sofa, he reached out and touched the place where she had just been hit, and with gentle eyes, he opened his mouth to inquire, "Does it hurt?" Lin Qian was very brave this time on the contrary, looking at Lin Lang and shaking her head directly. "It doesn't hurt, just think of it as a dog chewing on it." Afterwards, he glanced at Lin Lang again and spoke, "Thank you, young master, for helping me out. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to beat Su Meier." Hearing Lin Qian's words, Lin Lang was a bit distressed for a moment and reached out to touch her head, and the people over there who were waiting to apply for the job were simply filled with amazement when they saw the scene. How could they not expect Lin Lang to be the one to directly hit a woman? And they had never imagined that Lin Lang, who beat up women, could be so handsome. In an instant, the way they looked at Lin Lang changed from original expectation to silent appreciation. "I hope everyone understands that my people are not to be touched easily by outsiders." Lin Lang's tone was ruthless, and for a while, the air around them froze for a few moments, making them a bit scared. Of course, there was just a small hiccup, and the job fair is still going on. "Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Makuru. I have no experience, but I inexplicably want to come here to accompany the drinks." Makuro was the kind of girl who looked particularly soft and quiet, and made Lin Lang begin to wonder for a moment if this child was here to accompany the drinks or not. After all, it's a clubhouse recruiter, and there are some things it's better to ask in person. Do you know what an escort does? Lin Lang's question had caused M to blush, a little embarrassed for a moment, and after glancing at the girl next to her, she then opened her mouth to answer. I know chaperone is on the sidelines to take care of the guests. When the guests need to pour wine, need to find someone to drink, we come on. After M finished her sentence, she even glared at Lin Lang with full confidence. It seems to be saying, look, you're still testing me, but I actually know all this. This small action became very cute in Lin Lang's eyes. He laughed softly, his tone shifting slightly. In that case, did you know that there are a few more emergencies that can happen during a chaperoning session? Upon hearing these words, Makuru's entire body froze. Then looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he reached out and scratched his hair. Oh, sudden situation. What is it? Oh. After saying that, Makuro had completely fallen into her own contemplation, completely disregarding the eyes of the other girls at the scene as they looked at her. Soon, however, Makuro gave an answer. I probably know what you mean by that. The original silence of the air made people feel depressed, and now by this sudden roar from Makuro, for a moment, it made the crowd a little scared. But still, he waited for Makuru's answer. It's usually much more interesting to hear the answers from such people than to see them in person. The so-called contingencies were probably that the glass was broken, that I didn't let them drink as much as they wanted to, and that they were worse drinkers than I am. Looking at this innocent appearance of M made Lin Lang unable to say anything even if he wanted to scold her. Lin Lang just laughed lightly, and then after giving Lin Xian beside her an expression, she knew what she had to do. Makuru, the so-called unexpected situation is that the guest has taken a fancy to you and wants to do something bad to you. Right, and this kind of usually encounters a lot of them. Have you thought about it? Hearing Lin Xian's words, M couldn't help but shiver. Then looking at the person in front of her, she couldn't help but immediately open her mouth to deny it. Humph, not at all. You're definitely here to trick me. By the way, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you at all. I'm just here to be a chaperone. Although the words M said were not polite at all, the obvious feeling of pampering in her tone made Lin Xian not angry at all. Instead, he just looked at Makura with a smile on his face and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that it was still the girl who had thought the world so much better, but since Lin Lang's side had already reminded them, and it was M herself who didn't listen, then what happened in the future had nothing to do with them at Duryeju. It's not that Lin Lang can't afford to pay this responsibility. What kind of status is Lin Lang? How can he not afford to pay the responsibility? Rather, Lin Lang was simply too lazy to go out of his way for such a minor character. Thinking of this, Lin Lang looked at the person in front of him and spoke directly. In that case, go fill out the form. M's performance in all aspects was still very good, and Lin Lang could tell that M really wanted to work in this industry. In that case, then Lin Lang might as well let her try. However, just as Makuyo had just walked over, he heard a voice coming from over there. Why are you here? Lin Lang frowned. The voice came from the very mouth of the Phoenix. He looked at Phoenix, who at the moment was precisely looking at Su Mayer in front of him with a face full of dismay, as if she had seen a ghost. And, after seeing the form Su Mayer had just filled out, her entire face darkened to the bottom. Phoenix glanced at Lin Lang, slowly before letting his emotions fade. Why can't I be here? You're all here, okay? Su Mayer had her arms wrapped around her chest. This matter of just being beaten by Lin Lang seemed to have just been forgotten. It wasn't because Lin Lang's fight was too uncaring, but because the impact of the Phoenix on her was just too great. She couldn't help but hook her lips in a soft smile at the thought. That smile, how it stung in Phoenix's eyes. Please don't compare me to you. I'm not so lowly as to crawl into someone else's bed to gain publicity. I'm not so disgusting as to spy on my own young master. You. Su Mayer directly reached out and pointed at Phoenix, as if she wanted to make a move, but thinking of the slap she had just received, the entire person stopped her hand. Count yourself tough, but the real fight between us hasn't started yet, so if you really have what it takes, then I'll wait and see. With that, Su Mayer turned her head to look at Lin Lang and waved her hand towards him, saying, Young master, I'll leave first. Oh. Saying that, instead, he didn't even look at Phoenix and left directly. Phoenix walked over to Lin Lang's side, also acting as if nothing had happened just now, and reported directly to Lin Lang. Young master, things have been arranged on my side. Good. The reason why the Phoenix didn't ask Lin Lang was because Lin Lang was the boss and the master here. Who to let in and who not to let in. That was all completely under Lin Lang's control, and the reason why Lin Lang let Su Mayer in, then naturally he would have his reasons. Phoenix is not so stupid as to question his young master in front of so many people, which is obviously irrational behavior. Lin Lang also happened to like this about the phoenix, which was why he was so relaxed about the phoenix's behavior. It could be said that as long as the phoenix didn't do anything excessive, then Lin Lang wouldn't pursue the matter. Thinking that he had interviewed so many people today as well, Lin Lang couldn't help but feel a bit tired physically. Then he glanced at Phoenix and directly opened his mouth to command, "The next person. You just apply for the job. And when you're done, let them get off work and start on time in the morning." After Lin Lang left the hotel, he didn't go straight home. Instead he went to another place. When he drove to his destination, he directly stepped out of the car, a slight smile hanging at the corner of his lips, and it could be seen that he was in a good mood right now. Coming? Lin Lang looked at the person in front of him. Who is this if not Butler Lu? However, Lin Lang was also surprised why Butler Lu didn't talk about things at home, but had to be here instead. He didn't ask that much. Maybe it's like that when you're older. Lin Lang walked and sat down in front of Butler Lu, smoothly lying down on the ground, reaching for his wine glass, propping up his arms and drinking comfortably. I have to say, this place is still nice. Beach, ocean, waves, Pinehurst. Basically, it's already meeting the criteria for one's retirement. You're retiring to retirement? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. This was the only reason he could think of at the moment. However, he didn't see the corner of Butler Lu's lips unconsciously pick up. No, young master. Lin Lang noticed Butler Lu's eyes projected onto his own. It was a very meaningful look, as if something big was about to happen. Thinking of this, Lin Lang kind of didn't want to hear what Butler Lu wanted to say next. Young master, I'm here to tell you about the family gathering, which is in 3 days. What? 3 days? Lin Lang almost spilled the wine in his hand. Why so fast? Has it been 3 months without realizing it? But Lin Lang didn't feel a thing. But soon, Lin Lang didn't mind. The current Lin Lang was even more powerful than the Lin Lang who had gone to the party last time. If nothing else, no one can dislike him. Butler Lu, who had been silent at the side, couldn't help but begin to be curious in his heart when he saw that Lin Lang's original seriousness had turned into his current aloofness after learning about this matter. Is it possible that the young master can directly dislike a piece of people by some method? Butler Lu thought so in his heart, while his mouth asked at the same time. However, after hearing this question from Butler Lu, Lin Lang just bashfully hooked his lips and looked at Butler Lu, who did not answer but asked in return. I wonder what Butler Lu has been busy with these past 3 months. Although you are my butler, it seems that I haven't seen much of you within the last 3 months. Lin Lang's tone suddenly intensified, his eyes looking seriously at Butler Lu. Butler Lu, is this considered negligence of duty on your part? Butler Lu's entire body became a bit dull after hearing this question. Ha ha, I'm helping you plan for young master. Oh, planning? Then I would like to know. What have you planned? Butler Lu? Although Lin Lang's life was not short of this one person, Butler Lu, but no matter what, at least he was also as his own butler. Not being able to see anyone for these 3 days made Lin Lang helpless. Now, Lin Lang wanted to see what kind of good plan Butler Lu could get out. Hearing these words, Butler Lu directly reached out and took out his cell phone, handing it to Lin Lang. The very moment Lin Lang saw the cell phone, his eyes went wide, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Mayor? A few headlines on the cell phone were very eye-catching, and Lin Lang couldn't even ignore the words when he tried to do so. The new mayor of the capital city has been chosen. Tomorrow will be the day the new mayor takes office. Shocker! The new mayor still doesn't know who it is. Seeing this series of headlines, Lin Lang threw away his phone and looked at Butler Lu in front of him. If just now Lin Lang still had some master-servant feelings for Butler Lu, then now Lin Lang couldn't help but want to question him. Butler Lu is planning to put me in office? To be the mayor? Absolutely not. Not to mention how much Lin Lang hated being an official. Just to say that Lin Lang now had all the time and money. He didn't have to be an official at all. Time was scarce and money was not plentiful. But Lin Lang lived a full life. Now if Butler Lu once made some new mayor, then Lin Lang didn't have any time to flirt with his girl at all. Thinking of this, Lin Lang looked at the Butler Lu in front of him with a little bit of displeasure in his eyes. This appearance made Butler Lu want to cry. Young master, I'm not asking you to become a mayor. I'm grooming you for one. After Butler Lu watched Lin Lang's face gradually ease, he then looked at the person in front of him and continued to open his mouth to explain. As for me, I know that the young master cultivated a mayor before, but that mayor had thoughts that he shouldn't have, and has now been disposed of by me. Lin Lang was stunned for a moment, not expecting Lu Butler to be quite ruthless, directly disposing of people on, but this simple and rough method, Lin Lang liked it. As for me, I thought that the young master's cultivation of a mayor should be of some use. So I privately helped the young master cultivate a mayor. Now this mayor is going to take office tomorrow. And this mayor, he would also like to invite you to his inauguration. And he would be very happy if he could. Lin Lang paused. Looking at Butler Lu in front of him, he couldn't help but reach out and touch his head. Well done. Butler Lu's face was full of black lines, and he wanted to say, young master, I'm not your maid, but on second thought, shut up, and Lin Lang was just teasing Butler Lu. He didn't expect him to be so unforgiving, and when he saw this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young master, so you're going to his inauguration tomorrow? Lin Lang thought about it. There didn't seem to be anything scheduled for tomorrow, so he was just idle and bored, and he had never seen what exactly was the status of this mayor-level figure's inauguration ceremony. On second thought, just go have some fun. Maybe something interesting will happen. The next morning, Lin Lang got dressed under Butler Lu's service. It was a rare occasion that Butler Lu was at home today, so he was able to wait on him to get dressed. Young master, the clothes are on. Butler Lu respectfully stepped back and followed Lin Lang downstairs. Lin Lang looked at the 5 people present and fell into deep thought. As for the 5 people, Lin Qian and Mu Qingqing's eyes were filled with confusion when they saw Butler Lu, because they had no idea who the old man in front of them was. Butler Lu was also staggered when he saw the duo. If he remembered correctly, the last time he came home, there were only 3 maids in the house. Why now, all of a sudden, are there 2 more? Butler Lu shook his head. He had to say that his own young master's speed in accepting women was really quite fast. This is the butler. You can just call him Lord Butler. They need to call after both Phoenix and Lily. Lord Butler. Butler Lu didn't say anything more, but only pressed his hands in the air in vain. Young master, are you going out? You have to bring me when you go out. You can't bring Sister Phoenix every time. Lily saw that Lin Lang was planning to go out and directly walked up and reached out to stop him. Then she saw Lin Lang reach out and touch his head. Well, take you. Phoenix, come along. Yes. The 4 of them went out the door like this, and after sitting in the car, Butler Lu then introduced the newly appointed mayor to Lin Lang to some conditions today. He's from this city. His name is Zhang Changbao, and his family, they've always been poor. And again, it was only through the financial support of our Lin family that he was able to go to university. Although he is a bit gentle as a person, he is not gentle at all above dealing with big things. After roughly listening to Butler Lu's introduction, Lin Lang's heart also roughly understood how the situation of this matter actually was. Immediately after that, it was Lily who opened her mouth to ask a question. Since it's this way, then is it true that we have to look for this Mayor Zhang for anything in the future? Lin Lang frowned and was a bit repulsed by this question, not to mention how good Lin Lang's own abilities were. Just talking about his own identity alone, he was able to scare a large wave of people to death just by saying it out loud. And, the mayor, don't look at the superficial glory of being a mayor, but it's really the one status that really gets in the way of one's behavior. Otherwise, it is unlikely that Zhang Jiji would have been confined and subsequently executed for hitting someone. So it's better to be a laid-back rich kid. As Lin Lang thought about it, he had already arrived at the largest hotel in the capital, Infinity. I have to say, Lin Lang and Infinity are really related. It was here that he scrapped the mayor who preceded Zhang Jiji, so Zhang Jiji had the chance to take office. And this time, it was here, holding the mayor's inauguration ceremony for Zhang Changbao. I have to say, life is really full of drama. With that thought, he walked in and saw that there weren't a lot of people inside, only a few sparse ones. And, right after Lin Lang walked in, Zhang Changbao saw him at a glance, and with a smile on his face, he walked towards the side. Zhang Changbao had never seen Lin Lang, but once he saw that even Butler Lu was following Lin Lang, then Lin Lang's identity, naturally, was self-evident. Lin Xiao. Zhang Changbao walked forward and reached out to shake Lin Lang's hand. Lin Lang also shook Zhang Changbao's hand. Zhang Changbao's looks are indeed of the honest kind, and at a glance, he is not as bold and resourceful as Zhang Jiji. However, Lin Lang didn't care about that right now. He just looked at the person in front of him and hooked his lips into a smile. Congratulations to Mayor Chang on his appointment. Lin Lang snorted with Zhang Changbao, originally to give him face so that he could do something good in the future. But then he saw that Zhang Changbao didn't seem to understand Lin Lang's meaning at all. On the contrary, he even nodded his head and said, Thank you. In fact, I've admired young Lin in my heart for a long time. I'm really happy that young Lin can come this time. After hearing Zhang Changbao's words, Lin Lang inexplicably felt a favorable desire for him in his heart. As he was about to say something more, he saw a man appear in front of him, bar outstretched and looking all cocky. Yo, what? The Lord Mayor threw me down to say hello to this kind of person? What? Am I no better than him? The person in front of him glanced at Lin Lang and scrutinized his body all over, his tone filled with mockery. If he wanted to talk about high and low status, then he dared to believe that of all the people present today, none of them could compare to his own family affairs, except for this position of the mayor. Let's not talk about his family's situation, but personally he's already one of the richest men in the city. It is safe to say that wherever there is a store, then there is bound to be a product from his house. So that his family is already making this thing bigger and better already, and no one in the room can match him in that regard. Then again, in terms of his family situation, his family was one of the most powerful families in the city. Whenever Bai Shucheng was mentioned, then what came to mind would definitely be the Bai family. This centuries-old family. It had to be said that the Bai family was also considered a legendary family. From Bai Shucheng's grandfather's generation, he had already started doing business. Immediately after his father took over. It has to be said that after this series of bouncing around, it has come to his generation. And really well by the time he got to it, it was already bigger and better. So, it was already the best thing for him to just be a rich kid that everyone envied. But who would have thought that today, he suddenly wanted to attend the mayor's inauguration ceremony, and he had just thrown in the towel without saying a few words to Zhang Changbao. Originally, he thought that Zhang Changbao was going to talk to some leader about something, but he didn't expect that he would be talking to Lin Lang here now. This Lin Lang looks, a foxy look, at a glance is not a good person. And, from the way Zhang Changbao treated Lin Lang, it was all groveling. Even though it was a character like himself, Zhang Changbao didn't look like this. But why did Zhang Changbao look like this when it was a different person? As soon as he thought of this, Bai Shucheng's entire heart was suddenly upset, and he directly made it to the side of Lin Lang, looking at him and saying, "Brother, I'll sit here with you for a while." It was even done directly without Lin Lang's consent. Is Lin Lang the kind of person who talks well? Of course not. His eyes glazed over as he looked at Bai Shucheng and directly and sternly rebuked, "Get out of the way." Bai Shucheng was instantly offended when he heard this tone. Standing up, he addressed Lin Lang. "What is your status that you dare to talk to young master me like that? I'm afraid you don't know the title capital city by family. As long as you don't, then I'll teach you what it means to be the young master of the capital city by family. All the people in the capital, except for those who are officials, who are big officials, who dare not speak to me like this. You are the first one, since you dare to tell me to get out of the way. Do you know what your status is? There's such a big difference between your status and mine. I'm already giving you face by sitting next to you. Don't give a fuck." Because Bai Shucheng's commotion was too loud, it caused many people to come over and gather around, pointing at Lin Lang. Who is this person that dares to offend the Bai family's young master? Wow! Offending the Bai family's young master? That's definitely no good. That's not true. What is the status of the Bai family's young master? That majesty is not allowed to be offended by others. Cool it, cool it. Zhang Changbao didn't expect things to come to this. Reaching out and pulling Bai Shucheng's arm, he opened his mouth to block it. "Bai Shao. Otherwise forget it. I think you should pay attention to your wording." As soon as Zhang Changbao said this, Lin Lang fell back and let out a light laugh, looking at the person in front of him, already a little offended. Butler Lu didn't say a word the entire time, just sitting on the sidelines, watching it all. When Lily saw this, she had actually been a bit unable to hold back. Looking at Lin Lang in front of her, she directly opened her mouth and roared, "What are you, this person? Who allowed you to talk like this?" After this sentence, it caused Lin Lang to hook his lips in a smile. On the other hand, Shiraki Sung, who was on the side, was shocked by Lily's move. "I originally thought that this Yuri was a very cute girl, but I didn't realize that they could talk so well, and their temperament was spot on." Seeing this, Bai Shucheng reached out and wiped the corners of his lips after scrutinizing her up and down with those lewd eyes for a moment. "Lily, young master, I am. Remember our first day at school, when we met this pervert? What should we do?" Lin Lang's voice spoke softly, even with a lethargic feeling, causing Bai Shucheng to be irritated. "Remember." Lily nodded. "Get on. Hey, don't go too far. Do you know who my dad is? Pop." Before Bai Shucheng could finish his words, he saw Lily walk up to him and reach out to slap him. For a moment, God knows how shaken he was. "Let me tell you, our young master doesn't want to know who your father is at all, because whoever it is, that has no effect on our young master. And if it weren't for today's party, do you think you would be able to talk to our young master? If you're trying to be funny, then you can fuck off while you can, because this is totally not the place for you. Sure, if you want to be embarrassed, feel free." Saying that, Lily towed over to Lin Lang's side and sat down. Young master, did I do well?" Soon enough, the feeling of being a little milk cat was restored, putting Lin Lang in a soothing mood. However, Bai Shucheng clearly had no intention of leaving. Instead, he went even further and sat down directly opposite Lin Lang. "You guys are bullies. How dare you hit people? Just you wait. I'll show you what it means to be really powerful." After saying that, he saw Bai Shucheng directly reach out and take out his cell phone, and he started to make a call. "Who am I? I'm your uncle. Who do you think I am? Call 20 men and get them over here for me. Infinity." After Bai Shucheng said this, He even gave Lin Lang a fierce glare, as if he was dissatisfied with Lin Lang's current lack of speech. Lin Lang naturally didn't pay any attention to her, just playing with his cell phone and fighting the landlord with all his might. Bai Shucheng took a look at it, and immediately became exasperated in his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, Lin Lang should be there right now calmly playing a game. Lin Lang didn't even look at Bai Shucheng, just playing the game on his own. Lily even opened her mouth to shout 666 on the side, an operation that made Bai Shucheng really angry. After about 5 minutes or so, it was only then that a large wave of people could be seen coming towards Lin Lang's direction. When Bai Shucheng saw the person who came after, the entire corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile. However, before the people could reach him, the manager appeared directly in the center, reaching out to stop them. Stop. What for? Want to come to infinity and make trouble? After hearing the manager's words, they stood still and then shifted their pleading eyes to Bai Shucheng, because they knew that if Bai Shucheng really needed them, then he would definitely save them from the fire. They are also aware of the fact that there is a big boss behind infinity backing it all up. If, once they caused trouble, then they would end up being punished by more than just being kicked out. So now they could only count on Bai Shucheng to save them. When Bai Shucheng saw the manager's action, his entire body couldn't help but frown, looking at the manager who stood in place and stood up violently. What for? This is my guy. What? Are you trying to disrespect me? It was only with this sentence that the manager's eyes were drawn over. However, just when he saw Lin Lang in front of him, his entire body trembled, and he immediately walked over to pull Lin Lang in front of him. The entire person nodded and shushed Lin Lang. It's been a long time since I've seen young Lin. I wonder how he's been doing lately. Any thoughts of continuing to come to infinity? Only then did Lin Lang look up at the manager, and after making sure that he did indeed recognize him, he then hooked his lips and smiled. And seeing Lin Lang smile, the manager immediately felt so warm as if he had encountered light in the midst of adversity. It was estimated that even a person who was about to die would quickly come back to life with full blood after seeing Lin Lang smile. Bai Shucheng's entire being was ignored in place. He was the one who originally called the manager. But why? Did the manager now seem to be getting close to Lin Lang? What the hell is going on here? Whatever. Straight up. Thinking like this, Bai Shucheng directly waved his big hand, looked at the few people in front of him, and directly spoke. Go on. Fuck him for me. Immediately after that, a large group of people headed towards Lin Lang's direction. However, before they could even touch Lin Lang's body, they were already sent flying. The heart-rending screams were truly miserable, causing Lily to reach out and cover her ears, followed by looking at Lin Lang with a surprised look, including Butler Lu. They couldn't believe that just now the action was really done by Lin Lang. In their impression, although Lin Lang knew a little bit of Taekwondo, he didn't expect to be so awesome. They didn't even know how Lin Lang had struck. Can't help but cringe at the sight of this. Maybe that's how bigots are. It was only Phoenix, who was calm the entire time, as if nothing had happened. In fact, it wasn't because what Lin Lang did didn't make her feel shocked, but because recently Lin Lang had really done too many things that shocked him, so his heart had long since become numb. From the bottom of his heart, he already thought of Lin Lang as the result of a godlike existence. Bai Shucheng's entire body went wide-eyed when he saw this scene. No. Impossible. My bodyguards one by one are particularly powerful. Why you a palm? Just give them down. Bai Shucheng is not a fool. Know that he is messing with what a great big man, but the heart still cannot swallow that breath. It was a little hard to look at his group of men who were already on the ground in a very ugly state. He reached out and pointed at Lin Lang and opened his mouth. Give me your name for 10 days. Within 10 days I will beat you to death. If not, then my last name is not Bai. I am your fucking grandson. Bai Shucheng's tone of voice was no longer calm. Looking at Lin Lang with a glance, he spoke excitedly, and Lin Lang didn't even look at Bai Shucheng for a moment the entire time, but his eyelids did flutter slightly when he heard Bai Shucheng say that he was his grandson. Immediately after that, the entire person stood up, with a poppy smile on his face, and took a step towards Bai Shucheng. Don't come over. Bai Shucheng was a bit nervous, looking at Lin Lang in front of him. From the time he himself first came in, Lin Lang hadn't given him a good face and hadn't even looked at him, causing him to be a bit fearful of Lin Lang's presence now. Moreover, if one looked at it according to Lin Lang's thoughts like this, the Bai Shucheng in front of them was not the target of his own suppression at all, but for some reason, Lin Lang just wanted to suppress it, so that the inauguration ceremony would be interesting. Obviously, Zheng Changbao was not at all worried about any problems with his ceremony, because he knew that as long as Lin Lang was here, no matter what happened, it would be solved. He certainly knew Lin Lang's identity, so he was naturally aware of Lin Lang's abilities. The air was just silent for a few minutes. No one said anything, only the sound of Bai Shucheng gulping in fear remained. Think you're a bully? As soon as Lin Lang's contemptuous voice left his mouth, he saw Bai Shucheng's body tremble slightly. He really didn't dare to imagine that if he really had to bring out his stance in a moment, would the kid in front of him release a yellow liquid to pollute the air? Thinking of this, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and cover his nose. Seeing that Bai Shucheng didn't answer, he didn't care at all, and with just a wave of his hand, Zhang Changbao directly stood up. Young Bai, we don't welcome you here. Please, you say? Bai Shucheng thought for a moment that he had misheard the words, but he didn't expect that he would be able to say the words to drive himself away in such a leisurely manner. This is unbelievable. Do you hardly know who I am? How dare you offend me? Hearing these words, Lin Lang reached out and put down his wine glass. The quilt touched the table with a particularly loud thud. Everyone was unsure, casting their eyes over to the situation at hand. What the hell is going on here? I don't know. It didn't just look like we were going to make up. Hey, I've never been clear about the tricks these rich people play, so I'll just watch. Lin Lang didn't pay the slightest attention to the gossip of the bystanders, but instead looked directly at Bai Shucheng in front of him and opened his mouth. Thinking that your family is awesome? Lin Lang didn't even need Bai Shucheng to answer and spoke directly. In that case, then I'll tell you that the Bai family, from today onwards, no longer exists. Butler Lu. Yes, young master. What do you want? When Bai Shucheng heard this, he inexplicably felt in his heart that Lin Lang wasn't joking, but was instead stating the truth of a matter. Upon seeing the old Lu steward leave directly from his spot, he then looked at Lin Lang and yelled with his heart torn out. What the hell are you doing? Everybody listen. I, Lin Lang, will protect Zhang Changgong from today. Protecting the mayor? You're kidding. Why would you want to be defended when you're the mayor? Yeah, that's not the right way to think about it, is it? It's kind of weird. Hey, did you guys just hear who he said he was? Lin Lang? Could it be overseas Lin Lang? Overseas Lin Lang. Bai Shucheng heard the comments of the bystanders, and when he thought of the word and looked at Lin Lang with fierce dismay, the whole thing, it was over. Butler Lu barely gave Bai Shucheng a bit of time to speak, and directly walked over and reported to Lin Lang. Young master, the White family, extinguished. Butler Lu spoke in a voice that was loud enough to be heard by everyone on the scene. What? The White family is extinguished? Is it that easy? Oh my gosh. Is this the ability of overseas Lin Lang? I've only heard about the powerful skills of overseas Lin Lang before, but today I see that destroying a family is simply a matter of a single word. Yeah, where is this a matter of a word? Oh look, a direct second. Okay. Listening to their words, Bai Shucheng's face was a shade of green and a shade of white. If he could, he really wished that there was a kind of regret pill for sale in the world. If he could, he would make it hard to regret it. Is the White family really finished? Bai Shucheng even asked this question with a crying voice, and as a result, he heard Lin Lang's answer. Since you think your White family is bullish, then I'll do as you wish, and you'll be able to flaunt it openly in the future. After all, your White family was folded in my hands, and those who can make me personally do it, those are definitely all bulls. Bai Shucheng looked at Lin Lang with a face full of regret. If he could, he really wanted to go up and beat Lin Lang severely, because the expression Lin Lang was showing at this moment was just too hateful. Bai Shucheng didn't know what to say, only that he was carried back. Without the harassment of some people, the whole inauguration ceremony was still in full swing. If it wasn't for the chaos just now, it was estimated that they wouldn't have been able to see that such a Big Brother level character would have appeared on top of this inauguration ceremony. And this Big Brother level character is the real Big Brother. Before long, everyone walked up to Lin Lang and started talking to him. Ah, Lin Xiao, I really didn't expect it to be you. Yes, young Lin, I've always heard of your name, but I never thought I'd see you in person. Ah, young Lin, how can you be so handsome? I think I'm falling in love with you. Of all the flattery, it's this one that takes the cake. These people could only flatter Lin Lang about how bullish he was, but a big man couldn't say anything like falling in love with Lin Lang at all. They weren't as courageous as the man who had just been there, and just as Lin Lang heard those words, his eyebrows subconsciously furrowed, because he had absolutely no idea that one day a man would say the words I love you to himself. Lin Lang took a closer look at the man, and upon seeing him, he realized why he had been attacked by such a person. Because this person was the very person who had just been beaten by Lin Lang. The so-called brothers are not beaten up, and love is probably what comes out of a fight. Lin Lang didn't pay any attention to that person and instead looked at Zhang Changbao. Congratulations on taking office, Lin Lang said, reaching out and patting Zhang Changbao's shoulder. Then he simply left the spot. Lin Lang wasn't the type of person who liked to get together, not to mention that there were so many other people here, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. When Lin Lang walked outside, that's when he thought about the family gathering the day after tomorrow. Well, There's still a day tomorrow to get ready. And since we're getting ready, it's going to be a big one. Thinking of this, Lin Lang glanced at the time, and when he saw that it was already Song Zhu's off-duty time, he then drove his car and headed to Song Zhu's filming site. Phoenix was still following Lin Lang's side, while Lily's entire face was filled with smiles when she heard that she was coming to pick up Song Zhu. I have to say, Lily still quite likes Song Zhu, chased after all of Song Zhu's TV. Now it's hard to see Song Zhu in person. Then naturally, she wants to have a good meeting. When it was time to arrive at the theater, Lily's entire being was very excited because she was about to see Song Zhou. Go inside and wait. Lin Lang incidentally walked to the studio with both Phoenix and Lily. Because of the reason that they were both very focused, it led to Lin Lang not wanting to disturb them at all, and directly led the duo to sit inside the corner. However, the sharp-eyed Kai Shuchang could always see the direction where Lin Lang was. However, when it came to seeing Lily, the tiny eyes all sparkled brightly. Straight away, he took 3 bottles of water and walked over. Mr. Lin, drink water. 2 beauties, drink water. Thanks, Lily said politely, thinking that the kid was kinda nice since she had no idea what Kai Shuchang was like before. Kai Shuchang obviously had a favorable impression of Lily's attitude, and approached Lily to ask directly, may I ask what the beautiful sister calls herself? Lily. Lily is indeed a good name. Oh. Kai Shuchang, the unlucky child, actually began to remember the meaning of Lily's name. However, Phoenix's voice rang out leisurely. Kai Shuchang, don't blame me for not reminding you that it's not just anyone you can hit on. Phoenix's words had just been uttered, and Kai Shuchang instantly felt his scalp tingle, because, suddenly, a very important point came to him. First of all, Lily had followed Lin Lang here, and since she had followed Lin Lang here, she must be Lin Lang's person. And, looking at Lin Lang's identity again, there must be more than one woman, and women were simply not something he, Kai Shuchang, could afford to grab. So once he touched Lin Lang's bottom line, then he would definitely die a very miserable death, not even knowing how he died. Thinking of this, Kai Shuchang suddenly felt a wave of fear, then looked at the Phoenix with a face full of gratitude and spoke. Thank you, Sister Phoenix. After finishing, he glanced at Lin Lang and nodded his head again, afraid that he had done something wrong. Mr. Lin, I'll go and get busy first. If there's anything you need, just ask, he said, and only after seeing Lin Lang nod his head, did he leave the spot. Instead, Lily was a little less able to understand the situation. Is Choi Wook-chang a handyman? No. Phoenix's reply remained cold, with no intention of saying another word. However, right after hearing this answer from the Phoenix, Lily instead beamed and looked at the Phoenix with a bit of a not-so-pleased look. Sister Phoenix, you're biased. You're so nice to Ching-Ching but you're not cold to me. Because Lily spoke in a particularly low voice. Even Lin Lang didn't know what was happening with the two of them and just looked at Song Zhu on the stage. I didn't. Phoenix looked at Lily, and was eventually annoyed that Lily couldn't take it anymore. Before she opened her mouth to explain, he's a supporting character. He offended the young master when he first came here, but he's reformed. Phoenix really did talk as little as he could, and the whole thing was completely devoid of the slightest desire to talk to Lily any further. But Lily was also very content, and after knowing this, fell to understand the general situation. Nodding directly, he watched Song Zhu's performance on the stage, looking flamboyant throughout, causing Lin Lang to shake his head. What would happen if Song Zhou knew he had such a philandering fan? You turned out to like me. Ha! After finishing his work, Song Zhou came down to the stage and talked to Lily, and the whole thing was so much more shocked after hearing Lily's remark. Full of surprise, he looked at Lily in front of him, and then even reached out and patted her shoulder directly. The little girl has vision. Keep it up. I'm watching you. Seeing this scene, Lin Lang couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. He really had never seen such a brazen person. How can one be narcissistic to such an extent? Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and rub Song Zhu's head. Let's go. Stop chatting. Your stomach is rumbling. With that said, Lin Lang and Song Zhu both rode in one car, while Phoenix and Lily drove one. Lily beamed sadly, but still rushed to sit in Phoenix's car. Although she said that she couldn't sit in a car with Song Zhu, the thought that she could eat together in a while made her feel better. When the two of them walked up to Lin Lang's next words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Lily for half a day. Song Zhou and I are going to eat somewhere else, so you guys can eat here. After saying that, he glanced at Phoenix. I'm booked for a seat, just give my name, said, and was about to leave, when something occurred to him. Lily thought that things had taken a turn for the worse, and her original downcast look immediately leapt up. But then I heard Lin Lang's unsavory sentence. Did you bring your card? Bring it on. Oh, so it was for a meal for the two of them. Lily looked at Song Zhu's back as he left, and the whole thing was a bit saddened. At this thought, Lily directly reached out and pulled Phoenix with her hand, huffing, "Humph, let's go eat." In the car, Song-Zhu looked at Lin Lang and opened his mouth to inquire. "Lily looks quite sad. Why don't you coax her?" Lin Lang glanced at Song-Zhu, and only after seeing that she was simply asking this question did he open his mouth to reply. "This Lily child just lacks exercise. He must be allowed to exercise. How does working out not follow the stars?" Well, Song-Zhu's question directly blocked Lin Lang. For a moment, Lin Lang was completely at a loss as to what words he should use to answer Song-Zhu. "Since I can't answer that, I'll change the subject. I didn't realize that you look like such a calm person, but are you actually quite narcissistic on the inside? Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to talk to Lily for so long just now." Hearing these words, Song-Zhu instead awkwardly reached out to touch his hair and spoke. "It's not because of your face, boss, or else I wouldn't be talking to the fans." Upon hearing these words, Lin Lang then reached out and touched Song-Zhu's face. "I didn't realize you were quite the condescending person." Song-Zhu rolled her eyes and reached out to knock Lin Lang's hand away. Looking at Lin Lang, he said, "I'm not being condescending, but professionalism, stars can't say too much to their fans. Saying more is more wrong." This was something Lin Lang did know, and it was something that everyone inside the circle had been doing. As soon as they encounter those agitated fans, it can cause their own emotions to start to run high, which can cause things to be said that shouldn't be said, to spill out. Lin Lang could understand, so he didn't say anything. But I didn't expect Song-Zhu to take the initiative to speak again. "Also, as my boss, how can I touch my employees' heads at will?" Saying that, Lin Lang braked sharply and stopped at the side of the road. Because it was a suburb, there were fewer cars, so Lin Lang didn't care so much and directly looked at Song-Zhu who was next to him. Reaching out, he touched Song-Zhu's forehead. "Did you touch it?" Song-Zhu gave Lin Lang a blank stare, but still shook her head. "It's fine. It's a good thing you're a great driver. Or else I might have really had to lie on the ground with a head full of blood." "Silly boy. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Lang reached out and lightly patted Song-Zhu's head, then squinted his eyes and glanced at the transparent attribute panel. Name, Jo Sung. Personality, quirky. Skills, acting LV6. Favorability, 72. Rating, 94. Lin Lang was shocked for a moment, not realizing that Song-Zhu's favorability towards himself had gotten so high. I didn't expect it. But soon, Lin Lang thought of another question. Could it be that Song-Zhu is like this because I'm paying him? Boss, what's wrong with you? What are you walking away thinking about?" Lin Lang jolted awake when he heard Song-Zhu's call. When he glanced at Song-Zhu in front of him, his little face was flushed and his big eyes blinked around, especially a pair of cherry mouth. "Let people look. Want to kiss?" Lin Lang thought so and did likewise. A shallow kiss directly onto Song-Zhu's mouth. When he felt Lin Lang's cold lips, Song-Zhu's entire body was stunned. For a moment, Song-Zhu did not know what words to utter to express his current feelings, but just felt that the current situation was developing in a very subtle direction. It was a feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. Just reached up and touched his lips. "Why are you so nervous? It's not your first time, is it?" Lin Lang was being completely tentative, but just as he finished asking this question, he had already used his eye of true vision to look at Song-Zhu's heart. A first indeed. Seeing this, Lin Lang's heart beat faster, because he couldn't believe at all that Song-Zhu, who was a star, was doing it for the first time. Song-Zhu's face was all red, the kind of red, and with a hint of cuteness. Lin Lang looked at Song-Zhu with unblinking eyes for a while, causing Song-Zhu to feel a kind of inexplicable shyness. Reaching out, he hammered Lin Lang with his small fist. "There's no such boss as you." And leading the subterfuge. Hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh softly, looking at Song-Zhu with a face full of happiness as he opened his mouth to inquire. "So if I really am trying to subvert you, what are you going to do?" Without even giving Song-Zhu time to reply, he continued to speak. "You only have two choices. The first one is happy to accept. The second one gladly accepts." After hearing these words, Song-Zhu couldn't help but hook his lips. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he wanted to laugh for a moment, but after thinking about the current awkward atmosphere, he simply stopped laughing. "What kind of bullshit theory is that? Oh, there's no choice at all, okay?" Song-Zhu directly opened his mouth to spit without mercy. After hearing this, Lin Lang fell directly frowning and looked at Song-Zhu. "Yo, the poor little flower girl." Song-Zhu even opened her mouth to speak dirty words. "What do you think this matter would think of you if the majority of netizens knew about it?" "You." Song-Zhu reached out and pointed at Lin Lang, full of hopelessness. Yeah, there was nothing she could do about people like Lin Lang. She could only be angry alone. Suddenly thinking of something, he directly reached out and pointed at Lin Lang and said, "Boss, you can't say that. If I'm gone, you won't be able to earn any money." said, and felt proud of himself for finding a suitable excuse. But when she saw Lin Lang hook her lips in a smile, she had realized a problem. Do I need your money? Song Zhu reached out and hammered his head. Also, oh, Lin Lang is so rich. How can he lack money? However, Song Zhu still raised his head and looked at Lin Lang with a haughty expression. What? Do you look down on all this money I've earned for you? This isn't a lot of money for you, but it's my hard-earned money. Okay. Looking at Song Zhu's now puffed-up appearance, Lin Lang found it adorable. Reaching out, he cupped her cheeks and incidentally wrapped his arm directly around her shoulders. His eyes glazed over. How about being my woman? Originally, the atmosphere was still a bit awkward, but after his brother said so much to Lin Lang, Song Zhu wasn't embarrassed anymore and directly reached out, pulling Lin Lang's arm away. Don't do it. Why? Lin Lang's lazy voice sounded again, looking at the arm that Song Zhu had put down, and undeterred, he hitched up again. How could you? Song Zhu beamed and looked at Lin Lang. You've got so many women. I'm going. What number am I in line for? If I remember correctly, it should be 6th, right? 666. How 6 you are. Get out. This was the first time Song Zhu had ever spoken dirty words to Lin Lang, and Lin Lang's eyes fell back with a light flutter when he heard these words. Oh, telling me to get lost? Anyone who dares to speak to me like that, you can inquire about his current situation. Song Zhu heard this sentence also later, but laughed. Looking at the person in front of him directly opened his mouth. What? Could it be that you, boss, intend to deduct my wages, or do you intend to beat me up? I'm going to make you give yourself to me. Lin Lang specifically approached Song Zhu's ear and whispered softly. Hearing this, Song Zhu directly reddened her face, but still pretended to look at Lin Lang as if she hadn't heard anything. Boss, I think I'm going to starve to death if you don't get going. Then, Song Zhu's stomach let out a rumble, and the sound of hunger suddenly rang out. For a moment, Song Zhu lowered his head in embarrassment, and Lin Lang felt particularly amused at the sight. And stopping what he was just talking about, he just stepped on the gas and drove off to the restaurant where he was eating. After about 20 minutes or so, the car pulled up in front of a nothing lodge. This restaurant is on a hill, and the whole environment is particularly secluded. Basically, there will not be any noise to disturb their dinner and entertainment. Song Zhou got out of the car and took a good look around the hotel. Breathe a mouthful of fresh air. I have to say, the air here is really much better than inside the city. Looking at the woods that filled the area around here, if you went straight down there, you might even find wild rabbits. Maybe, there will be a clear water below the mountain, and there will be small fish in the clear water, swimming slowly along with the current. As soon as he thought of this, Song Zhu's mood immediately improved, to the point that he even forgot about what had just happened with Lin Lang in the car. Lin Lang, on the other hand, stood to the side and didn't say anything. Soon, the system's voice sounded again, dropping. The host needs to spend all $10 million before the end of the day. Hearing this quest released by the system, Lin Lang frowned instead. Why is this mission so short? The system issues tasks and never explains them. Okay, you're bull-headed. I won't talk to you. Saying that, Lin Lang directly reached out and took Song Zhu's hand, which was soft and boneless, and felt especially good. Come on, let's go eat and come out afterward. Good. Song Zhu was about to take out his mask and glasses as well as his duck-dung hat when he was already stopped by Lin Lang. I've got all the restaurants here, so it's fine. Hearing this, Song Zhu was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say too much. She was happy to be comfortable without having to be fully armed. Hello, Mr. Lin, may I ask what you would like to order? Come, order whatever you want to eat. Lin Lang directly reached out and handed Song Zhu the menu. Looking at Song Zhu's face, which was all smiles, after ordering the food, Song Zhu fell alone and took out his cell phone to play. Lin Lang just looked at Song Zhu with a hint of tenderness in all of his eyes, but Song Zhou just didn't see it. Let me in. Why don't you let me in? Soon, a piercing woman's voice could be heard resounding outside, and Lin Lang's entire body couldn't help but frown when he heard this voice. Waiter, what's that noise? Song Zhou was so scared that she reached right out and pulled out her gear, arming herself fully. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. There's a man outside who's planning to break in, but our employees are already putting a stop to it. I'm sorry to have interrupted your meal. The waiter's voice had just opened its mouth when he heard the voices outside getting louder and louder. You guys run a restaurant. You don't let people in. What kind of operation is this? I have money. Why don't you let me in? Sorry ma'am, we're booked today. Charters? How much did he pay you guys? Tell me and I'll double it. My husband is loaded with money and the last thing he needs is money. So hurry up and let us in or you'll be in for it. The waiter frowned and looked at the woman as he spoke again. Ma'am, this really isn't a matter of money. This is our hotel's rule of first come, first served. I don't care what your first come first served. Get out of my way. I'm here with a bunch of sisters who are all rich. Once your hotel's reputation spreads, then I can't guarantee what will happen next. Threats. Naked threats. That's good. Lin Lang stood up and glanced at Song Zhu. Good girl. It's okay. You go ahead and eat. Then, it was off to the door. There were 4 women at the door. All of them looked graceful and elegant. They looked like rich noble women. But so what if they're rich? Can they be as rich as Lin Lang? It's not going to happen. The 4 people's voices, which were originally making a lot of noise, instantly quieted down when they saw Lin Lang standing in the doorway. So handsome. I don't know who let out the exclamation, and the remaining 3 immediately followed in agreement. Yeah, super handsome. My God, how can there be someone so handsome, killing all the fresh meat? Young Lin, I'm really sorry to have disturbed your meal. The waiter at the door opened his mouth full of apologies. Lin Lang waved his hand and spoke. It's fine. Oh, I didn't realize it sounded so good too. Oh my gosh, what a crispy voice. Ah, I'm sure. It simply sounds better than my husband's. Facing this group of flamboyant women, Lin Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew he was handsome, but these people were too exaggerated. I've got this place covered. You guys go. Oh, good. The waiter's jaw dropped in shock at the sight. The person who was originally so difficult to deal with just walked away because of Lin Lang's words? However, things are often not that simple. Hey, no, we can't leave. We have to stay here. Maybe we can still flirt. Yes, it can't go. We're just not going to go if he tells us to. Maybe, he's afraid of falling in love with us and that's why he's letting us go. Yes, no go. The sound of their discussion was heard by Lin Lang, kind of helpless. I didn't realize there was such an odd woman out there. Lin Lang is not seen. Hey, we have to leave when you tell us to. We're going in for dinner. Get out of my way. With that, one of the women directly reached out and yanked the waiter away, intending to walk in. The waiter almost fell over, and Lin Lang reached straight up to help. Let them in. Hearing this, the 4 women immediately swarmed in and walked right in. When the 4 of them came in, they first circled around. Then came the sight of a heavily armed Song Zhou. Upon seeing Song Zhu, the entire group became curious. They all looked at Song Zhu, and just as they were about to walk over, they were directly blocked by Lin Lang. Now that I've let you in, if you give an inch then please get out. The 4 people collectively froze and looked at Lin Lang in front of them, filled with anger. You man, how can you have a woman outside yo? Saying that, he also couldn't help but feel sorry for a bit, shaking his head helplessly, looking at Lin Lang, directly speaking, this kind of woman, generally covering her face and refusing to see people, that's basically not very good in itself. After saying that, it seemed to make perfect sense and nodded directly. After hearing these words, he fell back to look at the person in front of him and shook his head directly with a look of pity. Yo, what? Do I need you to tell me if I look good or not? Song Zhu is naturally straight-talking. When he hears others talking about himself like this, his heart is momentarily upset, and it's normal for him to directly open his mouth to dislike back. Those noble women probably didn't expect that someone would dare to directly open their mouths to dislike them, and their tempers instantly flared. I say, what's the matter with you, little girl? Don't you know how to be polite? Right after hearing that, Song Zhou fell back on his ridiculousness. They were the ones who came over to talk about themselves, but they didn't expect to come right over and say they didn't look good? Song Zhu couldn't help but snort and was about to argue with them when he saw Lin Lang standing directly in front of him. My woman, as pretty as I think she is, what you think is none of my business. By the way, I'm wrapping up today, so now, please cluck and leave. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Lang didn't hit women, he would have struck out by now. So how could he have kept them until now? How could you? You, that's the way I am. Look the other way. You guys just go away. After saying that, Lin Lang didn't seem to care about them and spoke directly. Waiter, no serving them food. Yes. When the 4 women heard this, they simply turned around and left. There was even a man who walked directly in front of Lin Lang, reached out and put down a bank card, and directly said, here you go, I'll pay out of my pocket for today's scene. After that, the woman just walked away. Lin Lang glanced at the bank card and reached out to throw it away inside the trash can, not even looking up. With this action, not only Song Zhu, but even the waiter at the side froze. My goodness, what kind of god-awful money is this to throw even a bank card? However, Lin Lang didn't care about those at all and just spoke towards Song Zhu, who had already unloaded his equipment. Let's eat. Good. Inexplicably, a warm feeling overflowed from Song Zhu's heart, a feeling that was very subtle. The 2 of them ate and walked right up to the front desk to get a room and not go back tonight. Why don't you go back? Song Zhu was a bit repulsed. In the end, she was also a woman, and it was always a bit bad to be outside with a man in the middle of the night. Moreover, Song Zhu was at least a Damien star-level character, in case if she was followed and filmed. Then her innocence could not be washed away. Don't you want to see the view below? Actually, the night view here at night is quite beautiful. Really? Seemingly capturing Song Zhu's heart, Lin Lang immediately nodded his head. Yes, but since you don't like it, forget it, let's go. However, Lin Lang had just turned around when he saw Song Zhu reaching out and pulling on his arm, his little eyes blinking and blinking with a look of innocence. I regret it. I want to live here. After hearing the answer to his satisfaction, Lin Lang then hooked his lips in a smile and reached out to touch Song Zhu's head. Well, since you're going to stay here then stay. Get 2 rooms. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, but we only have 1 more room on this side. What? Song Zhou kind of couldn't believe his ears. How could this be possible? Isn't this place pretty big? Why is there just 1 room? I'm really sorry. The rest of the rooms are already booked then. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, Song Zhu simply rolled his eyes and reached out to point at him. His tone stern. Say, is it you who's secretly manipulating the situation? And that's why it's like this? Lin Lang was filled with injustice, but still answered Song Zhu's question. No, I'm that kind of person. The front desk lady also started to speak for Lin Lang. Miss, Lin Xiao didn't secretly manipulate. We do have only 1 room left yet. Hearing this, Song Zhu glanced at Lin Lang and helplessly arrived. Alright, 1 room is 1 room. If it wasn't for the fact that you're handsome and you're my boss, there's no way I'd agree to this. Song Zhu beamed and looked at Lin Lang with eyes full of helplessness, but the heart is still a bit diabolical. After all, this is the first time he or share a room with a man. Right after walking to the room, the lights hadn't been turned on yet, and he was just about to turn around to turn them on when he ran straight into Lin Lang's arms. Lin Lang's hand was quick, directly reached out and wrapped his arm around Song Zhu's waist, looking at her with a hooked smile. How come the lights haven't been turned on yet? And you're too late to throw in the towel? God knows how embarrassed Song Zhu was right now. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, completely at a loss as to what to do. He could only subconsciously take a step back, then awkwardly lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Lang. Of course Lin Lang knew that Song Zhu was shy, so he simply stopped teasing her and spoke. Go take a bath. Ha! Song Zhu's eyes widened, a bit in disbelief of what he was hearing inside his ears. I told you to take a shower and go to bed. It's been a long day. Lin Lang opened his mouth in amusement to explain, and in passing, he reached over and knocked Song Zhu's head. What's the boy thinking? With that, he went straight to the bed, sat down, and reached out to play with his cell phone. Song Zhu saw that there seemed to be nothing wrong with Lin Lang, and when he saw that the bathroom door could be locked, he then reached out with a reassuring hand, closed the door behind him, and began to take a shower. The whole time, my heart was racing. I don't know what I was thinking, but all in all, I just felt awkward and shy. Did you fall in? It wasn't until Lin Lang reached out and knocked on the door that he realized he'd been washing for a long time, and a large portion of the water had overflowed out. Looking at Song Zhu, who had just finished showering, her hair slightly dripping with water and her double face smoldering red, Lin Lang couldn't help but gulp, eyes looking straight at Song Zhu's body. What she was wearing, or what she was wearing today. This was something that Lin Lang had considered a bit poorly. He reached over and patted the bed, motioning for Song Zhou to get into it, while he himself walked straight to the bathroom and began to shower. Seeing Lin Lang leave the bedroom, Song Zhu's heartbeat then became much slower, looking at a bed and lying on it. After about 5 minutes, Lin Lang walked straight out and immediately burrowed into Song Zhu's quilt while he didn't react. Ah! Song Zhu was so scared that he screamed outright, but Lin Lang was able to control him. What are you screaming for? Do you want people to hear you scream? As she felt the hand over her mouth, and the thick arm in front of her, Song Zhou blinked and stopped moving. Good girl, don't scream. If you really want to scream, do it properly later. Hearing this, Song Zhu couldn't help but stretch out his leg and kick Lin Lang, and instantly, Lin Lang reached out to cover his bottom and crouched down on the bed. Ah, my chicken. Song Zhu was helpless. She just kicked casually, but she didn't expect to kick directly to that place of Lin Lang. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. But looking at Lin Lang in such pain right now, she really didn't know what to use to solve it, because she also had absolutely no experience in this area. Boss, I really didn't mean it. How are you? Are you okay? If you can, why don't you go to the restroom and see if she's still okay or not? Hearing this, Lin Lang was practically laughing out loud. He had expected Song Zhu to offer to let her rub it, but he hadn't expected Song Zhu to tell him to go to the bathroom and take a look for himself. It's completely illogical thinking, alright. And a normal man, in this situation, would never agree to this attention, okay? He aimed to seduce Song Zhu, not for Song Zhu to give him ideas. Seeing that this disguise could not be pretended anymore, Lin Lang could only shake his head and act as if he had just slowed down, looking at Song Zhu and saying, "It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry." Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang. The worry in his eyes was not false at all, but Lin Lang wanted more than just worry. But since Song Zhu didn't understand, Lin Lang could only take his time to temper it. He reached straight out and choked Song Zhu's throat. Bang! Immediately afterward, the two of them just lay on the bed. Immediately afterward, one could see that the ceiling overhead was slowly rising, and in no time, the ceiling overhead had turned into the night sky. Wow! Lots of stars. Song Zhu was full of happiness because she had never seen such a beautiful night sky before. You can't even see it downtown. How about that? I brought you to the right place. Looking at Song Zhu being so happy, Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips and smile. Humph. It's a good thing you brought me to the right place. Otherwise you'd have to pay me for sleeping with you tonight. Hearing these words, Lin Lang couldn't help but speak. Oh, sleeping with you? Song Zhu realized that he was the one who had said the wrong thing and wanted to change his words immediately, but he was directly kissed on the lips by Lin Lang. Well, Song Zhu couldn't struggle away and could only allow Lin Lang to move in his mouth. However, right after Lin Lang finished kissing, he instead reached up and closed the roof, reached around Song Zhu, and just went to sleep. Song Zhu was even a bit in disbelief, having no idea what kind of operation this was. However, just when she saw that Lin Lang was already asleep, she stopped thinking about it. Early the next morning, Lin Lang saw Song Zhu, who was lying asleep inside his arm, and his whole mood was soothed. He reached out and touched Song Zhu's face, but he didn't expect her to directly open her eyes, and for a moment, her eyes were ruthless, making Lin Lang a bit incredulous. The Song Zhu he remembered had always been the gentle and cute type of girl, so why did she turn into this in an instant? When he thought of this, he was about to inquire when he saw that Song Zhu's eyes had recovered and gave a light laugh as he directly opened his mouth to explain. I'm a light sleeper, especially in my profession, which causes me to react greatly when someone touches my face. For some reason, looking at Song Zhu smiling awkwardly, Lin Lang had a feeling of heartache. I guess it's the insecurity that comes with this profession that makes Song Zhu's sleep so shallow. You don't have to go to the theater today. Get up. Go somewhere with me. To a party. Are you asking me to play your girlfriend? Song Zhu suddenly thought of Lin Lang's behavior last night, which made him look at him with eyes full of shock. If it was really because of what happened last night, then Song Zhu's heart had a plan. That's smart. Lin Lang went straight to Song Zhu's lips and kissed them. Song Zhu had just planned to hide when he saw Lin Lang directly reach out and wrap his arms around his neck, and with a very gentle strength, not the kind of forcefulness that comes from anger. Lin Lang looked at Song Zhu. His eyes were very gentle, and the smile in the corner of his eyes could have overflowed. Since you're ready to be my girlfriend, don't hide. I'm not going to eat you as of now. Lin Lang's speaking tone was very ambiguous, causing Song Zhu's entire face to turn red, and with the two of them being so close, Song Zhu could almost smell the nice tobacco scent on Lin Lang's body, mixed with a light minty scent. It caused Song Zhu to directly ignore what Lin Lang had just called his identity. Okay, now wash and rinse and get up. Next, I'm going to take you downtown to get you styled and I'm going to change into a different outfit, and we'll be leaving at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon sharp. Hearing Lin Lang's next arrangement, Song Zhu couldn't help but roll his eyes and look at Lin Lang in front of him, opening his mouth to complain. Now I finally realize why you were so considerate of me last night. It was to squeeze me. Humph. Seemingly angry, Song Zhu directly twisted her head and grunted, and without even looking at Lin Lang, he walked straight to the restroom and started washing up. Although he was not happy with his mouth, he had actually started to follow Lin Lang's trajectory, which made Lin Lang feel very satisfied. After about 2 people were all packed up, it was time to head back downtown. When Lily saw that Song Zhu had finally returned, she couldn't be happier, and walked directly to Song Zhu's front, reaching out to pour Song Zhu a glass of water. Lin Lang directly hooked his lips and smiled when he saw how attentive Lily was. Lily, since you like Song Zhu so much, then next, I'll give you an important matter. What? When Lin Lang heard this, he couldn't help but speak directly. Go make a call. Call the stylist to come over. Bring a few clothes along with you, and then go out to meet them. Good. Once she heard that it was about Song Zhu, and that it was also ordered by Lin Lang himself, Lily did not dare to delay at all. And Icharan was actually a bit mindful in his heart when he saw Song Zhu. Viciously Wan gave Song Zhu a glance and went straight back into the room. Although Icharan's ruthless eyes Song Zhu didn't feel it, Lin Lang could indeed feel it clearly. Just when he turned back again, Icharan was long gone. About 30 minutes later, Lily was seen walking in directly with a stylist. Looking at Lin Lang in front of her, she spoke. This is the capital city's current most awesome stylist in terms of styling women. Hello Mr. Lin. Hello Miss Son. I've heard a lot about you. Hello. With a professional smile, Song Joe nodded toward her. May I ask if you're styling a mess, Song? Yeah, get started. I'll give you an hour. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Lang watched them tossing and turning, putting on makeup and picking out their clothes while he himself went upstairs, and after changing into a simple outfit, he laid on the bed and played with his cell phone for a while when he heard a knock on the door. If Lin Lang wasn't wrong, the person who came should be Hee Churan. Young master. Hee Churan's voice with his mood lowered to rock bottom reached Lin Lang's ears, causing Lin Lang to resist the urge to laugh. So angry just now that he even gave Song Joe a direct blank stare. But as soon as he saw Lin Lang walk into the room, he directly followed him in. It had to be said that Hee Churan's reaction to this was really quite cute. Lin Lang reached out and patted the side of the bed, looked at Hee Churan, and spoke directly. Sit. Young master, do you like Song Joe? When Lin Lang heard this question, he was a little unsure of how to answer for a moment. It's a bit of a feeling. Women see a lot of pretty ones and are naturally numb to them. But for Song Zhu, for some reason, upon hearing that name, Lin Lang had a great fondness for it. It might be because of the name to the reason, but Lin Lang felt that it was more because Song Zhu as a person had an interesting soul and a good-looking skin. Song Zhu was also very capable of fighting. Hee Churan's eyes sank slightly after hearing Lin Lang's reply, and Lin Lang was about to reach out and pat her shoulder and say something when he saw Hee Churan laughing directly, though the smile was a bit far-fetched. Ah, it's fine. Young master, I'll go back to my room first. Saying that, without waiting for Lin Lang to speak, he saw Hee Churan directly stand up and leave his room. For a while, Lin Lang didn't know why, but he felt a bit empty in his heart. However, after hearing Song Zhu's voice, he immediately went downstairs and stood in front of Song Zhu. Whoa! Lin Lang couldn't help but let out an exclamation when he saw Song Zhu's current appearance. This is just beautiful, alright. Boss, why don't you say something? Not to mention Lin Lang, even Lily, who had been standing by the side watching, was very shocked when she saw Song Zhu put on her makeup and styled herself well. None of them had expected at all that Song Zhu would look 100 times better than she did on TV when she was dressed up. Seeing this, Lin Lang directly came to Song Zhu's ear and said something, and Song Zhu's face immediately turned red. However, Lin Lang didn't waste too much time. Directly reaching out and pulling Song Zhu, he spoke. Let's go. Let's set off. This time, the family gathering was still in the capital. However, if Lin Lang hadn't guessed wrong, a series of big events should happen. When the two sat inside the stretch limousine, they saw Butler Lu, who had already been sitting in the car waiting. Butler Lu's eyes were also filled with dismay when he saw Song Zhu, because how could he not expect to be able to see Lin Lang with only a woman by his side? And the woman, surprisingly, is Song Joe. Butler Lu glanced at him, then Song Zhu did nod politely at him. Hello, Butler Lu. Miss Song knows me? Butler Lu opened his mouth to inquire in surprise, and Lin Lang similarly looked at Song Zhu. It made Song Zhu a bit embarrassed, but after all, he was a person who was used to seeing big scenes, and in the end, he wouldn't be shy in front of Butler Lu. Not recognizable. However, I did hear about the Butler Lu beside the heir of the overseas Lin family, Lin Xiao, so I'm guessing it would be you. Butler Lu nodded appreciatively. Miss Song has amazing intellect. Seeing and laughing. Saying that, he was instead directly reached around Lin Lang's waist, came close to Song Zhu, and spoke to Butler Lu. My fiancé. What? Not only Butler Lu, even Song Zhu, who had already gotten through, was surprised. Didn't we agree on a girlfriend? Why is it now a fiancé? And, Lin Lang didn't even ask for his hand in marriage, okay? How could he agree to marry him? Butler Lu looked at Song Zhu instead, his eyes full of scrutiny. How could the young master find an opera singer as his wife? In that case, it is unlikely that the Lord will agree, but there may be a slight possibility if he has not experienced a great storm, but the chances are not great. Looking at the two of them with their own thoughts, Lin Lang instead reached out and peeled an orange for himself, placing it at Song Zhu's mouth. Here, open your mouth. Song Zhu had no choice but to open his mouth and eat the orange. However, just as soon as the tongue touched the ground with the orange, it was touched on the tongue. Song Zhu was so angry that he had no place to send his anger, so he directly reached out and hit Lin Lang. Butler Lu, on the other hand, just watched the two men skirmish, not saying a word during the entire time. It was hard to arrive at the place of the party before he saw Lin Lang reaching out to help Song Zhu and walking down. Although Butler Lu knew that Lin Lang liked beautiful women, he had never seen Lin Lang actually like beautiful women so much. So, just by seeing Lin Lang's careful pair of Song Zhu, he probably knew what was going on now. He glanced directly at the two men, and upon seeing that they had both walked in, it was only then that one followed their lead. As expected, this time it was still Lin Lang who was the last to arrive. At the table, Lin Shu and Elder Lin were already sitting in their chairs, and it was only then that he saw Lin Lang leisurely walking over. When they saw Lin Lang with a woman by his side, and at the sight of their intimate movements, a hint of joy surfaced in their eyes. It was rare for Lin Lang to bring a woman home, and the woman's posture could be said to be stunning. The thought that his Lan Lin family would have a descendant made Elder Lin's entire body happy. Looking at Lin Lang, he hurriedly opened his mouth to greet him. "What's up, Luonger? Don't you want to introduce us?" With a glance of his eyes, Lin Lang saw his sister, Lin Shi. After smiling at Lin Shi, he then reached out to put his arm around Song Zhu and opened his mouth to introduce. "Fiancé, Song Zhu." A simple line of introduction had shown Song Zhu's identity, and now that there were so many people, Song Zhu's rebuttal now was completely not giving face to Lin Lang, so he didn't do too much explaining, and just turned towards them, showing his standard smile. Today, Lin Lang's uncle didn't come, so it was a little less fun. However, Lin Lang's little uncle, Lin Chang, was sitting right there. If he remembered correctly, Lin Chang was on good terms with his dear uncle. Therefore, as soon as Lin Chang heard Song Zhu's name, he immediately stood up and spoke. "This marriage, I do not agree." After hearing these words, Elder Lin fell back and looked at Lin Chang with a face full of shock, because he did not understand why we man would be so against it. And Lin Lang hooked his lips after hearing these words. He was prepared for this, because he knew that there were many people who developed in the capital, and with Song Zhu being such a famous star, there was no way that no one would know about it. According to these old-fashioned thoughts of the Lin family, then someone would definitely come out to oppose it. However, since Ling Jin had dared to bring Song Zhu here, he wasn't afraid of any opposition. "Oh, since when do I need you to worry about choosing a wife, Uncle Junior?" When he heard the word wife, Song Zhu's body couldn't help but tremble a little. "Why do you object, city boy?" When Lin Chang heard Elder Lin's question, he replied without any delay. "Dad, you may not know something about this woman's identity. He is someone from the entertainment industry. And just how deep is the water in the entertainment industry? How chaotic the entertainment industry really is. I think you should also be aware of that, Dad. And Song Zhou, her fame, it's huge. A woman who has made such a name for herself from the bottom of the heap. How good do you think she really is?" Subsequently, Lin Chang looked directly at Song Zhu and spoke directly. "I'm mainly worried that our Luonger has been cheated out of money, not to mention that, if she is cheated out of her feelings, then in the end, I don't know where to cry." After Elder Lin heard Lin Chang's analysis, his entire brow furrowed and the way he looked at Song Zhu became unfriendly. After Song Zhu heard Lin Chang's words, he instead reached out and applauded, making the crowd cloudy. Lin Lang was the only one leaning against a pillar, looking at Song Zhu with eyes full of smiles. He knew Song Zhou well, and Song Zhou was going to do it now, by firing back, because according to Song Zhu's character, she wouldn't be the kind of person who could let others talk about her at all. She couldn't allow herself to be aggravated, let alone have it imposed on her. And Lin Lang wasn't the least bit worried about Song Zhu saying the wrong thing. Everything was taken care of by him. There was no way there could be a problem. "This Mr. Lin, I think you may have a misunderstanding of our entertainment industry, or of myself. After you know me, may I ask if you have read any gossip about me? Seen me getting close to any male celebrities? Or, have you seen me in a kissing scene?" Lin Chang did not reply to Song Zhu's layer upon layer of questioning, because he knew that his reply would only be more favorable to Song Zhu. "Yes, maybe there are a lot of people like this in the entertainment industry, but I, Song Zhu, will never be like this. There is a bottom line for being a human being, and my bottom line is to leave my future husband with a brand new me, not a pair of broken shoes." Lin Lang kind of didn't hold back. She knew that Song Zhu sometimes spoke shockingly, but she didn't expect that she would directly use the word broken shoes to teach. It was simply wonderful. He applauded. Lindsay applauded. Lin Shu applauded. Elder Lin applauded. Around them, there was a round of applause. When Song Zhu saw the situation, she couldn't help but be a bit confused. She just wanted to express what she wanted to say in her heart, but she didn't expect that she would be applauded by everyone. Even though it was brought up by Lin Lang, it was also for himself. For a while the two of them looked at each other, and there seemed to be an additional inexplicable affection among their eyes. "Good. Song Zhu said it well. It's really worthy of being a big star. It's just good to talk." Afterward, he looked at the duo of Lin Lang and Song Zhu. "Sit." Afterwards, Elder Lin looked at Lin Lang again and said in a serious tone, "Luonger, I don't care about your land marriage because I know you will choose what you want. You're very smart and I believe in you." Afterwards, Elder Lin looked directly at the crowd and opened his mouth to announce, "Once Lin Lang gets married, then all of Lin's businesses will be handed over to Lin Lang." "Dad." Lin Chang was still planning to say something, but was stopped back by Elder Lin directly reaching out his hand. "No one has yet been able to change the decisions he has made. Grandpa, I don't want to take over so soon. I want to play a little longer," Lin Lang said with a smile. looking at Elder Lin with a mischievous look in his eyes. Lin Shu, on the other hand, reached out and patted Lin Lang's shoulder. Don't let Grandpa down. Get married as soon as possible and take over Lin Clan. Otherwise, do you want to watch your grandpa work hard to take care of Lin Clan? Lin Lang knew that Lin Shu's current meaning was completely to let Lin Lang take over Lin's quickly, and this duck that had arrived in his mouth was not likely to fly away. Lin Lang nodded and looked at Song Zhu and spoke directly. Okay, within 3 months, I will definitely finish the marriage. Hearing this, Lin Shu fell back on his words. However, Song Zhou was not at all pleased. Now that Song Zhu was his fiancé and Lin Lang had said this, Song Zhu looked like it was too late to hide. Song Zhu was inexplicably a bit nervous, and after seeing that all of the people were chatting and not looking this way, he directly reported to Lin Lang, I'm going to use the restroom. Lin Lang nodded and allowed it. However, just as Song Zhu came out of the restroom, she saw Lin Shi standing in front of the restroom door. Song Zhu instantly recognized that this was someone he had met at the top of the party, but not knowing the other party's identity, he nodded to be polite just to be on the safe side. However, just as Song Zhu was planning to brush past Lin Shi, he was directly stopped in his tracks by Lin Shi. Song Zhu frowned, originally thinking that Lin Shi was Lin Lang's former hairdresser or something like that, but he didn't expect Lin Shi to take the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Lin Lang's biological sister, Lin Shi. Song Zhu hadn't thought that Lin Lang even had a biological sister, and that her biological sister was so good-looking. No wonder their Lin family's genes were all very good. Thinking of this, Song Zhu nodded instead and greeted Lin Shi. Hello sister. At this time, Lin Shi instead tilted her head and looked at Song Zhu and directly opened her mouth to inquire. Why do you call me sister? Am I very old? When Song Zhu heard this question, he quickly opened his mouth to explain. No, it's not like that. It's just that Lin Lang called you sister and I didn't know what to call you for a moment, so I just followed Lin Lang's lead. Song Zhu reached up and touched her head a little awkwardly. After all, she was still not good at this kind of thing since this was also the first time she had gone to meet the male parents as her fiancé. I still need to gain more experience in the future, so that I won't be so nervous when acting. Lin Shi naturally saw Song Zhu being so nervous, and instead opened his mouth to laugh. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm just teasing with you, and I'm all for you being with my brother. Oh, for a moment, Song Zhu couldn't believe his ears. Seeing Song Zhu's reaction, Lin Shi naturally understood what Song Zhu was really after and directly opened his mouth to explain. You look so pretty, and if you were with my brother, it would be a great look on my brother's face, wouldn't it? After Song Zhu heard these words, his heart was then relieved for a large part. She originally thought that Lin Shi had come over to pick a fight, but she didn't expect Lin Shi to be so approachable. Inexplicably he had a few good feelings in his heart for this sister of Lin Shi. So that's what it was. It scared the hell out of me. Song Zhou reached out and patted his chest, relaxing instantly. The oppressive air inside the room just now really made her a bit breathless, but now after hearing Lin Shi's words, it was much better. Chapter 114, How does it feel? Lin Shi looked at Song Zhu in front of her and couldn't help but let out a light laugh, reaching out to pat her shoulder. I didn't expect you to be so timid. Song Zhu nodded and replied. Yeah, I really don't have a lot of guts, or else I wouldn't have to worry about being followed by paparazzi all the time, day in and day out. It seemed that he didn't expect Song Zhu to say that, which shocked Lin Shi for a moment, but soon came back to his senses and looked at Song Zhu and spoke directly. In that case, why don't you consider a different job? Thinking about it also seemed to evoke consideration from Song Zhou, so it took much longer to answer the question. I don't know if you've ever heard of this saying. People who are stars, especially girls, have that feeling in their hearts that they want to be seen by everyone? Lin Shi shook her head. She hadn't really heard that phrase, probably because she had been abroad. However, as she looked at Song Zhu in front of her, she was curious to know what exactly Song Zhu would answer. Regardless, I feel that since I'm on this path, I don't just want to be true to my heart. I want to be true to what I've worked for these past few years. Although Song Zhou had a very short debut, only 6 months, she studied for 2 whole years to make her debut. With all the hard work during this period, Song Zhou didn't want to just give up at all. Inexplicably, Lin Shi saw from Song Zhu a kind of light casualness that only Lin Lang had, but with a mandatory reach. It made her feel real. Well said. Lin Shi opened his mouth to praise, before he walked with Song Zhu in the direction of the hall. I'm going to have to hurry and take you back or my brother will be worried. Although it was just a joking remark, I didn't expect Lin Lang to actually chase after him. There was if anything a panic on his face, but when he saw Song Zhu and Lin Shi together, the whole thing was relieved, and he walked straight forward, looking at them as if there was no unpleasant expression between them. Only then did he hook his lips and resume his original calm expression. Why are you guys together? Are you guys doing something behind my back? Hearing this, Song Zhu couldn't help but open his mouth to dislike Lin Lang. What can we do? What do you want me to do? Why don't you just say it? Seeing Song Zhu's current arrogant appearance, instead of getting angry, Lin Lang even directly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, holding him in his embrace. I thought you were adding to the sentimentality between the sisters-in-law. Hearing these words, Song Zhu's face reddened once again. Looking at the Song Zhu in front of him, the whole person was shy and completely at a loss as to what to do. In the past, if no one was around, Song Zhu would have gotten over it after a while, despite her shyness. But in the current situation, there was Lin Lang's sister next to him, which made the situation awkward. Lin Shi was naturally able to see Song Zhu's embarrassed expression and simply spoke directly. I'm not going to stay by your side when you two youngsters are showing love. After watching Lin Shi leave, Lin Lang then glanced at Song Zhu and reached out to rub Song Zhu's head. Remember to give me a heads up when you're out for a long time from now on so I don't worry. The worry in Lin Lang's eyes was definitely not fake. Song Zhu could truly see it. And, right at the moment in which she saw Lin Lang walk over to her, she actually had a feeling in her heart that she had made Lin Lang worried. God knows she really had a thought for a moment that she wanted to spend her life with Lin Lang. However, after thinking about Lin Lang's identity, he still stopped himself. It was only around the time they reached the hall that Lin Lang sat down directly at the dining table, talking to Lin Shu. Luang you're getting older. Don't let dad worry about some things. You yourself should know what you have to do now. After hearing Lin Shu's words, Lin Lang nodded his head obediently. Of course he knew exactly what he was going to do now, for he had assured Lin Shu that he must be married within 3 months. So the first thing Lin Lang was going to do after this party that was to get married. However, at the thought of getting married, Lin Lang did look at Song Zhu beside him with a bit of worry. First of all, let's not talk about whether he had proposed or not, but let's just say Song Zhu whether she wanted to marry him or not. Lin Lang kept his eyes on Song Zhu as he thought about this, and Song Zhu felt Lin Lang's gaze and was a bit shy for a moment, but because there were so many people present, Song Zhu didn't say much and just glanced at Lin Lang. From the look in his eyes Lin Lang could tell that Song Zhu was now shy. Lin Lang subconsciously narrowed his eyes and peered into Song Zhu's heart. However, just when he saw Song Zhu's heart, Lin Lang couldn't be happier, because not only did the heavens know that Song Zhu wanted to marry Lin Lang, but now even Lin Lang already knew. Moreover, Song Zhu's favorability towards Lin Lang had risen to 95. Seeing this, Lin Lang pressed down the excitement among his eyes and directly hooked his lips in a smile. It seems that one does not have to worry about this matter. Throughout the entire party, Lin Lang didn't say much, and his own uncle didn't make any suggestions of his own after being disliked, resulting in the entire party being very harmonious. Only near the time when Lin Lang was about to leave did he hear Master Lin's words. Since you promised your father that you would get married in 3 months, then promise me that you will take over Lin's for half a year. Lin Lang glanced at Lin Shu, and upon seeing the slightly excited look in Lin Shu's eyes, he knew that Lin Shu was also very eager for Lin Lang to take over. Anyway, it was a large sum of money. Lin Lang took over. It was just to get the money earlier. After thinking about it, he also felt that it was nothing, so he just nodded his head directly and opened his mouth to answer. Don't worry, Grandpa. I promise to finish the marriage as soon as possible and then take over Lin's. Seemingly hearing this guarantee, Elder Lin then nodded, glanced at Lin Lang, and turned to leave. And after Lin Lang said a few words to Lin Shu, he walked over to Lin Shi. Sis, we'll just go. Oh. Lin Lang ruffled his lips and looked at Lin Shi and directly reached out to pat her. You're just so immodest. You be nice to Song Zhu. Don't let the girl suffer. Hearing these words, Lin Lang seemed to have thought of something and directly nodded, reaching out to put his arm around Song Zhu's shoulders and left. When the two of them walked outside, Lin Lang took a deep breath of fresh air. Ah, that's cool. Then, glancing at Song Zhu next to him, he hooked his lips and smiled. How about it? How does it feel to attend this kind of party? Upon hearing this, Song Zhou began to complain. But I'm really nervous. You don't even know how nervous I was when your parents were scrutinizing me. Looking at Song Zhu's burst of fear, Lin Lang smiled instead, reaching out to open the car door for Song Zhu, and after sitting in the car himself, he then continued his questioning. Since you dislike my uncle in the first place if you're nervous, thinking about the situation on the ground just now, Song Zhu couldn't help but roll his eyes and look at Lin Lang in front of him. It was a denial of my profession, and even of my character, and there was no way I was going to let him think that about me and still say it in public. Of course Lin Lang knew Song Zhu's character, but he didn't expect Song Zhu to have the courage to say this even in this situation of meeting his parents for the first time. Lin Lang just sent Song Zhu home, and for the next several days, Lin Lang didn't show up, only occasionally going to sit inside the Duri residence. Today residence now the source of customers every day will be at least 2 or 3,000 volume a day down. Profit on more than 100,000. That is not a problem. However, Lin Lang had never studied about this. Just looking at the situation in front of him and the money earned, Lin Lang didn't care at all, because Lin Lang had, recently, been waiting for something to happen. But the good thing is, this thing came at the right time. Young master, the auction is tomorrow. Phoenix walked over, reaching for a notebook, and began to talk to Lin Lang about what was going to happen tomorrow. And right after Lin Lang heard this news, he nodded instead. After a week of waiting, the day has kind of arrived. After arriving home tonight, Lin Lang was home for the first time this week. He had been out for the past few days, either staying at the Dolores residence or at one of the hotels. Didn't get home until tonight. So when Lin Lang came back, the girls in the house were all overjoyed and walked straight up, shushing Lin Lang. Young master, ha, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? That's right, young master. We all missed you so much when you were away. Hey, young master, you've lost a lot of weight. Hearing their questions, Lin Lang couldn't help but touch his head and reached out to pat their heads. Just wanted to have some fun the last couple days, so I've been hanging out. What? Miss me? Yeah, extraordinarily. Mu Qingqing directly reached out and hugged Lin Lang's arm, smoothly leaning on top of Lin Lang's shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Lang instead let Mu Qingqing lean on him, his eyes looking at the remaining few people. Missed me? I'm just back. Then, reaching out, he slowly pushed Mu Qingqing away and said, Alright, I'm going to go wash up now. I'm going out in the morning, so all of you hurry up and go to sleep. Young master. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but open her mouth and call out as she watched Lin Lang walk straight away. What's wrong? Lin Lang looked at Mu Qingqing, his eyes full of questions. Could it be that something had happened? But who knew that Mu Qingqing just said with a face full of shyness. Young master, it's been a long time since you took Qingqing to sleep together. After hearing these words, Lin Lang was slightly stunned, then thought about it. It seemed like he hadn't slept with them for a while, but the current Lin Lang was not in the mood to think about this. After a week of settling down, Lin Lang still knew exactly what he wanted. Greenie, go to bed soon. Good night everyone. When he finished, he walked straight upstairs and started to wash up for bed, and all that was left were the 5 women downstairs, looking at me, completely dumbfounded. What do you guys think is wrong with young master lately? Why is he so distant from us? Mu Qingqing's heart was a bit clogged. Just now she had already summoned up a lot of courage, but did not expect that it would turn out the way it is now. Charon couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who knows? Maybe it's just that she's been out on the streets too much. How can a family flower smell as good as a wildflower? Ran, you can't talk about young master like that. Lily looked at Charon and opened her mouth to remind him. No matter what, Lin Lang was still their young master, so they couldn't just open their mouths to slander him. Not to mention that the tone was full of sarcasm, which was uncomfortable for anyone to hear, let alone Lily. However, Lin Xian couldn't help but interject when she heard their discussion. Maybe, it's really because young master is too tired. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Phoenix also immediately spoke up. Young master has been busy with many things in the past 2 days, so all of you take it easy, all of you go back to sleep. Phoenix had already fundamentally become the boss among them, so just when they heard Phoenix say so, they did not say anything more and directly returned to their rooms. The next day, Lin Lang woke up, washed up and cleaned up his room before going out the door. Today's Lin Lang didn't bring anyone with him, but instead walked directly to the auction site. He stood in the doorway, listening to the discussion of the people around him. Have you heard? There's a huge auction here today. I know. It's rumored to be full of exotic treasures. Hopefully I can shoot a treasure home this time. Don't talk about the treasure. You win if you can shoot it. One of them expressed confusion. Why do you say that? You silly This time the scene made a big. Once there is any wind, those who have access to the door have already prepared the money. I'm afraid that by the time you come out to rob, but also no money yo. Upon hearing this, the man couldn't help but reach out and slap his thigh. That can't be helped. I'm a little short on cash these days. Listening to their conversation, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips, his eyes full of confidence among them. Lin Lang had waited for so long, and this time, it was necessary to bring something back. As for whether or not he could grab it next, it would depend on whether or not there was anyone with the amount of money that could go up against him. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Lang instead directly hooked the corner of his lips and reached out to glance at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it looked like there were 3 seconds to go before the full hour. However, it was also at this time that a red couple's model Ferrari with himself just stopped in front of him. Although he was wearing glasses and a mask, Lin Lang could still clearly know who the other party was. Lin Lang went straight down the steps and reached out to help Song Zhu out. Immediately afterward, Song Zhu could be heard to complaining. Why haven't you seen anyone in the past few days? Where have you been? If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't payday yet, I was really afraid that you wouldn't pay me and just ran away. Hearing this, Lin Lang directly shook his head. It's just as well that Song Jo had a big enough brain to think of that. Is Lin Lang a man who lacks this kind of money? Hearing this, Lin Lang instead reached out directly and wrapped his arms around Song Zhu's waist. What? You think you can really escape me? Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang with babbling eyes, and for a moment, realized that Lin Lang seemed to have changed a little bit after not seeing him for a week. Not as arrogant as some time ago, but more mature and stable. For some reason, Song Zhu's heart was very satisfied with this change in Lin Lang. It just looked at Lin Lang and smiled one after another. Laughing at what? Lin Lang was confused, a little unclear as to what was going on with Song Zhu. However, very soon, Lin Lang saw Song Zhu throw a punch directly towards his chest. You're a real piece of work, making me worry for a week. Saying that, Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang and couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's just saying. What's Song Zhu's status? She's a big star. Even though the announcement was just one, she still had enough savings from before to live for a few years without doing anything. Saying this to Lin Lang now was to adjust that awkward atmosphere of not seeing each other for a long time. Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang as he was still the same as before, but he didn't say anything more and looked directly at the hotel in front of him. Opening his mouth, he inquired, "What's the matter? What did you want to do with me today?" Song Zhu had been busy filming for the past 2 days and didn't know anything about these things. Lin Lang directly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist and walked in, explaining as he walked, "It's an auction organized by some charity program, so I came to check it out." That's it? Song Zhu was filled with dismay. In Song Zhu's memory, Lin Lang didn't seem to be such a person. He wouldn't be idle and bored to attend this kind of auction. Song Zhu glanced at Song Zhu with a slightly scrutinizing look in his eyes, and when he saw Song Zhu's skeptical look, he instead directly grabbed Song Zhu's hand and placed it on his chest. With eyes full of deep emotion, he said, "Do you feel my heart and think I'm lying to you?" For a moment, the two just stood there without a word, but the look in their eyes was enough to make Song Zhu come away shy. She glanced at Lin Lang, then immediately drew her hand back. "I don't want to know if what you're saying is true or not at all. All I know is that I saw what's on it." As Song Zhu reached out, he saw a red banner hanging above that read about this auction. Seeing this, she rolled her eyes and followed Lin Lang straight in, because there were more people in this auction. So just as soon as he entered the venue, he saw an overwhelming group of people inside. Lin Lang frowned a bit in mind, but soon, a staff member came forward and asked, "Hello, what's your name?" "Lin Lang." Lin Lang replied in a nonchalant manner. The staff member couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his body as he heard the name. He had heard of Lin Lang's name, because they had already learned the identities and general conditions of the list of people invited to the top before this auction began. However, their leader told them that Lin Lang shouldn't come because the person was rather big. However, he had never expected that Lin Lang would come, and, standing right in front of himself, "Good day, young Lin, because of your honorable status, your place is right in the middle of the first row at the very front." With that, he was taken directly by the staff and sat in the seat right in the middle of the first row. This seat was usually the seat where the initiator of this auction sat, but it was unexpected that Lin Lang sat directly here. It drew sideways glances from the bystanders, who couldn't help but wonder about Lin Lang's identity. There were even a few curious people who walked up to Lin Lang and looked at him and directly opened their mouths to ask, "Hello, are you the promoter of this auction?" Other than that, he knew who the initiator of the auction was, but he asked anyway, with the purpose of wanting to know what exactly Lin Lang's identity was. Lin Lang glanced at the person who came. His eyes narrowed, and he already knew the identity of the other party and the catnip in his heart. He wasn't even worthy of Lin Lang's answer to his question. And then the person in front of him focused directly on Song Zhu. "This beautiful woman. I think I've seen her somewhere." Song Zhu. Of course he had seen it on TV. Otherwise it would have been really lonely. Looking at the person in front of him, Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth to protect his shortcomings. "Do your bit." The tone of voice was full of non-committal, and that powerful aura made the man completely restrain himself and directly rolled and crawled back to his seat. Sometimes to satisfy your curiosity, that requires a certain ability. Seeing this, Song Zhu couldn't help but hook his lips and smile. "Hey, you say, how come I don't usually see you being so fierce? You're my wife. What if I'm mean to you and you don't become my wife?" The corners of Lin Lang's mouth were full of teasing, and when she heard this, Song Zhu couldn't help but blush. She initially thought that she had heard it wrong, but she didn't expect that it was really what she had heard, because someone had been told to roll over and return to their seat by Lin Lang's words. The crowd became even more curious about Lin Lang's identity. "Do you guys think he could be the son of the caterer?" "No, no, no. I think it would be the caterer's best buddy." "Maybe, he doesn't have anything to do with the caterer? Then it's impossible to sit in the caterer's seat without connections." powerful chant, look at the quality of that woman. And then look at the dress tweed brand. What do you think? No matter how much more they discussed it, no one was able to know who Lin Lang's identity really was. So the auction was about to start and not many people were talking. Everyone, first of all, welcome to our auction site. Today, Zhang once again promises that everything I obtain at the auction will all be handed over to the cross as is, and I definitely won't take a single penny. Yes. Upon hearing this, the stage immediately applauded. Let's not talk about how much you can get for auctioning things, but the idea alone is admirable. As the people on the stage spoke, their eyes glanced at Lin Lang and they couldn't help but be shocked for a moment. He did invite Lin Lang, but he didn't expect that Lin Lang would actually come. He was just holding a trial and error mentality at first, but when he saw that Lin Lang was really there, his heart was still a little inexplicably nervous. Since there are a lot of heavyweights coming to the venue, I hope everyone can have a good time eating and photographing their favorite items today. Alright, next I announce that this auction officially begins. The person on the stage then walked straight down and sat on the other side of Lin Lang. Hello, young Lin, I'm Zhang Jihuai. It would be my honor to invite such a heavyweight guest as you this time. Hearing Zhang Jihuai's words, Lin Lang did nod slightly in respect. Lin Lang was unimportant as to who invited him to the land. He was interested in the one thing that he was interested in today. And when Zhang Jihuai looked at Lin Lang, who didn't say anything and kept staring at the stage, he already knew the purpose of his visit today. Young Lin, I don't know which item you're interested in. Why don't you give us a little insight? Today's every item dare not say that it is worth a lot of money, but tens of millions of things. That is a lot of things. Just to see Lin Lang fancy. In the end, what is it? Lin Lang glanced at Song Zhu, then hooked his lips again and smiled. This, you don't have to worry about. Zhang Jihuai, you come to my place to auction something and you don't even let me know? He was a bit helpless, but still nodded and said, that's natural. Lin Xiao maintains a hint of mystery. That's what a buyers recognize should have. Zhang Jihuai couldn't even speak a little bit, but he still managed to hold on and look at the stage. On the stage is now auctioning a jade Buddha head, which looks particularly beautiful. It was said that this was something that was lost to foreign countries at that time because of a certain war, and now it was hard to return to the country, but I didn't expect it to appear in the auction. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Jihuai, unable to help but feel a bit curious about him. For a few moments, however, that didn't stop him from continuing to look at the auction. It's a jade Buddha head. Starting price $1 million. I'll give $1.5 million. I'll give you $2 million. $3 million. $3 million. 100,000. $4 million. As soon as the $4 million man made his voice heard, the scene immediately quieted down, and Lin Lang could vaguely still hear someone trying to raise their card, but then silently put it down. $4 million? Any more? $4 million a time. $4 million twice. The hammer struck the top of the table with a crisp clang, as if it were an incentive to press forward. 4 million, sold. I did not expect 4 million really sold a Buddha head. Song Zhu are a little unbelievable. Close to Lin Lang open sigh. I did not think that now a Buddha head so expensive. Expensive? As long as you say the word, I'll buy you everything in today's auction. Zhang Jihuai heard what Lin Lang said to Song Zhu. He always knew that Lin Lang was rich and powerful, but he never thought that he would be able to say this kind of words out to a woman. If we really want to buy all the things auctioned today, that would be almost $100 million worth of stuff. He knew that Lin Lang had money, but could Lin Lang not say it so casually, so that they, the proletariat, could not live? Wow. So do I have to look at you full of amazement? Followed by a comment about how great the boss is. Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang and said mischievously, and immediately afterward, he saw the corners of Lin Lang's mouth raise in an evil smile. Looking at Song Zhu directly, she hooked her lips and smiled. It would be better if you replaced your boss with your husband. Seeing that Song Zhu didn't say anything, Lin Lang spoke again. Seeing that you're so far-fetched, I won't make it hard for you. Just change one word. Just replace the board with gong. Zhang Jihuai also couldn't help but roll his eyes even after hearing what Lin Lang said. Is this how all these rich people show their love these days? Playing with words? Seems like a real pain in the ass to mess with. You roll. Song Zhu cursed with a helpless laugh. Was there any difference between the two? There's no such thing as okay. Lin Lang came close to Song Zhu and gloatingly spoke. This is outside. How dare you not give your man face? See how I'll clean you up when I get back. You. Song Zhu wanted to say something else, but looked at Zhang Jihuai's eyes that kept looking at him, the kind of eyes that made Song Zhu feel flustered, because this was exactly the kind of look that was going to recognize him. Song Zhu's eyes averted and stopped looking at Zhang Jihuai, and as Zhang Jihuai looked at Song Zhu, he did feel a bit familiar, a feeling as if the two of them were experiencing déjà vu. However, because he was in the way of Lin Lang being here, he didn't dare to say anything more. After all, he still understood the truth that too many words could lead to loss. Several items appeared on the stage one after another, and just as soon as he saw a blue sparkling necklace, Lin Lang's eyes took on a few more glimmers of aspirational interest. This is a necklace given to the queen by a certain king of France, and it is said to have been made from the tears of 100 men. As long as someone takes him with them, they will always get good luck and make life less tearful. This necklace, Lin Lang had heard about it some time ago, and based on his investigation, he knew that it would appear in this auction, so that's why he came to this auction. Now that I see that necklace, it is really very nice. Even Song Zhu's eyes radiated as she looked at the necklace. Maybe the ones in front are all antiques Song Zhu doesn't like, but when it comes to seeing the girls' necklaces, there's no way Song Zhu can stay out of it. Because this necklace, almost every girl who sees it will like it very much. This necklace, starting price, $2 million. Because the necklace was so beautiful, many of the women on the floor started bidding on it. In contrast, male snaps are few and far between. $2,200,000, $2,700,000, $3 million, $5 million. Lin Lang spoke directly, seemingly not realizing that Lin Lang would even buy this thing. Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang with a bit of suspicion. $5,700,000, $6 million, $10 million. Lin Lang's voice rang out again, and many of the people at the scene had fallen silent. Spending $10 million on a necklace is just too extravagant. And one look at Lin Lang, who was sitting in the middle of the first row. He knew that he was a rich and powerful person, so if he grabbed something with Lin Lang, he would only get hurt all over. Seeing this, Zhang Jihuai also finally realized what exactly Lin Lang wanted. He had previously thought that Lin Lang might be after a certain treasure, but he had never expected that Lin Lang would come here since she was only here to win a smile from a beautiful woman. $10 million a time, 10 million 2 times, 10 million 3 times. Deal. Lin Lang directly used $10 million and bought this necklace. Next, let's invite Lin Lang, Mr. Lin, to come up to the stage to receive this necklace. Boom! The people at the scene directly exploded when they heard Lin Lang's identity. They guessed that Lin Lang was some kind of big shot, but they never expected that it was Lin Lang. Lin Lang's name had already spread in the capital. No one didn't know his name. However, knowing Lin Lang's name was one thing. Being able to recognize Lin Lang directly on the spot was another. If they had known that the person sitting in that seat was Lin Lang, they would have squeezed their heads off to have a word with Lin Lang. Now, however, one could only watch as Lin Lang just walked onto the stage and took the necklace from Zhang Jihuai's hands. Immediately afterward, Zhang Jihuai directly handed the microphone to Lin Lang. Would Zhang Lin like to say a few words to everyone? One by one, the people at the scene couldn't help but gulp. They would love to hear Lin Lang say a few words to them. After all, even though they couldn't talk to Lin Lang, then it was okay to listen to Lin Lang say a few words. However, who knew that Lin Lang didn't give any face at all, didn't even reach out to take the microphone, and directly said to Zhang Jihuai, "There's $10 million in the card." He then reached out and placed the card on the table, took the necklace from Zhang Jihuai's hand, and then stepped off the stage, reached out and pulled Song Zhu directly, and left the spot. Wow! It's good to be rich. They can all be so arrogant. What do you know? People that are not just rich, okay? People's families are snobbish, so they don't need to fear us commoners at all. Hey, it really doesn't leave a way out for us people. Hearing the discussion under the stage, Zhang Jihuai directly opened his mouth to ease the current atmosphere and directly spoke. Next, our auction. Continue. The next thing that comes to mind is our ancient. When Lin Lang walked out with Song Zhu was instead filled with curiosity. She wanted to know exactly why Lin Lang had bought that necklace, and she was curious as to what exactly her purpose for being here today was. After thinking about this, Lin Lang instead let out a light laugh, glanced at Song Zhu, and directly got into the car, and the system beep in his head went off, dropping. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and gaining 100 points, as well as a colored egg. May I ask if the host smashes open the egg? Hearing this, Lin Lang froze for a moment, looking at Song Zhu beside him. So let's just put it aside for now. No, the system's voice stopped reminding, and only then did Lin Lang look at Song Zhu in front of him, directly reaching out and throwing the necklace to Song Zhu. For you. Since it came with a box, Song Zhu was nice enough to reach out and receive it, then looked at Lin Lang in confusion. You? How you? She was filled with confusion, originally thinking that she had come today just to accompany Lin Lang to an auction, but he didn't expect Lin Lang to directly participate in this auction and buy a necklace. In fact, Song Zhu had doubts at first if this necklace was a gift to himself, but then Song Zhu thought that he and Lin Lang were just a boss-employee relationship, and it was impossible for him to give himself a necklace for no reason, so Song Zhu quickly denied his thoughts. However, He didn't expect Lin Lang to actually give the necklace to Song Zhu, which made Song Zhu's entire body a little afraid to accept it. What? You think it's ugly? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and reached out to touch Song Zhu's face. After a week of not touching it, I didn't realize that my face was more delicate and smooth. Joking aside, the necklace was so pretty. How could Song Zhu be the one who thought it was ugly? No, it's not. It's just that the necklace is $10 million and she's too expensive. If Song Zhu didn't know the price of the necklace, she would have gladly accepted it according to how good it looked. But it was unexpected that the necklace was so expensive. Then Song Zhu received the necklace for no reason at all. And it's a bit too much on his conscience. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Is it expensive? Lin Lang looked at Song Zhu, who nodded his head in disbelief. $10 million. That's a height that many people can't reach in a lifetime of hard work. But in Lin Lang's eyes, it was like a plaything, and it looked enviable. In that case, you take this necklace and marry me. At this moment, Lin Lang's eyes were more serious than at any other moment. Song Zhu tried to see a little something else different in Lin Lang's eyes, but didn't see it at all. What Lin Lang had in his eyes was only full of sincerity and seriousness. Song Zhu's heart fluttered, not because of the necklace, but because of the look. Yes, she had never seen Lin Lang's eyes so serious. This look, it was really heartwarming. Not talking? Then I'll wait for you to agree and we'll go home and get the account book. Saying that, without giving Song Zhu the slightest chance to retort, he directly stepped on the gas and took off. They got a license. It wasn't until after the license was issued that Song Zhu's entire body was still a little confused. She didn't know why she had gotten a license with Lin Lang for no reason. And in any case, I guess even Lin Lang himself was a bit confused. However, Lin Lang acted very relaxed, reaching out and directly picking Song Zhu's chin, looking at her and condescendingly saying, "Call out to your husband and listen." No call. Song Zhu sat directly inside the car and went to have a meal with Lin Lang before going home. "Phoenix, tell everyone to come down. I have something to say." Soon, chances were that they saw a group of people just walking down, and when they saw Lin Lang and Song Zhu standing together, for some reason, everyone felt that the atmosphere was a bit serious. Even Song Zhu, who was always easygoing, had a strong aura. Lin Lang directly pulled Song Zhu to sit on the sofa, and the two of them looked at the 5 people present together. "Choose who you don't want. Just say so." Song Zhu looked at Lin Lang. She understood Lin Lang's thoughts. They were married. All these women before, they couldn't be wanted. Charon's eyes flickered slightly with a strange light, but it was quickly concealed by he. Lin Lang's mind was on Song Zhu, so he didn't pay much attention. In his mind right now, all he could think about were the words Song Zhu had just said to himself. "What about those women in your family when I marry you? I thought they were all your women at first. By the way, would they have a problem with me if I just stayed in your house?" And, Lin Lang thought of Song Zhu's worried appearance, and at that time, he directly said, "The women in my family, feel free to do whatever you want, just give them some money and let them go." So the current situation is clearly designed to let Song Zhu come to a decision about who to let go. Song Zhu's eyes swept, and then, he gave a direct judgment. "The rest of you leave except for 2 people, Phoenix and Lily." It wasn't that Song Zhu was unsympathetic, but as a woman, or Lin Lang's wife, she just wouldn't allow so many women in her house. When Charon, Mu Qingqing and Lin Qian were hearing Song Zhu's decision, there wasn't much surprise in their hearts, because they know they are in a position where they cannot remain in their homes. The Phoenix and Lily were different. They were personal maids sent by the Lin family and had skills on them that could be said to be beyond their imagination. So it wasn't surprising that the 2 of them were left behind. They couldn't say much about that, except that Charon stood out directly and glanced at Song Zhu. "You guys got a license?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll go." Seeing that the 3 were planning to leave, Lin Lang gave Phoenix a look, and Phoenix walked directly to them and spoke. "This is $10 million. One for each of you. Take it." 10 million. Another 10 million. 1,515 is enough for them to live a carefree life. Provided, of course, that they don't buy $10 million a necklace. After hearing these words, Charon directly reached out and took the bank card. Seeing that Mu Qingqing and Lin Qian's hands were slow to come forward, they directly took over for them. "Take it. It's what the young master gave you. That's what you deserve." With that, the 3 of them left the house directly. And now, there were only 4 people in the room. Song Zhu, Lin Lang, Phoenix and Lily. Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arm around Lily's waist, and the slightly curled corners of his lips could tell that he was very satisfied right now. "This is your lady." "Hello ma'am." They both bowed at the same time, and Song Zhou reached out to help them up. When it was time to reach Lin Lang's bedroom, Song Zhu then asked Lin Lang a question. "Do you regret it?" "What?" Lin Lang reached out and asked as he undid Song Zhu's clothes while looking at Song Zhu's face. Song Zhu's face was smoldering red at Lin Lang's mess, and as he resisted, he spoke. Don't you have any regrets about getting a license with me? After all, I drove away 3 of your women. Regret to death. The sounds Lin Lang made were a little low because of his hormones. I regret that I didn't get a license with you sooner so that you wouldn't get jealous over them. Lin Lang didn't give Song Zhu the chance to speak again, and directly reached out, pushed Song Zhu down, and pressed on top of her. Finally married you, Lin Lang murmured. Lin Lang kissed Song Zhu on the lips and they hugged each other tightly. They woke up the next day and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. For that matter, it wasn't even a natural awakening. It was awakened by the ringing of Song Zhu's cell phone. Lin Lang impatiently reached out and took out his cell phone. Looking at Song Zhu next to him, who had not yet woken up, and walked directly to the balcony to answer the phone. It was Zhang Jimo calling, thinking that he should be here to urge Song Zhu to go to the theater to catch up. Grandmother, our progress, it's already slow. Zhang Jimo's helpless voice came from over there, and when he heard Zhang Jimo's name for Song Zhu, Lin Lang knew that this little daughter-in-law of his, only he could fix it. Your grandma's asleep, not awake yet. Zhang Jimo's entire body couldn't help but let out a light shudder when he heard that it was a male voice that answered the phone. Which one of you? In Zhang Jimo's impression, although Song Zhu had an open personality, she was definitely not someone who was open in that area, so he was not expecting that Song Zhu would be with a man and at a glance spend the night together. Lin Lang, her husband. Lin Lang wasn't the least bit worried about outsiders knowing his identity, and he knew that Zhang Jimo wouldn't say anything more despite knowing about it. Or rather, even if outsiders knew about this matter, then Lin Lang could take the opportunity to let Song Zhu eat, drink, and have fun. And he had enough to support Song Zhu. Lin Xiao, grandma's husband? Zhang Jimo couldn't help but glance at the display on top of his cell phone when he heard these words. He's sure he didn't call the media. It's Song Zhu's cell phone number. But why? Can Lin Lang even be with Song Zhu? And listening to the tone, it seems like he's married. It's hard to believe that they got married a long time ago. Zhang Jimo didn't ask too many questions because he knew what to ask and what not to ask. Lin Xiao. I don't know if I can give my grandma a word when she wakes up. Our Sunflower Treasure Dictionary progress has to be faster. Lin Lang thought about it and glanced at Song Zhu, who was still sleeping, but casually spoke and replied, wait for her to wake up from her nap. Okay, please trouble Shaolin. Goodbye Shaolin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lang once again returned to the bed and looked at Song Zhu, who was still lying down, and reached out to touch Song Zhu's face, delicate and smooth. He realized that Song Zhu's face was the most comfortable she had ever touched. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help but hum softly and reached up to rub his sleepy eyes, opening them to see Lin Lang. Why are you in my house? Song Zhu's entire body was dumbfounded, looking at Lin Lang in front of him, completely unaware of what was going on. However, soon after, the pain coming from Song Zhu's body as well as observing his surroundings. For a moment, the air stood still. Awkward. She reached out and touched her head a little awkwardly, then looked at Lin Lang and spoke. I seem to have forgotten that we went to get our license yesterday. Sorry, I just got up and might be a little blinded. Lin Lang didn't feel anything about this matter in the slightest. Instead, he even reached out and touched Song Zhu's head, looking at him with a face full of happiness. Since you're not adapting, then I'll let you slowly adapt. It's fine, but before I let you get used to it I think you should satisfy me, Lin Lang said, her head rubbing against Song Zhu's body, and Song Zhu's entire face instantly exploded in red. She looked at Lin Lang, reached out and shoved. Don't do it in the morning. How about something for the night? Lin Lang glanced at Song Zhu and slowly approached her. Speaking softly in Song Zhu's ear, he said, don't you know that when a man usually just wakes up from a nap, as long as there's a beautiful girl lying beside him, he will react a little? I don't know. However, just after Song Zhu's words were spoken, he was already pounced upon by Lin Lang. Lin Lang then didn't give her any chance to speak, and a while passed before the two got up. Get up. Let's go eat. By the time the two of them finished washing up and went down to eat, the two of them, Phoenix and Lily, had already gone out to go help Song Zhu buy some household items. Just now Zhang Jimo called. Lin Lang added vegetables to Song Zhu's bowl and told Song Zhu the news in passing. When Song Zhu heard this news, his entire brain wang a moment, instantly stopped functioning. What? Director Zhang called me and you answered the phone? Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. What? Is there something wrong with what I said? Song Zhu immediately couldn't even care about his meal and went straight upstairs, took the phone and glared at Lin Lang before dialing Zhang Jimo's number. Before she had a chance to speak, she could already hear Zhang Jimo's grumbling. I am my grandma. You can't not come to the set to shoot a movie just because you're getting married. Getting married. These two words were poking at Song Zhu's nerves. and looking at her wide-eyed look, Lin Lang didn't need to think about it to know what Zhang Jimo had said. But Lin Lang didn't care that much. After all, his egg from yesterday hadn't been opened yet. Thinking of this, Lin Lang summoned the system with his mind, and he heard the system's raw tone. Dropping. May I ask if the host opens the egg? Yes. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a time acceleration progress bar. What is it? The first time Lin Lang heard this thing, he guessed in his heart that it should be a thing about progress. But soon enough, the system gave a direct reply. Time acceleration progress bar allows a thing to be done as quickly as possible in a short period of time and maintain quality without inconveniencing anyone's life. Hearing this explanation, Lin Lang couldn't help but cast his eyes on Song Zhu, who was on the phone. If you put this progress bar on top of sunflowers, isn't? Lin Lang thought so, and then, directly began to use it. May I ask if the host will use it? Yes. Dropping. Congratulations host. Use successful. Then, Lin Lang's ears twitched and he clearly heard the conversation between Song Zhu and Zhang Jimo on the phone. Grandma Zhu, I came to call to tell you that we've finished filming our TV series. Tomorrow is the time for the launch party, and I want you to come with Lin Xiao. My god. Can yo? Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth in admiration. It was simply effortless and straightforward to complete the shooting. It's cool to think about it. After Song Zhu hung up the phone, he looked directly at Lin Lang and started talking about tomorrow's press conference without looking out of place. Seeing this, even Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth to marvel at the bullishness of this feature. However, Lin Lang pretended to look relieved and reached out to touch his head. It's finally done. So are you coming with me or not? Hearing this, Lin Lang looked at Song Zhu in front of him and asked a question. Then do you want to disclose our identities? When he heard the question, Song Zhou was deep in thought. Because as a female artist, and one whose career is on the rise, no one would announce that they are married at this point in time if they were smart. The best age to declare, in general, is then 35 years old. However, right now, Lin Longdu was only 22 years old, and Song Zhu was only 21, which is still 14 years away from the announced age, which means waiting 14 years. All of this, however, is impossible, because Lin Lang had to get married as soon as possible within 3 months. This was an order given by Elder Lin, and likewise a task that Lin Lang had given himself. He'd been here too long, and it was time to do something big. Even though he had money he couldn't spend, they were also his grandfather's or earned for himself by Butler Lu. There is a saying that a sum of money, if not created by one's own hands, will have no feeling when he uses it. Lin Lang felt that way right now. It was indeed a bit unpleasant to spend what he hadn't earned. The next day, Song Zhu and Lin Lang went to the conference together. However, they didn't announce the news that they had gotten married. Anyway, they would always know about the marriage when the time came. So why waste words to inform them? This was Song Zhu's original words. Of course Lin Lang knew what Song Zhu was thinking, so he didn't say anything more, just promised her that for the wedding at that time, he would invite these stars. Lin Lang nodded. None of this was a problem. Yo, young Lin, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Lin Lang's arrival, Zhang Jimo walked straight over and began to greet him. Lin Lang walked leisurely, next to Song Zhu. When Zhang Jimo saw that the two of them came together, he mentally knew at once that the call he received yesterday seemed to be true. Director Zhang. Song Zhu smiled and greeted Zhang Jimo. If it were before, Zhang Jimo would have nodded his head and subsequently spoken to Lin Lang. But this time, Zhang Jimo naturally knows that Song Zhu's status has been greatly improved. Naturally cannot be sloppy. Yo, grandmother ancestor, I wouldn't dare to accept your greeting. Just call me Zhang Jimo. How dare you? Song Zhu said with a smile, then glanced at Lin Lang. Going over there. Good. After seeing Song Zhu leave, Zhang Jimo then walked next to Lin Lang and spoke to him. Congratulations to Lin Xiao and ancestral grandma for tying the knot. Just don't know how much the two of you will be together. I've been kept in the dark. Oh. Hearing Zhang Jimo's question, Lin Lang directly answered. The day before yesterday. The day before yesterday. Zhang Jimo had always thought that they had been together for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be just the day before yesterday. But after thinking about it, during that time, Song Zhu and Lin Lang's relationship had been very good, and it was normal for them to be together. After all, the guy is handsome and gold. The girl is almost right, but that face is not inferior to any star in the entertainment industry, and also clean. Not bad, not bad. Then congratulations to young Lin. I just don't know if I can drink young Lin's wedding wine. Zhang Jimo is also considered to be the one who indirectly set the two of them up. If he hadn't said that he was going to ask Song Zhu to be the female first, they probably wouldn't have even met each other. Thinking of this, Lin Lang naturally looked directly at Zhang Jimo in an atmospheric manner and reached out to pat his shoulder. Don't worry, Director Zhang. 2 months at the latest. I'll make sure you drink it. Okay, then I'll be waiting. Then, a large group of reporters were seen swarming in Lin Lang's direction. Lin Lang was a bit mindful of it at first, but when he saw Song Zhu off to the side, he instead went straight in Song Zhu's direction. Hello, young Lin, may we ask you a few questions? Young Lin, why do you keep walking in the direction of Song Zhu? Young Lin, please look at the camera. Song Zhu, of course, noticed that Lin Lang's eyes had been looking at himself, so just when he heard the reporter's question, he replied bashfully, "That's because Lin Xiao is playing the male lead in this movie." The reporters on the scene immediately boiled over when they heard this. They only knew that Lin Lang was an investor, but they hadn't thought at all that Lin Lang was even the lead actor. Upon hearing this shocking news, they immediately forgot about the look Lin Lang had just given Song Zhu and began to ask about the TV series one after another. Hello, may I ask Mr. Lin what kind of character you played in the drama? Young Lin, may I ask if there was a hint of coolness in the middle of your kissing scene with Song Zhu? May I ask if you have found Song Zhou to be a great actor during your time with him? May I ask why you chose show business as an industry when you're a super duper rich kid with your own industry? Are you simply curious about this aspect, young Lin, or are you here for Song Zhu? Faced with such a large group of questions, Lin Lang actually didn't want to answer them, but when he saw Song Zhu's eyes, that's when he hooked his lips and answered one by one. First of all, I play a character that you can analyze from among the TV series. After all, 1,000 people, 1,000 me. As far as coolness goes, it's raw for sure since we both had our first on-screen kiss. Song Zhou is indeed a great actor, involved in the industry because it's fun. My answer is complete. Lin Lang nodded symbolically, and then didn't speak again, spending the entire time listening to the host talk about how they were on stage. Lin Lang, on the other hand, saw Lu Ruoshi's line of sight, which had been placed on himself. Even halfway through the launch, he walked directly next to Lin Lang and spoke to him. Young Lin, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect you to be handsome again. Hearing Lu Ruoshi's words, Lin Lang instead raised his eyebrows and looked at what was going through Lu Ruoshi's mind. Yet one look and Lin Lang knew. The entertainment industry is a big die bowl. It depends on whether you can resist the temptation. And obviously, Lu Ruoshi didn't withstand it. So now Lu Ruoshi, coming to Lin Lang, was all with a purpose. Since it carried a purpose, Lin Lang did know exactly what Lu Ruoshi wanted. It's been a long time. Lin Xiao, can I sit next to you? Sit. After all, it was a woman he had favored in the past, so how could he not let someone sit in the chair now? Lin Xiao, I miss you so much. Do you? Lu Ruoshi looked at Lin Lang with eyes full of anticipation, desperately wanting to see something from inside Lin Lang's eyes. However, nothing could be seen. Just heard Lin Lang's words. I'm married to Song Zhu. When he heard these words, he had originally opened his mouth and was excitedly planning to say something else when he heard these words from Lin Lang. For a while, Lu Ruoshi felt that the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme and reached out to touch her head as she looked at Lin Lang in front of her. Seeming a bit undeterred, he looked at Lin Lang and continued to open his mouth to inquire. Lin Xiao, you didn't lie to me? However, soon after, Lin Lang gave Lu Ruoshi a reply. Didn't lie to you. It's true. If you can, come and drink the wedding wine. Okay, excuse me, young Lin. After saying that, he saw Lu Ruoshi directly leave. A whole lot of ceremony followed, and by the time it was done, it was an hour later. Song Zhu was paralyzed in Lin Lang's car, a feeling of having survived a robbery. Wow, those reporters were like trying to eat me. It was horrible, horrible. Hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but feel cute and reached out to touch her head. The two then drove, intending to go home. However, before the car could be driven, a thud was heard. The two looked at each other and saw a grandmother lying in front of the car. Seeing this, Lin Lang knew what this was all about. These days, bumper stickers were normal, but Lin Lang's car was lying down without even starting to drive. Auntie, you're lying down too early. You should wait until my car is moving, said Lin Lang, his temper rising. Not to mention Big Mama, he had never been pitched by anyone else in his life, and as he watched to be pitched by Big Mama, he was struck by an idea. But still, I intend to give Big Mama a chance to change her ways. Auntie, I know you're a bumper sticker. How about this? I won't call the police to arrest you. Just get up and pat yourself on the back. Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Lang once again spoke up and added, Auntie, I'm poor. I don't have a little bit of money. The older woman glanced at Lin Lang's license plate and her eyes lit up. I'm job trained. This car of yours, it's tens of millions of dollars. Saying that, without giving Lin Lang any room for discussion at all, he directly laid down on the ground and began to shout. Ah, hit someone, my leg. Ah, can't move it. Ah, my leg, my leg. It was a sound that just tore at my heart. What's more, It was still the site of a conference that had just been held, and it immediately attracted many reporters. When Song Zhu, who hadn't come out in the car, saw this, the entire group couldn't help but close their eyes. It's really a case of fear of what's coming. The good thing is that people outside can't even see what's going on inside the car, so sometimes it's good to get a good deal. What's going on here? Crash this? Oops. Look at Granny getting hit. If it isn't Lin Xiao, what's going on here? The people who had just interviewed Lin Lang recognized him. Lin Xiao, what's the situation? Do you need help? I have friends. Lin Xiao, what about this? Seeing that Lin Lang's snobbery seemed to be quite large, the old granny couldn't help but immediately open her mouth and continue wailing. Hit someone, and now discuss how to escape. How this person's so bullying an old lady like me. My sons at home are working in the construction site. There is no money to pay for my medical treatment. My leg hurts so much. Instantly, the crowd of onlookers beside him grew, and there were also those who didn't recognize Lin Lang, who all began to spit. How can this person be like this? Hitting someone and not wanting to be responsible is really unethical. Yeah, looking at people who are rich and powerful, I didn't realize that their character is not good. Gee, pity the granny. Young man, are you going to take charge or not? Yeah, look at the old man in such a state. He can't even move his legs. When Lin Lang saw this scene, he didn't panic at all and reached for his cell phone to make a call. You have 5 minutes. After saying the last sentence, he simply hung up the phone. Right after hearing that, the grandmother's cries became more pronounced. Ooh, bullies, one and all. My legs, I can't move my legs. It hurts. I don't want to live. Stop. Lin Lang directly yelled loudly, stiffly staring the grandmother. That's when the false crying stopped. I'm in charge. I'm in charge. I just called an ambulance over for you. It'll be here in 5 minutes. After hearing these words, the old lady's eyes had a little bit of avoidance, but seeing that there were so many people here, she couldn't say anything more and directly nodded her head. After the people next to him heard this, that's when they held back from cursing. Humph, if it wasn't for us, how could this man have taken Granny to the hospital? That's right, a little bit of civility is not hey, this young man nowadays no more. Lin Lang didn't bother with them at all. Instead he looked at the group of reporters, one by one raising their cameras, intending to take pictures. After all, it's kind of a slam dunk. They even had a headline in mind. Overseas Lin family heir Lin Xiao roadside collision? It's marvelous that Lin Xiao did such a thing after hitting the grandmother. An old man in his 60s was knocked to the ground by the overseas Lin family's Lin Xiao. Did Lin Xiao help him? Just thinking about these headlines makes them feel powerful and sure to get more traffic. However, Lin Lang now looked towards the old lady who was still lying on the ground and couldn't help but marvel at the dedication. I have to say, it's a pretty tough business. After all, you're so old. You still have to memorize license plates, and you still have to get next to your old eyes to look at the vehicles in the distance. Even sometimes bad luck is likely to be the end of this life. Seeing this, Lin Lang instead let out a light laugh and directly opened his mouth to the old lady to inquire. Is it true that you can't move your legs? That's not true. My old arms and legs can't stand up to you hitting them like that. So how much do you want? Just say it. 50. The old lady's words had just been spoken, and then she reacted to one thing. Now in this situation, how could she just say the price she had in mind? If that's true, that's a total expose. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shake her head directly. No, I just want to let the young man you are responsible for. After all, as a new youth of the new China, can't bump into someone and not be responsible for it. Hearing the old lady's words, the person next to her was almost moved to tears, reaching out for a tissue and hastily giving the old lady a thumbs up. Well said. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh, but managed to control it. Reaching out to make another call, he saw a tractor coming around the corner. The tractor was loaded with a bunch of red stuff. At first they didn't see clearly what it was. Only when the car got closer and closer, that's when they could see clearly what the red stuff on the car really was. Surprisingly, it's a load of money. That's a red yuan. Seeing this, the eyes of the people next to them were about to fall out. They had never seen so much and so much money, and for the first time they saw the real thing, and for a while they all kind of couldn't believe that it was real. Quick, look at my eyes. Am I blind? Look at me. Am I blind too? Pinch me, I feel a little surreal. Me too, I could be dreaming. Phoenix walked past them and took one look at the state of the ground and probably knew what was going on. She walked directly in front of Lin Lang and waited for his orders. Young master, the stuff is brought. Hearing this, Lin Lang waved his hand and Phoenix got on the bus again. Auntie, I know you're a good person and don't say anything about my money, but after bumping into you, my heart just can't get over it. After all, I know it caused you a lot of heart torture. I'll apologize to you. I'll give you $300,000. It's not a lot of money, but it's a small token of my appreciation. Subsequently, with a glance from Lin Lang, he saw the sky directly raining $100 bills. Many people couldn't help it and subconsciously wanted to pick it up, but then they heard Lin Lang's words. Since everyone is a good citizen, caring and courteous, I'm sure we won't be picking up pennies off the ground. Saying that, he saw rows of criminal police standing on both sides, each with a gun in their hands, as if to say, whoever dares to pick up a penny on the ground, then I will blow his head off with my gun. Seeing this situation, even though they couldn't hold back any longer, they had to hold back then. Afterward, Lin Lang continued to walk to the side of the old lady and spoke. Auntie, I didn't count this money, so please help me count 300,000 out, because I'm sure you wouldn't embezzle $100 from me. Big Mama, the old lady, who had never seen such a battle, reached out for the money with her hand trembling. Seeing this, the reporters next to them all started to take pictures one after another. This is just another powerful news. Overseas Lin Xiao rained down $100 on the spot after hitting an old man. Lin Xiao hit a 60-year-old man and actually drove a tractor over. What the hell is going on with a 60-year-old man lying on the floor losing money? It's so arrogant to hit someone these days. The world of the rich is surprisingly playful. Granny, you have to concentrate on counting the money. The main thing is that if you count one or two of them wrong, you're not likely to be shot. While the old lady was picking up the money, Lin Lang gave the criminal police a look, and then heard a bang. The gun went off. Ah! Shot! Shot! The bystanders were just dumbfounded, but to their surprise, the old lady directly stood up from inside the pile of money and quickly ran in one direction. Help! For a moment, everyone froze in place, completely unable to understand what was going on. Didn't you get hit so hard that you couldn't move your legs? Why are you running faster than anyone else now? What's going on here? Sorry, gun went off. Interpol, full of calm face, opened his mouth to explain. However, the reporters cannot help but reach out and wipe the cold sweat between the forehead. Really? This explanation. They can shout 666. Song Zhu, who was sitting in the car, cracked his mouth and smiled after seeing Lin Lang's entire performance. The people watching from the side instantly lowered their heads when they saw this scene. It's okay for you to do good deeds, but, please, polish your eyes. Today's money is yours if you haven't cursed me. The crowd immediately got excited. It was $300,000, but you guys called me names. So sorry. Phoenix, collect. The criminal police officer was then seen crouching on the ground, picking up the money. When they saw this scene, many of the people present caught up with it. If they hadn't been scolding Lin Lang for his lack of virtue in the first place, but had thought about it differently, then would things have been like they are now or not? And, watching those criminal police squatting on the ground and counting the money, the bystanders felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. If it wasn't for the situation just now, maybe this $300,000 they could be equally divided. At the thought of this, some of them even reached out to cover their eyes and began to cry bitterly. It's just so sad, isn't it? However, there were many others who saw the situation, cursed the old lady, and simply left. Lin Lang saw the Interpol officer who was still picking up the money and directly hooked his lips and smiled. Thank you, Interpol brother, for coming to help today. Kidding aside, these criminal police officers were all forces they had secretly cultivated. How could they dare to bear a thank you from Lin Lang? One by one, they bent down and nodded their heads, looking at Lin Lang, and spoke. It's fine. It's fine. As long as there's nothing wrong with young Lin, then it's my honor to give young Lin a hand. Hearing these words, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and pat his shoulder, hooking his lips in a direct smile. Well said. In here, half of it is yours. Thank you, Xiao Lin. Saying that, Lin Lang intended to get into his car and leave, but his arm was directly grabbed by a woman reaching out. Mr. Lin Lang was stunned and turned around to look over. So it was a poor little girl. She looked only 20 years old. What's the matter? Lin Lang was so helpful. Since he had helped cure the old lady's leg, it was only natural for him to help the lost girl. However, looking at the girl like this, Lin Lang narrowed his eyes and looked directly at the beauty's condition. Just when he knew what was in this beauty's heart, Lin Lang directly came to her ear and whispered. Seeing the beauty's face darken, he didn't stay too long and directly left. When Lin Lang got on the car, originally the reporter was going to interview him for a couple of sentences, but when he saw that Lin Lang didn't have this idea, he dismissed the idea in his heart. However, soon after Lin Lang drove off, he saw the corner of Song Zhu's lips next to him slightly hooked. Why? What are you laughing at now? I'm laughing at that way you just transported the money in the tractor. It was really brilliant. Hearing Song Zhu's compliment, Lin Lang instead faintly hooked his lips and smiled, looking at her as he directly opened his mouth and replied, That's for sure. As your man, if you can't even solve such a touch of porcelain, then saying that he's your man is too much of a disgrace. Only you can talk. Song Zhu laughed and cursed, then looked at Lin Lang and inquired again, what did you just say to that girl? Song Zhu was able to clearly see that right after Lin Lang spoke to the girl's face looked bad. Me, I know that woman sees the money on my floor. So, Song Zhou continued to ask. So I told the girl that the money on the floor wasn't mine, that I borrowed it, and that the one who was going to pay it back in a little while was a bald, beer-bellied uncle. Song Zhu felt that Lin Lang's move was too ruthless, right? But on second thought, the woman had come to worship gold, so such a blow suffered was not too much. After thinking about this, Song Zhu's mood was much better. It was when he looked at Lin Lang that there were a few more points of appreciation in his eyes. It was worthy of her man, and at first she was afraid that she would regret it. But inexplicably, she felt that this look was, in fact, not bad. After returning home, Lin Lang asked Song Zhu to take a good rest, while he himself had to make a trip to Du Ri residence. Although Du Ri residence was taken care of by someone else, he was at least the boss, so he had to go over to take a look. When Lin Lang walked in, he saw that the people inside the Du Ri residence were dancing to their heart's content there, looking particularly high. I didn't realize that Lin Lang had just walked in and had already become the center of attention here. Lin Xiao is here. I don't know who shouted, and in an instant everyone's eyes all looked this way. There were even a whole bunch of sisters coming over in Lin Lang's direction, one by one reaching out and pulling Lin Lang's arm, looking at him, happier than seeing their own parents. Young Lin, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for 3 days. What's 3 days waiting for you? I've been waiting for a whole week here. What you guys are saying? I haven't left since the last time I saw young Lin for a second. Hearing what these girls said, Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips. He didn't realize that he was so popular. As he watched Lin Lang plan to say something to them, he saw Phoenix walk over. Usually if Phoenix was fine, she would be here taking care of business, and Lin Lang would feel more at ease. Young master, there is something that needs to be reported to you. Hearing this, Lin Lang staggered for a moment and spoke to the girls surrounding him. Everyone have a good time drinking, and for the sake of everyone waiting for me for so long, I'll give you all a free bill. Wow! Long live young Lin! Long live young Lin! Lin Lang managed to squeeze out from the pile of people and walked inside a box with Phoenix, before waiting for Phoenix to open his mouth. Young master, we've been having a noble-looking woman here for the past few days, saying that she'll wait for you here, and that if she doesn't see you, she'll come every day. Hearing Phoenix's words, Lin Langren frowned unknowingly. Has the identity been investigated clearly? Phoenix looked at Lin Lang and swam a bit, but still told Lin Lang, in just now, I investigated the identity of that person. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the world's third-ranked assassin, Mo Yunchu. Hearing this identity, Lin Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was actually an assassin? And the number 3 killer in the world? It's kind of fun. Lin Lang looked up, glowing at Phoenix, lighting a cigarette and exhaling out of his eyes. What about Lily? What's her rank? The Phoenix was stunned, not expecting Lin Lang to ask this question. Lily is considered a hidden assassin and doesn't enter the international rankings, so Lily's strength is unknown to us. After hearing this news, Lin Lang couldn't help but want to meet this legendary killer. Did she come today? Who? Mo Yunchua. Oh, not yet. Saying that, Phoenix lifted his hand and glanced at the current time. If he didn't remember wrongly, Mo Yunchu should be here in 15 minutes. She was very prepared every day, all arriving at 7 p.m. sharp. Lead me to the private room she usually goes to. I'll give her a surprise. Lin Lang hooked his lips, his mind already thinking about what exactly Mo Yunchu's purpose was. However, seeing that the Phoenix surprisingly hadn't made any movements yet, Lin Lang looked at her with a bit of doubt and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong? Does young master really want to go see Mo Yunchu? Why don't I send her away and say that you're not here? However, before Phoenix could finish his words, he was directly stopped by Lin Lang reaching out his hand. It's okay, it's just one person, and as much as she's a killer, that's still a woman. Lin Lang's words meant something, but the Phoenix didn't appreciate what Lin Lang's words actually meant. Just looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he was a bit hesitant. She couldn't just put Lin Lang in the limelight like that. It was the world's third most powerful assassin. However, Phoenix raised his head again to look at Lin Lang, and only after realizing that Lin Lang did not have any abnormalities did he slowly walk out of the box, taking Lin Lang to another box. Young master, this is the box that Mo Yunchu comes to every day. There are still 5 minutes left before she comes. Phoenix paused and continued. Young master, I'll have Lily wait for you at the door so that she can come in and help should anything happen to you. Hearing the Phoenix's words, Lin Lang couldn't help but want to laugh a little. What? You don't trust my abilities? Just today at noon, Lin Lang completed the mission completion reward given by the system for filming a TV series, which was none other than a full level of Chinese Kung Fu. This was why Lin Lang wasn't afraid. Looking towards Phoenix, Lin Lang let out a light laugh and waved his hand. Go on. Sometimes you have to trust my abilities. With that said, after seeing Phoenix walk out of the room, Lin Lang then leaned on the room, smoking a cigarette and waiting for Mo Yunshu to arrive. It had to be said that Mo Yunshu was really punctual. Just at 6:58 minutes, Lin Lang had heard the action outside. Pull out your gun. On the insurance. Raise the gun. Push the door. Bang. The door was pushed open. And a gun, too, was aimed right at Lin Lang's head. When Lin Lang saw this scene, he instead raised his hands above his head and hooked his lips in a smile. Good. Worthy of being the world's third best assassin. With an amazing ear. Mo Yunshu frowned and looked at Lin Lang, opening his mouth a bit uncertainly to inquire. Lin Lang? Lin Lang nodded his head and very gentlemanly gave Mo Yunshu a glass of wine, then patted the sofa next to him. Sit down. Mo Yunshu glanced at the sofa, and only when he was sure that there was no danger, did he put away his gun and sat down on the sofa, but just glanced at the wine on the table and didn't touch it. Why? Mo Yunshu, how did you know there was someone in the room? Flavor. What's that smell? A man's unique hormones? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows, looking in a good mood, because Mo Yunshu was not only good at business, even this looks, this figure, that was also quite good. A high-class face with eyeliner looked to bring out the best in a female assassin, which made Lin Lang feel good. Smoke flavor. Mo Yunshu replied in a salty manner, and it had to be said that Mo Yunshu's current appearance was still a bit similar to Phoenix's previous appearance. However, the Phoenix was not as hostile as Mo Yunshu. After all, the Phoenix was trained by the Lin family and was not hostile to himself. As for the Mo Yunshu in front of him, Lin Lang would not be so narcissistic as to think that Mo Yunshu had only come to find himself because he was in love with his face. And Mo Yunshu looking for himself was definitely because of some other things. Most likely it was not some kind of good faith decision making. Otherwise, Mo Yunshu would not have given himself such a cold face attitude. Alright then, let's say you're good at Mo Yunshu, but can I ask you a question? After Mo Yunshu heard Lin Lang's words, he did raise his eyes to look at Lin Lang, then shifted his eyes again. Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh lightly when he saw her like this. Why could a person be cold to such an extent? But this was not Lin Lang's main question right now. What he wanted to ask was Mo Yunshu's purpose in finding himself. After all, Mo Yunshu was at least a woman, and she had already been doing this for 10 whole days inside her own doucher residence. When you think about it, this perseverance is something to be admired. Reason? Mo Yunshu seemed to have not expected Lin Lang to directly open the door and ask the reason why he came to him. For a moment Mo Yunshu's heart was a little flustered, but she did it calmly on the surface, and despite that, Lin Lang could see the signs. Oh, what are you panicking about? He clearly saw the panic in the middle of Mo Yunshu's eyes, and he had to say that the panic was still handled quite well. No, I came to you because I was told to kill you. Mo Yunshu spoke in a ruthless tone, but upon seeing that Lin Lang did not have the slightest reaction when she heard these words, she instead hooked her lips and snorted. What? Do you also know that someone will come to kill you for all the evil you've done? Lin Lang shook his head and directly hooked his lips. No, 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 I know I've done a lot of evil, but I didn't think that someone would dare to come and kill me, and send you, a great beauty. Do you think I should thank the man? Or should I thank the man? As Lin Lang said, his body had come close to Mo Yunshu's side, and Mo Yunshu could clearly feel Lin Lang's breathing. One could even smell the nice tobacco scent on Lin Lang. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, Mo Yunshu was a bit dazed for a moment, but his hands were quick to reach out directly and strangle Lin Lang's throat. But unexpectedly, it was directly dodged by Lin Lang with a single hand. A set of moves that flowed without the slightest bit of grit. Looked at the Mo Yunshu dumbfounded, because in the investigation she obtained, Lin Lang is not going to be a little bit of martial arts. But why does this skill look like that Jew right is superior? And, without 7 or 8 years, it would be completely impossible to practice to this extent. When he thought of this, Mo Yunshu's eyes had changed when he looked at Lin Lang. Why is Yunshu trying to get up close and personal with me? Hearing these words, Mo Yunshu immediately shook her head, and reacted sensitively. Call me Mo Yunshu. This name of Yunshu, only he could call it, and Lin Lang, no. Seeing this, Lin Lang became even more curious about what the purpose of Mo Yunshu's visit was. He instead narrowed his eyes, and when he realized Mo Yunshu's true identity, his entire body was slightly stunned, because he guessed that he brought many people with him, but didn't think of him at all, the one who has passed away. Lin Lang raised an eyebrow and asked directly, are you a henchman he trained, or are you his lover? Mo Yunshu immediately stood up, looking flustered. and her entire body couldn't help but take a step back. Who is he? Hearing this question, Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips and spoke directly. Do you really not know who he is? Well, at least, he saved you, Lin Lang said, reaching out and taking out a cigarette, placing it in his hand and observing it meditatively. Wonderingly, he looked at Mo Yun-chu. If I'm not mistaken, to him, you're just an assassin he's carefully trained. No, it's not, it's you. It's all you, or I would never have not been with him. Me, Zhang Jiji's death had nothing to do with me. The name Zhang Jiji hadn't been mentioned by Lin Lang for a long time, so just when he heard this name, Mo Yun-chu, who was originally calm and self-contained, was surprisingly close to breaking down. She reached out and covered her head, trembling. No, absolutely not. Mr. Zhang is so good to me. It's not like that. It's not like that. Looking at Mo Yun-chu's current scared appearance, Lin Lang was a little heartbroken for some reason. He knew Zhang Jiji's tactics and heart, but he didn't expect to be able to make a wonderful young girl into what she is now. Seeing this situation, Lin Lang directly walked to Mo Yun-chu's front, squatted down, and said with very gentle eyes, "Come, stand up first." Being touched by Lin Lang, Mo Yun-chu trembled a bit in fear and looked at Lin Lang and spoke directly. "No, don't touch me, Mr. Zhang said you're a bad person." As he said that, he reached out with a hooked blade and was about to hit Lin Lang's body, but he was intercepted by Lin Lang halfway. "I'm a bad guy? If I'm really a bad guy then you wouldn't be alive right now," Lin Lang said, walking directly to the opposite side of Mo Yun-chu, reaching out and grabbing her hand, making her sit on the sofa. Looking at her in such a miserable state right now, he couldn't help but sigh for a moment. Said, "What? Are you that bad?" Only after hearing these words did Mo Yun-chu raise her head and look at Lin Lang in front of her, her eyes full of confusion and helplessness. Lin Lang didn't hold back for a moment and reached out to touch her head. "Hey, you're just too strong. You know that you're the third-ranked assassin in the world, so you think you'll definitely be able to capture Zhang Jiji's heart, but you're wrong, because Zhang Jiji doesn't have a heart." Saying that, he looked at Mo Yun-chu with slightly better eyes. "Think about it. I think that this matter of murdering me should also have been explained by Zhang Jiji in advance. So if you want to continue with the murder, then you can also feel free to come over boldly." Saying that, Lin Lang felt that he had finished saying what he needed to say, and didn't have to waste any more time with Mo Yun-chu. He stood straight up and said, "I'll be right outside. Remember, don't hurt my clubhouse when you do it. Otherwise, I'll make you look good." Seeing Lin Lang walk out, Mo Yun-chu then crouched down and cried, and the phoenix standing in the doorway. After seeing Lin Lang come out, the whole person couldn't wait to look Lin Lang up and down, as if he wanted to hurry up and check if there were any wounds on Lin Lang's body or not. However, when he saw that everything was fine on Lin Lang's body, it was only then that he was slightly relieved. "Young master, are you all right?" Lin Lang could only see if there were any wounds on the outside, but he didn't know anything about the inside. The thought that in case Lin Lang really suffered an attack inside, then Phoenix must call what's-his-name Lily and serve Mo Yun-chu properly. "It's fine. Am I that weak?" "Your young master." Lin Lang reached out and touched Phoenix's head, then walked straight onto the dance floor and danced hotly with a large wave of girls on it. "Young Lin, you're so handsome. Yo, if it isn't Lin Xiao, why are you free today? Wow. Young Lin, you're too handsome. I almost didn't recognize you." Upon hearing their 3 words of praise, Lin Lang was not modest at all and looked directly at them. "Complacent. That's true. If I'm not handsome, how dare I come out and embarrass myself? Wow, that's beautiful." Everyone, one of them, a playboy, directly raised the wine cup in his hand and shouted, "Let's toast to young Lin. To young Lin." Got it. Right after they finished a glass of wine, all of them seemed to be as excited as chicken blood, looking at the people in front of them and getting high one by one. However, just as 10 minutes had passed, Phoenix walked over to Lin Lang, looked at him, and whispered in his ear. Mo Yun-chu was standing by the side. Lin Lang glanced over, and only after recognizing that Mo Yun-chu was really standing there did he walk directly to Mo Yun-chu's face. "How's that for thinking? It's..." However, before Lin Lang could finish his words, he saw Mo Yun-chu directly striking out with a knife in his hand that was already open, rough and very sharp. After seeing this situation, Lin Lang directly reached out and pushed Phoenix away. "Don't get in the way." Then with a bend, he dodged Mo Yun-chu's attack. However, very soon, Mo Yun-chu's feet generated wind and walked quickly in the direction of Lin Lang. Lin Lang was naturally not willing to show weakness, and she hadn't learned kung fu for nothing. Seeing that Mo Yun-chu was in the stage of running, the chassis was unstable. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Lang made a direct turn, quickly moving behind Mo Yun-chu. He elbowed with a force towards Mo Yun-chu's back waist. "Look out!" Mo Yunchu's footsteps were unsteady and she directly fell towards the ground. However, at this time, Mo Yunchu exerted force in his hands and reached out to wrap his arms around Lin Lang's neck, the corners of his mouth smiling lightly. Lin Xiao, I suddenly feel that you seem quite handsome, and you're good at fighting, Mo Yunchu said, and winked towards Lin Lang. The people next to him saw the scene and clapped their hands directly. Yes, 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 good kung fu. Young Lin Xiao is awesome. When you're good looking, you're just full of women. Lin Xiao, fuck her. Hearing what the bystanders said, Lin Lang instead smoothly reached out and tightened his arm around Mo Yunchu's waist, leaned in close to her, and softly said, So, you want to change your master? Mo Yunchu was stunned, as if he didn't expect Lin Lang to be so direct. But still, he hooked his lips in a smile and was as evil as he could be the whole time. The smile that flowed between her eyebrows seemed to say that she was in a very good mood right now. So what if it's possible to change ownership? After saying that, she reached out and directly picked up Lin Lang's jaw and directly said, And, young Lin, you're so handsome, rich and rich, you say, how can you make a woman refuse? A change of ownership is fine. It's just, what? I don't like being picked on in the jaw by a woman. And you're the first. Lin Lang's eyes glazed over, and he directly reached out, wrapping his arms tighter. At this moment, Mo Yunchu's jutting, all squeezed by him on his chest. The feeling of undulating together was really good. After seeing the situation over here, the people who were already watching from the sidelines were immediately up in arms. Together, together. Hearing these words, Lin Lang didn't have much to say, but just hooked his lips and looked at Mo Yunchu in front of him. What? A sudden change of ownership. Are you doing this to hibernate and slowly torture me? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. According to Mo Yunchu's character, it was possible to think of such a method. However, I didn't expect that Mo Yunchu didn't know how to avoid it at all, and looked at Lin Lang and laughed directly. That's of course. Otherwise you're a big fish. It's not easy to catch it. Ha ha. Well then, to go along with your fishing for my big fish, you'll be working under Phoenix here, and she'll lead you. The Phoenix was right next to Lin Lang, speaking the conversation between the two of them, and when he saw Mo Yunchu locking eyes with himself, the icy coldness in his eyes subconsciously faded a few points. At least they're their future people, and although they're not sure what's going on inside, it's far better to be close than distant to monitor them. Good. Mo Yun felt that such an arrangement wasn't unreasonable, so he directly nodded and looked at Lin Lang and spoke. In that case, Lin Xiao had better not ignore me or else. Mo Yunchu's hand just slowly moved towards Lin Lang's chest. Once Lin Xiao treats me a little bit badly, then I might point out that I'll inflict all the grudges I had against my previous master on you. Lin Xiao. Hearing these words and looking at the person in front of him, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he came to Mo Yunchu's ear. I, Lin Lang, have never been threatened by anything, not dare. If not necessary, I will cut off the roots. After saying this, Lin Lang didn't want to look at Mo Yunchu's expression, and directly reached out and patted her shoulder, laughing. Follow Phoenix and do a good job. If you do a good job, there's a big prize waiting for you at the end of the year. Saying that, Lin Lang gave the Phoenix a wink, and the Phoenix immediately nodded in understanding and led Mo Yunchu away. And seeing that this side was pretty much done, Lin Lang gave a word to everyone at the scene and simply left. The wind in the early hours of the winter night still blew on one's body with the same kind of piercing coldness, making Lin Lang unable to resist shivering. However, just as Lin Lang was about to get into his car, he saw a little unusual sound coming from inside an alley. Lin Lang skimmed a glance, and after not continuing to hear anything, that's when he directly turned around and left. It was about 1 o'clock by the time we got home. Lightly returning to his room, Lin Lang had just planned to take his clothes and go take a shower when he heard Song Zhu's voice coming leisurely. What have you been doing? Coming home so late? Lin Lang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Song Zhu to still be asleep at all. Solely throwing his clothes inside the locker, he took off his shoes and got into bed. Reaching around Song Zhou. I'm not going to the dojo. Someone is trying to kill me, so I have to settle down. Song Zhu was somewhat annoyed, but after hearing Lin Lang's words, it immediately turned into worry. Reaching out to touch Lin Lang's face, he hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire, "How is it? Is everything alright?" Lin Lang laughed lightly. "Am I the kind of man who is a wimp? Look at you, are you underestimating your man?" Afterward, Lin Lang reached out and wrapped his arms around Song Zhu's waist, saying with a loving face, "It's just that I've been out for such a long time, and I kind of miss you." Immediately after that, he reached out directly and pinned Song Zhu underneath him. The whole process did not give Song Zhu the slightest chance to react, and the battle went straight to more than 5 in the morning, which let Song Zhu go. Early the next morning, after Lin Lang woke up, the system's voice came directly, dropping, "Host, Please earn enough 100 million within a month. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth and spit. Alright then, drop. Host, please earn enough $200 million within a month. WOC, don't. Just 100 million. Drop. Host, the system only has one chance to modify the task. At this moment the opportunity has been used up. The host can only fulfill. Otherwise when the time arrives, the host if not complete the task, it will be wiped out. After hearing these words, it was seen that Lin Lang's face turned green. What a shitty system. It was really a big morning. Angry Lin Lang did not know what to say. There was no way but to fulfill. Saying that, Lin Lang directly got out of bed. If Lin Lang hadn't guessed wrong, the system could directly tell what happened next and what a person's heart was thinking. In that case, the quickest means of making a profit is, of course, to buy stocks. Now then, Lin Lang thought, it's time to go find a financial advisor and let her run the show. Now that we have a solution, let's say we do it. Lin Lang walked straight to the door and went to the securities company without eating breakfast. If Lin Lang hadn't guessed wrongly, this would be the most famous securities company in the capital. The staff inside, that's the best of the best in the financial world. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Lang walked straight in and sat on the sofa. However, just after Lin Lang had sat here for 5 minutes, there was still no one to entertain him. He's a little upset about this. This group of people come and go to work so much. Can't they see that there is a big customer sitting here? Just as Lin Lang was about to stand up and leave, he saw a woman walking towards him head-on, dressed in an OL outfit, looking particularly clean and sharp, with long hair slightly bunched up at the back of the head. A bone-deep elegance from the inside out is shown in front of Lin Lang's eyes. Hello sir, are you here for business? The beauty's voice is especially sweet. Sweet but not too sweet. Nice and nice. Hello, I'm Li Qinghuan, the financial advisor here. If you need anything, you can talk to me. Only after hearing these words did Lin Lang nod. Looking at Li Qinghuan in front of him, he directly spoke. I need to let you manage a little bit of funds for me. Yes sir, please come with me to the office and we'll talk more. Good. Lin Lang followed Li Qinghuan's ass and saw all the scenery clearly. On the contrary, he was in an extremely good mood to hook his lips and smile. Looking at the Li Qinghuan in front of him, it seems that it is also a woman with ability. Please sit down. Sir, I wonder what your name is. Sir, Lin. Mr. Lin, would you like something to drink? Tea is fine. Lin Lang didn't say what brand of tea, because he drank tea that the average person really didn't have. However, with the bilberry in hand, it's a top-notch product. After Lin Lang took a sip of tea, he began to observe the size of this office. With that, deliberately skimming over the work tag on Li Qinghuan's chest. Money manager? Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize that it was still a financial manager. I have to say, it can be really low-key. Li Qinghuan reached up and ran her hand through her hair, looking at Lin Lang and smiling. You're joking, Mr. Lin. Subsequently, Qinghuan Li fell back on cutting straight to the chase. I don't know how much free money Mr. Lin has that he needs us to help him take care of. If Mr. can give a rough price, I can help you pick a few stocks with a higher rate of increase. Upon hearing these words, the smile at the corner of Lin Lang's mouth became even more pronounced. He came here today to find a good manipulator, and he didn't expect Li Qinghuan to be able to agree with his ideas. It's really good. Hearing this, Lin Lang directly raised his eyebrows. Why don't you show me what kind of stock you're going to pick for me first? Qinghuan. Okay. Li Qinghuan was slightly stunned, but with her good professionalism, she still quickly took the computer and bent down to place it on the table. However, just in this moment of bending over, Lin Lang had instead seen a large area of spring light. Li Qinghuan didn't seem to have noticed yet, and was directly beside Lin Lang, bending down to help him look at it. From time to time, evaluate the last few stocks for gains and market capitalization. This stock, if you will, is still quite satisfactory to me, although he has not risen much in recent times, but it is relatively stable. Regardless of whether Mr. Lin you invest more should or less money, it's a very safe move. This stock, if you look at it, has too many ups and downs, but it's not a total no-buy because this company is about to go public, and the stock's market capitalization will surely rise even higher by then. Only, in that case, the stock would inevitably go down in flames in the face of a high dollar increase. If you do choose this one, you can only vote for up to 3 days. After all, Li Qinghuan roughly told Lin Lang something about the stock she was optimistic about. But soon, Lin Lang's eyes took in a stock that Li Qinghuan had only glanced at and skimmed right over. This stock is up modestly for now, and coincidentally, he's going public in a few days, but just 3 days later than the one that just went public. And the amount of the increase is at least 3 times higher than that stock. And it lasted upwards of 20 days. I've given Mr. Lin, a general overview of all these stocks. I wonder which one you'd like to invest in. Mr. Lin, it had to be said that what Li Qinghuan had told was indeed very detailed, even directly analyzing the market value of the stock, the rate of increase, the number of days of increase, and the all-round analysis based on Lin Lang's investment status. It made Lin Lang, an outsider, rave about it. However, Lin Lang reached out and put his hand to his mouth, hooking his lips. No, Qinghuan has a stock that's in a better state of development, and he hasn't spoken about it yet, has he? When Li Qinghuan heard this, she was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at the stocks again, and after checking them one by one, she then looked at Lin Lang with certainty. Mr. Lin, I'm bullish on the stock. I've said everything I need to say. I don't know if Mr. Lin has any more questions? Hearing these words, Lin Lang instead reached out directly and held Li Qinghuan's hand. Li Qinghuan subconsciously tried to dodge, but realized that Lin Lang's strength was so great that she couldn't dodge at all. Immediately after, upon realizing that Lin Lang was only holding her hand to operate the keyboard, it was only then that she was relieved to keep her eyes on the computer. Just his eyes still glanced at Lin Lang's hand from time to time. A man's hand. It was really beautifully born. It's bony and thin and long and looks really super pretty. Another glance at Lin Lang's side face, that completely unblemished face, was enough to make Li Qinghuan's heart beat more than just a little bit. Someone who didn't have a boyfriend yet, but she was still holding on, telling herself that this was her client, and there could be no slip-ups, ever. You see, this stock is actually not bad, although the early rise is not as big as that listed company, but solid and lasting, is not it? Lin Lang deliberately bit out the word lasting very heavily, and when she heard these two words, Li Qinghuan's entire face was already completely red. Someone who hadn't been through all this yet and was a woman like her who was already 25 was just when she needed it the most, now confronted with a man who could finally get under her skin. That feeling, familiar only from late nights, immediately flooded her heart. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I need to go to the restroom. Saying that, he directly extracted himself from Lin Lang's confinement, directly opened the office door and went to the restroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, that face is no different from a monkey's butt, and it is much redder than a monkey's butt. My God, shame on you. How can I do this? No, I can't, Li Qinghuan said, but she directly reached out and poured the powder on her hand towards her face. After about 5 minutes, Qinghuan Li saw that her face had reached a level she was satisfied with, before she stepped on her high heels and continued back inside the office. Lin Lang was playing the game there carelessly, and when he saw Li Qinghuan's face, the movements of his hands fell to a halt. What he had just seen was Li Qinghuan's unpowdered face, but now, Li Qinghuan's face was puffed with powder, the kind of powder that was white and red, and it looked especially delicate. It made Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. Qinghuan is even more beautiful after putting on the powder. After saying this, the mental defenses that had been built up for 5 minutes in the restroom collapsed in this moment. As she watched Lin Lang stand up and walk towards her, Li Qinghuan's entire body couldn't help but back away. The smile on his face has long been unable to hang on. If this were someone else, it is estimated that they would have long ago directly thrown people out. But the person in front of him was Lin Lang, causing Li Qinghuan to not have that thought at all. Just a little bit of fear inside, but at the same time slightly anticipation. Mr. Lin, have you considered which stock to pick? Well, just as Li Qinghuan finished his sentence, he had already been walloped by Lin Lang, and was so confined to the door that he couldn't move. Since Qinghuan poured the powder especially for me, why don't we skip the work for now and talk about something else? Chat about what? For example, does Qinghuan have a boyfriend? Is there someone in her heart? And if so, who is it? When Lin Lang asked this question, he asked it word for word, leaving Li Qinghuan with absolutely no room to refuse to answer. No. When Lin Lang heard this reply, he instead hooked his lips in an evil smile. Looking at Li Qinghuan in front of him, he directly reached out and picked his jaw. It's a beauty billet. With that, he walked straight to the side and sat down in front of the computer again, reaching out and pointing at the stock he had just selected. Speaking directly, he said, just this one. Saying that, he placed a card in his hand on the table and spoke directly. This is $100 million. After 1 month, buy back the stock. Li Qinghuan didn't hear what Lin Lang said later at all. She just looked at the bank card on the table and thought back to what Lin Lang had just said. The bank card on the table has $100 million in it. That's $100 million. Within the big clients she receives, the most awesome ones only have tens of millions of dollars invested in them. But it was totally unexpected that the person in front of me looked like he would put in $100 million straight away. If you really throw in $100 million, then the calculated commission, not $5 million, is also $2 million too. A single order, just a single order, was enough for her. Li Qinghuan, to earn a year's income. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but begin to wonder what the identity of the person in front of her was, and why he was so rich while looking so handsome. This is unconscionable. How can other gay men live? But now this was not at all what Li Qinghuan had to think about. What she had to think about was providing better services for Lin Lang. Looking at the person in front of her, Li Qinghuan instead walked directly to Lin Lang and once again looked at the stock on the computer screen. Couldn't help but frown. Mr. Lin, actually, I think it's better for you to invest in this stock first. Li Qinghuan still kind of didn't really recommend Lin Lang to buy this stock. However, upon seeing Lin Lang's eyes that did not allow others to resist, he was still forced to compromise. Good. Since Mr. Lin is already so determined, then I will definitely do as I am told. And in a month, I will definitely come up with an answer that Mr. Lin is satisfied with. Seeing Li Qinghuan compromise, Lin Lang then walked forward in a good mood and reached out to touch her head. That's a good girl. A woman who knows how to compromise is a woman who listens. This sentence ruffled Li Qinghuan's adrenaline directly. She tried hard to restrain her face, then looked at Lin Lang and directly spoke. Mr. Lin, take your time. If any problems arise during the period, I will promptly communicate with Mr. Lin. Here's my card. Lin Lang did have something to do at noon. Otherwise he wouldn't have let go of this opportunity to have dinner with a beautiful woman. Okay, Mr. Lin, take your time. Only after watching Lin Lang leave the office did Li Qinghuan catch up. Looking at the bit Lin Lang had just done, the whole heart started to pound. She hadn't felt this way in a long time, and she didn't think she could find it in a handsome and multicolored man. For a moment, the deer in the headlights was about to break out, and after Lin Lang left the securities company, he went directly to the Dolce Vita. Although it is said to be broad daylight, but the people inside the Durich residence is also very much. One by one, several people gathered around a table, drinking wine and chatting there, looking particularly harmonious. And after Lin Lang walked in, he saw that some girls were accompanying the guests, but after looking around, he didn't see Mo Yunchu's figure at all. The reason he came was to come and see if Mo Yunchu had messed up or not. But now, it was unexpected that Mo Yunchu had disappeared, possibly looking at Lin Lang looking for someone. Su Meier instead walked directly to Lin Lang's side, looked at Lin Lang, and directly opened her mouth to inquire. Young master, are you looking for someone? Where's Mo Yunchu? Lin Lang frowned as a question suddenly occurred to him. Mo Yunchu liked Zhang Jixi, but Su Meier had also been with Zhang Jixi before, and as soon as he thought of this, Lin Lang looked at Su Meier, and his heart immediately had a bit of a bad feeling. I don't know. Didn't Mo Yunchu tell you where she was going? Su Meier was at least someone who had stayed by her side, and not a single look or movement from her could escape Lin Lang's eyes. Say, what the hell did you do? Lin Lang the kid was in no hurry, directly sitting on the sofa in front of him, looking at Su Meier with serious eyes. Yes, something must have happened between Su Meier and Mo Yunchu. Otherwise Su Meier would never be like this. Su Meier looked at the fact that she really couldn't hide it anymore, and instead told all about what happened last night. Yesterday after I came back from accompanying the wine, I saw Mo Yunchu sitting on the sofa. I know her. She is an assassin under Zhang Jixi. I thought she should have come for a purpose, so I planned to bypass her, but I didn't expect her to see it, and she came right up and slapped me, and because of that slap, my whole body was pissed off. A slap was returned directly, telling her in passing, even though you're a killer, I'm not afraid of you at all, and since I'm here, I'll treat you the same. Saying that, I saw Mo Yunchu's fists clenched tightly, and I originally thought that she was still planning to hit me with her hands, but I don't know why. But she didn't do it. Seeing this scene, I expressed curiosity, but I didn't ask much and let her leave. I haven't seen her again from the time she left until now. Lin Lang glanced at him and after realizing that what Su Meier said was true, he then directly stood up, looked at the person in front of him, and directly spoke. Since you said so, then I hope that you can really treat everyone equally. Saying that, Lin Lang shouted the name of the Phoenix. Young master, I am. Phoenix came out from a room. Where's Mo Yunchu? It's in the box. Stayed all night. After hearing these words, Lin Lang glanced at Su Meier and then at Phoenix and instructed, keep an eye on Su Meier and Mo Yunchu. Yes, young master. Phoenix had a problem with both of them, so after hearing this command from Lin Lang, she instead nodded directly, even though Lin Lang didn't order her to do it. That's why when he saw Lin Lang walk inside the box, that's when he intended to turn around and leave, but it was directly called out by Su Meier. Phoenix, the young master just said that since you're here, you have to treat everyone equally. Did you not hear that? After saying that, without waiting for Phoenix to reply, Su Meier directly left to open her mouth. By the way, you weren't around just now when I was talking to young master. No wonder you didn't know. Now then, Let me tell you, there is no hierarchy in this. Everyone is treated equally. Originally, Phoenix didn't want to take care of Su Mayer, but then he heard Su Mayer keep yakking in this ear, and was a little bit tired of it, so he directly opened his mouth sarcastically, not leaving a little bit of emotion in the slightest. I think if you're not deaf, you should have heard what young master just said. He told me to keep you and Mo Yunchu under control. Su Mayer was still planning to be saying something, but looking at the Phoenix instead of ignoring herself, she even directly turned around and walked away. This action made Su Mayer very angry and directly shouted, "Phoenix, stop right there." However, to his surprise, instead of standing still, the Phoenix walked even faster. Seeing the Phoenix in this state now, how much Su Mayer hated it in her heart, she could only endure it. The current Phoenix, but with Lin Lang covering it, the Red Man General Rolla. Once Su Mayer said something she shouldn't have, then the end would most likely be tragic. However, Su Mayer wasn't very scared because she believed that Lin Lang wouldn't do this to herself. Lin Lang walked inside the box and subconsciously frowned when he saw Mo Yunchu sitting alone on the floor drinking. I thought it was all fine and was going to change ownership, so why is it in such a state now? Women really are strange things to behold. Lin Lang couldn't help but spit from the bottom of his heart, but he still walked directly in front of Mo Yunchu, reached out and snatched her empty wine glass, looked at Mo Yunchu in front of him, and spoke directly. "What's wrong with you? Don't you want to pay for the wine at my doujinshi? I have money. I can pay." Lin Lang could clearly see the tears in Mo Yunchu's eyes. And, when Mo Yunchu spoke to herself, the willfulness in her tone did not go unnoticed by Lin Lang. He directly reached out and hugged Mo Yunchu's body, placed her on the sofa, put up his finger, and said with a straight face, "Employees drink twice as much." When Mo Yunchu heard this unreasonable rule, the little temper in her heart immediately came out, and looking at Lin Lang in front of her, she couldn't help but beep her mouth. "Even you bully me?" Lin Lang frowned, seeming to catch a glimpse of something imperceptible. "Who bullied you?" "Su Mayer, that foxy woman you used to be. Why did you let her back? She's a scourge. Isn't it bad that you let her scourge you?" Mo Yunchu said, seemingly thinking of something unhappy, and directly shook his head. "You're the bad guy. It's all because of you. Or else my mister Zhang wouldn't have left me and ended up like this. I didn't realize you were still thinking about Zhang Jiaiqiu." Given this, Lin Lang of course wanted to fulfill Mo Yunchu. He reached out and grabbed Mo Yunchu's hand and spoke directly. "You want Zhang Jiqi? Let's go. I'll take you to see him. If you go with him, you'll be able to see him." "No, I'm not going." Mo Yunchu didn't know where he got so much strength from, and directly reached out to shake off Lin Lang's hand and ran in the opposite direction of Lin Lang. "No, I'm not going." As Mo Yunchu spoke, the wine seemed to have sobered up a great deal, probably because of the shock. "I will make Su Mayer kneel at my feet and apologize." Mo Yunchu spoke indignantly, the hatred in his eyes even worse than when he killed Lin Lang. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but frown. If he could, he really did want to know what had happened between the two of them, Su Mayer and Mo Yunchu, and why had they created this current situation. However, as if Mo Yunchu knew what was in Lin Lang's heart, she looked at Lin Lang and spoke directly. "Young master, you know, if there was no Su Mayer, Mr. Zhang and I would be very happy," Mo Yunchu said. Her eyes had gotten lost, and her entire body seemed to be outside of the situation, her mind not knowing what she was thinking. However, just as he heard those words, Lin Lang's entire body followed Mo Yunchu back to the time when he was there. At that time, Mo Yunchu and Zhang Jiqi were really very happy together, and Zhang Jiqi's heart had not yet borne a different heart. However, because of Su Mayer, it led to Zhang Jiqi being directly persuaded by Su Mayer to directly have crooked thoughts about Lin Lang, which led to what happened in the end. Although it was a simple thing, for some reason, listening to Mo Yunchu say these words from her voice that was already hoarse from drinking, Lin Lang had an unspeakable feeling. Inexplicably, looking at Mo Yunchu in front of her, a momentary heartache arose. He wondered what Mo Yunchu had gone through. Why had she become as cold as she was now? Suddenly, Lin Lang thought of Phoenix and Lily again. The two of them, had they not suffered a lot as well? Thinking about it, when Lin Lang looked down at Mo Yunchu again, Mo Yunchu had already fallen asleep, still clutching the bottle in his hand. He shouted one after another, "Su Mayer, you wait for me," just like that, one sentence after another, until after Mo Yunchu entered deep sleep. That's when the tossing and turning stopped. However, after Lin Lang saw Mo Yunchu's appearance, he reached out and took out his phone and called Phoenix. So he asked Phoenix to arrange for Mo Yunchu to go to a place to stay. Lin Lang, on the other hand, had his business to attend to. In the other box, Su Mayer's entire body became browbeaten when she saw Lin Lang arrive in the box. The kind of shyness that comes from within is something that doesn't have to be hidden at all. Looking at Lin Lang, he couldn't help but want to ask his previous self how he could look at such goods. However, Lin Lang didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. Bullying Mo Yunchu? Looking at the way Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and became charismatic with every word and action, Su Meier's eyes were Lin Lang's problems. Looking directly at Lin Lang, her eyes were naked. Not really bullying, just talking to her. She didn't hold herself back and just left. Instead of taking it personally, Su Meier hadn't felt that she had done anything wrong. Yes, it had to be said that Su Meier's means of pulling hatred was truly brilliant. Even Lin Lang couldn't help but marvel at it. However, soon after, Lin Lang was seen standing up directly, walking over to Su Meier, reaching out and directly flinging a slap at her. Young master, Su Meier couldn't believe that Lin Lang had hit himself. Lin Lang actually hit himself. Su Meier's eyes grew wider and wider, as if she was trying to see through Lin Lang so that she could take a closer look at whether the person in front of her was Lin Lang or not. Yet no matter how you looked at it, the person in front of you was still Lin Lang, and no matter what, he wouldn't change. Su Meier dropped to the ground for a moment, looking at Lin Lang in front of her, shaking her head, full of unbelief. Young master, how dare you hit me? Su Meier said, unable to find her voice for a moment, making her feel a bit unrealistic. The one who beat you is you. Do you know where you're wrong? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and sat down on the chair, waiting for Su Meier's answer with good grace. Su Meier, on the other hand, looked at Lin Lang carefully. If Su Meier once answered a question that displeased Lin Lang, then her next consequences were something that even she herself was not sure of. Because the current Lin Lang was just too hard to guess. She couldn't guess at all what was going on in Lin Lang's mind. But still, he nodded his head truthfully, with a sobbing voice, hoping that Lin Lang could spare himself on account of his pathetic nature. However, Lin Lang's voice was even harsher than before. Say, what the hell did you do? Su Meier was twitching. I have to say, acting is really a good hand. I was the one who said in front of Mo Yunshu that it was me that Zhang Jiji wished for in the first place, and because I wasn't by Zhang Jiji's side, that's why he retreated to the next best thing. Hearing these words, Lin Lang froze for a moment. He guessed that Su Meier had said something similar, but he didn't expect to say something so ruthless. It would be fine if Mo Yunshu didn't care, but right now, it was when Mo Yunshu was in the lowest of moods. When Su Meier said that would definitely make Mo Yunshu's mood hit rock bottom. Thinking of this, Lin Lang couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Su Meier in front of him. I'm going to give you one last chance. If you cause any more trouble for me, then get the hell out of here. Young master, don't kick me out. Don't kick me out. Su Meier began to beg so bitterly that she was close to directly kneeling down for Lin Lang. But Lin Lang wasn't forgiving at all and spoke directly. At that time, no matter how much you beg, even if it's a corpse, you'll have to get the hell out of the Duri residence for me. Lin Lang's eyes couldn't tolerate a single grain of sand. And now, the reason why Su Meier is placed in the Duri residence, Wanwan, is to let Mo Yunshu quickly enter the state, and report the revival of Meier. Thinking of this, Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips in a smile. Leaving Su Meier here, nonetheless, would allow Su Meier to help Mo Yunshu ease his mood. Likewise, it would give Phoenix a good lesson in how to manage his subordinates. After all, a lot of the next things were for Phoenix to do for Lin Lang. Thinking this, Lin Lang didn't even look at Su Meier and directly left the room. Young master! Young master! Su Meier shouted her heart out, but was directly frightened by Lin Lang's shhh gesture and immediately closed her mouth, not daring to make a single sound. Thinking of this, Lin Lang directly left. It was 5:30 in the afternoon when he stepped out of the Dojisu residence, just in time for dinner. Lin Lang came home just in time, and after seeing that the table was already set with the meal, he then looked at Song Zhu, who was already sitting at the table. As soon as I looked at it, I knew you didn't make this meal, so don't ask me to praise you. After two people become familiar with each other, as long as it is a look from each other, can understand each other's thoughts in the end, what kind of? And Lin Lang is experiencing this statement deeply right now. So after Song Zhu heard Lin Lang's words, her face first blushed, because she also didn't expect Lin Lang to be able to know what was in her heart. Then her face turned green again, because Lin Lang was indirectly saying that she wasn't a good wife. Hearing these words, Song Zhu directly reached out and moved the chair Lin Lang was about to sit on, glaring at Lin Lang as if to say, "What do you want?" Lin Lang was so adorable by this action of Song Zhu that for a moment he reached out and touched Song Zhu's forehead, looking at Song Zhu and smiling. Okay, I was wrong. I won't say you're not a good wife anymore. You're a good wife. You're so cute. How can you not be a good wife anymore? Hearing this, Song Zhu was satisfied. But then, after sniffing at Lin Lang's body, then, his face darkened to the bottom. It was almost as if he was holding a knife directly against Lin Lang's head. Where have you been? Was there a woman? Lin Lang of course knew that Song Zhu had already smelled his body, so he didn't lie much and just told the truth. After hearing Lin Lang's explanation, Song Zhu's face eased a little. I'm telling you, if you cheat on me outside of marriage, I'll castrate you. Song Zhu's face returned to normal, and the whole meal was a good way to make Song Zhu consider many things. For example, what should Lin Lang do if he really cheated on his wife? Should I have children myself or not? And Lin Lang, who knew about all these things, couldn't help but laugh for a moment when he saw Song Zhu's thoughts, but after seeing the way Song Zhu was seriously considering what exactly to do about this matter there, it was just too cute, so cute that he couldn't bear to be bothered. So on second thought, forget it. When the meal was over, Lin Lang did receive a call from Li Qinghuan. Mr. Lin, there's a little bit of news on the stock side. Can you come out for a bit so I can have a good chat with you? Hearing this, Lin Lang pretended to be busy, so he thought for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Okay, I'll be at your office in an hour. Only after hearing these words did Li Qinghuan breathe a sigh of relief. With that, it was time to sit in the chair and work on the paperwork. About an hour or so later, a knock was heard on the door, and the person who came in happened to be Lin Lang. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to be so punctual. On time? If I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to be 30 seconds late. Hearing Lin Lang's words, Li Qinghuan's cup that was pouring tea for him almost fell to the ground. Do all these rich bigots count their time in seconds? Well, it's not likely that they're just counting money based on time, and time is money. Thinking of this, Li Qinghuan didn't intend to delay any longer, and directly sat down on the chair, chatting with Lin Lang about the stock market. However, Lin Lang wasn't interested in the state of the stock market at all right now, because he knew that no matter how he negotiated, he would end up winning. So what was the point of negotiating? Then, now was a great time to talk about things, and seeing as Li Qinghuan was about to go home, Lin Lang could still reluctantly send the beauty home if he could, because it's 8 o'clock sharp. If Li Qinghuan hadn't wanted to meet Lin Lang, she would probably have left the company and gone home by now. So when she heard Lin Lang say that she would not discuss the stock market, her whole body still felt a bit lost, because she had originally planned to learn how to maneuver the stock market and pick stocks properly from Lin Lang. But I didn't expect that Lin Lang wouldn't talk about the stock market. But Lin Lang spoke in peaks and turns, but gave Li Qinghuan a little something to look forward to. Then, Lin Lang was heard to continue speaking. I can teach you elsewhere instead, as I think there is still a lot I can learn from myself. It's not necessarily as simple as just the stock market. I wonder if Qinghuan is interested in talking to me about something else. When Li Qinghuan heard these words, her entire body froze slightly, as she was a bit flustered in her heart, not knowing what Lin Lang wanted to talk to her about. May. Nonetheless, Qinghuan Li agreed. After all, Lin Lang was Li Qinghuan's big client. How could he dare to slack off a little? Once Lin Lang got angry and directly walked away. Then in the end, Li Qinghuan's fate, that would really be particularly tragic yet. Come on, it's just that I don't know what Mr. Lin wants to talk to me about. I'm so shallowly learned that I don't think I'll be able to chat freely with Mr. Lin. When Lin Lang heard Li Qinghuan's words, he didn't expect Li Qinghuan to admit his own learning directly like this. This is estimated that if he were to do someone else, he would have started pretending. For a while, Lin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Li Qinghuan in front of him, he directly spoke. If you don't mind, Qinghuan, we can actually eat and chat at the same time. Dry chatting like this, how meaningless. That would be respectful. God knows how hungry Li Qinghuan is right now, but because Lin Lang is here, she is too embarrassed to say it. Luckily Lin Lang said it in advance. Otherwise, there is no telling how long Li Qinghuan will be hungry. Lin Lang led Li Qinghuan directly to a restaurant. Because it was night, the restaurant was filled with candles. The atmosphere was particularly good. Seeing this, Lin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Seems like it's good to be rich. If this were the old days, I guess the only thing that could reach this level of this restaurant would be candles. Qinghuan Li also circled around for a moment, and when he saw the circle of decorations and the gilded walls, his entire body was stunned. She had originally thought that Lin Lang would take her to a nice restaurant, but she didn't expect that the restaurant would be so high class. It shook her up a bit, probably because she was too surprised in her heart, causing herself not to realize that she had already been brought to the dining table by Lin Lang, and that Lin Lang had handed her a menu. Feel free to order whatever you want. After hearing these words, Li Qinghuan was a bit embarrassed, but still reached out directly and took the menu. Ah, so expensive? A plate of shredded potatoes actually cost $300? This made Li Qinghuan unable to believe what kind of divine shredded potatoes this was. It's okay, there's no shortage of money. After hearing these words, Li Qinghuan then casually ordered a little bit. Li Qinghuan then noticed the gaze that Lin Lang had placed on her, and for a moment, She was a bit at a loss for words. Reaching out and running her hand through her hair, she blushed slightly and looked at Lin Lang. Mr. Lin, could it be because I have something on my face? No, it's very pretty, Lin Lang said from the bottom of his heart, and immediately afterward, he saw Li Qinghuan's face blush even more. Immediately after, Lin Lang saw that not only Li Qinghuan's face, but even the roots of her ears, were red, causing Lin Lang to be a bit incredulous. But still, he sat directly next to Li Qinghuan and sat down. Seeing this situation, Li Qinghuan was a bit at a loss for words, and just as his buttocks were about to move a bit, he saw Lin Lang directly reaching out and wrapping his arms around Li Qinghuan's waist. What? Didn't Qinghuan say she wanted to have a deep conversation with me, but now she doesn't want to go deep anymore? After hearing these words, this was what made Li Qinghuan feel the pressure and not know how to answer. But still, he smiled slightly and looked at the person in front of him, speaking directly, of course not, as long as it's a topic that young Lin is talking about. I'll be interested. Looking at Li Qinghuan's current appearance, Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips in a smile, and then spoke directly. Seeing that you're so giving face, then I won't make things difficult for you. When he finished speaking, he saw Li Qinghuan looking at Lin Lang with a surprised expression. Could it be that Mr. Lin has been giving me a hard time all along? What do you think? Lin Lang raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qinghuan in front of him. Immediately after the meal came up, Li Qinghuan took a look at the meal, followed by a direct shake of her head. I don't think so. Oh, first of all, Mr. Lin isn't that kind of person, because from amongst your character, Mr. Lin, I can tell that you're a gentle and considerate person, or else you wouldn't have brought me to dinner. Subsequently, it was Mr. Lin's pleasure. I won't be a pleasure to you, Mr. Lin, because I'm not qualified. Subsequently, it was Mr. Lin's attitude towards me. Mr. Lin has always been very sweet to me, so how could he possibly make things difficult for me? After hearing Li Qinghuan's explanation, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and applaud. Good. It's worthy of me to find an advisor with high IQ and emotional intelligence. Hearing Lin Lang's praise, for a moment Li Qinghuan was a bit shy. Lowering his head, he smiled slightly and said, that's because you taught me well, Mr. Lin, otherwise I wouldn't be so good at talking. The two were chatting happily when they saw a person appear in front of them and was dying to stand directly across from them. Feeling irritated by this sudden appearance, Lin Lang frowned slightly and looked up. Only after seeing that it was not recognizable did he then shift his eyes to Li Qinghuan. And seeing that Li Qinghuan was slightly surprised and still a bit embarrassed, Lin Lang was then certain that the two of them really knew each other. Lu Hui? Qinghuan, why are you here? After hearing these words, Lu Hui glanced at Lin Lang beside Li Qinghuan, pointed directly at Lin Lang's nose, and opened his mouth to inquire. What is your relationship? After seeing this situation, Li Qinghuan's expression immediately flustered. Looking at the person in front of her, she directly spoke. Lu Hui, will you stop it? Afterwards, Li Qinghuan looked at Lin Lang and spoke apologetically. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I'll take him out now. Saying that, when Li Qinghuan reached out and grabbed Lu Hui's arm, intending to lead Lu Hui out, he saw Lu Hui directly stop Li Qinghuan's hand and reached out to grab Li Qinghuan's arm. I'm asking you, who the hell is he? Seeing that Lu Hui was about to get angry, Li Qinghuan couldn't wait to open her mouth to explain. This is my client. We finished talking about things and just came out to have a meal. Hearing Li Qinghuan's explanation, anyone with a bit of brains would know that they should take it as it comes now and apologize to Lin Lang for their misunderstanding. But instead of doing so, Lu Hui even looked directly at Li Qinghuan. His eyes were full of disbelief. Clients? You're afraid you're not lying to me, right? Don't think I don't know that you never go out to dinner with clients. Tell me, is it your wild man out there? Hearing this question, Li Qinghuan's entire body was on the verge of anger. Looking at Lu Hui in front of her, she raised her hand and slapped him. Pop! Lu Hui was never expecting Li Qinghuan to slap himself. That was why his eyes were filled with dismay when he looked at Li Qinghuan. You! How dare you hit my old man? Lu Hui reached out and pointed at Li Qinghuan. His mouth had turned iron because he was too angry, causing his mouth to be iron blue. Lu Hui, I only have a client relationship with you, so don't call yourself something else that I've never recognized before, or else don't blame me for being unkind. Hearing this, Lu Hui felt ridiculous. He chased Li Qinghuan for 3 whole months, during which he asked Li Qinghuan to come out to meet countless times, but Li Qinghuan never promised to come out with him. However, he did not expect to see Li Qinghuan outside the hotel this time, which made Lu Hui excited for a moment. Originally, he thought it was some kind of friend, but once he heard it was a customer, Lu Hui's whole body was not calm. Someone who could be treated special by Li Qinghuan must be a very special person. Thinking of this, the eyes that looked at Li Qinghuan were filled with hatred. Me? In what capacity have I presented myself? Ha, Li Qinghuan. I'm chasing you because I see that you have some good looks. Otherwise, who do you think you are? Get out. Li Qinghuan did not want to say any more words to this person at all. So after hearing these words from Lu Hui, he directly told Lu Hui to get lost. Lu Hui was filled with dismay. He completely did not expect Li Qinghuan to tell him to get lost. However, just when Lu Hui was about to get angry, he saw Lin Lang, who hadn't said anything, humming lightly. What are you grunting about? You fucking robbed me of my woman. Hearing this, Lin Lang raised an eyebrow. Anyone who could talk to himself like this would probably have long ago become something else. He looked directly at the person in front of him and hooked his lips into a smile. What? Is it that you don't know that Qinghuan doesn't like you? For this time and time again of your pestering, what do you really want? Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, Lu Hui became even more furious. Let me tell you, don't think that just because Li Qinghuan had a meal with you and gave you special treatment, you think Li Qinghuan likes you. No, it's not this one. Li Qinghuan, this other person has a lot of hard eyes. It's not likely that you'll be played when you don't even know. Hearing Lu Hui's words, a smile appeared on Lin Lang's lips. What? Are you threatening me, or telling me something? Is it hard to believe that Li Qinghuan has given you some kind of sweet? As expected of Lin Lang, after hearing these words, Lu Hui's face turned green, looking towards Lin Lang, opening his mouth, looking like he had absolutely no idea what to say to make it better. As for Li Qinghuan, when she saw this, she looked directly at Lin Lang and spoke. Lin Xiao, thank you for speaking up for me, but don't let people like this defile your eyes. I'm going to take him out and make it clear. With that, Li Qinghuan intended to take Lu Hui out, but was directly pulled by Lin Lang's hand. And with a force from Lin Lang's hand, Li Qinghuan was directly reached out by Lin Lang and wrapped in his arms. Because Lin Lang was not using any brute force, Li Qinghuan didn't feel any pain, and even felt a bit of tingling sensation from Lin Lang's hand on his waist. Looking at this, Li Qinghuan couldn't help but frown. Looking at the teasing amongst Lin Lang's eyes, for a moment she was a bit at a loss for words. But inexplicably, looking at Lu Hui in front of him, he obeyed Lin Lang's movements. Probably because Lu Hui had seen the actions between the two Lin Lang and Li Qinghuan. His face darkened a great deal for a while. What? Even if Li Qinghuan is such a person, that's still my woman. Do you still have this kind of taste of robbing other people's women? Your woman. What way do you have to prove that Qinghuan is your woman? Proof? Lin Lang, never need proof to do things. Saying that, Lin Lang directly stood up and looked at Lu Hui in front of him, approaching him step by step. I'm telling you, you should know what to do before I get mad. Lu Hui, perhaps amused by Lin Lang's words, directly threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? You really take yourself too seriously, don't you? Saying that, Lin Lang nodded as if he understood something and directly reached out and snapped his fingers. For a moment, nothing happened inside the room, but when a minute later, a whole bunch of security guards were seen standing in front of him. Sir, please get out. Lu Hui's entire body panicked when he saw this situation. He had no idea what the hell was going on. He hadn't eaten at the restaurant, but he hadn't caused anything to the place that was in their way either. Does the restaurant here state that you can't stay inside this restaurant without eating? Thinking of this, Lu Hui instead snorted and looked at the security guard in front of him. Directly speaking, drive me away? I'm ordering food here. Do you guys still dare to drive me away? Dare? For a moment, Lu Hui's face turned green. Still, the security guard spoke up and explained. Sir, young Master Lin is a super member on our side, and since you're getting in the way of our valued client's meal, we need you to get out now. Young Master Lin? Lu Hui looked at Lin Lang in front of him, his eyes filled with incomprehension. Young Master Lin? Could it be that the person in front of us is the son of some rich family? Sir, please follow us out. Lu Hui looked at the current situation, and could only iron his face as he was driven out by the security guards. But looking at both Li Qinghuan and Lin Lang, their eyes were filled with indignation. For a moment, Lu Hui couldn't help but speak directly. I'm warning you, Li Qinghuan, you'll be mine one day. After saying that, Lu Hui was directly driven out by them. After a small episode, Li Qinghuan's eyes had turned into a state of admiration when she looked at Lin Lang, because she was not expecting Lin Lang to be a member of this restaurant in any way. And it's still a super member. This restaurant Li Qinghuan is aware of. Either consume 10,000 yuan to automatically send members, or recharge 20,000 yuan to send members. But if it was a super member, even Qinghuan Li didn't know how much it would cost. But Qinghuan Li knew that it must have required a lot of money. Thinking of this, Li Qinghuan looked at Lin Lang and couldn't help but open her mouth to say thank you. Mr. Lin, thank you for helping me out just now. Otherwise, I still don't know what embarrassing things would have happened. It's fine. After all, I'm one of the few clients who can have dinner with you. Lin Lang's tone was particularly ambiguous when he said something, making it impossible for Li Qinghuan to not want to be crooked. However, Li Qinghuan didn't say anything more and just continued to stuff his mouth with the food in front of him. Lin Lang didn't say much either, and similarly ate his meal, a meal that was quickly finished. Walking together? After Li Qinghuan heard these words, her body froze slightly, but she still nodded directly. Good. Just like that, Lin Lang brought Li Qinghuan and the two of them directly into the car. The two of them walked straight to the Dojima residence. Li Qinghuan looked at the three big characters on the side and said in a low voice, Duri Ju? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Hearing Li Qinghuan's words, Lin Lang didn't say anything more and just stared over at Li Qinghuan, who was in the middle of thinking. Qinghuan Li, who was in the middle of thinking, was still something else. Ah, I know. This clubhouse of Duji residence is very famous. Although it was just established not long ago, no matter in which aspect, it can be counted as the best in the capital city. Li Qinghuan said these words with a bit of excitement, then looked at Lin Lang in front of her and opened her mouth to inquire. However, Mr. Lin, why did you bring me here? How's that for a name? Lin Lang didn't answer Li Qinghuan's question. He just looked directly at Li Qinghuan, who was still in thought, and opened his mouth to inquire. The mesmerized Li Qinghuan didn't expect Lin Lang to walk directly behind her, and her body trembled slightly as she felt Lin Lang's heat. It's quite nice. It has a very old-fashioned mood. I like it. Hearing these words, Lin Lang reached out and hooked Li Qinghuan's nose, and for a moment, the two of them were especially close to each other. Just when Li Qinghuan thought that Lin Lang was planning to do something, and was about to close her eyes, she saw Lin Lang turn around and walk inside the Dolce Vita. Good day, young master. Just after entering the door, a large group of security guards and receptionists all bent down to greet Lin Lang. Li Qinghuan was shocked by this stance. She had never felt this kind of treatment before, so she was a bit unable to accept it for a moment. However, Lin Lang didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, and walked directly to the inside of the Du Ri residence, and saw the two of them, Mo Yunchu and Phoenix, standing together. You didn't look at me, and I didn't look at you, and none of them even spoke. They just stood so dryly. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh a little. It's really hard to know what to say about these two. Both of them had that ice-cold attitude on the surface, but in fact no one knew about the fire within them. Young master. After seeing Lin Lang arrive, the Phoenix directly walked up and greeted Lin Lang. When he saw Li Qinghuan next to him, he just nodded slightly as a greeting. Go on, bring me a couple bottles of wine. Yes, young master. When Phoenix left, Lin Lang looked at Li Qinghuan. Let's go. Follow me to the box. I'll explain it to you later. Li Qinghuan completely did not expect that the current situation would even occur, because if he looked at it from Lin Lang's appearance, he was just a slightly rich male son. But when Lin Lang was brought to the box by so many people with respect, Li Qinghuan felt that Lin Lang was really not an ordinary person. Mr. Lin, you. Li Qinghuan's words had just come out when she saw Mo Yunchu walk in, not even knocking on the door. When Lin Lang saw this, there was a slight hint of anger in his eyes. Looking at Mo Yunchu in front of him, he directly spoke. What's going on? Come in and don't know to knock? Mo Yunchu didn't expect Lin Lang to be mean to him, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. But Mo Yunchu was at least an assassin, and for this kind of thing, the response was considered comfortable. She walked straight up with a smile and looked at Lin Lang in front of her and sat down next to her. Young master, why did you bring a woman here today? Regarding Mo Yunchu's question, Lin Lang originally felt that there was no need to answer it, but he didn't expect Li Qinghuan to answer it directly. Hello, I'm a financial advisor for Mr. Lin Securities Company, so Mr. Li is my customer. Lin Lang was a bit dissatisfied with this answer. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke directly in reply. Just a customer? Well, Li Qinghuan didn't reply, but looking at Lin Lang's eyes, she was a little unsure of what to say for a moment. Well, Lin Lang didn't say anything more. He just looked at Mo Yunchu in front of him and opened his mouth. There's nothing for you to do right now. You go out. However, instead of listening to Lin Lang, Mo Yunchu reached out and grabbed Lin Lang's arm and leaned on it. I want to be with you, young master. Afterwards, Mo Yunchu then looked at Lin Lang full of grievances and opened his mouth. Young master, it's not easy for you to come here once, now that you're here, but young master, you're still bringing a woman. How hard is this for me to feel in my heart? Each and every one of them was an actor. Not to mention, Mo Yunchu's acting skills were still quite impressive. Lin Lang didn't expect that she would be able to perform such an effect. When he saw this, Lin Lang laughed and spoke directly. Since you said so, then I would like to ask you. You loved Zhang Jiji to death yesterday, but how did you fall in love with me today? Mo Yunchu was a bit speechless for a moment. not knowing whether he was gagged by Lin Lang's question or because Lin Lang's question made him think of Zhang Jiji. For a while, the room was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear each other breathing. However, the current quiet situation was interrupted by Phoenix's entrance. Young master, here's the wine you asked for. Good. What are you doing here? Come out with me. Phoenix didn't expect that just by taking a drink, he would be fled by Mo Yunshu and come to Lin Lang's side. I'm not going out there. So why should this woman get to stay here and I don't? Don't you know why you can't? In response to Phoenix's questioning, Mo Yunshu didn't say anything for a while. She knew why she couldn't. Because she wasn't Lin Lang's woman. And she was only the one who came in by mistake halfway through. Especially since she still had murderous intentions towards Lin Lang in the beginning. So it was only natural for them to be wary of themselves. However, right after hearing Lin Lang's words, both Phoenix and Mo Yunshu were a bit shocked. In that case, you all stay here. After hearing these words, looking at Lin Lang in front of him, Mo Yunshu instead nodded directly. It's still young master who is good. The eyes then looked, if anything, at the Phoenix, as if to say something. However, the Phoenix did not care in the slightest, and only raised his eyebrows slightly as he sat beside Mo Yunshu. I'll introduce you all. Qinghuan, these are my two subordinates. Mo Yunshu. Phoenix, this is Kiyoshi, the property advisor for the securities firm. Hello guys. Qinghuan greeted the two men, but it was impossible for the two men, who were always cold, to directly answer Li Qinghuan's greeting. Li Qinghuan looked at the fact that both Mo Yunshu and Phoenix didn't even greet him, and for a moment, he felt a bit embarrassed. She smiled and was about to ease the current awkwardness when she kinda heard Mo Yunshu's offer. Why don't we play a game of truth or dare? Good. Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. He had no problem playing anything, as long as it was something that could regulate the atmosphere of the scene. As for Li Qinghuan, as an outsider, she saw that Lin Lang had nodded his head in agreement, and only then did she open her mouth and said, I can do it as well. Phoenix glanced at Mo Yunshu, and in his heart, he was guessing what Mo Yunshu was up to, but couldn't think of any possibilities and could only nod in agreement. Then I'll first talk about the rules of the game, Mo Yunshu said and began to speak in a serious manner. First it's rock paper scissors. The winner spins the wheel and whoever the needle points to is the one who chooses. For the next round, there's the last loser spinning the disc. As soon as she saw that Mo Yunshu was prepared, she directly took out a large turntable from her hand, which still looked quite large. Do you all have any questions? No problem. No. Begin. Lin Lang opened his mouth. Okay, then we rock paper scissors. Because it was Mo Yunshu's suggestion, it was Mo Yunshu who commanded the scene here the entire time. Rock paper scissors. Mo Yunshu won. The first game is when Mo Yunshu shakes the dial, and the final pointer turns in the direction of whoever it is. Mo Yunshu began to spin the carousel, which spun past everyone's eyes on the ground, and she carefully observed the eyes and expressions of everyone present. Phoenix's calmness, Li Qinghuan's panic and Lin Lang's relief were clearly seen. However, as if Mo Yunshu possessed some special ability, the direction in which the pointer stopped was exactly in the direction of Li Qinghuan. Li Qinghuan, it's you. What do you choose? Sincerely, Li Qinghuan smiled, as if there wasn't any good choice. She had no choice but to be sincere. She didn't dare try a dare, a not-so-safe activity. After all, image was still needed. After hearing Li Qinghuan's answer, Mo Yunshu directly opened his mouth to inquire, do you like our young master? Of course Li Qinghuan knew who the young master Mo Yunshu was talking about. She glanced at Lin Lang, and for a while the atmosphere was a bit awkward. But still, he shook his head directly. Mr. Lin and I would really just have a client relationship. Hearing Li Qinghuan's answer, Mo Yunshu looked as if he was a bit dissatisfied and spoke directly. Are you sure? Truthfulness is about telling the truth. Hearing Mo Yunshu's kind reminder, Li Qinghuan's body was slightly stunned, but she still nodded her head directly and said, well, what I said is the truth. Seeing Li Qinghuan's so certain eyes, Mo Yunshu couldn't say anything else, while Li Qinghuan directly turned the dial. Phoenix. This time, the carousel stopped in front of the Phoenix, and Qinghuan Li looked at the Phoenix with a slight apology. Phoenix, however, was expressionless and simply chose, truthfully. Qinghuan Li didn't know what to ask because he didn't understand Phoenix. But sometimes, the less you know, the more questions you ask. For example, Qinghuan Li now thought of this question. Why are you called Phoenix? The Phoenix's body was slightly stunned upon hearing this question. Looking at Lin Lang with a look full of emotion, he then opened his mouth and replied, because the person who gave me this name wanted to make sure that I knew exactly what my tasks and duties were at all times. It's kind of a wake-up call. Hearing these words, Li Qinghuan nodded. Thank you. It's okay. The Phoenix continued to rotate the dial, and this dial, as if it was pre-arranged in order, rotated directly in front of Mo Yunshu. Mo Yunshu was not the least bit intimidated and spoke directly. Dare. Phoenix was a little sorry for a moment when he heard the choice. She originally wanted to ask some questions, but she didn't expect Mo Yunshu to choose to take a big risk. But then it occurred to Phoenix that even though Mo Yunshu had chosen to be sincere and answered that question of his, that was not necessarily really sincere. Phoenix couldn't help but laugh softly. It seemed that she was still too naive. Immediately after, Phoenix looked directly at Mo Yunshu and opened his mouth to mention his demand. Apologize to Miss Li Qinghuan for your rude behavior just now. Hearing these words, not to mention Li Qinghuan, even Lin Lang couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't expected Phoenix to ask such a question at all. Apologize to Li Qinghuan and still have Mo Yunshu apologize to Li Qinghuan. That's just completely impossible. Let alone the fact that Li Qinghuan had a gentle personality and would not let Mo Yunshu apologize. Let's just talk about Mo Yunshu alone. She was at least an assassin. With such a stubborn personality and temperament, how could she possibly apologize to Li Qinghuan? Especially since Li Qinghuan was still nothing as far as status was concerned. So Mo Yunshu had absolutely no reason to apologize to Li Qinghuan. Phoenix, you're kidding. Mo Yunshu looked at the Phoenix and directly opened his mouth to retaliate. Lin Lang knew that these two would definitely come to blows. And when Li Qinghuan saw this scene, he opened his mouth with a slight sense of guilt, hoping that the two would reconcile. It's okay, I'm not actually mad at all. However, what Li Qinghuan said the duo did not put in their eyes at all. All Phoenix wanted was a reason to apologize. As for whether the person being apologized to mind, it doesn't matter at all. Thinking of this, looking at the person in front of him, Lin Lang instead reached out and wrapped his arms around Li Qinghuan's waist, burying his face into her neck. He spoke. It's okay, watch them argue. After saying that, Li Qinghuan intended to break free from Lin Lang's bonds, but was directly rejected by Lin Lang. Right when he saw this situation, Mo Yunshu's entire body exploded with anger, but he was directly disliked by Phoenix's words. Mo Yunshu, you made the game play. You chose the dare. And now you're the one who violated the rules of the game first. Do you think that's appropriate? Hearing these words, Mo Yunshu clenched her teeth and looked at Li Qinghuan, speaking in a voice that was simply too small to be heard. I'm sorry. Hearing Mo Yunshu's apology, Li Qinghuan also nodded. The Phoenix, on the other hand, looked at Lin Lang and saw the thumbs up he gave. In fact, all of this was commanded by Lin Lang, who was testing Mo Yunshu. If Phoenix did something that went against Mo Yunshu's bottom line, then what exactly would Mo Yunshu do? Will it be agreeable, or will it be defiant? It's just a choice, but the implications of it are much, much bigger, because agreeing means that Mo Yunshu's heart is already here. And resistance was proof that Mo Yunshu still had the heart to continue assassinating Lin Lang. Even though Lin Lang wasn't afraid, he didn't want such a person who killed him around. But now that he saw that Mo Yunshu had actually apologized, Lin Lang nodded in admiration. Needless to say, the Phoenix is still very good at what it does. Mo Yunshu glanced at Phoenix, gave her a blank stare, and spoke directly. Humph, count yourself cruel. It then proceeded to continue spinning the dial. However, unexpectedly, the carousel was as if it could sense Mo Yunshu's mood, and the pointer stopped directly in front of the Phoenix. It seems that the heavens have favored me after all. Looking at Mo Yunshu's face that was now full of smugness, he knew that Mo Yunshu must have thought of some ruthless trick to deal with Phoenix, but never expected that Phoenix would choose to be sincere. But it's okay, Mo Yunshu knows that there's a long time to come, because Phoenix chose to speak from the heart. She directly opened her mouth and inquired, is there any other purpose for you to follow the young master besides protecting him? For some reason, Phoenix always felt that there was a lot of preparation for this question from Mo Yunshu. In other words, Mo Yunshu had prepared for a long time before this came to ask the Phoenix. If we go by that, it's very likely that Mo Yunshu chose to play this game today just to ask Phoenix this question. However, this problem was not a problem at all for Phoenix to press, because the Phoenix's mission and responsibility was to protect Lin Lang. So upon hearing this answer, Mo Yunshu was clearly dissatisfied and just rolled his eyes helplessly. Then he spoke directly. Forget it, no more games, no more games. Hearing this, Lin Lang didn't say much. Although he hadn't been involved in this matter during the whole process, he had to say that playing games with women was really miserable, because you have absolutely no idea when you're going to cause them to fight over one thing or another. By now Lin Lang was feeling it deeply. He directly stood up, looked at the crowd in front of him, and directly spoke. Well, in that case, we'll leave first. With that, he pulled Li Qinghuan, and the two of them walked together to the entrance of the Dolce Vita. Li Qinghuan looked at Lin Lang and directly opened her mouth to inquire, Mr. Lin, it seems that you still forgot to give me your identity. From Li Qinghuan's observation, Lin Lang's identity should be very powerful. Otherwise, It would not be possible for so many people in this clubhouse to treat him with respect. This is followed by the fact that there are still a lot of doubts about Lin Lang's true identity. But if Lin Lang hadn't originally intended to give Li Qinghuan the word, then Li Qinghuan shouldn't have bothered to take the initiative to ask. But the Lin Lang just now obviously intended to give Li Qinghuan the word. But because Mo Yunshu came in, he didn't say it. Now hearing Li Qinghuan's question, Lin Lang raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Qinghuan in front of him and asked a question. What? You're dying to know the identity? Without waiting for Li Qinghuan to answer Lin Lang's question, he heard Lin Lang's voice ring out again. But are you interested in who I am? Or who I am? Or maybe you are interested in everything that I am? All of it? Li Qinghuan really didn't know how to answer for a moment. But with so many years of dealing with people, he still knew what kind of attitude he should use to treat this matter now. She reached out and ran her hand through her hair, then spoke directly. If Mr. Lin doesn't want to talk about it, then naturally I won't force myself. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. It's late and I should be getting home. Afterwards, it was seen that Li Qinghuan directly called a cab, walked to the inside of the cab, and left in the car. Looking at Li Qinghuan's departing figure, Lin Lang did not have any reaction and similarly drove back home. Since it was now early in the morning, Song Zhou was already asleep. Lin Lang tiptoed in and lay down next to Song Zhu, falling asleep with Song Zhu in his arms. It wasn't until the next morning, when Lin Lang opened his eyes, Song Zhu hadn't woken up yet, and he reached out to touch Song Zhu's face. Just as he was about to get up, he heard Song Zhou's voice ring out. Back? Because the class had just woken up from a nap. It caused Song Zhu's voice to sound especially soft and sticky right now, as if it was one of those newborn babies that people couldn't help but want to love. Back. Lin Lang then glanced at the time and realized that it was only 8 o'clock or so in the morning. Why did you wake up so early? Don't you sleep more? Hearing Lin Lang's question, Song Zhu couldn't help but laugh. I'm at least a working person, okay? Even though I'm not slotted right now, I have to work too. Hearing Song Zhu's slightly helpless tone, Lin Lang spoke directly and firmly to deny it. No, you don't need to work. You need to be at home preparing for our wedding. Wedding? Song Zhou slept through the night and was just plain confused. He then stared at Lin Lang with wide eyes, his entire body filled with dismay. She had never thought that there was even such a thing as a wedding. So when she saw Lin Lang in front of her say this thing, her mind was blank. Let me plan the wedding? The bride may not prepare for the wedding, but she may not go out to work. What if I have to go out and work? Song Zhu raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Lang to open his mouth to inquire. Then you'd better prepare for the wedding. Hearing Lin Lang's words, the furious Song Zhu directly stretched out her small fist and hammered at Lin Lang. Lin Lang naturally didn't dodge and directly took Song Zhu's blow raw. Then looking at Song Zhu, he reached out and rubbed her head, opening his mouth to comfort her. Be good. I don't want to see my wife work so hard at all. To be so close to getting married and still working. Hearing this, Lin Lang once again opened his mouth and threatened. I'm your boss. Even if you work, I won't pay you. But I didn't realize that Song Zhu had a backhanded trick up his sleeve. I have all your bank cards. Do you think I need you to pay me? Looking at Song Zhu's current ghostly and elfin appearance, Lin Lang couldn't wait to rub Song Zhu into his arms, refusing to listen to himself even a little bit. Immediately afterward, Lin Lang looked at Song Zhu instead and said seriously, don't go to work, and I'll agree to whatever you want to do when our wedding is over. Kidding aside, Song Zhu and Lin Lang had circled around here so much and said so many words, but they were actually waiting for this one sentence. She, Song Zhu, actually didn't want to go to work at all, and she wasn't even short of money right now. She had done this just to hear Lin Lang compromise, and subsequently wanted Lin Lang's word on this. Fine, then I won't go to work, so don't forget what you said in the first place. Good to know. However, Lin Lang wasn't a fool, and when he saw that Song Zhu had actually compromised so quickly, he already knew that something wasn't right. Say, is there something else on your mind? Being asked by Lin Lang, Song Zhu naturally wouldn't say anything. She looked at Lin Lang and shook her head in a serious manner. Wow, husband, you don't believe me. At least I'm your wife. Saying that, Song Zhu reached out and handed the bank card to Lin Lang and spoke. Tell you what, since you don't even believe me anymore, then you can take the bank card back. Also, I'm going to work today. Well, believe you. Lin Lang really couldn't do anything about this wife. But who made Song Zhu really his legal wife? Other than spoiling, that's all there is to it. So when he saw Song Zhu showing a triumphant smile, this was why he couldn't help but knock Song Zhu's head. Just make a scene for me. With that, he saw Song Zhu spit her tongue directly at him. Looking at Song Zhu, Lin Lang was about to go up for a kiss when his cell phone rang. Hello. Lin Lang picked up the phone. Ah, Lin Xiao, I'm Zhang Jimo. I wanted to give you a heads up about our TV series, which has already started. And, for what it's worth, The response has been great, with hundreds of millions of plays. Upon hearing Zhang Jimo's news, Lin Lang instead returned with a nonchalant, got it. Alright, then I won't bother Shaolin anymore. Goodbye Shaolin. After hanging up the phone with Zhang Jimo, Song Zhu instead reached out and poked Lin Lang's face, looking at him with puzzled eyes. The ratings are so good. Why do you look like you're not happy at all? That's because, I know that with a TV show with you and me, that ratings if it doesn't go up in the hundreds of millions, it's simply a matter of the public's vision. And now, it's just basic operations. So why should I be happy? After hearing Lin Lang's narcissistic words, Song Zhu couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked at Lin Lang in front of her. She had absolutely no idea why she had such a narcissistic husband. But after all, it's your husband, so you have to put up with it. However, Lin Lang was now getting up directly, looking at Song Zhu, who was still lying in bed, and spoke directly. I'm going out. I'll leave Lily with you, so you can discuss the wedding directly with Lily. Saying that, Lin Lang saw Song Zhu's aggrieved look. Lin Lang reached out and touched her head to sweeten the deal. I won't forget what I promised you. Behave yourself. I'll have a professional come by in a few minutes. I'm out the door now because I have to go book our venue. After hearing these words, Song Zhu then nodded in satisfaction and looked at Lin Lang in front of him, seemingly considering something. Finally, though, it was waved off. Go go go. Lin Lang saw Lily downstairs who was watching TV, so he sat directly in front of Lily. I'll be sending someone to the house in a few minutes to discuss the wedding, so remember to entertain and ask the lady if there's anything you need. Yes, young master. After Lin Lang had ordered things, he then walked straight out of the house, drove away from the house. When she was planning to have a wedding, Lin Lang had already thought about which wedding site she would go to. Now, however, is the time to go ahead and book the venue for the wedding site. No matter what, Lin Lang's identity was placed here, and the celebrities that would appear here at that time would be countless. So the venue where the wedding is to be held must be big. Otherwise it is looking down on who gets such a small venue? Thinking of this, Lin Lang drove straight to the most church in the capital. A lot of celebrities get married here and it's a particularly nice church environment and all that. In the back is an open-air area where you can get married in the church first and then feast in the back. So it's the best of both worlds. Thinking of this, Lin Lang's foot on the gasoline became even harder. When the car pulled up to the church, there was a man in a suit with his arm outstretched around a woman who was standing there talking to a man. However, Lin Lang didn't care, and just directly opened his mouth to inquire. Who is the person in charge here? The church, which was originally fairly quiet, became a bit noisy because of Lin Lang's intrusion, and the one that the couple was talking to walked straight over, glanced at Lin Lang, and then opened his mouth. Hello sir, I'm the person in charge here. Me no. Hearing this name, Lin Lang frowned instead. Perhaps the names of the heads of such churches were also strange, but that's not the main reason. Lin Lang looked at Mino and spoke directly. 1 month from today, I need to have a wedding here, so I'm here to book the venue. Hearing this, Mino nodded. Before Mino could speak, though, he heard a couple walking directly to the side. The man looked at Lin Lang and directly hooked his lips and sneered. Just you? Still want to get married on the same day as us? Are you being funny? Hearing this, Lin Lang didn't bother with the man. The man, on the other hand, didn't feel the least bit embarrassed, but instead just reached up and pulled up his sleeve. I'll tell you what, I'm getting married that day too. But, since I came earlier than you, this venue, I booked it. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out quickly. Don't wait for me to kick you out. Hearing the man's words, Lin Lang frowned. Are you dumb or deaf? Do you not understand when I speak? Then I'll say it again. This place, I made a reservation. You get the hell out of here. If you're poor and have no money, don't come to something with such high consumption and high level, because I'm afraid you'll lose big time by then. When Lin Lang heard the word poor, he couldn't help but hook his lips. I can't believe I said I was poor. If Lin Lang was really poor, then there was probably no one in the world who was rich. Where do I see that I'm poor? Lin Lang's voice was always so unsavory, so the man became even more furious when he heard this. Where are you poor? I see you poor everywhere. The whole man is a rustic old man. It's really lazy to talk about you. Do you know who I am? I'm the most famous rich second generation in the capital. You know who my wife is? Wow. I'm afraid my wife's name could scare you to death if I said it. In order to prevent you from being scared to death by me, I advise you not to know. After all, characters like you who live at a lower level don't deserve to know about the lives of high-class people like us. After the man's words were finished, Lin Lang couldn't help but applaud directly. The crisp applause was very loud inside this church. I know I said it well. I don't need you to applaud. After Lin Lang heard the man's shameless words, she just gave him a mocking look. The identity of the person in front of him had then been presented on a transparent panel. Name, Luin. Personality, arrogant. Skill, spending money LV4. Identity, only son of Lu's enterprise in the capital city. Seeing this panel, Lin Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So it was just a small Lu. Really, I don't know who gave this Luin such a big face. Afterwards, Lin Lang once again shifted his sight to the woman next to Luin. Look at the quality. I don't know how many hand-me-downs it is. I didn't think I had it in me to show off. Name, Feng Nua. Personality, gold digging. Skills, Anchor LV5. Rating, 38. Favorability, 10. Identity, network well-known anchor. A host platform sister. Seeing this column of data, Lin Lang couldn't help but hook his lips in a smile. He never thought that this tiny anchor would have that little bit of goodwill towards him. I have to say, it looks like Lin Lang is still too handsome for his own good. However, since they all already knew each other, Lin Lang had nothing to be afraid of. He looked at Luin in front of him and directly opened his mouth to mock. Yes, I may not be as rich as you right now, but my woman, she's a first hand, aren't you? Hearing Lin Lang's question, Lu Yin's face immediately darkened. Of course he knew about some of the unspoken rules within the anchor world, but he hadn't expected at all that Lin Lang would directly say so. And, still, to say this in front of a large audience. For a while, the eyes that looked at Lin Lang all turned full of indignation. I'm warning you, don't be too arrogant. I know best what kind of girl Feng Nua is. You'd better not give me a free hand to slander. Seeing the situation over here, Mino couldn't help but look at the two of them and open his mouth to advise. Everyone, since you're both here to rent the venue, why don't we talk about something related to the venue? It seemed that the two were arguing fiercely, and they didn't hear Mino's words at all, but just looked at each other with eyes full of hatred. Lin Lang, on the other hand, found a chair and sat down, speaking with sarcasm. Of course I'm here to buy the venue, but now that the evil dogs are in the way, there's really nothing I can do about it. Hearing these words, Lin Lang looked at Luin in front of him with that NSE in his eyes. It seemed as if they were observing their own artwork, all with eyes full of teasing. Seeing this look in Lin Lang's eyes, Luin was completely furious to the extreme for a moment, looking at Lin Lang in front of him. If he wasn't wearing a suit today, he, Luin, would have to press Lin Lang to the ground and give him a good beating. Otherwise Lin Lang probably wouldn't even know how powerful he was. Then it seems that you know more about the industry of anchoring. In that case then you should have banged a lot of women like this, and since you've already banged them, then it seems that you're not a good person either. Lu Yin's tone of voice all became very unfriendly as he looked at Lin Lang in front of him, as if he wanted to eat him alive. And after Lin Lang heard Lu Yin's words, he couldn't help but laugh for a moment. He really didn't know how there could be such stupid people in the world. Knowing the inner workings of the anchor world is proof that you must have been on the anchor? So if you know how pigs run, that proves that you must have learned about pigs? Since you think I banged an anchor, I'm not going to argue with that, am I? Because there's no chance that I banged your fiancé as well. You, Luin was just about to say something when he was directly blocked by Lin Lang. Don't be in a hurry. I'm not done talking. It's okay that I'm on the anchor. I'm married to something that's not live. But you're even on the anchor, so how good can this piece of yours be? WOC, you grandson, can a dog's mouth spit out ivory? Oh, ivory? You spit first. Lin Lang didn't dwell so much with Luin in this regard. He just looked at the two of them in front of him, Luin and Feng Nua, and directly opened his mouth. If I remember correctly, in May of this year, you got a marriage license. Then in June Luin cheated on you. In July something happened to the Lu family, and in August Feng Nua threatened you, saying that if you didn't put your head together and organize a wedding with yourself, then the Lu family's affairs could only go so wrong. How did you know what happened in my house? When he heard Lin Lang leisurely say these things, Luin was not calm. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him was like seeing the devil. Lin Lang, on the other hand, was full of calmness, glancing at Feng Nua who didn't look too good, and hooking his lips into a smile. If I'm not mistaken, what happened to the Lu family should be in the matter of cooperating with someone else's company. Then in that case, why don't you check up on your own wife? Did you already marry him without even figuring out the identity of your own fiancé? What do you mean by that? Luin glanced at Lin Lang, then looked at Feng Nua who had been standing at the side without saying anything. Honey, I didn't do anything. You can't trust this man. He's out to break us up. I have to say that the identity of the first sister of the female anchor is not for nothing. This acting skill, this degree of pretending to be pitiful, is really very perfect. If Lin Lang didn't have the presence of the system, he would probably have been fooled by this woman as well. But who was he? Lin Lang. And how could he be fooled by a woman? That's just ridiculous. Immediately after that, Lin Lang raised his eyebrows, not caring whether Luin believed it or not, and directly continued. In fact, All of this is a ploy being set up by your fiancé to force a marriage. However, as the Lu family's eldest son, you don't even know about this. Then I can truly feel sad for you as an old brother. After listening to what Lin Lang had said, it was obvious that Lu Yin, who was originally arrogant to the point of being unbeatable, had frozen in place. His mind was running at high speed, looking as if he was thinking about whether what Lin Lang said was true or not. Who the hell are you and why should I trust you? After saying that, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Can it be that you're investigating me? Hearing Lu Yin's words, Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. You're not worthy of me investigating you with your little role. After saying that, he directly countered back with what Lu Yin had said to Lin Lang. I advise to be sensible. Take your woman and get the hell out of here, or else it won't end well in the end. Then don't blame me. Originally, Lu Yin had already planned to believe it and leave with Feng Nuo to investigate this matter. However, after hearing Lin Lang's words, he directly did not intend to leave. Of course, whether Lu Yin wanted to leave or not didn't have much to do with Lin Lang, and Lin Lang had never treated Lu Yin as a person anyway. Naturally, I'm not in the mood for anything more. And, for Lin Lang, it was just the right time to be bored. It would be inconsequential to have a toy to play with. The church at the end of the day will be his. Anyway, with this mindset, Lin Lang looked at the person in front of him and spoke directly. Well, if you're not going to leave, then just stand here and watch me rent the venue. At this time, Mino, who had been left out in the cold by the two men, stepped forward tremblingly, because from the chatting conversation between the two just now, it could be seen that both of them were industry bigwig level characters that could not be offended. So now it's all very polite when it comes to talking. Gentlemen, I wonder if you've discussed who is going to book this venue. He knows he's a steal here, and likewise knows how great this place is. People who don't have a lot of money or any kind of snobbery usually don't come here to rent a venue, but usually if there are two people looking at a venue, they will privately negotiate a compromise. And there has never been such a scene where the guests start arguing. Thankfully, though, their bickering is finally over. However, right after Mino asked this question, it was as if this question was a fuse that directly caused the two to argue again. Of course I am. You, do you have the capital? Damn you. If you ever go against me again, I'll make you look good. Don't I look good now? You. Lu Yin heard Lin Lang's disgusting words. For a moment he didn't know what words to say better, but looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he was completely unable to find any words to retort. And just then, Lin Lang's cell phone rang. He answered the phone directly. Hey, young master, where are you? We have a big wave of people coming here, saying they are looking for the person in charge. I went up to ask them what's the matter, but they said they won't leave until they see you. After hearing Phoenix's words, Lin Lang instead directly hooked his lips and smiled. Since I won't leave until I can wait, let them all wait. The wine is 3 times as expensive. Give them the straight and clear. Of course, if one dares to make trouble, those security guards I've raised aren't just for eating, are they? Death? There is no such word as death in my eyes. Lin Lang wasn't afraid of death at all. And even if someone did die, then in terms of Lin Lang's status, would it be difficult to deal with some such trivial matters? It's ridiculous. When he saw Lin Lang's words and tone of voice, Lu Yin couldn't help but frown. Looking toward Lin Lang, he directly opened his mouth to inquire. Who exactly are you? The man who stole the venue from you. Hearing this, Lu Yin directly sneered. Humph. I guess I'm afraid it's not some triad or Taoist. Then he glanced at Mino next to him and spoke directly. See, just this kind of direct execution of a man who comes to cause trouble by his men. You dare to let him rent your field? After Mino heard Lu Yin's question, his body immediately trembled slightly. Mimino now pressed for whoever actually rented this venue, because no matter who rented it, it wouldn't matter to Mimino, and he was afraid that the two of them would fire right here. And then in the end, not only would Mino not earn any money, but he would also get into a lot of trouble for no reason at all. And that would be more trouble than it was worth. So Mino, now, couldn't resist grabbing at anything any way he could to make them lay down. After hearing Lu Yin's question, Mino directly smiled and nodded his head as he opened his mouth. Ah, sir, these things will be taken care of by our specialists, and I'm only in charge of who exactly you are renting this venue right now. As for the rest of the questions, I'm sure I may not be able to answer them for you, sir. After hearing Mino's words, Lu Yin knew that Mino, this person, is not a smart person. Solely shaking his head directly, he spoke. Since you've said so, then I won't say anything more. This one, I'll give you this much more. The venue is rented to me. Lu Yin stretched out 5 fingers, and after Mino saw it, the obvious greed in his eyes made Lin Lang look at him. However, Lin Lang didn't have the time to say much because he knew that no matter how much Lu Yin added to his money, he was still just a rich second generation. And, according to the information Lin Lang had, Lu Yin's father did not agree to Lu Yin marrying Feng Nuo at all. so Luing can now say that he can only sit on his hands. The money will one day be spent. And Lin Lang is different from Luing. Although they are both second-generation rich, Lin Lang and Song Zhu's wedding was agreed by the family. And Lin Lang was sure that even though he needed a grand wedding, the Lin family was sure to raise their hands and feet in favor of it. And, even though the Lin family disagreed, then Lin Lang had his own family estate. So compared to the money Luing has now, Lin Lang's money is really inexhaustible. Mino got an even higher rent of $5 million than he just did. So naturally he was happy. And after Luing heard that Mino had agreed, he fell straight into bragging to Lin Lang. Hey, some of him just don't have enough ability. I know in his heart he wants and desires this site, but he's not good enough on his own without enough capital. And that's no way to get what he wants. Oh, yeah? Lin Lang said and directly hooked his lips. Casually, he took out a bank card from inside his wallet, dumped right on the table. Mino, it's $10 million in here. No code. After hearing this number, not only Mino, but even Luing froze in place, because he simply didn't believe that someone like Lin Lang would be able to come up with a whole $10 million. That was a whole $10 million. He had only given Mino $8 million in venue rent. How could he possibly compare to the $10 million Lin Lang had given him? However, when Mino reached for the swipe machine to check the numbers inside the card, the whole thing was a joy to behold. Don't tell me there's really a whole $10 million in there. He had thought at first that Lin Lang was lying to him, but he didn't realize that there really was $10 million in it. After seeing this, one for $8 million and one for $10 million, then of course Mino knows which one he should choose. It's the choice that being a smart person would have made. However, at this time, Luing froze directly in place. How is this possible? Subsequently, the way he looked at Lin Lang changed from his original contempt to his current indignation. No, there is no way you could have come up with that kind of money. Tell me, where did you steal all this money? However, just as Lin Lang heard about this matter, he merely snorted. Steal? Do you think I have to steal money? With that said, Lin Lang saw the phoenix at the door already walking over. When he saw Lin Lang, he spoke directly. Young master, that group of people is still waiting there. Hearing these words, Lin Lang nodded and didn't bother with this matter. However, when Luing was at the sight of the phoenix, that pair of eyes looked straight, seemingly wanting to snap their eyes out and mount them directly on the phoenix's body. However, the phoenix completely ignored Luing and didn't even look at Lin Lang. And after Vano noticed this, he directly spat. Vixen! The phoenix naturally heard it, and seeing that Lin Lang didn't say anything, he directly took a step forward and walked in front of Feng Nuo. Say, what about me? Phoenix is high-strung though and doesn't seem to care about anything, but the phoenix shared one character with Lin Lang. That is, no one is allowed to have any provocation against himself. Otherwise, she would let that person know a little bit about how bad it would really be to provoke her. So just when he saw the phoenix step towards himself, for a moment Feng Nuo couldn't help but be a little scared and his body trembled slightly. However, for the sake of face, they could only hold on and pretend that nothing was wrong. And, just as he saw that Phoenix was already standing in front of him, he reached out and grabbed Lu Yin's sleeve. Looking at Phoenix with eyes full of arrogance, said, you what, hard to fall, you did not hear it. I said, you slut fox. Hearing this, Phoenix seemed to not give Feng Nuo half a chance to catch his breath, and directly went up for a slap. What did you say? Say it again. How dare you? Hit me? Feng Nuo did not expect the Phoenix dare to hit himself. For a moment the nails on his hands also played a huge role. It snapped directly toward Phoenix's face. And seeing this, Lin Lang wasn't worried in the slightest because he believed that the Phoenix itself that wasn't covered. So just when Vano's hissing like a killing pig was heard, it was verified. Next time remember to go out and keep your mouth shut. Saying that, Phoenix walked directly behind Lin Lang. When Lin Lang got a good look at Feng Nuo's face, he couldn't even bear to look at it. That's just a miserable thing to say. It was unknown how the Phoenix was able to do this, being able to directly make the nails that were originally intended to attack towards his face, reverse and directly attack Feng Nuo's face. After looking at this deep to scratches on Feng Nuo's face, Lin Lang couldn't help but stagger softly. I'm really sorry. My subordinate may have hit a little too hard and didn't control the strength of Vano's hand. Hearing this explanation, the amount of Phoenix, who had always been unsmiling, couldn't help but laugh out. This wave of explanation from Lin Lang can be really tough. On the one hand, to put it bluntly, it was Feng Nuo who first got on her nails, or else she wouldn't have caused the current situation, because the injuries on Feng Nuo's face, those were all of her own making. On the other hand, it's all about what the Phoenix can do. Since Feng Nuo couldn't beat Phoenix, it was really unaware of the importance of prioritizing opening his mouth directly to hurl insults. Then again, she deserved to be beaten, and Lu Yin's face was going green when he saw a blood-red mark of injury on his face. looking at Feng Nua's eyes in the middle of the lesson full of dislike. Most of all, the phoenix has been like this. Luing looked at the phoenix's eyes, still with a slight ambiguity, but it was just completely out of Phoenix's sight. And now that the situation has been like this, then Feng Nua and Lu Yin's wedding, naturally, is going to be delayed. After all, nothing can be said to make Luing marry a woman whose face is covered in scars. This was not just about the face of their Lu family, but likewise an important factor in whether he, Lu Yin, could inherit the Lu clan or not. If the scar on Feng Nua's face stayed bad, then Lu Yin wouldn't mind marrying a different wife. After all, he looked at the phoenix, but he really felt good about it. Little sister, this is my cell phone number. If you need anything, you can call me. Saying that, Lu Yin directly handed the note to the phoenix. Looking at the phoenix surprisingly did not take the initiative to reach out to pick it up. Instead, he didn't get angry and just smiled, putting the note inside Phoenix's pocket. Afterwards, Lu Yin then looked at Lin Lang and spoke directly. This time it's your luck. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was ruined, I reckon that this time you would have lost at my crotch. But we'll have plenty of opportunities to fight later. After all, the woman next to you looks genuinely nice. After Lin Lang heard these words, he originally thought that Lu Yin would directly intend to leave, but he didn't expect Lu Yin to make a move that surprised Lin Lang. He saw Lu Yin walk directly to the front of the phoenix, and when he saw that his mouth was about to kiss the phoenix's face, Lin Lang directly reached out and blocked the phoenix's face. Looking at Lu Yin, he opened his mouth sarcastically. Your woman is genuinely not good. People like you, I advise to hurry up and hold your few handfuls of goods and go home to cure your face. After Lu Yin heard this, he didn't look angry at all. Instead, he also looked at Phoenix and kindly opened his mouth to remind. If you can't get along with him in the future, then you can always come to me, because I see that your boss's character is genuinely bad. Don't let the day come when you still put yourself on the hook, so it's not worth it at all. Come to me and I'll give you the best treatment you've ever had. What the hell else do you want? My face has been scratched by this woman and you're still here kissing him. Do you still want to marry me or not? If you don't want to, you can always say so and we won't get married. Feng Nua really can't stand it anymore. He is already like this, didn't expect that her fiancé is still kissing other girls here. She really can't watch it anymore. Go, 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 we're leaving right now. What's the rush? If it wasn't for you taking the initiative to scold people, they could have fought with you. The church then fell silent once again amidst Lu Yin's cursing voice. When Lin Lang looked at Nino again this time, she saw that Ming was treating himself more like a father than a real one. Sir, may I ask if you still book the church here? If you book it, let's sign the contract now, and I'll take care of the place in advance then, so that Mister can enjoy the best environment on his wedding day. I have to say that Nino's service is still genuinely good. If Lu Yin hadn't gotten involved, then Lin Lang would have already signed a contract with Mino. But it wasn't too late now, and after Lin Lang signed the contract with Mino, he went directly to the Dury residence with Phoenix. While on the road, Phoenix briefly gave Lin Lang a general overview of the Dolorous residence. Nothing more than just being open for business. The other person suddenly walked in, went straight to the front desk, and opened his mouth saying he wanted to see the person in charge. Phoenix walked over to them, intending to ask what they were up to when the man leading the group simply shook his head in denial. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to your boss. When she heard this, Phoenix first froze slightly before explaining that she was even the owner of the place, but the person leading the group shook his head directly and spoke. I'm looking for Lin Lang. After hearing those words, Phoenix did realize what exactly the other party's purpose was, and instead of explaining anything else to them, he directly told them about Lin Lang's drink being 3 times more expensive. But I didn't realize that instead of getting angry, they asked for a lot of drinks in one go. It looked very brash, making Phoenix wonder what to say for a moment. Then, as Phoenix intended to wait on the sidelines, he heard the leader open his mouth to command, "Go and get your boss back to me quickly, or else the results won't be something you can afford." After I heard that, I weighed the pros and cons, so I gave the store to Mo Yinshu and Su Mayer for the time being, and I came straight to you. When Phoenix finished her last sentence, Lin Lang asked her a question instead. Why did you put Mo Yinshu and Su Mayer together in the clubhouse and have the two of them watching? After the Phoenix heard this question from Lin Lang, if it were anyone else, he would have thought that Lin Lang was being accountable. But the Phoenix didn't see it that way in the slightest. It was instead a test of Lin Lang's own. So Phoenix directly hooked his lips and smiled. This little action was simply the same as Lin Lang, but so far no one has noticed. That's because other than the two of them, the store is filled with unimportant characters, and the two of them, Mo Yinshu and Su Mayer, instead of holding each other back, can also inspire the desire to protect in their hearts. After hearing Phoenix's explanation, Lin Lang instead nodded and spoke. Not bad, the children are teachable. It had been a long time since he had been praised by Lin Lang, So Phoenix blushed slightly when she heard those words. Opening his mouth, he said, "It's still you, young master, who taught him well." After saying that, the two of them went to the Dojima residence. Get off! Lin Lang had just walked in when he saw the two of them, Mo Yunshu and Su Meier, looking at each other with hateful eyes. Eyes that were as vicious as if they were looking at their father's murderer's eyes. Lin Lang couldn't help but sigh when he saw the look in their eyes, and for a moment, he really didn't know what to say. Just walk up and don't look them both in the eye. Speaking directly, he inquired, "How's it going? The people inside are drinking, 6 of them in all." Su Meier glanced at Mo Yunshu and directly opened her mouth to report to Lin Lang. "They were just in there asking young master something about you. I didn't answer. And that person didn't get angry. They seemed quite easygoing." After hearing Su Meier's words, Lin Lang couldn't help but start to wonder who this person was. Usually the people who come to see them are not here to cause trouble. Then they are friends. But the people who came this time are both good and evil. It made Lin Lang puzzled for a while, but since we can't figure it out, let's just go in and find out what's going on. Lin Lang glanced at the person in front of him and opened his mouth to praise. "Well done, Phoenix, come in with me." Phoenix nodded. "Yes, young master, you two go about your business." "Yes." When it came to the door of the box, Phoenix instead just reached out and knocked on the door of the box. After hearing an answering voice from inside, that's when he stepped inside. And Lin Lang, at the same time, saw who the person who came was. Lin Lang's eyes narrowed, a little unsure of who the other party really was. There was a bit of an inexplicable familiarity, but if we really said we knew each other, we didn't. For a while, even Lin Lang didn't know exactly what to do about this matter. Just looking at the person in front of him, he spoke directly and inquired, "Are you here to see me?" The other nodded. "What do you call it? Same last name as you, Lin." "Really? That coincidence. Drinks triple the money, don't you know?" "No. Then why drink? It can't be helped when you run into unscrupulous crooks." Lin Lang serves. This said, so that Lin Lang did not have the slightest bit of room for explanation. Okay. However, just when he heard what the people on the other side said, Lin Lang didn't care. Sitting directly on the sofa, he took a glass of wine and was about to pour himself a drink when he heard the other's voice ring out. "Hey, you can't drink our wine. It's triple the price." Lin Lang was planning to drink when he heard these words, and for a moment he really didn't know whether he should or shouldn't drink. But the triple price did speak for itself, so he could only laugh lightly. "I didn't think you were quite frugal, Mr. Lin. That is, the family is poor." "Okay, so I wonder what Mr. Lin came to see me about? But I've heard that Mr. Lin has been waiting for me here for a long time. It can't be just to see me." Hearing Lin Lang's question, Mr. Lin seemed to have not heard it as he looked at Lin Lang and directly opened his mouth to ask, "What did you just do?" "I've been waiting for you for so long, and if I don't know what play is waiting for you for, then I'm too much of a loser." Lin Lang's body froze slightly. For some reason, Lin Lang always felt that the identity of the person in front of him wasn't real, but since the other party was unwilling to say anything more, Lin Lang wouldn't take the initiative to ask on his own. But right when he heard the other party's question, Lin Lang's entire body was slightly stunned, and after thinking about what he had just done, it didn't seem like there was anything he couldn't say, so he directly looked at Mr. Lin and opened his mouth to answer. "I just went and rented a space at the church because I'm getting married soon. That's why I need to have all of these things in place. I wonder if Mr. Lin is satisfied with this answer of mine?" "Not bad, not bad." Mr. Lin nodded directly and looked at Lin Lang and smiled. And naturally, Lin Lang wasn't the kind of person who answered other people's questions for no reason. "Since I've already answered your question, shouldn't you answer mine, Mr. Lin?" After hearing Lin Lang's question, Mr. Lin looked like he had some thinking to do. Just as while Mr. Lin was considering it, Lin Lang already knew the true identity of the other party. "Okay, you ask." Hearing that Mr. Lin was so forthcoming, Lin Lang instead directly opened his mouth and inquired, "I have a friend who looks particularly similar to you and is also surnamed Lin. I don't know if you know him." After hearing this question, Mr. Lin's entire body was slightly stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, he could clearly see a flash of brilliance among Lin Lang's eyes. However, he still suppressed his temper and inquired, "I wonder what is the name of the friend that young Lin is talking about?" "Lindsay." Lin Lang's eyes were firm, and he looked at Mr. Lin with a sense of pledge in his eyes. If anything, that made Mr. Lin uncomfortable. Afterwards, Mr. Lin directly took off his hat and looked at the Lin Lang in front of him and opened his mouth to compromise. Okay, I knew I was recognized by you and it's not funny." Lindsay took off her hat, removing her human skin mask in the process, and reached out to throw it to her subordinate. And after seeing this scene, Phoenix couldn't help but stare at Lin Shi in front of her with wide eyes. She could never have imagined that the person who came here and said she would wait for Lin Lang was actually Lin Shi. And now, Lindsay, who had been discovered, now looked in a bad mood, directly giving Lin Lang a blank stare. He opened his mouth and said, "Are you really? Can't you just cooperate with me? How did I get a brother like you?" Hearing this, Lin Lang hooked his lips and smiled. "Oh, I'll cooperate with you and then leave you alone in the dark and tease you?" Lin Shi opened her mouth, and before she could speak, she heard Lin Lang's following words. "In that case, I'm really not a good brother." Only after hearing Lin Lang's words did Lin Shi feel slightly more comfortable, and Phoenix sort of understood why Lin Shi didn't make a scene, but instead made way for a compartment for her to wait by herself. And when he was told that the price of the wine was tripled, he wasn't angry in the slightest, because when Lin Lang came, the money for the wine, it was impossible for Lin Shi to pay for it in any way. "I have to say, that's a really tall trick. What made you think of coming to the capital?" Hearing Lin Lang's question, Lin Shi glanced at Lin Lang and directly opened her mouth to ask rhetorically, "What? Could it be that I can't come to my brother's wedding?" After hearing this question, Lin Lang smiled instead. Looking at Lindsay, she spoke directly and replied, "Of course not. Only I'm getting married for some days. Why are you here early?" Lin Lang looked at Lin Shi, who was a complete workaholic, so if Lin Shi said that he had come to the capital on business, then he didn't feel curious. But when he heard that Lin Shi had come a month early to wait for his wedding, Lin Lang honestly didn't believe it. "Don't think I don't know you're a workaholic. And if you were to take a month off early for me, say what you will." Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I really can't say anything about you." "Well, I do have a little something to do here, but I won't give it to you for now." Lin Lang nodded in understanding. Although the two of them are very, very close, but despite the best relationship, that requires a certain amount of privacy. Otherwise, the relationship will get tired quickly. Lin Lang was naturally aware of this. "How are your wedding preparations going? Just renting a venue?" "Well, for now, Sanjo is at home right now running some errands." "Really? Then don't wear out your daughter-in-law." After hearing this, Song Zhu, who was choosing a whole lot of things to do at home, directly sneezed. Then he directly opened his mouth and cursed. "This damn Lin Lang, leaving everything to me, what a trouble." Despite the fact that it was a mouthful, the hands, in fact, began to sketch out what they chose with a pencil. At one point, the entire bed was covered with material. Lily couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle when she saw Song Zhu's current appearance. "You look particularly lovely now, ma'am." "You know." Song Zhu couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. "I don't want to be cute at all. I just want to be a handful. But your young master seems to be crushing me." After Lily heard Song Zhu's words, she instead reached out directly and placed all of the information in Song Zhu's hands on the bed. "Tell you what then, I'll give all of these materials to the person in charge of the specialization. That way, there's no need for you to keep thinking about these things." After hearing Lily's words, Song Zhu immediately spoke against it. He even held the material directly in his hand, eyeing Lily in front of him intently. "It's not going to work. The people in charge of the specialization, although they say they're professional, they can't do the wedding I want. It's better if I do it." Lily couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight of Song Zhu's current adorable appearance. Song Zhu, on the other hand, didn't say too much when he saw Lily's current appearance, but the smirk under his eyes had revealed Lily's thoughts. "Ma'am, can you tell me how you and the young master met in the first place?" Although Lin Lang was bullish, Lin Lang was a real rich second generation. No matter what, he couldn't be with a star, so there was definitely something going on here that Lily didn't know about. However, after hearing Lily's offer, Song Zhou then gave Lily the full story of how they were subjected to meeting. Lily also ate a large wave of dog food after hearing this, but Lily doesn't mind at all because she loves Song Zhou. Just as the two of them chatted, Song Zhu's hands were all done. Looking at his results in front of him, Song Zhu couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Ah, it's finally done. After a full day of work, I'm finally done with all this idle work." After hearing Song Zhu's exclamation, Lily looked at Song Zhu with a smile and spoke directly. "How is it? Ma'am, this method of mine is not bad, right?" After hearing Lily's words, Song Zhu was stunned, and then looked at Lily with a face full of shock and opened his mouth. Could it be that you just had this in mind when you asked me to tell you how I used to know Lin Lang? Are you trying to go through my distraction and then give you a rundown of how we met at the time while dealing with the matter at hand, so that I won't feel drained?" After Lily heard Song Zhu's words, she hurriedly nodded her head, and then complimented Song Zhu. "I have to say, ma'am, you're still really quite smart, and that's what I intended to do. Now that the lady has not only dealt with the matter at hand, but also told me about how you and the young master met in the first place, wouldn't it be a way to have the best of both worlds?" Looking at Lily's current quirky appearance, Song Zhu immediately laughed happily, then complimented Lily. I have to say that you can really be a right-hand man for Lin Lang, helping me deal with the existing troubles on her hands without even realizing it. No more, no more, Lily said modestly. Lin Lang and Lin Shi had already chatted for a long time at the Duri residence, and it was when it was 8 o'clock in the evening that Lin Shi stood up. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he directly spoke. Alright, it's getting late. Since you've already talked to me all day, I won't bother you anymore. Hearing this, Lin Lang instead opened his mouth and laughed. Do you think I'm the kind of person who resents me you interrupting? However, without waiting for Lin Lang to speak, Lin Shi directly spoke. I didn't say that, but I just wanted to remind you that you still have a Stepford wife waiting for you at home. Since the two have just been licensed, let's enjoy this sweet time first. Lin Shi glanced at Lin Lang if he had a point, and then immediately reached out and patted his shoulder. Well, I'm off. And as for your surroundings here, I have to say, they're still pretty good. It's just that the wine is expensive. Hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. The price of this wine was still deliberately raised by Lin Lang, in order to make those people not drink too much and make trouble. But now that Lin Shi had said it like that, for a moment it made Lin Lang feel a little embarrassed. Well sis, if you're going to be busy with something, go ahead. Don't think I don't know that you've got something to do and that's why you're leaving. But I wouldn't mind at all if you ditched me for yours. But if there's anything you need on me, just ask. I know, I can't be polite to anyone but you can't I. After saying that, Lin Shi simply turned around and left. When there was only Phoenix and Lin Lang inside the box, Phoenix then looked at Lin Lang. Young master, this time Miss came. I guess she really has something to deal with. Don't we need to send someone to follow? Hearing this, Lin Lang shook his head. No matter what, she was still her own sister, and if Lin Shi really needed her help, it was something she would definitely call and say directly. With regards to Lin Shi's character, Lin Lang was still able to pinpoint it, but with a glance at the current time, he heard the buzz that had started outside, and Lin Lang knew that the nightlife was here. If he didn't have a wife before then he would have continued to get high with them, but since we're already married, of course we have to go home to our wives, embracing the fragrance of beauty. This is the dream of many men. Of course, it would be nice to have a few more. Thinking of this, Lin Lang couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Looking at the Phoenix in front of him, he spoke directly. Alright, I'm going home. Rest when you're done with things. Don't stay up all night. Saying that, Lin Lang reached out and directly wrapped his arms around Phoenix's waist. His mouth touched Phoenix's, and said ambiguously, if I really tired you out, then I'll feel bad in my heart. Because of the mouth opening and closing, it resulted in the Phoenix already being able to fully feel the warmth of the corner of Lin Lang's lips. For a moment, Phoenix's face immediately reddened. But Phoenix is so much better now than it was a while ago. Once the previous Phoenix encountered such a situation, then it would simply dodge through. And now, Phoenix is starting to take it in stride. Seeing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but reach out and pat the Phoenix's head. Looking at the Phoenix and speaking directly, behave yourself, I'm leaving. Afterward, it left the Dolores residence with all the stars in the air. Song Zhu hadn't expected Lin Lang to return so early tonight at all, so the entire group was staggered for a moment when they saw Lin Lang return home. Then he looked at Lin Lang and spoke. Yo, what's going on? No little sister's date tonight? Lin Lang could hear the mocking meaning in Song Zhu's tone, but he still looked at Song Zhu and smiled lightly. How's that? I'm not asking any other little sister out, Lin Lang said, directly reaching around Song Zhu's waist. Looking at Song Zhu, he directly spoke. Well, since it's rare for me to come back early, shouldn't you give me some reward? Hearing these words, Song Zhu frowned and looked at Lin Lang in front of him, directly speaking. Wow, you came back so late the other day. I haven't even said anything about you and didn't give you a punishment, but now you're good and asking me for a reward? No. Hearing Song Zhu reject so directly, but it made Lin Lang's heart feel hard for a moment. However, Lin Lang would be the kind of person who would be manipulated by Song Zhu. It was simply impossible. He reached down and picked up Princess Sung Jo in his arms, then walked straight upstairs, and suddenly suspended in the air. Song Zhu was violently startled and screamed out. Lin Lang, what are you doing? You put me down. Hearing this, Lin Lang directly hooked his lips. Call me what? Call me again? Honey, put me down. Okay, that'll put you down. When he saw Song Zhu being lowered down, Lin Lang directly arose and pressed Song Zhu underneath him. What are you doing? My legs still hurt till now. That's why I was 2 days late. What? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in until I get home and then your leg will start hurting again. So I'll just have to come home later. For some reason, Song Zhu's heart was still a bit inexplicably touched when he heard Lin Lang say these words, but just when he saw Lin Lang start wolfing down his food, Song Zhu simply closed his eyes to prevent himself from making any shy noises. All night long, Song Zhou slept for only an hour before dawn. And naturally, Lin Lang had eaten and slept enough, and the whole thing went downstairs beautifully to have breakfast. Then, reaching out, he glanced at his cell phone. If I'm not mistaken, it's time for the stock to close. Lin Lang felt the need to take a look at the stock company. Thinking of this, Lin Lang didn't dawdle much, and after eating, he went straight to the garage to drive, specially choosing a Lamborghini that wasn't very eye-catching, and walked straight out of the villa area. As Lin Lang walked down the road, his cell phone rang once again. Hey, sis, what's up in the morning? Well, there is. I need to borrow your woman. After Lin Lang heard these words, he laughed lightly and looked at the pavement to directly open his mouth to reply. If it's for shopping, I guess not, but if it's just a chat at home, my woman you can borrow. Everyone was an adult, and Lin Shi could naturally understand exactly what Lin Lang meant by that. But still, he opened his mouth directly to mock. You young people, you don't know any moderation at all. Lin Lang? Lin Lang only came 3 times last night. How come he doesn't know how to exercise restraint? Of course it was impossible for Lin Lang to say this directly to Lin Shi. He just hooked his lips and smiled. Your oldest brother is too powerful. There's no way around it. Lin Shi directly laughed softly after hearing these words and didn't say anything more. Lin Lang, on the other hand, spoke directly. I sent you the address. Go find her. I guess she's still awake now. Gotta go. After dealing with this side of things, Lin Lang went to the securities company. Immediately afterward, drive straight out the door and get out of the car. But I didn't expect that a narrow road between enemies could be narrowed to such an extent. Just after opening the car door, he saw Lu Hui. If Lin Lang was not mistaken, Lu Hui should still have opened the car door with Lin Lang. And naturally, Lu Hui also saw Lin Lang. And for a moment, Lu Hui's face was not very good, because he still remembered the last time Lin Lang had used money and just smashed himself out of the restaurant. Now to this day has always held a grudge, but he didn't have any other way to tell Li Qinghuan. He could only spend more time with her through the time Li Qinghuan went to work every day, so that Li Qinghuan would forget about Lin Lang's existence sooner. But to Lin Lang, Lu Hui's approach was simply ridiculous. Let's not talk about whether Lu Hui can be with Li Qinghuan without Lin Lang. Just to say that with Lin Lang, then Lu Hui has even less to do with Li Qinghuan. And Lu Hui must be thinking the same thing. Otherwise, how could he be so hateful towards Lin Lang? Looking at Lu Hui's face, Lin Lang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. And he also walked straight up and greeted Lu Hui. Morning. Lu Hui was stunned and reached out to look at the current time. If he wasn't mistaken, it would be after 10 in the morning by now. A lot of people have been at work for 3 hours now, and I didn't realize that the person in front of me had given himself a direct word of morning? This made Lu Hui a bit puzzled for a moment, but he still looked at Lin Lang and returned without any good humor. Good morning. You're here to look for Qinghuan, aren't you? I'm telling you, Qinghuan doesn't want to bother with you at all right now. And if you don't want to go in and watch Qinghuan and I show our love and get abused, then I advise you to leave this morning. However, to his surprise, Lu Hui had just finished his words when he saw Li Qinghuan walking directly over. You're here, Mr. Lin. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Afterwards, Li Qinghuan glanced at Lu Hui next to her, and her eyes instantly became annoyed. Why are you here? Lu Hui opened his mouth and was about to open his mouth to explain, but he did not expect to be directly blocked by Li Qinghuan's following. We all have to go to work, so can you stop harassing me at work? Do you think that's funny? What could make the usually gentle Li Qinghuan go berserk? It was probably only Lu Hui who was able to do this to this extent right now. And hearing Li Qinghuan's words, Lu Hui directly reached out and pointed at Lin Lang. Why is he allowed to come to you at work and I'm not? I'm sorry, because I don't work. Lu Hui was instantly dumbfounded. It was impossible for him not to go to work. Not to go to work means no income. No income means that he cannot be with Li Qinghuan. In fact, what Lin Lang didn't tell him was that even if he had income, then he and Li Qinghuan couldn't be together. Mr. Lin has invested several $100 million in me. Are you any good? You're welcome to come to me if you think you can. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Please come in. He then saw Li Qinghuan directly reaching out and pulling Lin Lang to walk to the securities company, leaving Lu Hui alone shivering in the cold wind. It looks kinda pathetic from the back alone. Right after Lin Lang and Li Qinghuan walked to the office, Li Qinghuan looked at Lin Lang with an apologetic expression. I'm really sorry for today. I didn't know Lu Hui he would be waiting for you at the door. If I had known about this then I would never have let you come today, and I would have helped you clean up the loafers before you came. Looking at Li Qinghuan who was full of apologies, Lin Lang instead shook his head and spoke directly. It's fine. He's just a minor character, I don't really care. I came here today to talk to you about the stock market closing. After hearing these words, Li Qinghuan looked at Lin Lang with a face full of shock and opened her mouth to inquire. Ah, what? Could it be that the stock market is closing now? I thought the stock market wasn't going to close until a month later. Well, yes, it's just going to close today because I've been observing that this stock market share has been very volatile for the past few days. So in order not to lose too much money, I've decided to close today. After hearing Lin Lang's words, Li Qinghuan went directly to the computer and took a look at the stock market. I looked at it and it shows a recent increase of 2%, so maybe it'll grow more if I keep stealing it. Li Qinghuan opened his mouth and guessed, but the decision of all this would still have to be taken by Lin Lang, as the investor of this stock was Lin Lang. You see, stock market has been very erratic in its ups and downs over the past few days, and, if it really goes the way you suspect, then she should be down more today. That way, he'll be a little less out of the loop when it goes up tomorrow, but he's clearly up today, which is giving the illusion that he's trying to get people to buy all of it and wait until tomorrow when the stock plummets so that people will have this realization that it's down. But really, it's too late to put it all on the market at this point. Somehow, even though Li Qinghuan had her own thoughts in her head, after hearing Lin Lang explain his own thoughts, Li Qinghuan had already fully believed in Lin Lang's thoughts. Maybe Lin Lang just really had a knack for making others believe in him. He can, without realizing it, bring others to a point of total conviction of his own code through a variety of words and forms. This was something that ordinary people couldn't do, but Lin Lang he did it and did it very well without any mistakes. Good, then I'll follow your instructions. Mr. Lin. Immediately after Li Qinghuan and the computer directly operate the stock, she put all the stock all back after. I did not expect this time the whole earn more than 100 million, right after seeing the large amount of value added on it. Li Qinghuan's eyes immediately became different when he looked at Lin Lang, because Li Qinghuan had just started. She hadn't looked at the stock at all, and it was entirely because Lin Lang wanted to buy it that she had followed Lin Lang's instructions to manipulate the stock, but she didn't expect it at all. And she didn't expect to make a solid $100 million in stocks this time around. This was something that Li Qinghuan had not thought about at all before. Mr. Lin, you're really too good. It's really too good. Li Qinghuan's entire face was filled with shock after watching Lin Lang pick the stock's rise. In all the time she had been working here, she had never seen someone who had bought a stock and managed to make $100 million. Never. Lin Lang looked at Li Qinghuan in front of him and hooked his lips into a smile. Don't look at me with that adoring look of yours, or I'll think you're in love with me. Oh. Originally, Li Qinghuan hadn't felt anything, but inexplicably, after hearing Lin Lang's words, her face directly blushed. Looking at Lin Lang with wide eyes, he was completely at a loss as to what he should say for a moment, but still hooked his lips in a smile. Afterwards, Li Qinghuan stood up, looked at Lin Lang and spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, you've been here for such a long time. My attention has been on the stocks, and I forgot to pour water for you. After hearing these words, Lin Lang originally felt that there was still nothing wrong, but inexplicably, looking at Li Qinghuan in front of him, he feigned anger and opened his mouth. So stocks are more important than me. I can kind of see that. After Li Qinghuan heard Lin Lang's words, she fell directly exclaimed. No, I just desperately want to know what kind of situation Mr. Lin's stock is in. If Lin Lang wasn't smart, he really wouldn't have been able to hear what Li Qinghuan was saying. He came to a realization and looked at Li Qinghuan, with a few more points of ambiguity in his eyes. So that's how it is. Loving the house is probably what it means. Hearing the word love, not to mention Li Qinghuan, even the air in the room has become a little different. The whole office is filled with the sweet strawberry flavor. Li Qinghuan really couldn't stand it a little bit. She was afraid that if she continued to listen to Lin Lang here, she would really fall in love with Lin Lang, and that wouldn't end well. After all, she and Lin Lang weren't a good match at all. And she drove directly to Lin Lang's house after receiving the address he sent over. Miss? Lily thought she was mistaken when she saw Lin Shi, because Lin Shi had been abroad. How could she suddenly return to the country and come to Lin Lang's house? Of course, Lily's IQ wasn't that low even if she was in a younger grade. Walking directly in front of Lin Shi, he spoke to her. Young master isn't at home. He had something to do in the morning and went out. Any idea what's up? Lin Shi was quite curious about what kind of errand this brother had gone on, but Lily didn't know. Recently Lin Lang's whereabouts had been surprisingly mysterious, and going out usually didn't give them the word. After seeing Lily shake her head, Lindsay looked directly up to the second floor. Is your wife up yet? No. It seems that your young master is quite powerful, Lin, she said meaningfully, and only after seeing Lily blush a little, did she walk straight upstairs. Because they were all women, Lin she didn't have many scruples, and after reaching out and knocking on the door without hearing a sound, he instead walked straight in. It was a good thing that Song Zhu didn't close the door when she slept. Otherwise, Lin she really wouldn't have been able to get in. Upon seeing Song Zhu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, Lin Shi did take a closer look at his future sister-in-law, and had to say that even after removing her makeup her sleeping face was still very high. It's not a bad idea to be a popular young flower girl right now. Song Zhou. Lin Shi softly called out Song Zhu's name. Song Zhu seemed to be a relatively light sleeper, so when he heard Lin Shi's voice, he opened his eyes directly. Song Zhu actually used to be a very heavy sleeper, and as soon as he fell asleep, it was a thunderous roll. But because of his profession, he often needs to stay up late to shoot a movie, so when he doesn't have his own part, he sleeps on top of the chair for a while, but didn't dare sleep too much, or tonight's stay up would become meaningless. So now, Song Zhou had gotten into the habit of just opening her eyes whenever she heard her name being called while she was sleeping. When Song Zhu opened his eyes, he saw Lin Shi in front of him, and for a moment he thought he was dreaming. His mouth murmured, "Where did the pretty young lady come from? Why is she in my room? She must be dreaming." With that, he simply rolled over and went back to sleep. Seeing this reaction from Song Zhu, Lin Shi couldn't help but roll her eyes. But what a lovely girl. Lin Shi opened her mouth and then looked at Song Zhu, who was still lying on the bed asleep, and shook her head helplessly. After thinking about it, it was better not to bother Song Zhu. Looking at Song Zhu so tired, one could tell that he must have been tortured by Lin Lang last night. However, just as Lin Shi was planning to leave, he saw Song Zhu directly open his eyes, and then directly sat up. "Sister Lindsay." After hearing Song Zhu's voice, Lin Shi was filled with shock. She was unable to imagine that Song Zhu had woken up from his sleep right away and shouted out his name, which filled Lin Shi with shock for a moment. "Yo, up?" Song Zhu looked at Lin Shi in front of her. She originally thought that she was dreaming, but she completely did not expect that it was really Lin Shi in front of her. For a while, the atmosphere of the room was instantly awkward, because Song Zhu took one look at his naked body. The whole person couldn't wait to get back inside the quilt immediately. It's humiliating. It's really humiliating. Seeing Song Zhu blushing now, it made Lin Shi couldn't help but hook her lips into a smile. "Don't be embarrassed. They're all women law. I have what you have and I have what you don't. So relax." Hearing this, Song Zhu actually wanted to ask what Lin Shi had that she didn't. Did they all look different? But after thinking about it, the priority now is to hurry up and put the clothes on. If it goes on like this, there will be a lot of embarrassing things. Thinking of this, Song Zhu put his head out from under the quilt, looked at Lin Shi in front of him, and said with a pleading face, "Sister Lin Shi, can you go out for a bit and allow me to change my clothes?" After hearing Song Zhu's request, Lin Shi had originally planned to tease Song Zhu a little, but seeing Song Zhu's current adorable appearance, he was a little unable to bear it. She figured that it was probably because of this cute look of Song Zhu's that her own brother had taken a liking to her and married her. Thinking of this, Lin Shi instead directly nodded and just walked out, and when Song Zhu changed his clothes, he even shuffled around a little before walking out. "Sister Lin Shi, why have you suddenly returned to China?" After hearing Song Zhu's question, Lin Shi glanced at Song Zhu and directly hooked her lips and asked, "Why did you suddenly ask that?" "You know, you and Lin Lang asked the same question. Not bad for a couple." Song Zhu couldn't help but blush again after hearing Lin Shi's flirtation. Seeing Lin Shi directly spoke, "Sister Lin Shi, don't tease me." Lin Shi, after hearing Song Zhu's aggrieved voice, but directly smiled and looked at Song Zhu in front of her, tilting her head and opening her mouth to inquire, "How is it? Have you ever felt that marrying our Lin Lang is a very happy thing? Talking to your husband's sister has to be done in a way that if you are going to talk to someone else, then Song Zhou might not start with a joke about being unhappy. But the person in front of her is Song Zhu's husband's sister, so she can't be sloppy at all." So just when Song Zhu heard Lin Shi ask this question, his entire body fell slightly stunned. But soon, the question had been answered. "Yeah, Lin Lang, how to say. Although on the surface it looks a bit mixed up, but in person it's just fine. It's really much better than other men's hearts and mouths." After hearing Song Zhu's reply, Lin Shi instead directly reached out and touched Song Zhu's head. Looking to Song Zhu, he spoke directly, "Well, I know you feel pressured when I ask you all these questions, but don't mind so much. Let's put it this way. You treat me as your sister. Remove Lin Lang. This sub then, maybe you'll get along with me better." When he heard Lin Shi's words, Song Zhu was a bit repulsed for a moment. It was because he wanted to know exactly what was going on in Lin Shi's psyche, or else why would he say so much to himself for no reason? And, right when he heard Lin Shi's words, Song Zhu's heart was actually still a bit repulsed, because she felt that there were too many uncertainties about this Lin Shi person. She brought a slight sense of precaution to this kind of person. Maybe it's because being inside the entertainment industry for a long time has caused Song Zhu to be a bit inexplicably suspicious of everyone who offers to curry favor. But the most important thing right now wasn't what Song Zhu's psyche was thinking, but what exactly was the purpose of Lin Shi's visit today. After hearing Song Zhu's question, Lin Shi gave Song Zhu a mysterious expression. Then he directly reached out, took Song Zhu's hand, looked at Song Zhu and opened his mouth. I've spoken to Lin Lang. You're lending it to me for a day today. Lin Shi then looked Song Zhu up and down. I just saw you on your way down the stairs with no leg problems, so you should be able to walk. Saying that, Lin Shi still seemed a bit worried. Compare that to Song Zhu. If anything really happened to Song Zhu, then Lin Shi would be responsible for it. Thinking of this, Lin Shi looked at Song Zhu, and simply opened his mouth directly and proposed. How about this? You take 2 steps and I'll take a look. If Lin Shi had perspective eyes, he would have been able to see 3 large black question marks on Song Zhu's forehead. What kind of operation is this? Make it so that when you go out to play, you have to take a couple steps to see if your legs are good? Is this going out to play? Or is it going out to bounce? But Song Zhu didn't say anything more despite his heart being full of doubts, and simply nodded his head and took 2 symbolic steps. Although it was said that her legs and feet were still a bit unsteady in the process of walking, she didn't expect Lin Shi to see that she was fine, so she directly said happily, "Is the leg okay? Don't forget to tell me if it's not okay." Lin Shi looked at Song Zhu to make sure again and again, and when he saw Song Zhu shaking his head, he then relaxed and nodded, looking at Song Zhu and speaking directly. In that case, let's set off. Where the hell are we going? Song Zhu's heart was still a little flustered, not to mention the fact that Song Zhu had only had a one-sided relationship with Lin Shi long time ago. Just to say that Lin Shi was in this abnormal condition today, Song Zhu's heart was a little flustered. So when he heard that Lin Shi was taking him away directly, his mind was still fantasizing that it couldn't be that Lin Shi was going to sell himself somewhere, right? And as Lin Shi looked at Song Zhu, who didn't say anything, he naturally guessed it. Reaching out and gently smacking Song Zhu's head, he looked at Song Zhu and spoke directly. What is this child of yours thinking about all day long? The reason I'm taking you there is that it proves that it's not a dangerous place. So could I possibly sell you? Sanjo nodded, then shook his head quickly. That's never going to happen. Upon hearing this assurance from Lin Shi, Song Zhu then smiled and spoke. I'm not purely curious, and since you're not giving it to me, of course I want to find out through such methods. When Lin Shi heard Song Zhu's explanation, he was helpless for a moment, completely at a loss as to what to say, but still looked at Song Zhu in front of him. Shaking his head, he sighed. I have to say, you're quite good at pissing people off. Lin Lang hasn't been pissed off by you much, has he? Song Zhu opened his mouth, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Lin Shi's voice speak again. I knew Lin Lang was often angry with you, but it's fine. It's good to be angry with her. Lin Lang, this kid, his character is like this. The more you're angry with him, the more he'll probably love you. So grabbing a man's heart, first grabbing a man's stomach. This one point of view in the case of Lin Lang that is of little use. After hearing Lin Shi's words, Song Zhu nodded instead. It seems like there is such a thing, because Song Zhu was often angry at Lin Lang. So Lin Lang, that's why he married Song Zhu. In that case, wouldn't that prove that Lin Lang was really a cheap bastard? And the bitchy Lin Lang, who was being discussed by the 2 women, didn't hold back a sneeze during his chat with Li Qinghuan. It scared Li Qinghuan alive. Excuse me, Lin Lang laughed, and even though it was a sneeze, it had to be said that the sneeze was so elegant and calm, not at all like those mortals. And Li Qinghuan's eyes lit up when she saw this, but it was only for a moment, and it quickly returned to its original state. Of course Lin Lang saw it, but Lin Lang didn't say anything more. He just looked at Li Qinghuan in front of him and came closer. I wonder if Ms. Qinghuan would be interested in talking to me about something other than work? After hearing this question from Lin Lang, Li Qinghuan frowned slightly and looked at Lin Lang, directly opening her mouth to ask. I don't know what Mr. Lin wants to talk about. If I know everything Mr. Lin is talking about, then I am definitely going to accompany him. Lin Lang heard this answer from Li Qinghuan and silently gave Li Qinghuan a nod in his heart. It had to be said that this answer from Li Qinghuan was still very perfect, making it completely impossible to pick any faults. Okay, since you said so, Qinghuan, then I'm naturally butting in. Don't worry, I'll definitely chat about something you're interested in. Saying that, Lin Lang's hand then directly reached around Li Qinghuan's waist, and his mouth came close to Li Qinghuan's ear. Whispering softly in his ear, he said, I wonder what Qinghuan thinks of me, as a person? However, when Li Qinghuan heard this question from Lin Lang, her entire body fell back with a cry of dismay. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he directly hooked his lips and smiled. I think Mr. Lin is nice, young and handsome, and, well, before Li Qinghuan could finish her words, she was directly caught in Lin Lang's earlobe. Immediately after that, Lin Lang's hands had begun to develop on Li Qinghuan's body. In no time at all, the whole room took on a very different atmosphere. Lin Lang walked straight to the door and reached out to unlock it. Looking towards Li Qinghuan, whose eyes were already very confused in front of him, he spoke. Since you have stated so many of my merits, then I might as well let you taste another of my merits. Dash. The feeling of tearing up the heart and enjoying the sound to the core instantly filled the entire office inside. Adds a different mood to this office altogether. However, it was only when he heard Li Qinghuan desperately begging for mercy that Lin Lang stopped. Looking at Li Qinghuan underneath her, Li Qinghuan's entire body had already softened into water, and could only rely on the strength given by Lin Lang to hold herself up. Therefore, just when she saw that the Lin Lang in front of her was actually so powerful, Li Qinghuan fell even more afraid. She had never endured this kind of torture before, so her body was completely overwhelmed right now, and for a while, it left Li Qinghuan a little unsure of what to do. And Lin Lang also sort of took care of Li Qinghuan's feelings, and when he saw that Li Qinghuan could no longer stand it, he directly stopped the movements underneath his body, but still kept the original movement. Li Qinghuan felt the movement and blushed a smoldering red. However, because it was inside the office and it was still just done, the shy Li Qinghuan's entire body looked very dynamic. The moment Lin Lang saw this, his entire heart beat a few points faster. Afterwards, Lin Lang looked at the time to be almost up, before he got dressed and cleaned up a bit. Seeing that both of them had recovered as usual, Lin Lang then came closer to Li Qinghuan and looked at him and spoke directly. How? What do you think of this aspect of mine? Because it was just done. Li Qinghuan was still in a bit of pain. It was fine if Lin Lang still didn't say anything, but the moment he said it now, it made Li Qinghuan feel the pain coming from down below again. And for a moment, his brows furrowed, and Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Qinghuan's current appearance. Looking at Li Qinghuan in front of him, he directly spoke. I talked to you about this topic before, but I told you anon. It's you yourself who same talked to me. Lin Lang, now that he had eaten his way out, had begun to act like a big-tailed wolf, and he could even say this. But Li Qinghuan instead pretended to be angry and glanced at Lin Lang, followed by looking at her and speaking directly. Young master, don't you feel sorry for me at all? I've already given you my first time. After hearing Li Qinghuan's words, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and looked at the lovely person in front of him and spoke directly. Ha ha ha. Well, I'll just joke with you, but if you really want to follow me, that's fine too yet. After hearing Lin Lang's words, Li Qinghuan's entire body seemed to be happy. In fact, Li Qinghuan originally did not intend to be with Lin Lang from the bottom of her heart, but right after she did something related to husband and wife with Lin Lang, Li Qinghuan's whole heart was filled with Lin Lang. The reason why he made such a request now, Li Qinghuan felt that it was justified. And just when Li Qinghuan heard that Lin Lang was the one who could be with her heart was actually very happy. After all, a woman can be with her favorite man, which in any other woman's heart should be very willing to do it. However, right after Li Qinghuan heard Lin Lang's request, Li Qinghuan was actually still a bit unhappy inside her heart. Be a good girl and wait for me. I'll come see you when I have time. Saying that, Lin Lang glanced and realized that it was getting late, so he simply stood up directly. Reaching around Li Qinghuan's waist, he casually slapped her ass. Then he spoke. Well, is it comfortable? Li Qinghuan was stunned at first, but upon hearing Lin Lang's words, she directly spoke. Aha! With that, Lin Lang reached out and threw a card to Li Qinghuan. This card is for you. It's considered a tip for you. Of course Li Qinghuan recognized this card, because this card was the one that Li Qinghuan had personally given to Lin Lang, and on it was the entire $100 million that Lin Lang had earned. So right after knowing exactly how much the amount inside this card was, Li Qinghuan directly opened his mouth and refused verbally. Mr. Lin, I'm not with you for your money, so don't insult me with money. I really like you. After Lin Lang heard what Li Qinghuan said, he was pleased to reach out and touch Li Qinghuan's head. There were really very few women who liked people and didn't love money this year, so Lin Lang kinda liked this attitude of Li Qinghuan. But there was another point Lin Lang didn't like, and that was that she didn't allow people to refuse what she gave them, especially money. Good boy, take it. You can call me later if you have something or miss me, and Lu Hui will never harass you again. After all, you're my woman now. Since Lin Lang had already said so, then naturally, Li Qinghuan was too embarrassed to refuse Lin Lang. After all, Lin Lang was a very macho person. Once Li Qinghuan rejected Lin Lang, then, Li Qinghuan didn't know if Lin Lang would get angry next. So in order to stop Lin Lang from getting angry, Li Qinghuan had to reluctantly accept Lin Lang's money. Alright, I'll take this money for now. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After Lin Lang heard Li Qinghuan address himself, he instead directly reached out and touched Li Qinghuan's head. Good boy, call the young master. Since she was already Lin Lang's woman, how inappropriate was it to keep calling her Mr. Lin, young master. After screaming, Li Qinghuan's face smoldered and immediately lowered her head. Lin Lang completely did not expect Li Qinghuan to still be so thin-skinned after so many years of fighting in the workplace, but it was great. Lin Lang liked it. Well, it's getting late. I really have to go. So remember to call me if you need anything. Young master, take care. The first thing Lin Lang did after walking out of the securities firm was to call Phoenix. Young master, arrange for Mo Yun-chu to terrorize someone. Don't get them killed. Who? Lu Hui. I'll send you a message on your cell phone. No matter what. Now that Li Qinghuan was his woman, Lin Lang would never allow another man to come and keep pestering his woman. Lin Lang had just sat in the car when he heard the system's voice just ring out. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtaining one colorful egg. May I ask if the host smashes it open? Yes. Lin Lang was curious as to what was inside this egg. However, right after Lin Lang opened the egg, he saw a small dark black ball. And if he didn't know that it was from the system, Lin Lang would have really taken it as a prank from someone who hadn't showered in a year. However, Lin Lang braced himself not to faint, and put his nose to it, and when he didn't smell anything, that's when he frowned, looked at the small black ball in front of him, and asked the system, "What the hell is this?" Immediately afterward, Lin Lang saw the explanation below the system. Kidney pills? Lin Lang's entire body was a bit incredulous after seeing this name, even though he knew that the system could come out with something rare and strange, but it never thought that the system would be able to appear kidney treasure pills? Seeing this, Lin Lang decided to keep reading. Kidney pills, once used by the user, they are non-returnable. Non-returnable? Why is it non-returnable? Lin Lang was curious about this, but still thought about it and spoke directly. Could it be that you're afraid that this will eat people to death, so it's not responsible? Wow. If that's true, the system shouldn't be out. After all, the system wouldn't kill its own master. I don't know who gave Lin Lang the confidence to believe so much in what the system gave. However, after seeing the hints underneath the system, this made it clear what was going on. The system is not responsible if the wife's body has problems with eating. Lin Lang. For a while Lin Lang really didn't know what to say to be good, because he really couldn't imagine why his system as well had become so flirty. It's just slutty as hell. Looking at the situation in front of him, Lin Lang instead directly hooked his lips and smiled. Are you kidding me? Is my wife the kind of person who can't take it? Well, of course. Thinking of this, Lin Lang still directly put the kidney treasure pill into his mouth, and also opened his mouth to explain. Let me make it clear. The reason why I'm taking the kidney treasure pill is not because I have weak kidneys, but because of this I'm simply curious. System, I'll believe the hell out of you. After Lin Lang ate the kidney treasure pill, his entire body seemed to be wrapped in layers of clouds for a moment, and his body emitted a faint white mist, as if he was an immortal, as if he was in a fairyland. Lin Lang looked at the changes in his body with dismay, and when he felt his second brother, his entire body shook. How could he not have thought that this efficacy could be so powerful? It was a whole circle larger than the original. In fact, Lin Lang's kidneys were still very good, or else Song Zhu's legs wouldn't have been hurting all the time. As soon as he thought of Song Zhu, Lin Lang suddenly thought of moving a question. Lin Shi and Song Zhu were now together. Although he was relieved that Lin Shi was at ease, he felt that he still needed to know exactly where Lin Shi had taken Song Zhu. After all, the purpose of Lin Shi's return this time was not pure at all. Thinking of this, Lin Lang instead went straight to Song Zhu to make a call. Where are you? I'm with Sister Lindsay. I don't know where this place is. Going to strange places? Aha. Ask my sister what the place is. Sister Lin Shi. Lin Lang asked me to ask you what kind of place is this? Lin Lang heard the sound over there, a gentle breeze and running water, and he had to say that the mood sounded quite beautiful. Hey, Lin Lang, do you have nothing to do? I'm not doing this to ensure your safety. After hearing these words, Lin Shi's side was quiet for a moment. Then after glancing at Song Zhu, he directly spoke. Lin Lang, it's not that I'm talking about you. This behavior of yours right now is totally affecting the cultivation of affection between Song Zhu and I. Don't worry, I'll get Song Zhou back to you safely. It would have been fine if Lin Shi hadn't said this, but as soon as he did, Lin Lang felt full of unreliability. But Lin Shi was his sister after all, so what could he do but nod his head? Okay, then you pay attention to safety Anon. Give Song Zhu said. Let him have something, remember to call me. After hearing these words, Lin Lang instead hung up the phone directly, then hooked his lips and smiled. Are you kidding? The group he keeps under him are not soft eaters. He has people under him too, okay. Thinking of this, Lin Lang instead drove directly, heading to the Dolomite residence. Just getting off the bus, he saw Mo Yun-chu and Phoenix standing there not knowing what they were talking about, but looking at the serious expression, it made Lin Lang very curious. What's wrong? The two people, Mo Yun-chu and Phoenix, noticed that Lin Lang was there afterward, and only then did they stop arguing. What happened? Phoenix looked at the person in front of him and spoke directly. Young master, Mo Yun-chu said that he doesn't go out on this kind of mission that doesn't involve killing people, and that it's an insult to him as an assassin. For some reason, when he heard the phoenix say these words, Lin Lang inexplicably wanted to laugh, but he managed to hold it back. Just with a serious face, he looked at Mo Yunchu and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong? Not happy to go? Mo Yunchu didn't know why, but as soon as he was faced with this kind of inquiry from Lin Lang, his heart was a little bit scared, and he didn't know what to say to make it better. If it wasn't for the fact that she was holding on to her identity as an assassin, she would probably have already knelt down for Lin Lang, but now it was okay. She nodded her head strongly and calmly, looking at Lin Lang in front of her and answering directly. Yes. Lin Lang frowned. Since you're not willing to carry out the mission, you still want to change your master? Then I see that your so-called change of master is also a joke. Not out on a mission where you can't kill? Lin Lang narrowed his eyes, and after glancing at Mo Yunchu's heart through the system, he then spoke directly. Then I guess I'm the biggest insult in your life. After all, instead of killing the person you needed to kill in your mission, you followed the person you were going to kill. Would you say that's a fatal factor amongst your assassin missions? I don't know why. After hearing Lin Lang's words, Mo Yunchu's heart felt bad, but still listened. However, Lin Lang was in little mood to continue talking to Mo Yunchu. He, Lin Lang, wanted right-hand men who could help him do great things, not these henchmen who caused trouble for him one day even if they didn't listen to him. I can't afford to use someone like you, so go away. And as for this mission of killing me that you still intend to carry out, then carry on with it as you please. When Mo Yunchu saw that Lin Lang was getting real, she panicked in her heart. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he opened his mouth to compromise. Young master, I'll do it. After hearing what Mo Yunchu said, Lin Lang didn't look at Mo Yunchu again either. It just walked directly to the phoenix and looked at the phoenix and opened his mouth to command. I need to know the exact geographic location of the lady in Miss right now. Yes, young master. Lin Lang couldn't help but nod in his heart after seeing the phoenix's reaction speed and ability to do things. And looking at the situation in front of him, he directly opened his mouth. Not saying anything if they're in a safer place, but if they're in some out-of-the-way place, can you pull up the security footage from there? After hearing this, Phoenix frowned instead, but still looked at Lin Lang in front of her and spoke directly. It's possible if there are surveillance cameras in the place where Miss and Madam are, but without security cameras, I'm guessing it's not going to be easy. Lin Lang understood that for a hacker, if there was no surveillance camera, then even the most powerful hacker would be a clever woman without rice. Good. Lin Lang didn't have to wait for a long time. Phoenix just used 5 minutes afterward to directly crack this security camera. Look, young master, Madam and Miss are just in the desert river here with us. It's not anything dangerous. After seeing this data, Lin Lang then nodded. As long as it wasn't in some dangerous place, well, go about your business. But the Phoenix still didn't go, and just looked at Lin Lang with a bit of embarrassment. What's wrong? Lin Lang looked at the Phoenix in front of him and knew that the Phoenix had something to say. After all, Lin Lang had been with Phoenix for such a long time. A look from Phoenix, a small action. Lin Lang could see something, and the Phoenix was originally considering whether he should say it or not. However, upon hearing Lin Lang's inquiry, after thinking about it, he still truthfully said it. In the past 2 days, Su Mayer was a bit off. What's wrong? Lin Lang frowned. In fact, if Phoenix didn't say it, Lin Lang could also feel that Su Mayer was a bit off, because Su Mayer, who always liked to make trouble, surprisingly didn't make any noise in the past 2 days. It's very different from Su Mei's character, and the cause of all this, Lin Lang had already guessed. Could it be because of Mo Yunchu? Phoenix nodded and looked to Lin Lang. Mo Yunchu doesn't know what method he used, but he actually made Su Mayer settle down and stopped making a fuss. I think it's a bit strange. Only after hearing the Phoenix's words did Lin Lang nod. Okay, I'll go check it out. It's true. Sometimes having many women can be a pain in the ass. Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth and sigh, heading directly on his way to find Su Mayer. Among them, they also encountered a few escorts, and each of them nodded and greeted Lin Lang. Lin Lang, on the other hand, only nodded symbolically and asked where Su Mayer was in passing. At the corner of the building, Lin Lang finally got his answer and headed directly to the corner of the building, which led him to Su Mayer, who was wearing a red dress, but had a very depressed back. Su Mayer. Lin Lang called out Su Mayer's name, and then saw Su Mayer turn around directly. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes that were about to reach his mouth, Lin Lang couldn't help but frown. In the end, how long had it been since he had slept, and how did he get into this current state? One more glance at the cigarette butts on the ground, and if I'm not mistaken, there are 2 boxes if not 3. Lin Lang frowned, looking at Su Mayer in front of him, and directly opened his mouth to inquire, "Why are you smoking so many cigarettes?" Hearing Lin Lang's concern, if we were to follow Su Mayer's usual basic operation, then she would definitely come straight over and have a good chat with Lin Lang about the human body and the universe. But this time, Su Meier was strange in this place, and her entire eyes were now kind of particularly vacant. And even the look in people's eyes had changed from the original frown bone to the current calmness. What can turn a woman of style into a woman with a wave of fall water now? It's the experience. So now Lin Lang just wanted to know what had happened to Su Meier during this time. If he remembered correctly, it had only been 3 days since Lin Lang's last visit. But in these 3 short days, how on earth did Su Meier become like this? Young master, I'm really aggrieved. I thought you didn't care about me. I really thought you didn't want me. Su Meier seemed to be out of control for a moment and ran directly to Lin Lang, looking at the Lin Lang in front of her and stretching out her hands. But for a moment it seemed to pause again, with that feeling of wanting to hug, but not daring to do so. Lin Lang frowned as he looked at Su Meier, no longer intending to ask anything from her mouth. With just a narrowing of his eyes, he already knew what had happened to Su Meier during this period of time. For a moment, his heart tangled for a moment. This feeling of heartache, the last time it appeared was still on Mo Yunchu's body. However, he did not expect that this time Mo Yunchu would use such a method to deal with Su Meier. Mo Yunchu had an unshirkable responsibility for letting Su Meier become what she was now. So, just when Su Meier saw Lin Lang's condition, this was the kind of thing that she wanted to hug, but didn't dare to do so. Su Meier, it's okay. Lin Lang directly took a big step forward, which led him to reach out and hug Su Meier. For a while it felt like Su Meier was so light, much lighter than when she was with him. And, while the waist was thin, it was so thin that it was out of shape. Lin Lang didn't even know what to say for a moment. He could only look at Su Meier in his arms and open his mouth to comfort. It's fine. It's fine. Relax. After hearing Lin Lang's words, Su Meier looked at Lin Lang in front of her for an instant as if she had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw, her hand tightly grasping Lin Lang. Young master please, save me. I don't want to be with Mo Yunchu. She's simply a devil. She's going to get me killed. She's going to get me killed. Su Meier said this sentence with a hand that tore her heart out, and hearing this, Lin Lang directly reached out and patted her shoulder. Opening his mouth, he comforted. It's okay, I'll protect you. Seemingly hearing Lin Lang say this, Su Meier then relaxed her heart, but still looked at Lin Lang with slight fear. Do you know, young master, Mo Yunchu is really a devil. She's too scary. She's just too scary. After Lin Lang heard Su Meier's narration, he then gently patted her shoulder and spoke. No one can cause trouble in the Duri residence. Don't worry, I'll make him pay. Hearing Lin Lang's words, Su Meier was relieved, because according to Lin Lang's temperament, Lin Lang was really true to his word. Moreover, this was still Lin Lang's territory, and he dared to move Lin Lang's people in Lin Lang's place. That person, then, should be prepared for that. Thinking about this, Lin Lang's face became much uglier, because even he himself did not expect that Mo Yunchu would be so capable. Originally thought it was just a little girl deeply hurt by love, but did not expect indeed a ruthless woman Lin Lang couldn't help but frown as he watched Su Meier fall asleep without realizing it, before carrying Su Meier back to her own room. Because this place works late at night, it has rooms for everyone in the backyard to make it easier for them to work and rest. When Lin Lang had arranged all of this, he saw Mo Yunchu standing at the entrance of the Duri residence. When he saw this, Lin Lang was first stunned, because he also completely did not expect Mo Yunchu to come back so quickly. Originally, when he was still thinking about what exactly Mo Yunchu had done or what difficulties he had encountered, he heard Mo Yunchu directly walk up to him. Looking at Lin Lang in front of him, he spoke directly. Young master, I've taken care of that person. Lin Lang was all energized when he heard this news. He had given Mo Yunchu time, but he didn't expect Mo Yunchu to handle things so quickly. Lin Lang's side had just finished dealing with his own business when he saw that Mo Yunchu had already returned. At this time, Lin Lang was curious as to what exactly Mo Yunchu had done to be able to make her settle Lu Hui with such speed. However, Mo Yunchu answered the entire time with a light and cloudy tone, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. I didn't do anything just directly vacated over to Lu Hui's front. Directly a leg thud, just to see Lu Hui was scared to pee his pants. And then, Lin Lang raised an eyebrow, and based on his intuition, he knew that what came next should be the focus of the matter. Then I reached out and pulled out a gun. Fake of course. Just reach out and put your hand on his head and open your mouth and threaten to make him forbid pestering our boss's woman or I'll be rude. And then, he just need me. Lin Lang. Lin Lang really didn't know what to say for a while. She had been sent to reason with her feelings, but how can you threaten someone directly? And a gun was pulled out. What's the matter with you? But since the matter was dealt with, Lin Lang didn't care that much. After the last matter was dealt with, let's move on to the next matter. Lin Lang looked at Mo Yunchu in front of him. then took a step towards her, looking at her with scrutiny among his eyes. "How's it going? How's the last few days going?" Mo Yunshu frowned when he heard Lin Lang ask himself this question, but soon realized what exactly Lin Lang meant by that. Mo Yunshu just didn't have a high enough emotional intelligence, but that didn't mean to say that Mo Yunshu was a fool. So right after hearing Lin Lang's question, he instead nodded directly and spoke very naturally. "Life is going quite well," and disposed of Su Meier. Lin Lang originally thought that Mo Yunshu wasn't going to say this matter, but he didn't expect that Mo Yunshu would just say it and say it so rightfully. This time, Lin Lang was instead filled with doubt. Why say disposal? Because in Lin Lang's impression, although Mo Yunshu's relationship with Su Meier was actually not particularly bad, but it was because of the mocking words that Su Meier had said to Mo Yunshu that day at the Duri residence that had led to Mo Yunshu's desire for revenge. Lin Lang was aware of all of this, and he had originally thought that they were just a small fight, but had never thought that they would actually torture Su Meier into that state. Lin Lang looked at Mo Yunshu, looked at her, and spoke directly. "You shouldn't have done that, Su Meier. No matter how much she's talking about you, that's just lip service. That's all. She didn't do any physical harm to you, but you gave her spirit a heavy blow. Do you think that's really a good idea?" Mo Yunshu was very unimpressed after hearing this, because she thought that as long as someone had hurt her, then they had to suffer the appropriate punishment. So when Su Meier talked about herself, she made sure to let Su Meier taste the consequences after talking about herself. Yet it spawned what followed. Pretending to scare him with a ghost in the middle of the night. I can understand that. After all, it's just a small fight. But how could you put a snake that big inside her bedroom? And you even put rats in his bowl. What the hell were you thinking? There were many other things that Lin Lang didn't even say, because just these three things alone were already enough to prove how ruthless Mo Yunshu's heart was. Nope. I feel like he deserves all of these things, so it's just going to have to suffer every person who hurts me. Mo Yunshu still didn't recognize her mistake now. So just when she said those words, that couldn't care less tone of voice rather made Lin Lang all a bit helpless. But against Mo Yunshu, Lin Lang naturally had his own methods. "In that case, then you're outta here. The Dojisai residence is my place, and I won't allow anyone to rough up my people on my turf. And even though you're one of my people, infighting is forbidden in the Dojisai residence." I don't know why. Every time he heard Lin Lang ask Mo Yunshu to leave, Mo Yunshu's heart was always extremely flustered, because she didn't want to leave Lin Lang at all. She just wanted to be by Lin Lang's side, probably because Zhang Jiji was still calling out for Lin Lang at the last moment of his death. "No, young master, don't let me go. I can no longer report resuscitating Meier. As long as she no longer messes with me, I can do all of this. I can do it." From Mo Yunshu's urgent eyes and tone of voice, Lin Lang could feel a deep sense of dread and concern. "Oh, why didn't you think so when you treated Su Meier?" Lin Lang looked at Su Meier in front of him. Sometimes things were just like that. When a person does something wrong and it is pointed out to her by someone else, she realizes that she has done wrong and reforms it. But whether the mistake will continue next time or not is anyone's guess, because this was something that even he himself could not guarantee. How could anyone else give her a guarantee? Thinking of this, Lin Lang still shook his head directly and looked at Mo Yunshu in front of him and spoke. "You'd better go." Mo Yunshu didn't know why, but as soon as he heard these words from Lin Lang, his eyes were filled with sadness. "Maybe it's because of the number of times I've been abandoned, which leads to this reaction now when I hear people tell me to go away." As for Lin Lang, after seeing this situation, he hooked his lips and was about to turn around and leave when he was directly grabbed by Mo Yunshu reaching out and grabbing his arm. Mo Yunshu's eyes had already regained their original clarity, and when he saw Lin Lang, he smiled confidently instead. Worthy of being the second killer. Even the speed of changing faces is so fast. However, with Mo Yunshu's current behavior, Lin Lang knew that Mo Yunshu had already understood his thoughts, otherwise he wouldn't have been so confident. When he saw this, Lin Lang instead hooked his lips and smiled. "Not bad. I like smart people." Mo Yunshu looked at Lin Lang. "Then shouldn't I thank you, young master, for praising me for being smart?" Hearing these words, Lin Lang was able to ignore the faint self-deprecation carried in Mo Yunshu's tone, because this was something that Mo Yunshu had to endure. As an assassin, it was natural to be prepared to be used, and right now, Lin Lang wasn't using her. It was just to train a better assassin who would only follow orders. Of course, if the assassin didn't listen, Lin Lang would naturally have his own methods. Listen and you live. Resist and you die. This is the most basic guideline for Lin Lang's cultivation. Mo Yunshu should have understood Lin Lang's character and Lin Lang's way of dealing with things, so this was why he requested to stay. Because if she didn't ask for it, then the end result would be anyone's guess. After all, Mo Yunshu had already been caught inside Lin Lang's step-by-step setup and couldn't get out. "Now that you've understood my purpose and thoughts, I'll give you a chance to go or stay?" Lin Lang is not inhumane. He will first let the person slowly sink, and finally inform his own ideas. As for knowing his own ideas, whether to leave or stay, it is all up to the individual. However, according to the setup Lin Lang had laid out in advance, there was no one who would be able to escape wholeheartedly. Therefore, Mo Yunshu directly raised his head and looked at Lin Lang with firm and confident eyes. No, why should I leave? As a qualified assassin, once you detach yourself from the person you're trying to kill, that's what makes an assassin incompetent. So, in order to be a competent assassin, even though I know I can't kill you on my own, then I can put the person I'm trying to kill in my sights. After hearing what Mo Yunshu said, Lin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "You really are a qualified assassin." After saying that, Lin Lang also stopped saying anything more to Mo Yunshu, and just narrowed his eyes. He realized that Mo Yunshu really wanted to stay here this time, and he had to say that this ploy of Lin Lang's was very powerful. In that case, I'll tell you what I need. First of all, I need someone who listens. Secondly, I need someone who is highly capable of doing the job. And lastly, I need someone who is heartfelt. It's easy to listen to anyone who listens, but it is not at all easy to find people who are both obedient and highly competent. What's more, it had to be heartfelt, and at this point, it had to be said that Lin Lang's requirements were still quite high, especially for the Mo Yunshu in front of him. After all, according to Lin Lang's view, Mo Yunshu was also considered to be someone who was deeply in love with Lin Lang. It was now more or less difficult to go all in on Lin Lang for a moment. Of course, what Lin Lang needed right now wasn't to come and adapt to Mo Yunshu, but he needed Mo Yunshu to do it directly. Thinking of this, Mo Yunshu had no problem with it and was just waiting for Lin Lang's orders. As you know, Phoenix is currently in charge of the internal management of the Doji residence, and you are the one who was going to assist Phoenix in order to make the atmosphere inside the Doji residence better. By better, I mean these conflicts between girls that can cause injuries. Secondly, that would be someone making trouble and doing the Phoenix's bidding. In the end, it's all about being at peace with who you are now and doing your job. After saying this, Lin Lang did open his mouth to add one more sentence. By the way, you must always remember that where I'm not present, everything is at the behest of the Phoenix. In terms of the Phoenix, Lin Lang was still relatively trusting. After all, the Phoenix was at least the one who had followed him first. There are times when it is better to follow Lin Lang's old man to use it comfortably. However, the current Lin Lang had the idea of cultivating newcomers, or else he wouldn't have specifically set up this one. Right when Mo Yunshu heard Lin Lang's request, her heart was actually a little less than comfortable. After all, it was a bit difficult to get him to listen to Phoenix. She had always been at odds with Phoenix, and now she didn't expect to have to listen to Phoenix all the time. But after thinking about it, as long as it was not having to listen to Su Mayer all the time, that was already considered Lin Lang's extra-legal kindness. After thinking of this, Mo Yunshu instead nodded directly and looked at Lin Lang in front of him and opened his mouth to reply. Yes, since you've agreed to have me, young master, then I'll go and get busy. What are you going for? Lin Lang didn't know what Mo Yunshu had to be busy with right now. However, Mo Yunshu did give Lin Lang a look. Now, Lin Lang did know, because this matter of Su Mayer has not been dealt with yet either. Lin Lang thought of this, so it's all some women's business. Let them work it out on their own. Mo Yunshu walked to Su Mayer's room and saw that Su Mayer was still sleeping. She directly sat on Su Mayer's bed and looked at Su Mayer in front of her. How about it? Does it feel good to tattle in front of the young master? Even though Mo Yunshu spoke in a very low voice, it was heard by Su Mayer. Su Mayer directly opened her eyes and looked at Mo Yunshu in front of her with a look of incredulity. How did you get in here? Seemingly thinking of something horrible, Su Mayer first lifted her own covers and looked at her bed to see if there was anything horrible before she looked intently at Mo Yunshu. At this moment, Mo Yunshu was like Satan who came from hell and could take Su Mayer's life at any time. And after looking at Su Mayer's fearful appearance, he then looked at Su Mayer and directly opened his mouth to mock. What? You were so bullish when you said those words a while ago, but now how come you wimped out like this as soon as it comes to this time? Hearing these words, Su Mayer looked at Mo Yunshu in front of her, as if she wanted to speak, but she didn't dare to speak due to Mo Yunshu's means. Just the eyes that looked at Mo Yunshu were very indignant.